I clearly have a ghostly transformation, about to show off the whole scene, but unexpectedly the next second I was poisoned and died on the spot while eating. Upon opening my eyes again, I have been reborn, standing on the divine arena. It turns out that in 2025, Identity V arrived globally, and countries must compete by playing as overseers or humans. The victorious country will prosper, while the defeated will not only suffer a decline in fortune, but also face divine punishment and even the calamity of destruction. I thought that the Dragon Nation, with a population of 1.4 billion, would surely dominate the Blue Star, but unexpectedly, they have suffered 9 consecutive defeats and are about to face the final reckoning. It is because the people of this world know very little about the fifth personality, leading the Dragon Nation to blindly focus on Jack and the Red Butterfly, only to be toyed with by the prophets and blind girl of the Sakura Nation with their vision lineup every time. At present, the Dragon Nation is about to face the final battle of life and death. What is even more despairing for the top leaders is that in this round of drawing lots, they have once again drawn Sakura Nation as their opponent, and the Dragon Nation has drawn the supervisory camp. It should be noted that so far, no country in this world has been able to win a match using the supervisory camp. As unfamiliar memories flood into my mind, I look around at my teammates who are frantically writing and trying to calculate on paper, and I am instantly at a loss. Why can't we find anyone? Isn't it simple to line up the ears? Why do we feel so powerless in the opening battle? Don't we have the talent retain? Does no one switch teleport with their bottom card? As I ponder, a majestic voice resounds from the depths of the sky. The Dragon Nation is requested to send out the 10th player within 2.5 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered an automatic forfeit. Please note that the Dragon Nation has already suffered 9 consecutive defeats. If eliminated again, the current Gods Arena will directly settle accounts with the Dragon Nation. As the cold voice of the referee fell on the arena, manhwa was already full of worries, with no hope in sight. No matter which player is sent on stage, it is no different from sending them to their death. After confirming that this is the Identity V game he was familiar with in his past life, I couldn't help but shake my head slightly, smiling helplessly. I give up. It turns out all the regulators in this world are players. Although I am just an entertainment player in Identity V, even in situations where I can't see the screen shaking, I can still deduce the player's positions through the perpendicular bisector theorem, listening to footsteps, or observing ear ringing. Why be pessimistic? Before I could think further, the cold countdown voice suddenly sounded above the sky. 4, 3, 2, 1. After taking a deep breath, I gradually smiled. Then let's plunge this place into madness. With that, I snatched the pass from manhwa's hand and headed straight for the teleportation array. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting in a dark and narrow room, facing 4 players from the Sakura country across the table. After seeing the surroundings clearly, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The familiar feeling came back. At this moment, I was sitting on a high platform, a position that allowed me to see all the survivors below, while the other survivors couldn't see me. This means that the regulators can see the survivors' character selections, while the survivors cannot know the regulators' situation. At the same time, countless people in the live broadcast room clenched their fists, closely watching the scene before them. After all, the outcome of this match will determine the life and death of the Dragon Country. Currently, it is known that the map is the arms factory. So far, the win rate of the regulators on this map has always been 0. Sakura Country has brought out a lineup with a 100% win rate. The visionary lineup, Seer, plus, Mind's Eye, plus, Lawyer, plus, Mechanic. Seeing this scene, Dragon Country netizens were all greatly shocked. How can they win? The items of these characters are too powerful. Except for the Mechanic, almost all the other characters can see the regulators' movements. Mind's Eye can even provide the whole team with a moment of vision. The Mechanic can repair 2 machines alone. At the thought of this, everyone became more desperate, because as long as they know the regulators' whereabouts, they can at least secure a draw. With the Lawyer and Mind's Eye as the visionary brothers, at least 2 people in their team cannot be caught, especially the Mind's Eye, who can locate with the echo of the cane, is too powerful. They still don't understand why the Lawyer can also see, holding a map instead of a lawyer's letter. However, when I saw this lineup, I couldn't help but laugh. What kind of extremely weak lineup is this? Without even a rescuer position or a super strong OB position? The weakness trait in Identity V is a negative trait that mainly affects the speed of characters during interactive actions, causing characters to be easily intimidated by the regulators during interactions. If they are injured during interactions, a survivor who could have been taken down with 2 hits would fall with just 1 hit. But I didn't take it lightly. Not having a rescuer position doesn't mean I can't bring self-reliance. In my past life, I encountered many weak Mind's Eyes who brought self-reliance, and even encountered a weak Mind's Eye who repaired machines the fastest and pulled out a life-saving move at the end, which was unexpected. Immediately, I locked in my main character, Dream Witch. and chose the familiar talents, 3 Hunt, 1 Berserk. Bottom card. Detention. Berserk. When a survivor is placed on the chair of madness, the self-attack recovery speed increases by 15%. The regulator wipes the blade after each hit on a survivor, and Berserk can slow down some of the wiping time. Hunt. When continuously chasing a survivor, you will gain a 10% movement speed bonus. Detention. Also known as a one-hit kill. The regulator's normal attacks can cause double damage, lasting 120 seconds. A knife chop was once jokingly called dignity chop by many players, because there are many times when the regulator faces a 4-person open door battle, can only use to retain a knife to leave one to retain the dignity not to be forerun. Because of the name, Chenku hadn't wanted to bring one slash, but in a ring like this, he would do his best to ensure a minimum draw. At worst, keep one for fewer demerits. Undercard allows you to switch his carry skills. For the first time on stage, Chenku still chose to be steady. Instead of choosing Flash for his carrying skill, he chose Rovers, also known as dogs by players in his previous life. Seeing Chenku's character choose Witch of Dreams, the whole room was in an uproar. Witch of Dreams? Is there such a character? There is. I remember San and Sakura Nation picking once before, and both times their butchers didn't know what they were doing, strolling all over the field, and I didn't even know what they were operating. I don't even know where I am when I view the battle. Cut a view seeker and run out of sight. Rokoku really gave up on himself. Why would he choose the Witch of Dreams? He could have won any of these by picking Jack. When Elderly saw Chenku's choice, he just glanced around in confusion at the players who were constantly preparing for battle. Have you studied the Dream Witch character before? This question made him want to punch himself in the mouth. The character of the Dream Witch has only been on the field twice in total, and both times she was still defeated. It's safe to say that people didn't even get to see it before Butcher lost. No. All we've been studying is Jack and the Red Butterfly. These two characters make so many appearances that if you use these two, once you find someone, the odds of winning are high. Elderly, Chen Kuhee, Wang Jiyu, who wanted to get on the court before, clenched his fists. He just did it on purpose. I shouldn't have let him have this match. If it's yourself, you can catch at least one. Less points deducted. Elderly looked at Wang Jiyu in front of him and was silent for a long time. Everyone is a good boy. All we can do now is to believe in Chenku. Even he felt it was hard to convince himself when he said that. There was hopelessness in that tone. A faint glimmer of hope, as if it were a fragile straw grasped in the darkness. Elderly. He's crazy. He doesn't bring listening. Wang Jiyu looked at the ring in the void, his voice filled with shock and anxiety. His eyes were fixed on the ring, as if he wanted to penetrate the mysterious barrier and see Chenku's figure. The air around them seemed to freeze after a sharp exclamation of surprise. Elderly instantly raised his head, his gaze shooting towards the ring like electricity. When he saw that Chenku had indeed chosen to bring a dog without listening, his face instantly became serious, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. Calling all race preparers, assemble. His voice was decisive and resolute, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Chenku's 20 points we should have already lost, and without listening, he won't be able to find anyone at all. Elderly's words were filled with disappointment and worry. He didn't want to talk about Chenku anymore now, because in his opinion, it was impossible for Chenku to come out of the ring alive either. We're at our limit with 80 points to go, and we have 3 more chances to lose. Elderly's eyes became gray and lost their luster. He knew full well that he would be obliterated at the end of the 4th time, and that was a fate that could not be escaped. I don't ask anything else from everyone. Catch one. Try to deduct as few points as possible, and give us a little more time to study. Elderly's voice was weak and carried a plea. Give everyone a little more time. We shall go all out. The response from the crowd was firm and strong, like a fire lit in the darkness. 003 You don't run when you see a supervisor? You guys are really crazy. At the sight of Chenku choosing the Witch of Dreams with a dog, the Dragon Nation audience had gray eyes. Have you even given up on the country? TM, might as well let me do it. I just don't trust myself before I dare to sign up. I'm afraid of dragging everyone down. TMD they play like that, right? Whoever delivers it is delivering it, so why don't I deliver it? But whereas I felt a little hopeful when he picked any other character, he went for the Dream Witch, who was least likely to win the game. Chenku's role was chosen so quickly that he didn't even see it. The Sakura Nation player surprisingly banned 2 characters before he picked his character. Red Butterfly, Jack, the 2 characters that countries know best and are most familiar with today. They banned them. The audience cannot see the contestants' talent choices. The only way to get out alive is to bring back information about the gift. Both choices have been concluded. Sakura-kuni spent 20 points to ban Red Butterfly and Jack. If Rokoku wins, you get 20 more points. If Rokoku fails, an additional 20 points will be paid. Before the game starts, The information begins to make its final consolidation. After seeing Sakura Nation spend an extra 20 points to ban 2 butcher characters, the crowd was enraged. I can't believe I spent an extra 20 points banning characters. I told you how Chinka chose the Witch of Dreams. It turns out that Jack and Red Butterfly were banned. When it's their turn to be the butcher, I'm going to ban all their characters and make them lose straight away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elderly was in the middle of his lecture when he heard the beeping sound ringing out in the void, and he sighed quietly. It turned out to be a mistake to blame Chenku. Raising his eyes to the Sakura Nation's player, it was only a 20-point raise, but with the way things were going in the Dragon Nation these days, it was like adding insult to injury. Chenku saw the other side ban selected role also froze for a moment. He really did not notice the other side ban role before the game. He blushed a little oddly when he saw the 2 characters his opponent had banned, though he hadn't even considered playing either of them. But that's good. If you win 20 more points. That must be a big relief for Elderly and the others. Chenku entered the game and realized that his soul seemed to have entered the inside of the body of the Witch of Dreams. There is a string of data panels in the brain, where you can look at the corresponding information profiles such as tinnitus and no survivors. After seeing that there was a panel, Chenku was directly relieved. It seems that this game is not too far from what he played in his previous life. Only now it doesn't pick its own points. So I don't know if it requires a score to pick points or what. His birth point is at the gate ruins. As he was thinking about which way to go, he heard a bang dash from the side of the big room ruins. Good lord! This little cherry blossom playing blind girl opens with a regulatory explosion. The blind girl has 2 skills. Tap the ground with a blind cane to sense the location of a nearby regulator in a small area through sonic reflection. Usually the supervisor is nearby, close enough to see through, and then use a static step to hide the footprints to avoid the supervisor. The other is heavy strike, which strikes the ground hard with a blind cane to rapidly expand the range of sound wave transmission, sense the location of the regulator across the map, and transmit the regulator's location information to your own teammates, as well as sense the deciphered cryptographs and your teammates in motion. But the exchange of information, too, is mutual. The moment the blind woman knew the supervisor's movements, the supervisor could also hear the direction of the blind woman's location through the sound of that pounding blind cane. A blind girl who can play doesn't even start out by tapping her blind cane, but carefully protects herself from it. As one of the fastest survivors in the repair machine, the general team simply couldn't take the turn of the blind girl to save the day. If it does come down to the blind girl saving the day, it also means this team is at the end of its rope. So Chenku is still very vigilant. Blind girl last save, pulling out a hand to fight for her life. Fighting struggle is a special status of teammates after they carry the resolve danger talent. As a must-have power talent for the save position, under its effect, it largely avoids the situation of just saving a teammate and then getting knocked down again. A fight for life allows the survivor to hold the regulator in place for 20 seconds, and the effect is mutual, with both the rescuer and the rescued eating the bonus perfectly. Utilizing a good fight, you can take your teammates with you at the end and force an escape. Survivors in the game can't talk and communicate with each other, but they can send some signals through the panel. At that moment, in the vision of the Sakura Nation players, they were able to see a small, scythe-wielding figure standing motionless in the distance. Although they couldn't communicate, a doubt appeared in their minds at the same time. What kind of regulation is this? Feel like you haven't seen it before? Present-day regulation has been on the field many times. The scythe-wielding supervisor in front of them, who was about the same height as the survivalist, was really unrecognizable to them just by looking at the silhouette. Doesn't matter, I'll be able to see it anyway. Just hurry up and hide it before he gets here. The blind girl from Sakura Nation then found a recent cipher machine and began to decipher it. While deciphering, she also sent a signal to her companion. Concentrate on deciphering. In his opinion, with this lineup of theirs, the other side wouldn't be able to find them at all. Playing a blind girl myself, I was also able to duck early before supervision came over. The other few teammates she didn't need to worry too much about. The lawyer had a map to watch regulatory movements as well as herself, and his skill CD is very short, only 40 seconds. As soon as the 40 seconds are up, he'll be able to knock the blinders off his teammates right away. The audience could no longer bear to look at it when they saw Chenku being seen through the whole picture. They have been able to imagine, without listening to Chenku, Face can know his movements in advance to hide the survivalist team, will lose how ugly. Chenku's dream witch body's long black wavy hair swayed openly and wildly, and her graceful figure swayed her snake tail as she quickly approached the blind woman, and behind him, the believers hung far behind. The audience was furious as they watched the brazen attitude of the Sakura Nation's contestant, the blind girl, who was fixing the machine with impunity. Chenku's dream witch had gotten so close, and she hadn't even moved a bit. Little Cherry Blossom's blind girl's heart is really big. Chenku was so close and still not running. By virtue of having a heartbeat and being able to see through, it's just as well to hide again when the heartbeat is big. What's his hurry? It's not right. It's so close. Won't he run away? Chenka stood not far away, his gaze oddly fixed on the blind woman who was concentrating on repairing the machine in the large room. Then, without hesitation, he aimed at the blind girl and began to cast his parasitic skill. He had precisely and skillfully placed the birth point of the parasite behind the blind woman, a position that had been chosen just right, as if it had been carefully planned. The blind girl, at this point, was completely immersed in the task of fixing the machine, oblivious to the impending danger. Her hands worked the machine skillfully, her ears seemingly focused on the slight sound it made, not noticing the change in her surroundings at all. She looked focused and serious, as if the whole world was left with only her and the machine in front of her. Watching the dream which controlled by Chenka stood silently beside the blind girl, while a parasite had already appeared behind her. The audience was in a daze. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. So wild? He doesn't run when regulation is right around the corner? Fine. Don't even move a bit in such a frenzy. Just give him a cut. They're damned. They're raising the bet to ban heroes again, and now they're even not running. Sure, we're going to lose, aren't they? On the Sakura Nation side, the blind girl was concentrating fully on repairing the machine. He just felt a strange atmosphere around him, and it felt like the whole arsenal was terribly quiet. Where's the superintendent? He didn't even hear a heartbeat. Looking at the blind cane with about 10 seconds left to tap it again, he was suddenly a little anxious. That unknown quietness made him feel vaguely uneasy in his mind, as if something bad was about to happen. But in the next second, he violently felt a loud heartbeat coming from him. It's close. One moment. Fear shocker. Clang. A bell rang in the arsenal. Witch of Dreams. First order. Open. 004 Deliberate delivery of a man? The Yang conspiracy. When that huge bell rang dully in people's hearts, an indescribable sense of oppression instantly pervaded. The crowd only felt that the atmosphere at this moment had become incomparably heavy, as if there was a huge boulder pressing down on everyone's heart. Chenka's dream which controlled the parasite believer expressionlessly, her movements crisp and clear. He led the blind girl close by to a nearby chair of revelry and tied her up skillfully and quickly. On the panel watching the battle, everyone's eyes were glued to that image. They could clearly see the avatar, which belonged to the blind woman, change instantly from its normal state to falling to the ground, then to being pulled like a defenseless balloon, and finally to being tightly bound to the chair by thorns. The series of changes took only a few seconds, so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Gradually rising red lines began to appear on the blind woman's body. After watching the game for so long, everyone knows that once that red line doesn't go over the top of the head, it means the person will be eliminated. I didn't even react. How did the blind girl fall to the ground? Isn't it the blind girl who can detect the most danger here? The one who will have a heartbeat if she supervises the approach? This must be the tactics of the Sakura country. You know they have a mechanic, and the mechanic has a doll. Even without the blind girl, it has the same progress as 4 people fixing the machine at the same time. The pop-ups were divided, all analyzing if this was Sakura Nation's battle strategy. Watching the blind girl get knocked out, the crowd just wondered. Because it's an absolute impossibility for a blind woman who can be supervised by knocking her cane through walls and focusing on fixing the machine to get knocked down. The only possibility is that Sakura Nation did it on purpose. They raised the bet by 20 points to ask for stability, and wanted to supervise the guarding of the body to keep him from going around and interfering with everyone fixing the machine. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, some of the team members couldn't help but wave their fists when they saw the blind girl being knocked out so quickly and accurately. In that case, as long as we guard the chairs and prevent the others from coming to the rescue, we'll all be able to eliminate at least one of them, and we'll be able to pursue a draw with all our efforts. Wang Jiyu spoke with some excitement. He did blame Chen Ke for picking a dream witch with a dog not long ago, but that was also on the basis that Chen Ke was going to lose the game, so he held such a grudge. Now, seeing that there is a hope of keeping the peace, he naturally threw down all the preconceptions about Chen Ke. Hearing Wang Ziyu's words, the crowd nodded vigorously. Yes, now I actually see the hope of keeping the peace, with any luck, that's capable of competing for the win. Contenders. The people in the training room glanced at each other, and they could all see the hope in each other's eyes that they didn't dare to say out loud. That way, we'll get a few less points. So Chen Ke really does have research on dream witches. I really misjudged him, but why doesn't he share it with everyone involved in the discussion? That way everyone can understand the character a little bit more. 2. He should also just have a little guess and idea. Perhaps Chen Ke has long been ready to go up. If his ideas can be corroborated, he is naturally able to tell everyone about them. If you can't, the latter words he did not say again. If he could not, Chen Ke was naturally dead inside, and there was no way to bring back his thoughts. Elderly looked up at the ring in the void, and at that moment, Chenko was standing beside the blind woman, keeping guard. There was no problem with his operation, so that at least one person could be eliminated. And what would have been a deduction of 20 points would now be a deduction of only 10. It's only a 10-point deduction less, but it will give Dragonland a huge breathing space. Just Li Laosum do not understand why the Cherry Blossom Country's blind girl, after Chenka so close, still bent on repairing the machine, do not move a bit? As soon as he thought of the pop-up speculation, he thought of something and immediately sighed. Everyone watched Chenka's operation carefully. He will definitely find a way to tell us some information. He won't be able to come back. This time, I don't think. Elder Li's words were like a pot of cold water that directly poured over the heads of the crowd. The crowd, who had been excitedly discussing being able to draw the game, could not help but freeze after hearing Elder Li's words. Elder Li, why? We already have a chance to keep the peace. Wang Ziyu looked at Elder Li in confusion. Already got one of them. The state of regulation today is that either no one can even be found, or there is no way to escape again after being caught. From what we all know from observation, survivor props are very limited and have a CD limit, but the skill of supervision is unlimited, with only a time CD limit. Moreover, the regulation moves faster than the seeker, and if the chase begins, the seeker will be caught sooner or later. That's why the survivalist camps nowadays usually hide to prevent themselves from being discovered once they know the movement of the supervision. Wait until the heartbeat is farther away before getting back out to fix the machine. As soon as the chase is launched, you're bound to get caught. They also didn't understand why Elderly would say that. They have a mechanic, and the mechanic has a doll that can fix the machine together. Li Lao looked up at the ring above. At this time the other three people are sticking to their own cipher machine, and have no intention to go to the rescue. That would be Sakura Nation's tactic. Do you guys remember when they raised 20 points? Raised the bet by 20 points and banned 2 regulation. Elderly only felt very tired mentally. If the other side hadn't raised their bets, they had a real hope of keeping the draw and fighting for victory. Getting caught with one person should be the worst they do, and with the mechanic and the doll, they'll be able to fight for 3 runs. If you win, then that teammate who died in the game can come back to life. If they don't raise the bet and we catch someone who loses, we'll only deduct 10 points, but if they raise the bet, we'll have to deduct 30 points, but if we don't guard the body and leave, they'll sneak over and steal the person off and we might get 40 points. That's the other side's ploy, betting that we can't spare the 10 points. Elder Li's eyes were already filled with hatred, and at this moment, he couldn't wait to break the other party into pieces. Use the 10 points as bait and bet that they can't give it up or leave. Humans are still fast at fixing machines. If we don't save the day, after the blind girl is completely put out of her misery, the rest of the ciphers are pretty much all fixed up already. After fixing your own crypto machine, you can also go and find someone else to share a crypto machine. Yes, that's the situation today after the human camp was captured. No saving. The reason why the blind girl didn't move at all was most likely because they delivered it on purpose. 005 We seem to be really tied. There was still a chance that the rescue would be caught by the supervisor finding a second person to keep the tie. And while the supervisor took time to wipe the knife after hitting a person with each strike, that time was simply negligible in their eyes. Hiding yourself is the main thing. Showing your head means risk. At this moment in time and the perspective of the 3 people from Sakura Nation, one could see through to the game not far away, on which the survivalist was struggling. Next to the chair, there were 2 devotees belonging to the Witch of Dreams. Once in the game, they had no way to communicate and had to send signals through the panel to inform their teammates of their situation. The signals aren't customizable, only the in-game configured signal messages. Blind girl is able to send messages to her teammates even if she is on a chair and unable to move. At this moment, the blind girl looked at the parasitic believer standing in front of her, and the mind of the player controlling the blind girl was filled with bewilderment. How did the butcher find himself? How did the butcher appear behind himself? Why is there no heartbeat at all? There was no one to give him answers to the doubts in his mind at this time. He chose the role of the blind girl because he was afraid of death and the approach of the butcher, afraid of that nervous feeling of a heartbeat getting bigger and more oppressive. It wasn't his first time participating in the game. He had participated in the game before and fell in love with the character of the blind girl when he discovered her. Although in the blind girl's perspective, the bureau is very dim and the buildings are a bit hard to see, but being able to know the butcher's orientation is a heavenly advantage. Being able to know the butcher's orientation allows him to hide himself well, and a blind woman can give all of them supervisory bearings the moment she taps her blind cane. At this moment, the blind female contestant from Sakura Nation looked at the tiny, parasitic devotee with a scythe drooping in her hand, guarding the side of her chair. Not far away was another believer, walking around and soon disappearing from his view. Before he didn't know who supervision was, But now that he saw the two little tiny men with sides and one in a red translucent state, he finally recognized who the butcher was this time. The Witch of Dreams, the character of the Dream Witch has only made 2 appearances, but many people know the characteristics of the Dream Witch. The body doesn't have the skill to make a knife, and the only way to do a knockout is to parasitize a believer against a seeker and rely on the believer to hold the knife. A seeker can parasitize a believer. Any more information than that, he didn't know. He could only look at this believer before him. There's no heartbeat. Why would this believer have no heartbeat? He was tempted to tell his companion this information, but there was no talking in the game. He wanted to take this information back to the Sakura country, but he was afraid that they would lose this time and the secret would be taken to the grave with him. At this point, Blind Girl's other teammates had all started cursing. The mechanic was deciphering his cipher machine, and with his teammates on the chair, they could see the shadows of the supervisor in the blind woman's view as well as the movement. Upon seeing the tiny man, he had recognized who the superintendent was. Humans don't know much about regulation, but they can clearly remember all their images whenever they appear. Damn, it's actually the Witch of Dreams. The Dragon Kingdom actually came up with such a difficult butcher. Asshole. Why did the blind girl go down in one slash? The mechanic himself was cursing to himself. This punk deserves to die. He thought about the fact that he still had the dolls and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully he was able to control them and was able to repair one more machine. Otherwise, this time, there's a real chance that the blind girl will get her killed. Sakura Nation's lawyer also took out a map at that moment, and when he saw that it was the Witch of Dreams, he couldn't help but frown. But after seeing that the devotee was far away from him, he began to repair the machine again at ease. Saving lives? There's no way to save a life. Wouldn't it be nice to win? 3 people running away is still a win. Thinking of this, he had already made a calculation in his mind. That is it possible to sell one and win even with a mechanic working on the machine together? Chenka first turned to the wall and watched the cipher machine shake. Across the building, the cipher machine being deciphered could be seen trembling slightly. The higher the progress of the decipherment, the more the shaking will be. After just a few glances, Chenka could see the 4 cipher machines that were shaking a little. Seeing that the group had no idea of coming to the rescue, he immediately froze. Did they sell the blind girl outright? While the blind girl did fall a bit early, she was able to stall a bit with the seer set of birds. Even if you're selling, come over and jam the tinnitus to prevent the regulation from pulling out the fight and interfering with other people fixing the machine. It only took a few seconds of watching to realize that the cipher showed no signs of stopping at all. Chenku immediately understood that the other party really didn't care about the blind girl. He didn't bother with the cipher machine that kept bursting into flames, and directly chose the one closest to that one. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the cipher machine that had been blowing up had been repaired by the mechanic's doll. And the mechanic, surely, was not far from that cipher machine. Sure enough, just as he approached, he saw the mechanic tapping away at the cipher machine. At this time, the audience watched Shinko has come to the side of the mechanic. The crowd has been boiling. The viewer's perspective is God's perspective, being able to see what everyone is doing, but there is no way to see the game from the first perspective of one of them. At the sight of Shinko finding the mechanic, pop-ups were being sent at a rapid pace. No! Are the people of this Sakura country so crazy? Shenka's main body has arrived nearby. Why don't you run? Why don't they run when they see the witch proper? Is it because the witch doesn't have the means to make a sword? Seems like it, huh? If the witch doesn't have a way to get out her sword, then I won't run when I see me. But the main body will be followed by believers 100% of the time. Shenka looked at the mechanic over there who was not moving to repair the machine. His face was odd. Even though people can't see the witch proper, there's a hint on the panel that the witch proper is approaching. He didn't stop what he was doing, and turned to the mechanic, as usual, placing the parasite not far behind him. As he watched a believer being generated behind the back of the mechanic, Wang Jiyu couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva inside the Dragon Kingdom training room. How could the Cherry Blossom Kingdom fall for the same ploy twice? The generation of the believer was silent, and the other didn't care about the witch proper around her. Elder Lee, it seems like we're really going to draw. There was suppressed excitement and thrill in his voice. Elder Lee's hands shivered a little as he looked at the scene on the stage. His eyes filled with shock. For each game, both players give 20 points. At the end of the game, the winner gets the opposing team's points, and a tie will split all the points for the round. And this time because Sakura Nation spent 20 points banning 2 characters, there are 60 points in the pool for this one. If it's a draw, they get 30 points, and earn 10 points. Look, see, it looks like we're actually going to tie. 006 not a teammate. Then who? Masaka. When he watched Shinka successfully parasitize the believer and the other party's mechanic hadn't made any moves yet, Elder Lee was completely taut. His eyes were firmly fixed above the ring. his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sakura Nation's mechanic was still in front of the cipher machine, concentrating and focusing on fixing it. He seemed to be completely immersed in his own rhythm, oblivious to everything around him. Shao Sakura is still a little too crazy. This doesn't even run. Li Lao involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his voice trembling slightly. His mind was filled with doubt and disbelief. Was that Sakura Nation really delivering? Cherry Blossom Nation giving them points? That's just not possible. Whoever sends Sakura Goku won't send it. His mind raced, trying to come up with a plausible explanation. There was only one huge doubt in his mind right now. How did the other party act as if they couldn't see Chinka's Dream Witch? This is just bizarre. Sakura Nation's mechanic Ben was concentrating on fixing the machine, and he could swear to the heavens that if they won the game this time, the blind girl wouldn't be able to live, even if she was resurrected. In his opinion, the blind girl's performance was really bad, and they didn't need such trash. All the information they'd gotten had been shared internally, and even if a different person were to participate in the game, he was sure that person would be able to play the game just fine without having participated in it once. In his opinion, the game didn't require much skill. All that is needed is information. Right now their knowledge of all the seekers and regulators is lacking. So now, the test should be who knows the game better. Few countries dare to try out new regulator rules these days. After all, the price of failure is very high. After discovering that Jack can be invisible and that Red Butterfly can throw out butterflies for quick chases, all the nations fall in love. In particular, the Red Butterfly can throw out butterflies, and when it sees a silhouette from afar, it can quickly fly over to it, not waiting for the person to walk in, and then the survivalist has disappeared. After gradually familiarizing themselves with these two characters, Red Butterfly is even their first choice. The pre-Dragon Nation was even more reliant on these two characters to keep things even on multiple occasions. In a coincidence, they communicate with the Lord of the Manor to contact him, questioning if there's no solution at all for going after powerful characters like this. While some people are now saying that Butcher 1v4 Survivor is unfair, they can see that when people slowly familiarize themselves with the supervisory roles, that Survivor's advantage will diminish. Asking if there was a way to restrain it resulted in being told by the manor owner that for an extra 10 points, he could ban a character in the opening round. You can only ban a maximum of 2 per game. Since then, they've kept this killing trick hidden. This time, when they drew lots to fight against the Dragon Kingdom, their first reaction was to offer a killing move to pull the Dragon Kingdom down hard. With Dragon Nation now on the brink of points, an extra 20-point deduction could surely push the other team toward elimination with another heavy push. Without any hesitation, they banned Red Butterfly and Jack in the opening game, so that Dragon couldn't pull out another familiar character. Humph. Actually killed by the Witch of Dreams. This blind girl is also a real waste. The Sakura country mechanic snorted coldly, that voice full of disdain and contempt. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes cold as he looked at the blind woman who kept struggling in the chair. The figure of the blind girl looked so helpless in his sight, yet his eyes only showed a sneer. In his heart, he was glad that he had chosen a mechanic for this round. It seemed to him that even if the blind girl was not there, he himself could take the blind girl's place in fixing the machine. A look of confidence appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. They can't see the speculation of outside pop-ups. They also have no intention of selling a teammate and letting the other supervise guarding the chair without interfering with the others. From the very beginning, what they had in mind was only to all run out of the manor, leaving none behind for the Dragon Kingdom. They came with a lot of ambition and confidence, as if victory had beckoned them. Because of the nature of the game, after a teammate is caught on the chair, they can see the supervision within the blind girl's view. He saw a drooping shadow motionless before the blind woman. His limited knowledge allowed him to recognize it as the Dream Witch that was claimed to be the hardest in the game. Based on the selection of the Dream Witch in the previous 2 games, they knew that a seeker could parasitize 1 believer, and that up to 4 believers could exist in addition to the 1 believer carried by the Dream Witch herself. At first, all of them also thought that the Witch of Dreams was the strongest sharpshooter in the game. It was as if that powerful force could dominate the entire game. But after 2 countries tried the role, they looked over their shoulders and realized, strong was strong, but such a powerful character was beyond their control. Normal people simply can't control this powerful force that doesn't belong to them. Was thinking about. Suddenly, he saw a total of extra prompts in his panel. Parasitized by which believers? The mechanic froze slightly, his mind instantly recalling the time when the blind girl had been parasitized and he had gotten a similar prompt. But last time it was, teammate has been parasitized by a witch devotee. This time, the word teammate was missing from the panel. If it's not a teammate, then who is it? A flicker of doubt welled up in his mind, and in the next instant, a terrible thought flashed through his mind. Masaka. The mechanic instantly reacted. There were only 4 people in this game. And now that the blind girl was already on the chair, if she wasn't a teammate, wouldn't she be herself? Just before he could let go, he realized with a jolt that his heartbeat had suddenly gotten bigger. A purple heartbeat that seemed to instantly expand and explode out of his body. Fear shock. For large words as crimson as blood appeared on the panel, and he fell to his knees at the same time with them. The cipher machine in front of him was still crackling like boiling water. This cipher machine, it's just a little bit of progress away from being cracked. Obviously it's going to be fixed and open soon. Except he couldn't react in time now, and he saw the native believer come over and carry himself towards the nearest chair and bind it. At this point the blind girl is over halfway to elimination. At the same time, the three ciphers that were deciphering stopped, and at that moment they were very much at a loss. How come two people got arrested all of a sudden? It's okay for the blind girl to be captured, because they know that the reason the blind girl is called the blind girl is because her vision is gray. The blind girl being captured could be interpreted as seeing the supervision and not running away. But what are you mechanic for? In just a moment, the Sakura Nation's lawyer judged the situation at this point. None of the cryptographs on the field had been deciphered, and the ones he had in his hands had only a little progress left. Saving lives, must save lives. There was no way they could win this one if they didn't save the day. 007 It's amazing that he actually has an understanding of the Witch of Dreams. Who's going to save the day? This question kept circling in the minds of the Sakura Nation players. The attorney thought about it and decided it would be most appropriate for him to go, because lawyers have a character trait. Lang lang. Lies run in the blood of lawyers, and lawyers are not shaken by fear during any interaction. I've seen teammates from other countries chair them before to make a save, and a direct cut was hit with fear shock, resulting in a failed save and a loss of the rhythm the game deserves. But he could have avoided that blunder if he had gone for the save. There is also a seer in the team, and the seer can lasso birds for protection. As soon as they save their teammates, they scatter to escape. The prophet then sets a bird on the mechanic for protection, and I'm sure the opposing dream witch will have her hands full in this situation. And this is their chance. As for the blind girl, the Sakura Nation lawyer also had the idea of going to the rescue at this moment, but unfortunately, the blind girl's bloodline had already passed halfway too much, and he couldn't save his opponent if he rushed over from this distance. He couldn't help but sigh, repenting in his heart that he should have made a decision earlier. It was just that he hadn't expected that the mechanic would also fall to the ground so quickly. In the Dragon Kingdom training room, Elderly gripped Wang Zhiyu's arm beside him so tightly that his fingers were so hard that they left deep red marks on his skin. He was so overwhelmed inside right now that he wanted to scream and growl and ask the Sakura Nation contestants out loud. Are you really sending it? You guys watch the battle from this side. I have to go contact and communicate with the top. Elderly was very anxious, originally thinking that this game was completely hopeless, but did not expect, so dead. But in the hands of Chen Ke was revitalized. Elderly, he actually does have an understanding of the Witch of Dreams. Wang Zhiyu murmured and opened his mouth. At this time his heart was filled with guilt. He really wanted to say sorry to Chen Ke. He had really misunderstood him before. I know. Elder Li's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Everyone, make sure you watch carefully and memorize every move Chen Ke's made. Elder Li stared at the crowd and solemnly exhorted. Although there has been a situation to keep the tie, but they are still very afraid of the follow-up Chen Ke game and the accident, resulting in the failure of the game. But this time, even if they fail, they will not blame Chen Ke again. They knew that Chen Ke had done his best. The ring pop-ups are on the verge of knocking the word shock out of the audience's text. Pinged. Yes, we've locked up the win. We're going to flip the script on this one. Another such a big killing move. Why didn't you offer it up earlier? MD, my little heart really can't stand the toss. It's probably only just been researched. Before that, whoever dares to use the Dream Witch on the field, our Dragon Kingdom will be fighting with their backs against the wall. Yeah, backbreaking. But good thing it worked out. Not only was it the Dragon Kingdom itself, but now everyone in the Sakura Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom, the Hairy Bear, and other national administrations were also involuntarily frowning. Seeing that two characters were banned, they also contacted the owner of Persona 5's Manor at the same time. The response was that it would only cost more points to ban up to 2 characters in this game. At that moment, they were unanimous that the Dragon Kingdom was played out. The first thing they pondered was the pros and cons of spending an extra 20 points on a banned character. Each country is weighing the implications of this move for their own country and how best to use this rule to their advantage in future matches. The final conclusion is that spending the extra 20 points to ban a character is worth it. Not to mention the red butterflies banned from Sakura Nation and Jack. Chen Ke's Dream Witch alone must be a killing move painstakingly developed by the Dragon Kingdom. Their minds are also full of confusion right now, because they also didn't understand why the people of the Sakura country hadn't run away when they saw Chen Ke's Dream Witch. Is it really madness and toddy? If Chen Ke were to know the questions in their hearts, he would surely be unable to resist as well. Don't people realize that the dream witch's essence is invisible? Such is the nature of the Witch of Dreams. The Witch of Dreams, also known as Idhella, usually appears as a young attractive human female, but her appearance can change. Idhella hides her body in a phantom dream and moves extremely fast, but is unable to interact directly with the scene, and the seeker will not see her true form. But just because you can't see it, doesn't mean there are no hints. If you look closely, you can see an inconspicuous red icon on the panel. Precognition: Idhella hides in a phantom dream within 20 meters of the neighborhood. Source: Witch of Dreams. Chenku just came to this side of the world. The memories in the brain have not been organized properly on the field. Had he been given a little more time, he would have realized that the image the audience was seeing was a third-person view of God. There's nowhere to hide here. Whether it's the clip placed on the head of a regulatory deer, or the dream witch where the seeker can't even see the body. So, in the eyes of the audience, the Dream Witch's panel has no attack other than parasitic. But the audience is able to see the Witch of Dreams. Only by being in the game can you realize that you can only see the ever-wandering believers. And you can't even see the Witch of Dreams, who is in a state of nothingness. Dragon Kingdom High-Level Conference Center. Elderly was specialized in managing the preparatory staff, and he was usually the only one who could have contact with those participants. Others are responsible for analyzing and researching the skills and props of each survivor and the various countermeasures of supervision. All kinds of instructions can only be communicated by informing elderly. The state of affairs is very serious nowadays, and what is most feared is that all kinds of differences of opinion will arise at critical times. So in the end, they unified and decided that no matter what different suggestions everyone had, in the end, elderly would be the one to make the final distribution and command. Old Li, when did you guys study the Dream Witch? When Li Dechang arrived at the conference room, the man who had been waiting for him already couldn't wait to open his mouth to ask. Li Dechang just shook his head with a bitter smile. It should be that kid's own perception and choice of roles. He chose to go up on his own and carry the water. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom today is such that there is no better option. No research? Didn't the kid tell you guys what role he was going to pick before he came on? Too bold. But that's our good boy. Daring. Dare to break in. When a country face spoke of Chen Ko, his face reddened with excitement. Sakura Nation really went too far this time. Banning Red Butterfly and also Jack. Bullying people too much. It's good that Chen Ko came forward at this juncture. This way we'll have 3 familiar supervisors from now on. I inquired about banning up to 2 characters. And this time, it's our turn to fight back. 008 The blind girl is a waste. And so is the mechanic. Together with the one that Chen Ko would have. The Dragon Kingdom already knew of 3 regulatory uses. At that moment the lawyer was running in haste toward the distant mechanic. The mechanic was in his chair. He wasn't idle. And at this point he was especially reluctant to try and control his doll to come over and free himself. Though from his chair, he was able to see the lawyer who was rushing over to try and save his life. But he didn't pin his hopes on the other side. If a human runs 3 times, then even if a teammate is caught and put away, that dead teammate survives after the game is over. But if it's a tie, then the humans can get out alive. And the regulatory butcher can get out alive. The only 2 humans who died were not able to make it out of the manor alive. The Sakura Nation's lawyers were approaching, and the mechanic's dolls were fast approaching. In the viewer's perspective, they see both rescuing at the same time. The blind girl's bloodline was down to its last point, which was already negligible. None of the cipher machines on the field are currently on. The one in the prophet's hand is at 90% progress. The cipher machine was deciphered very quickly, and in just a few seconds, the prophet's cipher machine was seen from afar, highlighting that the decipherment was complete. Chenko didn't bother with the prophet in the distance. He had already confirmed at this point that Sakura Nation's players didn't have a high understanding of the 5th personality. There are hints that the Witch of Dreams is approaching, and the average survivor, upon spotting the sign belonging to the witch, immediately spills the cipher to see which direction the witch's followers are starting to pack up and come over. Check the movement to prevent deterrence. Instead, he'd been here fixing the machine and letting the witch put the believer behind him in the blind spot of her vision to give him a fear shock. This is a situation where a veteran of his own fights 4 white guys. To have them decipher a cipher machine under the premise of playing the Witch of Dreams would already be beneath Chenko's level. Chenko took a deep breath. He would never tolerate them fixing the seller out. It was his first game and he played a solid game. It wasn't a game he played alone. At this moment, Chenko's witch body had already pulled out. And as he looked at the lawyer who was running towards him, he controlled the witch body to follow the lawyer, and parasitized a believer right at the lawyer. The believer is blocking the path that the lawyer ahead must take. Trying to pass to save the mechanic would be a slap in the face by this believer. Seeing this scene, the lawyer had a map spread out in his hand, and he was able to clearly see that the native believer not far away was coming this way. In front of him, Another translucent red believer was generated. He looked around towards the manor and didn't see where the witch proper was. He only felt that the whole arsenal was very quiet afterward, and everywhere was filled with an eerie aura. Thud, thud. As the original believer approached, the purple heart in his chest began to beat rapidly. The intense purple light was on the verge of covering his entire chest. This parasitic believer was born weird. He actually couldn't see where the dream witch's main body was at all. Although the dream witch had only been on the field twice, he clearly remembered that the dream witch was still quite tall. It's safe to say that the butchers on the estate are almost always double the size of the seekers. There was no one around, and the red, translucent parasite spawned right in front of him. The primordial believers had already begun to pack towards him, and seeing that the path was about to be blocked, he glanced at a high wall to one side and drilled in without hesitation. Chenko watched as he reversed direction, first pulling the lawyer's parasite off control in the opposite direction, and then cutting his view to the mechanic's side. The mechanic's chair was guarded by a parasite. Seeing Chenko controlling that lawyer believer pulling in a contrary direction, the audience watching the live broadcast could not help but sigh. Sure enough, the Witch of Dreams can't be played by just anyone, and to play this role, one would inevitably need one of the strongest brains in the world. I thought Chenko would play. Even I can see that he went in the opposite direction. So many believers, each believer's position and facing direction is different. Not blame Chenko control the wrong direction. If you guys on the field will also be unable to distinguish authorities, he's done well enough. At least we're almost even. The blind girl had been released from her chair, and as she watched the avatar belonging to the blind girl turn into a grayish-white X, Ryoko's hanging heart was already halfway down. The grayish-white X seems to be a symbol of the end, announcing that the blind girl's fate in this game has come to an end. In the viewing room of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The crowd's eyes were glued to the screen, tension written on every face. Good. Now all he needs to do is stand guard and patiently wait for the mechanic to hang up and fly. Li Dicheng was incomparably excited. His voice trembled slightly and his eyes glittered with excitement. He was excited not only to be able to win the game, but also happy that Chenko was able to come back from the game alive. Once back, then he can bring back information about the Witch of Dreams game. Even in the game afterward, Chenko was able to skillfully master 3 and more butchers, and then he could represent the Dragon Kingdom in the identity of the Emperor of Butchery and participate in the game all the time. The Dragon Kingdom can get better. This thought kept echoing in Li Dicheng's mind, making his heart beat faster involuntarily. In the high-level conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, all the leaders looked at that ring in the void with unblinking eyes. A depressing atmosphere pervaded the conference room, and everyone couldn't help but clench their fists with sweaty hands, for they saw that Chenko's followers were guarding the chairs and walking around as if making their rounds. Chenko couldn't see it, but they were able to see that the mechanic's doll was sneaking behind the obstacle and quietly feeling its way over. Can he spot the doll? Difficult. But just hold on peacefully and wait for the hang fly. The doll can only take one cut. There's no way to save it. In the conference room, they are still worried that Chenko does not know that the doll secretly touched over. Just saw Chenko beg to stabilize the chair relieved. The lawyer, not intending to save the day, turned his head and ran, going back to re-find his cryptograph. And the prophet was on the run to find his cryptograph. It may seem like there is only one cipher machine being broken on the field, but in reality there are big legacies all over the place. Each one would only take a few seconds or so of work to decipher it away smoothly. Cherry Blossom Nation is still hopeful of a draw. However, the Dragon Kingdom had low expectations of victory, having lost 10 in a row, and this time the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had pressed for an extra 20 points, so even if it was a draw, they'd still have earned it. Luckily, Chenku is cautious enough not to leave his chair right now. It would hurt if I left to be secretly saved by a mechanic doll. The boy is still cautious. No need to worry. And the mechanic's doll dies in one slash and is slow. Now, we're just short of the survivalist team. If we can get 4 more stable survivors, then we've survived this bizarre 5th personality descent comfortably. Although the situation in the Dragon Kingdom was still not favorable, their demeanor became much lighter as they talked. Compared to the ease of the Dragon Kingdom at this moment, the Sakura Kingdom's headquarters was already covered in broken glass. Anger and disappointment raged through the space like a storm. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. An angry voice rang out, full of resentment and anger. Blind girls are trash. Mechanics are trash too. 009 cellar unopened. Even if the blind girl and the mechanic manage to come back alive, I will execute them. An angry voice roared on and on. Seeing the dream witch's main body and not hiding. Are they that big of a deal? Yours? What understanding of the Witch of Dreams is working now? In front of the round table in the conference room, a bald middle-aged man coldly grunted as he lifted his chin to look at the others around the round table, his eyes scarlet. After the catharsis, Kojiro did his best to restrain himself. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom pulled out the Witch of Dreams was something they didn't even calculate. Report. I found out that to play the Witch of Dreams requires an smart brain. At the very least, you have to be 3 minds at once, or you simply can't maneuver the character very well. Report. I become quite certain that the witch proper has no attack button and can only rely on the parasitic believers to come out with their swords. Report. It was Tetsuji Otaki's turn to speak at this point, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he looked just as far ahead as the already red-warm Kojiro. I think Rukoku was not really familiar with the Witch of Dreams. Here he paused, observing Kojiro for a moment, not daring to continue. Originally, hearing the words of the 2 men in front of him, Kojiro had been very angry. Weren't these 2 men talking out of their asses? Just going over the previous dissections of everyone's dream witch. To confirm, the lack of new discoveries already made him very angry. He couldn't accept that he had managed to expose his forbidden character's bottom card and ended up giving points to the Dragon Kingdom. Continue. Hearing the third person's words, and hearing Tetsuji Otaki say that Rokoku wasn't really familiar with the Witch of Dreams, his face finally became a little better. The Witch of Dreams has only appeared twice, and I'm sure all the countries have the same perception of the character. Tetsuji Otaki, who was aware of the situation, gathered the courage to continue after seeing Kojiro's emotions ease a little. Rokoku coming up with this character must have been a desperate move after we banned the character. They should also have their backs against the wall, trying to find someone to chase and win by controlling multiple believers. It should just be a coincidence that the situation has become what it is today, just because the 2 sprinkles, the blind girl and the mechanic, saw that the Witch of Dreams didn't have an attack button and were arrogant enough not to leave. Tetsuji Otaki analyzes the head. His dissection is then much more detailed than the previous 2, and is truly a profile in its own right. Phew. I think so. Indeed. Kojiro's face eased, and he actually thought the same thing. Those 2 stupid chants. It's like they didn't see the Dream Witch's body. This draw is also acceptable. Just think of it as the Dragon Kingdom getting rid of 2 trash for us. At this point in the game, the lawyer has run away. Standing in front of his cipher machine, he stopped moving and didn't start fixing it right away. Looking at the mechanic whose blood bar was gradually rising like a water level, he only felt a complex heart. It wasn't his first time in the tournament, and now he was nowhere near as scared as he had been when he first entered the manor. He remembered as if he had just entered the manor, even before the butcher was far enough away to approach, and the sudden heartbeat had made him restless. Near the butcher he would have to hide far behind buildings to prevent himself from being spotted. It's a good thing the game's terrain is still complex, with too many high walls and a red glow in the direction of supervised forward movement. For the first time, he only dared to hide and wait for the supervision to go away before sneaking out to break the cipher machine. Now, he was able to be fearless in the face of danger, especially after realizing that the character of the lawyer could see through the regulation when he opened the map. He just felt full of security. A lawyer's map is its own security. In his opinion, the most buggy thing about this game is the 2 characters, the lawyer and the blind girl. Both are permeable to regulation. Only the blind girl's vision was still a bit unclear, very dim, and the buildings were only outlines. Lawyers have to be clearer, but lawyers' maps are expendable. The blind woman's blind stick, however, can be used all the time. Phew, he gave a small sigh of relief. Not to think about that much. The lawyer's props map to save a little use. To escape from the manor have the possibility of not being able to use up. Looking at the cipher machine in front of him, which still had a little bit left, he once again put his hands on it. Now that one has been hung flying, the mechanic is trying to figure out how to save himself. There are 4 code machines left on the field that have not been deciphered. The Sakura lawyer was slightly stunned. 4 more units? He'd been feeling that a long time had passed. They clearly had an opening of 5 people working on the machines at the same time, and all 5 cipher machines could be opened at the same time if things went well, but now there were 4 left. What added to his sense of urgency was the fact that the cellar was not open, but just as he touched the cryptograph, he saw through a gap in the building a translucent red devotee running towards him, dragging a scythe. He was so alarmed that he let go of the cipher and ran. He opened the map and saw that one devotee was still guarding the chair. One devotee was following himself, and the other devotee was standing in center field, not moving. At this moment, he suddenly realized that during his penetration, he had only seen the believers and not the Dream Witch's main body. Where is the Witch of Dreams? He felt sweaty at the thought that he couldn't see where the Witch of Dreams was, while the other party was able to see him and parasitize the believers. The mechanic's doll hid in the shadows. Looking at the gradually rising bloodline of his own body, he was anxious and didn't know what to do. The heartbeat is always around, and that believer is always making the rounds. His dolls will be found as soon as he passes. What to do? Unlike the survivor, who can be hit twice, the doll dies and disappears in one slash. If he can't save his own body, the doll is a death sentence. Damn lawyer, why don't you come over here? He clenched his fists at the thought that he was about to die and the lawyer he was ignoring. Look at the gradually rising line of blood and the parade of believers. He stopped hiding and came out from behind the barrier, running towards the mechanic in the chair. At this point, the only way to save yourself is to save yourself. Chenko watched the mechanic's doll run out with small steps, and looking at the bare mechanical doll, he immediately smiled. He noticed a ringing in his ears over here and didn't go too far away. He knew that the mechanic's doll was hiding nearby, and the cipher machine belonging to the doll wasn't shaking anymore. So the other man must be trying to find a way to steal down his own body. Looking at that doll to give up everything to run towards himself, Chenko controlled the believers to go towards the doll. It's just a flick of the knife. The doll disappeared and the believer threw back his face and laughed. The crowd in the Dragon Kingdom had erupted in rousing cheers at the sight of the vanished doll. At this point, the mechanic's bloodline was no longer above his head. Flat. The lawyer and the prophet were too far apart to make another save. Finally, saw the tie. 010 Overseer is near me. The audience in Dragonland erupted in cheers after the mechanic's avatar turned into an off-white X. Just like the blind girls, the parasitic believers belonging to the mechanic and the blind girl on the field at this point had disappeared the second the two were eliminated. At this time, Chenka stood in the center field, and the Witch of Dreams Idhela did not go after the lawyer who was chased around by the believers. He could already tell that the Sakura Nation's players didn't have a deep understanding of the Witch of Dreams. The Witch of Dreams can only control one character at a time, whether it be a principal or a devotee. One of the most discussed maneuvers by the audience just now. Chenko ran the believer in a contrary direction, letting it run out of his control. The audience all said that this is due to Chenko's unfamiliarity with the role. Because of Chenko's unfamiliarity with the role, so he cannot control the believers very well to go after the lawyer. But they can also understand that a person's energy, brain power, is limited. It's nice to be able to do one thing well. Playing a character like the witch, who requires multiple mind control, would be great to draw. Now that the mechanic has been released, there are still a lot of ciphers on the field. And Chenko can totally work hard? For 3 catches, or 4 catches. The audience couldn't see Chenko's detailed panel. They couldn't see that a string of text prompts appeared in Chenko's head after his followers walked away in a contrary direction, too far from the host. About to lose control of the believer, 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, Chenko had lost control of the lawyer believer. The Witch of Dreams has a hidden trait where the original believer will autonomously run towards where the main body is located after the believer exceeds its own distance by too much. The believers who parasitize the seeker, on the other hand, will always follow the seeker unless the parasites are removed from their bodies. Removing the parasite is simple. Just stand on top of the parasite's birth spot and a purple ball of light will appear in the seeker's hand. As long as you have this orb of light, you can remove parasites for yourself and for your teammates. But up until now, Chenko hadn't seen any more purple repellent light orbs on the lawyer's panel. In that case, there's no need to worry about the lawyer getting rid of the parasite for now. The lawyer looked at the parasite behind him. He was filled with terror. The parasite followed. He ran and did not dare to repair the machine. He tried to lay down all the boards on the road, but no matter how many boards he laid down, that believer stepped off as many boards as he could. It had always seemed to him that his greatest fear was the heartbeat in the manner that muffled like a bell in his chest. This time, looking at the devotee behind him, he didn't feel any heartbeat. That blood-colored believer, however, was always like a shadow, and could not be gotten rid of at all. The believer over there was still following the lawyer, who was still sending quick messages as he ran. Regulator in my neighborhood. Concentrate on deciphering. It was this message that he sent to the prophet to read, and he wanted him to repair the machine as soon as possible and then open the gate. For cipher machines remain unbroken. He was heartbroken at the sight of the prompt. He's taken on regulatory butchers from several countries. It was the first time he had ever felt oppression in a match. Is this the bottom of the Dragon Kingdom? Damn! If he managed to get out alive, he would never let Rokoku get the role of the Witch of Dreams again after that. He swore that Rokoku had truly understood the Witch of Dreams. Chenku was not in a hurry. Standing in the center of the field and not moving, now has been kept flat. The victory has been locked in their side. It should be the other person who is in more of a hurry than himself. He peered through the building and observed the one cipher machine shaking. Want to fix and open another one? Asked me. The prophet saw his teammates cue that the regulator was near the other side. The prophet breathed a sigh of relief as he looked over his shoulder at the black bird and debated whether he needed to send his trebuchet out to protect the lawyer. His stiletto protects his teammates from a slash. After thinking about it for a moment, he chose to keep the bird. The lawyer could hold out for now, and it wouldn't be too late for him to take control of the bird to protect him when he did take a stab. The prophet had found the nearest cipher machine. Looking at the zero deciphering progress of the cipher machine, he just froze for a second before placing his hand on top of it. Chenku made his rounds, and he focused on the big legacies left behind by the mechanic and the doll blind girl, but none of them saw the cryptograph shake. While wondering if the prophet had yet to find a cipher, he saw a new cipher begin to vibrate slightly, saw the brand new cipher machine begin to shake, so infrequently that it was easy to ignore the lack of progress without looking closely. Chenku took a deep breath and controlled the switch of dreams towards that cipher machine. He was about to laugh at the prophet's exasperation. If you don't go make up for your teammate's great legacy, you're here to start a new machine? After causing myself to look at those machines for a long time, he said how it kept responding. Are you a real prophet? The prophet was repairing very carefully, and the lawyer was still signaling him all the time. Regulator is near me. The lawyer is awesome. For not being taken to the knife for so long, the prophet looked at the lawyer's signal and just felt full of security. No message is more reassuring than the regulator is near me. The lawyer's bearings were changing rapidly, which meant that the other side had been in a state of being pursued. He's really too strong. If I can get out alive this time, I'll definitely ask him to teach me how he dodges supervision. If only one person can get out of the cellar this time, let the lawyer leave. The prophet kept sighing, not so optimistic about this match. Now that two people have been eliminated, there's a good chance they'll lose. The game map is big to say the least, and all one has to do is drag the butcher around for a little while before several of the cryptographs are turned on together at the same time. A few more people will work together later to decipher the cryptograph, and it will only take a few minutes to open it. Now it's just the lawyers and themselves. If the attorney was caught in the chair again, it simply didn't seem realistic to him to fix a few cryptographs by himself. The further back you go, the fewer unbroken ciphers there are. Supervision just needs to guard the cryptograph. This was the last option for the butchers who couldn't find anyone to go to the survivors. And if they couldn't find anyone, then they would go to guard the last few crypto machines. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about going over to find that one and only escape cellar in the game. The location of the cellar in the game is different every time. If you don't break the cipher machine for a long time, you will expose your position every now and then, and the super high movement speed of the supervision will soon find it. The Lord of the Manor hinted that there was a wind at the location of the cellar opening, but he never heard this so-called cellar wind. 011 Where did the second dog come from? Chenku had already found the prophet, and he skillfully controlled the witch proper. This time, instead of placing the parasitic believers behind the prophet, he placed them behind the border area in front of him. Prophet has the bird, and wrapping up to take the knife is the best option. Regulator in my neighborhood. Regulator in my neighborhood. The lawyer kept sending messages. The prophet's peace of mind is broken. In the next second, he jolted to see a string of alerts in his panel. Parasitized by witch believers. What the hell? Where's the witch? Where are the believers? He let go and raised his head, immediately seeing a red translucent figure generated behind the border area in front of him. The color of blood represented oppression, and chills ran down his spine. Run! Didn't the lawyer say the regulator was near him? And what is this around yourself? He looked at the believer and immediately turned around and ran towards behind him. Only just turning around, he saw another believer, rushing towards him like a ghost. The heartbeat plummeted and grew louder. He had never faced a witch devotee before, and this was the first time he had seen what one looked like so clearly. The believer's skin took on a dark purple color, like the cursed land, emanating an aura of decay. It had its head bowed so that its facial expression could not be seen. The body was covered with black lines, like an evil totem, adding a bit of eeriness. Regulator in my neighborhood. The lawyer's signal came again and again. In your mom. For the first time, the prophet wanted to curse. Got himself wrapped up in two believers. Without hesitation, he ran towards the other right, trying to run away from the believers. The pop-ups in the ring have gone into a frenzy as they watch the three believers go after them at the same time. Three believers pursuing at the same time. Now that's a dream witch. Let's just say that his understanding of the role of the witch has been deepened over the course of the game. At first it was controlling the believers to run in the opposite direction of the lawyer, but now it's able to follow without a step. The prophet has also been found. The Great Escape has officially begun. I'll admit, this is the best game I've ever watched. How did he do that? Multitasking, too fierce. Chenku is so up and coming. Later on, other countries will definitely spend 10 more points to ban his dream witch. What to do? Then some other regulation will be released. The prophet dared not turn back. He could only see the red light that followed so closely. Although he didn't dare to look behind him, he was able to judge the regulation's distance from his position by the red light on the soles of his feet. The front of the regulation glows red, like holding a red flashlight. This is one of the ways to watch for regulatory movement in previous games. Even a regulation like Jax, who was able to vanish into the fog and hide from being seen in his own body, would have a red light on his body to show the approximate direction. In that dark and treacherous map, the red glow was conspicuous, like a crimson beacon. The closer you get, the brighter the red light. He looked behind him at the light that was pursuing him, and at the height of the light, he even felt like he heard the sound of the long scythe swinging up. A sharp, harsh sound rang through the air. It was a hissing sound like metal cutting through the air, with a cold, murderous intent. The sound came from far away, rapidly approaching, like the whine of death. The moment the voice rang out, it was as if the air was cut open, causing one's nerves to instantly tighten. In an instant, he chose to hand over his trebuchet without hesitation to protect himself. When protecting someone else, he will choose to wait for the person to take a slash before looking at them with a katydid to see if they hand over the bird. When it was his turn, then he just couldn't lose a drop of blood. The audience saw Chenka's original followers following closely behind the prophet. The prophet did not dare to turn around and could not see what Chenka's believers were doing. However, they were able to see that Chenka's believer raised his huge scythe and swung it at the air at his side. His blade was clearly capable of hitting the prophet, but he didn't choose to drop it. The crowd clamored. Empty blade? This close and you still have an empty blade? No, it's not an empty blade. He did it on purpose. The prophet's bird will only exist for 8 seconds. Once the fight is over, the believers will start wiping their knives, and the prophet will take the opportunity to run ahead and pull away. And there's a lot more than 8 seconds delayed here. Is this player from the Dragon Kingdom so fine? Memorize this technique. Li Decheng took a deep breath, a detail that even he hadn't noticed. Longboy Conference headquarters saw Chenka this operation. Everyone was shocked. Cheat bird. Never thought of the operation. That would indeed be the best way. You guys keep looking. He's letting the dogs out. What's the point of a rover? The body can't move while controlling the dog. Is it just for patrolling where the prophet ran off to with the bird? In their perception, the rangers were fast and low in stature, able to search the area at a very fast pace. In their opinion, the rover, dog, doesn't work as well as listening. Again, to find people. And both the insertion of eyes and the rover need to know which direction the person is in to be used to have the greatest effect. Inserting an eye can shine a light on a survivor in ranged terrain. Bites the dust? As they were discussing it, they saw the dog about to take a bite at the prophet's calf. Every few steps the prophet took, the dog would make a tug to keep him in place. Rangers, do they still bite? This is how we found out. No wonder it's in the shape of a dog. Bite the dog and call it a rover. Made me think it could only be used for patrolling. Chenka must have had a guess in his mind that the dog could bite, which is why he resolutely took the dog. While the Dragon Kingdom side was muttering in whispers, the other countries had already excitedly begun to document this great discovery. The crowds of the major national authority watched the scene in the ring with rapt attention. Dragon Kingdom. What a deep understanding of this game Tangled has gained. Are they hiding anything else? The prophet looked at the dog that had bitten his calf. He couldn't run at all now. Despair had set in his heart. Looking at Chenka, two believers toward his own package. He was bitten by the dog in place, and could not move at all. A bird on his body was still waving its wings and screaming mournfully. However, Chenka did not have the intention of immediately throwing out his sword. Now, even the audience was sure that he was just lying to the birds. In the instant that the green barrier on the prophet's avatar disappeared, Chenka's original believer directly launched his sword. As soon as the blade fell, the prophet only felt relief on his body. He looked at the window in front of him, and without hesitation, he took advantage of the impact to accelerate towards it. Supervision rolls over windows slower than the seeker, either in a roundabout way or by following them, enough for him to get a little more distance. Luckily, the dog on the body disappeared with it after being hit. The dog's skill CD is still pretty long. Phew, regulator in my neighborhood. Regulator in my neighborhood. The prophet looked at the message panel. The lawyer was still sending out messages, and there was no less blood on his body. Regulator in my neighborhood. He also didn't hesitate to send a message to his lawyer. Before he could spit, he heard a dog spitting and panting coming from behind. Another dog came and bit him in the calf. Where's the second dog? 012 anger value has been accumulated. When the second dog comes out and bites the prophet in the calf, it's as if the whole scene has been hit with a slow play button. The gazes of the crowd were locked onto that scene, as if they could all hear the wildly excited voices of the believers behind them after they swung their swords. It was also as if they could hear the penetrating laughter of the Witch of Dreams. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. The hearts of the spectators were filled with shock and fear, and their heartbeats sounded extraordinarily clear in the silence. Three grabs. Where did the two dogs come from? I didn't even see how his second dog got out. Chenka controlled his original body believer, dragging his scythe and walking quickly towards where the prophet was. The figure of the believer looked eerie in the dimly lit surroundings. He was about as tall as a survivalist could be, and the half-body high side was dragged along behind the tiny devotee. The devotee's face was grim and ragged, as if he had been through countless battles and sufferings. The somewhat rusty iron in his hand was even wrapped around his arm in a bandage, as if to prevent it from falling off. The end of the scythe made a somewhat piercing sound on the ground, a sound that was like the music of death and filled one's heart with fear. The prophet's heart was filled with despair, and as he looked at the devotee approaching him, a thought arose in his mind that made him self-consciously somewhat absurd. In this moment of despair, a flash of fantasy crossed his mind. If only I had a second and third bird of my own. He looked at the believer and suddenly realized that a progress bar had appeared on his panel. Rage has accumulated. The progress bar is growing slowly. The prophet was immensely annoyed and his heart was filled with anger and resentment. Is this game so? Shouldn't you be angry when you're all about to be eliminated? It also shows the progress of your rage value accumulation. Thinking about this made him even more angry, and the anger in his heart was like a blazing fire. He wanted to shred the lord of the manor who had dragged them into the game of Persona 5. But a deeper fear couldn't help but grow in the back of his mind as he thought of the lord of the manor. This is simply inhuman strength. As the believer's hand rose, the prophet fell to the ground in response. That fear was like a cold tide, drowning out his anger the moment he fell to the ground, leaving him feeling helpless and desperate. The Sakura Nation lawyer had already run to the front of the cipher machine that belonged to the mechanic before at this point. His footsteps slightly hurried and his breathing slightly rushed. The surroundings seemed particularly depressing, and the dim light cast long shadows on the worn cipher machine. The cipher crackled and blew up like a boiling kettle. The sound of the blown-up airplane instantly brought the lawyer's nervous thoughts back to reality. He was incredibly flustered when he was being chased, but he admittedly calmed down a bit when he saw the prophet eat the knife. He naturally saw the prophet fall to the ground after being struck one after the other in a very short time. That scene made his heart sink, and opening the map, he saw the prophet surrounded by two believers, and the image was as chilling as a horrible trap. The believers are on the side of the prophets. So what is this on their side? The lawyer's mind stuttered, and a feeling of absurdity instantly pervaded. The players who were able to participate in the tournament were very perceptive because they had to bring back all kinds of information from the game in addition to playing it. In this game of life and death for all, every detail can be the key to victory or defeat. Whether it was the fact that he hadn't seen the dream witch's body in the map, or the fact that he was now being chased by the parasite believers. This was very important information. The surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, with dim light spilling over the crumbling manor, medieval buildings and overgrown grass giving off an eerie aura. His thoughts were like speeding wheels, constantly shuttling between various possibilities. Soon, he reflected that this should be the automatic following of the believers parasitized on himself. The witch can only control one character at a time. If the witch is not in control, this believer will not attack. And the way to tell if a believer is under the control of a witch is a heartbeat. As long as this believer is controlled, he can feel the heartbeat. He felt like a comical clown at the thought of being chased around most of the map by a believer with no heartbeat. The feeling of being fooled filled his heart with anger and resentment. For cipher machines remain unbroken. Cellar not opened. Looking at the string of text, he knew that he had to remain calm and break open at least one more cipher machine to find a silver lining in this dangerous situation. And right in front of him, the cipher machine, with little progress left, was his chance. Take a gamble. A wave of determined courage surged through him. In his opinion, Shenko would definitely guard the corpse prophet to prevent himself from stealing it down. Being able to stabilize a 3-catch victory, Shenko will only be more cautious not to run around. 4 catches? The thought flashed through his mind for just a moment before he dismissed it. No, it won't. The dragon is in a very delicate situation and greed will only give opportunities. Others didn't know, but he knew that all of their Sakura Valley team members carried a small gift of falling down and healing themselves. You can heal yourself once in the game by falling to the ground, though no one has used it yet, as it was previously put up as soon as someone was knocked down. That talent map they also scrutinized. They each brought a lot of little talents and ordered a lot of branches. A talent map like a cross with many small branches in between. Take this time to break open the cipher machine yourself and then look for where the cellar is located. With luck, he would soon have the cellar located. He glanced at the one that followed his devotee and ran straight for the big legacy. The lawyer would not be shocked by the blow, and even if the believer had made a knife strike, he would have been able to take advantage of the acceleration of the blow to hasten to distance himself. As he put his hand on the cipher, he saw the devotee standing silently beside him, head bowed and drooping, as if a silent ghost. Nor did the lawyer's body have the kind of bursting heartbeat fluctuations that the regulator approached. This believer, really, doesn't put out the knife on himself. The Sakura Nation lawyer only felt that he had suffered an unprecedented and strange humiliation, himself being chased all over the field running around like a dog by an uncontrolled believer. Now, the whole world is looking at themselves funny. right? They're all laughing at themselves, aren't they? Laugh at yourself for being played by a parasitic believer while your teammates are being frantically pursued by the butcher. His heart was filled with humiliation and anger, and that emotion was like a burning flame that made his cheeks burn. Chenka was also always observing the motor shaking when he made the knife. The prophet hadn't been down for more than a few seconds when he saw a cipher machine shaking violently. 013 letting people heal themselves? No way. Looks like the little lawyer finally realized something was wrong and started fixing the machine. But it was too late. Chenka looked at the prophet, who fell to the ground and knelt down, and did not pay attention to him, directly switching to the lawyer's believers. The parasitic believers would disappear after one hit, but stopping the other side from fixing the second cipher machine was the main thing right now. The lawyer gritted his teeth and tapped rapidly on the cryptograph as he pondered what exactly the game said the cellar wind was. He also had the sound of whistling wind in his ears, but it was the sound of wind that could be heard all the time. He knew very well that the sound of the wind at the mouth of the cellar, as the lord of the manor had said, must be much stronger and fundamentally different from the normal sound of the wind. The lawyer listened with his ear to the side, and before he could seriously feel the lonesome wind in the manor, he felt the sudden heartbeat. The heart that was nearly beating out of his throat kept pressing on his nerves. The parasitic believer, who had not moved a muscle, slowly raised his head. The Sakura-kuni lawyer had been on the defensive, his nerves tense and his eyes alert as he scanned his surroundings. His mind was filled with tension and anxiety, and every little movement made his heart beat faster. However, despite his best efforts to defend himself, he was a step too late. As the blade fell, time seemed to freeze. It clearly felt like it was still a little bit of a distance away, but that narrow blade chi was still like a powerful lightning bolt, instantly making him lose half a frame of blood. A wave of shock and fear welled up in the lawyer's heart. He had never imagined that the attack range of this blade chi would be so large. Seeing that he had been stabbed, he didn't hesitate to let go of the cipher in his hand, and he opened the map directly to find the location of the witch's other parasites. He was now quite sure that he just couldn't see where the witch proper was. The witch's invisible essence, like a haze over his head, made him feel incredibly depressed. Parasite disappears after it strikes the seeker with its blade, which is when those who played Witch of Dreams before broke their defenses the most. After chasing a survivalist with a parasite, and trying to continue the chase after a good hit, the parasite disappears, and then using the original believer to go after the seeker. It turns out that the seeker has long since lost track and gone into hiding, so that's what everyone recognizes as a witch's biggest flaw. But then the crowd felt thankful that the believer would disappear after giving one cut. Otherwise the Dream Witch character would really be invincible. He had just opened the map when he saw one of the witch's followers, walking straight towards his position. The lawyer looked around, a little alarmed in his mind that the believers behind him had disappeared, which gave him a little respite. The believer in the distance was still a long way off, and after a moment's hesitation, he looked behind himself at the massive rock. The arsenal is a map with a lot of high-walled buildings, but if you run straight towards a short distance, you will easily be seen by the butcher through the white fog. He had heard an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the most dangerous place was the safest place. He looked behind him to the massive rock, which had a small gap in the back where he could bury his head and do his best to crouch to hide himself. He's just betting now. Bet that butcher in Dragonland couldn't find himself anywhere. He sent another message to the prophet as he saw the other party controlling the believers coming towards him. Regulator in my neighborhood. The prophet hadn't given up on self-healing, and seeing that Chenku didn't hang himself up, but chose to leave, he had been puzzled. This side was instead guarding one of his own parasitic devotees, who was by now on the ground and would not be panicking as much as the lawyer. The situation is already like this. How bad can it get? He clearly sensed that there was no heartbeat in this believer's body. The witch had taken control of that original believer and left herself. He naturally saw the lawyer in the sword and knew that the Dragon Kingdom's Dream Witch had now shifted her target. He started going after the lawyer. Doesn't he hang himself from the chair? With this in mind, the prophet began to try to heal himself. Since the dragon's player left, he would have to fight for himself, for the chance to get up and then sneak in to fix the cryptograph. Chenka's behavior of not hanging up the prophet directly caused a furor outside. The audience watching the game is even more unable to understand this operation of Chenku. Why? Doesn't he care about this prophet? It's not like the prophet can get up, and now there's no other teammates who can touch him to heal him. So whatever can be done? Ignorance. Survivors have a talent called self-healing, which allows them to heal themselves in the event that they fall to the ground. The audience froze and looked at the speaker, whose name was Archer. Upon seeing this name, the crowd immediately recognized that this was a survivor contestant from the Eagle Kingdom. Archer didn't care that the news broke, because he knew that the gift of self-healing was not a secret at all within the various countries these days. Many nations know about this talent, but don't spend 5 points to light this branch. There are 120 talent points in total. and each talent point will cost a minimum of 5 points. That cross-like talent. The 4 main trunks cost the most points. The most you can light up is 2 mains, and then a couple minor talents. But in their opinion, the talent of the trunk is not strong. Minor talents aren't that strong either, but minor talents will have a lot of useful little skills. Repairing machines to speed up healing and a bunch of other stuff. And did the other side bring it? You guys look at Sakura Nation's lawyer panel. It's got a progress bar for self-healing. He was able to heal himself once. Are our supervisory players not aware of this? The lawyer is already hiding. If the prophet runs away again, the advantage that was so hard to establish will disappear again. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, when Li Dichang saw Chen Ku ignoring the fallen prophet, he hammered his fist on the desktop. My fault. It's all my fault. They've been a little neglectful of learning the talents of the survivor camp lately because they keep drawing lots of butchers. If this one resulted in a tie because the prophet healed himself, then he felt he needed to take a lot of the blame. Elder Li, we're already tied. Wang Jiyu hurriedly pulled the table away to prevent Elder Li from continuing to hurt himself. Yeah, we are already tied. Li Lao smiled bitterly, realizing that he was a little too greedy. Yeah, we can definitely do better next time. A draw is a draw. The rest of the players followed suit and nodded vigorously. Everyone was already thrilled with the draw alone, and they're happy with the way things are going today. They couldn't wait for Chen Ke to return and learn from him how to control the Dream Witch. But I think Chen Ke knows this matter. The reason why he doesn't care about the prophet, maybe for the sake of the 4 catch. A somewhat cold female voice rang out from the corner. Elder Li froze. Why would he say that? If we go to hang the prophet, then this progress of the cipher machine will be broken and completed. Once the prophet is eliminated, the cellar will open. I think that he doesn't want the lawyer to run away. 014 this time. The advantage is ours. The young girl rose from the corner, her movements tinged with a hint of hesitation. Her feet seeming to move forward but then stopping violently. Despite the bright environment of the training room as a whole, the light in the corners was somewhat dark and soft. The young girl had short shoulder-length hair, which looked a bit messy in this faint light, as if her heart was as tangled as this hair. She kept her head down as she spoke, not daring to look the crowd in the eye. Li Dichang remembered her as one of the more powerful butcher players in Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Bai. When everyone would have chosen Red Butterfly and Jack, she would have chosen to play a handful of clowns. Rokoku was relying on her to keep the tie in many innings now. Even then, there are a lot of misses. People in other countries rarely pick clowns. The Joker can pick up props of his own on the map and mount them on his chainsaw. To this day, people don't understand why you can have thrusters and wind wings and drills on a chainsaw. It doesn't matter though, because it's like people don't understand why the map in the lawyer's hand is see-through. At first they were trying to deduce the usage of the individual survivalist props based on the names of the game characters, but after getting to know the game a little bit, they realized that wasn't the case. The Joker's 3 props can be assembled on to get different equipment familiarizations. Wind Wings increases attack speed by 27%, and sprint speed by 20%. Drill strikes on the Seeker. The Seeker takes longer to be healed by touch. The most critical of these is the Propeller. Gain an unlimited permanent sprint speed when assembled. This prop is especially crucial in a game where you need to find people all over the map. But just because it's critical, it's prone to problems. After the tug of war, the Joker will start sprinting. Once it hits a building or a survivalist it stops. Hitting a board shatters the board, or hitting a Seeker is equivalent to 1 flatted damage. The Joker character, fitted with thrusters, can make quick work of finding people. But the Manners map is so complex that it's easy for the Joker's saw to break whenever the survivor ducks into a bit more complicated terrain. Every point is vital these days, and few other countries choose a mistake-prone role like the Joker. Why do you say that? Li Dichang spoke softly. Just by looking at the appearance it was impossible to tell that such a soft and withdrawn young girl was playing clown with such a frightening and oozing-looking butcher. Not wanting the other man to go to the cellar was a guess that Liddell never had, and a reply that he never envisioned, because hanging the prophet up now would be a delay. Ginger White took a deep breath and saw the crowd raise their eyes to her, and after taking 2 steps back on her feet, she remained firm in her speculation. You can only control 1 parasitic devotee at a time. There isn't much progress left on that crypto machine, and lawyers are fast at fixing them. Once Chen Ke puts it up, the cryptograph will be repaired open immediately. Once the lawyer finds out where the cellar is, then he just needs to hide and he might end up escaping from the cellar. Her vocal cords trembled as she struggled to finish the string of words. They, the preparatory contestants, had signed up from all over the country to test their understanding of the game, and there was even a simulated capture quiz. She was not good with people, but she still worked hard to pass the test to enter here. Everyone here had a basic understanding of the game, and after hearing her words, the crowd instantly understood. Yeah, as long as the prophet is not eliminated, That cellar cannot be opened. Is it also a strategy to let the prophet heal? It's not the same. That prophet's parasitic followers stand next to the prophet all the time. And even if the prophet stood up, he'd be knocked down quickly. And the prophet's chance to heal himself is just that once. Jiang Bai spoke again, explaining his point of view. He's going after the lawyer now, just in case he fixes the cellar. If there is no cellar, and the cryptograph is not deciphered, a fallen and inactive prophet, no matter how the lawyer hides, Chenko has a lot of time to spend with him. Everyone's voices were getting more and more agitated. They have lost too many games and very much want to hold a steady stream of points in their hands. Hanging the prophet and going after the lawyer was the first option for almost all of them. For fear of the prophet healing himself, a steady elimination is the best way to win. Yeah, well, for once, the advantage is with us. It's not us who should be in a hurry. It's the other side. They looked at Chenko on the field as he controlled the witch's essence towards the opponent. The Witch of Dreams proper had a fast movement speed, and in just a few moments he was in a position near the lawyer. The cipher didn't chatter, and there were no footprints on the floor. Chenko did not see the lawyer's figure after he toured all this side. The radius of the tinnitus is 36 meters. He was certain that the lawyer was hiding over here. Just after looking all over, Chenko did not see the lawyer's figure. The spectators outside the arena were extraordinarily anxious. This lawyer is hiding too well. How is this going to be found? And just happened to be hiding in the haystacks. So cunning. Is it just going to wear out? Anyway, we, Dragon Kingdom, can afford to spend this round. Let's see if you, Cherry Blossom Kingdom, can afford to spend it. Chenko just need to pull off the heartbeat range. Then lawyer not repairing machine will explode the point. A solid win for the innings. Then let's sneak in and fix it while Chenko isn't paying attention. Stuck in the blind spot of the field of vision to go out and still fix the cellar. Many people in the audience had already seen the situation. And now the one who should be in a hurry really wasn't the Dragon Kingdom, but the Sakura Kingdom. Because once Chenko pulls out of heartbeat range, after a certain amount of time, crows will rise above the lawyer's head to expose his position. The lord of the manor was cruel, and he didn't want everyone to spend endless hours in the manor. The audience was talking about it all, and when it came to the cellar, the crowd couldn't help but stare. Yeah, the cellar isn't even fixed in the game yet. This means that there is no possibility for a player from Sakura Nation to even try to run solo. You guys, did he do it on purpose? Deliberately not letting him fix the machine? It can't be? Not hanging the prophet is also intentional? Why should we give them the chance to go to the cellar? The other band character didn't think about giving us a chance to live at all. Chenko pulled the believer out of heartbeat range at the first opportunity. He didn't cut the view to go back and look at the prophet. His opponent should have healed himself pretty much and should be looking for a chance to get up. If he looked at him himself he would instead pinch the self-healing to death again. It's not too late to switch believers when he gets up. Chenko now wants to find a lawyer. The best way is to switch, dog, to, insert eye. Knowing the range of tinnitus, all concealment is lost under the insertion of eyes. But he didn't want to, because he was going to switch, listen, at the end. Listen to the Sakura Nation players break the defense. 015 I'm going to complain about him. In Malicious bloodletting, the Sakura-kuni lawyer buried his head low, his heart filled with fear and anxiety. The surroundings seemed to be covered by a layer of gloom, with dilapidated factories, cluttered machinery and barren grass. The rest of the lawyer's eyes saw it, saw the approaching witch follower. Black shadows loomed around like a nightmare. The eerie figure seemed like a demon crawling out of hell, exuding a chilling aura. The lawyer's heart beat involuntarily faster, and he stared nervously at the dark figure, which wavered only for a moment before he saw the witch's devotee leave the place. I don't know if I've gone to look for myself elsewhere, or if I've pulled away from my heartbeat. It was a rule that every one of their survivors had to know if they didn't fix the machine to raise a crow, because it's the most direct way to reveal your position. Looking at the cipher machine in front of him, the crackling sound exploded. The sound was harsh in the silence. There are several stages in the deciphering of a cipher machine, and each stage sounds different. The progress of deciphering this cipher machine in front of him had already reached 90%, and with his speed, after touching the cipher machine, it would only take about 10 seconds to open it. Once it was open, he could go and find the cellar in peace. There's no telling when the prophet will die. As soon as the question popped into his head, he immediately remembered that the prophet wasn't in the chair. The prophet was just down and still trying to heal himself. The cellar just appears and doesn't open until the last person is left in the manor. Damn! The lawyer felt his breath catch. It's not a shortness of breath in itself, but a breath that belongs to the character. It's a sign before bold raven. And the moment the character's breathing starts to get loud and begins to irritate the seeker's eardrums, it means he has to fix the machine. He lifted his head from behind the rock, a struggle in his mind. He knew that once he exposed his position, he could be in great danger. But if he didn't fix the machine, the crows would show up, again revealing his location. He gritted his teeth, got up, and opened his map. Seeing that the map had consumed a chunk of it the moment he opened it, he was a little distressed. Lawyers' maps disappear when they are used up. This map was an important tool for him in this game, and he treasured it every time he used it. As soon as he opened the map, he saw the two bright red parasitic believers through the building, one near the prophet who was down on his knees, and one not far in front of himself. Seeing that the believer was far away from him, he got up without saying a word and directly rushed towards the cipher machine not far away. It would only take a few seconds for him to fix it open. On the other side, Chenku's side stood straight up, playing with the dream witch's long, flowing hair. His eyes were full of confidence and calmness, as if everything was under his control. For the first time, the audience also saw the word subdued in supervision. The lawyer's side had just appeared, and Chenku saw him burrowing out from behind the rock. Chenku admitted that he was blind. Fortunately, this game has already locked the victory. Otherwise he will really be angry with his own bang-bang behavior. Looking at the lawyer not far away, the other had run towards the cipher machine. Chenku's main consciousness was on the side of the witch's main body, and he turned to the lawyer and parasitized his followers on it without hesitation. Parasitized by witch believers. Teammate has been parasitized by a witch follower. A text alert to this effect appeared on the panel of the lawyer and the prophet at the same time. At the first opportunity, the prophet went straight for his already pressurized self-healing. Despair had filled the lawyer's heart at the sight of his parasitized believer. He saw the prophet rise instantly from the ground, his dark red blood having turned an earthy color. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The lawyer felt that the prophet had done it on purpose, deliberately allowing himself to lure regulation so that he could get up. But the next second, before the lawyer could feel the heartbeat, he saw the prophet over there, who had just gotten up, fall straight to the ground. Attorneys. He seems to be cursing a bit early. He opened the map, and the native believers and the recently parasitized believers quickly wrapped up. He was about to run away when he saw a dog come quickly and bite him in the calf. Chenku was not slow to control the two believers to wrap up the past. Looking at the lawyer struggling to pull the calf of the appearance, he did not rush to launch an attack, but when he was about to flip the plate, he gave him a knife. Although Chenku still wanted to tease his opponent a few times, still, he didn't want the rest of the country to know that interactions could card dogs. The dog bites once every 5 seconds with a countdown on the panel. By jamming a value of 5 every time, either down the board or over the window, you can jam through the dog bites and eliminate the deceleration stiffness. With one slash, the half-blooded lawyer fell to the ground in response. 2 eliminated, 2 down. The prophet had already expended his self-healing, and there was absolutely no way he could get back up. Win. Win. That's the best handful of matches I've ever seen. I had my wedding dress on when I let the dog bite the prophet and gave the lawyer the final cut. Dragon Kingdom. Slaughter the Emperor. Chenku stood in the center of the field and did not move. He looked at the roll of Idahela and could not help but sigh. If only the skin of the Witch of Dreams was Tomo. That way he could still admire Tomo's fingernails. You can also listen to Tomi's wildly beautiful laugh. He did not take the lawyer up and hang him on the chair, but just stood by quietly, and the believers stood guard, motionless. On the prophet's side he didn't bother directly without his self-healing. The purple heartbeat continued to ripple through his body as the Sakura state attorney looked at the believers around him. The other man did not hold himself up in the chair. He was right next to it. Why didn't he do it? And no search for the prophet? The lawyer thought about it and didn't give up. Soon, he pressed the progress bar of self-healing. But the other believer was still on his own and had no tendency to leave. Why? He was a little lost in thought. His heartbeat hadn't abated a bit, and the other guy was just going to stand guard and not hang himself or end the game. His self-healing had pressed full and he struggled to crawl towards the wall in front of him. Now that it was a dead end, he had to try again no matter what. By going over this wall, he would be able to hide behind a high wall and might be able to get rid of his opponent. Chenku naturally knew his intentions and didn't stop him from moving. Just a moment before the lawyer rose, he gave him another stab. The two had lost their self-healing and fell to the ground. The Dragon Nation audience was dumbfounded when they saw that the progress bar of self-healing was cut off. Both of them are no longer self-healing, and Chenku was still not eliminating them. Exactly what they are doing. The lawyer and the prophet also had no idea what the other player was doing. They could hear their own faint breathing and the sound of blood flowing, life passing a little by. This Witch of Dreams didn't intend to hang them up, only to just like that, drain the blood from their bodies. All of it. The air seemed to freeze in the dim and eerie game scene. The wind blew gently, bringing up a cloud of dust. Chenku grinned. That's what he's planning to do. Bleed out. That's what he planned to do from the time the opponent banished him. What kind of coincidence is it that nobody bans anyone but Rikoku? Even if it's a real coincidence that the wrong blood was released. So what? The people from the Sakura Nation administration also reacted. Kojiro's eyes were scarlet as he held up the hand sign representing Sakura Nation in his own hand. The Lord of the Manor. I'm going to complain about him. In malicious bloodletting. 016 you may choose to surrender. Kojiro raised his nation's hand high, his hand trembling slightly, his heart filled with anger and resentment. This is the first time he has spoken out in the name of his country. Lord of the Manor. This is malicious bloodletting on their part. Aren't we talking about fairness? Kojiro looked at the two kneeling and prostrate figures and only felt shame welling up in a flash. This kneeling and bleeding position was incredibly embarrassing for him, mostly because of kneeling in front of Rokoku. The thought of them raising their bets to try and eat 20 more points from Dragonland, and now instead they were on their own knees, letting the blood drain from their bodies. It's not just the blood that flows from the two characters, the lawyer and the prophet, and the blood of their entire country. Even if the Dragon Kingdom was eliminated in the future and the country was overthrown, those countries that survived would remember Sakura Nation's shame today. Kojiro took a deep breath as he tried to control his trembling arms. The moment he raised his hand, the whole world could hear him speak. Each country has a hand medal representing their country, and by raising it and speaking, then he projects himself into the ring and the whole world can hear him. Hearing his words, the crowd at the Dragon Country headquarters just grunted coldly. They did not think Shenka's behavior was wrong. The Lord of the Manor they weren't very familiar with, but it was clear that he was more focused on the competitive aspects of the game. This time, Shenka's behavior is tantamount to violating the spirit of competition. But so what? The Dragon Kingdom is not what it used to be. Nowadays even if retaliation has to pay a terrible price, then you have to bite off a mouthful of the other party's meat ruthlessly. At this time, Shenka's believers stood still for a moment, and his main body stood in the center field, seemingly admiring the miserable appearance of those two seekers kneeling and bleeding. There was silence all around, only the faint breathing of the two survivors and the sound of blood flowing. Shenka's face did not have a trace of pity, only coldness and determination. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were unmoved by Sakura Nation Kojiro's complaints. The pop-ups are even something else. And how? For other countries I might say he's a bit over the top, but this against Sakura Nation, I'd just say well done. Laugh it up. Report if you can't beat it. Really you guys? We didn't complain about what we said during the banned character session, did we? Yeah, so what? Next time, you guys put it back. Just, are your butchers that good? Kojiro's voice rippled around the ring, and Shenku in the game could not hear Kojiro's voice. He saw the two survivors who had fallen to the ground and directly switched his base card to listen. At this point, before the crowd could wait for a reply from the Lord of the Manor, they saw a string of text appear in the ring. Regulator switches auxiliary skills. Everyone then saw the ring turn gray. A string of large letters appeared at the top. Listening. Seeing the string of text, Kojiro admitted that he froze. The game was all but over. The crypts unopened, and both the lawyer and the seer had turned in their own starts. He wasn't fooling himself that they still had a chance of winning. He was just puzzled that the other guy was a lock to win. So what the hell was he listening for? Shenka's maneuver also puzzled the crowd in the Dragon Kingdom. Undercard switching. I know this skill basically no one would bring this talent. It's a waste of talent points. What's the point of listening now? Haven't we already won? So strong. Pointing all these useless talents ended up winning. What is he listening to? It couldn't be the sound of Sakura's player breaking defense. Could it? Ha! The pop-ups are visible to everyone. And because of the nature of the game, the text is automatically converted into text that everyone recognizes. Naturally, the people from Sakura Nation saw the pop-ups from the Dragon Nation's side. Saw a pop-up saying that the dream which was there to listen to them break defense. They broke the big defense straight away. None of you are directly involved in the game. So don't talk nonsense, okay? It's a game of life and death. How could anyone be so childish? Inside the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom, Li Dicheng turned his gaze to Jiang Bai. The other party can guess what Shenku was doing no. Jiang Bai was also a butcher player, so she should be able to understand some of Shenku's intentions, right? Seeing that the crowd was casting their gazes towards him again, Jiang Bai buried his head in some embarrassment. I don't know, she spoke in a small voice, because the talent that leads to the bottom side of the deck. There's another one that seems pretty useless to me. Although Jiang Bai is not a good socializer, he still puffs up to share his insights at times like this. According to my memory, the bottom card is the last choice on the far right of the talent map. Jiang Bai began to recall. In fact, they now had information on both the survivor's talent and the supervision's talent. But knowing the information is one thing, understanding and using it is another. Wang Jiyu followed suit and spoke. He and Jiang Bai were of the same mind. There is another talent called hospitality before the bottom card. And to light up bottom card, you have to light up 15 points of hospitality. Hospitality 0/3. Movement speed increased by 4%/6%/8% when holding a balloon. This talent is considered by all nations to be a wasted talent. Is it useful to find someone so you can knock them down and hold them above the chair, just to add a little bit of movement speed when holding up the balloon? And the bottom card switches to the other bottom card. It was enough for them to use just one, listening, and they didn't consider using any other secondary skills for the time being. Jiang Bai nodded his head as he followed, and there were a total of 120 talent points. And it costs 40 points to go from hospitality to the bottom of the deck. At close to a third of the points, no one in their right mind would choose this, but it was Chen Ke who ordered it. Still switching into listening after a victory. It looks as if it's just as much about listening for the sound of the other team's defense breaking as the pop-ups say it is. The more the crowd thought about it, the more they realized that it was like pointing out to listen to the sound of the other side's broken defense. The pop-ups over here were clashing wildly with the Sakura Nation pop-ups. Listen to the sound of your opponent's broken defense. I can. It's so strong. Sakuraguk, shut up. ING asshole. Don't make wild guesses about the player's intentions. Okay? Listening. I hear the echo of a broken defense. Asshole. Shut up and shut up. Buckle the leaky teeth way. Kojiro took a deep breath. He didn't bother with the pop-up argument. Only the Lord of the Manor could do it for him now. He then wanted to ask if this behavior of the other party was not considered a violation. Kojiro straightened his chest and waited patiently for the results. The pop-ups also quieted down at this point, and everyone quietly looked into the void. The blood of those two survivors had almost been drained, and Chen Ke was about to come out of the game. The contestant complies with the rules of the game and will not be penalized. As this voice rang out in the void, Kojiro broke defense once again. Malicious bloodletting is called conforming to the rules of participation. You may choose to surrender. 017 Trying to listen to the sound of your opponent's defense breaking. The words came out and the crowd just felt their mammary glands become open. The clenched fists of the Dragon Kingdom crowd loosened. Yeah, you guys can surrender. Surrender if you don't want to be bled out. Will you die on your knees or will you choose to surrender with your wimpy ass? This is the best game I've ever watched. I'll admit it this time even if I'm punished. We're finally able to stand up. I don't think they can even come up with a way to check the Witch of Dreams. Who says it doesn't? Didn't Sakura Nation give a demonstration? Banning would be nice. Kojiro had put down his hand, and the second before he went offline. Everyone seemed to be able to see the blush that had reached his neck. This time, the opponent had really broken the defense. The two players from Sakura Nation still didn't choose to surrender. They naturally knew about that option of surrendering, but surrender means desertion. When the blood was drained, they were still going to die, but they still felt that they could look decent by dying this way. When the blood of the two survivors on the field was drained a little bit, Chen Ke's Witch of Dreams also appeared on top of the high platform. He a backdrop that controlled the whole situation. And below him were the four survivors that had been lost. Chen Ke's figure appeared at the top of the ring, and at this point he could see the game's pop-ups and see what people were saying about him. The pop-ups are incredibly exciting. Chen Ke can exist for 30s, at which time he can answer some of everyone's questions, and if the player is willing, he can also share his gaming experience with everyone. But now, aside from the pop-ups from other countries asking if he could teach a little bit of game understanding, all of the people in the Dragon Kingdom were asking him what he meant by switching listening at the end. As for the pop-ups from other countries, they ignored them. Is it appropriate to impart experience to you without thinking about it yourself? Chen Ke had thought that everyone would say something to celebrate. A look at the pop-ups. Surprisingly, most of them are asking him to switch the intention of listening. Listen ah. Chen Ke's voice traveled down the ring into everyone's ears. Kojiro has lowered his hand, and he too now looks up at the ring in the void above his head. He also wondered what the other side's specific use for switching listening was. Must want to know where the prophet is right. The prophet crawled to the corner and hid after the believer who had knocked him down disappeared. Not wanting Chen Ke to hang himself, the prophet also did not expect that Chen Ke did not even think about hanging flying them. He had intended to bleed. All one what can be a big roll. Chen Ke spread his hands. Trying to listen to the sound of the opponent's broken defense is just a matter of trying to listen to the sound of the opponent's broken defense. Chen Ke did not hide his intentions at all. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. I really figured out the player's mind. Not bad for one of our own. Awesome. I love it. This time, Sakura Nation is really breaking defense. Still don't believe it. Have to ask someone to say it in person. Now you're really being listened to. The pop-up fun went on and on. Sakura Nation had fallen into a lull. Kojiro looked at the players in front of him. Next time, we have to get them. Ban his Dream Witch and I'll see what he's playing at. What about you guys? Rubbish. Have you researched how to use the Dream Witch yet? If we knew how to Dream Witch as well, we'd be the ones for capture right now. It's no wonder Kojiro is so angry, because the Witch of Dreams has been on the scene twice before this. The first time with San and the second time with their Sakura country. And they had to be angry that they didn't have a character that they understood in the matchup that was now understood by someone else. After a few words, 30s passed quickly. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 60. Eliminated survivors, 4. First 4 catch reward, 20. Point settlement, Rokoku gets 80 points. Looking at the score, the crowd of Dragon Nation instantly cheered. They are in a bad situation. With minus 200 points, you can only win 40 points in a single game, which also includes your own 20 points. This time, in addition to its own 20 points, the Sakura Nation band character cost an extra 20 points. The most surprising thing was the first 4 catch bonus. This win was 60 points, and it took Dragon Country straight from minus 200 to minus 140. The game ended, and Chenka's figure reappeared in the training room. Li Dichang and others quickly gathered around, and everyone very much wanted to know how Chenka was conducting the game, and Chenka's series of ideas in the game. Okay, everyone, let's celebrate now. For our hero, Li Dichang decided to eat first. There's nothing more comforting than a hero coming back and feasting. Chenka just glanced at the somewhat lost crowd around him. Elder Li, let's put the dinner thing aside for a while, and take advantage of the fact that it's just over to summarize the experience for everyone. Zhang Bai at this time squeezed in the crowded crowd. Small size in the inside is not inconspicuous. She wants to hear it too. Would like to hear Chenka's understanding of the game. Wang Jiyu solemnly stood in front of Chenku. Chenku, I'm sorry. He apologized fervently. Ha? Why apologize? Chenku was a bit confused. Did the other party do something? I didn't trust you when you were on the field. I also said some bad words. Wang Jiyu looked at Chenka seriously, trying to get his forgiveness. Chenka seems to remember a little bit when he thinks of the opponent's uneven look before he went on the court. Hey, what a big deal. He patted Wang Jiyu's shoulder. Gentlemen talk about signs regardless of heart. We are all trying to achieve victory. Chenka does not care. This is not a personal performance of the field. Everyone just wants to win. At this time Chenka stood above the podium in the training room, and the people underneath quickly looked for their own position to sit down. Listening attentively to Chenka's summary of his experience with the game this time, Elder Li wiped the corners of his eyes. These were their good children. I told everyone before I came on that I knew how to find the seekers. Now, I'm going to teach you 2 tricks, how to drain tinnitus, and how to look for motor jitter. As long as you know these 2 methods, everyone will be able to find people, and nowadays, other survivalists do not have a high level of understanding, and Chenko has already found that they like to choose some wonky characters. Chenko will not necessarily compete in every game. It's not a one-man game. What if he or she went with them afterward to participate in the survivors camp game? To win the game, you must first understand the butcher. Carding tinnitus is already a basic operation in the survivalist camp. Motor jitter and also Luca can be utilized to reverse the movement of the control regulation utilized. Sure enough, after he said those 2 words, the crowd was dumbfounded. What is tinnitus? What is motor shaking? Chenka said words they all understand, but now sounds how in heavenly books like 018. How can you sneak ghosts if you don't memorize the map? Yale yale yale. Chenka held his forehead inside. People really don't know anything. He looked at the electronic whiteboard on the podium and directly picked up the decent electronic pen and drew on it. In 3 strokes, he drew a square map on it, in which he adjusted the color of the electronic pen on it and marked little blue stars. Seeing this figure, shock filled the eyes of the people sitting in the rows below. It's not. Has anyone told themselves what this is that he's drawing? What on earth is this very strange and very familiar looking feeling? Even Elder Li, who had a confused look on his face, sat in the corner. He glanced at his cell phone. Someone from the Dragon Kingdom's 5th personality authority was messaging him, wanting him to bring the hero over to receive the accolades. Come over at what time? Everyone can't wait. He said first give everyone a review after the game. He was sharing his experience with everyone. Li Lao took his cell phone and secretly tapped the screen below, occasionally raising his head to look at Chen Ku on the stage. Now he really looks like the student who was afraid of being caught by the teacher playing with his cell phone. It's our fault for not thinking things through. So don't tell us about what he shared. Just keep it to yourselves. As long as he doesn't feel we're being thin-skinned. Li Dichang is the only pivotal point of their contact with the players. The rest of them will not know any information about the players or anything related to the intelligence of the game they are researching. Don't worry, it won't be. They're all good kids. Li Dichang wiped the corners of his eyes. Now that countries are watching, they are afraid to even expose the contestants to the public eye. At this time, Chen Ko on the stage knocked the screen. Does this chart feel familiar to anyone? Looking at the diagram on the screen, the crowd lowered their heads and fell into deep thought. The diagram was sketched into place, but it was the location of the 2 doors that raised a guess in their minds. The game will also have 2 doors. Chen Ko, this drawing is also 2 doors. Jiang Bai was sitting in the corner of the first row, and a bright realization flashed under her eyes when she saw that diagram. Sensei, is this a map of the arsenal? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room erupted. But the more I look, the more familiar it seems. Li Dicheng even stood up violently as he got up directly and walked outside the training room. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have heard something extraordinary. He stood at the front door of the training room, keeping the door firmly guarded, though their training room was well hidden. He stood outside the door at this point to prevent any leakage of information. The crowd saw Elder Li's actions and took a deep breath, rubbing the corners of their eyes to rub the soreness all the way down. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom today is bleak, and everyone knows what they have to do now. Just looking at the diagram drawn by Chen Ku on the whiteboard. Sensei, is this really a map of the arsenal? The location of those two doors they could understand. The game had a large door and a small door, near in two opposite locations. What's that VIP again? When they saw the word chair, the crowd's hearts stuttered. Did you even memorize the position of the chairs, teacher? That square spot, called the cellar? Teacher, aren't cellars randomly refreshed? How can you even label the points? What's the invincibility point? There were too many questions in everyone's mind that they wanted to ask, and the way they wanted to speak was in everyone's eyes. Chen Ku heard Jiang Bai's words and looked like a child who could be taught. Good, here's a map of the arsenal. Jiang Bai opened his mouth, and the shock in his eyes could barely be suppressed, because the map is randomized for each game. In addition to the arsenal, there's the Red Church, Lakeview Village, Sacred Heart Hospital, Luna Creek Park, Chinatown. At first people thought about memorizing the map, but then realized it wasn't necessary. This is because the cryptographs and chairs in the map will refresh a little differently from matchup to matchup even if they are in the same map, plus the randomization of the location birth of the seeker and regulation. It's not what the game map looks like that people are confused about. It's how to find the survivors. This map needs to be memorized by everyone, remembering the location of the cellar, as well as the location of the basement, and the location of the doors and windows. Chen Ku instructed. You know, in the previous world, memorizing the map, memorizing the survivalist's birthpoint location, almost has been a must-do for every gamer. If there's one game to play that has as much information to memorize as it does to test, it's got to be Persona 5. Wang Jiyu had already pressed his hand, and his raised hand had emphasized his doubts. Isn't the teacher cellar randomly refreshed? Isn't it necessary to listen to the wind? Why did you mark 3 spots above? Chen Ku nodded his head. The question of the cellar was a good one even for the newcomers in the previous life. Yeah, randomly refreshed. Randomly refreshed at these 3 points. When you're the only one left in the game and don't know the cellar spots, you can head to the places marked on the map and don't run around. Of course, this is something that all survivalist camps must memorize. As for the motor shaking, there's tinnitus. Isn't it true that people can't find anyone? When you walk around the map and the little ear symbol appears on the panel, it means there must be a survivalist within 36 meters of you. But if you still can't find the seeker, then you can watch the motors jiggle from across the building. And as the seeker deciphers the cipher machine will jiggle differently as it progresses in its decipherment. When Chen Ku's words came out, everyone looked at the map on the screen and were all dumbfounded. No, how is this different from what everyone understands? While everyone is still confused about where to find the survivalist, Chen Ku tells everyone how they can find the survivalist with precision. For a moment, there was a jolt of realization. If one knows that there is someone within 36 meters, then it is perfectly possible to bring an insertion eye to shine it out, rather than using so-called listening. The downside of listening is too great. Survivors can't hear any messages at all when they're not moving or walking. Teacher, is it useful for us to memorize the map? A man in the corner couldn't help but ask a question. The locations of the cryptographs in the game are highlighted, as are the locations of the gates once they have been deciphered. It's safe to say that both seekers and regulators just need to follow the guide for the game. Rather, it's the tinnitus and watching the motor shake that they find useful information. I just don't have any formal practice and don't know exactly how to look for tinnitus and motor jitter. To them, the game is more like a cat and mouse game of hide and seek. Of course it works. The basement location prevents collapsing in the basement and making rescue more difficult. How are you going to sneak ghosts if you don't memorize the map? 019 You're the only one who likes to fight regulation, aren't you? Sneak. Slipping ghosts. Everyone is going to be Chen Ku's words to the shock. Encountered the Tantalus. We cannot hide. How to also sneak ghost? Chen Ku saw everyone this look. Then no. Say more unintentionally. Only really practice a bit. Can let everyone know? The ghost is needed to slip. Staying in hiding isn't a permanent solution. One of the team must come out to hold the supervision. It's the only way to keep supervision from interfering with the others deciphering the ciphers, and to break them all as fast as possible. Chen Ku does not know if they can understand that this is a team game. Tell you what, Next matchup. If we draw survivor, then I'll need 3 teammates. Any of you guys want to join me? I'll take care of the holding supervision. You guys just fix the machine. When these words came out, the eyes of the crowd became extremely complicated, and they stood up to face the regulation. What a heavy responsibility that is. Of course, there may be mistakes on my part, so I'll be counting on you all when the time comes. The talent, if you will, requires everyone to bring a talent called dangerous to dangerous. After Chenko finished, everyone began to fall silent, because nowadays people are more willing to go for some repair machine acceleration talents. I'll do it. Zhangbai raised her own hand as she stood up in her small size and walked over to Chenku. It was undoubtedly a bold attempt, but for some reason, she believed in Chenku. Chenka spoke a lot of information that she had never guessed. The word slinky ghost, in particular, held an inexplicable attraction for her. In the face of regulation, don't you have to find a way to escape? Wang Jiyu also walked out from the second row. Add me to the list. You're better than me. Your dream, which is very powerful. If it really comes down to a sacrifice, don't worry. I won't hesitate to protect you to let you escape. Chenko heard his words and cried a little. What is wrong with this person? I said I didn't blame him myself. How he still looks like he's redeemed himself. Chenko looked toward the stage. He still needed a teammate. Seems like it's quite interesting, kid. In that case, let's add me to the list. The back row tapped the table to get up a small yellow hair. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was really interested in what Chenko was saying. Chenko looked at the equipment of his team. A gloomy young girl who always lowered her head. A always guilty Wang Jiyu. And now there is an additional yellow-haired middle-aged teenager. Alright, that's all. Persona 5 players are like this. What's your name? Chenko looked toward the yellow-haired middle-aged teenager in the corner. The first two he already knew. My name is Zhongli. Okay, Rock King Emperor. What did you say? Zhongli gave him a puzzled look. What was this kid muttering in his mouth? Nothing. I said my name is Chenko. Welcome to my team. Seeing Chenko's promise to let Zhongli join the team, Wang Jiyu directly changed his face. No, don't want him. Jiang Bai didn't say anything, but his face wasn't much better. This kid likes to touch boxes. It's too delayed. Wang Jiyu yelled at the top of his voice. From what we know so far, the chests open random props, and the kid loves nothing more than to take the Air Force, touching the chests in the opening rounds in hopes of touching a gun, and then sneaking over to take a shot at a crash when the supervisor finds a teammate to persecute. Many times innings that were capable of 4 runs resulted in only 3 runs because the kid liked to touch boxes, delaying much of the cipher progress. It's good that the teammate who died on the 3rd run was able to revive, and he's often the one who dies because of the regulatory hate he invokes after shooting. So he's the only one left on the property, because he has saved many people. People are not afraid to speak out against him. Touch the box. Chenko looked at the yellow-haired middle-aged teenager, and the other party listened to Wang Jiyu's words with an uneven face. The last time you were chased by a supervisor, I was the one who shot you and saved you. Ungrateful. Wang Jiyu's face was ugly. I only have one life. I can't protect you two at all. Yes, the reason he did not want Zhongli to participate is that he felt that sooner or later one day he would have to sacrifice for Chenko. One more Zhongli. He is a life. Simply cannot use it. Just him. Chenko looked at this kid and appreciated how he looked. This kid has a bit of super hung on him. The team is missing this one super hung OB bit. As for that Wang Jiyu kid, just go fix the machine. He didn't even care about Wang Jiyu's words and directly recruited Zhongli into his team. Don't worry. My lord will protect you. Just give me a box of time. He didn't think his behavior was wrong. In case he could touch the flare gun, he was able to save the other side, directly from supervision. Nothing can happen to a teammate with himself. Hearing that he liked to choose the role of the Air Force, Chenko looked at him thoughtfully. Like to fight regulation, right? He seemed to have poked Zhongli with a single word. Zhongli saw the gazes of the people around him turn to him and hurriedly waved his hand. I just want to protect my teammates. Want to try another role next time? Like a striker? I'm not going to. Running with the ball is not my style. Bell heard the striker and refused without thinking. He's not going to run with the ball. Looks too timid. No. Have you ever thought about taking the ball and running headlong right into a supervisor while your teammate is being chased by the supervisor? Or the moment the supervisor is holding it up? Chenko followed the good advice. This kid is really a good seedling. He preferred this to his teammates who like to hide and fix their machines. When a teammate is in danger, it's inevitable that someone will have to bail out. Someone will have to stand up for the team. And the first thing you have to do to get to that point is to overcome the fear that comes with a heartbeat. This kid does that very well. Hit regulation? Zhongli froze for a moment. What Chenko said about this? He genuinely hadn't thought about it. Yeah, you'd think you could knock him out for a long long time by holding the ball and expending so many props slamming into the regulation, right? This can still be like this? Zhongli was a little heartbroken. What else? This character is called a striker. Can he still be a coward? Chen Ke's words were like demonic whispers circling Zhongli's ears. He really had his heart set on it. Wang Jiyu took 2 steps back. He looked at Chen Ke in disbelief. He seemed to be instilling something different in this yellow-haired middle-aged teenager. Let's make a deal then. In the next game, if we draw humans, you move closer to me while I'm eating my blade. And if I'm down, you pull the ball far enough to hit it head on. Good. This lord will protect you. It's on me. What about me? Wang Jiyu couldn't help but speak. Just play a lawyer to protect yourself and fix the machine. What about me? Me? Zhang Bai couldn't help but speak. What do you want to play? 020 Don't give up to make a miracle. What character would you like to use yourself? Zhang Bai stood beside Chen Ke, and many people's gazes looked towards her. She looked down at her toes, her mind a little confused. She did not know why Chen Ke would let Zhongli, such a person who likes to touch the box to fight regulation, join the team. But she also felt that if a team, Chen Ke is responsible for sneaking ghosts, Zhongli is responsible for fighting regulation, Wang Jiyu is responsible for repairing the machine. Then she carefully conceptualized such a team configuration in her mind, as if she saw a whole new tactical layout unfolding before her eyes. As she thought about it, it seemed as if she would be solely responsible for saving the day. I want to save people. Zhang Bai raised her head violently, her eyes firm on her thin face, and her gaze was filled with an unquestionable determination. She would love to hear from Chen Ke again about why it is important to carry a defuse. Well, then, your gift is going to carry to turn the danger into a blessing. Dangerous. After successfully saving a survivor on the chair of carnival, you and that survivor will enter 20s of invincibility, during which time you will not enter the down state and cannot be healed. Any damage taken during this period that causes you to fall will take effect instantly after the invincibility time has passed. After successfully saving a survivalist, the caster's talent will not be triggered again. Zhang Bai silently recalled the instructions on the rules about turning danger into danger, thinking quickly in his mind. In this dangerous game world, everyone becomes cautious. Previously they rarely bothered to save their teammates from the carnival chair, and nowadays the choice of each country is to sell them if they get caught. Unless the regulator is away from the chair, they won't want to go to the aid. In this climate, every rescue is like a thrilling gamble, and the price of failure is often steep. Fighting and struggling for 20s and opening the door for only 18s. Do you know what concept that is? Jerking. Everyone raised their heads. No one had ever counted the time it took to open the door, and at the last minute, everyone was waiting in fear and anxiety for the door to open, during which time they had to prevent the regulation from coming after them. After listening to Chen Ke's words, everyone was shocked to realize that it was even possible to force the door open against regulatory damage during the invincibility time. The idea crossed everyone's mind like a bolt of lightning. Everyone suddenly realizes what an invincible thing 20s fighting for their lives is. Don't give up in order to create a miracle. Chen Ke's mind recalled that comment about turning a danger into a miracle. Don't give up in order to create a miracle. Zhang Bai lowered her head and murmured softly, and her voice seemed particularly soft in the quiet room. After she repeated it a few times, her eyes became unmistakable. In her mind, the words were like a burning flame, dispelling the fear and hesitation within her. I want to save lives. Give me this position. I can do a good job. Zhang Bai's voice was firm and strong, and her body leaned forward slightly, like a small beast ready to charge into battle. Yeah, there's a lot of points to keep in mind if you save. We can just dig in when the supervision isn't next to the chair, and learn to jam the half when the supervision is next to the chair. Chen Ke patiently explained. He knows that these skills are vital for Zhang Bai. Every detail may determine the success or failure of the rescue. A person can get on the chair 3 times, divided into 1 hanging, 2 hanging, and on the hanging fly. Chen Ke spoke earnestly, and the people around him also listened attentively. No one had ever tried to save anyone before, but they could understand what Chen Ke said, because everyone could see the progress bar after the survivalist got into the chair. There was a bloodline halfway down the body position. After listening to everyone ponder, Chen Ke's meaning is to let everyone stuck in the bloodline before the teammates saved. He said it would buy his teammates who were fixing the machine a little time to decipher the cipher machine. For a while, even Wang Jiyu couldn't help but look toward Chen Ke for a few more seconds. What kind of calculation is this to spend all the time in the upper chair fighting for your companion's time? What if I'm not careful to go over halfway to save someone from the chair? Zhang Bai voiced some trembling. That bloodline is a trace. According to Chen Ke's statement, as long as more than the bloodline, no matter how much over the next time on the chair is hanging fly, then dead bail. Try to let the supervision change hanging, so that another new bloodline, we will come over to save you. Chen Ke's voice was calm and firm. giving people a reassuring strength. Even though you're the saving bit, you're not the only one on the team, and everyone can save a life when needed. Good. Jiang Bai agreed very decisively. She believed in Chen Ku. She was sure that the one who said don't give up, you can make miracles would take them to win the matchup. Chen Ku looked at the people around him. Everyone should form a team as well. Repairing machines, holding, saving, and assisting. There are a lot of preparers here. And today each country participates in a minimum of 1 game and a maximum of 3 per day. A country, at one time, can only have 2 teams in the tournament. So far no country has gone for the second one. However, if they sign up for the second game on their own, the matchup countries will also be picked by lottery. We didn't have a defense against the Sakura Nation banned characters this time. So what if next time I'm on, they lift their team to sign up for a second game? Countries are great learners and soon they will be able to learn from our matchups. It's just a matter of time. All we have to do is take advantage of the time and play against each other multiple times to win a little bit more points back. Chen Ke finished looking at the 3 people around him. Everyone just rest today. I'll give you a little more knowledge, and more will have to be realized in practice. Starting tomorrow, we play all 3 games. The preparers on the scene nodded. They knew that Chen Ke was asking them to guard against a situation where the countries that had already entered the tournament drew to play the second game to draw the Dragon Nation after he went on the field. Only after the general lecture was almost over did Elderly enter the training room. This time he clearly sensed something different. Before, the personnel in the training room had been standing in a very random manner, but now that he had come in, the training room had become 5 teams of 4. There were 7 others standing alone, and just when he thought that they were unassigned teams, he was told that they were players who were going to specialize on the butcher afterwards. He just hadn't been in the training room for a while, and the entire preparation staff had been put in order. He knew that it must be Chen Ke's credit. A team of 4 corresponds to exactly 4 survivalists. It looks like Chen Ke doesn't want the future matchups to randomly group platoons up. Instead, I want everyone to have regular teammates. Does this so-called 5th personality also require team tacit understanding? Elderly shook himself off and forced himself not to ask Chen Ke. Son, do you have any rewards you want? Elderly looked at Chen Ke with relief. With such a person presiding over the big picture, their Dragon Kingdom would definitely recover their points quickly. No matter what the conditions are. We can agree. Elderly didn't tell a lie. No matter what request Chen Ke made, they would find a way to fulfill it. Anything? A joyful color flashed under Chen Ke's eyes. Right. Anything. I want fireworks. 021 Setting off fireworks is just a way to protect your teammates. Fireworks? Li Dichang froze for a moment. Was it such a simple request? No problem. We'll prepare a fireworks display of whatever size you want right away for you. His eyes were filled with compassion. What a great kid. What an honor it is to have 4 catches. And all he wants is a firework? They can't fulfill this small request. Are they still human? Not that fireworks. Chen Ke twisted his fingers in a twisted way, and looked at Li Dichang's face was actually more than a hint of fawning smile. He had just looked at the game mall, which could have a price list of points for supplies, along with some life supplies and military technology. There are some character moves that belong to Persona 5. 1 point can be exchanged for enough food to sustain the entire country for 10 days. 5 points can be exchanged for high-end materials technology and a host of other super-age development technologies. But at the bottom of the page, there are some character moves that belong to Persona 5. Among the fireworks that Chen Ke wants, they are divided into regulators and survivors. To redeem the handheld fireworks for both camps, you need 4 points. Chen Ke just a little bit of emptiness. And call up that exchange panel that everyone can see. He pointed to the 2 handheld fireworks at the bottom. I'll take this one. Li Dichang looked at the icon at the bottom. The 2 images of the survivor and the regulator holding fireworks. Not only Elderly, the eyes of all the people present flashed with disbelief, doubt, confusion, and speculation. Not enough. Elderly didn't ask more questions, just nodded vigorously. Okay. Without any hesitation, he simply took the Dragon Kingdom's hand and redeemed this 2 action. It's not a move assembled for a particular player, and it's a move that can be used by any survivor and also regulator that comes on the field in Dragonland afterward. Does it help? Zhongli immediately scratched his head and looked at Chen Ke. Elderly was too embarrassed to ask. After all, he had promised Chen Ke that he would be able to agree to whatever he asked for. It's just 4 points. And this one is still won by Chen Ke's 4 catches. Chen Ke squirms and smiles, regulating that one is a little personal hobby of mine, and that firework of the survivor can be seen as something that can protect teammates. Right. Chen Ke smiled very coy. When he played supervision in his previous life, he saw fireworks in the hands of the survivor, and he was able to slip him like a dog. He would be incomparably red warm. The operation will follow the deformation. The operation is gradually blurring, but the goal will become clearer. Who's to say that having that supervising Red Wing Death Grip one isn't the way to protect your teammates? That way even if a teammate is fixing the machine next to you, the regulation might not shift the target to hit it a bit. There's nothing more ventilating than catching dead firework shooters. This protects teammates? Zhongli immediately stood in awe of Chen Ku. That's an unusual understanding of the game. This fireworks action or never been exchanged by anyone. Chen Ku can even study the solution of these actions. What about the other moves down there? And provocative. Nope. How is it that a seeker's actions are doing provocation? It's not cheap at first glance. And provoking these actions isn't quite the same as fireworks. If fireworks are available to all regulators and seekers, the provocative actions below still correspond to 1 per seeker and require 1 point each. Nope. How could any action be a provocation? Survivors provoking regulation? Isn't that hateful? Chen Ku naturally also saw those actions underneath. He is embarrassed to want this. He has only won a game now. At 1 point per character. That's a big number to redeem down the line. Let's wait and take our time. The moment the Dragon Nation's score changed, it directly drew the attention of the crowd from the other countries. Kojiro noticed this straight away. Longbo's points went straight from -140 to -144. It's not game time and they've been docked 4 points. What is it? They must have been punished for bloodletting, right? They must have been punished for malicious bloodletting by the Lord of the Manor, right? Ha ha ha, the bastard. He's still being punished. The Sakura Nation crowd was beyond excited. Seeing their opponent get docked 4 more points was more than they could ever be happy with a victory. The Eagle Country Authority immediately called everyone to start a meeting. Do people think that they are being punished for bloodletting? Not quite. The manor owner has said that this is within the rules of the game. The Dragon Kingdom must have exchanged the points for a kill move. Damn. What have they done? Kumagoku frowned even as he looked at the lesser score. Try contacting them for information. Next time we match up to Dragon Regulation, we'll trade a tiebreaker. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom immediately got a message from the Bear Kingdom. They had just been told by Li Dichang that they had spent 4 points to redeem the action of setting off fireworks for Chen Ku. They didn't disagree. This is what Chen Ku deserves. They were still quite moved by the other party's quid pro quo. Xiongbo still has some credibility, so they are considering it. But it is also necessary to ask for Chen Ku's consent first. What if tactics are involved? When Li Dichang told Chen Ku about this, he softly soothed beside him. Don't be psychologically burdened. Reject it when you should. Chen Ku cried and laughed. This is just a little personal bad taste. Maybe the next match everyone can see. It seems nice to be able to trade for a Dragon Regulatory tiebreaker. This will keep alive their supervisory players for once. After all, people only know the theory now. They still have to go up and practice it. As long as it's a tie, their supervisory players will survive. It's okay, tell them. It won't affect your setup afterward, right? Li Dichang worried. Chen Ku shook his head. No, it's just a character holding a firework. Isn't it possible to protect your teammates? Use the effect in order to protect teammates. Not use the effect as a clown. Chen Ku does not care. Setting off fireworks for seconds would be really clownish. After receiving Chen Ku's affirmative reply, the Bear Country's site immediately obtained the Dragon Country's exchange information. They redeemed the fireworks? What the hell kind of tactics are these? Got skills? Nope. Item info shows no damage at all. We change too. Xiongbo gritted his teeth. They dare to exchange even their negative points. We have more than 100 positive points. Why don't we dare to exchange them? For catch the first one. They must have their reasons for doing so. Ben was secretly happy that Dragon Nation was deducted points because of bloodletting. And the next second they saw that Bear Nation was also 4 points short. 4. Why? Eagle Country is even madder. What's done? Did what? What did they do in private? Chen Ku was silent when he saw that the other party had also changed. Fireworks are such a bit of a personal pet peeve. Is it all right? Li Lao still asked uneasily. Nothing, Chen Ku replied without hesitation. Just as Elderly was about to say something else, a bell sounded in the void. Clang. Today's matchups are all over. Please draw lots for tomorrow's game. Elderly looked at his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly turned over the hand that represented the Dragon Kingdom. Regulation. Elderly's face was hard to see and regulate again. Another glance at the side of Chen Ku. Well, there is a backbone. 022 play quench tomorrow. Li Dichang also did not know why he felt an immense inner peace when he saw Chen Ku. He stood in the corner of the training room, surrounded by bright lights. Some of the game's tactical analysis charts posted on the walls. The entire environment is permeated with a tense and depressing atmosphere. However, as long as his eyes touched Chen Ku, the kind of peace that he felt within him will be born. When did you start feeling so emotional? He mused in his mind. It could be the day Chen Ku came out and said he could find all the survivors. It could be the time when Chenka foregrabbed and bled the lawyers and prophets. Or it could be the time when he just walked into the training room and saw the team that had been integrated. At that time Chenka was like a bright light, suddenly shone into the dragon country that is full of gloomy game war. Li Dicheng shook his head and carefully looked at Chenku. If they ban the Dream Witch, what are we going to use next? You have mastered both Jack and Red Butterfly, right? Or have Jiangbai tell you what the clowns have mastered? Li Dicheng knew in his heart that after Chenku had made a big splash with the Witch of Dreams, he would surely be targeted by everyone in the other countries. Ban costs 10 points for a character, which goes both ways and is very somewhat insignificant for the points lost for failure. If you win, you can win it all back. Or, let's ban 2. We can also spend 20 points and ban 2 survivors. Li Dicheng gritted his teeth and spoke. Dragon Nation doesn't have a lot of points these days, and spending an extra 20 points would be a huge gamble. Now that Dragonland is still negative, with a 20-point raise, it's safe to say that if you lose, you'll be knocked right back down, if not worse. Chenko looked at Li Dicheng's determined look, then shook his head. There's no role that needs to be banned, and it's also just the right time to show everyone how to play. This teaching was mainly to teach them how to see motor jitter. Of course it doesn't matter if we won't be able to look. We can still order a talent. Quenching. What Chenko was prepared to play this time was Hardened Stream Joseph. The Hardened Flow Joseph assist skill band teleports, and midway through it also teleports a corresponding click based on motor jitter. Quenching? Jiangbai instantly raised his head when he heard this word. There are a lot of Butcher's players with Quench now because they just can't find anyone. Even so, the gains with Quenching are low. Hardened, after 50 seconds of opening, if all survivors are at health, display everyone's status for 5 seconds. The map in Persona 5 isn't huge, but it's not small either, and 5 seconds is a short time. If there happens to be no survivalist around, 5 seconds of walking near the survivalist and his silhouette has disappeared. Fifth personality's fifth has a lot of high walls. Slightly hiding behind the wall, walk quietly. You can watch the red light of supervision to avoid the search, but you've already taught everyone to watch the motor shake. Although she hadn't gone into real practice yet, she felt that Chenko wouldn't lie to them about it. If they look closely, they will be able to find it. Yes, does not affect, can be used together. Chenka said with a smile. Joseph's matchups are all stinky and long, with photo ops, and it takes a combined repair to put together a machine before the mirror ends. Chenka roughly understands the survivalists in this world, and many of them will sneak and hide to prevent themselves from being discovered when they are not aware of the supervisory movements. Don't dare to step forward until you see the red light pass by you and walk away, or appear next to a teammate. Chenku was not afraid of them in the quenching time fierce repair machine. Wait for the quenching to start and then cut the mirror to hang the mirror. Wait for the end of the mirror time and then hit the deterrent are too late. When the mirroring time is over, the repair progress will be set back by half. Jiang Bai looked at Chenku. She had the impression that the usual Chenku was a very silent person. Love to write and draw like crazy in my notebook. There are a lot of prepared players who do research, and Chenku's paycheck isn't exactly maverick or weird. So tomorrow, are you still going up? Li Dicheng glanced around. There were no other players who wanted to compete to go up. Chen could dream of the Witch of the Four Grabs before shocking the people. Aha! Chen Ku nodded. Good. Then you have a good day's rest and we'll leave you alone. Just send commands on your personal tablet if you need anything, and someone special will bring it to you. Elder Li once again instructed. He said and waved his hand, signaling the other players to go down and rest as well. Wang Jiyu walked towards the outside of the training room, and when he reached the door, he still didn't hold back from turning back. I know we have a lot to learn, and we won't be able to use the Dream Witch for a while, but I'd still like to know how you get Heartbeat-less Witch followers to follow the lawyer and control the followers themselves to catch the prophet? Don't all assist skills have a CD after using them? Why were you able to release 2 dogs in a row? As soon as Wang Jiyu's words fell, those who were preparing to leave immediately stopped in their tracks. Wang Jiyu asked this question that all of them wanted to know, but they also knew that they couldn't possibly get on the field to use the Witch of Dreams. It's too hard and far less certain than using a familiar character. Now coupled with Chenka's platoon man looking motor maneuvering skills, they feel like they're on track to keep the tie. Chenka saw the gazes of the people stopping. The corner of his mouth rose. Remember when I went back to guard the chair when the lawyer escaped and controlled the lawyer that believer ran in the other direction? Isn't that a mistake? Zhongli was alarmed. It would have been rare for one person to control several characters in a distracted manner. Even if Chenka had made a mistake they wouldn't have said anything. Already with 4 catches for the win. The other errors in the matchup were side issues. It's invisible from the viewer's god's perspective, but I'm surrounded by blood when I'm controlling the seeker's parasitic believers. By controlling a believer toward the outside of the circle, the believer pulls free of my control and goes off on his own to follow the parasitic host. I'm not controlling that believer, it's just following automatically. After Chen Ke finished speaking, everyone's eyes became complicated as they looked at Chen Ke, because it didn't occur to anyone that it wasn't a fumble. As for the dog which each individual, the skill CD is calculated independently. So it is. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. Zhongli immediately came over to Chen Ke's side. Are we still playing Dream Witches tomorrow? I want to see 4 parasites chasing them at the same time. Zhongli did not hide his thoughts. The rest of the group nodded along. Yes, they wanted to see it too. Chen Ke shook his head. We won't fight this tomorrow. That's right. We don't know who our opponent is yet, but the other side will definitely ban your Dream Witch if they know it's us. Zhongli nodded. He knew the nature of those countries well. It's not that it might ban, it's that it will definitely ban. Even if it wasn't as deliberately targeted as Sakura Nation, it would have cost at least 10 points to ban the Witch of Dreams. I thought I told you. Play Quench tomorrow. 023 Fixing the machine position is responsible for sneaking ghosts. What's the logic of it all? Elderly dismissed all those who wanted to talk and ask questions, and he bombarded the people with feigned annoyance. Let Chen Ke have a good rest, and we'll continue to review the game after tomorrow's fight. Now with Chen Ke, even though he still has a negative score, he has an inner peace advantage on me. Before Jiang Bai and Wang Ziyu Zhongli were about to leave, Li Deqiang stopped them. Just now has already allocated a 4-room suite for your squad. In the future you will live together. Convenient team communication. Since Chen Ke had already collected the 3 into his team, he definitely had to give the 3 details about the specifics. Oh yeah. Zhongli clenched his fists tightly. Chen Ke was now his idol. He really wanted to ask Chen Ke some more about playing supervision. Why should you only be able to supervise hitting yourself? You can't fight regulation yourself. The only thing he'd discovered so far was that there was such a thing as a flare gun that could be chipped at regulation. And only the Air Force has flare guns. Lucky could have wished to touch the flare gun, but he tried a few times, and the first wish failed many times. The time wasted on getting a flare gun from the second wish opening has gotten him criticized by his teammates for quite some time now. Jiang Bai didn't make a sound, but he also pursed his lips in excitement. She was thankful for Chen Ke's trust in herself, giving herself the responsibility of saving people's bits. Wang Ziyu's eyes became more and more determined, but he was still a bit reluctant. He also wanted to take up the heavy responsibility of protecting his teammates. Can I use a bit of a survivalist that is useful to the team? He followed behind Chen Ke, as Li Deqiang was leading them toward their new suite. Repairing the machine position is also very useful. Chen Ke looked at him with raised eyebrows. Wang Ziyu clenched his fists. Everyone had a role to play and he looked more like a patchwork. It's as if his role is that he can't start a game without him. Chen Ke watched Wang Ziyu bow his head and stop speaking, and his entire body became downcast. The first time we worked together, you pick a lawyer to hide and supervise and hide and protect yourself. Surely you can't be allowed to pick the repair machine position in the later games. So wouldn't that be like letting you sneak up on a ghost? Fixing machines in the repair position can be fast. They are the first target of regulation. I must be the one to fix the machine. You are the auxiliary position. Chen Ke spoke with certainty. Wang Ziyu looked at Chen Ke staring at his sworn opening and scratched his head, very confused. Fixing the machine position is responsible for slipping the ghost. What's all this logic? Chen Ke helplessly looked at the sky. Fragrant repair machine bit weak and no self-protection ability. Which supervision does not like it? Repairing machine bits and saving people bits are both the first targets of regulation. As Chen Ke spoke, he looked to Jiang Bai, who had his head lowered to the side and thought. Being named by Chen Ke, Jiang Bai straightened his head. It's possible to smother a wrestling life if the first grab saves a bit. The 3 listened to Chen Ke's words and nodded their heads frequently in thought. Today Chen Ke spoke too much content. They need their own quiet integration and digestion. It was just enough to free up time for Chen Ke to get some rest. The next morning, the crowd assembled inside the training room early. Chen Ke watched a lot of previous videos last night, and Joseph, the character, was not as good as the witch. After San tried the role of the Witch of Dreams for the first time, Sakura-kuni tried it again, thinking she could control the role. The result naturally ended in failure. Joseph has only been on the field once, and that was as a Hawk Nation player. That time he saw that camera after he came on, went to experiment with his skills, took a picture and tried to walk in. Once inside people are confused, because in the mirror image, it's a very gray map. He tried to look inside and found the motionless survivalist. As he excitedly knocked him down and waited for the hang fly, the mirror time ended. The person who was on the hang before was not in the place where he hung the chair, but was in a down state not knowing where on the map he was. He searched all over the map and couldn't find the fallen man. Waiting for the camera CD to turn again, he went inside again. This time, he found another seeker to hang him from a chair, and the mirror time quickly ended, but the seeker was still nowhere to be found. After 2 tosses, The cryptographs were down to one. One last time he reluctantly experimented with the skill again, and he was anxiously searching through the mirrors, thinking that there were only 3 cryptographs left at the end of the day, and that he would be able to find someone here. Sure enough, here he cut down 3 people at once. Before he could hang the man in the chair, the panel showed abruptly. Survivor can open the electric gate. Mirroring time is 1 minute total. This time, he had come to his senses. The survivalists must have gathered at the front door, and all he had to do was hang someone from a chair to pick up 3 fallen bodies at the door. As he hangs the last one on the chair and waits for the mirror image to settle beautifully to pick up the body, the avatars of those 4 escapees had become 4 signs of escape. The moment the game ended, his entire body was confused. The time ended there, and he was left permanently on the edge of the estate. Since then, Joseph has been beaten by the states as the weakest regulation. No one ever tries again. It's hard enough to find people on one map, but you have to find them in a mirror image. Crazy. At this point, the Dragon Kingdom already knew its opponent, the Eagle Kingdom. Please get ready. Countdown. 30 minutes. This time, without waiting for the Lord of the Manor to urge him, Chenku raised his hand and, Dragon Country contestant, Chenku, ready. The overhead ring immediately showed that Dragon Nation had confirmed the preparation. The Eagle Kingdom was confused, and every time the Dragon Kingdom was very dilatory in its personnel choices. It waited until the last minute to give the players time to say goodbye to their loved ones and friends. This is the first time it's been ready so quickly. With over 200 Eagle Country points, they weren't afraid to lose a game. Just because you're not afraid to lose doesn't mean you can just lose. It must be that regulation from yesterday. It must be. Eagle Commander McCann gritted his teeth, his clenched fists carrying a hint of panic that he himself could hardly perceive. Commander, are we going to ban the Dream Witch? Ban, said McCann, without any hesitation. It's only 10 points. Not that we need to ban an extra one. Not that we need to cross swords with people like this with Sakura Nation. We'll just play a normal game. Macon took a deep breath. Are our players equipped and ready? Report, Commander. Preparations have been completed. Camp equipped, Air Force, lawyers, magicians, cheerleaders. McCann listened to the configuration of his own team and breathed a sigh of relief. Lawyers can hide by themselves. Lesbian teammates can run away quickly. Magicians can cheat regulation with their magic wands. And airmen can save their teammates at critical junctures. If it was against another country, they would have used the blind mechanic lawyer set as well. They were surprised by the performance of the Dragon Kingdom Butcher players yesterday. For the first time in this draw against Dragon Nation, he brought out the undercard they had been studying for a long time. Chapter 24 Dilemma over Regulatory Choices. Right, kid? All eyes were focused on this side at this moment. The ring only showed one match at a time, and the first one to be ready would start the fight. A game of Persona 5 ends quickly, in a few minutes with a fast repair machine. At this point the Dragon Kingdom has determined that it is ready. After a long moment of hesitation, the Eagle Kingdom also determined its readiness after taking another inventory of its team configuration. At this time, the audience of various countries have been boiling. All want to see Chenku once again take out a hand of the Dream Witch. Both the Bear Country and the Kangaroo White Elephant Gallic Chicken and other countries can't help but raise their heads at this point. Chenku only felt his consciousness rise, and in an instant, his consciousness came into the void. It was the same familiar dark, cramped room, and the air smelled of dampness and decay. He sat on a raised platform, underneath which were seats for the 4 seekers. He looked at the survivor character page that appeared in front of him, and instead of choosing to ban the character, he simply turned it off. A glance at the map in the lower right corner suggested the Red Church. Nice guy. The Red Church. The Red Church is arguably one of Joseph's coolest pictures. The refresh points of this map seeker, he could find them with his eyes closed. The opening photo op is a case of being able to cut 4 and hang one. This time, however, it was to demonstrate a quench to the Dragon Kingdom's preparers, and he was still only able to stand in place to chop down trees and stones to collect wood and stone fragments in the opening round. When they saw the map, the other players from the Dragon Kingdom glanced with some concern at Chenku, who was preparing. Chenku only gave them the map of the arsenal, and although the Red Church also appeared frequently, they were not sure if Chenku was as familiar with the map of the Red Church as he was with the arsenal. The survivor camp below banned the Dream Witch without hesitation, clearly scornful of Chenku's Dream Witch, but the other party didn't deliberately target it either, and only ban one, apparently also not wanting to cross swords with the Sakura country like that. Countries sigh when they see their banned characters in action. Sure enough, no one dares to release the Dragon Kingdom's Dream Witch. Who dares to release it? The scene of the 4 arrests yesterday was just too shocking. If Dragon Kingdom doesn't come out, it's a big move. From now on, Dragon Kingdom's Witch of Dreams is going to be resident in the ban position. It doesn't have to be the same player that's on the field this time. Being proficient in one regulation is already impressive. The crowd was talking. Yeah, Rokoku could have switched to a player proficient in other regulation when he knew his opponent was going to ban Dream Witch. The lower seeker was quick to determine his choice. Cheerleader, lawyer, magician, Air Force. Seeing this choice, Ryoko's face became ugly. These are a few characters that can be said to directly make the capture more difficult. The role of the lawyer allows for a full map surveillance of the location of the regulation. Everyone else has the ability to defend themselves. Jiangbai quietly didn't say anything. And beside her, Elder Li's body was trembling. He was afraid that Chen Ku would just stay inside the manor. Seeing Jiangbai look at herself, Li Lao turned his head and patted her shoulder. Fear not. Fear not. Chen Ku will come back. Ginger White is not good with people, but is not timid. She's just not very talkative. She didn't used to have teammates, so she mostly sat in the corner by herself, except when discussing the content of the message, when she would step up and give her opinion. The rest of the time it was silent. Don't be afraid. Chen Ku will definitely come back. This grandpa has never seen anyone more confident than him. Zhongli waved his hand at Elderly without a care in the world. The lineup on stage was tricky, but if he could find someone, it would just take more time to capture them. Bao Ping. Chen Ku can still do it. Zhang Li nodded. Wang Jiyu was holding a small notebook in his hand, rustling something on it, and when he heard everyone talking, he followed suit and stopped his pen. Elder Li, don't you? Just as he was about to say something, he saw Jiang Bai open his mouth. She looked back at Li Dichang. Elder Li, I'm not afraid. Don't you shiver? Chen Ku is very powerful. She just didn't have any friends before, and now that she had teammates around her, she didn't mind interacting with everyone. Me? Where am I afraid? It's you who don't be afraid. Li Lao's neck turned red. I'm not afraid. I exchanged a lot with Chen Ke last night. What he told us was just the tip of the iceberg. His understanding of this game is deeper than all of us. He's strong. Jiang Bai spoke with certainty. But the witches are all banned. Ban. Hey, Li Lao still said with some anxiety. Ginger White couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wasn't even going to use the witches today. Then what does he want? Elder Li asked hurriedly. He then realized that these three teammates of Chen Ke were all looking at themselves at this time. Just now, Zhong Li's words were also directed at him. Don't be afraid, Elder Li. That person is very powerful. Wang Jiyu also made up for what he had just not finished saying. Elder Li was slightly lost in thought. It was clear that he was comforting that little girl. How did it turn into them collectively comforting themselves? Oh Joseph. The three men spoke in unison. At the same time, Chen Ku at the top of the ring also finalized his character choice. Photographer, Joseph. Chen Ku did not tell the others what he was going to use the next day, but told them, his teammates. Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar name, Elderly jerked his head up and immediately saw the character on the stage sitting in a supervisory chair wiping the longsword in his hand. Joseph. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, as if the vigor of life had never resided here. A head of silver hair was neatly combed back behind his head, glistening with an icy sheen in the dim light, each strand seeming to be crafted from silver wire. Those ice blue eyes were as cold and deep as a glacial lake in a place of extreme cold. He actually chose this. Elderly was shocked. No wonder all three were consoling themselves with the fact that they were harder to catch than the opposite Survivor camp characters. Chen Ku's Joseph is even more shocking. How dare he take Joseph's? Makan kept his dead eyes on the stage, wondering what character this contestant would pull out after the Witch of Dreams was banned. The pop-up reactions when his own seeker picked that lineup were very satisfying to him. Yeah, look, facing this lineup of survivors, even with yesterday's big regulatory catch in Dragonland, it will still fill the Dragonland audience with worry. This was the bottom card they had worked out with great difficulty. Seeing that Supervision hadn't chosen yet, a smile involuntarily played at the corners of his mouth. Right? It's gonna be tricky for you too, isn't it? Difficulty in regulatory choices left and right, isn't it, kiddo? But in the next second, he saw the opposite side of the room locking onto the character that was considered the most wasteful. Chapter 25 Visual Rape of a Stream Lawyer. The character he remembered. Joseph was on the field just once, and that one sticks in everyone's mind. It was also the time when Joseph was recognized as the most wasteful supervisor. Look at the Dragon Country come up with Joseph. He directly read warm. How? You're here to teach us forehand and backhand? The last time Joseph played against the game, the survivalists had all fled the manor while their house player was goofing off in the mirror image, and it had made them the butt of everyone's jokes for a long time. As for this contestant, he was already 100% sure that it was the contestant from the Witch of Dreams yesterday. No one else would dare to be so bold. Except him. No one but him would also dare to come up with a handful of characters that everyone doesn't recognize in this situation. Just because of a game of Dream Witch, all recognized Chen Ku's strength. Now seeing Chen Ku electing Joseph, His first reaction was not that the other party was not good, but that the character was strong. Sure enough, the pop-ups directly reversed the wind direction when they saw Chenku's casting. *******. Joseph, worthy of being our player. So fierce. This kind of waste hero. Go up and beg for death right Smitty. Bastard brat. Too arrogant. Thinking that we, the Eagle Kingdom, are just as casual as the Sakura Kingdom. Fierce. Forehand and backhand instruction. Unlike those people from other countries, the people from the Dragon Kingdom's confidence had reached an unprecedented peak after the Witch of Dreams had appeared and made 4 catches. They admitted that they froze when Joseph came on, but only for a moment. Then it was time to start barking madly at Mammoth. Joseph didn't have any more difficulty with multiple brain control than the kind the Witch of Dreams had. Did he? The Witch of Dreams has 4 catches, and the election of Joseph must be that Chenku has his own understanding. The countdown ended, and Chenku and the 4 survivors from the Eagle Kingdom entered the game together. Seeing himself at the birth point in the big push, Chenku almost did not laugh out loud. It was a moment he couldn't even wait to open for a photo op. It was a spot that he really couldn't be more familiar with. For every Joseph player, memorizing the survivalist birth point is already a basic skill. Red church this figure. In fact, no matter which birth point, as long as there is a route in mind, basically a steady cut 4 mirror images. Looking at the camera not far in front of him, Chenku sighed. No Joseph can resist taking a photo at the big push without opening the game. Hold on. Entering the game. The audience also saw Chenku staring at the camera in front of him and stood motionless. At this point, the lawyer had just entered the map, and without even looking at the environment, he fumbled with his prop map, scratching his head as he looked at it. His position is right in the middle of the push. As soon as he opened the map he saw Joseph not far behind him. With just a glance, he instantly jumped in fear and stood behind the wall. Quiet step. In trying to observe the regulatory movement to hide properly, and sent a message to his teammates. Regulator in my neighborhood. Have a teammate who is farther away be bold enough to step up and fix the machine. While looking at the map, he also saw a camera not far in front of him. Camera? The lawyers saw the camera, and the other survivalists in their group saw the camera that was everywhere in that map. For a moment, the 4 of them instantly red-warmed. The character of Joseph the photographer has been on the scene at one time and made them the laughingstock of the world. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom mocking them by electing this Joseph at this time? The audience reacted immediately when they saw the 4 men on the map staring at the camera. Cam, there's a feeling of a fatal battle. Will this stimulate the other side to try harder to escape and make it more difficult? Joseph did irritate the Eagle Kingdom quite a bit. So funny. 5 people staring at the camera together. Chenku did not stand and stare. He had been watching the motors shake. Although it is a quenched flow Joseph, normally speaking, as soon as 2 motors start to jitter it is time to take a picture. With 2 motors jiggling past, you can just cut the mirror image to open the rank, and get lucky enough to get out of the mirror image to hit an assassination. The other survivor took a few glances at the camera and immediately ran to the nearest cipher machine and began to decipher it. Chenku's side took note of the information, and these few survivors identified the supervisory location after passing the signal sent by the lawyer. The man in the middle of the church didn't choose to break the code here. He ran to the cipher machine over the small door and started to break it. It's so empty here. There's no cover. The red chapel is open in all directions, and every window and door looks out onto the cipher machine in the center of the room. Only 3 ciphers were shaking. Chenku gazed and pondered. Either there are 2 people who are practicing together, or there is a person who is closest to him or her who is squatting mushrooms and is afraid that he or she will find it. This person Chenku doesn't even need to guess. He knows that it is a lawyer. The lawyer looked at his map at this time. He wanted Chenku to hurry to go far away, then he can come out to repair the machine. He squatted in fear, and was very much afraid of the crows rising on him. But if you're fixing the machine right here, maybe the other side will come over while you're fixing the machine. It was a bit too late for him to run this close, and the best solution was to wait for the other side to get farther away. Just he looked at the map. All after a long time, teammates' repair machine progress has reached 10%. Chenku still standing in place, not moving. In the distance, he saw the red regulatory shadow behind that barrier with a handheld object in his hand, waving it rapidly. That's what? The lawyer was alarmed because he could see that this was not a standby action by the regulation itself, but the regulation taking the initiative to come up with something. Does the photographer, a regulator, have any other skills? He swallowed hard and watched the other man not move. Looking at the map in his hands, he immediately made a decision in his mind that he would go over and hide behind the obstacle to see what exactly Chenku was doing. By now they know that the message of this game is critical, and he, himself, is the one who is most likely to learn the information. As long as one hid behind an obstacle, that supervision must not be able to see him. It wasn't an option for him not to fix the machine. and the crows could rise at any moment over his head. Only if you are within heartbeat range. No crows overhead will expose your position. When he thought of this, he seemed to have a realization in his mind. As long as he or she is following supervision through the map and signaling his or her teammates at all times, telling them, supervision is near me. Each signal in the game shows the distance between itself and the person who sent it, down to the meter. This allows teammates to leave their side in time to avoid danger. Visualize the adulterous flow of lawyers. He was a little excited that he seemed to be starting a new genre. Chen-ku was setting off fireworks. A message he sent to his teammates watching outside. Set off fireworks 3 times to represent the fact that he watched the motor shake, saw 3 men working on the machine. Wait, tinnitus? Bold. Chapter 26, Hardened Flow is not the Buddha. The lawyer sneaked around the big push. He borrowed the map to psych rape Chen-ku's movements. The purple mood was pulsing inside his chest, but he felt no fear, and the thought that he could use the map to avoid Joseph's vision and sneak around him without being detected made him want to tsunami with excitement. Seeing that supervision didn't move at all, he also approached a little bit boldly. The surroundings were eerie and depressing. The walls around the big push were crawling with mottled moss, and a few unknown weeds grew in the cracks of the walls, shivering in the faint light. The lawyer ducked behind the wall, the big push of the fence blocking him well. Not far in front, Joseph stood in front of that camera, elegant and subdued. In his hand, a red salute was pulled out from behind Joseph, the color of the salute looking bright in this dim environment, like a splash of blood in the darkness. The right hand shook gently and the tiny fuse slowly ignited. He was like an elegant gentleman doing something out of place in the atmosphere around him in this horrible manner. In his right hand he held the salvo aloft, the flame of the fuse burning fast. He tilted his head slightly, his left hand covering one ear, as if resisting the sound of the salvo explosion. The whole set of movements was flowing with grace and ease. The lawyer was frozen in place with a whole lot of shock. He very much wanted to send a message to his teammates to express his feelings at this moment, but after glancing at the message panel, there wasn't a shortcut command that could express his feelings at this moment. What the hell? He's setting off fireworks there? The lawyer moved closer to Chen-ku to try to see exactly what he was doing. Something no viewer outside felt he was doing wrong, because at this point, more than 30 seconds have passed, and Chen-ku's Joseph still hasn't moved at all. Survivors' progress on the cipher machine varied. Finding the machine took some time, but there was 10 to 20% progress. From the viewer's God's perspective, everything in the survivors' camp moves without a problem. And after the lawyer sends the signal that the regulator is in his neighborhood, those 3 start looking for the right cipher machine to start deciphering. By the time the lawyer sends, please take cover when the regulator shifts targets. The time, one of the survivors closest to the lawyer will pause the deciphering and slightly hide himself behind cover. Everyone had thought that after Chen-ku took out Joseph, it would be the same as the Witch of Dreams in that game, and that the opening would directly hit the rhythm. Not to mention knocking out 2 people. Knocking out 1 person was already within everyone's expectations. But Chen-ku's behavior was completely unexpected by all of them. Chen-ku only took a few steps from the birth point to the nearest cipher machine. No movement ensued. After 10 seconds, Joseph's hand went behind his back, and when the crowd thought he would make good use of the camera in front of him, which belonged to Joseph, he calmly pulled out a red salvo and released it towards the sky. Ha! Not. Is there something to be said for firing cannons? Where did the salute come from? Not brotherly, a little in action. That lawyer is touching over. Looking stupid, isn't he? The audience just found it very bombastic, but it's hard to judge. After all, this was the first person from the Dragon Kingdom Dream Witch to take down the Butcher Camp to take down the full Butcher 4 grabs, and they weren't good at understanding each other's thinking in their own way. So this is the fireworks he exchanged. Oldly opened his mouth with a hint of confusion in his eyes. 3 times. There are really only 3 cipher machines being deciphered. Zhongli exclaimed in shock. Elderly looked at them in a daze, and Jiang Bai immediately explained to him. It's a supervised matchmaking technique taught by Chen-ku, where he uses the number of salvo releases to send us a message that he can indeed see which ciphers are being broken. Jiang Bai was shocked and looked at Chen-ku, who had already fired 3 salutes and stopped moving. In God's view, she could clearly see that there were indeed 3 ciphers being broken at that moment. The motor shakes, but no matter how much she observed, she didn't see it at all. Jiang Bai frowned, knowing deep down that this was most likely a message that was invisible to the viewing God's perspective. It was understandable though. Only those who made it out of the manor alive were qualified to bring back more information to tell their teammates. If she could, she'd like to go for a supervised view in the game next time to really see what motor jitter was. So that's how it is. Elderly nodded as if he had a realization. So that's why he exchanged the salute for this action. This kind of information is really valuable, and if you really don't manage to come back from the game alive, you can convey some information material in another way. The 3 teammates nodded with great approval. This is their captain, Captain Righteousness. From the beginning of the redemption maneuver, he had begun to carefully plot the possible gains from these few points. All the nations froze at the sight of Joseph firing the salute. Those of them in leadership had studied almost all of the supplies in the point store, and had fantasized about what they were going to do when they finally got their points. They know all the supplies in the store by heart. The moment they saw the salute, everyone immediately knew where Long was missing 4 points were spent. Bear Nation, who had followed the exchange of fireworks moves, was outright dumbfounded, having thought it was some unbeatable kill move from Dragon Nation. I didn't realize that the other team had picked a Joseph who didn't move a muscle and just put it in place. Elegance is elegance. Subdued is also really subdued. The question is what kind of place this is. Is this a place for you to be elegant? Kojiro's face changed even more. He was happy in front of him, thinking that the 4 points that Rokoku was missing must have been penalized by the Lord of the Manor. And now you're being told that the other guy spent 4 points to redeem 2 small actions for regulation and survival? It's not. What are you guys redeeming this for? That lawyer is finished. Jiang Bai looked at the lawyer hiding behind the wall and spoke with conviction. Chenka, this position cannot see him right. Li Lao is very puzzled. This position, no matter how you look at it, is a visual field blind spot. The other side of the lawyer with a map stuck in the field of view over. Starting tinnitus. Although Jiang Bai couldn't see Chenka's detailed panel information, she believed what Chenka said. Survivors appear to have tinnitus produced within 36 meters of regulation. Chenka was a bit bored now, quenching for a total of 50 seconds. At this point it's still over 10 seconds before it lights up. The moment he saw the panel light up with his ears ringing, he immediately knew it was the survivalist touching over. The scene made him cry a little. Quenching the flow was like that. He was also often mistaken for a Buddha in a previous life. He would have taken pictures if he hadn't wanted to demonstrate it to his teammates. This lawyer is too bold. Joseph's matchup doesn't go for the machine and has the nerve to touch it over. Countdown to quench. 5, 4, 3. Chenka put his hand on the top of the camera and started taking pictures in the last 3 seconds. Ka chow. The manor shuddered and instantly became 2 worlds. Chapter 27, Mirror Time ends and the sky falls. The lawyer only felt a jolt when he saw Joseph taking pictures. He then saw that Joseph, who had stood motionless, finally start using that camera of his. A curtain of light appeared in front of the camera, only to see him walk right into the middle of the phase with another salute in his hand. The viewer's view of the ring is split into 2 as the audience watches. Both sides are going on at the same time. On one side is the outer world, and on the other side is the gray world of the phase. It was as if the entire manor was split into 2 overlapping yet distinct spaces. In the world of Sagittarius, everything is like a painting frozen in time, with the figures of the survivors frozen in every corner. In this world of phases, Joseph, holding a fireworks salute, becomes the only color in the world. The quench lights up. In 5 seconds, Chen could directly memorize the points of the 4 survivors. Didn't even have to memorize it really. He'd been watching the cryptographs jiggle for quite some time now. The only one watching was the lawyer next to him. Elderly eyed the phallic world as Joseph walked straight toward the lawyer behind the wall. The lawyer in the middle of the phase did not move. Chen Ku went over, directly 2 knives. At the sight of this scene, the entire audience was in an uproar. No, how did he find the lawyer? Saw it before? Poor little lawyer from the Eagle Kingdom. Thinks he's hiding it well, but in reality everything is under the control of the other side. It's been almost a minute, and this is just the beginning of the fight. The opening letting the Seekers have a minute? It clearly feels like I'm going to lose, but why does it still give me the feeling that I'm in control? Elderly watched as Chen Ku walked straight towards the lawyer and opened his mouth. He had too many questions he wanted to ask. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the 3 men around him staring intently at the ring. Seeing this, he said no more for fear of disturbing everyone. Abominable. How do you find people? Is there anyone out there who can give him a lecture? In the world of the phase, Chen Ku 2 knives directly knocked down the lawyer. He then led him up towards the other 3 ciphers. The objectives are clear and well thought out. The lawyer stood frozen in place, looking at the cool, mirrored image, and he dared not enter it. The opponent had clearly just entered the mirror image, and he saw the mirror image belonging to himself fall straight to the ground with 2 slashes. It's not. The other guy found himself straight away. He knew he was here all along. The lawyer was shocked. The next moment he saw the other man take hold of himself. Finished. The lawyer knew in his heart of hearts that as soon as he got into the chair, he would fall to the ground when the mirroring time was over. He must now immediately go to his teammates and touch himself up. He quickly ran towards the nearest teammate. He's going to let his teammates bail him out at the first sign of collapse. But the next second, he saw his teammate's mirror image fall to the ground in a second. Chenka glanced at the lawyer he was holding in his hand, and then at the cheerleader who had fallen to the ground. The cheerleaders didn't get very far and were giving the repair machine a little push. He puts the lawyer down straight away and holds his cheerleading teammates up. Cheerleaders can stack incentives on their teammates, which is still better handled first. Now that there's plenty of time, he's got all the time in the world to mirror the double hanging. The attorney was in a hurry, and before he could run near his teammates, he saw himself being put down and the cheerleader being led. Don't hang yourself? He doesn't understand what the hell this regulation is doing at all. Chen-ko led the cheerleaders, directly found the mirror image of the magician at the small door, and the mirror image of the magician who was repairing the machine was a shock and fell directly to the ground. Seeing a chair not far away, Chen-ko led the cheerleader over and hung it up, then walked over to the magician's mirror image and led him towards another chair. The map of the Red Chapel was small, and he had walked most of the way around, and although he had route optimized, there wasn't much mirror time left at this point after holding up the magician. The chairs on this side are all so close together that there's only a sliver of mirror time left after hooking up the magician's mirror image. The people outside were all dumbfounded by this series of maneuvers. If you don't move, 2 people will fall to the ground. No, how did that happen? So precise. It's really like being turned on. With so many ciphers, how did he find the 2 with such precision? And the lawyer found them even when he was hiding. Eagle Nation McCann's entire body had been red warm, and he was shivering with anger as he cupped the hand sign belonging to Eagle Nation in his hand. He was tempted to raise his hand in the air and ask the lord of the manor to take a hard look at the supervising player. He was tempted to say that the man cheated. This man is hanging, but he also knew full well that it was simply impossible. McCann was angry. Very angry. All of their props, all of their layouts, the bottom lineup they took out didn't work at all. Until this time, he had never felt the terrifying dominance of the Dragon Kingdom's supervision. For the first time, I felt the helplessness of Sakura Nation when facing the Witch of Dreams. The audience all watched the ring with rapt attention. Joseph, who had hung up the magician's mirror image, didn't make a move. He just stood quietly like that, his posture erect and with a mysterious aura. His black robe swayed gently in the faint light, like dark shadows creeping in hidden in the darkness. His face was cold and his ice blue eyes were unruffled, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Mirror time is almost over. Just when everyone thought that he was quietly waiting for the mirror time to end, Chen-ko directly locked the graveyard's motor. Transmission. This command exploded like a heavy bomb in a calm atmosphere. As everyone watched, Joseph's figure twisted and crumbled like a crumpled painting. That image was filled with an eerie visual impact, and immediately afterward, he appeared on the side of the cemetery's motor as a red and black stream of light. And here, the mirror image of the Air Force is in front of the cipher machine. The stalled image showing the moment the picture was taken, and the Air Force is here fixing the machine. Looking at the mirror image in front of him, Chen-ko did not choose to take out his sword. Mirror time ended. The 2 worlds turned into bubbles and began to rejoin, and the black and white images began to become brilliant. The moment it ended, Chen-ko, who was standing next to the cipher machine, decisively launched his knife. Fear shocker. The airman in the dirt-colored uniform fell to the ground with a thud. Unbroken ciphers, 5. Cellar unopened. Chen-ko looked at the fallen Air Force and once again, he pulled out the salvo from behind him and released it towards the sky. This time, all heard the echoes of victory, only to see Chen-ko pick up the Air Force and hang her close to the chair. The mirroring ended, and the lawyer's entire mind collapsed as he looked at the scene in front of him. The 3 fell to the ground, leaving themselves bloodied. 5 cipher machines were not broken. He had never felt such despair before. Looking at the map, Joseph is over at the Graveyard Air Force, where he grabs a small push to touch the fallen cheerleader. But the next second, he saw that Joseph had hung the magician up. No, how can he go so fast? It takes more than that just to walk from the cemetery to the little gate. Look at the upturned magician and rush towards the little push. This is Joseph's second order skill. Back to the cards. Instant shadows leave traces. Instant shadow trace. Joseph will record a trace of the past 15 seconds while moving. Long press the skill button to return to the past location based on the duration of the button. Chapter 28. It's okay. Hurry up with the treatment. Just the last little bit of time. The magician couldn't climb anywhere at all. Plus Chen-ko also spent 5 talent points on deer hunting. Deer hunting shows down survivors within 18 meters. Chen-ko has seen a lot of top level about the Emperor's teaching in his previous life, and most of them don't bring deer hunting. The top Johan has not only top instincts, but also top sight. Chen-ko had to admit that he still had a lot of gaps from the top about the Emperor. Deer hunting can add a lot of tolerance. The magician then collapsed directly next to the small door cipher, and he knelt on the ground, looking at the Air Force just in front of the cipher, held up by Chen-ko and placed on a chair a few meters in front of him. The shadow belonging to Joseph appeared in the sight of all the seekers. The lawyer made a small push right next to the fallen cheerleader and started treating her. It's okay day. Even the magician is grasping at straws to heal himself. The cemetery is not a short walk to the small door. Chenko walked here, in case he healed himself. The lawyer was also stepping up to the plate to treat the cheerleader, and he was incredibly glad at this point that he was right there with the cheerleader. At the same time, an inexplicable fear flooded his heart. It was an unspeakable feeling of powerlessness. A few people were still reeling from the fear, contemplating what to do next against the game. The shadow that was seen next to the Air Force disappeared unexpectedly. He just disappeared into thin air. The next second, the magician felt his heart begin to pound inside his chest. Because of the talent of deer hunting, Chen could directly saw the figure hiding in the corner glowing red through the building. He walked straight towards the magician, picked it up and hung it close to his chair. From the time the Air Force was hung up, to the time Chen Ko found himself, the magician felt it took just a few breaths of time. What the hell? How to run so fast? The Air Force doesn't know how the other guy appeared behind him or how he disappeared. What the hell? Nope. How to be like a ghost? He only saw his teammates. No. They were mirror images. Seeing the mirrors of his teammates fall to the ground one after another. Seeing two mirrors hanging from chairs. He thought about how the magician was still some distance away. And he was even already thinking about how he could use the flare gun afterwards to maximize his advantage. Think about touching a chest to see if you can touch a useful prop, so that after using the flare gun, you can also replenish your shortfall of no props in time. Before his mind could even sort out the thoughts, he saw a bubble flash. It also represents the end of mirror time, and the two worlds are restacked. Before his heart could even get up, he fell to the ground in response. He saw with his own eyes the already mostly progressed cipher machine in front of him back up a large chunk of its progress directly in front of him. Where on earth did this Joseph come from? Chenko hung up the fallen Air Force, and the whole thing cried and laughed. This Air Force birth point was on the red carpet. It was supposed to fix the machine on the red carpet, and it was the red carpet where the crypto machine was shaking in the beginning. He figured it must have been the lawyer who had been signaling his teammates over at Big Push that the regulator was near him. The red carpet floor is open and closest to the Big Push. Regulate over a glance to see the mechanic in this location. The red carpet's cryptograph stopped shaking before the quench was even lit, and turned to the graveyard's cryptograph starting to shake slightly. If the Air Force had been fixing the machines at red carpet all along, then the red carpet ciphers would probably have been broken open by now, and would not be in the position where none of the ciphers had been broken. After hanging up the Air Force, he returned to his cards and left. A return to the deck, directly back near the magician. Hanging the magician up, he headed towards where the little push was. Joseph had only been on the field once, but they were well aware that the mirror image sat on the chair, and after the mirror image was over, the survivor who was in a healthy state immediately collapsed to the ground. So when they saw the lawyer's mirror image being held up and his main body running towards them, the cheerleaders immediately stopped deciphering and started stacking incentive on the lawyer from the sidelines, turning into a lawyer repair machine. As long as it stacks up to 28 layers of motivation, the lawyer can stand up immediately the moment he falls to the ground. The cheerleader mirror image was cut down and they didn't care, because Butcher can only hold one person at a time. The mirroring time is still long enough that even if both of their mirrors are hooked up, they're still guaranteed to stack up incentives and have the lawyer on his feet the moment he's on the ground. Chenko can naturally see the number of incentive tiers on the panel's attorney status bar, and I have to say that the players in the Eagle Country have an understanding of cheerleaders. Good decision making in the first place as well. Give lawyers incentives. However, when Chenka changed to hold the cheerleader mirror image, Chenka saw that the incentive was broken at once. You can tell these two boys were straight up confused the moment they saw the mirror image of a cheerleader being held up. Didn't we say we'd hang out with a lawyer? It's no use stacking up multiple layers of incentives if the lawyers don't fall on their asses. Chenka walked towards the small push after hanging up the magician. He knew in his heart that these two must be together. But walking up next to the little push, the lifeless on his panel didn't light up. It should have been the two who gave up on grabbing the cryptograph and found a corner where they thought they were safe to hide. Chenka did not hesitate and went straight to the center push. The lawyer was frantically healing the cheerleader at this point, seeing that he was about a third of the way to touching the cheerleader up. Heartbeat up. He let go for a moment and quickly opened the map to see the approaching Joseph. Immediately, the lawyer closed the map again and grabbed the cheerleaders to touch them. Dead hand. Hurry up with the treatment. The lawyer hated to fill himself in on the cheerleaders' remaining progress. The lawyer wasn't afraid of shock, but he was half-blooded right now, and he'd go down if he took a slash. He could only hope that Chenko couldn't find himself and the cheerleader hiding behind the wall. Chenka stared at his panel. Sure enough, approaching the center push, the lifeless man lit right up. No survivors, for every free-acting survivor within 25 meters of a fallen survivor. The supervisor's attack recovery speed is increased by 8% within this range, capped at 3 levels. It is meant to boost attack recovery speed, but is often used by Emperor Yoan to line people up. Chenko approached. and because of the deer hunt, he naturally saw the red shadow behind the wall, motionless, being treated by the lawyer. One turn and he was within sight of the other. The moment he saw Joseph, the lawyer felt nothing but chills, for he could see that this Joseph had not found himself and the cheerleader by mistake like a headless fly. The other side is very clearly aware that they are here. The lawyer looked at the rapidly approaching Joseph, and once again the other man calmly pulled out a red firework and held it aloft, confident and relaxed. Everything is under control. It was as if he heard a salute go off. Bang. Chapter 29. It's done. Let's take a picture first. Look at the red salute raised high in Joseph's hand. All the spectators were already seething. This time, it wasn't just the in-bureau seekers who didn't get it, but their viewing perspective as well. Whether it was finding the lawyer in the opening, cutting down the cheerleader mirror on the hang, or hanging the magician mirror to teleport the Air Force cipher machine stuck in the mirror settlement, it gave the Air Force a big shock. The whole set of movements is flowing. Can't read it at all. The most puzzling thing is that it's clear that you've just hung up your Air Force 1 second, and the next you're in the vicinity of the magician, like a ghost. From the confused disbelief of seeing Chen Ku in place at the beginning, to now keeping his eyes open and not wanting to miss every detail, the audience did a double take and were just confused. What's happening? Before the photo, hang on? After the photo, everything is under control. Is there any big brother to tell? Little brother, I really did not understand. It's so explosive, so precise, like it's open. MD. The thought of his opening motionless and let the survivalist action to repair the machine, to now 2 people on the chair, 1 down and 1 bloodied. I do not know how to play the Eagle Kingdom. Do you guys think he did it on purpose? Purposely opening the game without moving. Pack intentionally. He this strength. If the opening action this game would have ended long ago. Need to wait until now? It's like the current situation in Longhua. Behind. But counterattack. It's like he's telling everyone that the previous lead doesn't count. My round is starting. The people of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th personality authority looked at the pop-ups and the crowd's discussion. Everyone's eyes got a little moist when they saw those pop-ups. They were not involved in the decision-making of the players, and to avoid disagreements, Elderly was the one who was the only one to unify the information and issue instructions to the players. Yesterday, for fear of disturbing the players, they could only let Chen Ku go to rest. At the beginning of today's matchup, they were unintelligible, because standing still and not moving, not even doing the basic search for survivors, even if Chen Ku was more powerful, they felt that it was too arrogant. But now, see Chen Ku, that decisive and direct counterattack. See him, that everything is in control of the self-confidence calm. Chen Ku is not telling other countries, but also all of them in the Dragon Kingdom, don't be in a hurry. Our turn has begun. Inside the authorities' conference room, people couldn't help but lean their backs against their chairs, and gasps of relief could be heard throughout the room. Too strong. Ha. Ha ha. The Eagle Kingdom is probably dumbfounded that Joseph is so strong. It looks like none of us will have to worry about it from now on. Really didn't get it at all. People out there are probably dumbfounded. Tell old Lee that whatever this kid wants afterward, there's no need to ask for permission. Just give it to him. I heard from old Lee that the kid seemed to light up when he saw those survivalist taunting maneuvers. 45 seekers, to redeem the full taunt maneuver. It's 45 points total. Tell old Lee to change it for him. The kid's coming back just in time to surprise him. And since he likes it, give it to him. Lee Dirtzy immediately received the words of those in the authority. 45 points. It's not a small amount. Realize that you can only win by 20 points in a normal round. It takes at least 2 innings to get 45 runs back, but Elder Lee didn't have any hesitation either. It's not their style to be so stingy and hesitant in the face of meritocracy. He picked up his hand directly and started exchanging it at the store. At this point, the game hadn't ended yet, but everyone saw that Dragon's points had gone directly from -144 to -189. The Dragon Nation audience was instantly confused. How did you lose 45 points in a flash? Yoshi, Rokoku was really punished for cheating. That just now was an operation that no one can play. Humph. I told you how the Dragon Kingdom suddenly became so strong. Similac. Don't a bunch of people have any brains? How can they cheat? Seeing the words of the other countries, the Dragon Country audience directly exploded. If it was really cheating, wouldn't the Lord of the Manor just publicize the punishment? Li Dichang took a deep breath and sent out a pop-up. He wasn't going to tolerate that group of people falsely accusing Chen Ku of cheating. He has the Dragon Kingdom hand sign, and the pop-ups are all special alerts. I'm just exchanging points for a little gift for our players. Everyone is okay with that, right? The pop-ups instantly quieted down at this statement. Every point is incredibly valuable these days, and 45 points is no small gift. But there was no dissent from the Dragon audience, let alone 45 points, or more. They feel they deserve it. Clowns. Speak up. What's wrong with buying a little gift? Calling someone else a cheater for an operation you can't hit yourself. The operation of our player just now was indeed a bit magical. I didn't understand it, but I can also see that you guys didn't understand it either. So I didn't read it. It's alright then. At this time, the players of all countries have read warm. Just now the pop-up screen to bring the rhythm that cheating does have their share. Because the pop-ups weren't wrong about one thing, they really didn't read it. Don't say the innings seekers were dumbfounded. All of them outsiders looked confused too. Chenka naturally does not know that the outside is being noisy because of his operation. At this time the lawyer ran away. When he approached the cheerleader's side, she did not get up. It should be the self-healing progress bar is still a little short. Looking at the cheerleader in front of him, Chenka reached out and lifted her up to follow the lawyer. He wasn't about to give the cheerleader a chance to heal herself. The lawyer saw the cheerleaders being held up and the whole heart went cold. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the cemetery. The only chance now was to save the Air Force, and then they'd split up and run. One to save the magician and figure out how to save the cheerleader. After Chenko hung up the cheerleader, he followed the lawyer without slowing down. Although Joseph is weak in pursuit, but there's still a little bit of pursuit. The run from it pushed towards the cemetery, all in a string of large open spaces. It's fine with props to pull points, but without props to pull distance, you basically can't get to the graveyard. Chenka looked at the lawyer who was dumbly running in front of him. Fixing the machine position is so weak. A piece of toilet paper. This situation is also similar to a blank slate. All the lawyer felt was his heartbeat getting bigger and the red light approaching. He covered his chest and stumbled away. Despair was also growing in his heart. Not for the first time he had been involved in a game of matchmaking, nor was it the first time he had been a survivalist. Every previous inning had not been as feeble as today's. He could hear his own rapid breathing, a sound that stood out in the silence, like the desperate gasps of a small beast trapped in a cage. Turning back to Joseph, who was pursuing behind him, the other man waved a salute in his hand as he walked away, walking in the garden with confidence and calmness. It was as if they were not engaged in a life and death chase, but were taking a leisurely stroll in their own garden. For the first time he felt that grace that belonged to Joseph. Seeing the camera in front of him, the lawyer stopped, a little tired. The surroundings seemed to have stood still at this moment as well. The dilapidated buildings and barren meadows seemed to be watching him silently. A surefire loser. He no longer wanted to struggle. This regulation of the Dragon Kingdom is a little too strong. It's not wrong to die at his hands. Chenka saw the lawyer who stopped moving. The other side just stood in front of a camera motionless. Seems to have given up struggling. The lawyer watched Joseph approach, and before he died, he wanted to get a good look at this legendary regulation of the Dragon Kingdom. His eyes locked on Joseph, his mind a mix of emotions, only to see the other man walk over to a camera not far from him and pull out a picture. Chenka looked at the motionless lawyer. Nature kills, and every one of them is a score, but it's done. Let's take a picture. Ka Chow. Chapter 30, take a picture. Will you? Cut out the mirror image to fight assassination, right? The lawyer looked at Joseph, who was not far behind him. He was fearless now. Failure is a certainty, so what's there to fear? It's just a knife. He stood in front of a camera covering his chest waiting for Joseph. Drops of blood from his body falling onto the earthy gray ground, invading a patch of the ground under his feet, the drops quickly absorbed by the land. The Eagle Land lawyer cocked his head and looked ahead at Joseph. Instead of attacking him, the other man stood in front of that camera. The lawyer seemed to be in the same category of gentleman compared to Joseph, with a neatly combed haircut, a well-worn suit, and the straightening of his bow tie gave a discreetly stirring look. Instead, his face had a pair of comical incisors that looked to make him look a little foolish. More than a lawyer, Joseph was wearing a gorgeous and elegant robe. His ice blue eyes were indifferent, and the hand holding the photograph seemed to have nothing but an obsession with art. There was a crunch. A pale blue screen of light appeared in front of the cameras, and the lawyer's crooked and weakly standing form appeared on the light screen in front of each camera. The three people in that chair at that moment only felt their brains go a little bit confused. What a time! Still taking pictures. The trio froze at the sight of the lawyer's stumped body in the light screen photo on the front of that camera. What's up with this scene looking a little harmonious? The audience had thought that Chen Ku would go over to the other side directly. Did not think that Chen Ku was actually straight toward the camera. To the lawyer took a picture. Why does it feel like this is the correct use of Joseph? Photographer. Joseph. What's a Joseph if he doesn't take pictures? Just ask whose Joseph dares to play like this? Only our Dragon Kingdom Joseph still has the leisure to take a picture. First time I've seen such a laid-back regulator. Letting a minute go in the opening round. Who dares? The lawyer looked at himself in the photo. At the moment his picture was taken up, it took him a moment to really realize that the butcher in front of him was a photographer. It's obviously just a photo shoot, but it's played out like this by someone else. The photo shoot ended. Chenka walked towards the lawyer. The other party did not resist. He swung his silver-white longsword and slashed at the lawyer. The already stumped lawyer fell to the ground in response. He took the lawyer up close by and placed him in the nearest chair. For a while, everyone sighed. It was won so fast that the crowd didn't react. When the avatars of the four seekers turn into four big white forks of elimination. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 50. Eliminated survivors, 4. Point settlement, Rokoku gets 50 points. Rokoku's current points, 159. The manor was silent, and only Joseph's somewhat lean figure remained. When Chenku's shadow reappeared on the high stage, the Dragon Kingdom also resounded with a mountain of cheers. Chenku looked at the pop-up screen. This time no one asked him about the butcher. The entire pop-up screen is densely packed with only 2 words. Butcher King. People didn't ask if Chenku was sure after that, and if he could win even after that. Isn't this all bull asterisk 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 asterisk? With this hand Joseph has told everyone that he is currently behind, but everything is under control. Chenku's side of the consciousness just returned. His 3 teammates and Li Lao immediately flocked over. Tired. Thirsty. Is there anything you want to eat? I'll let someone prepare it now. Elderly held the tablet in his hand, trying to record Chenku's preferences. Want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Chenku looked at the various dishes on the tablet. Elderly. I want to eat king crab fried rice and another bottle of Coke. Zhongli rubbed over and was not polite at all. Elder Li carefully recorded the menu for them, and the contestants were actually able to order whatever they were eating on their own via their tablet devices. Seeing that Elder Li personally recorded his order, no one said anything. Isn't that the way it should be treated? Record the big brother's preferences, and then when the big brother comes back from the game, he can eat a nice meal right away. For Chenku's 3 teammates, he will treat them equally. After recording the dishes Zhongli wanted to eat, he surrendered his gaze to Wang Jiu and also Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai opened his mouth and spoke shyly. I'll just have a green pepper stir-fry. What about you? Wang Jiu pointed to the cheese bread on the tablet. I'll just eat this. Elderly nodded his head earnestly to write down all the things everyone wanted to eat. They didn't restrict what the players could and couldn't eat, and it was only natural that towards the end of the day they would cater to whatever they wanted. So he's not going to try to persuade the players to eat anything good. More often kind of thing. He prefers players to eat their favorites at times like these. Elderly wrote down the contents before releasing Chenku to the group of team members behind him whose hearts were filled with curiosity and wanted to ask questions. Ku brother, what exactly is that last operation? Good. One man in the crowd couldn't wait to speak. Photos? Chenku joked. And of course the final photo shoot was awesome. I mean that photo shoot was great. The angle stand was a masterpiece. But that, swoosh swoosh instantaneous movement, that maneuver. That one I didn't get. The person who was asked by Chenku was embarrassed and touched his head. Hearing his words, the crowd looked at him in shock. Good boy. Taking pictures and licking them too. It does make for a great shot though. Captured the lawyer's divine soul form to a T. Although this time the band is quenched. But the motor jitter, I gave everyone a lecture right. Chenku looked at the crowd. After Joseph opens his rank, he can freely travel between the mirror world and the real world using his first rank skill. Once you open the second rank, you can return to any point in time within 15 by spotting back to the card. After knowing that I can use my first order skills to freely travel within reality and mirror time, what do I do when I teleport to a cipher machine that is being deciphered? Chenku asked rhetorically. I know. You can use the first rank skill exit mirror image to hit shock. The man who spoke just finished immediately covered his mouth. He felt like he kind of understood Joseph, and felt like he said it wrong, because he does not understand. At the beginning of the front of the mirror is also someone to repair the machine. Why at that time Chenku did not choose to exit the mirror to play shock and awe to hang people up? Instead, they wait for the final mirror settlement time to give the Air Force another shot. That's right. That's why hitting the mirror image to open the rank is Joseph's primary operation. Chenku looked at the man who spoke with a childish look. Recognized by Chenku, the man covered his chest in surprise. He was just tentative to grab the answer, but surprisingly said all right. As for the maneuver you asked about, it's teleporting and then exiting the mirror image to play assassination shock, and then pinching the card to set a point to backtrack to the point next to the magician to pick up the body after hanging up the person. Sure, usually, a routine bodyguard is all that's needed. Quench logging position. Will do. Take pictures. Will do. Hold up the first survivor to hit the balloon knife all the way to the mirror. Will it? Cut out the mirror image to hit the assassination with a first order skill. Will you? Chapter 31. I ban a factory manager and old man. Can you send a bopping? Chenku said lightheartedly, and it was easy for everyone to understand. The crowd opened their mouths, because the legendary maneuver that Chenku had just performed was really typed using this method that he had described. How's that for an understatement for this screaming madness of an operation? It sounds as if you'd be able to do it yourself if you were on the field. Teacher, I have a question. Jiangbai stared at Chenko and couldn't help but raise his own hand. According to my observation, the quench time opens for 50 seconds. Assuming that the survivor needs to spend 0 to 25 seconds to find the cipher machine, the mirror time is 1 minute, and the deciphering time of one cipher machine is 80 seconds. Is it not possible that the cipher machine repairs and opens halfway through the mirror time before it finishes? Is it just going to be a situation where I cut out the mirror image to try and hit shock and then pounce? Yeah, so halfway through you can step out of the mirror image slightly to see the motor jitter. Just find a cipher machine that's shaking and do an assassination. Assassination. Everyone looked at Chun Ku, not realizing that he understood Joseph in such a way. Is this the understanding of the top-tier Slaughter Kings? The more Li Lao listened, the more shocked he was. He did not expect Shin Ku to be able to bring out such an operation with Joseph. The thought of the Seeker being in the middle of Mommy's repairing the machine, and the other side drilling out the mirror image in a god-awful way to give a slash. There are many more derivative operations, which all need to be slowly comprehended by everyone themselves afterward. Chen Ku did not say more. Joseph's skill development was something that needed to be comprehended by oneself. Any amount of theory and practice has the potential to forget all about it. Whatever the butcher, look for the motor shaking. Rows of tinnitus, just find the person. Then after that it's each to their own to see the operation. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. Chen Ku was exactly right. Even if Chen Ku taught them how to use Joseph, when they really want them to play, they still won't choose Joseph. Elder Li, I have something I want to discuss with you. Chen Ku wanted to tell him about his desire to play a full 3 hands a day. I was so busy yesterday I forgot. I have something I want to show you too. Elder Li nodded excitedly. When Chen Ku said that he wanted to discuss things, he didn't even put it on his mind. What else is there that you won't say yes to? He recalled the expression of Chen Ku's eyes glowing when he saw those taunting maneuvers yesterday, and when he made this request later, he would die of joy if he directly showed him the 45 survivalist maneuvers. Thinking of this, Elder Li's feet became light. I prejudged you. Chen Ku led his squad and returned to the squad lounge with Elder Li. Elder Li, I have something. Chen Ku rubbed his hands. After all, the points were still the country's, and as long as he had a precedent, then there was a good chance that when he brought his team on the field, the other countries would do the same and match up to Dragon. Then Dragon would have to put out a team to play the third game. In that case, the other teams from Dragonland would have to take the field. I have something to show you too. The corners of Elder Li's mouth were as hard to keep down as AKs. You say it first. He gestured for Chen Ku to speak first. These things were more of a surprise when the other party had to ask for them first. I want to play a full 3 matches per day. So if another matchup matches us when our squad is on the field in the survivor camp, then we'll have to trouble you to arrange for other players to be on the field. Chen Ku said this with great difficulty. Failure means death. While it was common enough, he wasn't so cold-blooded that he couldn't stand by and do nothing, or see someone else die because they were forced to participate in multiple matchups a day because they broke precedent. He wasn't really a murderous butcher. He was just a gamer before he came to this world. Li Lao froze. He had thought that Chen Ku wanted to buy the role action again. He was about to show Chen Ku a surprise, when he heard Chen Ku's somewhat guilty voice. Play all 3 games, arranging other teams in his absence. Sourness welled up in Li Lao's heart, and he intuited that Chen Ku had resisted too much on his own. Everyone is ready to fight on the field. Elder Li firmly looked at Chen Ku. You're not wrong. You've done well enough. Play all 3 games. He knew that Chen Ku must have wanted to win some more points to get Dragon Country out of this predicament early. Chen Ku didn't say that he would be responsible for beating back the points that others failed. He was just afraid that people would go up and lose their lives. Elder Li patted Chen Ku's shoulder. Just let go and do it. He stared at Chen Ku, wanting to advise him that he could relax a little, but he couldn't. That's where Long Wei is now. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You just went up to the game. Bought you a little something. Look at our panel. Elder Li looked at Chen Ku lovingly. Chen Ku froze, his consciousness directly locking the panel, and immediately saw that in addition to those 2 supervisory actions, there were more than 40 more seeker taunting actions in the item data bar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Ku instantly exclaimed. That's too much of a bust. When Li Lao saw Chen Ku's surprised eyes, he only felt that the 45 points spent were too worthwhile. Chen Ku then said, why come out to see the points did not change much? Then on the field before 144 also less, so that's where it all went. Elder Li, sign up, play the second game. Chen Ku took a deep breath. All he could do now was to take advantage of the low level of understanding to score more points back. Good. Elder Li nodded and did not reject Chen Ku's request to continue on the field. At this moment, he took out his Dragon Kingdom hand sign and entered another 20 points towards it. Waiting for a match. Countries haven't even had a chance to take a break to analyze exactly how the Joseph used by the dragon player operates. Just saw Rokoku rejoin the matchmaking team. What the hell? Come to think of it, you can play up to 3 games a day. Wouldn't that be an output to go before you could enjoy your victory? Cold knowledge. Losing countries may also match Dragon Nation. Lose twice. Everyone was silent when the concept of losing twice came out. Everyone looks up at Kangaroo Nation and San, who are having a game above. After Dragon Nation, these two countries then took the field for a matchup. The players at the arcade don't know it and are still scrambling to decipher the cryptographs for the game. The faces of the two national commanders had gone pale. Granted, there is no clear priority now for countries that have finished their matches to be prioritized into the new matchmaking queue. Generally speaking, it will wait for all countries to finish and then rematch. They still feel that their turn is very likely. Superb. The pop-ups went even more nearly insane when they saw Rokoku re-engage in the match. It's over. Joseph and the Witch of Dreams. 2 straight-up ban slots. Then why don't we just not ban? We're going to lose anyway. And it's a good time to study the operation of these two characters from the Dragon Kingdom. Good thinking. And 20 points less to give away. Brother Long, I ban a factory manager, an old man. Can I send a Bao Ping? Chapter 32. How else is he going to fight assassination if you're fixing the machine in the mirror image? Starting with the Witch of Dreams taking 4 grabs yesterday, we all knew that the Dragon Congress would start to fight back. I just didn't think that this day would come so soon. Looking at the waiting page of the Dragon Kingdom that was in the process of matching, the players from various countries experienced for the first time what it meant to be like sitting on pins and needles, being apprehensive, and being on the edge of their backs. In the past, anyone who wanted to match to the Dragon Kingdom. Right now, no one wants to match to Dragonland. At least for now, they don't have a single programmatic measure to deal with it. Already, a number of commanders are pondering whether there is any point in banning characters when they are matched to Dragon again. Like the pop-up said, instead of spending points to ban a Sherlaw set, it would be better to put it out there, see how the other team operates, and figure out how to break the other team's maneuvers. McCann dialed Bear Country Commander Zahir. I want to exchange information. As McCann thought about those 4 points that the Dragon Kingdom had spent, he still felt that the other party must have had their own reasons for doing so. They had just realized again that Dragon Kingdom was missing a full 45 points. But looking at the store panel, they looked around the whole circle and couldn't guess what the other side had changed. They don't think the Dragon Kingdom uses the points to exchange for items like developing technology, most likely redeeming the game props that were in demand by that supervising player. Today they are in the lead in points, but none of the countries dare to redeem items before the game is completely over, and not using points adds a lot of tolerance. Who would dare to go on a spending spree when they're at a negative score? Except for the Dragon Kingdom like this? Anyone who wants to go for the win wants to try and survive. Do you have anything to trade? Zahir knew what the other man wanted to inquire about when he picked up the phone. It's nothing more than that 4-point thing, or that extra 45 it cost. Send a game. McCann gritted his teeth. They had just lost that game of Joseph so badly for Eagle Nation. Didn't see what the other team was doing by standing still in the opening, or how the game ended. The only thing I could make out was Chinka's constant salvos during the game and a photo op at the end. He knew that Bear Nation must not have read the Dragon Nation's operation either. So his main reason for coming here was to ask about that fireworks salute. Not enough. Zahir's crystal blue eyes narrowed slightly. They had traded this information with the Dragon Kingdom and had only used a draw for it. Make an offer. McCann clenched his fists. As commander of Eagle Country, he could not tolerate any lack of information. Ban a character and send 10 points. Zahir didn't mention such an excessive request as 2 characters. One game could be said that this was something they could have won. Only the 1 point spent by banning more characters was paid for by the other side. McCann's fingers bruised, and after a moment, he took a deep breath and squeezed the phone in an effort to calm himself. Okay, deal. Seeing the other party's agreement, Zahir directly changed to a face with a smile. You guys must want to ask about that salute, right? Right. McCann knew deep down that his opponent must have communicated with the Dragon Kingdom in the first place. Otherwise it wouldn't have been such a coincidence that it was also 4 points short. The Bear Nation players have just come on as well. Only this time they're using the survivor character. His opponent had also let off a salvo in the game, and all he wanted to know was the feedback after his opponent had used it. Just a normal game action. Salute. Just now our player has returned from the field. Zahir was helpless as well. It doesn't do anything, it's just a game move. Then they just fell short by another 45 points. McCann's voice was a little agitated. I took a guess on that one too. There are exactly 45 survivors, so they should have been redeemed for 45 survivor actions, and it's unknown what they were exchanged for. In the mall, there are a lot of in-game actions for both survivor and regulation, which do not have damage and will not have information displayed. They also don't know why the Dragon Kingdom did it. McCann's scalp bruised, and for some reason he immediately accepted the other man's guess at 45 points when he heard him say that there were exactly 45 survivors. Spending points in exchange for information is a stupid thing to do, because it costs so many points that it would be better for your own player to spend 4 points to buy actions to use. The information you get in person is the truest and purest. Other countries spend 45 points on game action? Not at all. But if it's that legend regulating it, it's pretty damn likely. What the hell are they trying to do? McCann's face was a black cloud. He didn't think that such a controlling supervisory player would do anything pointless. There had to be some special significance to the other party redeeming these. That being said, why would you spend 30 points to ask me about something that you could have experimented on your own by spending 4 points on the field? It's strange, eh? Zahir seemed to have thought of something and opened his mouth in some confusion. Now that a number of countries have 4 cents missing from their accounts, people are choosing to redeem them in person to try and see what they actually do. Humph. The Eagle Kingdom doesn't bother with all this follow-through. We're not going to buy meaningless gadgets. McCann sneered then hung up. The behavior of these people following the trend of buying an action and not knowing exactly what it was for, waving it around haphazardly in the middle of a game trying to understand the meaning, seemed too clownish for him. Listening to the busy signal coming from the other end of the phone, Zahir froze for a moment, then snorted. The Eagle Kingdom was still clinging to their meaningless facades at a time like this. He spread his hands. It didn't matter is all. 30 points for nothing. Even though he agreed with Rikoku to send a draw, he could still ban 2 characters and send 10 points out for a draw. That way Rikoku will surely give himself more information next time, right? Photographer Joseph. So strong. Before this, he could not have imagined that Longguo would take such a waste of a regulation and play such an amazing operation. Their understanding of the 5th personality. Just how far has it come? The thought of giving out 10 more points afterward made him incredibly happy. And surely Lung would be pleasantly surprised, too. He himself hoarded out 30 points at McCann's, and was able to find a way to send it to Rikoku. This might even set up one of our own potential players to go against that legendary supervisor, hinting at whether or not Dragon could let him go alone in the cellar. He was incredibly excited at the thought that they might be able to gain experience against a legendary supervisor. McCann. The pattern is small. The first round of matchups for each country is still pending, and the Dragon side is still in the queue. The second round of candidates will be matched only after all countries have finished their games. How to restrain Joseph? Chenka looked around at the worry in the eyes of his preparation teammates as they anxiously asked this question. There are only 7 cipher machines in total. If the players of other countries also learn to assassinate and hit the shock, choose one of the 7 to hit the shock. There is also a success rate of 4/7 Then you repair the machine in the mirror image The other side as soon as the heartbeat is close to get up and run away in advance. Chenka sighed. Joseph was still a good target. Chapter 33, Are you using your skills? For a moment, all the people around them were confused. Mirror image. Isn't that Joseph's skill? What seems like it does make sense though. If you're afraid of being assassinated, wouldn't it be better to fix the machine in the mirror image? But is it your skill that you're using? When you see the camera in the opening, find a hidden spot and crouch down until the photo shoot starts to fix the camera. For Joseph's game, it's best for 2 people to cooperate together, away from the machine with the camera next to it. Pick a doctor and you'll be able to restrain. Don't steal the tempo with Joseph. Just operate slowly. Chenka briefly said a few points. In Joseph's game, grabbing the cipher machine is a kind of playing style, but very often also because of trying to grab the cipher machine to repair problems. The crowd present swallowed a mouthful of water. Chenka played that round too fast. So fast that the crowd's brains could not even think about the game before it was over. Is this the top Emperor Slayer? Know the character and know the character's weaknesses. It is said that those who know a man best must be his enemies. Chenku was necessarily substituting himself into the identity of Joseph against the game survivor to think about the way to crack. That's too scary. Chenku looked at the shock in everyone's eyes and shook his head helplessly. If he wants to win, he will inevitably show the playing style, and other countries will inevitably learn fast. Persona 5 is just that. It's a game that needs to be gamed. No character is invincible, and every character can find a way to restrain it, whether it's a supervisor or a survivalist. It's a game to be won, and more often than not, it's about gaming. Whether it's the blind girl Gojingbu cheating regulation at the second floor hole, or the slamming board gaming, or the rescue gaming, time is something that needs to be fought for. Every game tries to keep up the pace after going through a hangover and coming online again. The only one who can't waste a second is Persona 5. Zhongli sat down next to him on all fours. It's been a long time since I've been matched with the survivor camp, and it's been a long time since my lord has been on the field. He's a bit of a flake, so he's never been placed under supervision. For the last 10 games, the Dragon Kingdom has been drawing into the regulatory camp. and at one point, it made everyone feel that the Dragon Kingdom was the professional butcher. If the next time I'm matched with a supervisor, I want to give it a go. Ginger White was beside her, and after a long time of mental agonizing, she still applied. She herself is involved in both regulation and survival. If she could still lose the game after understanding what Chenka said about the tinnitus and the motor shaking technique, it also meant that she was not suitable to be Chenka's teammate. But if she could come back alive, when it was the turn of the survivalist camp, she thought she could do better. Elderly glanced at her, then nodded. Yes. Taking advantage of this time, Chenka also continued to give a lecture about the knowledge related to the survivalists to save people. Regardless of whether people in other countries will look at the tinnitus, they have to press the tinnitus as a rescue bit. If you really want to save someone, the moment your teammate gets into the chair, you have to let go and stop deciphering the cryptograph and start acting. Chenka looked at Zhang Bai and said seriously, for OB position, try to come over and run with your teammate when they hit the first cut. Use your props to create more time for your teammates. Zhongli saw that Chenka was talking to himself and immediately straightened his back and nodded. Wang Ziyu suddenly realized that when everyone went out, the responsibility of deciphering the cipher machine would fall on him. Yes, memorize your teammates' crypto machine and go patch their progress instead of looking for a new machine. But of course special circumstances do allow for a new start. Everyone's efforts are stealing time for you. The final press, in particular, is critical. Remember the gift of returning to the light that you let everyone carry? After Chenka finished speaking, everyone suddenly remembered that Chenka had all let them carry a talent called Return to Light, in addition to the established talent he had given them. Returning Light, when the escape door is energized, it immediately restores half of the fear value and increases sprint speed by 50% for 5 seconds. At the end of the day when the save was made, every single supervisor wanted to hit the target and leave the person behind. The moment he fell to the ground, you instantly deciphered the code machine. So was he able to get up? Wang Ziyu had always felt that when his teammates went out to do things, deciphering the cryptographs became less important, but now he realized that Chenka didn't treat him as an insignificant minor character. But you didn't carry Return to Light. Wang Ziyu froze. Chenka had all told them about his talent-carrying preparations before. So listen for my signal, and when I send concentrate on deciphering you can turn it on. Wang Ziyu looked at Chenka with a complicated face. Why don't I sneak the ghost? Good you first learn well. Chenka did not reject his request to sneak ghosts. To go all the way, each one has to have very solid basic skills in ghost slipping. After a long period of idle chatter, there was a sudden clunk overhead. Match successful. Immediately after that the identity card belonging to the Dragon Kingdom was opened. The icy blue ID tags represent the survivalists' camp, and on the other side, the bright red regulation, Sakura Nation. The crowd froze for a moment when they saw the match results come out, and then they saw the Sakura Nation player directly confirm his choice and get on the field in seconds. It looks like they can't wait a little bit. The other party is eager to take revenge. Sakura Nations does have a couple of signs to regulate. If I were Sakura Nation, I'd be smart enough not to target it so much right now. After all, Dragon Nation has a higher chance of matching the regulation. Do you think our Butcher King will be on? No way. As long as we keep him, then our regulatory bureau is a sure win. Even if the opponent's regulatory merit is great, the survival bureau the rest of US survivors can try to take it down. Zhongli jumped straight up when he saw the survival camp. He's been holding it in for too long. Chen Ku and they exchanged glances. Take note of what was said before. Li Lao looked at the 4 people. He wanted to give a few final instructions, but the words reached his throat and still turned into, the rice is ready. When you guys come back you'll eat. There's the tomato scrambled eggs that you love to eat. The 4 men stepped forward in unison. Dragon Kingdom contestant, Chen Ku, ready. Dragon Country contestant, Wang Ziyu, ready. Dragon Kingdom contestant, Zhang Bai, ready. Dragon Kingdom contestant, Zhongli, ready. The 4's consciousnesses appeared in that cramped room at the same time. Seeing the interface for banning characters, the 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. Even though Chenka said he could skate around, they just banned the opponent's Red Butterfly and Nightmare. This is the best regulation in the Sakura country. It's not that I'm scared. It's purely that I want to go back in disgust and earn a few more points. Chapter 34, Opening Clap Direct and Regulatory Explosion. Seeing Rokoko ban's supervision, Kojiro immediately sneered. That laughter stung in the silence of the Sakura Nation training room, which was somewhat dimly lit, and the wall behind it was covered in character analysis information for the 5th person, with pictures of the characters on it as if they were all watching this with cold eyes. Kojiro's heart was filled with disdain. He knew his opponent would absolutely do that. The probability of a survivor victory is so high these days that countries randomized to regulatory camps try various types of regulation to determine which one they know better and which one they are more comfortable with. In the eyes of others, Of all the supervision they had on the field in Sakura Nation, Nightmare and Red Butterfly and Jack were on the field the most. But what they don't realize is that Sakura Nation has another supervisor who is second only to those three characters in terms of the number of times he's been on the field. The winning percentage is also on par with the first two. That's the Joker. One of their supervisory players is simply top-notch at sawing and driving, and is able to quickly find people on the chart. Cherry Blossom Nation's Joker has a 60% win rate. This person has a 90% win rate. Overall wins are pulled down by everyone else. This time, it was imperative to take down all the players from the Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the familiar map of Sacred Heart Hospital, Kojiro breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's a familiar figure, it's okay. There are several large maps in the game, as well as several smaller ones. The most frequent of these, the Sacred Heart Hospital, the Red Church, and the Arsenal are small maps, and Lakeview Village, Luna River Park, and the town of Forevermore are all large maps. Occasionally a memory or two of Leo will pop up, but this figure appears only a handful of times. The Dragon Nation players were already on the court, and like the Sakura Nation players, they had quickly finalized their lineup as if it had been negotiated ahead of time. In just a moment's effort, the lineup on stage had taken shape. Lawyer, prisoner, first officer, striker. Seeing this lineup, the audience was slightly surprised, as it was not the perspective lineup that countries often choose. When the role of first mate was chosen, the players in the training room of each country had frowned, because the role of first mate is, in their opinion, weaker. Even the role of the prisoner is equally so. The first mate, Jose Baden, with his dark shoulder-length hair and two delicate mustaches, was dressed in an elegant red uniform with white pants and boots that gave him a more upright figure. The word first mate generally conjures up images of captains. However, the first mate's prop is the Poseidon pocket watch, which has the effect of hypnosis. The effects of props in games are always going to be unexpected, and so is the first mate's pocket watch. The first mate shakes his pocket watch to hypnotize regulators within 27 meters, causing them to hallucinate, and for the next 10 seconds to see only the first mate's visions from 1 second ago. Also, the first mate will gain a 10% speed boost while in this state. This role has been used by countries before and is not considered a strong role. Even after shaking the pocket watch again to deepen the hypnosis, the regulator can still follow it and see the vision it had 2 seconds ago. Just follow the first mate's visions and you won't lose them. The role of the prisoner is even more vulnerable. The prisoner, like his namesake, was wearing a black and white striped prisoner costume, and he has two abilities. He can see the repair status of all the motors in the field and make motor connections. The connected ciphers can pass progress to each other when deciphering. This would have been a great skill to have, except for the transmission process, which would have had a loss of deciphering progress. Another skill that can be regulated for a second with the skill electricity. It just makes the regulation stiff for a second, a brief period of time that is almost negligible. When they saw this character, everyone didn't understand it. A character that would lose transmission progress would have no business being there if it wasn't an essential matchup. Looking again at Rokoko's striker, Kojiro smiled even more. If Self had chosen another regulation, the striker might have been able to run with the ball, but Self chose the Joker this time. To run, he's not losing speed to a striker. On the contrary, the role of the lawyer is moderately easy to pick out. Kojiro could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. A small map, and Razor was still quick at finding people. With 7 cipher machines, there must be 4 to decipher. Any way you can find someone. The seeker can't see the supervisor's choices, but the supervisor can see the seeker's role. At the sight of these 4 characters, he sat down in the big chair of supervision and smiled grimly. It's just a shame that regulation of the Dragon Kingdom won't be involved in the survivors matchup, or he would have left him here. At this time, Jianbai and others have already carried their own skills in accordance with Chenka's pre-match explanation. Among them, Jianbai and Zhongli carried, turning danger into danger, returning light. In a previous life, these 2 words were also shortened by players to fight for your life and big heart. Only lawyers, carrying big hearts and double ammunition. Chan Ku, in addition to carrying a double bullet flywheel, also ordered another small talent that makes the regulatory mind explode. Triple Megaforce and Triple Shake. Megaforce causes the regulator's stun recovery rate to be reduced by 10% / 15% / 20% when you hit the regulator with your board. Survival awareness, increase in struggle speed when tied to a balloon by 10% / 15% / 20%. That way even if the striker OB fails, he can try to break free and swing off the balloon on his own. After all 5 were confirmed, the time given to them to prepare became short. After the countdown ended, all 5 entered the game at the same time. Sacred Heart Hospital is a low-rise, 2-story church-like building with the vast majority of its walls constructed using only bricks. and the center of the map is the core area of Sacred Heart Hospital. The interior of this abandoned hospital has several operating tables, is drafty on all sides, and there will be holes in the upper floors. Chen-ku looked at his birth point, outside the cabin. He laughed outright when he saw the location. Next to the cabin is the invincible ruins. Looking at the drill on the ground flashing with a cold metallic color, Chen-ku immediately knew who the supervision was. Joker. Without a good car, the map of Sacred Heart Hospital can be a real disadvantage. At this time, several of Chen-ku's teammates also saw the drills and wind wings all over the ground. Jiang Bai only paused before running to the nearest cipher machine. The clown was fast, but she was sure Chen-ku would find a way. Chen-ku looked at the board in front of him and did not hesitate to go straight down. This position off the board would also allow him to scuff a board bomb to speed up his turn to the ruins, and he planned to skate around the cabin for a while first. At this moment, the Joker was looking for props all over the floor, his tall and terrifying figure swaying in the dimly lit corners. He planned to collect a set of thruster windwing drills first, and others along the way while he was pulling and running. He was also a little bitter when he saw the hospital, but only temporarily. If the survivalist ran towards the second floor, he'd have trouble pulling the saw. As he was gathering a full set to add to his chainsaw, pondering which direction to go first next, he heard the sound of bursting points coming from behind him. Bang! The popping sound was extra loud in the silence of the manor. Joker licked his tongue. So soon to fix the machine popping point? How did the Dragon Kingdom make such a blunder? But it's okay, your ugly master is here. Chapter 35. It's done. Let's do a treasure chest first. Seeing the behavior of Chen-ku's opening shot, the audience was instantly shocked. No, brother, it's really fake. I wonder if the clapperboard will pop points too, except for fixing the machine without calibration failures. They, the viewers, knew exactly what was going on, so it didn't make sense that the dragon survivor wouldn't know about it. Chen-ku ran toward the cabin after tapping the board, which happened to have a cipher machine, and he first squatted down to connect the electric field and activate the electric field of the cabin. Not knowing when the Joker would be coming over, he started fixing the machine straight away. Seeing his opening shot to fix the machine, the Dragon Nation audience was instantly stunned. People couldn't see the names of the seeker or the supervisor and didn't know who the user of this prisoner was. People were very speechless at his opening clap. Brothers, don't go yet. It's bursting point. OMG. The clown saw is coming straight over. Where did the rash come from? Aoi. Don't just mess around with you guys just because Emperor Slaughter can win. Although Emperor Slaughter can win, don't waste the points that other people earn back. Okay. The audience was speechless as they watched the approaching Joker, and the prisoner, who was concentrating on fixing the machine. Transmission progress will be lost, so I really don't know what to pick this character for. The people from the Dragon Country administration were also heartbroken, and they connected to Li Dicheng's phone communication at the first opportunity. Old Li, what's the matter with you guys? Although Chen-ku was able to earn it back, the players can't waste points like that. Don't they take their lives seriously without talking about the score? Listening to the split-face scolding, Li Dicheng could only laugh bitterly. This prisoner, is Chen-ku. He was also helpless, because Chen-ku swore before the opening that he was going to slip the ghost. He was also puzzled as to what a skittering ghost was. If ghosts are regulation, is slinking a ghost slinking a butcher? Literally? Hear Chen-ku 2 words. The phone at the end of some repressed anger instantly like a deflated balloon. Oh, it's him. That's fine, said the phone directly clunked off. After making the call, Li Dicheng cried a little as he looked up at the ring in the void. The clown had already arrived in Chen-ku's neighborhood, and Chen-ku didn't seem to know it. Li Dicheng hadn't been in a hurry, but the audience had been in a hurry instead. Run! Still fixing the machine. Don't want to live, do you? I'm really angry for Emperor too. Is this the quality of the Dragon Kingdom's survivalists? What a waste of the points earned from such supervision. When the crowds of the rest of the country saw this scene, they also began to taunt without leaving any stone unturned. In the face of their taunts, the people of the Dragon Kingdom just dared to be angry, as they also wanted to curse. At this time, Chen-ku's heartbeat was already up, but he didn't let go. The Sakura Nation clown also saw the hut, and with a turn of his head he rushed towards where the door was. With just a glance, he saw the prisoner who was concentrating on fixing the machine. The other man, dressed in a somewhat soiled black and white prison uniform, concentrated on tapping away at the machine. Me! He laughed and rushed towards Chen-ku. At this time he only felt that the hideous horror of the clown was visualized on his face. The dragon audience has already had a number of eyes closed. They seem to be able to see the scene of Chen-ku eating a saw and running away, and then being caught up by the clown once again pulling the saw and falling to the ground. At this point the ciphers aren't making much progress. It's just not too late to suffer prisoner elimination before the Joker pulls out and finds someone else. Bail STH. Or lose. Chenku unhurriedly sent a message to his teammates. Regulator is near me. Seeing this message, the spectators from all countries revealed sneering smiles and, what's the point of telling your teammates that regulation is near you now? Shouldn't you have known from the moment of the clap that regulation would come to you? Who can you blame for inviting your own ghosts? Kind of invites a laugh. Their message Chenku cannot see. He sent a message to his teammates as to want his teammates to know his position. In case of eating the knife after the convenience of the striker OB and after the rescue. It also gives teammates temporary peace of mind to fix their machines. Joker won't get to them for a while. After seeing Chenku's message, Zhongli only felt itchy. He was very much wanting to go over it this time to take a look and see how Chenku actually slipped the ghost. Granted, countries save video for research, but he just wanted to be there to see it live. There's nothing quite like seeing it live. When are you going to eat the knife? Then he'll be able to get over to OB sooner. Looking at the box not far from his side, he glanced again at the cipher machine at his side. I just happened to brush next to the box. Isn't that God's will? It's done. Let's do a treasure chest first. He wiped the corners of his mouth. With the exception of Lucky, a survivor can only carry one prop a game. But Chenku taught him a way to become able to carry two. Just only one at a time. Keep picking them up, and you'll be able to keep replacing the props on your body to transport them forward. Supervision can't use props thrown on the ground by the seeker, and can't be destroyed, so it just doesn't matter if it's right there on the ground. He couldn't wait to try it. Can you really take two? Chenku looked at the clown who rushed to the door as he ran towards the window position. The clown saw the other party roll over the window, and if the laughter could be heard, at this time Chenku would have been able to hear his almost crazy laughter. Don't you dare roll over the window without fear of deterrence. The audience is no longer afraid to go see it. Chenku smiled. The other party's intentions he still cannot know? Before the Joker got close, he made a direct delivery of electricity. Zip, 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 zip. The Joker trembled twice in place, and with the infinite saw abolished in his hands, he could only watch as the prisoner tumbled toward the window. Even he could see the prisoner standing there at the window looking at him after he had rolled it over. The little tiger teeth at the corners of his lips making him look very untamed. Grass. The electric scene ends quickly as the Sakura Nation Joker looks at the window and flips out after it. He's going to get him. Get him. He admitted he was a little red. Seeing the other side with the flip, Chenku began to run toward the location of the board. The electric field did not step on it, and it can still be recharged to go around a few more times. He stood at the corner and watched the red light prevent the regulation from reversing around. There was a clicking sound of assembly in his ears, and around the corner he saw the Joker move to begin assembling props for his chainsaw again. Chenku couldn't help but laugh, and when he was electrocuted by the electric field and broke the saw, he knew to step on the electricity. The sound of the clown assembling the props was quick, and Chenku had already run toward the window. When he saw his opponent approaching, he simply rolled over the window. The Joker saw this and sprinted towards the door, making a U-turn towards the window. Chenku turned back again. The clown stared slightly, then entered the cabin again from where the board had been. Chenku turned it over again. Chenku also froze at this time. This clown are not cheating flip? A little too gung-ho to say. Chapter 36 Prisoner smashes the board to hit the regulator. Not that the Sakura Nation clown was too gung-ho. He also wanted to make an abrupt U-turn before going into the cabin and give the prisoner who had just tumbled out of the window a straight shot in the back. But the problem is he won't just reverse it like that. It's easy to hit the wall say. His full power chainsaw has already broken once because of Chenku's full power saw. He then had to run through both doors of the cabin before pursuing the prisoners toward the window. In pursuit, he could even see the prisoner standing motionless at the window, determining his direction before flipping back. It was the first time he had ever found the cabin so annoying. Those two doors were so narrow that crossing that one he had to be careful for fear of hitting and breaking the saw. And now the prisoner was actually playing with himself just by flipping over and over one of the windows. The crowd watching the match stared at each other in disbelief. And Kojiro Sakurakuni even clenched his fists as he looked at the ring with a blank face, only his reddened neck betraying him. The person who had angrily scolded the prisoner for clapping at the beginning was now also a bit embarrassed to speak up. Is this clown so well restrained? What's up with this clown feeling a little clownish? I can play with this window for a year. This clown can't spare his full props, right? Or else he'd have just short-sawed after him and chased after him, so he might even be able to get the knife faster. It's too abstract. This clown is human, I'll eat it. Chenku looked at the clown that had been traveling through the cabin in circles and really kind of couldn't help but laugh out loud. This clown can't even make a U-turn. At this point, after several consecutive runs by the Joker, without even having to break the saw himself, the electrocution progress bar accumulated by the cabin motor was full. At this point the Joker was standing in the middle of the cabin. Zip, 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 zip. The Joker let out another shiver before the fully loaded chainsaw was once again scrapped. The Joker stood in the center, trembling like an electric shock for a moment as he looked to the motor. Prisoners don't come on much, and even when they do, the few that do don't voluntarily connect to the power after knowing that transmission braking will drop progress. No one knew that electrocution in an electric field would terminate the action. Underneath the motor, there is a connecting piece. Joker watched the progress of the electrocution that continued to build up, and to avoid getting shocked again, he went straight over and stomped it off. The purple electric field disappeared from the cabin, and the purple electrical connection in the void disappeared as well. After stomping off that electric field, the Joker player was a bit relieved. In the chase just now, he had read warmed underneath his seemingly easy chasing exterior. He felt the funny face of the Joker materialize in himself. He was 100 times reluctant to let him voluntarily scrap the fully loaded chainsaw. But now that he was electrocuted by the electric field, he was relieved as if he had been relieved. Looking at the prisoner standing outside the window, the other man stood motionless watching him step on the electricity. He looked at the window in front of him and didn't hesitate to follow through the flip. The prisoner saw him go through the window and immediately started running. He had thought that Chen Ku would run towards the outside, but rolling out the window, he looked at the other party's footprints and realized that the other party was back inside the cabin. Regulation is faster than a survivalist. Flat-footed healing like that, he'd catch up with the other guy sooner or later. So what if the window was slowed down by the prisoner? It's only a matter of time before we catch up. Thinking of this, he followed suit. As he reached the door, the prisoner went to the window again and tumbled out. He followed through the window, and the other ran to the door again. He went to the door and the other went to the window. Midway through the game, a teammate sent in his own deciphering progress. First mate, 25% progress in deciphering the cipher machine. Counselor, 34% progress in deciphering the cipher machine. Striker, has acquired prop flare gun. Chen Ku admitted that even he was confused when he saw the flare gun. Even with the change of worlds, the forward player is still a treasure chest monster. After 3 cycles, the Joker player got a little antsy, but he could only be angry for a little while. One thing he very much wanted to do at this time was to switch the dog to bite Chen Ku, prevent him from escaping through the window again. It was just that he took a look at the secondary skills he carried. Listen to. He was a bit lost in thought, bringing listening into the habit. And he didn't have time to change his other skills for a while in order to find someone in this matchup. And he pulls the saw to run is very fast. He has seen Chen Ku's operation with dogs, but does not think that the clown is suitable for dogs. He suddenly realized something. Chen Ku had switched his support skill to listen in that match with Sakura. At that time Chen Ku was for the whole job. But this time, Joker suddenly realized that it would be nice if he could change his skills at this point. There's no way around it. Things like talents and secondary skills can only be adjusted pre-game. You can't replace your secondary skills unless you're carrying an undercard. The Joker had no choice but to continue following through the window. It was just that the idea of leaving was already in his mind, and he was thinking about the benefits of catching someone else. This prisoner is really... Chen Ku looked at his window bomb and about to turn good. He looked at the board of the cabin. Just cover him aboard. By turning the window projectile to the invincible ruins. Bouncing knee reflex after crossing a window. Increase movement speed by 50% when sprinting for 3s. Cooldown 40s. After crossing a template, increase movement speed by 50% when sprinting for 3s. Cooldown 40s. The cooldowns of the 2 effects are calculated independently, and the increase in movement speed is reduced to 25% if the penalty is outside of the regulator's realm. Because of the 2 ejections, it is also referred to by many players as double bomb. Even though he could use the cabin to keep going around with the Joker, there were more boards in the ruins. You can't carry the gift of the triple megaforce for nothing. Joker looked at the prisoner who kept circling around with him. His whole body was trembling with anger, and at this point there was still a bit of sanity left in him. He knows what he's doing against the game, and he's trying to win. This prisoner surrounds the windows of this cabin and is really difficult to deal with. He's thinking about going to the next one. In thought, he followed to the back of the board again. He was ready to change his grip immediately if the prisoner was still at the board waiting for him to follow him. Yes, what pissed him off the most in the process was that he often saw the prisoner waiting for himself at the window. He had just appeared behind the boards. And for once he did not see the footprints that had derived to the window opening, nor did he see the prisoner's person. What about people? In the view of the world's audience, everyone saw the prisoner standing behind the boards, blocking himself with the help of the boards that extended out. What's he going to do? Card viewpoint blind spot? MD, this prisoner thinks that we Sakura Nation regulators are cuties. Can you not see him? There's one thing to be said for that wave of chasing just now. It's like I saw a perpetual motion machine. It's no different than walking a dog. I just want to say sorry to the prisoner now. I scolded him at first. The opening clap is really artistic. With the precedent of walking the dog in front of him, one wonders if that clown would not be able to see the clown hiding behind the boards, go straight to the window, and then follow himself around in circles. They once saw a joke video where during a chase around a building, if the former left the field quietly, the one behind would still try to think that there was an enemy in front of them that couldn't be chased, circling around on their own. Bang! Prisoner slams board and hits regulator. Chapter 37, Eat My Triple Mega Power. Smash board. Watching Chenka's operation, everyone was shocked. Is that how boards work? Other than to hinder regulatory action a bit? The smashed clown was forced to exit the outside of the cabin. His tall frame jolted, and his otherwise fluid footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The body tilted forward like an out-of-control puppet, and the chainsaw nearly came out of his hand. Under the impact of the board's downward slam, Joker's legs stumbled forward a few steps under inertia before he barely managed to stabilize himself. The Joker's face was covered in heavy makeup, but his emotions could still be seen in his eyes and slightly twitching facial muscles. The caracal grin unchanged from before, but everyone could see that he was angry. Someone in a previous life did an experiment on the difference in time between a normal smash board and a triple mega smash board stun. Normal smash plate stun regulation is a little over 3 seconds, and 3 tiers of mega power increases the stun time by 20%, turning 3+ seconds into 5+ seconds of stun time. Chenka looked at the supervision that was behind the board and did not leave immediately. They were a board away from each other, and purple heartbeats were exploding inside his chest, but instead of panicking in the slightest, he pulled his little salute from behind him without skipping a beat. Looking at the salute, the audience was dumbfounded. Familiar salute. Is this our Butcher King? Definitely not. This prisoner is a bit of a... Our Emperor Slaughter is very elegant when he releases his salute. After the props are redeemed, all the participants in the camp can use them. He must have seen Emperor 2 releasing a small salute and is now following suit. If I'm this clown and I get slammed on the board and the other guy puts a salute to taunt himself, I'm going to get the other guy even if I lose this round. Clown Poet Grip. Sakura Nation prepared so quickly for the opening. I thought it was some kind of kill move. Not only the audience, Chenka's teammates also received this alert. Wang Zhiyu's hand, which was repairing the machine, followed and shook. No, brother, how smashing. He opened the map and immediately saw Chenku and the clown standing face to face. He's still setting off artillery, with a ball on his body and a flare gun at his feet. Chun-Lei came to fix the machine after he had dried up the treasure chest. So excited to go. 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 Nope. So much for OB. But he couldn't. He always kept Chenku's words in mind. After he ate the knife or finished repairing his own cryptograph before attempting to OB, the rest of the time it was still the main focus on deciphering the cryptograph. Dead cryptograph. Can you fix it faster? Ginger White repaired the one that linked the pathway to the cabin. Ever since the line had been stepped on, her mind had been overwhelmed with worry and she was always ready to rescue. But after a long interval, she didn't see Chenku eat the knife. She wanted to get back to the video now after she finished the game quickly. Since she also plays Joker, she pays extra attention to Joker matchups in other countries. She knew full well that Sakura Go had a clown player with a high win rate and skills not below her own. The reason the Sakura Nation clowns have a low win rate is because some of the clowns lose games, which pulls down the win rate. Yet they have a Joker that is consistently at 3 catches, or at worst, bailed out. Same as yourself. At the start of the game when she realized it was the Joker, she rehearsed the rescue scenario in her mind. She knows that Chenku is very powerful, but the opening shot to expose her whereabouts is also very easy to be caught up by the clown, right? Clowns are so fast. According to what Chenku told them, the survivor holding 3 cipher machines can already be accomplished, and the balance of victory has begun to favor the survivor. He told his teammates that by holding regulation, the quest was not to stay down, but to try to stall his teammates and wait for them to rescue him. Of course, it would naturally be excellent to not eat the knife. That's great. Seeing that Chenku did not eat a knife, Jianbai continued to bury his head to decipher the cipher machine. Prisoner slams the board hitting the regulator. So awesome. This time, she wanted to go over there, too. Chenku stood in place, holding a small salute. He was not in a hurry to run. He was waiting for the other side to step on the board. At this point the Joker was completely red, knowing in the back of his mind that he was the first regulator to be slammed on the board. A few seconds of vertigo and all he could see was the prisoner standing behind the board setting off fireworks. What victory! What change of grip! It was all in the eye of the beholder, who now had one goal in mind. The prisoner. A foot shattered the board and he saw the prisoner run toward the window. Heck, it's good that this side of the board is down. That board has been crushed by him. That way he never has to worry about a board over here hitting him. Having just followed and tumbled out of the window, he had thought that the prisoner would still be circling around with him on this side, but instead he realized that the other party's running speed had suddenly become faster, and he was running directly towards the ruins in front of him. All the while running, the prisoner was setting off that damn salute. The prisoner entered the ruins and he followed without saying a word. The ruins reeked of obsolescence, with crumbling walls and scattered stones forming a four-way maze. Upon seeing the boards on this side of the ruins, he kept an eye out. That prisoner had smashed himself once, and would surely find a way to smash himself a second time. He secretly kept an eye out. He had just been smashed, and he also realized one thing. When the survivalist smashed the board, his body would appear in the middle. At this time, he made a knife, and it was very likely that he would focus on that survivalist, and he was able to hit a back step, which hit the seeker and prevented himself from getting smashed. After studying this game for so long, he realized that regulation comes with a blade breath. Some regulatory knives are long and some are short. There had been many times in previous matchups where he felt like he wasn't hitting the seeker, but the other guy would still get a hit. That's when he realized that supervision out of the knife had a knife aura. Chenka knows that the average person will be wary of the second board after being smashed, and if he is not smashed after a few boards, he will become headstrong. There are also supervisors who draw their knives almost every time they pass a board to prevent the seekers from hiding behind them and smashing the board. Chenka directly drilled into the ruins and ran toward the invincible window. The first panel, a short wall. Joker caught a glimpse of feet spreading to the back. This board can go right through. At the first turn was a high wall, and there was another board at the mouth of that passage, into which the footprints entered exactly. It didn't take much guessing to realize that the kid must have been waiting for him to come over and still try to smash himself. He grunted coldly. The Dragon Kingdom still wanted to play this trick. All he could say was that he wouldn't fall down the same pit a second time. I draw the knife. In the viewer's perspective, they see that the prisoner does not stay behind the board, but passes it and runs toward the window on the other side of the wall. He stood at the window, not in a hurry to roll over the window, and seemed to be waiting for the Joker to come over before he did so, just as he had done before at the cabin. The Joker, on the other hand, takes a step back against the boards himself and connects with a draw. What a clown, gaining the air there by myself. Who does this clown want to laugh at? PTSD up. All three ciphers are mostly repaired, and none of the prisoner blood is missing. Joker drew a blade and froze. No one? He walked across the boards and saw the prisoner standing at a window not far away, his tiny frame looking like it would crumble in a pinch. The clown is red. He doesn't smash his own? Waiting for himself again. Took out the damn fireworks again. He saw the prisoner, and the prisoner saw him, and ran straight toward the front with a flip of the window. And he, in turn, could only follow over this window. The Joker was slightly stunned. This feels a little familiar. Chapter 38 directly a flywheel tops it, followed by flipping out the window. The prisoner in front had turned the corner over a sidewall. A feeling of suffocation greeted him. How it felt like I was back at the cabin. The clown didn't move a muscle after he rolled over the window, seemingly pondering what to do next with this window. Standing still for a few seconds is kind of like hanging up. Chenka did not hurry to leave after turning the corner, but turned back to observe the supervisory movements. That's what playing Survivor is all about. Always preventing regulatory counterwinding and cheating red light. Survivors can judge how far away the regulation is from them based on the size of the heartbeat, but the intensity of the heartbeat is the same in close proximity. The seeker will likewise lose track of the supervision while it is obscured from view by the wall. He saw the clown not move and stood out in disbelief, scratching his head at the clown. The survivalist was already small, and at this point the prisoner was an even smaller one. His distinctive black and white striped prisoner costume was already dirty, and the chains hanging around his neck were an indication of who he had been. At the moment, he slowly raised his hand, his thin fingers running through his somewhat disheveled hair, and began to scratch his head. The originally intelligent and cunning eyes were full of doubt at this time. The prisoner scratches his head and spreads his hands. Audience silence. It's a bit beyond words. Even though this game can't communicate dialogue, I think I even heard him ask, "Are you not chasing me?" Clown's red warmed it up. There's one thing to be said for teammates. All three machines are about 80% repaired, and this Joker didn't expect to take so long to solve a single prisoner. On purpose. Deliberate. It was absolutely intentional. The opening clap was absolutely intentional. Kojiro hammered his fist on the round table in front of himself, spilling some of the tea that had been placed on all sides. The atmosphere in the conference room was subtle, and everyone had the good sense not to say anything. That's our player. Kojiro clenched his back teeth. Previously, when the Witch of Dreams 4 captured the 4 players of Sakura Nation, although they were also angry at that time, they were far from being this furious. That butcher was strong. That much they recognized. It's a different situation right now. It's like their clown player has turned into a real clown in this matchup. No problems with all the steps of pulling a saw to find someone or whatever, but it's just acting stupid and being teased like a dog by the other seeker. Like a dog. Especially since the other guy had to stop and wait for the Joker to come over. And just watching them made their blood pressure rise. Tetsuji Otaki took a deep breath. The Sakura country had a different method of managing the players. If the Dragon country was managing it in a collection, then the Sakura country was divided into many coaches, each of which was responsible for a portion of the players. And that clown, that's who he's in charge of. Seeing Kojiro's angry look, he had no choice but to step forward. This proves that his previous victories were all false luck. Death on the estate is where he belongs. 2. We should be grateful to the Dragon Kingdom for weeding us out of so many losers who survived by luck. The crowd at the round table in Sakura Nation looked at the ring in the void, their eyes fluttering a bit. They don't see the intensity of the prisoner character up there at all. Electricity is also only a second, and the CD is still long. At the moment the prisoner is operating as if he's just mindlessly going around windows. Anyone reading this would say it's brainless and without a shred of skill. Compared to that, they, the clown contestants, had truly become the losers who survived by luck in Tetsuji Otaki's mouth. Just now the Joker had been thinking about switching grabs, because just for those few seconds he lost his concentration. He heard a clang. A cipher machine has already been deciphered. Unsurprisingly, the progress on the other two units is nearing completion. And here he is, chasing the prisoner without getting a single result. As he was thinking, he saw the prisoner reappear in front of him. Scratching his head at himself, he spread his hands. Joker grunted and began assembling his props. He has one last thruster left. Since he had been near the prisoner, he hadn't looked for too many props on the map. He already sensed that if he didn't make the slightest move, it wouldn't be long before the cryptographs were all 5. And the prisoner was still in front of him, still scratching his head at the clown assembling the prop. This clown needs to be replaced. This terrain is a bit too complicated. It really isn't suitable for clowns to operate here. That prisoner really is a bit too cheap. When did we have such an additional player in Dragon Kingdom? It should be because Emperor Slaughter has imparted some experience to him. How to restrain some regulation. That's why he can be so bold. Is it possible that Emperor 2 and this prisoner are the same person? It's not possible at all. Emperor Slaughter's operation is still killingly elegant and calm. Not so, haha. The bouncer flat out denied the connection. But they could see that the clown assembly props were now going to be replaced. Now that the lawyer's cipher machine has been repaired and opened, the lawyer has been running the map to turn the point to find a second cipher machine to continue deciphering. The progress in the first mate's hand was also up to 93%. The one in the striker's hand was a little less advanced. He'd gone and touched a treasure chest at the start, and was now just at 80%. Seeing this progress, there was some emotion that this might be the fastest game for a survivalist to fix a machine. In past matchups, every seeker has repaired their guts, having to be on guard at all times against regulation that comes out of nowhere. It's all over the map when you can't find anyone in supervision. Most survivalists hide and wait for the regulation to pass them by before coming out to fix the machine. After all, it's rare to supervise a search where you've just searched. In this way, the survivalist's machine repair does not progress quickly. This was the first time that everyone clearly knew the location of the supervision, knew that the other side would not come over to interfere with them, and was relieved to be able to decipher the cipher machine. If the now dead lawyer in Joseph's game had seen this scene, he would have been incredibly sure of himself. He had the right idea in wanting to play the visual rape stream lawyer. As long as the movement of the supervision is always known, then the remaining teammates can fix the machine without fear. The only downside is that regulation will search people everywhere. If he were to see Chen Ku's current behavior, he would certainly lament the fact that Chen Ku's behavior of exposing himself to the regulatory field of view coincides with his philosophy. What was different was that this prisoner was exposing himself, using himself as a sizzling cupcake, tempting regulation to pursue him and not allow him to shift his goalposts. Seeing the clown assembling props again, the audience was more worried than Chen Ku. What if the clown leaves? Others don't have such an advantageous position, and others don't always have the big heart of this prisoner. What survivalist would dare tease regulation? Chen Ku looked at the clown who was sawing and preparing to leave. A flywheel topped it the moment he passed by. Do I have your permission to go? Chapter 39. Is this game to be won by smashing the regulation to death? The Joker's target was very clear this time. There were 7 cryptographs in total. There was one in the cabin just now, and another in this ruin. One had already been successfully deciphered. And of the remaining 4, he could find someone any way he wanted. Right? Can you still punt on the 4th option? As for the prisoner next to him, he didn't even want to care. Even if he could knock out half of his opponent's blood by sawing up, he knew deep down that he still couldn't do anything to him with the remaining half of his blood. As Rash leaves, He deflects as much as he can, trying not to hit the prisoner himself, but heaven forbid. All he saw was the prisoner running towards him. The audience was outright dumbfounded by this maneuver. I blew a bean. In order to not let the clown leave, direct flesh broken saw. Holy, this prisoner doesn't want to die. The prisoner is righteous. If he can really stop the Joker from leaving, and the 3 teammates escape from the manor, he'll be able to live. Holy, this is the real way to fight. It's hard to become great by hiding. Someone must stand out. The audience watched as Chunka ran towards the clown and immediately understood what the opponent meant. Joker naturally saw the prisoner blocking his way, and he grunted coldly. Since the other party wanted to give it away, he would simply take the trick. There was no need for him to leave what he had taken a cut for nothing. With one less cut to tolerate, the prisoner would inevitably have an extra layer of pressure to hide behind the board. After all, one draw and you're on the ground. But the next instant he saw the prisoner's running form dash toward the front. The chainsaw he had just pulled out himself hit the prisoner right on top of him. Immediately after a saw, the prisoner ran toward the rear, and instead of continuing around that long window, he went behind the boards in front of him. Joker was confused, because at this point the prisoner was still full of blood. What the hell? How can you eat a saw of your own and still have full blood? Joker followed behind the prisoner, wanting to see what kind of a situation he was in, but just past the boards, the blue, worn boards came straight down head-on. Bang! Prisoner slams board and hits regulator. The 3 teammates who were fixing the machine saw the prompt again. It's not. Here we go again. Is it that easy to smash the board? Is regulation that stupid? As soon as the board went down, the prisoner continued behind the board, setting off fireworks. The red salute shot up into the sky in a brilliant bloom in his hands. The ring pop-up has seen many of the competitors speak, with people noticing that little sprint by the prisoner, which reminds them of a survivor talent. Flywheel effect. Carrying this trait gives you the active skill flywheel effect, the effect of which is sprint 3.5 meters in the direction of the character's face. Immune to most damage and control for 0.4 seconds. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Opening cooldown time 50 seconds. Unsurprisingly, this player from the Dragon Kingdom carries the flywheel effect. No. 0.4 seconds of immunity. How can you grasp it so accurately? Who dares to carry this thing? A 3.5 meter sprint is actually a small section. As good as nothing. So an attack like a chainsaw is immune? What about other attacks? The Joker was so confused at this point. He couldn't afford to get angry when he was covered with another slam. He just wanted to see it again. How come the prisoner doesn't bleed out? He couldn't think straight until now. At this time, the rest of the preparation players in the Dragon training room also saw Chenko's operation. They knew that Chenko was showing it to them. So this is the flywheel. I'd better carry double ammunition. I don't feel like I can react. It's awesome. Chenko froze for a moment as he looked at the clown with the head of iron overboard. You're not going to draw a knife this time. You've got an iron head, don't you? He ran again to a board in the middle of the ruins. This board is different from the others in that this one only has a short flat little box next to it. If the rest of the boards are next to high walls, as long as you hide behind the boards, it will be difficult for the supervisor to see the survivor hiding behind them, and it will be easy to be sneaked up on. That Chenku was now standing next to one of those short boxes, and he looked at the opposite clown without moving. The meaning is very obvious. Come over here. I'll cover you if you do. Joker only felt his newly suppressed anger rise again, and regardless of why his opponent wasn't bleeding less, it wasn't something he was thinking about right now. He saw the prisoners behind the front board. I TM a step back and draw my knife. Joker's knife hit the air, and Chenku did not move a muscle. The prisoner was still there with the fireworks, and seemed to be calculating that he was going to draw his knife. The little tiger teeth in the corners of the prisoner's mouth made him look more than a little cute. Cute, gross. Draw another knife. Joker swung his blade out, while he took care to take a step back, but the prisoners in the back remained unmoved. Just as he was about to draw another knife, he saw the prisoner standing in front of the board, as if to cover it. Heck, it doesn't happen more than 3 times. This time he didn't retreat. This time even if he was covered. He admitted that he was going to take a stab at the prisoner no matter what, but it didn't occur to him that the prisoner was just standing in front of him to tempt him, and as he moved forward, the prisoner was already moving to the side, as if he knew that he would be hit in this position. Once again, the slash hit empty. Regulate has a closing backswing even after an empty blade, and doesn't allow for back-to-back actions. At that moment, Joker's knife hit the air, and his body was already standing in the middle of the board. In an instant, Joker's entire body reacted. Not good. Sure enough, he saw the prisoner standing next to him run over and place his hand directly on the board. A backhanded cover. Prisoner slamming board hits regulator. Grass. Joker's body tilts from side to side out of control and he stumbles forward a few steps, this time smashing the board. The clown has been smashed to the same side as Chenku. Chenku did not slow down and flipped the board over, and drew his little red salute again. With the three giant forces, 5 seconds seemed like a century had passed. The audience had been dumbfounded at the sight. First time I've sympathized so much with regulation. No, brother, does regulation play you like that? What can you give him a cut? I can't take it anymore. MD, this clown's bottom is going to be seen through by the prisoner. He can't even get a hit. Couldn't bear to look any further. The 3 men who were working on the machine had been dumbfounded, especially the striker Zhongli, who, after seeing his remaining teammates send the progress of the cipher machine being broken, grabbed his own ball and flare gun and rushed towards Chenku's position. Since the 2 remaining ciphers were breaking, it had nothing to do with him. He'd go over there and see what was going on. 3 boards in a row and the Joker no longer cared. As he could see clearly, these were the only boards here. Let's see you play after all the smashing. He followed the prisoner back to the long window. Regardless of whether the other person smashes or not, he just smokes. The slash hit empty, and the clown's body stayed in the middle of the board again. Finished. Bang. Chapter 40. That's our hot combo technique. Everyone guessed the outcome as the clown's body rested in the middle of the board. Still, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes at the sight of the prisoner turning back to flip the lid of the board to supervise. It's brutal. It's really cruel. Zhongli now can't wait to hold his ball and accelerate to run over to see what Chenku really did. But he can't do that. According to what Chenku told him, every prop within the game is very precious. In non-essential moments, try not to use it recklessly. A lot of the time, regulation is running to fix the machine, and if you see someone else trying to chase it down halfway through, they must be trying to force a prop, and he also wants to go over to save the props to see if he can really hold the ball sprinting and knock out the regulator as Chenku said, or how long different pulling progressions can crash. Each character advanced operation, are not outsiders can say clearly, are required to their own actual combat to feel. Prisoner slams board and hits regulator. When this string of prompts came out, Wang Jiu only felt that his hand in repairing the machine was a bit steadier. He had never felt so safe. Spreading out his own map, he was able to see through to where supervision over there was bobbing around by his head, still recovering from the slamming he'd just taken. The map is able to see through the silhouette of the regulator and also teammates, and based on the movements, you can tell what your teammates are doing at that moment. He saw Chenku's shaking hand and the fireworks rising in his hand. He then went up against the supervisory bulkhead, unperturbed, and set off the little fireworks that Elder Lee had bought for him. Fireworks. He was also setting off fireworks when he played supervisor. It's just why. It's obvious that both camps are setting off fireworks, but it gives off 2 very different vibes. Regulators who set off fireworks always give the impression of a surefire plan, playing survival. However, gives a heavy sense of provocation. It is a bit of a one. I didn't see this kid being such a when he was using regulation against the game. Before watching Chenku play supervision, he only had admiration in his heart. He could guarantee that any person who saw Chenku playing regulation would not be able to help but be in awe. But now, ahem, the Sakura Nation clowns have really warmed up this time. It took him 5 seconds to recover. The game character was smashed unconscious and unable to move, but he himself was conscious. He then watched as the prisoner stood before him, motionless, waiting for him to recover. Chenku looked at the clown in front of him. I'm afraid if this game is played with a prophet, it's all sucked out a few birds. Prophet smashboard standing still and sucking birds breaks the defense more than any other seeker smashboard. The thought of his opponent standing in front of him in a frantic build-up of rage progress sucking the bird, waiting until he had managed to recover from his stun and catch up to him in an attempt to give him a slice of his own life. He would use the stiletto bird to protect himself. 5 seconds is a long time to say the least. At this time Chenku has been thinking about the next hand to try with the prophet. Being able to suck all the time is really cool. This one board was smashed, and the ruined one was pretty much used up. He saw the clown step on the board and swerve to borrow the front window to turn the point to the next board area. This side is all low obstacles, and even if you drop the board it's just a short board area. Whether it's flipping the board or circling around, it's easy to get caught up in regulation and eat a cut. At that moment, Joker also followed over, and seeing the narrow short boarding area, the sardonic smile at the corner of his mouth gradually deepened. It is not wise to pull the saw here. At this time Chenku's electricity should have been good. He pulled the saw again. The other side is sure that an electricity will directly waste him. If he gets a broken saw, then he really is a clown to be laughed at by the world. He followed Chenku and watched as he entered the board area in front of him. He stayed behind the board and seemed to want to smash himself. When the striker arrived on this side, all he saw was Chenku and the Joker standing on either side of the board. Joker has always been tentative knife, but Chenku never action. Occasionally Joker will try to head iron over the board knife, trying to hit Chenko for a while, but Chenko will always be appropriate to pull the distance. By the other side of the knife out of the back swing, and the other side of the other side to change a direction. The two just kept circling around that one short board, like a poorly played game of cat and mouse. Only the mouse in front is more of a predator. The two have been gaming around the board, and the Joker doesn't come out with a knife every time he crosses the board, because there was a pause backswing every time the blade came out. Just that little bit of backswing time, the prisoner who had just closed in would pull away a little bit more. Stryker stood a short distance away, and he was sure the clown saw him too. He tried to take a step closer, but the clown didn't change his target to attack himself. No, brother, is this what you call slipping ghosts? Zhongli only felt that this scene was ruthlessly shocking his worldview. In the next second, he saw Chen Ku, who was constantly circling around with the clown, turn around and directly smash the clown who had just crossed the board under the board. Prisoner slams board and hits regulator. When another prompt appeared on the panel, Zhongli's heart thumped. He saw Chen Ku take advantage of the little bit of time that his opponent was stunned and shook the fireworks in his hand to move to the next board area. It also seems to want to be in a new place, and the other side of the game then. Once again, Joker recovered from his stun and stomped the board to catch up. 25% progress in deciphering the cipher machine. Progress in deciphering the cipher machine 13%. Once again, the attorney and first officer sent some of their own progress in deciphering the cipher machine. Looking at the clown in front of him who was trying to game Chen Ku, the striker looked at the ball in his hand and the flare gun that was brought to his feet. He swallowed himself. He had a bold idea. Chen Ku also saw the striker who came over to watch the battle. He knew that the striker must be coming with a flare gun that he had touched up, and he needed to give his teammates a bit of real-world combat. Only teammates who had experienced real-world combat would be able to walk alongside each other in the matchups that followed. With that in mind, he sent a signal that they had agreed upon. I need help. Here we go. Zhongli took a deep breath, held his balls, and slammed them towards the clown. He didn't crash into the clown the first time, but followed the points that Chen Ku had taught him before, and took advantage of the moment when the clown crossed the board to crash into him. The moment it hit regulation, the heartbeat on the striker was maximized. That beating heart, however, was no longer filled with fear, only excitement. The striker will also have a small stun himself after hitting someone, which Chen Ku has told him. So when he watched himself in supervision together with his head down in a stun state, Zhongli was not so anxious to panic. According to Chen Ku, the longer the distance pulled, the longer the regulatory stun. He, on the other hand, will wake up a little earlier than regulation. Zhongli pulls the ball over and Chen Ku is not far away. He is standing right by the plate. Seeing the striker come to his senses and prepare to pull away, he slammed a cover right into the clown. Freshly awakened, supervision slipped back into unconsciousness. Striker looked at his depleted amount of props by 1/5, and he could have played 5 more times with this maneuver. Now that's a hot combo for us. Chapter 41. Only a cowardly striker would run with the ball. When the striker slammed a ball into the regulator, the whole world seemed to stand still for a moment, followed by a wave of exclamations that shocked the whole world. The eyes of the spectators were originally glued to the ring, but at this moment, they were staring wide open at this sudden scene, their faces filled with incredulity. Awesome! How is this a studied style of play? A striker can still knock someone unconscious when he bumps into them? Isn't it only possible to run away with the ball? No wonder this character is called a striker. Only a cowardly striker would run with the ball. Cold knowledge. They're down to their last 2 cipher machines too. Does this matchup have to be won by killing the regulation? Everyone has been watching the gaming cover of Chen Ku and the opposite clown. Watching the fascination did not bother to pay attention to the progress of the cipher machine. It was only then that he saw the vanguard approaching that he went to pay attention to the remaining ciphers. After being hit and smashed, the total progress of the cryptographs was down to a little over 1. Everyone used to think that deciphering a cipher machine was a long and torturous process because they were always on edge while doing it. Every 100th% of progress in deciphering was like walking on the tip of a knife, and every tiny sound from the cipher could draw the attention of the overseers. It was a feeling of hope cautiously building up in the midst of fear. It was the first time they felt the deciphering was progressing so fast. It was clear that only some time had passed, but the cipher was down to its last bit. It was a wonderful feeling, like suddenly seeing the light of dawn in the darkness, and it came faster and stronger than expected. The players from the various countries looked at the 5 men in the ring, and when they saw the prisoner and the striker, they couldn't help but shiver and the hairs on their bodies stood up straight. They sat in the training room of their respective countries, their surroundings so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. For the first time, they had put themselves in the shoes of the clown and wondered if they would be like him now if they were that clown. Images of themselves facing such a situation in the game quickly surfaced in their minds, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in their hearts. They pondered how they would go about breaking the game now if they were the clown. A thought was born in everyone's mind. If only the Joker could get a knife in that over the board gaming. Take one first. And if it also carries some useful secondary skills, dog or otherwise, you can take it down in one fell swoop. Commander Zahir of the Bear Nation looked up at the clown whose head was about to be smashed in as he sat in his chair in the command room with the flag of the Bear Nation hanging on the wall behind him. With a hint of gravity in his eyes, he turned back to the group of contestants behind himself with obvious fear in their eyes. I have to say that the Dragon State has given us a good idea of how to break the game. Instead of just hiding when it comes to supervision, you step up to one person and buy time for your teammates. This matchup was not only seen by Zahir, but also by the rest of the country's players. The progress of the deciphering of the cipher machine is far from as slow as everyone feels, and in the absence of interference, the progress of the deciphering of the cipher machine is fast. As soon as the 5 cipher machines are deciphered, it's time to open the door for battle. At this point in time, either regulation will be in a very passive position. Opening the door means you're not far from victory. They all understood this reasoning, but in actual games, it was difficult to grasp the situation as effectively as the dragon players did. When he finished speaking, the players below bowed their heads and stammered, not daring to speak. That prisoner's maneuvering they could see, and they don't have that big heart to step up and carry the load for their teammates. The thought of facing regulation was too much for them to overcome even the fear in their hearts, not to mention coming face to face with regulation and using board gaming to cover the board. Their minds conjured up the terrifying image of the regulators, with their icy eyes and deadly weapons, and just imagining it made their hearts beat faster involuntarily. Someone else instead scowled and raised his own hand. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm just afraid that I don't have the means to hold back as much time as the other side. His voice trembled a little, and his face held a hint of helplessness. In past matchups, they'd had their share of regulatory chases. Sometimes there was no time to move at all before they already ate the knife, and before they could turn away they were already lying down. That feeling of helplessness and despair still haunts them today and has become an insurmountable shadow in their hearts. The prisoner carries the gift of the flywheel effect. They saw it too. Even know that the flywheel has 0 4s of invincibility too. It's just a matter of timing this one. If you don't have a good grasp of it, you're just giving it away for nothing, aren't you? Zahir sighed as well. He looked at his own players, and no one was able to step forward. Not that they were afraid to do so. Rather, once you step up, the psychological burden of failure is too great, and the consequences of failure are too severe. This scene played out in the training rooms of various countries. The lights were bright, the atmosphere was depressing, and the faces of the contestants all wore varying degrees of frustration and anxiety. What do you guys think of the combination of striker bumpers and prisoner covers? There are already countries trying to replicate Chen Ke's lineup for this game. In their training room, the major commanders stood in front of their tactical boards, pens in their hands, eyes glittering with anticipation. The role of the lawyer, aside, seems to exist to observe regulation. The role of first mate is one they haven't seen work yet. The ones that can be seen at the moment are the prisoner and the striker. One crashes, one fits the cover. That little bit of work alone dragged out almost 10 seconds of deciphering time for his teammates. Let's see more. The crowd was silent, all of them raising their heads, wanting to see what they would do in the aftermath. At this point, the Joker was already furious. He had just seen the striker when he came over, but he ignored it. His heart was filled with anger, and his already fierce eyes became even more hideous at this time. All his senses were lost, and whether he was being covered or taunted, he was going to hang that prisoner hard on the chair and let him fly. This is a game where winning or losing has become irrelevant. Even if the prisoner could be resurrected after the 3 escaped, he wanted to vent his anger in what was left of his life. There was an almost frantic look in his eyes, and in the dim and depressing surroundings of the manor, his figure looked particularly hideous. The striker on the far side had run off with the ball in his arms, kept running and didn't stop. Don't bother with the vanguard. Keep after the prisoners. He knew he was running out of time, and the fact that the striker was here meant that the other side was no longer burdened with ciphers. All he had to do was win the prisoner once in the next game. Then he could figure out a way to keep the prisoner here, and maybe even the dead front runner who was watching along with him. The prisoner has moved on to the next plate area. Gaming to win once, just once. A flash of hatred flashed under the clown's eyes. This time, he was already into the board. The prisoner was not far from himself, and whether he was going to leave or cover the board, he would have to eat his own knife. Nutty, 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 nutty. Mauve lightning blossomed from the prisoner's body. Grass. The clown was shaking with electricity. 1 second later, the striker had pulled a third of the ball back to crash directly into him. Chapter 42. Others fear me for my greed. Chen Ke looked at the striker and clown who were stunned and did not rush to smash the board. Striker was in a stunned state along with supervision. and it would be just as well for him to wait for Striker to wake up before smashing. Now smashing the board is equivalent to resetting the stun time of the regulation, which in the game is also called unwiping. Survivor's props inflict stuns on regulation for varying lengths of time, and some of Survivor's props even have a very simple knockback effect. If used after a teammate has inflicted a longer stun effect on the regulation, the little girl or the batter's page aka the prisoner's electricity that briefly only lasts a second will snap the regulator out of the stun. Supervisors have been known to wipe their knives for a few seconds after striking a survivor with their knives. And it's times like these when using a prop with a much smaller effect can also remove the knife wiping time for supervision. John Lee was in a hurry. A real hurry. His insides were like a burning fire. Desperate to make a move. He was trapped in his own thoughts. And for the brief dizzying time, various thoughts were weaving in and out of his mind. He knew he'd wake up earlier than regulation. And he knew that the board smashing thing was better left to Chenku. Because Chenku carried triple tier mega power. He could make the supervisory stun last longer. He was well aware of this matter. But the urge in his heart was hard to suppress. In accordance with the tactics discussed before the game, Chenku also spoke about the fact that in the right situation, teammates help smash the board will achieve better results, preventing the supervision of carrying such talents as trapped beast and addiction disorder. This way the regulation will wake up sooner and the striker will be too late to leave to be taken to the knife. All that pointless resistance only made the hunter more aroused. Trapped beast, after being stunned or power controlled and then being subjected to that type of effect again for 15 seconds. The recovery speed of this effect is increased by 20%, up to a maximum of 60%. Addiction disorder, when there are 2//3//4 free acting survivors within 24 meters of oneself, the recovery rate from powerful controls such as stuns suffered is increased by 15%//20%/25%, and slowing effects suffered are reduced by 10%//15%//20%. These skill mechanics exist like traps hidden in the shadows that can put the survivor in a desperate situation if they are not careful. The more pain, the more excited. He knew that the Chenku cover was bound to be the best option, but he just wanted to try. You can't communicate during the game. You can only send some quick messages. For a few vertiginous seconds, he was very anxious to articulate his thoughts. Stand still. I'll help you. At that moment, the three of them immediately saw the sentence sent by Zhongli in their panel. The two men fixing the machine were unsure. And so was the audience when they saw the message. Wasn't the striker still in a stun state? Who's he going to help? Others cannot read this message, but Chenku understands it. Bell is so far off the mark that you only need to read the first half of the message. Stand still. Chenku read his meaning at the first time. Let me go. He looked at the striker who came to his senses and took a step back towards the side. Concentrate on deciphering. This signal is a code word defined between their squads, and giving this message means that you can continue your actions. Zhongli's breath became short when he received this news. He looked at the clown in front of him, still with his head down in a state of vertigo. His heart was beating extremely fast. It was the first time he had ever looked at regulation this close. In this position, he seemed to be able to see the Joker's fake flower-white face, to see the grimy corners of the mouth painted in blood on it. The image was incredibly realistic, as if the horror of a clown had come straight to the surface. The tattered clothes were covered with bloodstains, and there was no telling how many seekers' lives had been intertwined in this countless amount of blood. The striker is strong and has a quick cover. In just an instant, the plank was over Joker the clown's head. It's cool. Zhongli was so incredibly excited that he only felt that his brain had climaxed. It's better than him taking a flare gun and chunking his supervisor in the head, because he had used the flare gun many times. He had discovered that the stun time caused by the Air Force using the flare gun in this game was different from the stun time caused by other characters using the flare gun. The Air Force's stun time with the flare gun is significantly longer than the other survivors. There are a lot of props in here that are uniquely specialized for this character. Other seekers can use it, but it's hard to use it to the desired effect. And the chests are opened at random, so characters other than the lucky ones don't always get to touch what they want. It takes time to touch the boxes, and the boxes are very scattered. It's more attractive than the boards that are everywhere. Striker smashes the boards to hit the regulator. The lawyer's dull eyes straightened instantly when this message alert lit up in the survivalist panel. No, how come you're even covered? Is the regulatory board so well covered? After a plate cover, the striker quickly ran towards the side. He was not as bold as Chunku after all, and covered the board and still dared to stand next to it and not move. Again the Joker bobbed his head under the pounding of the board, and the cipher machine's decipherment added up to a rapid pace. The board came down, and what was left of the Joker's sanity was completely gone as he looked at the striker not far away, and then at the prisoner standing next to him. The striker was hateful, but he hated the prisoner a little more. All the crowd saw was him bracing himself towards the prisoner. paying no attention to the striker next to him. He no longer wanted to play games with Chenku. The prisoner had used his electricity, and there was nothing that could interrupt himself at this point. His target looked like a prisoner, but the rest of his eyes always fell on the striker. The striker was standing not far away, with a ball in his arms, poised at every moment. 2. Joker's hands were trembling as he squeezed his weapon, and for the first time he felt the helplessness of regulation. When there are 2 or more seekers in front of him at the same time, he can only target one of them. Chenku stood in the front of the board area, and his teammates were sending their deciphering messages every now and then. Lawyers deciphering progress 60%. First officers decryption progress 42%. Just a little more delay is needed to usher in the final battle to open the door. When Chenku once again stood in front of the boards, countless people could see his intentions. The prisoner was again tempting supervision to hit him, trying to keep the clown's body in the middle of the boards. Joker sneered, and this time he didn't rush out his sword. According to his experience, that prisoner would bait himself like this a few times every time he pretended. Then he'd take the bait this time. The thought had just risen, and the board slammed down instantly the moment he crossed it. Looking at the giddy clown, the audience couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, I wish I could remote control my Xiaomi phone to blow him up. This clown has been counted at every step, gaming for total loss. How is this going to play out? Before, I thought it was quite simple, but now I only feel horrible. Every step seems to be in the other party's calculations. Who do you guys think would win if he and Emperor Slaughter's board area gaming? The crowd was silent as they watched the clown get smashed over the head once again, especially the players from other countries who were watching and already had a bit of a laugh. This is the second of today's matches in the Dragon Kingdom. They had a feeling that there would be a third one later. In an instant, countless country commanders had sent requests to the Dragon Kingdom that they wanted a truce today. Today, the Dragon Kingdom showed so much that they could not come up with a tactic to deal with it, and it was too late to make a thought. They want to work on it overnight if they can. Li Dichang saw the string of messages requesting a one-day truce. Li Dichang sneered. Truce? Not at all. I'm greedy when others are afraid. Chapter 43, Where's my one-sword chop? Countless requests sent out by countless countries were ruthlessly rejected by the Dragon Kingdom. There was a time when dragons' bad luck consistently matched to regulation, and it was always the subject of conversation and laughter. Li Dichang even knew that some countries had open handicaps internally, betting on whether or not the Dragon Kingdom supervision would be able to capture the people. He didn't blame the kids who had lost in the regulatory board, and at the moment he had a feeling of great revenge in his heart as he teasingly looked at the message from the group. At the moment he just posted a message on the ring pop-up. Why don't we start a handicap and bet on who will be matched with in the next game? He didn't bet on any victory or defeat, and he knew by looking at the clown in the ring who kept getting his head smashed in that victory was no longer in doubt. At these words, the room fell silent. There was instant silence from the players of the countries, who used to say on their pop-ups with impunity that they were betting on how many the other team would be able to catch and whether they would get a draw. Now the other team is also squarely asking them to guess which country they will be matched with in the next game. As the people of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the pop-ups sent out by Li Dichang, they couldn't help but cover their hearts and wipe the teardrops that were about to be suppressed from the corners of their eyes. Yeah, for once, we're not about luck. It's time to consider your luck. Come on, wait for the match. Let's see which country will be so lucky. The clown on the stage seemed to be numb from the smashing. He mechanically crossed the board and was mechanically smashed. The weapon in his hand couldn't even be raised before he was stunned under the board. Clang! The sound of another cipher machine's decipherment being completed rang out, and there was only one last cipher machine left at the moment. As everyone could see, that last cipher machine was only at 12% progress. Deciphering acceleration has begun. This remaining 12% progress takes less than 10 seconds. Once the lawyer's own cipher machine had been deciphered, he ran over to the first mate and the two of them worked together on the last one. After sending the last of the deciphering progress, the first mate let go of his hand, and the striker, no longer watching from this side, had stood over the small door, waiting for it to open. Chenku looked at the clown beside him, and from just now he realized something. This clown appears to be clumsily being covered by his own board, but is actually consuming this side of the board. He acted so obviously that Chenku could see his thoughts at a glance. Unsurprisingly, this clown must be carrying that talent. Retain. He wanted to leave himself at the end. This clown may want to play a surprise, but he doesn't know that in the world that Chenku lived in his previous life, one of the talents that almost every fifth personality player must defend against is the one caught after the 5 cryptographs are deciphered. Even if he didn't bring a knife chop, Chenku would have defended himself until he saw the red eye. The cipher machine is pressed. The lawyer sent one last message. Seeing this, Chenku turned around and entered the hospital. He knew that the Joker would follow. It's still a good time to prevent your opponent from going to the gate. And locking the hate on yourself to keep him from leaving is the best way to do that. The clown's face turned ugly when he saw Chen-ku shift his position. This outside terrain he has already been played by Chen-ku, not to mention going inside the hospital. It's just that he has no fallback now. This prisoner's teammates were probably ordinary people, and there was little point in keeping them here. As long as he could slash Chen-ku to death in the time it took to retain, and then go and grab one of Chen-ku's teammates to ensure a draw, then this invincible player from Dragon Kingdom would be gone forever. At this point, the audience was incredibly surprised, because as they could see clearly, the last cipher machine of the Dragon Kingdom had reached a little more than 99% of its progress, but the other side didn't decipher it right away. The lawyer stops his own hand movements to stand by. Like an actor, the first mate and the striker had posted themselves next to each of the two doors. The prisoner was already preparing to turn point toward the hospital. The boards over here are pretty much played out, and staying here interferes with a teammate opening the door not too far away. As the two reached the door, the crowd saw the striker and first mate send a message at the same time. Pressing the cipher, Chen-ku glanced at the distance of the clown behind him and was still in a safe position. He doesn't carry a big heart, so he can turn it on with the right position. Concentrate on deciphering. At the same time, the lawyer's hand was back on the top of the cryptograph. The entire Sacred Heart Hospital resounded with an alarm long enough to cut through the sky, which also meant that the 5 cipher machines had been deciphered as much as possible. The moment he heard the voice, Joker froze for a second. That's 5 units But soon, he looked again at the prisoner not far in front of himself. He had just collected a few more props on his way to being constantly slammed on the board. Listening to the long blast, he began assembling his props. He was going to catch the prisoner as fast as he could, and it didn't matter if he crashed into the board. The broken board would also prevent the prisoner from using it to block himself again. The lawyer approached the gate a short distance away, and he ducked beside it to wait for it to be lit open. He had no means of defending himself, and at this point it was better to wait for his teammates to open the door. Chen-ku turned around and saw the red-eyed clown, and also heard the roar of the pulling saw. Sure enough, this kid just brought a knife chop. It's just that this guy still doesn't understand clowns very well. The two teammates were also sending their progress in deciphering the gate. Joker's side is not unfamiliar with the internal structure of the hospital. No matter whether Chen-ku is going up the stairs or what, it is difficult to go to a safe position in a short time. Both will be attacked by their own pulls. The clown did break the defense, but also calculated the time of Chen-ku flywheel in his mind. 120s. He knew deep down that Chen-ku's flywheel most likely hadn't turned out well. Chen-ku looked at the approaching clown, and it is true that his flywheel did not turn well, and the electricity was also handed over once not long ago. But none of that is a problem, because Joker Razor damage does not inflict a slash. Only normal attacks count. Retain, when the gate is energized. It gains a power boost, and a normal attack hit will deal an additional normal attack damage to the Seeker. And the status lasts for 120 seconds. He knew he couldn't even make it to the second floor if he turned point hospitals. I'm afraid. But the other guy pulled the saw in order to catch up. By now the ring audience was abuzz. The moment the players from various countries saw the Joker's red eyes they couldn't help but stand straight up. This red eye is not red warm in the sense that it is a real red eye. Scarlet is an outward sign of regulatory double vision. It also represents a gift to retain. No one used to bring retention because if you found someone, you could stay. And if you couldn't find someone to bring it, it didn't work. People prefer to carry a lot of little talents. This time, it was clear that Sakura Nation's regulation was ready. The Joker character comes on with the idea of switching doors and chasing the survivalists to keep them from leaving. After the 5 ciphers are broken, even if they pounce, you can quickly zipsaw for another door to hunt down the Seekers. He's going after more people in the short time he has to open the door. This time, Sakura Nation also came with the idea of 4 catches. I just didn't expect to be played so badly by the prisoners. Retention. He carries retention. 1 slash here to take care of the prisoners still leaves time to take care of that remaining survivalist. They have people at both doors. They'll never pounce. It used to be that for regulation, the 2 doors were either one or the other. One side of heaven and one side of hell. But now, there's people at both doors on the other side of this game. This side of the gate is relatively empty. The boards over the wicket were all played out by the prisoners again. On either side, there are no longer boards that can impede regulation. Seeing that the clown was already approaching the prisoner, the hatred in those scarlet blood-filled eyes knew no bounds. Bang! Hearing the sawing behind him, Chen-ku did not rush up the stairs, but stopped at the position of the stairway. With a crunching sound, the clown saw slammed right into the motionless prisoner on the first floor. Why didn't he run? Before there was time to think much about it, the expected sight of the prisoner falling to his knees in a crouch did not happen, only that the prisoner accelerated from one blow to the other, covered his beaten buttocks and went up to the second floor. What? The Joker's mind exploded. And the result was more difficult to bear than if he had been cut off by a flywheel saw. Where's my slash? Chapter 44 Prisoner on the Chair. It was just a single blow, and the prisoner accelerated straight up the stairs out of sight on one of the impacts. The Joker stood in confusion. He stood in the hospital and seemed to be able to hear the wails of the dead and dying souls here. His unusually heavy footsteps followed him to the second floor. The ground was full of footprints left by prisoners running by, strand by strand, piece by piece, tracing the prisoner's trail. The time to break the gate code was only 18ths, and originally he thought he could hit the prisoner in one blow and make him fall down in seconds before bothering with the gate. It didn't occur to him that pulling the saw was not part of the retention. At this moment, looking at the prisoner standing by the second floor fence, he could jump from the second floor at any time. The location of the gate is being highlighted, and this location is so close to the gate that it will only take a few seconds to get from here to the gate. Gate decryption progress 88%. A message came from the first mate who was breaking the gate. And the lawyer stood over from the corner and posted himself in the doorway. Chenka jumped down from the second floor, and the clown followed him. Both sides of the gate begin to break almost simultaneously, and the door opens at the same time for all characters except for the antique dealer and the acrobat, who opened the door with a 30% slowdown. At the same time that this gate of the first mate was broken, the gate of the striker was lit. The audience all breathed a sigh of relief after the gate was broken. At this point, even if Chenka sacrifices to the heavens, the three of them can still walk through the door successfully and win the game. This matchup between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom had definitely opened up new ideas for everyone. Someone has to step up to the plate to keep regulation from interfering with a teammate fixing a machine. Slipping ghosts. Give your teammates as much time as possible to break the cipher machine. There is a lot of talk in the countries, and you could say that this is a whole new way of playing. According to the calculations of this game situation, as long as the first person can drag out the time it takes to decipher the 3 cipher machines, then the victory will be in favor of the survivor. Yeah, as long as you drag out 3 units, then it doesn't matter even if you're on the hang, because you can free up one person to come to the rescue, and if one slips a bit longer, it can relieve a lot of pressure on your teammates. This wave was definitely an analysis given to them by Emperor Slaughter. As a top Emperor Slaughter, he must have spoken to his teammates from the Dragon Kingdom about the circumstances under which the victory of the game would be in favor of the survivor. Everyone looks at the ring as the doors on either side have opened and 3 of the prisoner's teammates are already standing inside. The lawyer was even closer to getting out the door. When the Joker was on the verge of catching up with the prisoner, the butcher moves faster than the survivalist, and the prisoner will go down with just one more hit. And this position to the gate, there is no area that can give him a hold on the regulation. And once the regulation catches up, then he will only fall to the ground as a result. Such is the case with this diagram of Sacred Heart Hospital, where both sides of the main entrance are somewhat empty. Survivors here without props will have to game the closer shortboards, and even need the cover stun to regulate a bit of time before they have a chance to get out of the door position. Chenku has turned the flywheel at this time, but he is not prepared to use it. The Joker was closing in behind him, and he sent a message to his teammates before jumping off the second floor of Sacred Heart Hospital. I need help. The striker also came towards the position of the gate at the first sign of the news. He knew that Chenku was using his own life to teach them how to open the door to battle. Outsiders do not know that in the last night, Chenku had them discuss tactics. No matter what the map is this time and what the regulation is, they're all going to try and fight an open door battle. There will be plenty of matchups like this in the future, and plenty of places to play matchups. The doors were already open, and the chair positions on this side were spread out enough that they were able to make 3 runs anyway. Chenku knows that this is a good training opportunity. Such opportunities are fleeting, and it is unlikely that they will not be fought just because the regulation carries retention. With the exception of the basement, where each chair is spaced a long distance apart, it's simply impossible to try to hang people and guard chairs at the same time. The reason why it was said after the gate was opened was also to increase tolerance. According to Chenku's statement, this position everyone is just crawling out. If the supervision keeps holding up and putting down the ones trying to climb out before going to the others, then the progress of everyone's struggles is enough to break free. What's more, this time they had 2 fighting for their lives. The striker looked at the ball in his hands as well as the flare gun at his feet, which he hadn't been using until this last moment. If the first deputy shaking the watch is not able to trick the clown into being taken to the knife, then when he is close, he can still use the flare gun in his hand to collapse the supervision for 3 seconds and save Chenku. It only takes 4 or 5 seconds to punch the door from this position, fighting for his life but for a full 20 seconds. His palms were sweating. He had never been so nervous. Joker has already caught up with Chenku. He raised the weapon in his hand high, and a storing knife directly knocked down Chenku, who was running towards the gate. Looking at the paralyzed prisoner, the Joker only felt a wave of unreality welling up in his heart. This asshole who had tormented him for an entire inning was just going to be knocked to the ground by his own knife? The team belonging to the prisoner at the door had not left. The lawyer stood a little against the inside of the door, while the first mate stood in the doorway. He took the prisoner on the ground and hung him close to the chair at the gate in front of his teammates. He swung his weapon at the chair again and again, the weapon hitting the body with a different dull sound. It was close to the door, and the Joker watched his glowing red eyes as he lashed out again and again at the prisoner in the upper chair. At times, he raised his own weapon to the two men at the gate and swung it twice out of thin air. Not going yet. The clown grunted coldly, the corner of his mouth pulled up in a sardonic smile. He had only wanted to vent his anger, but he saw the two who hadn't left. If you can hang on to one yourself, then the victory in this matchup is yours. A draw, to him, is a victory. That ING asshole will have to stay on the estate forever too. The moment they saw the prisoner on the chair, there was an indescribable feeling in the viewer's mind. Although this is also a kind of victory, they would prefer to see this real out of the manner, rather than a whole game for the sake of teammates always sacrifice. From slipping ghosts, to switching hangers, the only person holding the Joker back in this game is himself. Until now, the Joker has stood guard next to the chair and whipped the body, so to speak, full of hate. Whiplash. Whiplash doesn't speed up the elimination process. How much hate does it take to whiplash a corpse? Why don't the three go away? Can't afford the efforts of the prisoners. The strikers are on their way. They seem to be trying to save the day. How can I save it? Joker brought retention. Just one cut and he will fall to the ground. How can this be saved? Don't you forget that the striker has a flare gun in his hand. Firing a shot could have saved someone anyhow. Looking at the vanguard that had arrived, Jiangbai raised the Poseidon pocket watch in his own hand, moved closer to the clown, and began to shake the watch. Chapter 45, Stand Still. Let me help you. Jiangbai knew that he had to keep tricking the clown with his bodywork. The striker was right next to him, and he picked a spot where a flare gun bullet couldn't be deflected. The lawyer looked at the two men, and yes, this was a rescue drill that Chen could had set up before the match. If Kongbai shakes the table to save the person and fails, once she eats the knife and falls to the ground, then the striker will immediately shoot and then save the person. And the fight time is 20s, which is enough for them to run 3 times. But if we do that, this rescue training will, without a doubt, end in failure. It was also the first time for Jiang Bai to use a pocket watch, and she had already memorized its characteristics. What the Joker saw now was only her shadow from 1 second ago, and after she shook the watch again to deepen the hypnosis, the shadow the Joker saw would become 2 seconds ago. When facing the first mate, both would draw their knives flat and try to hit the first mate's actual body, and all she had to do was keep the Joker from guessing her trajectory, from guessing her true alignment. The Joker couldn't help but smile when he saw the first mate approaching towards him with a pocket watch in his hand. 3 runs is the best solution to this game, so that you yourself can only whip the corpse at the end of your life to vent your anger, and won't do any damage to this prisoner. But the other guy actually chose to save the day. After the first mate saves the day because of the hypnotic effect, the prisoner also turns into the shadow of the first mate after he gets out of the chair. The clown sneered. Was he trying to guess the wrong person and then switch to the chair? Is it to get your heroes out? Want your heroes to escape the manor? The Joker had been desperate, but now he was revitalized. The character of first mate has not been on the scene many times, but he also knows the characterization of first mate. What he saw was only a shadow 2 seconds ago, and the only way to know the first mate's true position was to prejudge it. He hit the air with slash after slash, and he could see the first mate trying to close in on the chair and backing away again. Jiang Bai's palms are sweating, and Chen Ke said that there are generally 2 cases of saving people. Eat a knife yourself and stabilize the save while you supervise the rubbing of the knife, or maybe tricking the supervisor into hitting the chair to wipe the knife to stabilize the save. She'd just seen it when the clown was whipping the body, and supervising the chair beating would have wiped the knife just as well as the man, and her role this time is the first mate. Chen Ke wants her to practice as no-injury rescue. The Joker had the retention, and there was nothing she could do to make a knife-eating rescue. The red-eyed clown kept swinging his sword, giving her enough oppression. Get close to the chair, leave a shadow, then pull back to the side. Jiang Bai always kept in mind Chen Ke's words, taking advantage of the supervision of the empty knife back swing to save people, or tricking him into hitting the chair to wipe the knife to save people. The players on the dragon's side were attempting a rescue, and cold sweat broke out at the corners of their foreheads as they watched the first mate continually battle the Joker in a battle of wits. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom had risen up in anger, and as far as they were concerned, this was their only chance for victory. Stupid clown, this is your only chance to redeem yourself. Damn Dragon Kingdom's insatiable greed. How is it possible to want to run in 4? They must have wanted their heroes to walk out of the manor fair and square, rather than relying on sacrifice for victory. What a useless move. Joker looked at the approaching chair first mate, having placed his hand on top of it. The save interaction was about 2 seconds long, which meant that if he got out of the knife fast enough, the first mate wouldn't have time to rip the prisoner out of the chair. A knife fell. Bang! It wasn't a slingshot knife that landed on a building, but a dull feel like hitting a person. Hit it! The clown's skillful knife-wiping motion excited him immensely. The consciousness of the player in the Joker's body threw back its head and laughed. He then said how he could lose all the time by gaming. Do the rest of the Dragon Kingdom, except for that damned prisoner, have this same gaming skill? Having been covered in countless boards myself, I finally won back this time. The instant Jiang Bai saw the other party hit the chair with a knife, and the dull sound rang out, she quickly acted and directly grabbed the opportunity to rip Chen Ke out of the chair. Her movements were decisive and sharp, as if she had practiced them countless times. Her heart raced in the moment, a mixture of nervousness and excitement. She could see a pale white circle of light on both men's status bars. Joker, on his side, was still thinking about picking up the first mate on the ground, who had been knocked down and revealed himself to be a prototype. When he saw the first mate who was rescuing him back up a few steps to the side, and then come over again after he'd made his cut. Shadow. This rescue maneuver is a mere shadow of what it was 2 seconds ago. The first mate aborted his movement and stepped back in time. Tricked. There was a flash of shock and anger in the Joker's eyes. Chen Ke broke free from the chair. The shadows of 2 first mates appeared around him, indistinguishable from each other. He stood there, looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, his heart filled with resignation. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, wiped his blade to end it, and gave a vicious slash to the nearest first mate. No one fell to the ground under the effect of fighting for their lives, and the 2 men got out of their chairs as if by agreement and ran toward the door. Not far away, the striker also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to be saved. The stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The next 2 were fine no matter who ate the knife. For 20 seconds, the 2 of them are invincible. Zhang Li walked up to the gate with the ball and flare gun, and the clown clearly hadn't reacted yet. The Joker stood frozen at his chair, watching the 4 men stand just inside the door, ready to leave at any moment. His mind was filled with helplessness and anger, and he felt like he was being played by the survivalists. Zhang Li looked at his props. He wasn't going to waste his flare gun before he left. Give him a shot and walk away. Excitement crossed the bottom of Zhang Li's eyes as he prepared to pick up the flare gun. He kept alternating props to bring over. Shooting, picking up the ball, pulling the ball and punching the goal. He had already plotted his next move. His heart raced in the moment, as if he could hear his blood rushing through his veins. Only he had just picked up the prop on the floor and stood in the doorway ready to shoot when he realized that the flare gun had turned into a map belonging to the lawyer. His eyes were filled with shock and anger, and he couldn't believe his eyes. And the lawyer beside him had a gun in his hand at some point. Stand still. I'll help you. Zhang Li was in a hurry. He only wanted to get this Wang Jiyu kid killed now. Who allowed you to pick up my gun? He hurriedly sent signals, wanting the lawyer to drop the flare gun in his hand. Wang Ziyu looked at the bronze-colored flare gun in his hand. This was the first time he had ever used a flare gun. Bang! Gorgeous fireworks burst out of the lawyer's hands, striking the Joker in the face not far away. After the shot ended, Wang Jiyu hurriedly ran towards the escape port as if he had done something bad. Zhong Li directly followed him out without saying a word. Chen Ke stared, swearing that he hadn't misread it. Did you just shoot a lawyer? Wang Jiyu, this kid fired the gun ah? Chapter 46 A slip of 5 units? Supervision is completely surrenderable. Before going out, Chen Ke was hit by the clown again, and he just walked out of the Sacred Heart Hospital with a reddish circle on his status bar. Joker could only watch as they ran towards the gate. He could feel that he did hit someone after the prisoner got out of the chair. He even had a knife-rubbing motion, but just no one fell to the ground. He could only watch as the 4 men, one after the other, ran towards the exit. His figure looked so lonely and helpless at the gate, and the grim-faced clown stopped at the gate and watched as the 4 disappeared into shadows. The sky turned gray and the whole world became dull. The Joker felt his life being dissolved as the bleak manor was being dissolved. He didn't know. He just felt the 4 men fleeing the manor with shouts of friendship and bonding and whatnot on their lips. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 60. Escape survivor, 4. Earned achievement points for smashing the boards 5 times in a game, 20. Point settlement, Rokoku gets 80 points. The audience instantly focused on Dragon Kingdom's points panel, only to see that -189 turn into -129 in a flash. Apart from the 20 points that you need to put in yourself for the match, there is a net profit of 60 points for this win. Seeing the skyrocketing points, the audience couldn't help but thump in their hearts. It's really fast. In just 2 days, Longboy had gained over 100 points. Although the score was still negative, the crowd just had an overwhelming sense of reassurance that it was only a matter of time before the points were leveled. It doesn't need to be 10 days or 8 days. Maybe it could be tomorrow. In this matchup, Sakura Nation didn't dare to ban a character. Sakura Nation's points would have been only 80, and playing according to previous matchups, 80 points would be enough for them to last a long time. After losing 2 consecutive matchups at the hands of Dragon Nation, their points have gone to 0. Not only did they lose this round, they lost in a very bad way. The shadows of the 4 Seekers appeared in the ring, and the moment the 4 shadows had just appeared, the crowd heard an earth-shattering roar. I'll kill you. With just a yell, those 4 shadows went down in quick succession. Seeing this scene, many people lost their minds. What happened? It must have ended up with the prisoner going down, the other one not leaving and almost flipping the game, right? If my teammate sacrifices himself that much, in the end I'd rather trade myself for him. This squad wouldn't be in conflict, right? Many of the national players couldn't help but lower their eyes when they heard that explosive shout. This was definitely one of the most powerful teams they had ever seen. One of the prisoners' performances was very bright, not only showing a new way to sneak ghosts into play, but also giving a way to think about board-smashing gaming. Strong performance from the forwards here as well. It's strong enough to find one player on a team that dares to step up and face regulation, and this team even has 2. No, 3. In the end, the first mate used the prop Poseidon pocket watch to save the man from a close call at the hands of the red-eyed regulator. I stance walking. Here is where even more mental strength is required. This team, near perfect score, in which the lawyers instead appear to be mediocre. The lawyer shooting at the end was a bit of a surprise. Overall, there is nothing to pick on with this team. Now that the Dragon Kingdom had a supervisor strong enough to be called the Emperor Slayer, there was now such a survival squad. They really don't know how they're going to lose after Longwa. The only way they can lose is if they implode and their team starts to disintegrate internally. A number of players sneered at the thought. Something everyone would like to see happen. Wang Zhiyu's consciousness had just returned to his body when he hurriedly ran to Elder Li's side. Zhongli directly followed without saying a word. His neck reddened. Obviously not yet forgiven Wang Zhiyu for using his flare gun. Chenku cried and laughed as he followed the two, while Jiangbai trotted along behind, and she had been constantly reviewing the operation she had just performed in her head. You gave me back my flare gun. Zhongli gritted his teeth. He hated it. He'd opened the box so many innings that he could barely touch the flare gun in any other innings except when he played lucky. Now it was so hard to touch it once, but Wang Zhiyu even stole it for himself while he was alternating props. I haven't tried. I just want to give it a try. Wang Zhiyu's voice was small, and when he saw Chen Ke's crazy cover, the idea of wanting to try it was growing in his mind. What if you could smash it yourself? If he himself could buy so much time for his teammates, then wouldn't his former teammates have died? Thinking of this, Wang Zhiyu couldn't help but lower his head, his eyes somewhat gray. Seeing his appearance, Zhongli looked at Elder Li, who kept stopping himself to persuade him, and seemed to have thought of something else and stopped speaking. Well, since you have not used, this Moncler outlet store will give you a try. Next time. He just wanted to say that next time you cannot do so, and looked at that low and did not say anything. Wang Zhiyu. Next time to use to say in advance, to cool everyone together. Chen Ke looked at Zhongli, who just had a sword in hand, slightly stunned. After coming out from the game, he yelled to give Wang Zhiyu a good look. Who knows that over just a moment, Zhongli's attitude has changed its appearance. A long ago memory flooded into Chen Ke's brain, and he had an extra memory about Wang Zhiyu that belonged to the original body. The first time Chen Ke was going to go up, Wang Zhiyu was still very stubborn and wanted to go up, thinking that since he had to sacrifice, he would sacrifice himself. At that time Chen Ke's shallow short impression. Wang Zhiyu is a supervision player. This time the extra memories were a little longer. Before becoming a supervised player, Wang Zhiyu was also a survivalist player. The team that went up that time was down to 2, and only 3 of the cryptographs had been deciphered. Eventually his teammates ran in the opposite direction of the cellar, while he walked the cellar after his teammates were eliminated by touching the nearest cryptograph every now and then to keep his heart from skipping a beat. He hasn't been on the field in a survivalist role since then. Follow Chen Ke to participate in the survival game also because of trust him, more reason, or because in the critical time, he wants to the same way. Let Chen Ke survive. Walk a man. Deduct 10 points less. For the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Ke is not simply just 10 points. Want to learn to sneak ghosts? Chen Ke smiled and patted Wang Zhiyu on the shoulder. Wang Zhiyu's body trembled, then looked up at Chen Ke. He could not see the intentions under Chen Ke's eyes, but he wanted to say that he wanted to, very much. He wants to step up if he can, not be protected by his teammates, but some things need to be learned in the real world, not by watching an image and listening to theoretical knowledge. He is eager to grow and to be able to truly contribute to his teammates. Aha! Then next time you pick a little girl. Chen Ke spoke thoughtfully. In the beginning you can do what you can to sneak ghosts and try to maneuver. If there was ever a character to stick around and learn to sneak ghosts, it would be the little girl. By attaching yourself, you can follow your teammates around and learn all kinds of gaming, as well as the timing of prop releases. What if I didn't slip well? Wang Ziyu murmured. Chenko had told them that a slip of 3 units was an advantageous game. If it's a slip of 5 units, then the regulation is completely surrendered. A slip has the biggest impact on the matchup because after a hang, the supervisor will try to play against eliminating the person and relieving himself from the pressure of the matchup. Don't worry, everyone will save you. Chapter 47, do you really think you're the only ones who look at tinnitus? Longhua side has just finished the game. The oldly did not urge. Chenka said he would play the full 3 games, but today there is still a lot of time. There is no rush. The inning was over and no one had recovered. Sakura Nation lost so badly, and was continuously covered, that the players watching the game had a feeling of numbness in their scalps. Inside the training rooms of the major countries, the players sat in their chairs with heavy faces. The quiet room was filled with a kind of serenity after the tension had passed, and it was as if the tense scent of the game that had just been played still lingered in the air. The clock on the wall ticked away, each sound like a reminder of the passage of time. The thought of a third inning in the Dragon Kingdom soon. The ring pop-up area is unusually quiet at this point, as everyone is scrambling to use this break to review the matchup they just had. On the screen of that pop-up area, the lines of text seem to have frozen, without the usual hustle and bustle. In the game between the prisoner and the Joker just now, they couldn't see much of any action. The only thing they could see was the game. All sorts of gaming around the board area. Bear Country Commander Zahir dialed McCann's phone. Zahir sat at his desk, various tactical maps and information around him, and the flag of the Bear Nation hung on the wall, its bright colors standing out in the light. Dude, how about a match? Let's have a draw. Just to honor the deal we just made, and just so we can practice our so-called gaming. Now, McCann sniffed. A little hesitant. This was a time he wanted the player to use more than anything else to study the footage he'd just seen. Yeah, we've played the second game. We're not going to be the unlucky one in the third, are we? Zahir said of his somewhat arcane calculations. Not all countries can react before Dragon's third match. So for Dragon's third match, wouldn't they prioritize drawing those who didn't play a second game? Even if we're smoked, we're still gaining some experience? Macon nodded his head while listening. It was really kind of true. Without saying a word, he started matching directly with Kumoku. The two were matched at the same time, so naturally they would not draw another player, and both became direct camp opponents. For a moment, the whole group was in an uproar. Dragon Kingdom is forcing everyone to follow suit and play the second game. In that case, the points of each country will also be depleted quickly, right? He doesn't even give us a chance to learn and study. Who wants to give you guys a chance to learn? Take advantage of his illness. A number of countries have also responded and started to match. Despite their own modest scores, a total of 190 countries participated in the matchup this time, with half of all minus 200 points. The highest score was Gallic Chicken Country, with a full 260 points. Their country has been able to win in past matchups, whether in the survival camp or the regulatory camp, by luck or strength. I don't know. It's also easy to triple catch or draw when supervised. The 4 catches were never made, as either country would have chosen a character like a blind lawyer. It's hard to get 4 catches when you can see regulatory movement all the time. Finally, if the regulation finds the seller to guard the seller, then the player will fix the machine. And if the regulation guards the code machine and the door, the player will try to go to the seller. Finding someone on a large map, or a character with perspective, is incredibly difficult. Inside the Gallic Chicken training room, a group of blonde contestants watched the video of Dragon Nation with stony faces. In that bright and spacious training room, the players sat in a circle, their eyes glued to the video of the Dragon Nation match on the screen. Seriousness and earnestness were written all over their faces, as if they were thinking about some major issue. The Dragon Kingdom's player must have found out about the tinnitus message as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find the prophet and the counselor in the Witch of Dreams game. A person spoke with great certainty. But what can I say about Joseph's round? The hitting was just divine, especially that Air Force at the end. It was just out of earshot range. In the end it should be by guessing. Any one of them. And anyway, being able to go back 15 seconds through the backtracking skill won't miss the fallen survivor. Then he's a little too lucky. That's right. Of all the competitive countries, they've found this information about tinnitus. Just no one told anyone. And each game pretended to look for someone, then used the trick of tinnitus to search around and find the survivalist who was hiding. It's a secret they've been hiding for a long time. They don't know if people in other countries find out about the secret. They haven't told anyone. But now, they were pretty sure that the players from the Dragon Kingdom had also discovered this hidden message in those supervised matchups. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to figure out the survivalists with such precision. What if we when supervised met their survivalists? One man tried to simulate a scenario where they met the dragon survivors. Same as that matchup just now. Did it work to find it? It's still being played. It was just a prisoner who played the Joker. They watched the Joker play and couldn't even say anything about it, because even if they had been on the field, it would have been the same result. Let's just say that the survivalist on the other side is, well, strong. I would like to meet with the prisoner of the dragon country for a while. That clown is really stupid. The game is all lost. The inferior mind is too easy to be guessed. The prisoner can win is normal. A person in the corner broke his fingers. Is a joint clicked? He shook his head and his neck made the sound of crunching joints. Don't mess around. You're a very important player. There's no need to go up against the prisoner. Morris, the Gallic chicken commander, frowned and tried to stop his own player from having a mind to fight the prisoner. This player was the key person in their discovery of tinnitus. Morris thought his opponent would live to find out more information than he could spend on fighting the Dragon Kingdom. Don't you think I'd get more information against a player like that? There is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the one who knows you best is always your opponent. If I can go up against a player like the prisoner, I'll definitely understand myself better. And I'll know more about regulating this camp. He didn't care. The other side is strong but only one person. I'm not going to be like the Joker, for grabbing a survivor and not letting go. It's the smartest choice to go to his other teammates at this point. York, don't be ridiculous. I'm not fooling around. I'm tired of catching those idiots. And I'd love to fight a player like the prisoner. I'd like to game him a little. Gallic Chicken's score was way ahead of him. He was tired. And by relying on information related to hidden tinnitus he had managed to figure out 3 survivors in almost every hand. And if it wasn't for the fact that the last one had played the so-called lawyer or blind lady, he assured himself that he would have been able to catch exactly 4 of them. Playing a lawyer from afar, he could see the direction of his movements, always avoiding himself. He's really annoying. He really likes players like Prisoner who are bubbly. I'd love to have a good boogie. No, I won't allow you to go on the field if you're matched to the Dragon Kingdom. Morris looked at his player with cold eyes. They need more information now, and they've had a lot of victories on the strength of one tinnitus. He believed that if they knew more and understood the game better, the victory would always be theirs. York crossed his arms over the back of his head as he leaned back in his chair, not hearing Morris's words in his mind at all. He stared at the matching message above his head that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. He was waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to start matching, then he would take the initiative to meet them. Glancing at Morris's hand on the table, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He craved strong opponents. The match belonging to the Dragon Kingdom never lit up, and he was a little impatient. Coward, is it a premonition that you're being watched by me? In this matchup, he was bound to ban Lawyer and Blind Girl, and he was going to forecatch that top squad from Dragon Nation. They will not be given the slightest opportunity to monitor their movements to escape. Survivors from other countries, running away was fine as long as they were able to win. But the Dragon Kingdom's survival squad, he wouldn't allow it. He would love to see the top survivalist squad from the Dragon Kingdom fall into his hands. Do you really think you're the only ones who see tinnitus? Chapter 48 A Little Boy Practice. This side Chinku once again discussed the role of the game with his teammates. Like last time, he still wants Jiang Bai to practice his first mate more. Although every single one of the team can save, the save bit comes with a wrestle to maximize the effect of the rescue. Wang Jiyu froze and looked at Chen Ku, who had just arranged a role for him. Pick the little girl and open the game by slapping the board and slipping the ghost. Ha, you mean me? Really letting Wang Jiyu go sneaking around ghosts? He was a bit balked instead. Is there anything I should be aware of? Si Chen Ku looked at himself with recognition. He only felt his shoulders heavy. He was not afraid of death. He was afraid of because of his own mistakes in the game dragged down the team. In this quiet training room, it was as if Wang Jiyu could hear his own heartbeat. His mind was filled with a sense of responsibility and pressure, and he knew that his performance would have a direct impact on the pressure the entire team would face next. However, this thought only flickered, and he knew very well that even if he was eliminated by the hanging fly, Chen Ku would still be able to successfully escape with the other two. At the level of the entire team today, he should be one of the lowest. Chen Ku gave him the opportunity to practice, all the more reason for him to grasp it. Thinking of this, Wang Jiyu sat in the corner of the team's training room with his own small notebook again, holding the tablet and watching the replay of the match while writing and drawing on it, seemingly combing his thoughts on his own. Elderly couldn't help but sigh at this. There are many players like Wang Jiyu, the only ones who survived the past matchups on the survival team, and their spirits always remain in the past. Those painful memories and stresses seemed like a heavy mountain weighing on their hearts. Elder Lee's eyes revealed a hint of worry and helplessness. He knew that these players needed time and opportunity to overcome their mental barriers. By the way, remember to signal your current position at all times during the sneak ghost. Chen Ku looked towards his 3 teammates, who were all replaying the game they had just recorded, reviewing the main points of the game as much as possible. The protagonists of this matchup are the prisoner and the clown, and the prisoner happens to be their teammate, so if there's anything they don't understand, Chenko will be able to quickly solve their problems. Persona 5 matchups end quickly, and with no delays in the crypto machine, you can basically finish a matchup in 5 minutes. There is no need to watch the review video many times. After 3 times, everyone is almost able to recite the ghost slipping process they just went through. Hearing Chenko's explanation, Wang Ziyu nodded vigorously. Reporting your position at all times is also reporting the position of supervision at all times. You can keep your teammates away for a little while to prevent regulatory swaps from catching them. Fifth Personality is a game that requires a race against time. If the pursuit of the first person for a long time without results, midway to see the second person, supervision is very easy to change the catch. Different survivors have different props, and sometimes switching grabs will instead result in a character trait falling to the ground or a player error in seconds. Chenko asked him to report his position at all times, and he nodded without thinking. Zhongli still opted for the striker, but Chenku also gave him a second option, the batsman. After the role of the striker is gradually played in the hands of the clock, any regulation will find the striker difficult to deal with. After knocking the man down himself, he clearly drove him away and was trying to go back to hold the man when the striker came crashing right back in with another long ball, knocking the seeker, who was about to hold him up, to the ground in a half-blooded state. If the stun is long enough, then that soon-to-be-hung survivalist can even use that time to pull a long distance. So Chenko has a hunch that the subsequent opponent might spend 10 points to ban Zhongli's striker. Keeping up the pace of the upper hanging is the better way to win. As people become more aware of the game, the regulators will certainly have their own ideas. Even after seeing him smash the board, those regulators might defend a hand with a golden body. Golden body is a similar abbreviation in Chenko's world after LOL in King's Honor. It is so called because of the golden light that blooms all over the body after using it. In Persona 5, the name of the aid is Excitement. Excitement, cooldown 100s. The prey that resists is the more exciting. Removes current control state and immunizes from control for the next 5s. Using this skill can often be a great way to surprise the seeker when being smashed on the board or controlled by various skills. Again, the skill has a long CD time and a lot of boards. Survivor has more than one control as well. Therefore, in addition to the flash is good, early use early CD, flash to take the rhythm. Similar to the golden body, such skills supervision are trying to hide a little bit. Do not let the survivor know their own cards at the right time to use it out. So it's best to try out the other OB-bit characters to increase proficiency while it's not well understood. Wang Ziyu is watching Chenko's video over and over again. In addition to gaming, the main thing he is watching is Chenko's use of the double bullet to pull points. Calculate the CDs of window and plate bombs to keep regulation from approaching you. If you really can't pull it off, play in the nearest board area. The little girl also has pages, which can be used to push away supervision if you just can't get away, and can also be used to interrupt supervision skills at the right time. He watched very carefully. He did not intend to learn from Chenko to carry a double bullet flywheel. It would be difficult for him to react to that flywheel alone. Various countries have entered matchmaking pairs, trying to lower some of their chances of being matched to Dragon Nation. There were even a few countries that negotiated a draw and went up to train. A tie at the cost of sacrificing 2 of the survivors' bits just keeps each house from losing points. In the past, countries were counting on each other and never tried to keep things even, for all. A point earned counted. It wasn't until the dragon player came out that the hand double bouncing flywheel prisoners tactics really made your head spin. They instantly woke up to the fact that if they were to play the same way as before, the end of the clown would be the end of them as well. Getting slammed hard on a few boards, then Red warmed out. I'm ready. Wang Ziyu took a deep breath. Points he was already familiar with. He even knows how to calculate a good time to flash. Also always keep in mind Chenko's words. After the flash is good. If the body position is not enough, then rather eat the knife and then turn the window. But also do not give the other side flash to play the opportunity to shock. Then let's begin. Chenko looked toward Elder Lee. Elder Lee picked up his hand. I'll start matching then. Waiting for you guys to come back for dinner. He watched as it began to show match pending again under the name Rikoku. I was still thinking about who I'd be matched with in this round when I saw the matchups lock right in. Match made. Adversary, Gallic. Inside the Gallic Chicken Country training room, Maurice glared angrily at York, who had just grabbed the hand from his own to make a match. What the did you do? Chapter 49, if I don't you up and waste you, I'll play 5th person for nothing. Ignoring Morris's words, York raised his hand the moment the match succeeded in seeing that it was the regulatory camp. Gulwa's player. York is ready. Me? I want to up that prisoner. Maurice, you don't want to see the Dragon Kingdom's players getting stronger, do you? Haven't you noticed that there has never been a country with more than 300 points? minus 300 points will be eliminated outright. What about plus 300 points? The Dragon Kingdom has been rewarded many times with achievement points, and I have a feeling that the first country to get 300 points will definitely be rewarded with more. York continued to follow the advice. If you don't let me go out and up that prisoner now, when he gets to know the game better and better and gaming better and better, I'm not really sure I can beat him. York sneered. At these words, Morris was really in a state of hesitation. York was right. The prisoner was horrible. If this person was given a little more time, the back would definitely become more and more terrifying. Maurice, I can still bring in excitement to play by surprise now. If the subsequent regulation of another country brings excitement to be defended, then it will be very tough for me to win this person again afterward. York stood up from his own chair as he walked over to the tactics panel and looked at the information on it regarding the Dragon Kingdom. 2 large avatars are affixed to the back of the regulatory panel. One is the Witch of Dreams and the other is Joseph. After the 2 avatars, there was a question mark, because it was thought that Emperor Slayer of the Dragon Kingdom would be more than just those 2 characters. Since he took out 2 explosive characters to play such an operation, he must have a higher level of proficiency in common supervision. Add to that the fact that he can read tinnitus, and the man is already unbeatable. The tactical panel, on the side of the regulatory information, is analyzed in relation to the survivalist. One of the most common is the character analysis about the prisoner. Bitchy, arrogant, proud, hobby, provocative. Regarding the prisoner's strength, they recognized it, and at the same time, they thought that this person was very arrogant. That supervision of fireworks is more of a winning control, but when prisoners set off fireworks, they mean more as a provocation. They don't think it's the same person, and it's hard enough to learn information about one camp, let alone the fact that they don't analyze the 2 men's personalities the same way. Then take care of yourself. Maurice took a deep breath. Players like York are, even when ahead on points, very valuable assets. Don't worry, as long as we give this survivalist squad from the Dragon Kingdom a dry run, they basically won't get any bonus points in the future. York let out a light laugh, and then his consciousness had come to the top of the ring. Chen Ku and the others were also a bit disoriented when they saw the seconds match on. This is someone who came to match on purpose, specifically to crash with us. Li Diji immediately knew what had happened. A look at the draw. Rokoku, Survivor, Adversary, Gallic countries. They're coming for you, or we won't go on this time. Elder Li worried. Chen Ku immediately shook his head. The more the other party rushed him, the more he had to go on. He looked at the Gallic chicken's profile, and the supervising camp was steadily bailing out or triple catching, which meant the other team had their own set of ways of finding and catching people as well. While motor jitter like this is a hidden trick, tinnitus is literally written on the panel. The other side is undoubtedly mastering looking at tinnitus. Chen Ku smiled. Since the other party was coming at him, it would be bad for him not to answer the battle. With so much gaming experience ahead of the players over here, if he didn't give that galloping chicken regulation a dry run, he'd have played 5th person for nothing for all those years. The 4 men's consciousnesses appeared in the ring. The survivors all stayed in a cramped, dark room in front of a long table. York had some points at his disposal. He looked down at the Seeker, and after a little thought, he decided to ban the Dragon Striker. It would still be very difficult to handle if the Striker charged up to gain an escape for the prisoner. The other ban position. He thought about it and decided to leave it to the Prophet. The Prophet's bird protects his teammates, and he knows deep down that the prisoner's teammates will be desperate to protect him, that without the Prophet to give the bird, he'll be able to play at a fast pace. Seeing the Striker get banned, Bell just froze and then locked the batsman in seconds. He looked up over the room, but there was only a dark cloud of mist shrouding the regulation. He did not expect the regulation not to ban Chen Ku's prisoners, but instead ban himself? Ha ha ha. This means that he is more of a threat to him, right? You have the biggest role in the team yourself, right? When he thought of this, he glanced somewhat smugly toward Chen Ku at his side. What's the use of being powerful? What regulator isn't afraid of getting shot? He had smugness written all over his eyes. Even though Chen Ku couldn't even see his expression at this point, Chen Ku has studied today's regulation. The other side of this game, if you want to quickly pull the point row, then he can choose not much regulation. Red Butterfly is considered a better choice. The playful Lady Red is also just as deft and proficient in assassination as the Manor Woman Ghost, but motor shaking is a skill that must be learned if you want to play Mrs. Red. The opponent banned the Striker and the Prophet. Chen Ku pondered for a moment and randomly banned a Jack and the Clown. He just had to put out the other side's Red Butterfly. This was a game where each side pressed for 60 points. Once you win this matchup, you will have 100 points directly in your pocket in addition to the 20 points from your principal. All the spectators were dumbfounded. This was definitely one of the most overcounted matches they had ever seen. No, the 2 countries don't have any enmity. How did they pull the matchup score straight up? Gallic chicken crashing ah. People are just rushing to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom will certainly not be polite. Gallic chicken's regulating a bit of everything. I guess it's specifically rushing prisoners. Will the prisoner be on the field? We can all see that the opponent is coming at him. He should know it too. The pack is on the field. Or else it wouldn't have followed the ban roll to press the score. Sensei, I want to see the double bomb flywheel prisoner one more time. And I want to see the cover. The crowd is excited as hell, and if we are really going to rank the regulation, that regulation in Galwa certainly has the most victories. If there were scores to use as a comparison, then he definitely scored higher than Emperor Slaughter's score from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer has only been on the field for 2 innings, and Gallic Chicken, the regulator, has been on the field more than twice. However, when it came to strength, the audience could not really say which Emperor Slayer was a bit stronger. The strength displayed by Emperor Slaughter of the Dragon Kingdom was too crushing. Everyone doesn't need to guess. Once the prisoner wins this time, then that Gallic Chicken regulation won't have the life to compete with the Dragon Kingdom's regulation. As soon as Stinging Eyes came out, the crowd immediately locked in the ring with the supervision and survivor characters selected. Regulator, Red Butterfly. Survivors, Batter, Novelist, Little Girl, First Mate. Seeing the lineup lock up, the crowd froze. Where's the prisoner? Didn't come? Chapter 50, How the Red Butterfly is going to sneak up on me. Seeing that the prisoner didn't come on, Maurice had a look that said it all, and the hint of nervousness in his heart quietly dissipated. The slightly raised corners of his mouth revealed his complacency and relief at the moment. At the same time, the boulder in the bottom of his heart fell heavily. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is also very cautious, not daring to easily release their ace player. He was still scornful in his heart about that player from the Dragon Kingdom. He thought highly of York, and it was for the best that he could stay out of the prisoner's way. Of course, it would be better if the prisoners could be eliminated. It would be a huge victory that would not only bring honor to their country, but also demoralize the Dragon Kingdom. The dragon audience watching the match breathed a sigh of relief. This is a clear target. The safe thing to do is to avoid the front line for the time being. Li Lao looked at Chen Ke with some concern, and in this round, Chen Ke chose the role of a novelist. The character doesn't make a lot of appearances in the fictional world, and is pretty much only used by a few countries after an experimental selection. Let's just say the character isn't very strong and there are limitations on the use of props. The novelist's skill is called metaphor. Creating notes can be used to record the regulator's behavior, and continuously observing the front of the regulator while 5 meters near the regulator can gather information about the regulator. After collecting enough information, a metaphor can be performed on a nearby regulator within 1 meters, exchanging the positions of both parties. The metaphorical exchange range narrows to 8 meters if there is a free-moving survivalist within range. For each collection of information, the time required for the next collection is increased by an additional 2s, up to a maximum of 8s. First of all, there has to be a regulator in view, and that alone puts current hide-and-seek stream survivors completely out of the mind to use this character. The novelist is able to use his book to switch places with the regulator, a switching distance that is practically negligible, especially when you also have to watch the front of the regulator. The first reaction of everyone who sees the novelist's skill is that it's crazy. 10 meters may seem like a long way, but in the game it's about 3 or 4 body lengths. The skill set just makes very little sense. Who can use this character? When Li Lao thought of this, the hand holding the cup suddenly stiffened for a moment, and the cup of water handed to his lips shook, spilling a few drops of water from the rim wetting his lapel. The skill set really doesn't make sense, and it's true that no one used to be able to use it. That skill is even more mocked. It's just a change of position. It's just a swap of positions. It doesn't turn into a seeker hitting regulation. But the thought that Chen Ke dares to play face-to-face with the regulation. Although I do not know what role this character skill has in Chen Ke's hands, but the setting of being able to positively suck the book seems to be tailor-made for Chen Ke. York controls Red Butterfly into the game, and at first, he sees the not-so-unfamiliar trolley tracks. Next to it is a false door. Although he knew that the map for this game was Eternal Sleep Town when he was preparing, he still could not hide the excitement in his heart after entering the map. York's whole body was trembling with excitement. He had played Red Butterfly a lot and tried it out in countless maps, of which Forever Sleep was the one he was most comfortable playing. Red Butterfly. The stunning silhouette of Red Butterfly could even be seen in the small center building. That beautiful figure looked especially moving in the dim light, as if it were a dreamlike being. That Red Butterfly lightscreen silhouette alone has scared many a seeker to the second floor to work on that motor. In that eerie town of eternal sleep, the Red Butterfly's light curtain silhouette was as beautiful and oozing as a ghost. He was prepared for a hard fight this round, and while the opposite side didn't have a prisoner, it wasn't so absolute. What if the other person chooses another character? At this point he looked off to the side at the tram tracks and headed directly towards center field. A figure so far away that he could almost see if there were people next to 3 or 4 stations in center field. Only just a few steps away. He saw his ears light up on his panel. York grimaced. Is that anyone? Excitement crossed his eyes. He was about to find someone to pursue when he heard a bang-popping point from his right front. Prisoner? Again. Right. Other than the prisoner, he couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to open up and declare war with regulation like that. Wang Jiyu was born near the 3 stations outside the Red Butterfly House. In front of him were the trolley tracks, and the 2 boards under the Red Butterfly. He always remembered Chen Ke's words that he was the one responsible for sneaking ghosts in this round. He looked at the 2 boards in front of him and followed Chen Ke's example, directly going over to slap one of the boards down. He ran towards the cemetery after putting down the board, and Chen Ke told him that the distance to put the board burst point is 42 meters. If regulation was around, it would have come first thing, and with his birth point right near the graveyard, it's rare for a second seeker to be brushed near one, unless the motors are more densely spread out. Chen Ke said the main points he always kept in mind: sneaking ghosts, or try not to bring supervision to the teammate's cryptograph, to avoid interfering with teammates to repair the machine. Red Butterfly was walking down Commercial Street, about to start looking for someone in the middle, when she heard the sound of popping points. The little girl controlled by Wang Jiyu went straight down the board. A board slammed down. The little girl's purple mood has not yet risen. Wang Jiyu's heartbeat has instead risen to 180 miles per hour. This is the first time he has declared war with regulation. So exciting. If Chen Ke hadn't told him to shoot boldly, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the courage in his next life. It was only a few seconds before he felt some purple color light up inside his chest. Just as he turned the corner into the cemetery, he heard a swoosh in his ear. Cam! Red Butterfly! Wang Jiyu's soul was almost scared off. He had thought that he could still have a few seconds to hide and play hide and seek with the supervision. The moment the sound of flight sounded, his whole body was confused. When he looked back, a crimson figure with a fan in its hand flew over. The spectators who were watching the game at that moment saw the little girl coming down the board. Here it comes, here it comes, here comes the king of men with his opening smashboard walk again. Why did you choose to use a little girl in this round? Maybe it's because the little girl's pages can be renewed indefinitely. The opening game only has one prop, but I believe that the little girl, in the hands of the human emperor, can be renewed indefinitely out of it just by virtue of her stance. This map has a lot of long open spaces, and using the little girl can maximize the number of people bouncing off and running to the next location, so to speak. Hey, if the supervisor in this game wasn't Red Butterfly, it would have been perfect indeed. Red Butterfly is like TM female ghost. How can this be fought? Morris's palms pinched and he sighed as he watched his York hurry towards the little girl, but it's better to catch it in the beginning than later. The opening can still be stuck little girls with only one prop gap. If people's pages continue to come out in the back, that's the real hard part. Chapter 51, Human Emperor's Prisoner is nothing more than that? York froze slightly when he saw the small figure ahead of him ducking into the graveyard. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He thought the prisoner would use a hitter or a novelist. He just hadn't expected his opponent to use a little girl. But, the more unexpected it was, the more it fit his personal position on the prisoner as a person. The ability to play the game with over-the-top characters. Sure enough, this was the opponent he was about to defeat. His whole body trembled with excitement at the thought that he was about to have a good game with the little girl. Powerful enemy. Here I come. Wang Jiyu hid behind the tombstone. Saw the red butterfly that was the same as the ghost. He held back his timid heart. He stayed behind one of the boards and followed Chen Ke's example, wanting to play with the other side. Red Butterfly just braked over and his soul flew out of his head. But he mustered up the courage to stay behind the board for the sake of his teammates. Smashboard, smashboard, gaming, gaming. His heart raced so fast it was as if he could hear his blood rushing through his veins. Mentally, he was also calculating Red Butterfly's skill time. The Red Butterfly character is very common and used in pretty much the same way everyone grinds. The Red Butterfly's main skill is breakfast life and death. Ignoring the terrain and rushing towards the swallowtail butterfly closest to the center of the field of view or the survivalist possessed by it. When Red Butterfly saw the familiar board, the familiar position, and the person hiding behind the board, the corners of his mouth were grinning up to his ears. I'm sure it's going to be a board smash. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. Because he was carrying a golden body. Chakra had just been used in order to come over quickly already. Chakra for 9 seconds. And there was no way for him to use it again now. But a glance at his golden body left him with 20 seconds or so to get ready. He didn't really want to get smashed. So at this point it would be good to just pretend to game the little girl. The little girl behind the board was short, with long blonde hair and a doll in her hand. It would be easy to overlook her if it weren't for the long blonde hair and the cute white tutu. which could be blocked by slightly taller buildings. He also wanted to try the man's level of gaming. Soon he was across the board. Looking at the little girl hiding behind the board, he pulled back with an attempted draw. The board didn't budge, and the little girl didn't show the slightest sign of movement. Nice and steady. It's not even smashing. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in York's eyes, but only a glimmer. If you don't find a chance to smash yourself now, you won't be able to smash yourself when your golden body is ready. Oh, one more time. The other side will surely smash it. This time he had iron straight across the board for the knife, and if he could, he still wanted to keep his golden body so that he could hit Half-Blood the first time and take the knife straight across the board the second time with his golden body. But even if you use it, it doesn't matter. Golden body has a duration of 100s. Use it early and CD it early, and twice golden body catches an opponent like prisoner. No loss. Just as he was still building up his strength to make his blade, the little girl took advantage of the gap in his blade and grabbed it and ran to the next boarding area. Nice guy. The light in York's eyes brightened even more. Wang Zhiyu's heart was flying at this time, and just after changing his position, he saw a large pit next to the cemetery. The basement. Get out. You have to get out. You can't fall down near the basement. Even if you fall to the ground, you can't make it more difficult for your teammates to rescue you. This time, he still didn't smash the board. Chenka taught him to observe more of the habits of the regulations so as to better judge the regulations' next move. Sometimes the boards are more of a threat to keep than to slam down, and just hiding behind them is a threat that you don't even have to move to regulate yourself and game yourself. Wang Zhiyu was silently counting the time in his mind, in addition to insertion eyes and listening, which are the types of skills that are carried in the opening rounds. Things like flash cash body take time to prepare. It's just 2 boards, and the 2 have been gaming here for over 10 seconds. York's eyes grew bright. It was worthy of his favored opponent, and this gaming maneuver, he approved. It's just a shame that my own golden body will be ready soon. Once the golden body turns, he is going to take a decisive cut. The more he likes to smash the board, the more excited he gets. Wang Zhiyu is also calculating the time, almost counting the past 50 seconds. He looked at the red butterfly that had iron over the board again, and directly slapped down a board. At the same time, his blood bar was also half short. Wang Zhiyu looked as if it was true that Chenka told him that he could not smash it this time, because the supervision must also be watching his auxiliary skill time, in order to cross the board to take the knife. In the moment of crossing the board he will certainly use the golden body. If Wang Zhiyu does not smash it this time instead of turning the point, and then put a firework, will certainly let press a red butterfly to break the big defense. Still, he didn't hold back. What if the other guy didn't use it? What if the other guy knew he'd be defensive, so he doesn't use himself? Isn't that just a big mistake? I didn't realize I had miscalculated after all. He looked at his half-blood with some anxiety in the back of his mind. At this point his teammate Cypher was just under half repaired. It would be hard to make a name for himself in Red Butterfly's hands with the half-life he had left. Red Butterfly looked at the little girl in front of him. He let out a cold smile. He didn't even use his own Shakti in front of him, just wanting to try this prisoner's gaming level. All he could say was nothing more than that, not even being able to count one's golden body. This person's level was only average. A butterfly landed directly on Wang Zhiyu's side, and he looked at the red butterfly that ended up rubbing the knife, and his heart was filled with sadness. I didn't realize that this time Red Butterfly wasn't even going to gamble with himself. He threw the butterfly directly and tried to fly over. He wasn't going to cross the board. Wang Zhiyu hurriedly ran away, not even daring to touch the red butterfly that was thrown out beside him. Once this butterfly sticks to itself, the red butterfly is really a female ghost. It can't even be shaken off. No matter how far it runs, it can catch up in a second. He anxiously ran towards the window of the cemetery, following Chenku's example and going around the window with the other party. Seeing Wang Zhiyu eating the knife, Chenku glanced at his motor progress. At 40%, that's a pretty good progress for a newcomer's first ghost sneak. He was not far outside the cemetery repairing his machine, in order to be ready to receive it. At this point the little girl eats the knife and turns to the window. Take a hit to accelerate. He's still remembering where his teammate just sent the progress of the cryptograph, and doesn't intend to turn the point to where his teammate is. Red Butterfly watched the little girl run to the window and smiled instantly. This prisoner is weaker than he thought. Instead of handing over the fly, he looked at the little girl who had flipped out the window and threw a butterfly towards it. Shoo! How could he manually flip a window when they're all using red butterflies? Just one regret. It's all big open spaces out there, and the little girl doesn't have long to live. It hadn't occurred to him that the human emperor's prisoner, who was considered tricky by everyone, would fall into his own hands just like that. The blood hadn't even warmed up yet, and the game was about to end like this. What's the difference between a survival camp without a prisoner and a dirtbag? Flying out the window, he saw Wang Zhiyu in front of him, with an extra salute in his hand. Yes, he redeemed this regulatory action as well. All York could think was, cool. No wonder that butcher from the Dragon Kingdom likes to set off fireworks during the chase. Is this what winning feels like? Wang Jiyu also turned around and saw the red butterfly that flew out of the window, and his half-cool heart was instantly all cold. But the next moment he saw the novelist run and appear beside him. Follow me. A directive came from the novelist's side. Wang Jiyu just froze for a moment and immediately possessed the novelist. The little girl turned into a cute little doll floating at the novelist's side. Wang Jiyu was on the verge of tears. It's all about security. This is our combo soul skill. Chapter 52, Changing Places to Smash the Board. Ailu, a triple giant power novelist. The red butterfly had just flown out of the graveyard when she saw the little girl running towards the lake with the doll in her hands. The cute little face was full of panic and the white tutu was flapping with the wind. Feel the abuse. York headed toward the front. He had just crossed the fly and was only flat out chasing at this point. But the little girl had not run out far before a novelist with one-rimmed glasses appeared on the corner of that two-paneled, one-window street. He held a book in his hand and wore a white tuxedo, the texture of which seemed to have been rubbed through the years. Old but not unimaginative. A few strands of hair fell casually across her forehead, covering part of her eyes. The monocle added a touch of softness to the contours of his hard-lined face. York knew the character of the novelist, but was facing one for the first time. The character of the novelist is as sickly as his name, as if he has been immersed in his creation for so long that he is pale with a hint of sickness from less sunlight. The little girl becomes a carry-on doll that possesses the novelist, and the novelist, as if he had come all the way over to pick up the little girl, just by locking eyes with it. York's heart couldn't help but grow inexplicable. The novelist did not hurry away, but stood in the middle of a board, watching Red Butterfly from a distance. Red Butterfly frowned slightly as the location made him a bit puzzled, and he hesitated a bit in his advance. This novelist isn't standing behind the boards. There are two boards on this side that could create a long board area if both boards were dropped down. Usually the regulation has to stomp off one of them to make it easier to pursue, but he's using a red butterfly in this round. These short boards couldn't stop him from flying over them at all. This side is also a short wall, so as long as the butterfly is thrown over it, there's no way to stop him from flying over it. Why novelists stand in the middle of the board? Red Butterfly was a bit overwhelmed. He intuited danger and didn't know where it came from. At this moment even Wang Jiyu did not understand why Chen Ke did not run, but he was also clear that Chen Ke definitely had his own reasons for standing here. The spectators watching the game were also a bit baffled. Fine. Red Butterfly sets off fireworks. Right. Specially to taunt the prisoners. Right? The human emperor is all anxious now, isn't he? Hanging on to his teammates who aren't moving at all. I saw that the novelist had come all the way to pick someone up. It's a bit strange. This squad didn't make sense to me anyway. There's one thing to be said for the little girl's operation. It's still a bit mechanical. I'm surprised there weren't any fireworks. There's usually a couple of them. It's so hard to smash a board and still be defended by gold. This game meets the red butterfly oppression. Right. The red butterfly does not necessarily have to go straight across the board, leaving skills to fly over. Chen Ke looked at the red butterfly that was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Wang Jiyu was signaling his teammates along the way, and in addition to telling his teammates that supervision was in his vicinity, he would also tell his teammates what support skills supervision had used. Red Butterfly looked at his opponent cautiously, and York glanced at his skills, with 3s to go before he turned good. For some reason, the sight of the little girl staying behind the board still excited his heart to gamble. At this point, seeing the novelist standing in the middle of the board, he was instead a little overwhelmed and intimidated. They say that human fear comes from the unknown, and now that he thought about it, it was true. The red butterfly was getting closer and closer, and neither the novelist nor the little girl in front of them made any movement. Wang Jiyu was very restless inside, and he wanted very much to protect his teammates, but Chen Ke did not signal him to put the book page. None of his pages were used. There are 25 opening pages, and the pages recharge for 60s apiece. Now that he has 2, give him a little more time and the third will be renewed. He was ready to unleash his skills at all times, but Chen Ke didn't give him instructions on how to unleash his skills. 8M, 6M, 4M. York had thought that the novelist was standing here to trick himself into drawing a knife, and was about to play a game with his opponent when he saw the novelist standing in the middle of the board and opening his book. A white iridescent light made of words appeared on the red butterfly and around the novelist's body. At the same time, the crowd just remembered the novelist's skills. Metaphor. After gathering enough information you can perform a metaphor on a nearby regulator within 1 meters, exchanging their positions. The novelist opens with a book that allows you to use a skill directly once. Red Butterfly instantly switched places with novelist. In an instant, Red Butterfly appeared in the middle of the board. Countless people snapped their eyes wide open, because anyone knew what was going to happen next. Red Butterfly's body stiffened for a moment as he was shifted over, and before he had a chance to run out of the board, the novelist's wicked hand reached out. A cover. Novelist slams played on regulator. As the text prompts lit up on the panel once again, countless viewers were feeling a headache for Red Butterfly. Here we go again. The familiarity is back. Time seemed to freeze in an instant. Red Butterfly's otherwise elegant stance was struck by the sudden board with a dull thud. A flash of shock flashed across her beautiful face, and the butterfly wing-like headdress quivered slightly. Red Butterfly's hands clenched their fists tightly, her nails sinking deep into her palms, as if she wanted to vent the anger in her heart in this way. Her stunningly beautiful face became a little twisted from anger, and that originally icy aura became even more harsh at this moment. The novelist's fixed pairing is inevitably 3 megapower, as it's the only way to maximize the effect of the swap. Everyone could sense Red Butterfly's anger. But was anger useful? Anger doesn't work. This board slammed down and everyone reacted to the fact that the little girl who slammed the board in the opening game was not the prisoner from the previous game. The novelist in front of me is the one. They then said that it always felt like the little girl's body was missing a little flavor. The little girl was trying to game it, but she was still a little wary of the whole thing. The flavor comes right out the moment the novelist takes a shot and switches places to smash the board. The flavor is just too strong. After the novelist's book is used, it starts to go into the prop CD, and Chenka's body, too, began to whiten, and he was looking at the supervision head-on, and the graphics of that book were gradually being perfected. New props are being sucked out at a very fast rate. After smashing a board, Chenka ran towards the board next to him, and he didn't go far. There are 2 boards and a window in this position, with 1 board left after the smash. Here we go. The audience is starting to get short of breath. So this is the real Emperor Slayer. Red Butterfly was still shaking her head and struggling, and the novelist had already lit fireworks in her hands that shot up into the sky. Even if Red Butterfly was stupid, she knew that she had recognized the wrong person at first. The little girl is not a prisoner. The novelist in front of her is. It has just been slammed on the board. Looking at the board in front of him, Red Butterfly understood that the real game had begun. Chapter 53, Smashing Fear for Grabbing Boy. York's throat clogged up a bit, as if he was enveloped by an invisible pressure in that dim and eerie game scene. He had never felt such an oppressive force before, and his mental pressure was stacked against him just by the fact that the other party was standing there. His eyes revealed a hint of panic and uneasiness, and that originally confident look became a bit shaky at the moment. Grass. The golden body is gone. He cursed in his mind, that frustration of losing his golden body weighing him down. What angered him the most was that he was actually handing over his precious golden body to a little girl. One still takes this little girl seriously as that prisoner. Chenka stood right behind the board, and he didn't panic at all in the face of Red Butterfly's outgoing knife. If any other regulation had come out with a knife like that, he would have been a little more defensive. But this is Red Butterfly. Ah, superb nail clippers, but the board also wants to hit itself? Some regulators have ridiculously long blade breaths, and some have pitifully short ones. At this time the Red Butterfly has been a little anxious. Say gaming it, the other side does not move, then their own are more stable. He looked at his skills and thought about it, but he was ready to fly over. A butterfly instantly landed next to Chenku. Looking at that butterfly, Chenku smiled. It seems that none of the red butterflies in this world have ever suffered from broken flies. Wang Zhiyu's heart was in his throat when he saw that red butterfly next to him. In his heart, he prayed 100 times that Chenku would not touch the butterfly, because once he touched the butterfly would stick to his body, and he couldn't shake it off. Although he believes in Chenku, but there are some things that can be avoided to avoid it. But the more the mind doesn't want to see something, the more it encounters it, only to see Chenku's body move to the side. The butterfly instantly stuck to him, turning into a sobbing butterfly circling around the novelist. The audience froze at the sight. Hiss. Human emperors are also humans, and all humans make mistakes. It's okay D. It's okay D. It's okay. Chenku catch butterflies also want to try to see if the other side will fly on the back. Red butterfly can rely on butterflies for many maneuvers, among them the Sakura biohazard, which is used by the seeker to look directly at the red butterfly, who is afraid of the sight of others. This skill fails when a survivor possessed by a swallowtail butterfly turns into a panic phase when looking at his face, since being looked at directly by the seeker would be ineffective. It was natural for the red butterfly player to think of ways to deal with it. If the seeker doesn't turn his back, then he will turn his own back. As long as you don't look straight ahead, can't you fly? Red butterfly had a superb nail blade, and a short blade with superb naturally had an incomparable advantage in other aspects. Red butterfly's playability is very high. In Chenku's previous life, Red butterfly has always been a regulation that must be banned in the lower rankings. There are also players who bluntly say that whoever doesn't ban red butterfly will go and sneak red butterfly. The red butterfly was attached to Chenku, and Chenku just looked straight at the other party. York was a little dumbfounded. Where's Fly? Why can't you fly there yourself? After 2 seconds of confrontation, Chenku immediately determined that the opponent would not fly on his back. Since his opponent wouldn't turn his back, he had no choice but to give it himself. He took a few steps toward the opposite corner of red butterfly, with the board right between them. By now, red butterfly had only taken the presence of one blade, and the flight was perfectly responsive. Second-order red butterflies are going to have some trouble with their speed. York was wondering why he couldn't fly when he saw the novelist seemingly trying to escape. He laughed coldly. The thing that red butterfly was most afraid of was people running away. Seeing that he could fly again, a swoosh sounded in the manor. The distance between the two was already very close. In the nick of time, Chenku did not have the slightest hesitation, and decisively interacted to smash the board. Bang! That loud thud echoed through the manor. A heavy slam, to the side of York's head. Novelist smashes boards to hit the regulator. The clash of the wooden boards and the red butterflies raised a cloud of dust. In the midst of this tension, it was as if the manor had been hit with a pause button. Another board was slammed down and everyone could hear themselves swallowing. Was this the oppressive power given by the human emperor's prisoner? The 2 boards on this side have already been used up, and Chenku also began to roll over the window and run toward the front position. His book has long been renewed. Chenku did not run far. Since this red butterfly will only be dumb and stupid to fly. A board slammed down and York's mind was blown. He watched the novelist that moved to the next panel area, and fear couldn't help but rise in the back of his mind. It wasn't long ago that he was taunting that clown, laughing at his clumsiness. Now that it was his turn, he was a little unsure of what to do. He only felt as if his every step seemed to be anticipated by the other. Wang Jiyu just hung on Chenku. The little doll did nothing, just obediently watched Chenku slipping ghosts. If his teammates could hear Wang Jiyu's voice, they would inevitably be able to hear his scream that cut through the sky. The fear that had just risen in York's mind was forcibly dispelled from him. Yeah, if you don't have any strength, are you qualified to be your own opponent? Nice smashing. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he or she is. York took a deep breath and headed toward the novelist off to the side. This time, he had learned the lesson he had just learned. Never again over the board fly well. Just as he turned the short wall in front of him, he saw the novelist in front of him. Once again, the opponent stood in the middle of the board. York had grown a mask of pain on his face by now. A novelist's props need to be sucked out, and his book didn't suck out full so easily. Did it? It can't be, can it? No one has been able to renew the character for a second book when someone has used it before. But Red Butterfly's knife was already short, and there was no way for him to take Chenku's knife if he didn't get close. But if you get close, you have to be switched. Can't be right. Red Butterfly stood cautiously at the corner, that gorgeous kimono fluttering slightly in the dim light. But she couldn't hide her inner apprehension at the moment. There was a wary look in her eyes, not daring to take that step so easily. The two board smashes had really scared her a bit, and the pain seemed to still linger in her mind. Thinking about the clown from the last game, a trace of admiration actually grew in his heart. Being smashed so many times and still so brave. The next stop on that novelist's board was a soldier, and it made York do a double take. Seeing Red Butterfly cowering there, not daring to move, the Gallic Chicken Country players and spectators' faces darkened, their eyes revealing dissatisfaction and disappointment. Playing so wimpy, Maurice said even less, his face terribly somber. He really couldn't afford to part with a tough player like York, but it really put a damper on his opponent's face to fight like that. Might as well be smashed one after the other like the clowns. Not far from center field, the batsman is fixing the machine. He was dressed in athletic attire with a baseball bat gripped tightly in his hand. He specifically picked a position close by, wanting to repair the machine while watching Chenku repair the machine. Red Butterfly also saw him at this time. "I'm not arresting you." York glanced hatefully at the novelist next to him, who still didn't dare to go over there. The batsman was still having a blast fixing the machine when he saw a butterfly fly straight over and land beside him. He was confused. What the hell? Wasn't it Chenku who was slipping ghosts? He didn't pick up that butterfly. Instead, he quickly let go and took a step back. The baseball bat was already up in his hand. The standard batting maneuver poised. Swoosh, the red butterfly flew over in a straight line. Bang! A white ball landed directly on her face, knocking her backwards. Chapter 54. One person is just cool to repair 5 units. It's not a big problem. The red butterfly had just flown over and was dumbfounded by the ball. A stored ball. Red Butterfly staggered back a good deal, and Zhongli took 2 quick steps to go and pick up the ball he had just hit. He hadn't used the hitter roll, but he'd seen others use it. Chenku also told him some points about batsmen. The batsman carries 3 balls of his own, which he can pick up again after hitting them. When the burst is in 15s, hitting the supervisor into an obstacle will stun it. The rest of the time it only has a knockback effect. Also, there is no way for the burst ball to be retrieved. At first, he felt that the loss of props would be heartbreaking, but Chenku told him that all props are for the survivalist. You have to use it when you need to use it, and as long as each prop only needs to be utilized to its proper value, then that prop doesn't have to be heartbroken even if it's destroyed. Of course, a batsman is not the same as a striker. His props are recoverable. Regulation is knocked back if it's far enough away, or if regulation doesn't destroy it, then you can still try to pick it back up while keeping yourself in a healthy state. Bell had always felt that the striker was the role that suited him best, and now he realized that the batsman was pretty much the same. All of these athletic students have one outward trait: mechanical illiteracy. Clumsy and inept with mechanical artifacts, his speed in deciphering cipher machines is reduced. 30% lower for forwards and 20% lower for batsmen. After picking up his own ball, he directly backed up and pulled himself away from Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly regained his form after taking 2 steps back, and next to him was the motor that hadn't made much progress in deciphering. The batsman was not far away, carrying a stick in his hand, always aiming at himself. And on the other side, the novelist, who had been under the board, ran and stood a short distance away. On top of him, there was the little girl, cute little dolls just floating around the novelist. For a moment, York was confused. Doesn't everyone fix their machines? He had thought that if he switched scratch batsman, the novelist and the little girl would go and dutifully fix the machine. After all, there's nothing more important in this game than deciphering the cipher machine. 3 of the 4 survivors have appeared, and there's 1 left, supposedly fixing the cryptograph? Red Butterfly is lost. What kind of bureau lets a guy fix 5 cipher machines? York wasn't the only one confused. At this time Jiangbai was fixing the cipher machine at the other end of the town of eternal sleep. Seeing the signals sent by the trio, Jiangbai was a bit confused. The most normal speed of fixing the machine here is the novelist and the little girl. Instead, she and Zhongli were the slowest in repairing their machines. Today people don't have detailed information about the statistics, except that some characters with wrench marks positioned on them will fix their machines faster. No country has been able to quantify exactly how much faster, because there is also a calibration that occurs during the cipher machine breaking process. Each time the cipher machine is perfectly calibrated, the progress goes up by a fraction of a second. So it leads to the fact that people don't know exactly when the cipher machine is broken. But Chenku was able to accurately tell everyone that the striker's breaking speed was 110s and the batsman's breaking speed was 100s. In this case, the first mate's breaking speed is reduced by 20%, as is the hitter's, but this is matched by a 20% reduction in the takeoff speed of the first mate's upper chair. If the first mate carries 3 layers of fake sleep, that's enough to call it an iron, but false sleep is one of the survivor's gifts. No one has ever carried one in the past. For today's players, they don't seem to realize that it's a game that needs to be played for time. Fake sleep slows down the 3%/6%/9% takeoff countdown on the chair of Carnival. The first mate brings 3 layers of false sleep, enough to slow it down by 30%. All seekers used to want to quietly repair their machines without any interruptions, and at this time she perfectly fulfilled the dream of all seekers. In this game, it seems that he was able to refreshingly fix Wutai by himself. She didn't bother to engage in a 3-man and supervised group fight. The batsman's participation in the game was entirely coincidental and was due to a regulatory change of catches that resulted in him being forced to participate. Wang Jiyu, on the other hand, is going to hang on to Chunka's body and learn how to sneak ghosts. And there's no way Chunki is going to put batsmen there who don't have experience slipping ghosts. Red Butterfly is still strong in one sense. It's still easy to go down in seconds if you can't slip a Red Butterfly. Wang Jiyu looked at the Red Butterfly in the forward view. The batsman stands on the other side and the 3 are in a triangle position. It was just a very weird scene to watch. It wasn't like the Red Butterfly had surrounded them. It was more like the 3 of them had surrounded the Red Butterfly. Standing in the center, Red Butterfly looked to have a sense of powerless petulance. York swallowed hard as he watched the scene before him. Kind of want to run away is what's going on. He ignored the novelist who came after him and went straight after the batsman in front of him. Thinking about it, it seems that the first mate is the one who was soft in this team today. But the first mate he couldn't find at all. Looking back at the novelist, forget it. Getting rid of the batsman quickly is the way to go. And with all 3 on their side, the survivalist was perfectly capable of signaling the first mate where he was, making it easy for the first mate to turn the point, and it was simply harder for him to find the first mate. Without bothering about the novelist over there, he locks on straight to the batsman in front. The batsman turned towards the ruins of the 3rd wicket and Red Butterfly followed him. In the wake of Red Butterfly, Novelist was following close behind. Spectators who saw the scene pinched themselves. No! Old man! How to go after Red Butterfly? Who's in charge? You too? At this point Red Butterfly didn't bother with the novelist behind himself. There was a hitter's legacy machine in the back. He had already decided that even if the novelist was arrogant enough to fix the machine in front of him, he wouldn't mess with the other party for a second. The clanking arrogance of wanting to break heads with novelists in the beginning. 2 boards down and it broke his pride. By now he just wants to hurry up and eliminate the batsman and the first mate and win a draw. As for the novelist, just let him go. York felt his eyes get a little moist. He just wanted to go home now. Chenko didn't bother to mend the batsman's cipher machine. Instead, he followed Red Butterfly. In his previous life, he had encountered many times of fighting groups, as long as not all 4 of them came to fight, and one of them was fixing the cipher machine. Then the cipher machine could be repaired and opened very quickly even after the deciphering acceleration was turned on. One person refreshingly fixes just 5 stations. Not a big problem. Zhongli looked at the Red Butterfly that was chasing after him despite everything. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous in his heart, but after seeing the novelist further back, that nervous heart gradually stabilized. Red Butterfly throws a butterfly. And this time York learns the hard way and doesn't throw it next to the board or in the flight path that passes over it. What bot splice plate? He didn't even think this operation would happen to him. Chapter 55, Feel the Bump of a Trolley Brother. Red Butterfly had just stepped into the ruins of the 3rd wicket, and the batsman was already waiting sternly behind the plate. York's head throbbed at the sight. Still thinking about what to do about it, he felt his body unable to move. Ribbons of white light made up of words appear on the exterior of the body, wrapping themselves tightly around it. York turned his viewpoint in alarm, and at a glance he saw the novelist on one side standing silently at the bottom of one of the 2 boards, the mysterious book turned over in his hands. It's not. When do you come next to yourself? Can you go fix the machine? You! York growled angrily in his mind, but couldn't make any noise. Before he could scream out, he himself had exchanged places with the novelist. Bang! There was another dull slamming sound from the manor. Red Butterfly's body jolted as she was struck by that huge impact. A pained expression appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, and an angry hiss escaped her mouth. Looking ahead at the novelist, York raged. At the same time, he understood. Catching batsmen and all that is just not realistic. All he can do is knock down the novelist in the gaps where he doesn't have a book. He didn't know how much time it took for a novelist to renew a book, but it was clear to him that the other side wouldn't be able to do anything more anytime soon. The novelist seemed to think of this and began to run toward the other side. Red Butterfly dropped a butterfly directly in front of the novelist, and this one landed directly on the 2 windows and 1 panel. He wanted to fly right up to the front of the novelist and give him a slice. Seeing that Red Butterfly started to pursue, Zhongli turned around and went back. After hesitating for a moment, he immediately chose to go back and continue repairing this one cipher machine. At this time Chenko did not need his help. Then he still had to focus on deciphering the cipher machine, waiting for Chenko to issue instructions before he goes over to OB. Hey, with my Kung Fu Chicken's presence, all evils are to be defeated altogether. Red Butterfly crosses her skills and starts chasing. Wang Jiyu was still thinking about whether or not to hand over the props, when he saw Chenko running toward the one-stop side with a turn. He was still thinking that going straight ahead would definitely collide with the Red Butterfly, but who knows that Chenko turned directly and went toward the other side. In that instant, Wang Jiyu only felt enlightened, utilizing his supervisory skills and thinking about ways to restrain it. Since the Red Butterfly was flying forward, it would be good to make a turn on its own and pull away for another long distance. Hanging on to Chenko, he was so intuitive for the first time to feel the thoughts of the sneaky ghost. Chenko ran out a few steps, and when he saw that there was no tram outside of one stop, his brain immediately began to think. I was going to try to teach my teammates that riding in a car is a way to sneak up on ghosts. There were no cars outside the one stop at this time, and he had just come from the second stop without seeing them. This meant that it wouldn't take long for the tram brother to pass by. There was a better way for him to do that now than to delay sneaking ghosts in a car. Brother Trolley belongs to the neutral creatures inside the map, and Trolley's bump doesn't make the survivor get bloodied by the wall in the same way as the wall of the Red Chapel's big push. The impact of the tram will only send the survivor and regulation into a stunned state. In addition to ramming the survivor and the supervisor without distinction, the survivor is able to get on to delay the supervisor for 20s by getting in the car, and the supervisor is able to get himself delayed for 20s by getting in the car. At this point the tram is about to come over and he enters the front board area. In order to make Red Butterfly drop his guard, he directly slapped the boards off the place, blocking Red Butterfly's path to pursue. Novelist, the first 2 books want to suck out or very quickly. Before in the cooperation of the 3 giant power, the book has been sucked out half. Seeing Chenko's direct down board without gaming at all, the Red Butterfly froze for a moment. and his Shakti CD had not yet turned around. He looked at the boards being lowered in front of him, and instead of choosing to go around, he chose to stomp them off. His mind was still in a daze as he stepped on the board. Sure enough, a novelist without a book is as inadequate as a blank slate. There was simply no way for him to deal with himself other than to force a change of position. Novelists' props take a little more time to subsequently suck out after one use. It'll be an extra 8 seconds at most. And 8 seconds, all of which was enough time for him to use his Shakti one more time. For a moment, Red Butterfly instantly woke up. He realized that picking up skills wasn't something unacceptable. As long as the survivalist's props were consumed, then they were as good as a tasty cupcake for him to take. Looking at the novelist in front of him, the scruples in his heart gradually dropped. But so, Wang Jiyu is also the first time to see Chen Ku not gaming directly under the board, which Chen Ku also suffered with everyone. When there's no way to sneak a ghost, mindlessly going down the board is also an option. At this point, regulation can only be a mindless treadmill machine. Where there are more board areas, you can also drag out a lot of time for your teammates just by mindlessly going down the board. The only downside is that those who play with the board before them play with their lives after them. When the rest of the team is subsequently chased down and comes back to this area, it will be easier to get knocked down without a board. Chen Ku went over towards the front board. This time he still went straight down, then approached towards the location of the gate's double board. Red Butterfly's entire body was confused. Is it so hard to renew the third book? It all drives novelists right off the board. Does that mean one has a chance? He didn't step on the board. His opponent went straight down the board, and he had absolutely no concerns about being smashed on the board. You can totally just fly yourself. A butterfly landed directly beside Chen Ku. Shoo! Red Butterfly flew straight over in a single Shakti. Chen Ku always looked at the 4 stations until he saw an orange light. The lights of the tram had come on. Watch out for the neighborhood trolley. Not only was Chen Ku, even Red Butterfly saw the message. Neutral biology cues all go both ways. Red Butterfly laughed. He directly figured out Chen Ku's intentions and wanted to get on the tram to escape. In Red Butterfly's mind, Chen Ku's idea was so childish and ridiculous. There's always a time to get on the bus. Where can I run to? His eyes revealed a hint of disdain and mockery, as if he had already seen Chen Ku's failure. He was always jealous of Chen Ku's third book, although he didn't know why Chen Ku didn't use it. But the novelist couldn't afford to use his own props felt like a worthwhile point to Red Butterfly. In the next second, Chen Ku ran toward the location where the tram was driving from. Red Butterfly laughed and gave chase. As the front of the car turned and looked at the bright, blinding headlights, Red Butterfly took a step back toward the side of the track. He doesn't want to get hit. He froze for a moment as he looked at the novelist who had not the slightest intention of avoiding him. This novelist can't be unaware that being hit by a trolley gives you vertigo? The heart had not yet stolen the trolley that was about to crash into the novelist, but just for a moment, he understood the novelist's intentions. Sure enough, the novelist, standing in the middle of the track, spread out the damn book once again. White light began to wrap both sides. Shift. Chapter 56, Red Butterfly Stop. The novelist may forgive you. After being switched, York didn't move a muscle. The trolley was not fast to say the least, but not slow either. It took some time just to get out of range of being hit. Not to mention the fact that the novelist was calculating the time to change places. The massive body moved slowly forward on the track with a dull thud. The next second after I had just shifted over, the tram behind me arrived as expected, only to see Red Butterfly's body violently leaning back, like a fluttering butterfly. It directly fell to the ground on the side next to the tram. Her gorgeous kimono spread out on the floor like a blooming flower. Red Butterfly's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, and her stunningly beautiful face was currently slightly twisted from pain. She bent over on her stomach, her tight dress spreading out on the floor. But soon Red Butterfly was on her feet again. Unlike Smashboard could still see Red Butterfly struggling in pain. After being knocked out by the tram, Red Butterfly stood there directly with her head down and didn't move, seemingly falling into a long sleep. The air around them seemed to become heavy and oppressive. And not far away, the novelist wasn't far away, standing not far from the board area, and the audience was able to see the white light begin to bloom above the novelist's head again. And he was sucking up books again. Seeing him sucking books so brightly, the audience couldn't help but draw a breath. The novelist observes the regulator positively to be able to accumulate props. But no one told you to be so observant. Is that what novelists do? By now, they feel that Chen Ku has directly revitalized the role of the novelist, using words to control the fate of others. Wang Jiyu at this time the whole person is numb. He hangs on Chen Ku, in order to learn how to sneak ghosts, for the sake of learning ideas and experiences. But how can he learn now? Like this? York only felt the vertigo this time, like a century had passed, before, when he had seen someone else hit by a tram. He had felt that only a moment had passed, until he himself had been hit, and then he had felt it clearly. Long. Too long. He wasn't even sure if the novelist standing in front of him had amassed another book in that limited time. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, many players looked at each other in disbelief. They really want to ask Shenku, Tu Huang, are you not transforming your role? You're not supervising this round. You're in the survivalist camp. The ring pops up and everyone is dumbfounded. Supervise, please, let Red Butterfly go. Don't hit Red Butterfly anymore. What's with the first heartache of Red Butterflies? Red Butterfly, stop. So the novelist might forgive you. What are you waiting there for? Red Butterfly, hurry up and give Big Brother a dance. Then send Big Brother to fix the machine. Then send the Big Brothers out of the manor. And still die a decent death. Shenku mentally calculated the time. The tram has a long stun time of 9.5s. In the process, 2 of their motors had lit up, and the striker in first mate had begun to work on the 3rd and 4th ciphers. One of the front runners went close to replenish Chunka's legacy machine, and the novelist's deciphering progress is boosted by 10% when deciphering a cipher machine with less than 50% progress. The total number of ciphers remaining on the field at this point was only about 2. 10 seconds went by in a flash, and even without timing himself, York knew he was stunned for nearly 10 seconds, because he hadn't been using his Shakti for very long before the novelist was switched to the front of the tram. The skill time of Sakura Birth and Death is 9s. The skill time is now reset. Shenku turned point toward the location of the 4th station. Just now the tram just came from the 4th station. After one stop, he turned the point now to go over to the double 11 side, and with a little more delay the trolley would come to 3 stops again. Looking ahead at the novelist who was running forward, all around him, the dilapidated buildings seemed to tell stories of the past. The wind blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, but it couldn't quell the agitation within him. York took a deep breath, still convinced that as long as he let the novelist use one more skill, there was nothing more he could do to him. After using the props, the novelist is a blank slate. The thought echoed in his mind. He turned back and a butterfly was thrown directly on the novelist. The bloody butterfly began to circle and spin around the novelist's body, and the butterfly simply could not be shaken off as if it was attached to the bone. He believes that this butterfly will be the key to turning things around for him. And on this side, there's not much of a complex border area around. He flew straight through here and could take a solid stab at the novelist. Shenku watched as the butterfly landed on him. Silence. Wang Jiyu was so nervous that he was ready to cancel the possession at the critical time and come down to resist a knife for Shenku. Although he was only half-blooded and Shenku was full-blooded, he still felt that Shenku's full state was more worthwhile than his own in the end. Shoo! The town of eternal sleep resounded with the sound of the red butterfly's shaky birth and flight. It was a long chirp that lasted the duration of the flight, but the next second, the crowd heard the sound come to an abrupt end, and the red butterfly just flew out a step and stopped where it was. At this time, York's Sakura Biohazard was already in CD. All he could do was watch as the novelist in front of him turned the corner and disappeared after a quick glance back at himself. The only thing on the ground was the large red swaths of survivors running by. One's own flying, aborted? Why? York gawked, but didn't stop himself, just pondering why I aborted the behavior. Having never had his flight broken, he had momentarily forgotten the characteristics of the Sakura Sangoku. York didn't react to what it was, but the other national players watching the battle had already figured out why. Turned around. He just turned around, didn't he? His finally understand what it means that a survivalist possessed by a swallowtail butterfly will turn into a panic phase when gazing at his face. This skill is disabled, so flight can be aborted. Finally, I know how to restrain red butterfly. The supervision of the countries that often used the red butterfly's face hard. In the past, they always liked to throw the butterflies on the body of the survivor, because it can fly directly to the survivor. Survivalists also avoid touching butterflies. They had thought that Shenku's encounter with the butterfly at the beginning was a mistake, but now that they think about it, it was definitely intentional. Everyone snuck a sigh of relief, thankfully not going up by themselves this round. Survivors from some other countries watched the match in the ring with rapt attention. They learned nothing in this inning. The only thing I have learned is to turn around and break my fly. Finally found a way to restrain the red butterfly. Red butterfly was moving fast, and only just turned the corner when she saw the novelist who was running halfway across the large clearing. The novelist didn't turn the point to the 2 boards and 1 window, but ran straight toward the 2 boards and 1 window at the wicket. Red butterfly's fly is still CD, but the body position is getting closer. It would only take a moment's work, even if he didn't need a Shakti, for him to catch up with the novelist. I need help. Shenku sent a signal, and Wang Jiyu finally used the pages he had accumulated for a long time. Red butterfly looked at the novelist in front of her and was about to strike her blade when something orange landed right in the middle of them, pushed novelty into the front of the plate area and pushed him a good distance back. At this moment, the red butterfly who was trying to stabilize her mind was completely red warm. The little girl's presence was so weak he'd forgotten it even existed. As soon as you get close, you have the skill to bounce yourself off. How's this for a fight? Chapter 57, Red Butterfly Spinning Around. Are you seeking Buddha? Saw the red butterfly that was ejected. Saw the novelist that was pushed into the plate area. Wang Jiyu just wanted to say, just this sneaky ghost. Cool. Chenku just needs to slip the ghost, and he has to master the timing of the release of the book page. And there is much more to think about. Red Butterfly looked at the two men who were drilling into the boarding area with some desire to cry. He looked at the CD that had just spun and threw a butterfly over it. This time he didn't throw it at someone, but put it towards the empty space next to him, followed by a shakti that flew straight through. He didn't dare to throw it at Chenku. He was afraid that Chenku would continue to turn back and break the flight, so that his skills would be nullified again. Chenku glanced at the station, and his book was once again sucked out. He wanted to laugh at the thought that next he was going to use the same trick of switching places to get Red Butterfly hit by a car. Actually, Red Butterfly is able to prevent being hit by a car, not by using the golden body. Of course, golden body is immune to stuns, but there is no way to prevent that action of being sent flying by a car trauma. Just being able to get up and move right after a tron flight doesn't prevent being tron flighted. If the Red Butterfly is on first order, you can rise into the air before the tram comes over, which will allow you to avoid being hit directly and still land to try and make a landing cut. But Red Butterfly had only taken one slice of existence, and now there was no way to fly. Come to think of it, Red Butterfly's golden body must have turned CD, and this Red Butterfly must have wanted to take advantage of his slamming the board to take a cut with his golden body. York doesn't know what he should do now. He wasn't even sure if he could knock the novelist out next. Open the golden body to take a slash. Just a slash. Does it work? He didn't doubt for a second that the half-blooded novelist would still be able to slip himself around like a dog. He glanced at the sky, knowing that the world's audience was watching. He and Chenku were looking at each other through the window, and now he could not take Chenku at all. With that thought in mind, he began to spin in place, transmitting a final signal to his home. Maurice sighed silently as he watched the red butterfly spin up. He knew that this was Red Butterfly telling himself that he couldn't come back, and the enemy that kept him from coming back must have been exceptionally powerful. And that's when they had to do a message to all the nations. Tinnitus. Telling other countries how to look at tinnitus is what gets other countries to figure out how to checkmate the seeker who beat him. Morris sighed. Fortunately for them, the Gallic chicken still had a high score right now and was able to stabilize the score even with the tinnitus being announced to the public. We can't let the Dragon Kingdom go on like this. We have to get the other countries together to find a way to target them. It's too strong. Regulation is invincible. And this survivalist is, even more. With that thought in mind, Morris makes an announcement in the ring. Good evening everyone. Here I would like to share a tip with you. That's how regulation determines if there's anyone around. There is an icon called tinnitus. Because the icon is very small, many people may not notice it, but as long as this icon is lit up, it means that there is a survivor present within a 36-meter range with the regulator as the center of gravity. At these words, Maurice stopped talking. The entirety of the players from each country were in an uproar, and everything that had gone before seemed to have been figured out. No wonder Gallic Chicken Country's supervision is so precise in finding someone at a certain range every time. The same can be said of Dragon's regulation. Except that Dragon's regulation operates a little more magically. So there's a trick to it all. What are you trying to do by saying this now? It can't be that you want us to target the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer together, right? Well, standing on the upper level again wanting everyone to be a gun. The skills are learned, but the Dragon Kingdom is not our enemy. We just had to face each other because of the matchup. Don't even think about asking us to be guns. The pop-ups were 7 and 7, and Maurice froze a little. He grunted. He hadn't expected people to be so unattractive right now. No? A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he clenched his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching slightly, but it didn't matter, as long as the technique was exposed. That no-good survivalist from Dragonland would sooner or later fall into everyone's hands. Someone will always think of a way to restrain that prisoner, and sooner or later he will be sent to the west. At this time Chenku did not know what happened outside. He just saw the red butterfly in front of him so in place began to circle up, several turns in a row. He froze. What did this red butterfly want? Seek Buddha? He thought about it and supposedly asked for a Buddha, right? It was not unheard of for him to regulate the bureau of the beaten Buddha, suspected of having lost all his strength and means. After thinking about it, he released the possession of Wang Jiyu's little girl and went over to see the situation. Even if Red Butterfly was a fake Buddha, in response to Red Butterfly's superb nail slashes, he could still perform the human emperor steps and drill through Red Butterfly's armpits. If it's a fake Buddha, it's not more of a hard hit. Wang Jiyu froze slightly before he depossessed himself and appeared beside Chen Ku. Chen Ku did not send a signal, and he did not dare to go far, but just hid behind the wall and looked through the gap to see what Chen Ku wanted to do. Red Butterfly has been standing in the middle of the track and spinning in circles since just now, a behavior that is really puzzling, and Chen Ku was even more daring, directly walked over. What's going on? Wang Ziyu held his breath. York paused in his spinning motion as he looked at the novelist who had walked up to him. What for? All he could feel was choking. This was too much to take for granted. Walked right up to himself. Boards you don't utilize anymore? You're not utilizing the window? You're not gaming me anymore? Who the hell are you looking down on? Thinking of this, he directly raised one of his hands and struck towards the novelist. Chen Ku saw the other party raise his hand and skillfully walked towards behind the Red Butterfly. He knew that this thing was just a fake Buddha scam. Red Butterfly's heart joy rose. He had just been thinking about what to do with the rest of the knife after opening the golden body to take one. And now he saw that the other party was going to come over to send himself a knife. Wouldn't that make it possible to get another solid pass over the board to take a slash with golden body afterward? Just before he could be happy for long, he realized that his slash was, well, empty. There was no sense of the entity hitting the person, nor was there any motion of wiping the blade. Ha! The novelist stood beside him. Not a drop of blood missing. He turned back and slammed it towards the novelist once again. The novelist just switched places and not a drop of blood was lost. Wang Jiyu stood there with his eyes straight. Tips. That's the trick. Skills to learn on your own. Red Butterfly looked back at novelist, turned back again, and built up her strength for a slam. The novelist just took 2 steps and dodged his attack. Again. Miss. After a few rounds, the audience looked straight up dumbfounded at what was going on. What took you so long? What holds 60s in place? This Red Butterfly is the person I'm eating. I need help. Come on. I need help. Come on. I need help. Come on. Wang Ziyu was in a hurry, frantically sending signals. He wanted Zhongli and also Jiang Bai to come over to see. What the hell is this ing thing? Chapter 58. The golden body was Red Butterfly's greatest strength. A series of, I need help. Come quickly. Directly confused Zhongli as well as Jiang Bai. In the dimly lit town of eternal sleep, a tense atmosphere hung over every corner like a thick dark cloud. What is it? Chen Ku was in danger? The cipher machine in front of him was crackling incessantly, which meant that the deciphering of the cipher machine had made great progress. 3 signals were sent, and without hesitation, the 2 men simply dropped the cipher in their hands. Jiang Bai is on the 2nd floor of the Red Butterfly building to repair the machine, close to the small door, 2 boards and 1 window. Here, once Chen Ku was struck down to the bottom, she only needed to let go of the cipher machine to take 2 steps toward the window, and then she could directly roll over the window to prepare for rescue. If the location where the butcher was hanging people wasn't far away, she could even fix the cryptograph for a while to jam the bloodline before going over. She hadn't cared when the first signal was initiated, and there was still a glimmer of hope in her mind that it might just be a false alarm. She frowned as the 2nd signal was initiated, that uneasiness creeping into her mind. The 3rd signal came on again and she didn't hold back, going to the window to see what was going on. Because Wang Jiyu's signals have been continuing, Chen Ku's state is still healthy and has not been hit by the knife. It was always dark in the town of forever sleep, and the street lights were very dim. In the not-so-bright light, Red Butterfly, like an angry dancer, raised her own hand again and struck hard toward the novelist at her heels. Red Butterfly's dark red kimono was danced with a heck of a lot of wind, and the cracking sound brought about by each sword strike was particularly ear-piercing in the silent night. If you ignore the sounds, it really does sound like a red butterfly dancing alone in despair. The novelist in the white suit in front of her was surrounding Red Butterfly, changing his position according to his opponent's outgoing sword. He had been circling around Red Butterfly, a book in his hand, with all the aplomb a wordsmith should have, as if mocking Red Butterfly's incompetence. Jiang Bai opened his mouth wide with an odd expression, because she clearly saw the novelist sometimes pass through the armpit of the Red Butterfly without receiving the slightest attack. It's true that Red Butterfly's knife is a bit short, but it's not that far off. Looking at the angry Red Butterfly constantly out of the knife, seems to be a little bit out of his mind. The batsman Zhongli rushed over here at the first opportunity, and he had thought that Wang Jiyu had called himself over so desperately because Chen Ku was in danger. But take a look at this moment. The 2 are lovingly twirling around in circles, like they're having a beautiful waltz. Zhongli's mouth opened wide as he finally realized why Wang Jiyu was so desperate to call the 2 of them over. Glancing at Jiang Bai's position on the 2nd floor, the other party was also looking in Chen Ku's direction. If anything, it's normal for dark-skinned gym kids like batsmen to like to get together. Then now everyone seemed to be able to see a flash of unimaginable shock under the deep eyes of the first mate, a captain who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I kind of get him even though I haven't actually been in a match. Eating melon on the second floor. Shocked. JPG. My ING brain is sticking out of the ring. Man. What are you doing? After this battle, I'll see who still dares to use Red Butterfly. Red Butterfly begged for mercy. It's not ugly to lose this way. Jiang Mai only looked at it for a few seconds before withdrawing his own gaze and going back to deciphering the cipher machine. She also sent a signal in passing to alert Zhang Li. Concentrate on deciphering. The batsman just froze, glancing somewhat fondly at Chunko, who was still holding Red Butterfly on the flat ground over there. If he chose the human camp next time, he didn't want to play OB position anymore. He wanted to use the little girl to follow Chunko to learn tricks. That's amazing too. York saw the little girl poking her head out behind the wall and staring at him, watery and hidden there, but with an unspoken meaning in her eyes. As he circled around to hit the novelist, he also saw the first mate on the second floor and the batter at the end of the road. The two men stood there for a long time looking at him in disbelief. At this moment, York only felt that his whole body's strength was lost. He had always thought that he was able to win by gaming, that he was able to rely on his golden body to steal a vicious slice from his opponent. Now it was just on empty, flat ground, and he couldn't even do the slightest thing with the other guy. Do you really have a weapon in your hand? What do you call a knife in someone else's hand? What do you call it in your own hand? Nail clippers? At this moment, he finally realized that the novelist was not without the means to deal with himself. It's always just. He saw the little girl next to him again, and the other looked at him dutifully from behind the wall. It turns out to be a demonstration with teammates to show them how to deal with red butterflies in general. This flat-out knife-dodging maneuver wasn't for everyone, and it would be best for his teammates to learn how to sneak around. The more York thought about it, the harder he blushed. I can't believe I've become a textbook? He stopped moving, keeping out the sword. His body felt no fatigue, but his mind was tired. Seeing that he did not make a knife, Chenku also did not move, counting the time. The train is coming again. With all this delay, Red Butterfly's golden body CD must be turning good again. Seeing that Chenku did not move, Red Butterfly also did not move at all. This time, York didn't rush out his blade again. He's going to give the killing blow while the novelist lets his guard down. Positioning also takes time. While he relaxes his guard, he makes his own knife. He can't necessarily avoid his attack by that positioning. Who says you have to have a knife out to be gaming? Why isn't the lack of a knife a deterrent? Wang Jiyu had already looked silly. He saw that the Red Butterfly had gone from being furious to being helpless, and it could be said that Chenku had convinced the other party simply by relying on his pace. Still dare to be arrogant? He was excited and faintly sad. If he himself had this means of Chenku in the beginning, is it that those three teammates would not have to die? Sometimes he really would have preferred that it was himself who died in that matchup, not someone else. The train stopped quickly 3 stops away, and everyone saw the trolley that was about to drive by. Red Butterfly cast her eyes on the book in the novelist's hands, her heart filled with anger and sadness, because he could think with his toes that the other team would absolutely make yet another switch. The good thing, though, is that her golden body CD has reset. Watch out for the neighborhood trolley. Not far away the tram was coming slowly. It's now out of the knife. A brilliant light flashed in the bottom of Red Butterfly's eyes. The other party would never guess that he would take the opportunity to hit him, because the trolley was about to arrive. The hit would inevitably wipe the knife. Scrubbing the knife ends too late to dodge and you get hit by a tram. So simple a calculation that one knows. There is no way that the other side doesn't know. Surely he couldn't have counted on the fact that he'd rather be hit by a car than take a hit. Could he? York sneered in his mind. The golden body is the biggest thing he has to offer when he gets hit by a car. Chapter 59. Whose blind girl quietly steps to sneak ghosts to 5 machines. The moment Chenku saw him raise his hand, he knew what he wanted to do. Jokes. In his previous life, he experienced too much. Playing survivalist encountered fake Buddha. Playing regulator wanting to Buddha a hand encountered deceptive Buddha. Occasionally into a Buddha room will be mixed beatings. Even if the match was a matter of life and death and the other side didn't want to fight, he didn't see the problem. A game that was going to be a loss no matter what. A match that had no outcome. And rather than lose woefully, it was better to give up the resistance yourself. Red Butterfly didn't store up any power, and hit with a surprise. Seeing this, Chenku directly toppled his attack with a flywheel. Red Butterfly froze, again with the flywheel. From the opening until now, novelist hadn't used this secondary skill, causing him to forget about it. The trolley was already close after the flywheel topped the blow. Chenku flywheel ran toward the outside of the track, just in time to use the flywheel to rush out of the range of the track, while the Red Butterfly is because of the out-of-the-knife stiffness to stay in place. Seeing the approaching trolley, Red Butterfly used her golden body without any panic. There is no flywheel next to the novelist. This position novelist is out of the tram tracks. There is no way into the board. He can go over there and just into pieces. Chenka didn't use transposition because there is no way to transpose when supervising a golden body. He looked behind him at the red butterfly whose body blossomed with golden light, and the tram was already approaching. Chenka sighed imperceptibly. Soon red butterfly is going to be really honest. Sure enough, only to see the red butterfly, whose entire body was covered in golden light, directly knocked to the ground by the tram. A backward lean sent him sprawling to the ground, and although he quickly got up, he was still knocked to the ground by the impact. All York could feel was the heat of his feet pounding the top of his head. I cam! What a stupid chanting thing! I've got the golden body on. Chenka took advantage of this effort of him being knocked down and restood underneath the two boards and one window. The golden body only prevents stun, but the action of the tram crash cannot be avoided. It takes 4 seconds just to go from knocking down to getting up. By the time Red Butterfly climbed up, the golden light on his body had disappeared. Looking at the novelist standing under the boards, deadpan, the red butterfly shifted, and Yorka Butterfly threw itself toward the distance. At this moment, his first reaction was to break and run, but Chenka didn't wait for him to fly away. White light intertwined on both of them, and then they quickly exchanged positions. Novelist moves 50% faster for twos after switching positions. He turned around and the board went straight over Red Butterfly's head. Novelist slamming board hits regulator. The audience couldn't bear to close their eyes as the board went on. Not honest yet? The human emperor has the means to cure you. What if my head starts to hurt too? If I just read it correctly, that one butterfly threw it out to try and run away, right? Yeah. Survivor Red Butterfly was afraid of being hit by supervision, tried to escape from supervision with a Sakura Sengoku and ended up being left under the board by supervision. That step just now. It's okay to call it the human emperor step, right? The fifth man emperor steps. Steps without fail. This board went down, and the first mate's cryptograph had lit up. The batsman glanced at his cipher machine, and there was only the last bit of progress. Now they were just one last whole machine away from escaping the estate. At this point the deciphering acceleration was up, and the ciphering would be good and fast if he went to join up with the first mate in the back. Red Butterfly stood to the side behind the boards after being slammed. Honest. For once he's really honest. The moment he had just opened his golden body and was struck down by the car, he was honest. Red Butterfly glanced at the sky, as if he was looking through a screen at the outside world. People would understand themselves right. It wasn't that he hadn't tried hard enough, it was that with all his means and strength, he hadn't been able to get a slice of his opponent. With just a single human emperor step, he couldn't do a thing to the other party. I should have known I didn't need a red butterfly in this game. York sighed at the thought. Is that the difference between him and that guy? He had thought that he was strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder, and it wasn't until he actually faced off that he saw the gap between the two. You'll be dead afterward anyway, so you won't be able to hear yourself even if you're cursed outside. He didn't want to get smashed again. A butterfly was thrown into the corner and then Chakra flew over. He didn't want to fight anymore, and now he just wanted Chenku and the others to open the door and hurry to get out of this side. Looking at the grains of stone in the corners of the walls and the dust, seeing the distant trams roaring off into the distance again, over and over and over again as they cycle through this town of eternal sleep, he couldn't help but wonder if he would have been much better off if he had used other regulation in this game. Shasta's voice rang through the manor, and Chenku froze. The red butterfly fly is not where the two teammates are located. Ginger White is already driving the new machine and the batsman rushes over. Watching the progress of the decipherment that the two sent together, the little girl went to stick close to the gate and break the gate at the first opportunity when the cipher machine had finished deciphering. Chenku walked a few steps toward the front and saw the figure in the front corner that was wearing a vermilion kimono. This time, it was clear that the other side really didn't want to fight. Red Butterfly only found the time so difficult at this point, knowing full well that there was only a little bit of progress left on the last cipher machine. As he was thinking about it, York realized that he could surrender. Finally raising his eyes to the sky of the town of eternal sleep was still shrouded in dark clouds, and the red butterflies in the corners were dancing in place when no one was controlling them. If this wasn't a life and death match, then York really wanted to say that Red Butterfly was really good at dancing. Regulator surrenders. Survivor escapes the manor. The moment the text lit up, everyone was confused. The players in the Gallic Chicken Country training room shut up. They didn't blame York, just froze and looked at the four figures that appeared in that void. The one belonging to the novelist's shadow was very solid. In the ring, Chenku they were able to rest for a while after the match. At this time, Chenku also saw the text on the pop-up screen. Tinnitus? The audience is asking about tinnitus? There was more than one such pop-up, and it seemed like in a flash. People who didn't know anything about tinnitus before were aware of it. Viewers are asking them if Dragonland knew about this early on as well. Regardless of how this news was revealed, Chenku knew deep down that letting the other players know how the tinnitus looked was not a bad thing. Sometimes your perceptions play tricks on you. a mechanic's doll, a blind girl, and card tinnitus can all jam regulation to death. Earlier he had wondered how to utilize the role of the blind girl, and using a blind girl was tantamount to talking to a bull to a supervisor who couldn't read tinnitus. Who's got a blind girl sneaking ghosts on 5 machines at a quiet pace? Now it's good that people will look at tinnitus. That's nice. I'd like to ask if the players from the Dragon Kingdom also know about the tinnitus thing? Looking at the countless pop-ups of questions, Shenka smiled bashfully. Yes, and it wasn't that long ago that we learned how to look for tinnitus and how to line up if there are any survivalists nearby. Chapter 60, this is a role I want to try. Shenka's words traveled through the ring to everyone's ears, and the players from the various countries were somewhat disoriented. No wonder their regulation always finds people. No wonder the regulation in Gallic Chicken Country can easily find survivalists because of this. As for the Dragon Kingdom, people are not stupid and can see that the regulation of the Dragon Kingdom is likely to be a recent discovery. If not, the opponent wouldn't have lost so many games in previous matchups. No one jokes about losing, and losing a match is a punishment no one can afford. The silhouettes of the 4 seekers above the ring were still a bit blurry, and they hadn't expected that. Just by asking, the Dragon Country's players would give the news straight away. Jiangbai looked sideways at Shenka beside him. The pop-up asked, and they saw it. Before he had time to be shocked as to why all the viewers knew about it, he heard Shenka telling the news to others without hiding it at all. Even can clearly tell how far the range of tinnitus is, 36 m. With yourself as the center of 36 meters, the appearance of the tinnitus sign means that there is a survivalist. Shenka didn't have the slightest intention of hiding anything, and straight away spoke out the intelligence. Countless players were in an uproar when this statement was made, because 36 is such a small range. If you can't estimate exactly how far 36 meters is, then converting it to 36 steps is about right. They knew that the Dragon Kingdom had mastered tinnitus, and they hadn't thought that the other side had understood it so well. Some of the players who preferred to stay put with the survival camp called it done. In this way, how can I continue to live? A look of worry surfaced in the bottom of Wang Zhiyu's eyes, and his heart was quickly wrapped in fear. The scene where he had supervised the elimination of his teammates came back to him, and he closed his eyes tightly as his body began to shake in small tremors. If the regulation found a teammate, it would be the end of the world for the survivor. This would be very unfavorable to the Dragon Kingdom seekers. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything more than simply substituting for the survivalist. Chenku inclined his head to look at the blanched Wang Zhiyu beside him, and thought of some of the things that Elder Lian himself had urged in front of him. Elder Li had once told him a bit about Wang Zhiyu's past. Chenku sighed. He slightly tilted his head sideways and spoke in a whisper into Wang Zhiyu's ear. Did you just have fun sneaking ghosts? At this moment, Wang Zhiyu's trembling body stopped, and his eyes snapped open, as if he had thought of something, and his gaze turned increasingly odd. It seems like Shinku has indeed been teaching them about sneaking ghosts, and even teaching them to take the initiative to stand up and hold back. Yeah, it used to be that you couldn't find survivalists. Now it was able to be found. But what could be done about it? Can we catch them when we find them? Thinking of this, he glanced at Shinku. The other party must have thought about what would happen later when they knew about the tinnitus thing. From dodging in the beginning, to the passive pursuit of the survivalist after finding the tinnitus. The only option now seems to be to step up and buy time for his teammates. Whether it's a double bullet or a flywheel, it's all about what the draft position seeker is going to choose to carry. Looking at the thoughtful words in the pop-up screen, Wang Zhiyu violently realized that the tinnitus thing was somewhat useful, but it didn't seem to be that great. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 80. Escape survivor, 4. Points settlement, Rokoku gets 60 points. The points belonging to the Dragon Kingdom panel had gone from -129 to -69. The Longboy audience only felt like a dream. Yesterday they were on the verge of elimination. Today they are already in a position where they can afford it. Without all those points spent, they'd have a positive score by now. Glancing at the ring, the mental consciousnesses of the 4 people on top had exited the ring and returned inside the training room. The ring had reverted to darkness, and with the exception of the Dragon Nation, which had fought a third match, the other nations had no desire to fight a third match at all. Gallic Chicken Country Morris sat in his chair in the training room, his eyes cloudy. He was also puzzled as to why his own player still got hit by the tram with his golden body on, but he wouldn't go to the Lord of the Manor to complain like Sakura Nation usually did, because once he made a big deal out of it, all the countries would notice that little detail. What if that's the mechanism? So you're not a warm fuzzy for nothing? Tell everyone that in the future the golden body will be hit by a car too. If he hadn't been the outlier, someone else would surely have made that mistake in the future. If the other person had opened the golden body without being hit at that time, then he or she would be able to use it to claim compensation. As for York, who remained on the estate, he just shook his head, a little regretfully. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, Elderly excitedly waved at the few people who had just returned. "You're back. The meal is ready." Chenka's stomach let out a hollow chirp that only he could hear. Although he had only played 3 games in one day and was still a little hungry, Chenka looked at the tablet. The internal chat group that is usually not very active began to be active again. Previously, because face-to-face discussion to be more convenient, now allow in order to reduce the problems and disturbances, so that everyone in the group to ask questions. Chenka will have time to give everyone out of the tutorials and answers. Chenka looked at the group on the tablet and saw a careful question. Will informing people about the specifics of tinnitus reduce our advantages? Because before Chenka came back, everyone knew about the tinnitus, and Chenku just told everyone about the more detailed distance. Chenka looked at the question, paused, and casually typed a reply. Any information in Persona 5 is very important, and tinnitus is a factor, but not the only one, in regulating the determination of whether or not there is someone around. Sometimes over-trusting one's perceptions can lead to being lied to badly. Even if there is no mechanic in the bureau, the survivor can still fumble with the mechanic's remote control from the box. Hiding the doll control in a key place will make supervising the search a real temptation, especially with the Joseph matchup. It's common for a lucky person to draw a doll and crouch it towards the corner of midfield, jamming Joseph's return positioning every now and then. When regulation wants to capitalize on that information, the seeker just needs to learn how to capitalize on it in turn. Try mercenary next time. Chenka looked to Jiangbai. Jiangbai did not ask why. Chenka told her to use mercenaries. She would use mercenaries, and would not inquire about the reason. There have been people who have used mercenaries in the past and played with people who were a little confused, because the wrist guards sometimes don't work out, and sometimes you don't know where you are once you use them. Even the mercenary's own trait, which only delays the fall for a few seconds, will eventually fall. The character, confused, but there must be a reason why Chenka let her use this. I want to try. Chapter 61. If it is possible to listen to the voice, this shall not give this go-blind woman to scratch to death. When Wang Jiyu's voice rang out, Chenka couldn't help but turn his gaze to him as well. The mercenary is undoubtedly the saving bit. Otherwise Chenka would not have given the role to Zhang Bai. The cost of practicing for this role is also large, and Chenka now wants his teammates to practice. He wanted to give his teammates some practice in the matchups where he was still skating. Even if you don't save the day, you can try popping the wrist guards for a while. That's fine. You come, we can have a number 2 save position as well. Chenka was about to say that Zhang Bai needed to prioritize his practice as the team's safe position, but as soon as he looked up, he saw Wang Jiyu's determined eyes. Mercenaries can delay falling to the ground by eating knives, right? Wang Jiyu spoke seriously. In the past, everyone only knew about the mercenaries' delayed downfall, but no one thought about how much of a role the mercenaries' delayed downfall would play in saving someone's life along the way. Almost no one saved anyone back then, and no one would want to save a teammate. Chenka nodded. A full-blooded mercenary will be able to save someone even if they take a shock. After hearing Chenka's affirmative answer, Wang Jiyu was relieved. Although Chenka had said that everyone on the team was quite useful, but he still wants to play a bigger role in helping his teammates along the way. Then Zhang Bai also didn't feel that the other party had taken his position. One person trying each position is the main policy of their team, because no one can say which game will be the first captured by the supervisor. Then the task of rescue and so on will fall on the others. There are 1 or 2 characters with proficiency at each position, and that's where they're headed at the moment. Knowing the routes to rescue and knowing how to get there are things that everyone on the team has to learn. I don't want to use characters that don't have that kind of skill. Bell scratched his head. He didn't have much of an idea for the other positions. Skills in other positions that can't fight regulation properly. It's really no fun. But I want to use the little girl to follow you again, to see how to sneak the ghost, said the latter, and Bell's voice became very weak. It wasn't his idea to keep fixing the machine, and he wanted to stand up for his teammates. Then after that you just pick whatever character you want to try. Chenko was gently stoned twice, but little girls weren't the only ones who could keep sneaking ghosts after their teammates. Grandpa Bull can also carry his teammates for most of the map. This would be perfect for someone like Zhongli who wants to sneak ghosts on his own, using Grandpa Nyo to bail him out, and then putting him down when it's right for him to sneak ghosts on his own. I want to hang on to you kind of. Bell spoke up a little embarrassed. Only with the first perspective. He felt he could learn better. Don't worry, I have a way. Chenka patted his chest. You can completely trust Grandpa Nyo. Cowboy? Zhongli froze, then thought of the cowboy's skills. Cowboys can fling a lasso out into the distance, pulling their teammates to them if they are hit. When the cowboy has successfully lassoed a teammate, he can carry them along on his back. So are you going to use cowboys in your next game if we're randomized to the survivalist camp? Bell asked as he opened his mouth. Chenka shook his head. From what I've observed, Scores dropping below 300 points will be penalized by a destructive nature. No one has gotten above 300 points yet today, and my guess is that there's a big reward for getting above 300 points. Until we get the full 300 points, I think we're going to take the points first, and then when we get more points, we'll try some of the other fits. It's only fair to get everyone more familiar with some of the in-game characters and mechanics up front as well. Zhongli nodded reluctantly, and he also knew that Chenko was right now. They were all immature in their understanding of the game's mechanics, and were currently just relying on Chenko alone. It's better to continue using strikers or batsmen. Of course, there's still exploration you can try, and antique dealers are also very suitable for you. Chenko gave him a list of roles that Zhongli should enjoy. When he heard the word exploration, Belle's mask of pain rose. That magnet. He's really kind of confused. Before, I've almost lost people to magnets before. Directly to the supervision-sucked face. The soul is scared. The four of them discussed their choice of role for the game for a long time. The character choices for the next game were finalized, with Zhongli choosing the antique dealer, Chenko choosing the blind girl, Jiang Bai using the toy dealer, and Wang Ziyu choosing the mercenary. The reason why Chenko would choose the blind girl is that he wanted to show his own teammates how to use the skill of tinnitus to play supervision in the palm of his hand. Of course lawyers can do it too. It's just that lawyers' maps get depleted and don't come in as handy as a blind girl. Now that you can already row tinnitus, what will you do in case people carry inserted eyes? Elderly spoke with some concern. After knowing how to drain tinnitus, they have stopped thinking about listening. It's kind of funny to think that there was a time when people didn't know anything about band listening. Naturally, Gojingbu is outside the range of the inserted eyes. Supervision opens with one eye, usually inserted in what it considers to be the most central location. But the blind girl perspective is able to see the movement of the supervision. And the blind girl who is skilled in the range of the eye insertion is basically avoiding the range of the eye insertion. Even if they were exposed, they could have fooled the supervision at some point by way of a fork in the road meticulously footprint. Li Lao looked at Chun Ku, only to feel itself like eating a heart pill. Right. Chenka patted himself on the head. You can reveal a message out, pretending to be a passerby or a pop-up discussion. Tell the news that the blind woman knocking her blind cane can reveal her location. Chenka tapped his head with a big headache. Don't want to meet footsteps yourself. Regulating not knowing how to come to the blind girl. Ha? A blind woman tapping her blind cane can reveal her location? Jiang Bai jerked his head up. This was also the first time they had heard of this matter. Yes. Chenka looked as if he was lucky he had counted ahead of time. Otherwise, if no one comes to the next opening when he knocks on the staff, won't it be for nothing? Listening to the voice to recognize Chenku extended his hand to gesture. That big thunk. The three teammates looked at each other in disbelief at this statement. There was indeed a thud. So you can tell where you are by that? Or else, Chenku headache. Sometimes others do not know how to find a blind girl is also a kind of suffering. Wang Jiyu stared fiercely at Chenku. And it is only ordinary people who will not tell such important news to outsiders. Is this what Chenku called using regulatory perception to play with regulation? After Elderly heard Chenku's explanation, he quickly went to prepare. It wasn't long before the pop-up's dense post-game discussion was laced with a few strange texts. Can you even look at tinnitus? Are you able to hear the sound? The blind girl knocked her staff so loud with a thud. If one can listen to the voice, this shall not be given to this go blind girl to scratch to death. Chapter 62. Remember, start with the best one to catch. These pop-ups had just been sent out, and because they were an analysis of the game, they were directly noticed by the players from each country. Can the blind girl tap her staff so loudly that the superintendent can hear her? Die laughing. This is a survivalist skill. Can regulation work? While the pop-ups were still teasing the blind girl that her knocking staff was a skill that belonged to the blind girl, some of the players had already noticed the incident, because they did hear that blind cane tapping coming from the manor when they were using supervision. At first, they didn't think in terms of hearing voices. Now, seeing this pop up, the pupils of some of the country's players instantly shrunk. They anxiously returned to the training room and pulled up the previously recorded games related to the blind girl. Look no further, for if one were to recognize it carefully, one could indeed hear the tapping of the blind cane coming from the corner where the blind woman was. If the other games weren't obvious, the one with Dragon Nation's Dream which was especially obvious, they could see that at first the Witch of Dreams didn't start moving after being born on the map, seemingly pondering the direction, until the sound of the blind woman tapping her staff rang out from the corner of the arsenal. He walked straight toward the blind woman's location. Hiss! A simultaneous intake of breath came from the many national training rooms. From this scene they could tell that the Dragons players had not only mastered tinnitus, but even knew about the blind girl tapping her staff to hear the sound. Those few pop-ups about hearing voices were still being discussed, and were quickly forced off topic by other pop-ups. Li Dicheng found some water army. According to what Chen Ke said, The blind woman knocking came thing in the pop-up screen using the audience's perspective to start a discussion. It was only discussed for a few moments, and then the pop-up section inexplicably began to be ripped off topic by some odd comments. Doesn't seem to want to continue the discussion on this topic. Seeing someone deliberately steering away from the topic, Li Lao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this topic was noticed by someone, and has already seen the previous replay video to determine the matter of hearing the voice. The thought that Chen Ke was going to use the other party's cognition in turn to use the blind girl to slip supervision, he was a million times more excited. This was simply beyond his knowledge, and according to Chen Ke, there were a total of 4 characters who had the trait of wonkiness: blind girl, mechanic, prophet, priest. Survivors with wonkiness have a decrease in speed when performing the flipper interaction maneuver. That is, they will spend more time than other survivors on actions such as going over windows, going over boards, and other actions that interact with the boarded-up windows in the scene. The slower interaction movement also makes it easier to supervise the knife out to strike a shock. The blind girl is one of the wonkiest characters. Board window interactions are 22% slower. Mechanics are reduced by 15%. Priests are reduced by 10%. And prophets are special in that their outer trait is labor. While on the field, you can suck birds to ward off damage for your living teammates. But for each ward, your own board window interaction speed drops by 10%. The more birds he sucks, the lower his interaction speed behind him is likely to be than the blind girl. And Chen Ke, as we all know, likes to use boarded up windows in regulatory gaming. Characters with the frail trait are much slower to even the act of laying the board down, and will always give the impression that they're making every effort to bring the board down. The process of getting off the board also makes it easy to get jerked out of the knife. And today, Chen Ke actually said he was going to use a blind girl to sneak ghosts? What the hell? Li Decheng's heart was as anxious as a cat's scratch. Every now and then he spoke in the guise of a passerby, asking on the pop-ups, what do people think about this whole hearing voices thing? Without holding the hand of the Dragon Kingdom, you usually speak as unobtrusively as a passerby. It's weird how every time a statement like this comes up, the pop-ups are covered by other topics. And even a group of people come in to actively discuss the new issue. No one answered his words. The more he did, the more he knew that the matter must be in the hands of most countries. Rococo hadn't drawn regulation since he broke his losing streak, and he wasn't sure if he'd be able to draw the survivor the next day as well. Now no matter which camp he drew, he had no more worries in his heart than before. Before going to bed, Chen Ke sent a few small knowledge points to everyone in the group. He couldn't help but sigh, the 5th personality being what it was. It's not hard. It's really just those few operations. The character's skills can assist the survivor in slipping through ghosts better, but it's the basics that are more important. Early the next morning, they had just finished breakfast, and Elderly was already eagerly preparing to draw lots in the training room. Matching begins. Everyone's eyes sparkled as the text lit up. As we all know, the game has been laid down, and it now depends on whether or not people are in the game. The corners of Li Decheng's mouth were as difficult to suppress as AK. All he wanted to do now was to let out a loud laugh. After we tell you the 2 techniques, tinnitus, hearing voices, do you all feel like you've won? Match made. Camp, survivor. Li Decheng directly clenched his fist with one hand and raised it with force when he saw that his family had been matched to the survivalist camp. The excitement today is not the same as before. It used to be just because survivalists were able to win better. Of course, if he is matched to regulation, he does not have any opinion, whether it is regulation or survival. The characters of these 2 camps in the hands of Chen Ke. The ornamental is extremely strong. The moment they saw the Dragon Nation draw into the survivors' camp, a number of nations went straight for the Mask of Pain. Who knows if it will match up? Kimchi Nation watched the moment their own family drew the regulatory camp, and couldn't help but get a bad feeling in the back of their minds. Sure enough, the next second, the draw was over and the pairings were matched. Dragon State versus Kimchi State. The masks of pain on the faces of the players from the remaining countries instantly disappeared, and a wave of celebration welled up in their hearts. Another escape. While the survival camp has a good chance of winning, numerous regulation players, before they take the field, are prepared to lose, but that was before. I don't know what to make of tinnitus before, but the regulators seem to be in the dark during the game, without the slightest hope. Now that they know both how to see tinnitus and a few other tips, it's safe to say that regulation and survivalists have completely transformed their positions. Once upon a time a survivalist was really able to survive. Regulation today is a real butchery. The regulatory win has suddenly become a big deal. Except for the encounter with the Dragon Kingdom survivalist contestants. Not only will you lose this way, you will lose painfully. An emergency meeting has been launched in Pickle Nation. And inside the training room, the selection of which regulation players to take the field is still underway. Whoever goes up there, let's remember not to force their strongest one. Having been able to look at tinnitus nowadays, that means we're better able to find survivalists. All persimmons should be picked on the soft ones, and the one with the opening clap should be left out of the picture. After saying this, the breathing in the training room stuttered, and everyone could hear who it was referring to. That man is horrible. Such a strong person. I believe there is only that one in the Dragon Kingdom. The commander of the Pickle Country was still analyzing the situation for his own players. Don't go after the seekers who can influence regulation with their skills. If there are roles like lawyers, blind women, seers, and psychologists, prioritize catching those. Remember, start with the best one to catch. Chapter 63, just this listening to the voice. Cool. I'll do it. Kimchi Nation's player, Han Junyan, took a deep breath. Victory is something to be earned. And I also believe that there is only one strong survivor in Dragon Nation. It had become clear in his mind. Just see that worst survivalist in the Dragon Kingdom and avoid it. I'm not even gaming you and you're trying to walk me? Even if you use a novelist, you can only switch places with me only to a certain extent. If he doesn't go over there himself, he still wants to transpose himself? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his set was the right way to go. Since he couldn't fight, just scratch 3 of his teammates. That man king just runs alongside and ignores him himself and is done. Just take shots at his teammates. I'll pretend he doesn't exist. Just let him go to the cellar if he can in the end. Han Junyan waved his hand, only feeling that he was thinking incredibly clearly. Can't fight long enough? Dragon State players, ready. In just an instant, the Dragon Nation's contestants were ready and appeared on top of the ring. Han Junyan took a deep breath and was about to raise his own hand to meet it. The teammate behind him patted him on the shoulder. Junyan, you must remember your words. Don't get on top. A look of sorrow flashed under their eyes, and everyone could see it in the previous game. Those headbutts, and those little fireworks, just broke the defense of regulation. Emotionally charged moments don't matter. Han Junyan nodded. He knew. Han Junyan raised his hand in preparation, and in the next moment, his consciousness was above the ring. Looking at the banning screen, he didn't ban any characters. This matchup didn't have a high win rate. And he could tell that the human emperor on the other side was very strong and could operate with any character. Instead of wasting points, just don't ban. He didn't ban the characters, and Shenku instead banned Wu Ji Brother and also Red Butterfly. In case of a supervised swap grab, you can also avoid the fiasco of a teammate who can't skate Red Butterfly. The Dragon Kingdom banned characters were expected of him. They didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to spare them. There wasn't much hatred between the two sides, there was a lot of minor friction. Han Junyan hasn't cast his role yet, but he's seen the casting for Dragon Nation. Mercenaries, toy dealers, antique dealers, blind girls. The moment he saw the blind woman, his eyes lit up directly. Dragon Kingdom's survivor camp. They had analyzed it many times and found that there was a character like a short board in the team, and always chose a character like a lawyer to provide vision help for the team. The 3 characters, the mercenary, the toy maker, and the antique dealer, he honestly thought that any one of them could be the human emperor. Only this blind girl. No way. Based on what all of them knew about the human emperor, the human emperor was fond of characters that people could not quite figure out, and then used them to play amazing maneuvers. An even better maneuver with skill in an already amazing situation. It's safe to say that of those 3 characters, the antique dealer has the best odds. Like the blind girl, both hold a stick, but the effect is completely different. He was really afraid he'd run into an antique dealer and open himself up with 3 sticks. With this casting on the other side, he couldn't even fathom who and what was on the team. But he was able to know, clearly, that the blind girl definitely wasn't. The persimmon is the soft one. The moment they saw the Dragon Nation casting, the Kimchi Nation training room had cheered out in excitement. See, the blind girl. They picked the blind girl. Didn't they see all that discussion in the pop-ups yesterday? It shouldn't be. I remember pulling the plug on the subject, and there were several countries that unspokenly buried the subject of hearing voices. Meh, probably strong. Too proud to pay attention to some of the discussions in the pop-ups. Listening to the sound of the voice. This game we are stable. The role of the blind girl. No skills at all. The moment he tapped his staff. Surely he didn't know that our players were aware of his movements as well? Still, is it your skill? You use it. Toshihiko is going to break the Rococo Survival Squad's consistent 4-run ending. Han Junyan could hardly contain his excited heart already. He only learned about the skill of hearing voices yesterday, and today he met a blind woman. Is it possible that you are the true destiny of the heavens? He was not looking for victory. As long as he could leave behind a single survivor from the Dragon Kingdom, it would be considered a success. Excitedly, he replaced the auxiliary skill, listening, that he himself carried with eye insertion. After learning to listen to the sound of the platoon tinnitus, an eye insertion could directly illuminate the blind girl with nothing to hide. A survivalist character with no self-preservation. He'd like to see how this blind girl was going to escape. As for his character choice, he thought about it and ended up choosing Jack. The other characters, he really wasn't too proficient. How simple is Jack? No skills, just an attack. He still came up with his best role in the face of the Dragon Kingdom's survivalists. He glanced at the map before opening the game. Lakeview Village. Lakeview Village is definitely the big map. People used to be very frustrated with large maps because it was so hard to find people. Now that he's come across the big map, he's happy to be there. A big map means empty. Wouldn't it be easy to catch a survivalist after the tinnitus is lined up? Jack, who still uses it himself. The open road also allows him to try to hit long range with his fog blade, even if that human emperor tries to boogie with his board area. The more he thought about it, the more rapid his breathing became, because he realized that Misty Blade was the best one to target the human emperor. Gaming? Not even gaming you. I'll just hit you with a fog blade. What can you do? The crowd watching the match was also stunned. This Jack, he's coming against the human emperor, isn't he? Yeah, hit the fog blade. It didn't even occur to me before that there were Jacks that could be used to target the human emperor. The Dragon Kingdom's survival team isn't going to be left behind by the Kinchi Kingdom, is it? This hand Jack is simply overwhelming, using the simplest character to beat the most showy operator. Why didn't I think of it before? There's a feeling of the path being simple and returning to the basics. At this time Chenko has already entered the game. The figure of Lakeview Village is also perfect for a blind girl. Whether it's in a big room or a big boat, you can skate supervision like a dog. Eyeballing? It doesn't work. There are so many haystacks over here that you can play regulation to death with just one haystack Gojing step. Entering the matchup, the view becomes familiar again. The buildings are only simple silhouettes in a gray world. Even so, Chenko instantly recognized his location. The big ship. There is a cryptograph right next to it. Dang. A blind cane sounded in Lakeview Village. With just a glance, Chenko saw the supervision that was born at the lake. Jack. Some of the country's players had held their breath. All of them were looking at the blind girl. As the blind man's cane fell with a dull thud, they gathered their eyes to Jack. Do you hear me? Jack glanced over to where the big ship was. He had been straining to hear the sounds from the opening. The wind, the water, all sorts of miscellaneous noises mingling together, and he was terrified that he had missed the tapping of his blind cane. But the moment the blind cane rang, he realized that the tapping was so obvious. He heard it. He really heard it. The manor had been a little noisy with voices, and the moment the blind cane tapped loudly, all sounds seemed to disappear. I can't believe no one has noticed hearing voices before? Or was it discovered by a pop-up viewer? It's true that the masters are in the field. Just this listening to the sound. Cool. Chapter 64. There are no blind women in the manor at all. Jack could even think of the blind woman tinkering with her machine on the big ship after she knocked on her staff, and running around like a fly without a head until her heart rattled and her purple mood jumped up. What a goddamn start. He finally realized how much fun he had played that game of Dragon Kingdom Slaughter of the Emperor. The blind girl had no means of resistance, and he would have plenty of time to find the other 3 survivors when he hung up and flew the blind girl. In his opinion, as long as he didn't capture the human emperor, he could hope to survive by capturing others himself. A thin layer of mist always filled the sky in Lakeview Village, and the lake was calm and unruffled. The huge dilapidated fishing boat was quietly anchored at the edge of the lake. The planks on the hull were already a bit rotten. The fishing boat was already abandoned. Jack looked at the peeping Tom in his hand, and his entire body was already excited. He could guess that the blind girl would find a corner to hide in the moment she realized the heartbeat had started. The heartbeat is the survivalist's way of warning of regulation, allowing the survivalist to detect danger and avoid it in advance. Jack thought that the blind girl had begun to fix the machine unknowingly, but the audience could see that the blind girl was not fixing the machine at that moment, but was just standing quietly, motionless, at the window position on the second floor of the big ship. The moment Jack got into the big boat, he flipped the window and fell outside from the second floor. The spectators who saw the scene were more nervous than the blind girl. They were all relieved to see that the blind girl had sensed the danger and withdrawn in time. Luckily there's still a heartbeat to warn us, or else we'd really suffer this time. But the blind girl didn't defend herself, and knocking on a blind cane is just being able to see through it. Once the eyes are inserted there is nothing to hide. Run for it. Get out of this side while Jack gets inside the big ship. It's too dangerous. The audience was in a cold sweat for the blind girl. Rokoko's 3 teammates, motionless, all 3 had found the nearest cryptograph and began to fix it. In everyone's field of vision, the antique dealer who was most likely to be the human emperor. The birth point location was far, far away, and the blind girl's location was literally 1 south and 1 north. This is definitely good news for regulation. When the character of the antique dealer was first discovered, everyone was calling it dead. This is because the character is one of the few that people have explored that can take on supervision. It's just that antique dealers aren't as good as the Air Force. The Air Force's flare gun is autolocking. The gun is in an unactivated state when there is no supervision in the field of view. But antique dealers are different. An antique dealer's sticks can be empty. There have been so many attempts at the role that empty sticks have been a common occurrence. Antique merchants use the shao as a weapon, and carry with them an organ shao that has a shape-changing form that allows them to perform 5 types of moves. One of the sweeps, whirls, point stabs, and can knock the regulation back in the appropriate direction. The stick also has an effect attached to it, where, stopping the goal, the knocked-back supervisor cannot attack for 5s. When surrounded by teammates, the duration of the stopgap is also reduced by the number of people, and the duration of the first stopgap becomes 5/2/1/1 seconds when there are 1/2/3 survivors around. When there are people around, the stopgap is just too low yielding. No one had been able to play the antique dealer before, but now that the role had fallen into the hands of the human emperor, everyone was expecting the role to play differently in the hands of the human emperor. It's just a shame that, in this game, the blind girl opened up by knocking her staff, drawing the butcher away from her. As you can see, the character has a high ceiling. It just doesn't work in the hands of most survivalists, and instead of choosing an antique dealer during a game, you should choose some character who can hide himself well. The character of the antique dealer hasn't been around for a long time. Now that they saw the Dragon Kingdom come up with antique dealers, the crowd only felt a shiver run down their spine. No one noticed as they kept feeling sorry for the blind girl. The antique dealers in this game did not have the customary opening tap. The blind girl is still not running. As this text popped up, everyone noticed that the blind girl, who had jumped out of the big ship, hadn't left. Instead, he stood some distance outside the large ship, keeping his heart beating and not going far. Inside the large ship, Jack had walked to the very center of the ship, placing his only peeping Tom now in the center of the ship. The radius of the peeper was not very clear to Han Junyan, but it was known that the effect of the peeper was cylindrical and was able to illuminate the second floor. Placed in the center of a large ship, it was able to maximize the effect of Peeping Tom. Peeping Tom places a Peeping Tom at its current location that lasts for 60s, showing the survivors around it while reducing its movement speed by 6% and board window interaction speed by 15%, drastically reducing the rest of the interaction speed. The Peeping Tom can be removed. A peeper dropped, and Jack began to look around, trying to find the blind girl. From the moment he approached the large ship, he noticed that tinnitus lit up, a sight that made him ecstatic. It also means that all one's perceptions are being constantly confirmed. Shenka stepped quietly outside, and with the help of the blind girl's perspective effect, he easily saw where Jack had placed the peepers. Sure enough, even if you don't use peeps often, you'll place them at the very center by intuition. The position is not misplaced. One might even say it's quite right, but it's a shame. Shenka walked quietly to the bottom of the long slope outside the big ship that could be extended to the second floor. The heartbeat is already weak here, and again, it's able to be photographed without being plugged into the eye. The heartbeat range must be within the tinnitus range. The tinnitus will not go away as long as the heartbeat is maintained. He stood silently, watching Jack find his way from upstairs to downstairs and back again. No, where is everybody? Jack was confused, and after putting down the eye, he was trying to find signs of the blind girl, placing inserts as well. He suspected a lot of things. The most skeptical thing is the scope of this eye insertion and just how big it is. Can't you finish the big boat photo? The tinnitus hasn't gone away either. Where the hell is the blind girl? A few moments later, he saw his second eye ready and took a step toward the bow of the boat, placing it at the opening of the passageway that led to the lake on the first floor. Still nothing. No, where are the people? Jack's entire being is going crazy. The tinnitus is still there. Where the hell is the blind girl? Who's the blind girl? Anyway, halfway through he went out to look for it, but the outside of the big ship was more open and flat, with a few boarded up areas and gaps between the logs, and he could tell at a glance that the blind girl was definitely not hiding out there. Compared to that, a big boat is the best place to hide. The eye didn't shine out? Where the hell are you hiding? The audience breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the Jack who kept circling the big ship. That blind girl is out there and will follow Jack's position, changing her position from moment to moment, borrowing obstacles to hide herself. Countless players watched and held their breath. Being dog-slapped by a blind girl is worse than being slammed against a board. Chapter 65, Switching Teleportation. A blind girl can still run? Jack didn't realize he'd been searching for a long time, and he'd been spinning around in the big ship until he was desperate. The ringing in his ears was always present, and he was a bit skeptical nowadays if the ringing in his ears could really mean that there were survivalists nearby. Bang! The motor lit up in the distance, and Han Junyan's face turned ugly. No, that's one machine? he rushed outside, and with every few steps, there was another thump in his ear. 2 units now. He glanced back at the large ship. He'd checked 3 eyes here now. The first one was gone and he still hadn't found the blind girl. 2 of the cryptographs have been deciphered, and the third should be almost ready. Han Junyun's mouth was bitter as he stood outside the large ship, his entire body a little confused, but after thinking about it, he headed towards the outside. He kind of regretted it. He should have known to arrest the antique dealer. Who knew you couldn't find someone even if you brought an insertion eye? Finding his way out now, the survivalist would have to find 2 more of the 3 remaining cipher machines to decipher, and he would still have a chance. There is a cryptograph on the big ship and one on the lake at your own birth point. The survivalist couldn't have been at the lake in the big boat repairing the machine, so it would inevitably be next to the 2 remaining cryptographs, and if he or she just went over there, someone was sure to be there. He walked straight towards the outside, his tinnitus disappearing with each distance, his mind very confused. Where are the people? Knock knock. Came another blind cane tap from behind him, and Jack had made his way to center field, where he froze and looked behind him, 100% sure that the blind cane tap had come from behind him. This time, he didn't look back, still pulling out to find the other seekers, only just a short distance away. The rest of his eyes saw a white figure appear on the large ship, crouch down and begin to tear his own eyes out. It's not a brotherhood. You're really in a big boat. The survivalist wasn't running very fast, and he was pretty sure that the blind girl had to be right over there on the side of the big ship, or she wouldn't have crouched down to remove her own eyes so quickly. The audience was also very choked up as they watched Jack, who was having a hard time deciding whether to go back or not. With this lineup, the blind girl is a soft touch. Catching the blind girl is really the best option. At the sight, Jack didn't look back. He pulled straight out in search of the others, and still didn't look back after seeing the blind woman remove both of her remaining eyes. He had just walked into one of the ciphers when he saw the 2 seekers over there who were merging. Antique dealers and toy dealers. The 2 are tapping away on top of the same cryptograph. Seeing the antique dealer, Jack's face became ugly. He really didn't want to confront the human emperor. Seeing him coming, the antique dealer immediately let go of the cipher machine in his hand, and looking at himself, he ran over. Bell was thrilled to see Jack in the distance. Regulation coming to get itself? You're not going to arrest that Chenku kid? He wanted to go back and look at the footage a million times to see just how the Chenku kid had held supervision back for so long with the blind girl. But right now, the most exciting thing at the moment was still the fact that he could go up there and give supervision 3 sticks. Jack sucked in a cold breath. Without hesitation, he turned his head and ran. He didn't take his eyes off the big ship cipher machine. His target, from the beginning, had been the blind girl. It's about time, isn't it? The blind girl should be loosening up, right? Already working on the machine, right? Looking at the antique dealer running after him behind him, he snorted coldly. Who cares? Regulator switches auxiliary skills. Chenku was repairing the cipher machine. He did not chase the regulation run card tinnitus, since the other side does not come to chase their own. That repair machine is. The moment he saw the writing, he instantly let go of his hand. The familiar feeling was back, coming at himself. Swoosh, the familiar sound of teleportation rang out, and when the switch assist skill text appeared, Chenka started running towards the hole in the second floor deck of the large ship. As he walked through the hole, he instantly switched walking and slowly walked towards the other side of the deck. Han Junyun's heartbeat had reached 180 mph. He knew that only by capturing the blind girl would he really have a chance. Teleportation, a skill he had learned from watching that game of Joseph's. That sudden teleportation can leave a seeker who is fixing a machine defenseless. Although there were no more inserted eyes, he knew deep down that the blind girl couldn't run far at all with this amount of time. The blood-red piece-by-piece footsteps couldn't disappear in time. The Kimchi Nation had changed from silence to cheers when they saw this maneuver. This teleportation. It's fantastic. Can you run, little blind girl? How is our player so smart? Pretend to pull out, but teleport back in, so that the blind girl falls off her guard, and Sun Tzu's art of war is ours. Ha ha, the blind girl laughed at me. The Kimchi country's audience started cheering, and the Dragon country's audience was already frowning. Only Chen Ku was not panicked. Without the insertion of eyes, Go Jingbu really began. A jack? How can you sanction a blind girl without eyes? Han Junyun teleported over and saw the footprints that spread to the deck hole that was about to disappear. He was on the verge of screaming with excitement. That's all. That's it. Follow that footprint and knock the blind girl down and hang onto the chair. Han Junyun's whole body was trembling as he followed to the entrance of the cave and dropped down. Chan Ku, who was hiding on the side of the wall in the center of the deck, couldn't help but smile when he saw Jack's shadow fall 1 floor down. The whole thing about cheating with footprints in the cave really does get newer and better the more you use it. He didn't even bring the gift of walking in the clouds in order to cheat with his footprints. It's the fear that the footprints will disappear too quickly for regulation to take the bait. Walking in the clouds, the duration of the footprints left behind is reduced by 1/1/5/2s, costing talent points for a total of 3 tiers. Up to 2's footprint duration can be reduced. Jack was confused the moment he landed on the first floor, because there were no footprints at all on the first floor. He knew very well that the presence of footprints meant that the survivalist was nearby. It's better than tinnitus. It's there on the second floor and not on the first, so that means the blind girl didn't go downstairs at all. Han Junyun's pain mask was brought back up. Had he just gotten too excited and misread it? The footprints were actually going towards the other side of the deck and never actually fell off at all? He grabbed a quick look up the stairs, and sure enough, he saw the footprints that led to the cave again. Only this time, instead of being fooled, he headed for the other side of the deck. Standing by the stairs, his pain mask surfaced again as there were no footprints at all on this side of the stairs. That meant that the blind girl had just jumped off the deck. Turning his head, he jumped after him, and this time he did see the large red footprints that spread towards the top of the stairs. The blind girl just ran through here, quickly following up the outside staircase. He saw the footprints that led to the cave again. Jack really wanted to curse, but this time, he'd learned his lesson, and he took 2 steps toward the inner stairway to see if there were any footprints on this side before determining whether or not he'd jump. Okay, the stairs aren't there. Jump! Watching him jump, the blind woman behind the barrels on the side of the second floor stairs stood up. Jack on the first floor was blinded when he landed, and this time, the footprints disappeared completely and utterly. TMD. Where are the blind women? He's so desperate. He doesn't even see the blind girl's shadow in this big ship. It was hard to see the footprints, and now well, they're gone. Chenko very much wanted to laugh at this time. These spots don't work 100 times over. Game bloggers do their best to teach dimwits. It's not even a survivalist who has to learn these spots. It's not survival but deer heads that carefully memorize toymakers and patient landing spots. Chapter 66 Shizuku Ryu's blind girl slips 5 tables in a row. After Jack landed on the first floor, he looked at the large, dilapidated ship with confused eyes. The cool light of the moon shone through the cracks into the inside of the great ship. Nothing but the light left by the Tyndall effect. The dust fluttered and shimmered under the light like dancing elves. Following the ragged hole in the big boat, he could see the quiet lake in the moonlight, which was like a huge mirror reflecting the dots of stars in the sky. Where are the blind girls? He quickly went up the stairs and came back up the other side. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. He didn't know how long he had been searching, and there was not a single sign of the blind girl in sight. The tinnitus was always there, and he never saw the blind girl's shadow again. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where's the blind woman? At this moment, he violently realized the blind girl's skills. Tap the ground gently with a blind cane to sense the location of supervision in a small area nearby through acoustic reflection. So close, across the wall, he couldn't see her, but she was able to see him. The more he reacted to this incident, the more desperate this moment became. He knew that the blind girl must be right there in the corner of the big ship tapping her blind cane and looking at herself through the lens. Every brush with the shoulder is not a coincidence. He wanted to insert an eye to see the blind girl's movements a million times at this point, but unfortunately, he had already switched his eye insertion to a teleport. Occasionally he could still see a wisp of residual footprints on the deck, but he knew very well that they were simply the presence that the other party had deliberately left behind in order to tease him. They say footprints betray everything, but sometimes what the eye sees is not always true. Kimchi Nation's face had gone all black when they saw their player being played like a dog. Jack himself couldn't see. They could see just fine, and the blind girl was, for the most part, just a wall away from Jack. The two of them then circled the large ship, the blind woman stepping quietly and unhurriedly as she and Jack circled the ship. They could see that it wasn't that Jack was too weak, but the blind girl on the opposite side, this hand of quiet steps to sneak ghosts, was too showy. The blind cane tapped and slipped 5 ciphers in one direct motion. The audience was also numbed by the blind girl's show. Against all odds, this is definitely the most against all odds game I've ever seen. I didn't even feel anticlimactic when those supervisors in front of me were continuously covered by the human emperor, because the human emperor is just too strong. No emotion, all manipulation. This is enough to show that the blind girl is really weak. Coming out to sneak ghosts would easily fall to the ground. That's why Longwood chose such a way to sneak ghosts. How are we going to target this lineup of Dragon Kingdom? The antique dealer is a human emperor, and the blind girl is able to juggle with a handful of quiet steps, and the other 2 seekers honestly feel like they're not to be messed with, because I'm not sure if the antique dealer is the emperor of men or not. Maybe he's a straight-up toymaker or mercenary with one hand swing. Jack was truly desperate. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about pulling out again and grabbing the other survivors, but was it really too late? He had been delayed at the big ship for a long time. At the rate the seeker was fixing the machine, it could be that in the very next second, the cryptograph would be tapped. To go out at this point is to give the blind girl a chance to escape. The only thing he could do was to catch the blind girl in a death grip. Thankfully he was close to one of the doors and had another teleport on him. The transmission won't be ready for another 50 seconds. He also carried, retain, this time. All he wanted to do now was to stall for a little bit of time, anticipating that the survivors would most likely go to point to the furthest gate, and with a little bit more time, he would be able to teleport straight there, leaving at least one of the survivors behind, and allowing his country to deduct a little bit less points. Even if she didn't teleport, the blind girl would surely get out of the big ship. The Dragon Kingdom wouldn't leave the blind girl inside the manor, and they wouldn't keep that score to themselves. The blind girl could leave her behind herself as soon as she stepped out of the big ship. The path that led from the big ship to the doorway wasn't far, but it definitely wasn't something a blind girl with no props to defend herself could easily get out of. Jack stood there at the mouth of the hull breach on the first floor, dead-eyed at any position where there might be an exit from the big ship. Chenko was standing at the second floor deck window, looking down at Jack, buzzing. An alarm long enough to cut through the sky rang out in Lakeview Village, and the 5 cipher machines had been deciphered to the best of their ability. The sound of the last cipher machine being broken sounded along with the long blast of the alarm, and Jack's body shuddered. He'd known this was coming, but seeing the words, "Survivors can open the electric gate," ring out, Jack was still a little saddened at the bottom of his heart. Is this the strength of the Dragon Kingdom survival squad? The sound of the escape door being energized is redemptive and retentive. Jack stood on the first floor, 2 eyes glowing a fluid red under his white mask. He looked up at the big ship and caught a glimpse of the blind girl who was on the second floor. By now he had seen the 3 survivalists running toward the lake gate through the shadowy light, and they were only a few moments away from succeeding in deciphering the gate and escaping this way. Jack made no move. He just had to keep the blind girl. He brought a knife chop, and one of the survivalists came to die. As long as you catch the blind girl yourself, that's 10 points less to deduct. If the seeker forces himself to come to the rescue and die here, then he will meet victory. Seeing that the other party did not intend to come over and hinder them from ordering the gate, Zhang Bai gestured to the location and placed a crate at the intersection heading to the gate. A jump from this position will take you right to the door. Jack's breath caught at the sight of the blind woman overhead, and he knew it. The blind girl is on the big boat. He only dared to stand here, for he knew that if he dared to enter the great ship in search of the blind woman, the other would soon lose sight of her. The gates are just about to click open and Jack is still here guarding the blind girl. The blind girl stood on the second floor looking at the door, and Jack stood on the first floor looking at her. Kimchi country is the right thing to do now. It's at this moment. There's nothing else to do but to catch the blind girl dead. The Dragon Kingdom won't give up on their partners. As long as they dare not give up, then there is hope of keeping the peace. The door is about to be lit open, and you're still keeping the tie? Wouldn't sacrificing the blind girl also lead to victory? The door is open. Chenka saw the string of hints and then glanced at Jack below. Without any hesitation, he jumped straight down from the second floor and landed on Jack's face. Though against a supervisor like Jack, who would have an attack button, he could twist off fog blades by walking away from them, or smash the board to avoid attacks. But that's too much trouble. Wouldn't it be better to fight for your life and punch the door? The gates have been lit. Jack was still in a daze when he saw the blind girl land in front of him with a watery face. For a moment, he forgot to attack. The blind girl didn't move. With his hands full, he landed a blow on the blind girl, the solid blade hitting her directly, a foggy area appearing at her feet. The blind girl was still struggling when she took her hand. No, she sees me as pathetic and sends me ahead? Chapter 67, This is the egg between us. Picked up the blind girl on the ground, who was still struggling on the balloon. Jack headed straight for the depths of the lake, the rest of his eyes seeing the 3 survivalists behind him swarming right toward him. No, do you really have to save this blind girl? He looked at the gate. The group of survivalists were going to stay here as long as he hung himself deep in the lake. Jiang Bai followed behind the 2 men. The second crate he placed a little to the side, directly across from where all the gates were. While the crate can be used by everyone, the crate cannot be used by consecutive people after one person has used it, and you need to wait a little bit of time. The mercenary is going to save Chen Ke down. Just 2 crates for 2 people to use, and no need to waste time because of the cardboard. After setting the 2 crates down, she left the side toward the gate. After placing 2 crates, her role was complete. You might even get your teammates involved here. The mercenary ran fast, and this game the toymaker touched the box to find him a gauntlet, and he practiced one for himself. He had never used mercenaries before, and this was the first time he had ever gotten his hands on one. Everyone says that once the mercenary gauntlet is on, the direction is, you guessed it, but he used it twice, and both times he turned to where he wanted to go. Now, Looking at the 2 gauntlets on his body, he was ready to start his third. Chenko had been hung on a chair by the lake, and the mercenary could resist the next slash hard, provided he wasn't intercepted by the fog blade hit. To be on the safe side, the antique dealer follows him to the rescue. Looking at the struggling Chenku in the chair, Wang Jiyu only felt a sense of mission welling up in his heart. He closed in on the building, and in that instant he heard the sound of a wrist and elbow catapulting, and with a thump dash he was near the chair. Success! Wang Jiyu wept with joy, and his body near the chair was trembling. Jack was in a hurry. He had just seen the mercenary not far away. How did he come to himself in a flash? Wasn't the deal that once the mercenary gauntlet was on, he didn't know where he was going himself? Successful for the third time, Wang Jiyu had already gained clarity in his mind on the use of the mercenary role. That's probably what Chenka said about enlightenment and fitness. Some people get characters and catch on quickly. You dare to come here even with a knife chop? Looking at the mercenary who stood frozen next to the chair, Jack's anger subsided. Even if you want to save the blind girl very much, you don't have to be like this, do you? Pa! Without hesitation, he took a swing at the mercenary. When the mercenary saw him strike, he immediately started pulling people out. He was just waiting for his opponent to make the first move, and mercenary shocked by a slashing blow would also simply fall to the ground. But waiting for the opponent to strike to eat a solid blade himself would not exist. Chenka watched Wang Jiyu pull out people regardless, and after he got down from the chair, he made a gesture of spreading his hands in disbelief at Jack. Wang Jiyu didn't notice in his anxiety. He noticed. The mercenary's blood bar didn't turn yellow, which meant that Jack's slash, just now, had drawn directly on the chair. Jack a chair knife. Wang Jiyu this kid, surprisingly, also mistakenly reached a no-injury save. The follow-up is fine without carrying a knife, and both men have wrestling set on them at the same time. What's it called? There is no need to game the system. Regulation itself will miss the mark. Seeing the blind girl show her hand to herself, Jack was so distraught that he wiped his knife and ended it at the blind girl, only to see his opponent rush out with a hit acceleration. Halfway through, Chenku also switches a bit of static running and ejects faster. The mercenary followed closely behind him, and without running far, Chenku saw the crate placed by the toy dealer. Jack had been confused. Why hadn't he fallen to the ground? He saw that the half-blood of the blind girl after she got out of the chair didn't change, only that the status bar belonging to the blind girl had an extra red box. Why? The last Joker game too. He saw that Joker hit people in the doorway, and no one went down, and a bunch of people just rushed out the door. This happened again at this point. Jack's body began to become transparent and quickly followed the two. He saw 2 strange things on the ground in front of him, and before he could catch up with the 2 and strike again, he saw the blind girl and the mercenary step on one each, and the 2 flew off like birds taking off, straight for the gate. Ha! Jack was confused when he saw an interactive sign appear on top of that crate. Can you fly out yourself? Just interacting is a foot in the door. Can't fly by yourself? I think he remembered that survivalist props. Regulation is not allowed. He had just had a bit of a brain fart and now immediately reacted to the fact that it was a toymaker's crate. In the past, the toymaker's crate was never used by himself, and the other seekers did not have the opportunity to use the toymaker's crate. He stepped on it, only to realize it was sabotage. The body appeared to stiffen for a moment. He then saw the squatting antique dealer behind a pile of rocks stand up immediately. Not Buddy. The body was still stiff when the antique dealer lifted his stick at him. Bang! 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 3 crisp ringing sounds rang out in the air, and the sound was like a sharp drumbeat, breaking the tranquility of Lakeview Village. Jack crossed his arms in front of him once, and he dutifully remained motionless. Han Junyan realized that the only attack he could use had been blocked. A sense of helplessness and frustration welled up in him as he watched the antique dealer stand next to him, motionless and silent, with fireworks lit in his hands. The brilliant sparks blossomed in the center of his hand like bright stars in the night sky. Jack reacted. This is the antique dealer's stopper. The stopper's time. Is it actually that long? Han Junyan was in tears. Is this the human emperor? Directly sealing one's only attack move. Jack felt like an eternity had passed, and before he could untie his hands, the antique dealer stepped onto one of the remaining crates and swooshed off. Zhongli was now directly overjoyed, and for the first time he felt the pleasure of belonging to an antique dealer, regulating hands forward across to cover them as being a good boy. Before, he did not understand why Chenko was so fond of fireworks. It wasn't until he now lit the fireworks himself, supervising them as they moved around, that he realized how good it felt. At the position of the doorway, Chenko and Wang Jiyu had already run out the door, and when they saw him coming, Jiang Bai also quickly rushed towards the door. Jack in the back crossed his arms in front of him in a cover and just watched as the last of the survivor antique dealers escaped the manor, until the light of day in Lakeview Village became dark. Until the whole world became a blur. He didn't understand why. He just seemed to hear the group of humans yelling something about how this is the egg between us and just stormed out the door. Chapter 68. They never wanted to save anyone. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 80. Escape survivor, 4. Points settlement, Rokoku gets 60 points. The points belonging to the Dragon Kingdom panel have gone from -69 to -9. This speed of light change is so trance-inducing that the audience's eyes are still in a daze the moment the points change. The points are changing so quickly, clearly on the verge of elimination the day before, and now just shy of hitting the right points. Looking at the 4 blurred figures that appeared on the stage, the image of the characters used in the last game could be vaguely seen. Among them they recognized quite simply which was the blind girl and which was the antique dealer. Both had a stick in their hands, the only difference being that the blind woman wore a hat and looked a little timid in her slightly stooped form. The antique dealer just looked all righteous and crossed his arms, looking very smug. The crowd can't help but cheer already, and the cheers don't reach the ring, but they still don't dampen the enthusiasm. Kimchi Nation's face was a bit ugly. They didn't expect their players to lose so badly, even if Jack was slipped around like a dog. In the end they clearly saw Jack give the blind girl another blow after the chair knife wipe ended, and in the state of retain, the blind girl actually didn't fall to the ground. Lord of the Manor, I want to complain. That entry is Gue. The commander of the Pickle Country held up his hand sign and grimaced. In the past, Dragon Kingdom won matchups arguably by skill, and they clearly left one person behind this time, and ended up giving a slash in the retain state, still leaving no one behind. Operate him, not to mention that it was an absolute impossibility for the opponent not to fall to the ground with this last blow. Never heard of a blind girl who could resist so many knives. Hearing his reported voice, the dragon audience was instantly infuriated and laughed. No one had reported them once before when they had been losing, and after the winning streak. This was the second report they had received. The first report was to report them for bloodletting. The second was to report them as cinnamon. Everyone watched the ring with rapt attention. The complaints of the commander of the Pickle Country were still heeded by the lord of the manor. A good fight is Gue? It's a bit too unreasonable. The spectators in the Dragon Kingdom were even more nervous than those in the Kimchi Kingdom, because they also saw their own player at the last minute, took a quick stab at the door, and a crate landed in the doorway, and headed out of the manor without looking back. There wasn't a long wait. Almost as soon as this complaint was put out, a response was given in the ring. 10 points will be deducted for the judicious use of the game rules and reckless reporting. Everyone laughed when this response came out. Doesn't it cost anything to plant a false report? That's the cost. And it's a positive reaction to the fact that homegrown players just win on merit. I wonder what the rules of the game are. Well, let's just say you guys have some more practicing to do. Maurice the Gallic Chicken breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully he hadn't complained about the whole golden body being run over by a tram thing. He was genuinely afraid that the lord of the manor would give him a sensible play-by-play and deduct 10 points. He just still didn't understand what rule it was that made those seekers immune to attack to rush out the gate. Dragon Nation has begun the rematch and is once again starting inside the waiting queue, with other teams already in the ring to start against each other. Personality 5's matchups end quickly, basically ending the matchups in less than 5 minutes with the lightspeed fixer. Most countries quickly put the joke that Kimchi Nation had just made behind them, as a matchup like Dragon Nation's would be hard to replicate. If that supervised opening didn't catch the blind girl and went for someone else, it would have ended in a blowout. The outcome of catching the blind girl was a bit comedic, but the process was still easy, and it's better to lose just by walking around Lakeview Village than to get beat up and still lose. Those last 3 sticks have been ignored. It's only 3 sticks. What a big deal. They watched the game in progress with rapt attention, always gathering information and revising the way their own players played once they were on the field. At this point in the field, the superior and inferior sides have changed dramatically. Before tinnitus was known, it was humans who were at an advantage. Now, after knowing how to see tinnitus, it is regulation that has the advantage instead. It's easy to shine a light on the crouching survivor behind the barrier once you've lined up the ears and planted eyes on the field. Looking at this scene, everyone was confused. Why can't that eye insertion find the blind girl? Is it because of the blind girl so it can't be photographed? Where's the hullabaloo? Look at the one that's on now. It's using the blind girl, an eye insertion straight out of the box. Then how come the Dragon Country's player hasn't been photographed and has been supervising the neighborhood? The audience in each country was talking, and finally everyone came to a conclusion. Inserting the eye is 100% able to illuminate the survivalist, and the reason why they didn't illuminate the blind girl from the Dragon Kingdom is because they have a very good grasp of the scope of the eye. The discovery made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. It was a very small piece of information, yet it still deterred people because they simply couldn't calculate the distance. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom could be considered invincible, and the survival squad was no one to bully at a glance. Regulation is even more scandalous. The training rooms of various countries were going crazy studying why the blind girl from the Dragon Kingdom was still able to go out after carrying a knife at the end of the day. In the end, they came up with an answer that the mercenaries from the Dragon Kingdom were carrying, dangerous to the world. Looking at this talent that they had ignored, the crowd fell into an endless silence. If the survivors and regulators' talents are the four major branches, top and bottom, then turning risks into risks is the one at the bottom. It is the ultimate talent for the branching points below. For a long time, it was ignored. They had just thought for a long time about what kind of game mechanic would make someone immune to an attack, until someone just saw the defuse. Immune to damage for 20s, collapses after 20 seconds. This was enough time for the blind girl to rush the door and literally run out of the manor. Why had they never thought of this talent? After thinking about it for half a day, there was only a bitter smile in the hearts of the crowd, because they never wanted to save anyone. Former teammates on the chair. Sold is sold. No one dares to appear in front of the regulation. No one dares to practice rescue in front of the regulation. Not to mention the fact that there is a knife chop on the regulation. Now the Dragon Kingdom is using this, turning danger into danger, talent to make a big splash. As if it's mocking everyone, so that you won't save your teammates? Now see the bond between us? For a moment, they realized with a jolt how invincible a mechanic the mercenary character, delayed downfall, was. It can be a perfect way to save your teammates in the event that the regulator carries retention without eating shock. And normally, even if you take shock, you can gut your teammates down. Chapter 69, this lord is going to be OB all the time. There are already countries in the ring trying the Dragon Nation beatdown and slipping ghosts. Standing out and holding the supervisor for a while gives your teammates space to fix their machines consistently, which better improves your team's win rate. It's just that the countries standing out in the ring are a bit underwhelming. They've seen a lot of second down openings. The opener stepped out and before he could run a few laps, he fell right to the ground. Some countries figure out the gift of turning danger into danger before they take the field, try to rescue, but find that they simply can't hit what they want. With 20s of immunity, it's a light save, and I don't know what to buy that time for. Not used in open door combat, this thing is pretty much powerless. The extra 20s doesn't help win the game in the slightest. Now, more than ever, they want to see Rokoku demonstrate the use of, well, fighting for their lives. Everyone's scalp ached a little bit again at the thought, because how Rokoku used fight for life last was intentional. It seems more like an experiment and an exercise. Someone royal that flat-out knife-dodging strike can slip regulation like a dog even in a big open space. There can be no effect of an open door battle that cannot be escaped. In the Joker game, the prisoner was caught on flat ground, and now the blind girl is jumping right in people's faces. Any way you look at it, it's an intentional fall to the ground. The more I think about it, the more horrifying it becomes. Because it looks like how it's like the dragon survivor intentionally went to the chair to boost his teammates' experience in saving lives. The nations are silent. Because when a style of play is shown, it must be very fast for players from various countries to study and learn it again. Now they already know how to turn back and break the red butterflies fly, and also know how to blind girl static step flow slippery ghost, but also know how to save teammates sets of wrestling life. Of course, the human emperor step this they hadn't figured out yet. The risk of bouncing this in the face of regulation is still too high. Let the dog bite they learned. Teleporting to catch someone is a maneuver they've learned. And Kimchi Nation pretends to leave a teleport to come back. A method they're starting to master as well. The style of play that Longwa has shown time and time again is constantly being studied and applied to the matchups. The countries have now given their own players a death order. No matter what, no matter how many times they get slammed on the boards, they have to fight as hard as they can to catch people and make the Dragon Nation show more things out. It's the same when you're in the survival camp, struggling and trying your best to find a silver lining, no matter how great the regulation is on the other side. When countries are discussing tactics, Chen Ku and others realize that they have returned to the training room. Wrist guard playing can be this is talent? Chen Ku patted his shoulder. Even he had to say that Wang Jiyu's wrist guard playing was really good. He could see that Wang Jiyu still had fear in his heart when he faced regulation. It's a psychological barrier that takes a long time to overcome. But the mercenary's delayed fall nicely compensated him for this mental block. When there was no retention, even if he ate the shock, he was able to save the man and make up for a lot of his mental problems. No matter what the game is, the only way to operate is to dare to fight. It wasn't until after he was able to make a solid save himself that Wang Jiyu's wrist guard popped extremely beautifully. Being praised by Chen Ku, Wang Jiyu scratched his head in embarrassment. There's just a feeling of transparent enlightenment. Chen Ku didn't dwell on the fact that the team must have an auxiliary, a repair machine, a hold and a save. There's definitely diversity in the lineup pairings for Persona 5. Even in the pros, don't fix the machine, 2 fix the machine, or 2 save the machine positions abound. They need to familiarize themselves with more roles to get better at winning matchups instead of sticking to one position. It really plays well, Ginger White affirmed from the sidelines. In the beginning, Chenku was discussing with her to let her use the mercenary, but she was a bit touchy about the mercenary's wrist guards before she finally chose the first mate. After trying out the Toymaker today, she also realized that the springboard seemed to be able to jump up to some weird spots, and now that Wang Jiyu was able to make better use of the mercenaries, she was able to go ahead and try out the other roles as well. Look at them swapping their character experiences. Zhongli took 2 steps back. Change it however you want. This master is going to be OB all the time. He didn't want to be reduced to a god of machine repair, and today an antique dealer gave him a good time. How did I not discover the true god of antique dealers before? 3 sticks down and regulation is as good as a human machine. Chenka said that he would use exploration next time and show him how exploration should be used. Listening to what Chenka said, exploration OB ability is no worse than other characters. Just by listening to Chenka's description, he was very moved. Lucky and the Air Force, which he used to love so much, were long behind him. Lucky and Air Force are weak compared to those characters, Air Force in particular, but any regulation that brings on a golden body and defends against a shot, that character is a blank slate. Wang Jiyu as well as Jiang Bai couldn't help but look at him more than once. This person, Chenki usually give them lectures to popularize sneak ghosts and other role knowledge, can be said to speak in great detail, and even gave some of the so-called role points, such as patience, toymakers, acrobatics, etc. These are all places that Chenka's mouth says should be reachable through props. Still, to use these spots, you need to actually try and practice on the map. Everyone listened attentively, only bells away. It was obvious to everyone that he was in a funk. When Chenka lectured, he was all in a state of confusion, just about to ask what Chenka's mouth was gibbering about. The only thing that Zhongli really listened to in his ears was some bizarre content. Novelist, 3 jumbo swap slam board, exploration, magnetism control, stun, forwards, bumpers, batters, explosive. He seemed to have missed out on all of the many things that Chenka had said, but then again, he seemed to have listened to all of them. Every time Zhongli encounters these OB problems and doesn't understand them, Chenka will also explain them to him in more detail. In Chenka's words, when you accidentally miss the ground and see a striker who rubs his nose, you will know what it means to feel safe. A few people who were chatting were discussing about the matchups in question and had a little bit of food in the middle of it. Match made. The text that the Dragon Kingdom was matching changed in a flash. The games of each country have all been completed, and now it's time for the second game of the day for the Dragon Kingdom. Extraction Camp, Regulator. The moment the extraction results came out, Zhongli lost it with the naked eye. He's probably the one who wants his teammates to eat knives the most, aside from supervision. Cheer up. Elderly couldn't help but cheer for Chenku, even if he knew that Chenku would definitely come back. Seeing Chenku fighting alone still worried him. At ease, Elderly. Chenku raised his own hand. Long way, Chenku. Ready. Survival Camp, San. Seeing the match to San, the crowd's gaze became odd, because San had just used the static stream blind girl and slipped the explosive supervision. Chapter 70, you're doing me a favor by fixing 5 machines. That game just now. The regulation also came with inserted eyes, but it was just a coincidence that inside the map, Rio's memories, that eye insertion wasn't in the center of the range where the blind girl was. Subsequent blind women avoid the range of regulatory eye insertions at all times. San's strategy is simple, since he doesn't know the range, he'll avoid it as far away as possible. It doesn't matter if you lose your tinnitus. Losing the tinnitus means not finding it, and inserting an eye without exposing it means not finding it. Pulling out wastes time, and eye doesn't have that much. Rounding up equals more time drawn. Supervision came back once midway through and still wasn't going to give up on the blind girl because it was a soft touch. They don't think that the blind women of San can play themselves as well as the blind women of Rukoku. It would be a real joke if it was slipped and blown up by a third blind girl. This time San's blind girl seemed to understand, stepping quietly all the way more behind the supervision. When you see a supervisor make a move to insert an eye, walk away a bit. By the end of the day, regulation was lost. Tinnitus was like a shadow throughout, everywhere on the estate. For once, everyone saw the blind girl's play and the bureau's supervision knew it. The problem was that he couldn't find the blind girl at all. He knew deep down that he knew that the blind girl was always right beside him, and that the blind girl's teammates always managed to leave early before he got close. The tinnitus is always there, so how can you tell when there's someone other than a blind girl around? A game that slipped right through regulation. After opening the gate, San's survivors were exposed by the blind girl at all times to supervise the position, and their teammates quickly shifted their positions to fix the machine. Eventually the blind girl sees the field seller and sneaks away from supervision. The gate had been opened. And just when the superintendent thought he was trying to find a way to get through the door, he sneaked out of the cellar and escaped. It's one of the very few. The survivor is able to utilize a good cellar matchup. It's the second survivor for Run Country besides the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd started going wild when this matchup came out. It's not about nationality. It's not about prejudice. San's contestant was undoubtedly the first to take the essence of the blind girl of the Dragon Kingdom and learn it. Drawing again, San drew opposite Rukoku. The audience couldn't help but hold their breath in the face of the mountainous pressure exerted on the manhwa supervisor. The pop-ups were very active, as San's contestants had not yet taken the stage. Although Rukoku was the inventor of the Shizukaryu blind girl, I would say that Shizukaryu was only carried forward in our San. Do we still consistently follow the regulatory card tinnitus? The Dragon State? We ended up teasing the regulation to walk through the cellar, and the blind girl from the Dragon Kingdom was still captured by the regulation. That's the gap. What do you mean? This is the greenest of the blue. Before San's contestant can get to the stage, Chen-ku was already waiting in the ring. At this time, Chen-ku was waiting, and after getting into the ring, he could no longer see the pop-up text. The only way to contact the outside again is to get out of the ring. It's crazy. They're so wild. Zhang Bai clenched his fists tightly. It was clear that Chen-ku's capture was just an exercise in their rescue. Now I can't believe I'm being belabored like this by San. Zhongli, give me the hitter essentials. Okay, this master is not much proficiency, but we'll pass you all. Next time they choose to supervise me to get him with the front. Me? I want to help too. Wang Ziyu raised his hand. He was also very angry looking at those words. These people don't understand Chen-ku at all. San thought they used tactics in that game that Chen-ku didn't understand? You fixing 5 machines is the best help. Zhang Bai patted his shoulder. They rarely get this angry. San's comments really went too far. Wang Ziyu kept his head down and didn't say anything, picking up his own pen and once again writing and drawing in his notebook. Say, what kind of stuff are you memorizing? I often see you writing with a notebook. Zhongli poked his head in curiosity. It's not even if he used to memorize when lecturing on the main points of knowledge, but now he's also taking a notebook and memorizing? No, it's nothing. Wang Ziyu hurriedly tried to cover the book, but he still didn't escape Zhongli's divine speed force. The book was pulled out with one hand and thrown straight into Zhang Bai's hand. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhang Bai knowingly opened it quickly. Only the names of various countries were densely written on it with different colored pens. All of them are some of the countries that play against the Dragon Kingdom. The handwriting on the book was a bit messy, but it revealed a seriousness and persistence. The record is full of previous matches lost by Rukoku. He recorded all the characters used by the victorious countries, their operating habits. The text in the latest paragraph is information that has just been recorded. The San player uses Chen-ku's blind girl's silent step stream slipping ghosts, and in turn insults Chen-ku for being inferior to himself. This string of text was recorded with a red ballpoint pen, and the bright red text was very eye-catching, as if it was burning the anger in Wang Ziyu's heart. In this silent atmosphere, Zhang Bai and Zhongli looked at the contents of the book, and a complex emotion surged in their hearts. It was as if they saw Wang Ziyu silently recording these passages during countless days and nights, in order to one day enable Dragon Kingdom to make a clean sweep in the competition. And the latest record is because of Chen-ku. San's player was also recorded for abusing Chen-ku. I law a death note. Zhongli looked at the content on the top and was greatly shocked. This we should not be able to take revenge against him, but those messages in front. I do have some heads, probably know who is who. Later we fight back. Zhang Bai looked at the text on the top. Some of the information she was familiar with. Just by looking at this description, she probably knew who it was. Each country's players have characters they know and understand. Generally, to keep your win rate up, you usually don't go with unfamiliar characters. So just by looking at what character the other team is using, you probably know who the other team is up there, even if you don't know the name and haven't seen the person before. Ha! Wang Ziyu was slightly stunned. He had expected everyone to laugh at him. I've been watching the pop-ups for the last couple days and noticed a couple that said the guy from Rukoku who uses the batting and striker roles is a bit super male on the body. Can you mark them down as well? Bell was still a little indignant when he said that. Aren't you? Zhang Bai Wang Ziyu asked in unison. I'm just trying to protect my teammates, and with this notebook of yours, it's just the proof to show everyone that I don't fight everyone, and those people are on the death note. Zhongli blackened his face. From now on, we will fight according to this list. Zhongli was excited, like he had found a reason for his superhero. Ahem. What do you guys say about how Chen-ku was going to play the blind girl in this round? Li Dicheng coughed lightly twice. He also always thought that this small book of Wang Ziyu was a proper knowledge note. Liddell is still worried about this matchup. As far as he was concerned, the blind girl's silent step flow was simply insurmountable. A presence that can be around to sight rape regulation at all times. ready to jam the blind spots of regulatory vision. How's this for a fight? Chapter 71. It's the spirit of the parasol. We're screwed. Li Dicheng's question also asked to their hearts. Chen Ku was giving them content every day, but the time was still too short. Wanting to know all the information. This time, in addition to knowing martial arts installation, there was no way to master it in a short period of time. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. He'll be looking at the motor shaking. Survivor always fixes the machine anymore, right? Ginger White said quickly. But if the blind girl has been following, he has been surrounded by tinnitus, and the survivalist can know that he is located to leave early. He just knows that there is a survivalist over there. But he can't do anything about it if others don't repair this machine for the time being. Zhong Li's eyes revealed a difficult color. I believe in him. Wang Jiyu firmly looked at Chen Ku, who was waiting for the survivalist to take his place in the ring. Remember when the blind girl who tapped her staff could be heard because Chen Ku told them so? He dared to pick the blind girl to demonstrate to everyone, so he must have a way to deal with it. At this point, the final countdown has begun. The San contestant, who has been making wild statements at the pop-ups, finally makes his way to the ring as well. Chen Ku did not feel that the waiting time is long. This situation, the survivalist to think outside is normal. It used to be that Rokoku would also drag out the game until the last second, discussing the matchup lineups and a bunch of other stuff as much as possible before going on the field. You can't talk to communicate in the game, and that few signals make it hard to get across what you want to say. The main thing is still that your tour is a little bit cool, and the matching time is a little bit long. Chen Ku has long been accustomed to it. Seeing the survivalist appear in front of the long table in that cramped and gloomy little room, Chen Ku took a deep breath. He was a little uneasy every time he started a game, and this familiar little broken table gave him a great sense of security in this strange world. Sacred Heart Hospital. Chen Ku directly banned the priest and the prophet. Although these people don't necessarily play prophet, Chen Ku was already used to ban prophet. San didn't have the courtesy to ban Joseph of the Dragon Kingdom and the Witch of Dreams straight away. They're still going to use the blind lady in this round, intending to show the dragon's regulation. It is in our hands that the blind girl can flourish. As for the two characters, the Witch of Dreams and Joseph, they played too godly in Chen Ku's hands. They're afraid. None of the dragons had ever banned anyone else's seekers before. For one thing, he owed too many points from before, and he hadn't yet demonstrated his strength sufficiently to warrant too much worrying about people out there due to their scores. Secondly, he also wanted to see if there was anything that the survivalists over here were particularly good at. This time, he's banning characters not because he's targeting San, but purely to add to the game points for this round. He wanted to hit 300 points early. He always felt that 300 points was a hurdle. It was expected that San wouldn't ban the character. After all, he was confident that he could win it. A must-lose game. Banning two characters is giving away 20 more points. Seeing San directly ban the Witch of Dreams and Joseph, Chen Ku immediately knew that the opponent wanted to play seriously. He knew quite a bit about San's situation, and it was just as negatively scored as Long was, if not a little more negatively scored than Long was. Minus 260. He vaguely remembers that before he got in the ring, his opponent played a regular set against the other nations, with neither side banning any characters, and won by exactly 20 points. The score is also up to minus 240. He didn't abandon the idea of banning two characters just because the other team had more negative points. San is not a sympathetic opponent either. He'll ban two of his opponents in this game, no matter who they are. Seeing the other side ban two characters, Chen Ku smiled. The other guy is betting his life on it. The clock begins to count down and the survivor and the supervisor need to determine their options. San also saw Dragon Nation ban two characters. The victory they just had made them too oblivious, and for a moment, they were directly confused when they saw both their own and Dragon Nation ban two characters lose this round, and they're straight up out of awe. When Elderly saw this scene, he directly choked on his own water. Ahem. You can fork the death notes you just wrote. They're gone. It's not that he doesn't believe in San's blind girl, he believes that the other party must have an understanding, or else he wouldn't have been able to card tinnitus just now to slip and explode the opposite side of the supervision. But he trusted Chen Ku more. Wang Jiyu picked up his death note and silently took a red pen and forked out what he had just jotted down. This time the opposite side is really gone, and the audience reacted. Ah, this, the strongest regulation meets the most meticulous blind girl? Will definitely slip the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Slayer to burst. The San audience gritted their teeth and cheered up. This might really be their last round. The Dragon Nation audience laughed outright when they saw this scene. You've called him Emperor Slaughter too. Have you ever called your own player Human Emperor? The king has been pawned. And this is the first country where the king has been pawned. Chen Ku also saw San's survivor choice. Blind girl, toy dealer, mercenary, antique dealer. The moment he saw the lineup, Chen Ku raised an eyebrow. So familiar. The outside audience is even more dumbfounded. Jiang Bai is even more angry. Directly in the pop-up screen and San audience head online. You are shameless. The opposite side must be trying to learn from them. Using the blind girl to slip the ghost, then the mercenary to rescue, then the toymaker's crate to allow the blind girl to quickly arrive at the door in the fight for her lifetime, and finally the antique merchant to give Chen Ku 3 more sticks. Shameless. It's shameless. This lineup, when it came out, had someone like her, who didn't like to argue, in a pop-up line with someone. Her striking Dragon Country IP was immediately visible to the San audience. How can you call it shameless? The characters are put there. Anyone can pick them, so you guys ban them if you have the guts, right? Laughing to death. Still talking about Emperor Slaughter. Haven't you thought about how strong your own lineup is? It's deserved to lose. Victory is on our side. It won't be any other supervisory players that come on this round, right? Have the guts to let Emperor Slaughter come and play against us. A group of IPRs and spectators quickly rushed out, all of them climaxing in excitement the moment they saw their own players replicating the Dragon Nation's lineup. At the same time, Chen Ku also made his choice. The soul of the lodging umbrella. The soul of the parasol? Chen Ku had just finished choosing, and everyone was already certain that the one in the ring must be Emperor 2. The spirit of the host umbrella doesn't make many appearances, because as usual, no one can play it. By now, they only knew that the soul of the host umbrella had 2 forms, and at first, it only had one skill, which was to throw the umbrella and pass it out. When the odd character hits the ring, everyone knows that it has to be Emperor Slaughter in the ring. The sight of the soul of the host umbrella silenced San's audience outright. At first they were provocative and had the balls to make the Emperor of Slaughter. Now that it's really on, they're getting upset again. It was Emperor 2, and this time, it seemed like it was really going to be the end. But in the next second, they noticed the flash carried by the soul of the host umbrella. The Emperor of Slaughter doesn't come with an eye insert? Well, if you're so crazy, we blind girls will show you a good time. Chapter 72. The opening challenge is issued directly to the Manor Man's ghost, the spirit of the lodging umbrella. Because of that matchup in Lakeview Village, San studied a lot of the blind girls' advantageous spots. The first thing they thought of was Sacred Heart Hospital when they saw the blind woman from the Dragon Kingdom rounding the big boat in Lakeview Village. This place, the hospital, is akin to a big ship. The holes in the floor of the second floor can also be used very cleverly. And the way the blind women of the Dragon Country specifically leave footprints to induce supervision to jump down from the holes makes them call out wonder. From the moment they saw the picture of Sacred Heart Hospital, they had held their breath for fear of screaming out loud. The blind girl inside the game would be afraid to laugh out loud if she knew that this game's regulation didn't come with inserted eyes. The third blind girl was already smiling, just that people couldn't see it. From the time he was preparing the interface, he couldn't help himself. Sacred Heart Hospital. Sacred Heart Hospital is at the very center of the map, and at this point he can card the periphery to search for most of the tinnitus supervised by the seekers even if he doesn't go out to the hospital. At the same time he was wary, contemplating what he'd do if supervision inserted an eye in the very center of the hospital. After thinking about it, he realized that what he had to do in the first place was not to stay in the hospital, but to leave it after seeing the supervisory movements. Tapping a blind cane on the periphery of the hospital to supervise the movement of rape. Survivors are born in randomized locations, and viewers on the outside see the advantage of a blind woman in a hospital. The people of San crossed their hands and prayed that the blind girl would be born in a hospital, and the people of Rokkoku prayed that the blind girl must not be in a hospital. It's just that the less you want something to happen, the more it happens. The consciousness of the 5 people in the ring who had finished getting ready had been plunged into darkness, and by the time it was lit up again, everyone knew the approximate location of where they were at the first opportunity. The other survivors, except for the blind girl, looked for an obstacle to crouch over directly at the first sign of birth. Shade yourself as much as possible for fear of being seen by the regulation that was born from nowhere. Knock knock. The tapping of a blind cane sounded from inside Sacred Heart Hospital. The 4 seekers also saw the figure that was reddened by the penetrating vision at the same time. The tall, slender look left the 4 in a small daze. Who's this? Thin braids fell behind his head, and he held a different kind of weapon. Who is it? For a moment they really didn't react to who the opposite regulation was, but they knew that their opponent, this one who was using unconventional regulation, must be the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer. Concentrate on deciphering. The blind girl sent a message to her teammates. In this game, he was the only one who could step up, and his teammates just had to focus on deciphering. His palms unconsciously squeezed tightly. The birth point was in the hospital. It was originally a thing to be happy about. The moment he thought that his opponent was the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom Slaughter, his heart began to be bottomless again. He stood just behind the wall, making sure supervision wouldn't see him through the window crack. The red shade of regulation lasts for a few seconds after a heavy blow from the blind cane, enough to tell all seekers where regulation is getting ready to go and what he is doing at that moment. All four saw at the same time that the moment the blind woman tapped her staff, the red shadowed hands were raised just so across her chest, one hand in front of her, the rear one holding the weapon. What's he doing? The survivor on the field didn't recognize the character as the soul of the host umbrella at all, but the spectators on the outside saw it very clearly. Some of the country's players also started to give the audience a lesson on the skills of the soul of the host umbrella. This action of his pinching the umbrella and not letting go is called passing the umbrella. The soul of the host umbrella can throw the soul suppressor umbrella in place and teleport to the location where the umbrella is located. The soul of the host umbrella has two ways to pass the umbrella. One that allows you to pass it in seconds, and one that allows you to just throw the umbrella and choose to teleport or retrieve it at your own discretion. Chenko was now using the skill of the soul of the host umbrella. All actions are impermanent. All the actions, use the skill to throw the soul umbrella in place and switch to the dual soul form, long press the skill button to store up power. You can throw the soul umbrella some distance ahead and switch to the dual soul form soldier to instantly move to the location where the soul umbrella is located. Hearing the sound of the blind cane ringing, Chenku immediately knew where he was. The sound of a blind cane tapping came from the hospital in the center of the vision. This is the blind girl. The opening game is a direct challenge to the Manor Man's ghost, the spirit of the host umbrella. Chenko was already pinching the umbrella, and the blind girl still didn't move at all. The blind woman stood silently against the wall, her cane held tightly in her hand. His eyes revealed a sense of concentration and vigilance, even though he couldn't see the exact scene around him. He saw the supervisor holding his hands flat in the direction he was in. What's he doing? There was nothing inside Sacred Heart Hospital but crumbling walls and a clutter of discarded medical equipment. Just as he thought that, he realized that the red shadow in the distance had disappeared. Is it time? His first thought was that the time had come for a heavy blow to the blind cane to expose the regulatory position. Nope. The blind woman sensed her heartbeat in a flash. From nothing, the sound of the heart beating through the chest cavity, muffling the sounds of the outside world. The blind woman's face paled slightly, and he could feel danger approaching in a flash. He gripped his blind cane tightly. It was the only thing he had to rely on. Where are the people? He was facing the wall, and the direction he was facing was the direction of the regulation. Except that he didn't see the regulation coming that way. Various coping strategies quickly flashed through his mind as his breathing became rapid and the sound of his heartbeat became clearer in his ears. The next second, the blind woman stumbled and fell straight forward and ran out. Did I eat the knife? He didn't have time to react, and ran quickly, turning slightly to see supervision behind him, following in his footsteps. No! How to come over? The blind girl was horrified. Panic instantly overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. His heartbeat echoed in his ears like thunder, and his breathing became rapid and disorganized. The routine he had in his head of sneaking ghosts at a quiet pace didn't work the moment he supervised the face crash. The blind woman panicked as she made her way up the stairs, each step filled with desperation and helplessness. Chenka shook his head when he saw the blind woman's turn-point route. He was well aware of the limitations of the role of the blind girl, and it wasn't that a master of the basics simply couldn't slip into supervision. Most of today's blind women are quiet step flowcard tinnitus sneak ghost, because once exposed to the supervision of the field of vision, not far from eating knife down, being the fastest repair position in the repair machine, many blind women will metal up and open without knocking the staff. In the previous life, the higher the segment, the more the teammates can be alone. The blind girl just need to be meticulous and serious repair machine. The audience is already huffing and puffing. The blind woman's perspective is grayed out and she also keeps pointing at the wall, trying to see regulatory movement. He didn't know what had just happened, but the audience saw it very clearly. They saw that after the blind woman tapped her staff, the spirit of the lodged umbrella began to pinch the umbrella. The moment the soul of the host parasol disappeared from the blind girl's viewpoint, behind him, a black shadow burrowed out of the ground and slashed right at the blind girl, who was face first in front of her. Chapter 73, Your teammates or your loved ones? San's audience had nothing but horror in their eyes at this point. It wasn't as if no one had ever used the soul of the host umbrella before, but with such a distance between them, could that skill really be released with such precision? The shock under the eyes of the Dragon Country audience was no less than that of the outsiders, not to mention the blind girl. Even they, the audience, were shocked by this maneuver. The moment you burrow out of the ground, there's really no difference from a ghost. Li Lao's heart hanging in his throat slowly fell again. He should have known. Chan Ku, this kid. He wouldn't have exposed the character of the blind girl if he didn't have a little way to target her. Just like before. Whether it's announcing to the public that you have tinnitus or telling everyone that a blind girl tapping her staff can be heard, he seems to be hiding them all. Blackie talk. Li Decheng couldn't help but pretend to be a passerby to speak at the pop-up. Those people from San had just jumped too much. And now that he saw the blind girl eat her knife in the opening seconds, he almost didn't laugh out loud. I'm going to slip and explode Emperor Slaughters. Green is better than blue. The blind girl is Sans chosen survival. That's why you call him the Emperor of Slaughter and not your own player. The Emperor of Man. There's not much else to say, so let's say goodbye at last. The pop-ups have already begun to hit back at the Sand viewers for their earlier words. The Dragon Nation crowd knows that Emperor 2 will definitely not be slipped too badly. At most the draw will be slightly tougher, and it's impossible to want Emperor 2 to be eliminated. None of them had thought that catching the blind girl would be such an easy task. This makes it seem as if a character like the soul of the host Umbrella is a bit of a tinker's blind girl. I'll come if you knock on the staff. It was your declaration of war that summoned me here. So the regulation can see the seeker choosing a role, but the seeker can't see what the regulation is choosing. I really want to see the next time our human emperor picks blind girl and the opposite side picks soul of the host parasol. I want to see the forehand and backhand instruction. What do you say when our Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slaughter and the human emperor go up against each other? Which one is more powerful? This does seem to be a bit of a grimace to the blind girl, knocking on the staff and coming at her. How can this be fought? Even the human emperor has to be cautious when he meets the custodial umbrella, right? The pop-ups had all been ruled by viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, and viewers from other countries couldn't speak at all. How? They had planned to watch the Tu Huang joke, wanting to see how he would deal with the Shizubu stream blind girl, but who knew that a passing umbrella from someone else would be in their face? Watching the Dragon Nation viewers in the pop-up screen that looked like they had gotten a bargain discussing who was more powerful when their strongest spear and hardest shield went up against each other. MD. How to accurately pass the umbrella? You guys are not mentioned at all. Passing directly to the face. Is this still human? The blind girl eats knives really fast. 1 minute he's sending his teammates focus on deciphering. The next second a new signal was sent from the blind girl's side. Don't save it. Bao Ping. The blind woman looked at the spirit of the host umbrella that followed behind her, and he was on the verge of tears. How come it went straight to the face? He looked at the wall in front of him after he went up to the second floor of the hospital. He really wanted to cheat with the maneuvers he had learned, leaving footprints at the entrance of the hole and walking forward with quiet steps. Just halfway through the attempt, the rest of his eyes saw the red light behind him had appeared at the intersection. Finished. The other guy saw that he didn't jump. The static step he had switched to changed to a run again, toward the front. As soon as Chen Ko went upstairs, he saw the blind woman who turned behind the wall with quiet steps. He shook his head. These people were overlooking a very small detail. Half-blooded seekers leave marks on the ground even with a quiet step. The color of that mark was so light that it was very possible to overlook it without looking closely. In contrast to the red swaths of footprints, light blue blood appears on the ground after a survivalist is injured. The blue mark is also a way to chase down half-blooded survivors. The signal and the knife eating happened almost simultaneously, and the blind girl's 3 teammates had been dumbfounded. Didn't we agree to sneak ghosts at a quiet pace? What's with the knife all of a sudden? They were also puzzled by the fact that the supervision in the field of vision, whose position had been exposed, appeared in an instant where the blind woman was. They didn't bother with the blind girl over there, gritting their teeth and continuing to fix the machine. Now I just hope the blind girl can stall for more time. When they thought about it, the 3 of them had bitter eyes. Facing others, there might be a chance. In the face of regulation by the dragon, that may not stand a chance. Clang! A bell rang through the manor, sound waves spreading out like ripples, sweeping across the crumbling walls. At the same time, the blind girl who hadn't run far fell directly to her knees. The first order is open. Chenko heard the sound of the bell and wondered if the people over here could know that the sound of the bell is the sound that represents the opening of the steps. He didn't bring Zhang Mania this game, and Persona 5 has a lot of Regulation 0 ranks that are terrible at holding knives. It's easy to get slipped by an awesome seeker, and the intensity of regulation with the first rank on is different than without it. The 0th level soul of the host umbrella is exactly one of those characters that has trouble holding a knife against a powerful seeker. Flailing is also a talent that many host umbrellas need to carry. Flailing, the regulator will continue to gain up to 1,000 points of presence for a period of time after the start of the game, and the rate of growth of presence will decrease as presence increases with the opening of the first order skill. Picking up the blind girl on the floor, he jumped down to the second floor and hung directly outside the hospital. Chenka looked across the building at the cipher machine that was shaking not far away. 3 ciphers are shaking? What? Not saving your teammates? Your teammates are your loved ones, aren't they? Outside, the audience watched Cebu guard his chair as San's audience was frantically self-congratulating. Fix the machine to fix the machine to fix the machine. He's going to guard the chair. We can keep it flat. Come on. You must work hard to fix the machine. That blind girl sold it, and he's kind of a handful in the chair. Don't save. Bao Ping. But the next second, they saw the soul of the host umbrella make that standard umbrella passing maneuver again. Passing? Where to? 3 of San's seekers kept an eye on the chair side while fixing the machine. They then saw that Cebu umbrella had begun to pinch the umbrella again. Just pinching? This doubt had just arisen in the hearts of the 3. When they saw the soul of the host umbrella throw away the hand holding the umbrella, the toymaker was still thinking, and the hand that was working on the cryptograph did not stop for a moment. Time is life. The quickest they could get the cipher machine repaired in the time it took for the blind lady to get to the chair and the soul of the host umbrella to guard it, the better their hopes for a draw. Fear shocker. The red text rang out and the toymaker fell straight to his knees holding his head. Chenko looked at the toymaker in front of him, holding the man while observing the 2 shaking cipher machines. Sure enough, one of them stopped shaking. No surprise, it's supposed to save the blind girl. Sans players are numb. Instead of rescuing the blind girl, the loose first mate chooses to go to the antique dealer Hippo. They're going to fix the cellar. Seeing the toymaker fall to the ground, what little sense of security he had vanished completely. Fix it with an antique dealer. Regulation comes and gives a few sticks. Chapter 74. Could this be the dumb biker master? Hanging up the fallen toymaker, Chenku always observes the state of the motor on the field. Of the 2 cipher machines that were being deciphered, one stopped shaking and the other shook more and more, indicating that the progress of deciphering this motor had reached a high level. Chenku sighed. This shaking frequency is not far from repairing the opening. Even after traveling to another world, he still wanted to say that the code was really too fast. He knocked out 2 people at light speed like that, and a cipher machine was on the verge of being deciphered. If you're held back longer, that's basically 3 units open. Survivors and regulators in this world are like going through a process that players in previous lives were going through. From not knowing anything, not knowing how to read tinnitus, getting lost in the manor, not knowing how to sneak ghosts. By the time the butcher has had the relevant experience of looking at tinnitus, and then again, observing the cipher machine jittering will be gradually noticed. Survivors will also become more and more skilled at sneaking up on ghosts. The further back you go, the harder it gets to deal with. And it takes a lot of fundamentals and proficiency to be able to do that, both in terms of supervision and in terms of survival. The soul of the lodged umbrella has a 30 CD for passing umbrellas, and he just passed his umbrella over to knock down the toy trader and hang the man, and now the pass is still in CD. Realizing that the mercenary was already close to touching the edge of the chair, Chenko only thought briefly before switching his flash for a teleport. Regulator replaces secondary skills. Just as the text lit up, the toymaker saw the spirit of the host umbrella standing in front of his eyes turn into a black and red shattered light and disappear from the spot. A cracking sound came to the blind girl's ears, a sharp and urgent sound that instantly penetrated the surrounding silence. A red residue appeared in the blind woman's dark gray vision. He had been signaling his teammates after the soul of the host umbrella left. I need help. After the spirit of the host umbrella left, she desperately called for her teammates to come and save her. From his chair, the survivalist could see the movements of all of his teammates, and he was moved to tears when he saw the mercenary let go of the hands that had broken the cipher machine. I didn't realize that my teammates wouldn't abandon or give up even after I was like this. When the mercenaries saved themselves, she would be sure not to be captured by the spirit of the host umbrella again. The excitement didn't last long before he realized that the mercenary hadn't come over to save him, but had run over to the antique dealer's cryptograph and worked with the antique dealer to fix it. He must have tried to fix the code machine with the antique dealer before coming to the rescue. Surely, the blind woman's mind was mixed up as she looked at the gradually rising line of red blood on her body, which was now in the middle of her body, and it wouldn't be long before she was eliminated. Just thinking about it, the black and red light of teleportation lit up, and in an instant, the soul of the host parasol appeared beside him. Transmission. The blind girl looked at the soul of the host parasol that appeared beside her and instantly realized that the departure of the soul of the host parasol was just a decoy. He was tricking his teammates into coming over to save him and teleporting over. Is this the Emperor Slayer of the Dragon Kingdom? Scary as hell. His own teammates must have realized the incident and that's why he didn't choose to come to his rescue. Don't save it. Bao Ping. Once again, the blind woman sent a message to her teammates, and for the first time, she felt that her teammates were of great intelligence. The mercenary let out a small sigh of relief the moment the spirit of the lodged umbrella teleported from the toymaker to the blind girl. I'm glad I didn't go. He no longer expected the 4 to escape at the hands of the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom slaughter. Now he only expected to repair the cellar and let the team escape one person. That way they have 10 points left in the A.S. to live on. Chenko teleported over and didn't see a tinnitus icon on the panel. What? Where are the mercenary men? Gave up the blind girl to save the toymaker? After thinking about it, it's really possible. Where else would a mercenary run off to if not to fix a cryptograph? Chenko looked at the skill CD he had already turned and prepared to throw a fake umbrella towards the toymaker's position. The soul of the host umbrella transmission umbrella is divided into fake and real umbrellas. The true umbrella is, all the actions, which can attack instantly. False umbrella is, helpless nirvana, throwing the soul suppressor umbrella to the designated area. The soul suppressor umbrella will stay at the target point for 5s, and the area covered by the umbrella will show the silhouette of the surrounding survivors. At the end of the 5s, the umbrella will fly back to the hosting umbrella spirit automatically, and retrieve the umbrella to return most of the cooldown time. There is also an option to instantly move to the location of the umbrella within 5s. This time, the blind girl finally saw how the spirit of the host umbrella passed the umbrella and disappeared. He saw the spirit of the lodged umbrella pointing at the spot where the toymaker's chair had been, with one hand across his chest and the umbrella in the other. He saw the spirit of the lodged umbrella aim for some time, and the umbrella landed with precision beside the toymaker's chair. That's too accurate. The blind woman simply couldn't say that she was surprised and shocked. The Dragon Kingdom is simply invincible with such supervision. No one can be defeated. Perhaps only the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom could go toe-to-toe with him. Only he didn't know that emperor too, who was invincible in his eyes, was already in a daze. The blind girl's side of the bloodline was 2/3 over, and there was still no tinnitus around. The opposing mercenaries basically couldn't be saved if they set off again at this point. There was still no silhouette of the mercenaries on the toymaker's side, except that it also meant that the mercenaries hadn't gone to the toymaker's side to effect a rescue. Where are the ING mercenaries? Bang! The sound of the motor breaking up was heard in his ears. By this time one cipher machine had been deciphered. This crypto is too damn fast. Watching Chenka's movements, the outside audience has been shocked. Is this the Butcher King, relying on the parachute passing skill to guard 2 chairs? Who dares to save? San is gone in this round, and that's too much control. This ability to pass the umbrella with precision and control is too much. Is there really no one who can resist the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor? Chenka stood there motionless. This game draw upwards is there. He is not in a hurry. He just wondered, where are the mercenaries? The field ciphers weren't shaking, and by the nature of the group, there was no way the ciphers wouldn't be fixed. The outside world thought that Chenka was guarding the chair. Only Chenka's 3 teammates knew. He's looking for someone. Under Chenka's explanation, they had already understood the general rules of this game for the most part. Too strong. First time I've seen someone guarding 2 chairs by skill. Li Dicheng looked at the ring. His voice rushed. He couldn't stop his hands from shaking at the thought of this person being theirs. Elder Li, he's already struck dumb. Jiang Bai explained with some embarrassment. When she said this, it directly raised Elder Li's heart into his throat. What? Is this round difficult? Elder Li was a little nervous when he heard this. It's a dominant game any way you look at it. How can you be confused? MD, this mercenary is even a deserter. Wang Jiu saw that behavior of the mercenary that didn't save his teammates. He directly became angry. How can you not save your teammates? He should have seen the mercenary's motor stop shaking and thought that the mercenaries had come to the rescue. And the transmission umbrella CD wasn't ready yet, so he teleported over to guard the chair. Zhongli was also a little speechless after saying this. Could this be the dumb biker masters? It's useless for you masters to prejudge my moves, because this is an unconventional way for me to play. Chapter 75, Why is my antique dealer different from someone else's? Ha? Li Dicheng was already confused. You said he was looking for mercenaries? Yeah. Chenku couldn't see it. He only knew that the motor had stopped shaking, and it should be the mercenaries who had gone to the rescue. But they, the viewers, see clearly that the mercenary just ran off to work with the antique dealer to decipher a cipher machine. None of the other countries realized that Chenku was looking for mercenaries. They felt that everyone's operation in this game was very normal. Whether it was Chenku teleporting to guard the chair or passing the umbrella to guard the chair, a draw would have been a win for everyone. And one more catch would have been the icing on the cake. If Chenka came back to watch the replay and saw that the mercenary had gone to an antique dealer to co-fix the cryptograph in the first place, he would have to laugh in anger. Elder Li, a box was sent from above. Just as Elder Li was chatting with a few people, a soldier ran over and respectfully handed a box to Elder Li. He respectfully glanced at Elder Li, then quickly explained, "This is something we received early in the morning, appearing out of thin air, and was told by the manor owner that it was a gift from the manor. After checking that there was no danger, we sent it in." The soldier told Elder Li about the origin of this thing in a few moments. The soldier finished and retired. Since this thing is not dangerous, it's better to give it to the players. Elder Li frowned at the box in front of him, and the players preparing for the match gathered around him, looking curiously at the wooden box in front of him. The wooden box looked plain, but if one looked closely, one could see that the surface of the black box presented an ancient wooden texture, as if it had undergone the baptism of countless years. The lid of the box is carved with delicate patterns, like mysterious runes and weird animals. Each carving is full of art and mystery. Li Decheng carefully broke the small metal clasp on the box upwards, and the wooden box lid was lifted by him. Opening the lid, a golden object lay inside the box. I don't know what kind of material it was. Some of it was like a glittering metallic alloy, and it was like a crystal, and the whole thing looked like a bright star. It feels like touching it will open it up. Zhongli was the first to voice his feelings. Li Decheng nodded. It should be some sort of reward, so there's no problem waiting for Chenku to come back before opening it, right? Li Decheng slammed the lid back shut. All the people around them nodded. Naturally, there was no problem. If this is a reward from the manor, it must be for Chenku. They looked at Chenku on the stage, and Chenku looked at the cipher machine. The cipher machine that the mercenary was halfway through deciphering started shaking again. This time, without the slightest hesitation, he pinched his umbrella and instantly moved. The moment he raised his parachute-passing gesture again, the blind girl signaled her teammates at the first opportunity. Regulator shifts target. Watch the perimeter. The bloodline gradually spread over the top of her head, and the blind girl sent one last message to her teammates as she was dying. He also didn't understand that there were still 6 cipher machines on the field today. How could Emperor 2 be able to pick the one they were deciphering with precision? Was it luck? Seeing Chenku once again maintain the action of pinching the umbrella, the audience's heart once again raised, because he was facing the direction that was deciphering that cipher machine. In the next second, the umbrella in the hands of the soul of the host umbrella flew straight toward the distance, and his body also turned into a puddle of black water and disappeared into the ground. The umbrella drifted quickly to the cipher machine. In the next second, the mercenary and the antique dealer were shocked as a whole, for the spirit of the lodged umbrella teleported right up to them, and the spirit of the lodged umbrella that had burrowed out of the ground took the flying umbrella in one hand. The two began to be alert to their surroundings the moment blind girl sent her message, and they saw the cupped umbrella shaking pose of the spirit of the host umbrella before blind girl hung up and flew. Except that they also didn't believe that the host umbrella spirit would be able to find them deciphering that one cipher machine. What about the other 6 on the field? When the bottom of the ground rises that white invisible water cohesion into human nature, the two people are directly scared like a headless fly, scattered towards the surrounding run. So accurate? The moment the soul of the host umbrella appeared beside them, the off-camera pop-ups had boiled over. They know how to see tinnitus and how to line up seekers within earshot. The question is, how did this host parachute know which cipher machine the seeker was deciphering? It's too godly. It's totally based on guessing? What kind of luck does it take to keep guessing people? Not to mention anything else, even if people are guessing, they still dare to pass and fight, right? A wrong guess is just a wrong guess. And if you're right, wouldn't that be cool? Despite the fact that Chenku has accurately passed the umbrella twice on the field, people still don't think it's a directional transmission. Just think Chenku's luck is a little too good. So guess the survivalist is deciphering which cipher machine. The sight of the lodged umbrella rising from the ground brought up the antique dealer's temper. Think of the dragon emperor of man being 3 sticks to regulation, directly making regulation a good boy man machine with his hands covered. He looked at the stick in his hand, and this was his moment of glory in choosing an antique dealer. Looking at the Cebu parasol in front of him, he didn't hesitate to directly strike 3 clubs at Cebu parasol's body. Did I give you permission to pass around and hit people? The soul of the district's host umbrella. Sit down for me. The mercenary on one side was moved to tears as he watched his teammate stand up and directly take 3 sticks. That's why he's looking for antique dealers to cooperate with him. Ha! 3 sticks to make regulation into a man machine of security. Who can give it? Chenku looked at the mercenary next to him, and then glanced at the antique dealer who had given himself 3 sticks of righteousness. There are teammates around. Ha! What do you think? At this time, the antique dealer only felt very sorry. He knew that he could not survive this game of probability. If his country also exchanged fireworks would be good. If there were fireworks, he would be setting them off hard right now in front of the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom slaughter. What you once inflicted on others, you will pay back today. He stood still as he remembered the last time the antique dealer from the Dragon Kingdom had stood by for a long time even after he had beaten Jack. Looking at the cipher machine next to him, which was the one from the previous mercenary, this cipher machine was only halfway through its deciphering progress. The two of them combined cultivation also did not decipher too much. Chenku came really too fast. Oh, no fireworks? I'm fixing the machine right in front of your eyes. That's more taunting, right? The antique dealer's thoughts were fleeting, and the idea had just risen when his finger rested on top of the cryptograph. I'm San, despite the defeat. Fixing the machine in front of Emperor 2. Just ask who else. The mercenaries on the side saw this and also followed and leaned over. It was an honor to be able to repair the machine in front of Emperor 2 as if he were a human machine in front of him, even though he was defeated. Fear shock. Large blood-red letters lit up above the antique dealer's head, and the mercenary was so frightened that he stopped his advance straight away. The antique dealer collapsed to the floor, his mind not coming back around. How many seconds has it been? What makes my antique dealer different from someone else's? Chapter 76. Is it possible that the wrist guard forgot to turn it off? As soon as the knife went down, not only was the fallen antique dealer confused, the mercenary who was preparing to repair the machine with him was also a bit at a loss. The mercenary took 2 steps back, and this time, without any hesitation, he ran towards the toymaker's position. Now that only one cipher machine had been deciphered on the field, he needed to buy time before he could decipher the second one. Suddenly, he thought of how he could hold the toymaker for 20s after he learned how to carry the Dragon Kingdoms, turning danger into danger, and save the toymaker. And this 20s is most likely the key point to finish deciphering the second cipher machine. As soon as the 2 cryptographs were turned on, he could attempt to find the seller. In the heat of the moment, he tapped his gauntlet and ran for his target. 1 stick to the wall and the whole thing goes out instantly. 1 gauntlet ejection later, his heartbeat had grown very faint when he had moved completely away from the host umbrella spirit behind him. I don't know if it was because the will to save lives was too strong, but this time his gauntlet flicked very accurately. 3 gauntlets in a row came directly to the toymaker's side not far away, right in the direction of the toymaker. Unbiased, the mercenary ran towards the toymaker's location on his feet. Was this the Emperor of Slaughter? As the crowd that was watching the battle looked at this scene, a hint of shock could not help but flash across the bottom of their eyes. Sans formation could be said to have no problem at all if he hadn't encountered Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer, a static stream blind girl, and a mercenary with a wrist guard that flicks so accurately. This game started out as a draw any way you slice it. Shizabu, I see. How exactly do you pop a wrist guard? My understanding is that wrist guards don't have to be used well. They don't have to pop up as a godly maneuver. As long as they don't make mistakes, they're already great. Yeah, the mercenary role itself is highly forgiving. Watching the audience talk, Wang Jiyu had clenched his fists. Wrist guards play so well? I can't believe you're not saving people? Although facing Chen Ku, he did not think that the opposite side has the hope of victory. But Chen Ku also said that do not give up in order to create a miracle. It's already a dead end. Might as well let it go. He didn't pick up his own little notebook to write it down again, because he believed that Chen Ku wouldn't let this kind of person who abandoned his teammates walk away from the game alive. Some are talking about the mercenary's wrist guards and others are talking about the antique dealer's stopgap. The same stopper that hit him with no effect at all? It couldn't be said that it didn't have an effect. As the antiquarian looked at the spirit of the host umbrella that stood beside him, he wore a black robe like the night, with lines like dark waves, mysterious and majestic. It was not the same as the white Xiebian. If the white Xiebian carried a volume of bookishness and a transcendent air, then Fan Wugue had an evil aura about him. The moment the black Fan Wugue drilled out of the ground, it was as if he was a messenger from the underworld, striking fear into the heart. The antique dealer was pretty sure that his opponent was stunned for a moment by his hit on the motor, and he also saw Cebu stagger 2 steps with his hands folded, unable to attack. It's the same game as the one in Dragonland. The antique dealer in that round did the same, coming out from behind a rock and thumping Jack 3 times, knocking him to the rock next to him. The reason that people used to know that the antique dealer was a strong character, and still very few people use the antique dealer, is because they realized that that stopgap, sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't. It wasn't until he saw the Dragon Kingdom's regulation that he vaguely realized that he needed to hit the regulation on top of the barrier. Just why, with the same 3 strokes of his own, did the other recover so quickly? With doubt, he was picked up by Chen Ku and hung on the chair. Chen Ku passed the umbrella over not long ago, and just hung the antique dealer on a chair not far away. When he saw the toy dealer was saved, the toymaker's face was very ugly, his half-hunched body stumped for breath, and the mercenary exchanged glances, both of them running towards different locations. They all knew one thing very well, that at this time, the seller had to be worked out. Only then did they have a chance of running one off. And here, the ones most likely to go to the seller are the mercenaries. The delayed fall feature allows him to resist 2 more slashes once he gets near the seller. Just need to fix the seller and find out where it is located. While the toymaker chose to continue deciphering his goddess statue, that cryptograph, the mercenary looked to the chest not far away. His 3 gauntlets had already been used, and at this point he was in desperate need of a new prop. Chen Ku was also a bit dumbfounded to see the toymaker saved so quickly. The antique dealer's motor is located in the invincible ruins, and the toy dealer is hung by him from a chair next to the statue of the goddess of the women's courtyard. This mercenary was just in the neighborhood, and now he's running so fast? Being able to get someone down so quickly leaves only one possibility. The mercenary flicked 3 correct wrist guards in a row. Wrist guard CDs are 5 seconds and need to be actively turned off after being turned on. Pop 3 in 10 seconds. Chen Ku was very shocked. So willing to give up? Did the wrist guards forget to turn off? This time, Chen Ku really guessed right. Sans mercenary to wasn't forgetting to turn off his gauntlet. He purely didn't know it needed to be turned off. After using up 3 wrist guards in a row, he directly regretted it. Do mercenaries have to use up their wrist guards all at once? Thinking, he hurriedly found a box and crouched down to touch it. The toymaker continued to decipher his own piece of cipher machine, and he placed, by his side, a crate, so that as long as Chenka came over, he immediately used the crate to eject and run away. All he had to do now was buy the mercenaries time to decipher the code machine and find the seller. After Chenko hung up his antique dealer, he was looking at the state of the motor on the field. Sure enough, that cipher machine at the toymaker's shuddered once more. There were no ears ringing around, which meant the mercenaries weren't coming. Chenka naturally knows what they are thinking, and repairing the open cellar is their last chance. This is a situation where coming to the rescue is the best option. This is because by saving people you can delay some time just long enough for your teammates to decipher the cryptograph. In addition to this, it also speeds up the progress of your teammates up hanging, making it easier for them to quickly eliminate away from the cellar. There are no new ciphers to start deciphering. Is it being cobbled together with the toymaker again? Chenka looked at the jittery cipher machine suspiciously, and in the interval of thinking, his CD had already been turned, and without any hesitation, he directly began to pass the umbrella to the cipher machine of the toymaker's one. From a distance, the toymaker saw the spirit of the lodged umbrella next to the chair begin to pinch the umbrella, and the other, facing the direction he was in. Just by watching this action, the toymaker was directly frightened and let go of his hand that was deciphering the cipher machine. There were 6 other cipher machines on the field, so how did the other side know that they would definitely decipher this one? Just because guess what, you can't let go of the progress of this cryptograph, more than he cared to think about. The last time he experienced it he didn't want it to happen again. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly onto the crate beside him and jumped away towards the distance. Shoo! The sound effect of the passing umbrella sounded again, and the toymaker looked back. And sure enough, the white-clad host umbrella appeared right behind him. Chapter 77. As a Yin soldier, I have 3 things I don't save. Chenku just landed and saw the toymaker, who opened the glider and flew toward the distance. He looked around suspiciously, trying to find any sign of the mercenaries. No, still nothing. Not fixing the cryptographs or going to the rescue? Where the hell did this kid go? After the audience saw Chenku looking toward the surrounding area, they raised their own hands and soul-sucking followed the toymaker. A faint fluorescent green glow began to emanate from Xiaobian's body, a glow that fluttered like a ghostly flame. His footsteps also became light, as if he had lost gravity, and he quickly floated forward. Xiaobian's body enters into a state of soul regeneration, and cannot interact with him for 5s, but his movement speed is greatly increased and he can regenerate the survivor around him, and when he finishes regenerating, he can cause the survivor to enter a state of soullessness. The audience saw Chenka's soul sucking closely behind the toymaker, and everyone's heart couldn't help but follow the tightening. There was no way for them to substitute for the soul of the host umbrella, and in this case, the best thing they could substitute for was the toymaker. Obviously, he had started running before the other party landed on the ground, and he had already unfolded his glider to pull away, but the other party still quickly chased after him, like a shadow. During his escape, he also saw the mercenary touching the chest over there. Send a message. I've acquired the fragrance of forgetfulness. The toymaker is in tears. Go fix the cryptograph. Concentrate on deciphering. He panicked and sent a message to the mercenary, signaling the other to decipher the cryptograph. The moment he touched the incense of forgetfulness, the mercenary himself was confused. He wanted a rugby ball or a flare gun more than the incense of forgetfulness. And really, giving him the map would be fine. Incense of forgetfulness. What is this? Thinking about it, he seemed to kind of remember that it was the skill of a perfumer. Just how does this thing work? With today's regulators and survivalists, most of the roles have been tried and true, and the ones that people choose to play are the ones that they can read and understand on their own. No one used to be able to static step a blind girl, and after using it once in the Dragon Kingdom, they learned the ropes. Now looking at the incense of forgetfulness in his hand, how was this skill used last time? Survivors who entered between them were eliminated without making sense of their use. He tried to use it. Instantly, he took the perfume in his hand and sprayed it toward himself. The sound of perfume being sprayed out of a bottle rang out, and a rose-colored misty figure emerged around him. He tried to overrun a few steps, and the rose-colored, foggy figure remained in place. Using it again, he instantly returned to where the rose-colored foggy humanoid was. No more? The mercenary swallowed hard. It seemed like he had wasted a prop. His face was unsightly as he hurriedly ran towards the antique dealer's location. Taking advantage of the fact that the spirit of the lodging umbrella was chasing after the toy dealer, he was going to go and hurriedly save the antique dealer, and the two of them would combine their efforts to decipher open that cipher machine. No wonder mercenaries try. This is because most of the character props are able to be used in progressions. At this time the toymaker has landed. Chenka did not chase for a long time. This toymaker also did not place the plate car in some special points. Also fly into the difficult to chase need to detour position. Bai's blade was so long that it looked like the two of them were separated by a couple of body lengths. And he could still swing his blade and knock him down. Just before he swung his sword, he saw a rose-colored mist appear on the panel, outside of the status bar that belonged to the mercenary. It only appeared for 2 seconds and disappeared again. Startled, Chenka's hand that was swinging the sword paused for a moment. What the hell? Going to reward yourself? You touched a perfume and now you're giving it back? Perfume is a powerful item for mercenaries, who have a delayed injury trait, and using perfume before the blood bar reaches the abatement point will restore health, and in the hands of a mercenary can delay more time than any other survivor can. He was really a bit confused about this mercenary. He was merging with people when he thought he was saving them. He was touching the box to reward himself when he thought he was merging with someone or going to save someone. There's a saying that as a soldier, I have 3 things I don't save. You 3, I'm not saving. Chenka knocked down the toymaker in front of him with a knife. And just now the toymaker didn't go over halfway. And now he can survive in the chair for a while. By now, all of Butcher's disadvantages have actually been kind of highlighted. He opened with a lights-out knockout and has only eliminated 1 person so far. That's only if the survivalist chooses to give up the blind girl to get her eliminated so quickly. If they were coming to the rescue or something, they probably had both cryptographs on by now. The mercenary quickly ran toward the antique dealer's position, and Chenka's side had just hung the toy dealer on the chair, and the mercenary had already saved the antique dealer, and the bloodline was just over half. The antique dealer was upset, but couldn't say anything. He looked at the cipher machine in front of him and thought about it, and instead of continuing to decipher this one, he ran towards the toymaker one. It's too dangerous here, and not surprisingly, the spirit of the host parachute will fly right over later. One has to go to a cipher machine that he can't guess before he does. The mercenary frowned when he saw him run off, knowing that the antique dealer was going to have to decipher the toymaker's one. Both ciphers now had about the same amount of progress left, and after some thought, he went ahead and deciphered this one. One more unit on is one more hope. Chenka did not hurry after hanging up the toymaker, and he continued to observe the motor shaking on the field. After seeing the antique dealers and toy dealers' cipher machines begin to shake at the same time, Chenka raised an eyebrow. The skill 30s for parachute passing, which started counting from the start of parachute passing, is just a few seconds short of starting to reset to the location of the toymaker's cipher machine. Pinch the umbrella and teleport. This toymaker the other side can't be saved. The antique dealer is hanging fly. It's best to fight the mercenaries now, or else you might actually give them a drag down the cellar. Xiaohei Fan Wu Gui appeared directly beside the antique dealer, and the host umbrella's second order transmission umbrella would actively cast a first order skill once. Before the antique dealer over here could run, he was crushed to the ground by a rattle. Looking at the calibration page in front of him, he was in a hurry and failed to calibrate directly. The first time the calibration fails, the seeker enters the heart-stopping state for 60s, and fails to calibrate again. He or she enters the downcast state. Chenka looked at the antique dealer who was trying to escape and rang the bell once again. The antique dealer then found himself walking uncontrollably towards the face of the soul of the host umbrella, one after the other. They slammed into Cebu Parasol. Looking at the antique dealer in front of the calibration failure to move in the opposite direction, Chenka quietly looked at her. No action. Fallen state movement direction is reversed for 10s. The antique dealer was in a hurry. He knew that many people were watching the match, and the faces of the spectators in his own country must have been very hard to see. He really wanted to explain out loud that it wasn't like that. One is really human. Chapter 78. The goddess of fortune is not on your side. Before he collapsed, the antique dealer sent one last message. I'm leaving first. The text appeared next to the antique dealer's panel in the ring, and the crowd on the outside was literally not falling apart. You can't voice talk within the game, but there are plenty of short messages to communicate with your teammates. Pressing the cipher. Regulator shifts target. Watch the perimeter. Regulator in my neighborhood. Stand still. I'll help you. Pressure full save. Full power deciphering. No need for treatment. With a series of messages, survivors can each carry 16 phrases they want before the game to facilitate in-game communication. This is the first time anyone has seen someone carry the line, "I'll go first." This antique dealer really laughed me out of the room. First time I've seen someone slammed in the face of regulation. If I were playing against Emperor Slaughter, I'd bring this shortcut message as well. Sans matchups are really good for the show. Too scared to tell the direction. This antiquarian poet grips. This seems to be a supervised skill, right? It's possible that the antique dealer really didn't walk up there on his own on purpose. It was also a bit hard for the audience to see that either regulation or survivor had been used. The easier the survivor and regulation, the higher the turnout. Regulation such as the dream which host Umbrella Spirit, after being tried once or twice by 1 or 2 countries, will be put in the box and will not be seen again. They knew that the host parachute had used a skill, but they couldn't see what the effect of the skill was. The mercenary continued to concentrate on deciphering the cipher machine in front of him, which was already at 85% progress, and it would take less than 10 seconds for the cipher machine to open. The toymaker is in his chair. The bloodline is up to his eyes and it won't be long before he's eliminated. The mercenary stared at Chenka's movements, and as soon as Chenka chose to hang the antique dealer from the chair, he was able to fix the cryptograph open. The antique dealers have just passed the halfway point of the bloodline, and the toy dealers are going out of business. All he had to do was find the seller and he'd manage to escape. Seeing the quick message from the antique dealer, he followed suit. Go! I'll take the seller. When these words came out, the people outside were completely tense and, sans players are really crouching. I would have thought someone with I'll go first would have been abstract. More abstractly the mercenary returned go. I'll take the seller. I'm even beginning to think that he's starting his seller program from the moment his teammates get on the hang. What can a deserter say? Chenka picked up the antique dealer on the ground and hung it on the chair next to him without hesitation. The next step is simply to find the mercenary. Duong. The sound of a cipher machine deciphering was completed came from the goddess statue's side. The message on the field is clear. 3 codes not yet broken. Seller refreshed. Seeing the message that the seller has been refreshed lit up, Chenka raised an eyebrow. Encountering a mercenary this kind of character with a delayed damage characteristic, without a slash may really let him go the seller. The toymaker has about 10 seconds left before he hangs up and flies, and Chenka's passing parachute has 10 seconds left. At this point, all he has to do is gamble, betting that luck is on your side. Chenku was now in the state of Shohei, and did not use skills to switch forms. There are a total of 3 seller refresh points in the Sacred Heart Hospital, one of which is near the ruins of the statue of the goddess, 2 panels and a window, while the other 2 are at the opposite end of the statue of the goddess counterpart, and one is in the ruins not too far outside of the cabin. The other is near the T-wall a little further ahead. Both seller points are on their own end, and if they are still refreshed to the goddess statue side, Chenku was really going to be powerless. The location where the seller opens is randomized, but when there is only one person left and the seller refreshes after 30 seconds, the seller will preferentially refresh at another spot closer to the seeker's current location. He walked straight from the cabin toward the ruins outside the small room, glancing through the gap toward the interior and not seeing the dark red seller. Chenka went straight toward the location of the T-wall again. The mercenary at that moment repaired the nearest cipher machine, and he looked at the antique dealer who had been let go, and then at the toymaker whose line of blood was no longer over his head. He was the only one left on the field at this point. It wouldn't take more than a few seconds for him to be the only one left on the field. Instead of going inside the hospital, he first planned to run around the outside, his eyes glancing around, observing every open space. It was the cipher machine next to the statue of the goddess that he had just deciphered, next to the very same goddess carved out of stone. At one time, this statue of the goddess may have been the spiritual symbol of Sacred Heart Hospital, towering high in the center of the courtyard to be admired and worshipped. Her graceful figure and kind face brought hope and comfort to the patients. However, all that remains of her today is a ruin that makes one wonder at the vagaries of fate. The mercenary looked at her and realized that the goddess statue was looking at herself as well. The mercenary sighed and hoped the goddess would bless him. He said, running towards the front. He had just run no more than 2 steps when he saw that the goddess statue had been watching him. What? The statue of the goddess didn't move the slightest bit in her stance, but that head turned to follow her own actions. His heartbeat involuntarily sped up, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. When he stopped and looked slightly sideways at the statue of the goddess, he realized that the head of the statue was also slowly turning towards him, and the stiff movement made a slight creaking sound in the still air, like the sound of teeth clinking against each other. The mercenary took 2 more overtaking steps, and the stone-carved face looked eerie in the dull light, as if it hid endless malice. The mercenary's back tingled as he ran quickly towards the front. Running away for some distance, he turned back again, and the stone-carved face gazed straight in the direction of the hospital again, as if the scene just now was like a mirage. He wiped his sweat away, not going back to the oozing scene he had just witnessed. As he passed the ruins of the statue of the goddess, he saw a clearing inside that high wall. He looked at the clearing and a strange thought came to his mind. The location is just the right size and a cellar would be nice. At this time, Chenko had already arrived near the T-wall. The toymaker had been eliminated during the period when the 2 were rushing. The text, cellar has been refreshed, has also changed to, cellar has been opened. Before walking to the T-wall, Chenko heard the wind sound of the cellar opening. Standing at the T-wall, he saw the mercenaries next to the ruins of the goddess statue from a distance. From a distance, the mercenary had only small, blurry images. The moment they saw the seller appear around Chenku, the audience had gone collectively crazy. Is this Emperor Slaughter? Even fate is on his side. Finding the seller straight away? This luck is simply unbelievable. Luckily this time it was a mercenary with the damage delay feature, able to run away from the seller while supervising the wiping of the knife. Watching the pop-up discussion, all the members in the dragon training room swallowed a mouthful of water. They knew better than outsiders that this was not chi luck at all. Chenku gave them a lecture on the seller spots at Sacred Heart Hospital. From the ruins outside the cabin to the T-wall, Chenku was running to the seller at first. 2/3 probability. Chapter 79, Dead Hand. Dead Foot. Can you climb faster? The mercenary had just come out of the ruins of the goddess statue when he saw Chenku in front of him. Sibu's lean, tall shadow was conspicuous in the misty Sacred Heart Hospital. This side is a large clearing with only a slightly obscured view from the T-wall. He didn't know if it was his own illusion. He felt as if he saw the dark red cellar iron plate behind Chenku. The cellar door that flung open from the ground was quite visible, and standing where it was, he seemed to be able to hear the faint sound of wind coming from ahead. The mercenary's face hardened as he realized that the cellar he wanted was right behind Chenku. He didn't expect that he had run through most of the map, but in the end, the butcher had found the location of the cellar before himself. The audience is also marveling at the magic of fate. If the mercenaries had found the cellar first, this one really could have given the mercenaries a run for their money. Only the dragon's preparatory players in the dragon training room know that. A headless fly running around. A targeted and positioned search. Unless the mercenary's dog luck is extremely good, the cellar just happened to brush beside him, then he is absolutely impossible to find the location of the cellar one step ahead of Chenku. It wasn't fate at all for Chenku to find the cellar first. At this moment, they realized that Chenku let them memorize the map to memorize the importance of the cellar point. A reasonable platoon of cellar spots will give you an extra chance of survival when in the survivalist camp, and a better chance of blocking the survivalists when in the supervisory camp. Everyone saw that the soul of the host umbrella was rushing towards the mercenary, and the other party seemed to have thought about the mercenary's trait of delayed collapse from injuries, and wanted to give him an early slash. That way the other man could give 2 cuts before he reached the cellar. The mercenary's brain raced, and in the end, the result of his thinking was that unless he took 3 stabs, he would not overflow with damage and fall to the ground. The battlefield has sharpened the mercenary's will, and each injury is delayed for 8 seconds before it takes effect. That's enough time to jump in the cellar by yourself. Thinking of this, the mercenary made an instant decision. Punch face. Even if you eat a knife, go to the cellar. Accelerate and run straight to the cellar. The mercenary's eyes revealed a broken determination. At this moment, the mercenary was filled with remorse, and images of what would have happened if he still had his gauntlets kept popping up in his mind. If he had a wrist guard, he was afraid that he would be able to charge straight through with one now. Right? Should have known to just touch another box. It might be nice to open a ball or a wrist guard, or a flare gun. His thoughts traveled through the possibilities, trying to find that glimmer of opportunity that might change the situation. He jerked his head back to the perfume he had just touched, which seemed to work as if it could restore status. In the middle of thinking, he has gone to Chenku's face. He does not avoid and does not flash, just want Chenku to hit him. The mercenary's intentions were obvious. You hit me and I'll take the hit and run faster. You hit me again and I'll be able to sprint right to the cellar door. Chenku looked at the mercenary in front of him as to rush the cellar. Cannot help but feel, not ashamed to be one of the Hood 3 fantasy goda. If it were any other character, it would have been a good idea to let the mercenaries run away with it. However, in this round, fate doesn't seem to be on his side, and he encounters Sibu Umbrella. Without any hesitation, the weapon in Chenku's hand carried a harsh wind sound and directly struck the mercenary with a slash. As that blade fell, Xiaohei quickly rotated the umbrella handle, sliding and wiping the blade in a smooth and handsome motion, every detail highlighting the coldness and majesty of the lodging umbrella. The mercenary took a slash, but accelerated towards the front furiously from the blow, his face red with excitement and his eyes glittering with hope. Cellar. It's really a cellar up ahead. As long as he escapes, he is Sans hero. Retaining 10 points is their hope for a turnaround. His footsteps were flying, and the sound of the wind in the cellar was becoming more and more pronounced. He hadn't gotten very far when a low buzzing sound, like a demon's whisper, reached his ears as he reveled in the joy of his imminent escape. He subconsciously looked back, and his heart tightened. The spirit of the lodged umbrella had indeed set up that familiar pose again, passing the umbrella. The mercenary's heart tightened as he realized that the lodged umbrellas could bridge the distance between the two sides by passing the umbrellas. But it doesn't matter. So what if I let him hit me again? One more hit of the knife itself would have taken him straight to the cellar door. He pumped himself up in his mind, trying to dispel the fear that was following him around. Chenku threw his umbrella, and the oil paper umbrella drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed directly in front of the mercenary. Xiao Hei quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared in place, like a ghost hiding into the darkness. And at the moment the umbrella fell, Xiao Bai came out from the ground and caught the thrown oil paper umbrella. The whole process was flowing smoothly. The spirits of the host umbrella once again showed their amazing tacit understanding and terrifying pursuit ability. Chenka looked at the mercenary in front of him, and the other party had already arrived not far from the cellar entrance. Unfortunately, it's a second-order host umbrella. He had kept his little black form all this time, just waiting for this moment. The moment the second rank passes the umbrella, it automatically releases the first rank skill once, and Xiao Bai's first rank skill was soul-sucking. Survivors will go straight into a state of disorientation, dizziness, and an inability to interact. It lasts 10 seconds, and the cellar jumping action is one of the interactions. The mercenary fell into a state of disorientation, and all he felt was that his world suddenly became blurry and everything around him was spinning and dizzying. A fluorescent green light glowed around him, a light that was particularly eerie in the gray and foggy Sacred Heart Hospital, but he was filled with the cellar and ran toward it without looking back. His footsteps were a bit disorganized, his body a bit unbalanced from that bizarre state. There was an attack. The mercenary's body stumbled, and he accelerated in a single bound straight to the top of the cellar. Jump! He shouted frantically in his mind, yet his body did not respond. He stared with wide eyes, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Why is there no reaction? The mercenary looked at the mouth of the cellar at his feet, the dark hole filled with the hope of life. Only he couldn't make a move. Why? Obviously the toymakers are flying, and the cellar has been opened. The rubbing of the knife ended, and Chen Ko aimed a knife at the distant position to directly send it flying away from the cellar opening, until he was sent flying to the ground. The mercenary still struggled to crawl towards the cellar opening. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the spirit of the host umbrella that wiped the end of the blade towards him. You're a deadbeat. Can't you climb faster? Up ahead is the cellar. He prayed frantically in his mind to his hands and feet, but fate seemed to have passed judgment on him. Chen Ko looked at the mercenary who was just one body position away from the cellar, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly held him up, steadily holding the mercenary in his hand. Chen Ku only breathed a sigh of relief. That tense atmosphere finally eased at this moment. It was so close. If he let the deserter get away, the little king would have to emo for a long time again. Chen Ku counted the score, and he also wondered what would happen when the first country was eliminated. This thing certainly isn't headed for the destruction of all mankind, and it certainly isn't going to be phased out ad infinitum. Chapter 80. Is there really a treasure in 3 games? The moment he held the mercenary in his hands, the mercenary's desperate and unwilling struggle was so violent that he kept twisting and turning, trying to break free from Chen Ku's grip that was like an iron clamp. Near the moment of hanging it on the chair, the world in front of Chen Ku also began to become dark, as if being dragged into the abyss by a big invisible hand. Consciousness faded as everything around him disappeared until the last glimmer of light was swallowed up by the darkness. When consciousness returned again, Chen Ku had already returned to the top of the ring. His eyes scanned around in some confusion, seeing 4 empty chairs by the long table in front of him. The empty scene seemed to speak of the end of the fierce battle that had just taken place. At this time, the familiar sound of point settlement had already come to his ears, and that mechanical beep echoed in the silent space. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 80. Escape survivor, 0. Point settlement, Rokoku gets 60 points. The number of points belonging to the Dragon Kingdom panel has gone from -9 to 51. When the points became a positive number, the hearts of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom trembled, and their hands could no longer help but squeeze tightly. The gloom that has been hanging over my heart seems to have finally begun to dissipate, and now I can finally see hope. But everyone is more concerned about San right now than points into positive numbers. The Battle of Nations has been going on for so long, and San is the first country to get below -300 points. Everyone wondered why San's mercenaries didn't walk into the cellar though. By everyone's calculations, that would have been a perfect escape plan. No matter which way you looked at it, no matter how you went about analyzing it, San's mercenary should have been able to get out of the cellar in the end. After all, the mercenary had taken a total of 3 slashes at the last minute, with 2 slashes of damage allowing for a delayed fall, and the third overflowing damage before he would simply fall to the ground. And the mercenary was standing on the top of the cellar when he took the second slash. It was so strange that he didn't leave from the cellar until he fell to the ground after taking the third cut hard. Was the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer really that amazing? Even though he was already standing above the open cellar, there was no way to leave? San settlement points, -300, exceeded. Looking at the leaderboards again, the name of San at the bottom had disappeared. That bottom spot had become empty, as if the country of San had never appeared in this battle of national fortunes. There were also no more viewers belonging to San IP in the pop-up screen. and the sea of pop-up screens filled with various remarks and emotions from San viewers had also returned to calm at this moment. Really disappeared? Everyone's breath caught in their throat. The crisis had never been more apparent than it was now. Chenko looked at this scene and sighed as his consciousness returned to the dragon training room. Before Jiang Bai and the others could gather around to ask him about the final seller, the mechanical voice rang in his ears again. This voice emanating from the ring was more than familiar to them, as they heard the points broadcast alert countless times a day. Countries have already been eliminated, and due to the randomized nature of matchmaking, the default countries now have a basic understanding of the game. From now on, the participants will no longer be subject to the elimination system, and the 1-hour joint hunt will be opened at 20 o'clock p.m. every day, with no point reward or penalty system, and the number of joint hunt wins will be settled every day, with extra points being exchanged. The rules were read out for a few minutes, and after the narrative was finished, the countries had also organized the general rules. Simply put, it's the randomness of the matching that the estate owner believes, and the fact that everyone is winning when they match San defaults to the fact that everyone has a basic understanding of the game. The good news is that from now on players will no longer be death eliminated even if they fail, and previously the Lord of the Manor wanted them to be able to read the game from a third-person perspective even if they didn't touch the matchup. Now that he thinks everyone understands the matchups, he hopes that among those who do, there will be more players with higher and stronger skills. The opening is a bit extreme, but it's always good news that none of the players will be eliminated in the future. As for the hour-long nighttime joint hunt, if you win 3 games in one night, you can redeem 30 points. It's always a good way to add some sources of points to some countries with endangered scores. But a joint hunt? What the hell is this? The joint hunt won't eliminate players, and losing won't affect the points. Elderly spoke thoughtfully from the side. This is one of the few opportunities for everyone to practice. It used to be that people were afraid to use unfamiliar characters in their amateurs except for the initial attempt. Now there's always one more chance to practice. Chenka didn't think that there was actually even a joint hunt now. There are 2 regulators in the joint hunt and no duplicate roles can be selected. Regulators can communicate with each other using the system's own shortcut speeches, and each can carry one type of handheld to use in conjunction with their own skills. There are 8 seekers who can carry 2 different handhelds at the same time. Survivors need to be hit 3 times before they fall to the ground. There are 11 machines randomly sprung on the map, 7 of which need to be deciphered by the survivor in order to open the door to escape. Chenka listened to the rules, and it was really a joint hunt, but it's not the same as in the previous life, where a single person would be a match. This side is the same as the usual matchmaking. If you are matched with a regulation, 1 person is out, and if you are matched with a survivalist, 4 people are out in the country. For each game of the joint hunt, 4 countries participate together. By the way, I also received an item during the day, thinking to show it to you when you come out, Elderly said and moved the box he had just received over. There was no need for him to care too much about the joint hunt since it wouldn't be eliminated. It feels like the joint hunt is appearing like a training session. Chenko looked at the box he handed him. The black wooden box was carved with many mysterious patterns. He gently opened the lid upwards. Only just opened a crack. He saw the dazzling treasure inside. Someone from above sent it to me, saying it was a gift from the manor owner. Elderly explained the origin of this item from the side. Chenka swallowed a saliva. It is really a treasure. He'd always been a bit bitter. If only there were skins, but there weren't any skins in the mall either. Just some moves. The moment he saw Jumbo, he had instant clarity. No way. This is a reward for playing 3 games on your own yesterday? Elderly, is this for me? Chenko rubbed his hands together. Definitely give you this thing are relying on you to get. We have checked. It should not be dangerous. Just do not know what this thing is. Li Dichang shook his head. They have studied for a long time. Did not study out what this thing is. It's not clear what this thing actually does. Chenka's mind moved, feeling the guidance of the treasure to his consciousness. His thoughts were guided, and the radiant treasure in front of him was slowly opened. A blue light flashed by, and Chenko only felt a little speechless. Blue skins. Well, at least it's the first country to win a Jumbo in 3 games, so don't reward it? With a flash of blue light, Jumbo had disappeared from his spot. However, the players, felt directly that there was an additional blue skin inside the game warehouse belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Philanthropist, Christmas Elf. Chapter 81, Joint Hunting Mode opens. Chenka looked at this skin and only felt his face black. I don't see any other way to get skins right now, so I guess Jumbo is the only way to open skins. I just don't know what the daily treasures can open. If you want to say there's a highest character in the game, it's inevitably not a novelist, cowboy, striker, hitter, etc. Those characters can only be described as super hung. Not, in terms of characters that can make the regulator red hot. If we have to choose one, that must be the philanthropist. The philanthropist's hair was slightly disheveled and slightly curly, and his beard, which covered his entire face, gave him a scruffy and unruly look. There was also a wisp of a small goat horn-like beard at his chin, which looked quite comical, slightly slim but with an air of agility and cunning, especially since his nose was still red and his body a little dry and thin, making Charity look more like a monkey. Philanthropist's signature prop is the flashlight, which players over here never want to touch again after trying to use it once. After all, wandering around the game with a flashlight feels silly anyhow. Everyone is very confused about this. What is the purpose of this flashlight? Although the overall atmosphere of the maps here was rather eerie, the light wasn't completely dark. There was just a light layer of fog covering the entire manor, making the various maps look a bit hazy. In a dimly lit environment, the highlights are there to tell regulation. Am I here? In this way, the flashlight seems to be of minimal use. At this moment, the crowd in the Dragon Kingdom training room looked at this thing that had opened up to them and collectively fell into a deep daze. They were full of expectations that they would be able to open some rare treasure, or powerful equipment that would be of great help in battle. It turned out to be just a philanthropist-related contraption that looked as if it was merely a skinning of the philanthropist character. Is this a gift from the Lord of the Manor? Li Dicheng originally wanted to directly spit out that this thing should not be of much use, but when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly remembered that Chen Ke seemed to have a special preference for some of the items within the game. He somewhat hesitantly turned his head to look at Chen Ke beside him, only to see Chen Ke's expression was very odd. The look was like he had discovered some rare treasure, and it was like he was holding back some kind of emotion. He twisted his head to look at Chen Ke, who was beside him. How is this thing? Li Dicheng asked cautiously, his eyes fixed on Chen Ke, wanting to see some clues from his expression. Extremely good. Chen Ke smacked his lips. This thing is placed in a philanthropist's skin, and despite being a blue skin, it really is one of the best philanthropist's skins. The role of the philanthropist has a ***** flavor to it, inside and out. What also makes the regulator hate his guts is his taunting antics in the inning. None of the characters' taunting moves involved getting down on the ground and sticking their asses up in the air and wiggling them wildly against the regulation. Not only that, but his mouth would make all sorts of provocative noises, which were like little thorns sticking straight into the regulator's heart, successfully provoking the regulator's anger. Especially the philanthropist look with the red Christmas hat that looks like an eye-catching beacon. He was painted with a clownish red nose that stood out against the bearded face, like a ripe cherry set in the weeds. Then look at what he's wearing. The tight red and green clothes wrapped tightly around his body. The bright color scheme like the brightest decoration on a Christmas tree, but with a strong sense of silliness. The philanthropist in this look takes the word ***** to a whole new level. This role of the philanthropist, is it strong? Elderly couldn't help but ask. He didn't know why Chen Ke had recognized the value of the philanthropist skin so much, because people simply didn't know how to use the philanthropist role nowadays. The map isn't exactly dark, is it? What's wrong with giving a flashlight of sorts? Li Lao spat in a small voice. Of course it's not used to light up the road. The flashlight is definitely used to light up the supervision. Chen Ke quickly explained. Many munchkins in their previous life were also confused when they started using the philanthropist. What's the flashlight for? Shine supervision? Several teammates asked in unison. Just want to ask who dares to shine the supervision. And think of Chen Ke. This kid may really be in the face of the supervision. Take a flashlight to turn on the light to stab the supervision of the eyes. Joint hunt at night. Have a chance to demonstrate it to everyone. Since the joint hunt wouldn't be eliminated, it was possible to play a little bolder. Why do I feel like you're going to get doubled? Jiang Bai listened to Chen Ke said to demonstrate. Even if she is unlikely to be Chen Ke's teammate, but also cannot help but for supervision pinched a cold sweat. Nonsense. When the time comes you pick a philanthropist to join me. Ha, don't you want to learn to sneak ghosts? Don't worry. You pick a philanthropist, supervision will not catch anyone else before catching you dead. Chen Ke said nonchalantly. What better than a philanthropist to get regulation to abandon everyone to catch one dead? It's not that bad, is it? Jiang Bai was a little apprehensive in his heart, always feeling like it was some kind of trap. If you don't believe me, just try it. And then even if Zhongli is beside himself with crazy OB, the regulation won't pay any attention to him until he knocks down the philanthropist. I'm not hitting me even when I'm around? Belle was disbelieving. Hey, cheer up. Learn to sneak ghost. You have to learn to put pressure on yourself. Chen Ke vigorously patted her shoulder. Okay. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth. Since Chen Ke had said so, he really had to learn to put some pressure on himself. Remember, when the time comes, follow me around and do whatever I do. Chen Ke continued to exhort. Jiang Bai more and more feel Chen Ke a little wrong. She all saw Chen Ke corners of the mouth of the bad smile. Pressure cannot be suppressed. What the hell is he trying to do? At the thought of having treasures, Chenka's thoughts of continuing the game became even stronger. Everyone's side had just smoothed out the rules when they saw a new change in the ring under the name belonging to the Dragon Nation. Matching. The countries that were debating what a joint hunt would be saw the Dragon Kingdom start matching once again. The countries are confused. Don't you guys discuss the knight's tactics? Don't you have any rest? Where are the battle maniacs coming from? Fight. Fight them hard. Since the contestants won't be eliminated now, it's a good time for us to learn from them. Fight him. I hope I get matched with regulation. I'm going to blow up hard with their survivalists. At the same time, a new change occurred under the names of the nations. Matching. Chapter 82, Pre-match Provocation? Sit up and fight directly. This is the first time we've all seen so many countries start entering matches together. Previously, everyone shied away from matching as if it was a flood. And now, the situation has taken a new turn. Although the brutal rule of player elimination is gone for the time being, points are still ruthlessly deducted after losing a match. Once that point falls below -300, the penalty still comes, and the crisis always hangs like a sword of Damocles over the head of every nation. For the players of many countries, playing against the players of the Dragon Kingdom and learning from their experiences became the most important thing. In their weighing, it's hard to win or lose against other countries, and even if they win, they seem to gain very little. Playing against a dragon player, even if you lose, opens a door to growth. No one wanted to play against the dragon players before, but now everyone is vying for the opportunity. Match made. The moment those large words lit up, the entire atmosphere froze for a moment. The message of successful match between Dragon Country and Eagle Country flashed at the same time, and both sides knew their opponents at the same time. Rokoku, Regulator, Eagle Country, Survivor. Looking at this camp distribution, the Eagle Country players immediately jumped out, and at this moment, they simply couldn't suppress the hope in their hearts. Many people on the internet discussed who would win when the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer and the Human Emperor went up against each other, and it seemed to them that the human from the Dragon Kingdom had a better chance of winning. That survivalist in the Dragon Kingdom could be said to have opened up a new way of thinking about sneaking ghosts, and most of the players that Emperor 2 encountered were players who couldn't sneak ghosts but only hid. Strength? Can't see a bit of it. To be honest, we've been studying the technique of sneaking ghosts for a long time, and we had some concerns before, but now it's the right time to experiment with you guys. Emperor Slayer? I don't think so. It's just that none of the survivor camps today can sneak up on ghosts, but whenever we come across someone who can sneak up on them, we'll all realize that the title Emperor Slayer is nothing more than a joke. We still recognize the strength of the human emperor for the time being, but the title of Emperor Slayer is not your turn yet. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, the atmosphere was as depressing as the one before a storm. The crowd looked at the pop-up screen full of remarks issued by the Eagle Country IP, anger burning in their hearts. That one angry face reddened, as if their eyes were going to spit out fire. Chenka sat there quietly, not saying a word, only his face was terribly gloomy, like a dark cloud shrouding it. His gaze was fixed on the provocative words on the pop-up screen, and the chill in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze the screen. This kind of pre-match provocation was not unfamiliar to him. Even in his previous life's gaming experience, he had already encountered it quite a few times. In his previous life, whenever he encountered this kind of pre-game provocation with his regulation, he would have unplugged the charger. Sit up and fight. All regulatory players are like that. Unless they are in a good mood and want to Buddha a handful of cupcakes and have a little fun with the cupcakes. The rest of the time they play very seriously. When provoked, they will even just sit up straight. He was not expecting that under this new rule where the loser would not be eliminated, the Eagle Country player on the opposite side would be so rampant. Next time we survivors regulate each other, I'll make sure to get them hard. Zhongli's face was red with anger. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white from the exertion. Don't these people even think about whose tutorials they watch to learn how to sneak ghosts? Now you're cursing when you drop your bowl? Not asking for everyone's gratitude. They just want to play the game normally and fight for their respective countries. How about I fight? I clowns still fight ferociously. Jiang Bai gritted his teeth, his weak and tiny body letting out a wisp of murderous aura. She was really tempted to get on it herself and give the guys who kept barking a little credit. Wang Ziyu opened his book and silently recorded words on it, but the back of his hand, where he was squeezing the pen, was bruised, showing his inner unrest. He puts up with people mocking him and laughing at him. The only thing that is unacceptable is for them to taunt Shenku. It's okay, I got it. Shenku shook his head. Pre-match taunting. Something he was simply too familiar with. He didn't know if the leaderboards would open later, but since they have all crossed over and are still so far ahead of them in terms of experience, Shenku will certainly not give the title away. Those countries are not wrong about one thing. Shenku opened up. Shenku did open up. Since they think they can skate up, I'll play with them with a regulation they're most familiar with. The corner of Chenku's mouth rose slightly. revealing a meaningful smile. What? Li Dicheng was stunned, realizing that since Chun Ko had been on the field, he had used regulation that those people were not familiar with nor did they understand. He has always believed that Chen Ke's strength lies in utilizing the information gap and catching the other side off guard to win. I did not expect that this time, Chen Ke would choose a regulation that everyone is familiar with, which is really out of his expectation. Red Butterfly has made so many appearances. I'm sure everyone is familiar with it, right? Chen Ke smiled, then resolutely raised his hand. The Dragon Kingdom, Chen Ke, is ready. As soon as the words left his mouth, his consciousness rose into the air like a bird in flight, followed by his figure appearing in the ring. Sitting in a chair on a high platform, he looked at the familiar map. Red Church. Chen Ke consciousness is a little trance. I did not expect it to be a red church. Inside the cramped, narrow room, the 4 seekers had not yet taken their places, and the 4 seats at the long table were still empty. The Eagle Nation contestant didn't wait for a reply from Dragon Nation's Emperor of Slaughter in the pop-up, and the only response he got was an icy ring beep. The Dragon Nation players are already in position, so please have the Eagle Nation get ready as soon as possible. The beep sounded and they were dumbfounded. McCann looked at his own players as they spoke taunting things he could see clearly. He didn't stand in the way, because the players were acting with his authorization. He also wanted to strike a blow at the self-confidence of those players from the Dragon Kingdom, both regulation and survival. Plus, he didn't think that the supervising player from the Dragon Kingdom was particularly strong. The character he's used so far, and the actions he's played, are based on people not being familiar with the character. This time, he was 100% certain that the opposing regulation would once again come up with a regulation that no one knew anything about and win the matchup. Even if he loses, he wants the rest of the country to know there really isn't anything remarkable about Dragon's regulation, and he can't do anything except make a poorly informed shot of everyone unfamiliar with the character. McCann looked at the players at his heels and patted them on the shoulder one by one. Go ahead. Everyone's pretty much learned the ghost slipping maneuver. If he pulls out the familiar regulation, I hope you guys can slip it and pop it. If he comes up with unfamiliar supervision, that's enough to prove our words that the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer is just a waste of space who can fight poorly with information and is not enough to worry about. Chapter 83 Red Butterfly Visits. The opening fight group. Once McCann was accounted for, Eagle Nation's competitors made their way to the ring together. Countless people held their breath as they watched the scene. The Provocation Bureau was something they had truly never seen before. To provoke the Dragon Country player known as Emperor Slayer, this kind of matchup was even more unheard of. For a while they all wondered if the Eagle Country players were really headstrong. You're not afraid of getting ate up for taunting before the game? Looking at the map of the Red Church, Chen Ke still has the same ban as before, Priest and Prophet. It's not that he's afraid of the opposite side picking, it's purely that he's used to banning these two positions. At the sight of this ban, the audience's breathing tightened. Familiar banning, just what's the argument for giving these two characters? It's hard to believe that Emperor 2 is also afraid of these two characters? Joke, what's there to be afraid of? So far have you seen any country play a role with these two characters? I think it should be a casual thing, he banned these two or not. As soon as he struck out I knew it was him up there. The Eagle Country's players were not polite, and they directly banned Shin Ke's Joseph as well as the Witch of Dreams. All the other regulation they felt like they could handle for a bit. These two characters, they really didn't have a clue. Just, what do they pick this round? Hesitant before the match. They instead hesitated in their choice of roles once they entered the matchup. Chen Ke looked at the survivalist who had been slow to choose out his role, and immediately changed his waiting action to visit. This was redeemed for 1 point before he came on. Before the 4 of them could choose any roles, everyone saw the red butterfly who was originally sitting on a chair fluttering up, waving a paper fan in her hand to cover most of her face. In the next second, Red Butterfly took a step towards the table where the survivalist was sitting, moving forward slowly with light and elegant steps. Her posture was like a ghostly flower blooming in the dark night. The hem of her skirt fluttered gently as she moved, like a piece of blood-colored petals blown by the wind, exuding a chilling beauty. Her face wore the trademark geisha makeup, her pale face as delicate as porcelain, yet with an unspeakable eeriness. As she drew closer to the seekers, her movements became lighter and more agile, as if she were dancing through the air. She arched her back slightly and made an elegant curtsy. However, this seemingly polite gesture was particularly eerie at the moment, like a kind of greeting from the dark world that gave people the creeps. The room erupted, seeing regulation appear at the survivalist table for the first time. It was only then that everyone noticed that Dragon's 51 points had become 50 at this point. A little less points. Li Dicheng looked at the dead silence of the pop-up screen and once again spoke as the commander of the Dragon Kingdom. Strikingly named. This time he was no longer a passerby in disguise. Earlier, We watched the Eagle Country players struggle a bit and seemed to want to know which regulation we would choose. So we redeemed a visit action. With these words, it seemed that McCann could see Li Dechang's smiling but murderous face. All he could feel was a cold shiver down his back. Opening the point store, he quickly found out what visit was. Visiting, when the supervisor player uses the visiting action. The survivor can know in advance who the current supervisor is during the game preparation phase. Almost no one but Rokoku has redeemed the bureau action. They also never imagined that the Dragon Kingdom would exchange visits, and that people were already playing you with open cards. Knowing the supervisory choices ahead of time provides the survivor camp with a certain amount of information before the game starts so they can strategize their response ahead of time. McCann watched the red butterfly that fluttered and danced in front of the long table of seekers. A cold sweat secreting at the corners of his forehead. Is the opponent really that strong? So unscrupulous and emboldened? The 4 survivors from the Eagle Kingdom also saw red butterfly at the first opportunity. Compared to their pre-match provocations, this pre-match visit from Dragon Kingdom instantly squashed their arrogant flames. Looking at the red butterfly in front of him, one of them remembered the formation where the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom dry-waisted red butterfly. He tacitly chose the role of a novelist, and the other 2 even more tacitly chose a batsman as well as a striker. The remaining 1 person silently chose to fix the machine. Chenko looked at the lineup in front of him and boarded a cold smile. This lineup, obviously, is the one that hits the group, and picking a novelist? Is this about switching places and slamming the board yourself? Chenko directly points on addictive disorder, trapped beasts, and fast holding. He really didn't expect that in the first game where the rule that players wouldn't be eliminated had just been changed. These people would dare to pick such a hitting lineup. This time, it's really going to it up for you guys. Playing group? Do you understand what I'm saying? These people know how to pick a lawyer. Ha! If the 4th person chooses another OB position, Chenko really thinks that the National Service cipher machine will open it by itself. He thought about it and didn't bring Golden Body, but still brought Flash ready to take the tempo. It's all with the addictive disorder trap, and the stun time isn't all that long. The one who elected the novelist was also a little apprehensive in the bottom of his heart, and his mind kept recalling the scene in which the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom beat up Red Butterfly. You can do it yourself. Smash a board and almost the book sucks in half. One more sucker would have smashed the second board in no time. The thought that the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer would soon have to be mixed doubles by them was incredibly exciting to think about. Looking at his teammates, the role of striker and batsman, seeing the 2 characters his teammates chose, he instantly smiled. The reason why they chose these roles was thanks to the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have known that there were so many roles to fight and supervise. We used to put up with it. Now it's finally our turn to attack. Didn't pick antique dealers because, well, antique dealers have sticks they haven't figured out yet. To this day, I don't understand why in the hands of the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, the stopgap was able to last so long. And in the last game in the hands of San, that stopgap was gone in an instant. Just as he was thinking, the consciousness of the 5 had appeared in the red church. Chenko looked at his birth point, the right side of the red carpet. He didn't hesitate and headed straight for the big push. At this point, both the center push and the small push will swipe people. A butterfly thrown toward the center pushes the wall into place. The sound of red butterflies flying came through the air. Shoo! The lawyer had just opened the map, ready to see where red butterfly was, when he saw a red shadow flying directly toward him. The other side didn't search the spots progressively or line up position by position. He came straight at me, like he knew there was someone over here. The lawyer put down the map in his hand and ran towards the distance without any hesitation. Next to him is the novelist. Watching the red butterfly novelist who has landed also bravely stood out. Chenko saw the fleeting white suit from afar. Chenko couldn't help but laugh. Well, 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 well. Chapter 84, Are you going to switch places and smash the boards too? Beside the novelist is the fleeting figure of the lawyer. Chenko saw the lawyer quietly turn a corner and hurry toward the distant cipher machine. Seeing that the novelist had decided to take the blame for slipping the ghost, the lawyer decisively seized the opportunity so that the novelist could make the most of it. Chenko just glanced faintly, and then firmly memorized the direction in which the lawyer left. In front of him is the novelist. At this moment, the novelist was standing firmly under the board, and the look was as if he was trying to recreate the scene of the novelist versus the red butterfly in that classic match in the Dragon Kingdom. Opponent potential to change position to smash the board. Chenko, as long as the approach will immediately change position. Chenko looked at the lawyer who gradually ran away, and then turned his gaze to the novelist in front of him who stood emboldened under the board, and his confident look made Chenko couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a slightly mocking smile. The opponent only remembers the trick of switching positions to be able to smash the board, but doesn't recognize that while there is a moment of stiffness in supervision after switching positions, it is only a moment. If the novelist is too far away from the board to regulate leaving the board's range, he won't even have time to turn around and smash the board. Chenku did not hesitate and walked towards the novelist, who was standing 10 meters away, which was just the limit distance for the novelist to change places. The novelist watched the approaching red butterfly and pressed his heartbeat harder and harder, the purple mood beating harder and harder within his chest. At this moment, everything in the novelist's world disappeared, leaving only the sound of a poofing heartbeat and the ever-approaching red butterfly in front of him. He didn't think he'd be able to bash regulatory heads in his lifetime. Thinking of the way the audience fought and screamed earlier when they saw the Dragon Emperor switching and smashing the board audience, his thoughts lifted a bit. Now, everyone's watching, right? Smash it yourself. Chenku looked at the white light that flooded his body, and the novelist in the center of the board wearing a monocle and a white suit already had a book spread out in the palm of his hand. White ribbons of light began to wrap themselves around the novelist, and in just a moment, the two sides were done switching places. That's fine. Let's just try it out for ourselves. Does this novelist come with the mega strength, talent, playing red butterfly? It's all about the head iron. The spectators watching the match were more nervous at this point than the survivors being matched. Seeing that look on the novelist's face, it's almost exactly like the human emperor in that game. The Eagle Kingdom seems to have truly learned the essence of the human emperor. Do you guys think that the Dragon Kingdom is lifting a stone to smash its own feet? The human emperor has displayed so many techniques, but in the end, he has used them on his own supervision. I think the Dragon Kingdom's regulation must have countermeasures. People must have discussed it internally, so let's not worry about it. It's as if you blind warriors have forgotten the blind girl incident. Just as the audience was enthusiastically discussing the development of the situation one after another, the novelist who had already succeeded in switching places, with a gleam of excitement and anticipation in his eyes, couldn't wait to turn around and darted towards the red butterfly behind him. His mind was filled with confidence, as if he had already seen the wonderful moment when he managed to smash the board, and his mouth kept chanting, "Cover the board! Cover the board!" However, as he ran towards red butterfly, the sight in front of him instantly dumbfounded him. He was shocked to find that instead of standing obediently under the board, the red butterfly was ready to walk out from the center of the board. At this moment, the novelist was directly confused. His heart was filled with doubts and incomprehension. Why was his use of novelist different from the use of novelist by the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? He clearly remembered the scene when he watched the matchup. After the Dragon Emperor switched positions, the regulation in the board was too late to make any moves, and could only be obediently smashed into the board. How is it that when it comes to yourself, the regulation inside can start acting so calmly? Chenku looked at the novelist running toward him in front of him. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and his raised fan had already begun to build up its strength. Snap dash! The sound of the center knife was crisp and loud. Bang! The sound of the middle knife and the cover plate sounded one after the other, and the novelist ate a knife and covered his buttocks to quickly cover the plate down, just covering half of Chenku's body. At this moment, the red butterfly, the moment she was covered by the board, her body gave a slight lurch, and that originally elegant stance also looked a bit lousy. Her skirt was lifted up by the board and her hair was a little disheveled. The red butterfly is struggling angrily, and Chenku was calculating the time to smash the board. A little over 3 seconds. After making a rough calculation in his heart, Chenku knew that the other party did not carry giant power. The stun time is different for each regulation. Some longer, some shorter. There are players' statistics. Red butterfly was smashed, board stun length is 3.72s. If you carry 3 giant power to increase the stun length of 20%, how to count is 4.5s. Manual calculation. Counting is close to 5s. The novelist ran off in a huff towards the distance, not even thinking that he would eat the knife himself while he covered the board. In doing so, it completely shattered his plan to sneak up on the ghost. He looked at his already depleted props. What about the second book? How come the second book hasn't started building up yet? I shouldn't. Chenku did not step off this board. The novelist turned his head and ran toward the center push. It seems that the other side is determined to continue to cover the board. The novelist's feet ran towards the center push. There were no boards for him to utilize on the small push side, and only on the center push side were there plenty of boards for him to easily cover. He would have wanted to be like the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, smashing the board and looking at the regulation provocatively from the side. But this time, when he ate the knife and was in a hurry, he simply forgot about it. The audience also sighed as they watched Chenku being covered, slamming the board for blood. This board is losing money. It's only been a short while since the batsman and striker have just touched the machine, let alone the batsmen and the strikers. The cryptographs that the lawyers have broken have only just begun. The novelist standing behind the wall of the center push had been completely confused, because he didn't see his props growing, and the second book was slow to renew. With his heart beating very strongly, he was able to see the red butterfly right behind the wall. This side of the wall was jagged, and he could vaguely see the red butterfly's fluttering figure. Chenka looked at the novelist in a white suit behind the wall, and he couldn't help but smile. This wall, even if you don't have to fly through the wall, it is possible to look at throwing butterflies and fly straight through. The novelist stood just behind the board as he tried to steady his somewhat paralyzed mind. He kept telling himself that he had just missed. As long as he stabilized his mind, he must still be able to steadily hold red butterfly, smash the boards, switch positions, and pick up butterflies to pull points once you've used up all the boards on this side of the board, and turn back and break the fly if the red butterfly wants to fly. He had organized his thoughts on ghost slipping clearly. Come on, red butterfly, eat me. Chapter 85, Flying Through the Wall. Flying on the back. Does Hawk Sauce see it? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly saw a butterfly cross the wall without warning and land right on top of him. He froze for a moment, before he could come back to his senses to think about why this butterfly had appeared so abruptly by his side, and even hesitated to pick this butterfly up and let the red butterfly taste the taste of broken flight. A crimson shadow then appeared beside him as suddenly as a ghost. Splat! Only a crisp ring was heard, and he watched in horror as red butterfly instantly traveled through the wall, that raised fan falling at a very fast speed. It was too late to move, and with the sound of a knife being eaten, the novelist's body lost its balance and fell straight to his knees. The novelist was straight up confused about this red butterfly. After red butterfly swung out a knife, her fingers flicked over the body of the knife, and then tilted her head back to lick the blood from her fingertips. The action looked bloodthirsty and cruel. How to come over? But the board? He knew that red butterfly could utilize butterflies to fly, but he had never seen anyone who could use the skill, Sakura birth and death, in such an extraordinary manner, as if it had broken through the limitations of space and instantly arrived in front of him. Chenka looked at the novelist who had fallen to the ground and calmly noted the shaking of the motor. Seeing only that the three motors were shaking, which indicated that the two super hum OB bits had not come over to interfere, he quickly picked the man up and headed in the direction of the previous attorney, the lawyer in the distance. The moment the novelist fell to the ground, the hand fixing the machine froze completely. He could clearly feel his heart beating more and more strongly and nervously opened the map. Then he saw red butterfly leading novelist towards him. The novelist on the balloon was still struggling, sliding his arms and legs haphazardly in an attempt to break free of the red butterfly. Seeing this, the lawyer hurriedly put down the cryptograph in his hand and ran towards the location of the red carpet without hesitation. He looked behind him at the novelist pressed into the chair of ecstasy next to the cipher machine, and a wave of hate welled up in him. It's a novelist you're using. Rokoku uses the novelist to beat red butterfly to death. What about you? And they also saw the message, novelist smashboard hits regulator, and weren't that happy about it. Because the novelist was missing half of his blood while smashing the board was a loss. They had the general idea sorted out by now, and slipping the ghost was to buy time for their teammates who were fixing the machine. You can eat the knife or fall to the ground, but the whole point of slipping ghosts is to delay the speed of eating the knife off. So quick to fall to the ground. Is it that after taking one cut you wait for the opposite side to finish wiping the knife and then you take the second cut? Hooking the novelist up to the chair at the big push, he saw the lawyer running straight toward the cemetery, with no intention of saving the novelist. After thinking about it and throwing a butterfly a short distance toward the front of the chair, he threw another butterfly in the path ahead of the lawyer's escape. The lawyer was in a state of confusion when he saw this. He can't slip ghosts. Before the game started, they had roughly discussed who on the team would sneak the ghosts and who would fix the machine. In the end it was the novelist who took over the burden of slipping the ghost. Now, the cryptograph hasn't even been repaired much. The novelist is on the ground, and the red butterfly doesn't even guard the chair, so she comes straight after herself. So what should she do? The lawyer looked at the butterflies in front of him, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and ran straight to catch the butterfly. All the way there he was frantically turning back, not wanting the red butterfly to fly over. Along the way, his heart thumped so hard and he was so nervous he could almost hear his own heartbeat. It was just that red butterfly's movement speed was also very fast, and within a few moments, red butterfly was already not far behind him. From the red carpet to the cemetery, there was a large clearing in between, and he didn't dare pass through that clearing without any boards or buildings. He remembered the scene where the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom and red butterfly were playing at the short board, and immediately stopped himself and stood on the side of the board next to the red carpet. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, it's a young scheme. You can't fly if you're watching yourself. You have to cross the boards and you're going to get smashed. The lawyer thought very clearly. Even if he ate the knife, he had to smash the red butterfly aboard. He wanted to let the red butterfly know that he was not to be messed with. The crowd outside the arena watched the familiar image. The same short boards, the same seekers with butterflies on them and the confronting red butterflies. It's too familiar. This scene is just too familiar. It feels like the famous scene is being reproduced again. That fly just now was just too mysterious. How did the red butterfly fly through? What do you guys think red butterfly should do this time? The same image, only the two sides of the game have switched. This time it's the unknown survivalist, and on the other side, it's the famous Emperor Slaughter. Chenka looked at the information on the field. While he was chasing the lawyer, a cipher machine had stopped shaking. Not surprisingly, it was one of the other two survivors who had run to save the novelist. Chenka looked at the lawyer in front of him. The other party looked straight at himself, and the red butterfly shyly raised his fan and blocked his appearance. The lawyer stood motionless behind the board. Looking at the red butterfly did not come over. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This trick of the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, it really works well. All it takes is a board staring straight at the regulation to hold it harmless for 10 seconds or so. However, this thought had just risen in his mind, and before he had time to enjoy this moment of peace of mind, a sharp sound of swoosh suddenly sounded in the air. The lawyer's eyes widened in horror, only to see Red Butterfly instantly appear beside him like a ghost, followed by an attack that accurately struck his body. At this moment, the lawyer was directly confused as he looked at his instantly bloodied state in disbelief. Covering his ass, he resumed his run towards the big push. He had seen the striker come over to save Noble home, and at this point he could only hope that the striker would save the day, and like the Dragon Nation's striker, knock out the regulation to give his teammates a bit of room to survive. Chenka looked at the lawyer who ate the knife and ran toward the big push, and for a while some did not understand what he was turning point thinking. After all, the series of actions seemed a bit rushed and chaotic, but he just used his skills now, and there was no way to keep up fast enough to do anything but flat out chase for a short time. The lawyer ran fast, and Chenka followed him and soon saw the striker who was close to the chair. With all three of them together, the big push became chaotic, and the ground was covered in large swaths of bright red, cluttered footprints. The novelist's bloodstain wasn't halfway over, and he quickly extricated the novelist from the chair. Seeing this, the lawyer ran desperately in the direction of the striker as if he had seen a lifeline, as if he wanted to seek refuge in the striker. The striker was not polite, holding the ball and crashing towards Chenku. Chapter 86, The Human Emperor's Steps Are My Last Card. The striker clutched the rugby ball and charged towards Red Butterfly like a brave bull, as if he was going to smash every obstacle in front of him to smithereens. This ball crashed over with such a powerful impact that it picked up a gust of wind and the novelist stationed himself next to it. Three pairs of eyes stared in unison at Red Butterfly, who had been hit by the striker, and all of them had an expectant gleam in their eyes, filled with the hope of seeing Red Butterfly's tragic face as she was hit and covered her head in silence. Chenka saw the striker who crashed over. The angle of this crash is still too straight. The reason the OB position is called the OB position is to be skillful when your teammates need help the most. In most cases, the striker carefully jams his vision after a teammate is down and waits until the moment the regulator draws the balloon before pulling the ball and crashing through. After all, a head-on collision of this kind is something that the regulators can visualize quite well, and there are a lot of ways and means to deal with it. Seeing the striker pulling the ball and crashing in like this, the Dragon Nation crowd couldn't help but clench their fists, a worried and angry look on their faces, some even lowering their heads in an attempt to block out the anger under their eyes. Chan Ku, on the other hand, calmly looked at the striker who was rushing towards him, with a helmet on his head and a rugby ball in his arms, and his target was very clear, the Red Butterfly who was chasing the lawyer. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, Zhongli looks like he has no eyes. Chenku had previously given him a detailed lecture on some of the essentials of the striker, such as how to skillfully card the field of vision to crash the ball, and the need to rotate and pull the ball at the right time to deceive the regulator's golden body. Forward bumping may seem simple, but even if it's a frontal pull, there's a mental and tactical game with the regulator involved in that one. Until now Chenku had not used his own auxiliary skills, and the other party was able to crash so gung-ho even when he wasn't sure if the auxiliary skill was a golden body. Zhongli just wanted to say, there's really no eyes. He didn't think that Chen Ku, who had such an understanding of the game, would be trapped by a tiny striker. The others in the training room also looked seriously at Chen Ku, and they also wanted to see how to break this game without a golden body. Chen Ku threw a butterfly towards the novelist's side not far away. Shasta Birth and Death, CD has been good. Chen Ku, although before the opening of the game with 3 layers of anger, trapped animals, addiction. At this point there are a total of 3 survivors in the vicinity, which can reduce the stun time to a great extent. Rage, the Ironborn trait, increases the regulator's recovery rate after being stunned, dropped by struggling, and controlled by other powers by 10% //15% //20%. Trapped beast, if you are stunned or power controlled and receive this type of effect again within 15s, the recovery speed of this effect is increased by 20%, up to 60%. Addiction disorder, when there are 2/3/4 free acting survivors within 24 meters of one's vicinity, the rate of recovery from powerful controls such as stuns is increased by 15%/20%/25%, and slowing effects are reduced by 10%/15%/20%. Carrying is one thing. Just because you carry doesn't mean you have to take a beating for nothing. With all these talents stacking up, it would only be a matter of moments before the survivalist recovered from the stun if they all came to play in a group. Now the batsman has not come over yet. Chenka thought about it. Also can hide first to surprise the survivalist. Wait until the back hitters want to come along for the ride and show them this little instant sobriety trick. The novelist looked at the butterfly not far away, and after a brief time in the chair, he had realized that he would have to observe the red butterfly in order to reaccumulate his exclusive props. Red butterfly was quite far away from his position. A position where he could see red butterfly and red butterfly could see him, but there was no such thing as the human emperor's head glowing and constantly accumulating props happening. The novelist had stepped to the side and was not in the same line as the striker. The striker held the ball and charged, and before he could hit Shinku, he saw red butterfly raise his hand and send a butterfly toward the front. Shoo! Sakura's voice rang out in the manner. The striker who rushed out directly lunged. He could only watch as the red butterfly as Sakura flew towards his teammate's side. Chenka's butterfly did not throw on the novelist. This position was turned back to break the fly is also too clown. He was still in the first rank, and the first rank flew very slowly, not as overwhelming as the second rank. The novelist looked at the butterflies around him and for a moment could not even think. It wasn't until red butterfly ran up close to him that the novelist saw a white light begin to glow on him and the progress of the book begin to accumulate. It accumulates quickly and not so quickly. He was in a hurry to run away, and as soon as he looked in the direction of his escape he realized that the cumulative progress had stopped. The corner was drilled into the wall next to it, and the progress of the prop book stopped increasing. The novelist's heart immediately wowed. He watched the human emperor fight the red butterfly, only to think that the accumulation of this prop is so simple, until he used it himself, only to realize that it is a difficult thing. He had to keep gazing at the red butterfly front for this prop to accumulate. But how is this going to be watched? He immediately reacted that he needed to continually look back at red butterfly and lock his perspective on her as he slipped away from the ghost. This is the way to renew the book props as fast as possible. The novelist's head was as big as thunder. As soon as he thought of the books that had been renewed out of that inning of the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Are you saying that the novelist was looking at red butterfly head on the entire time? Even backing up when he was running away? When they were watching the battle from the outside, they couldn't sense that novelist was backing up. And everyone thought he was just slipping ghosts as normal, not realizing that while he was running, he was actually keeping his eyes on supervision the whole time. He ran towards the front, always keeping looking back at red butterfly. The progress of the book is pouring in cumulatively. It's just people just slamming into the side of the wall. By the time he turned his view to get into the board next to him, it was too late, and Chenku had already walked up to him. Chenku smiled. The standard reverse crash model. Being unfamiliar with the map is just that. It's just that the scene of the novelist hitting the wall made everyone giggle. Even if he was scared, he wasn't so panicked. Almost didn't laugh out loud. Pre-match provocation I thought how strong? No, it's not like you're going to hit the wall if you're scared anymore. Is it? Can fear really be unconquerable? How much you jumped before the game. How much you clown now. Unaware that the audience was laughing at his clownish behavior. The novelist in the bureau could only watch helplessly as red butterfly swung toward him with a slash from a raised fan. He can't even get into one side of the boards in this position. Even if it goes in there's a good chance it'll be knocked out between not getting off the board. There's simply not enough distance. Right. One has one last trick up one sleeve. Human Emperor steps. Think of the previous novelist happily dodging attacks around red butterfly. Yes, this is his only chance of survival. Chapter 87, 5 ciphers yet to be deciphered? Recalling the dashing manner in which the novelist used by the human emperor of the Dragon Nation earlier had dodged attacks around red butterfly with ease and comfort. This novelist of the Eagle Nation could not help but take a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a chance, trying to walk towards red butterfly's armpit. At this moment, he was fully focused on facing the red butterfly. The progress bar of that prop was growing rapidly. The white light was getting brighter and brighter, and it was almost about to envelop his entire person. A glimmer of hope flared in his heart that if he held on just a little longer, he could finish accumulating the props and then run under the board and recreate that amazing switching and smashing operation. For a moment, he felt like he kind of knew how to interpret the role of the novelist. Seeing the novelist walking towards himself, Chenku instantly gasped and laughed. Can even newcomers who don't know Red Butterfly so well bully Red Butterfly now? He was a spinning stored blade at the novelist. A much-needed technique for dealing with the human emperor's step for a butcher with a short blade like Red Butterfly. A little trick to prevent the seeker from playing human royal steps with themselves and preventing them from red warming by relying on spinning to get the blade air to sweep through as much range as possible. The audience also saw how the novelist stood under the skirt of the Red Butterfly and circled around it. And the first thing they could tell was that he wanted to replicate that wonderful clip of the Dragon Emperor's steps. Awesome! Even against the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer. You dare to show the human Emperor steps. TSK. The Eagle Kingdom is really kind of not putting the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Slayer in their eyes. Even if you hit the wall in a panic yourself, you're still thinking about showing off when the regulation is in your face. Could it be that they really think Emperor 2 is weak? But I don't think so. I really have a pleasing feeling when I look at his Red Butterfly. Snap! A crisp sound of a knife suddenly came out from the manor. And Red Butterfly elegantly brushed her fingers gently over the tip of the knife, and then put her fingers on the tip of her tongue and licked it, in a gesture as if she was enjoying the taste of victory. And at that moment, the novelist had already collapsed at the feet of the Red Butterfly, and he was painfully on his knees, crawling with difficulty little by little, trying to escape. He hadn't even had the chance to perform the human emperor steps once before he was full of anticipation, and he collapsed to the ground under the slash from Red Butterfly. The crowd outside the arena fell silent. They didn't expect him to be able to hold the Red Butterfly sword and the human emperor that way for very long. If he can dodge the knife once, everyone can count him as a success. Now looking at his failure, people did not understand for a moment whether it was because the human emperor's technique was too strong for normal people to use, or whether this person was really too weak to comprehend the essence of the human emperor's steps. Longwa training room crowd. This is the first time they understand the meaning of Chen Ko let them memorize the map. Memorize more than just the general shape of the map, but to be familiar with the various windows, board area, to use a variety of need to reverse observation of the survivor. The survivor's perspective in the game is similar to that of the human eye in reality. There is a field of view limitation, and while it can rotate, it can only look in one direction at a time. This means that looking ahead prevents you from looking behind, and vice versa. Even in the ordinary case where survivors don't need to sneak ghosts by backing up to accumulate prop progress, they must always be on the lookout for the regulator behind them during the usual ghost sneaking process. By observing the distance between the regulator and yourself, you can better plan your actions. For example, to prevent situations such as suffering a shock when you are attacked by a regulator by surprise while going through a window. This series of operations requires extremely precise control of the map and regulator positions, and all of this is based on familiarity with the map. There was a point where they couldn't understand it before. Until now, when they saw the novelist backing up and watching the Red Butterfly itself hit the wall, they understood the mystery of familiarizing themselves with the map. And now, looking at the collapsed novelist, the audience in Dragonland couldn't help but laugh. The human emperor steps were first fought out by the Dragon Kingdom. So what was the point of showing off in front of the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer? Counting clowns? Shenko looked at the novelist who had fallen to the ground, and then glanced at the striker on one side. He had just terminated the prop the moment he pulled the ball out of air, and had just come back from a brief moment of vertigo to see his teammate on the ground. Shenko glanced at the field cipher machine, and sure enough, the batter's cipher machine had stopped vibrating. It looks like the other side is on their way as well. After the contestants wouldn't be eliminated, these guys were significantly bolder. The novelist on the ground was still crawling slowly, but instead of running toward the bottom of the boards, he was crawling toward a position where he could be seen by the forwards, as if he was creating OB opportunities for them. Chenko looked at the novelist crawling on the ground and couldn't help but sneer. Chenko brought Frolic, also known simply as Quick Draw by players, which speeds up the action of drawing a balloon by 20%. Try to hold the novelist on the ground up. At this distance, the striker can react to put him down even if he pulls the ball. Glancing at the nearby chairs, Chenko already had a plan in mind. Just when the striker saved the day, there was no fight for life circle on the novelist. And Chenko doesn't think that this squad won't bring fight for life after watching so many matchups in the Dragon Kingdom. The biggest possibility is to wrestle the hitter. Or, he tried to look for the lawyer. There was no sign of him in his field of vision. Lawyer banned fighting for their lives? It wasn't out of the question, after all. The lawyer was the only being on the team who wasn't afraid of shock and awe. There was no lawyer in view. The lawyer had just snuck off somewhere when he hit the novelist. Chenko observed the field and didn't see any cipher machines shaking. Seeing the field and glancing at the few survivors around him, 5 cipher machines not yet deciphered. Chenko had just picked up the novelist from the ground when the eyeing striker in the distance pulled the ball and rushed over. The moment he just held the balloon, Chenko chose to put it down. Before the striker pulled in a long ball, the novelist's status had already changed from the state of holding balloon to down. Vanguard crashed into Red Butterfly and fell into a brief daze himself. He had expected that novelist must have taken the opportunity to land and escape, but instead he saw that he remained prostrate on the ground. He had just come to his senses and was about to run away when the Red Butterfly beside him followed suit. Splat! A blade fell, and the striker stumbled toward the distance with a hit that accelerated. The eyes of the striker running away were filled with disbelief and confusion. Did the stun resolve so quickly? Why does it always feel like some step is wrong? Chenka looked at the striker that ran away, once again nonchalantly holding up the novelist. This time, the ears did not appear the striker pulling the ball of the broken air swoosh sound. Hanging the novelist on the chair at the entrance of the red church outside the center push, Chenka leapt directly into the air with a departure from spirit shift. The Red Butterfly Michiko light body leaped into the air overlooking the surroundings. Far away, Chenka can see the small room side of the batsman quickly rushed. Chapter 88, Is my lawyer afraid of shock and awe for saving people? The novelist was tied to the chair with a death grip, the red line of blood climbing in a haunting rhythm like the eerie level of slowly rising water. His eyes were filled with tension and anxiety, staring dead at the bloodline as if he could see his fading vitality. The Red Butterfly in front of him had already disappeared, and after getting into the chair, he only saw an illusory shadow flashing, accompanied by a slight click sound. The Red Butterfly in front of him instantly rose to the top of his head. The sound in his ears was like ancient silk being brushed by a breeze, with a mysterious rubbing sensation. Red Butterfly was overhead, the heartbeat in his chest becoming a little weaker, and novelist was in his chair, able to see where his own teammates were going. The striker is touching the lawyer's blood and the batsman is running over for the rescue. Once the lawyer has replenished his blood, the lawyer will rescue with the hitter, with the lawyer saving the day and the hitter protecting the two and drawing hate from the Red Butterfly. The novelist's eyes were filled with helplessness and remorse. The development of this game had completely exceeded his expectations, because according to their pre-game calculations, it was supposed to be him who would slip the ghost first and stall as long as possible for his teammates. They also thought very simply before the game. Switching covers, they have been able to delay for a long time. Then gamble a bit, suck out the second book, continue to switch covers, and repeat this operation. They naively thought that even if there were some mistakes in the middle, as long as they learned the method of the Dragon Emperor slippery Red Butterfly, how could they hold out until the two cryptographs had been deciphered? Sucking books failed. Man Emperor steps also failed. Eagle Country novelist really wants to say that backing up sucks books. It's really hard to dodge a knife in Red Butterfly's armpit, as long as you can delay the two ciphers, and then use the rescue to consume a bit of time. How can we consume until the 4 to 5 ciphers are deciphered? Perhaps because of the inspiration of the Human Emperor match, they are becoming more and more aware of the importance of time. With attrition occurring on the team before the open door battle, the odds will be greatly skewed in favor of the regulatory side. On the first rescue, they saw Supervision leave the chair and the striker get a little closer, just in time to steal the man off. It's not that they don't want to save their lives with wrestling, it's purely that the lawyers carrying the wrestling are being pursued by the Red Butterflies. After reviewing a few of Dragon's exciting games, many countries have realized the importance of fighting for their lives. In the past, they had never thought that 20s of invincibility time was such a rogue thing. Obviously the damage was overflowing. Obviously they were all cut down by a slash, and they were still able to stand and go out through the gate. They didn't choose to let the save bit or OB bit carry the fight for their lives like the squad from Dragonland. Having watched the strikers and batsmen of the Dragons, they have also found that roles such as strikers and batsmen need to be supervised up close and personal in order to be able to use their skills to hit the ball out of the park. Being able to guarantee full condition is the best. After getting someone out, if a striker or hitter is around, it will make it difficult to supervise another teammate who has just gotten out of the chair again and hang on to him. By stalling for time, the remaining teammates will be able to repair the machine quickly without being interrupted, and the pace of code breaking will be faster once the decipherment acceleration begins. Now he's in the chair for the second time. The lawyer was anxiously sending shortcut messages over and over again, with the treatment progress 69%, alert flashing frequently on the screen. A few more seconds of his blood would have been touched up by the striker, and then they would have been in a better position to mount a rescue operation. The batsman had walked quickly to the near point, and he saw from a distance the striking blood-colored swallowtail butterfly next to the chair. There was also the Red Butterfly with disheveled hair and hideous face in the air above his head, and the deadly terror was chilling. The Red Butterfly on top of her head had a red-faced ghostly face, and two long pointed horns were derived from her forehead. Her hands were wide open, and her skirts were spread out in a very weird and beautiful way. The closer the batsman gets, the more he can feel the heartbeat plummeting in his chest. He didn't go over to the rescue, but waited for his lawyer to come over. The batsman couldn't help but glance grudgingly at the novelist in the chair, his displeasure growing. He felt that it was his teammates who were failing the role of the novelist. Obviously such a strong character, Obviously the same opponent. The same novelist versus Red Butterfly. Why did his teammate just go straight down in seconds? For a moment he kinda hated the new rule of contestants not being eliminated. It's better to keep pseudo-people like your own teammates in the manner. The batsman didn't have to wait long. The lawyer's bloodstain was back to health the moment the healing was complete. He hadn't gone far. He had been hiding behind a high wall. And now that the healing was complete he quickly came near the chair. Looking at the red butterfly above his head, the lawyer didn't put it in perspective. Even if Emperor 2 is great, can he stop himself from saving his teammates when he's healthy? In his opinion, Emperor 2 controlled the red butterfly to fly in the air in order to facilitate his observation of the field, the positional information of himself and the striker, and the position of the batsman, so as to facilitate the subsequent pursuit. Other than that, what's the point? You should know that you are using a lawyer, but there is no fear of a shocking presence. He could save with confidence and boldness, eating a solid slash to save his teammates. After saving his teammates, he was able to settle in and leave to fix the machine. Emperor 2's first priority after Novelist was saved must be to knock Novelist down as soon as possible, eliminating him so that their team would be attenuated and would inevitably not come after them. And with the batsman protecting Novelist, it's really not possible to fill up the striker's status after you leave and have him come along to protect Novelist. The big deal is to fix the machine all by yourself. As long as Novelty doesn't get hung up and fly, they'll have plenty of chances this inning. The main thing is that the Novelist is saved by himself and has 20s to fight for his life. During this period, he was just invincible. The lawyer opened his own map and looked at it. 2 were in a light blue color. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 ciphers. The blue ciphers he saw when he opened the map represented that the progress of deciphering these 2 ciphers had reached more than 50%. The batter's cipher machine wasn't finished deciphering, but it definitely wasn't far from it. There appear to be 5 unbroken units on the field, but the total is just over 3. At the thought, his troubled heart became settled again. What they need most right now is time. The lawyer quickly ran towards the chair and couldn't help but smile when he saw the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter King still in the air. All he could say was that although Dragon Supervision knew a lot of tricks, they still didn't know Red Butterfly as well as they did. Doesn't Emperor 2 know that? The speed of the Red Butterfly flying into the sky and then landing again is very slow. She would first flutter and spin around in the air before slowly falling. He was almost to the chair himself, a position where he would have gotten the man out of the way by the time he landed. Hey, still overestimating Emperor 2, but so be it. Chapter 89. I like this chair. Hang this for me. Shank saw the approaching lawyers and the batsman guarding the side. Do these people think they can't guess that wrestling for their lives is on the lawyers? In his previous life, he had seen many characters who carried a fight for their lives, the main one being a surprise. Of course, if the team has a mercenary first mate type of saving bit, the fight must be on them. That doesn't mean that other characters don't carry them either. And there are plenty of cases where a team carries 2 wrestlers. As for Chicken Little, Shenka's mind came back to a live broadcast image of a batsman anchor that he had once watched. In that game, Strike Boy opened with the first chase by the regulator, and the survivors in the match thought the regulator was trying to smother a fight for his life. The survivalist in the game saw at a glance that Supervision wanted to smother a fight for his life. In this chase, only Strike Boy grunted softly in derision. Humph, trying to smother off fighting for my life. Wouldn't think of it, I don't even have one. He'd seen too many of these matchups. He'd seen mercenaries who didn't even bring a fight for their lives. These guys playing this little mind game with themselves? Is it really true that in the past life, he has made himself countless heart attacks against the game of some of the wind and frost experienced in vain? The lawyer had touched close, and he had been a little confused. Red Butterfly is overlooking the whole situation from the top of the head to see the astigmatism? Why don't you come down when you're here? Whatever. Straight to the rescue. Saving someone off with full blood is also a win. Swoosh just as he made his move. The iconic flight sound of the Red Butterfly's Chakra Life and Death came to his ears. The voice only sounded for a brief moment, and immediately afterward, the Red Butterfly quickly fell from the air like a red lightning bolt next to the lawyer, accompanied by a crisp paw. The lawyer looked at his instantly halved state and just grunted lightly. Although he was surprised in his mind how Red Butterfly landed so quickly, he didn't panic. He was also able to take advantage of the gap between Red Butterfly's slashes and wiping his blade after a hit to keep digging people out. That's the lawyer. He quickly reached over, ready to pull down the novelist whose line of blood had reached his forehead. Red Butterfly, who had just finished her blade, didn't hesitate and slashed at him again. 2 knives fell and the lawyer fell straight to the ground. Red Butterfly stood beside the lawyer and raised the fan in her hand with an elegant gesture. Her slender fingers gently brushed the blood on the fan before gently tracing it across the tip of her tongue. The prostrate lawyer on the ground looked in horror at the Red Butterfly in front of him, until he fell to the ground. He didn't understand why Red Butterfly hadn't wiped her knife. He could guarantee that he hadn't made any mistakes in his maneuvering. But that's why Red Butterfly hadn't wiped the knife. The batsman was beside him. His whole body looked confused as he looked at the fallen lawyer. And for once, he didn't blame his teammates, because there was something really wrong with this Red Butterfly. How is it that there is regulation to make 2 cuts in a row? There's definitely something wrong with this Red Butterfly. But now is not the time to think. The novelist's bloodline is nearly overhead and the novelist must be saved. Saving it will give their team a little breathing room. Whether the novelist runs away or Red Butterfly switches to hanging lawyers. By the time he hit it, his breathing had become disorganized. Whether it was the novelist's quick fall to the ground or the lawyer being hit twice in quick succession, it was beyond all of their expectations. Chenka looked at the approaching batsman, and Red Butterfly just folded her hands and held a fan in front of her belly. The batsman took a deep breath as he hit a ball out of the park, a time that was too late for him to build up his strength. And based on his experience with the few batsmen he's had, second serve is a little easier to hit. Knocking Red Butterfly back a short distance, he took advantage of his efforts to move away from the chair to quickly run to prepare to take out the novelist as soon as he could. Chenka looked at the batsman in front of him who was ready to save the day, and he sighed helplessly. The players over here, they're not used to preventing flash shocks yet. It didn't even work to flash yourself. As the batsman fumbled quickly in his chair, there was a duong sound in his ear and a golden mist out of the corner of his eye. Fear shocker. The batsman was silent as he watched the fear shock appear on the panel. Earlier he had wanted to criticize the novelist for falling down in seconds, and then he had wanted to criticize the lawyer for saving a man's life by taking 2 stabs in a row, even though he couldn't find a reason for the lawyer to take 2 stabs in a row either. Now shocked by a flash, he was completely silent. Honest, really honest. The novelist in the chair disappeared in a spiral ascension, leaving only the 3 of them on the field. 2 men fell to the ground and 1 was injured. After knocking the batsman down, Chenka picked him up and threw him to the side so that he could look at the cricket ball on the ground head-on. The batsman looked at Chenka's action suspiciously. He had thought that Chenka was holding him to one side of the chair to hang on, but did not think that Chenka just picked him up and walked a little way and put it down. Not far from his heels was the wicket he had just bowled. Chenka walked up to the fallen batsman, who was also facing his direction. Chenka took on the white cricket ball on the ground and stomped it off. Sure enough, stomping on a hitter's balls in front of him is just the best. The white cricket ball clicked in half and disappeared. A color of pain flashed in the eyes of the batsman who watched his wicket being trampled not far away by. A half-blooded striker was fixing the lawyer's cryptograph. Having thought that with 2 full-strength teammates, the rescue would be a success either way. When he looked up, he saw the flying novelist and 2 of his teammates who were down and crawling. Striker looked at the field. He was slow in fixing the cipher machine, and even the legacy machine that was mending the lawyers wasn't making much progress in deciphering it. Mostly, they went down too fast. So fast that the cryptographs didn't break much. Are you guys really not hypocrites? 5 ciphers unbroken. 2 of his teammates are down and 1 is hang flying. He, himself, is still a half-blood. Vanguard just felt like the sky had completely fallen. After Chenka stepped on the batsman's egg, he led the lawyer up and hung towards the small pushed chair. There was no tinnitus on this side, and he was able to lead the man at ease. After hanging the lawyers he started hanging the hitters. Hanging the batsman, he saw the tinnitus light up once again. Thinking that the striker was planning to take advantage of the opportunity to ram himself against his half-blooded stump, he didn't realize that he just stood there dumbfounded and didn't make a move. Striker took a deep breath. Luckily he wouldn't have been eliminated or he would have really gotten himself killed by these 3. He just wanted Chenka to hang himself up and hurry up and finish. He's going to go out and curse. With that thought in mind, he ran to a chair and stood obediently next to it. Although Chenka was hanging the batsman, the view was always looking at the striker. Seeing it run away frowned suspiciously. After hanging on to the batsman, he quickly followed. At this point the striker stood crouching by an empty chair with his ball in his arms, as if to tell Red Butterfly, "I like this chair. Hang this for me." Chapter 90, okay. You guys should stop fighting. Striker crouched next to his chair, watching his teammate's bloodline rise rapidly. Red Butterfly folded her hands and cupped her fan in front of the small of her back as she simply watched the striker silently. Striker crouched on the ground, almost breathless from the oppressive aura that hung around him. He could clearly feel the heartbeat swelling inside his chest, a heartbeat that sounded like a frantic drumbeat that seemed to rip his heart out with each stroke. Chenka was not polite, and was a fan to the striker. The blow landed, and the crouching striker instantly fell and flew out, squirming slowly towards the chair and dutifully crawling over to it, allowing Chenka to hook him up. Chenka picked up the striker on the ground and looked at this little yellow hair. A trace of complex emotions flashed in his heart. If he had met such a tenacious yet somewhat pathetic striker in his previous life, he might have considered letting him off the hook. Unfortunately, He wanted points more than a handful of Buddhas. Hands cupping the striker's shoulders, Red Butterfly's body rose into the air, pinning the striker firmly to the chair. In an instant, it was as if the mute button had been pressed on the entire manor, plunging it into a dead silence. Only the sound of Red Butterfly's seemingly soft humming and singing echoed in the empty manor. The ring is once again returned to darkness, and for the first time, the survivor reappears in the ring in the midst of a failed matchup. Game settlement in progress. Match points, 80. Escape survivor, 0. Points settlement, Rokoku gets 60 points. The 50 points on the Rococo panel has turned into 110. Before the players from the Eagle Kingdom could feel the joy of the aftermath of the robbery, the 3 survivors heard the angry, furious curses of their teammate, the striker, directly in their ears. His voice was on the verge of shattering the ring. Cypher's 2 losers, 2 people together to save someone, and you're telling me you can't save them? I was fixing the machine, and when I looked up, 2 people were down and 1 was flying, and the sky was falling. I'll leave it to the novelist to fall in seconds. What are you 2 doing to save the day? Vanguard crackles with a burst of output in the ring, the sound carrying from the ring into the ears of all the spectators. The audience listening to the sound stifled their laughter and glanced at the people around them, all able to watch the corners of each other's mouths as they struggled to press down. No, listen to my explanation. There is something wrong with this Red Butterfly. The lawyer hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. He was using a lawyer, and he wasn't afraid of being shocked. So why was this Red Butterfly blaming himself for hitting him twice in a row? I don't know. I gave him a ball away and he still hit me. I don't even know when Red Butterfly's blade got so long. The batsman waved his hand. What about you? Striker tried to suppress his anger. He wouldn't know exactly what had happened until he went back and watched the replay of the operation these 2 had saved. These 2 had given their reasons. What about the novelist? And what's your excuse? Yes, it went down so fast. And we wouldn't be in this state if we hadn't been trying to save you. The batsman and the lawyer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the conversation being tuned out. This game is really too evil. 2 consecutive hits. Doesn't regulation always wipe the knife after every hit? Me? The novelist had been beautifully invisible when he suddenly saw the trio begin a collective crusade against himself. He froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words, and only after a long time did he stammer, "It's really hard for the novelist to. You dare to think that this character would need to run backwards to accumulate a second prop?" The novelist quickly defended himself. Upon hearing this, the audience froze as well. People don't see novelists running backwards. Why do you say that? Running backwards? How backwards? Watching the battle looks normal. That novelist hasn't run backwards either. And the dragon novelist hasn't run backwards either. Is it just you or is it the character? The novelist looked at the pop-up question and let out a sudden sigh of relief. It seemed people really didn't know. Running backwards is to keep your viewpoint on the regulation as you sneak up on the ghost, and continuously watch the regulation in order to accumulate the next prop. The novelist gave a quick description of his game. All I had to do was watch him and I couldn't see the road ahead. And if I couldn't see the road, I just hit the wall. If I don't see him, I won't be able to accumulate props. The novelist couldn't care less now if this information would be shared with people in other countries. It wouldn't be eliminated now. Everyone would know sooner or later. Speaking up earlier would have confirmed his innocence. After all, that's how the character is. If someone else behind you still makes this kind of blunder of their own when they know the character traits of the novelist, then it's really you guys who have the problem, not me. After listening to the novelist's explanation, the audience seems to have come to a realization, so that the role of the novelist seems to be really difficult. Did the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom backtrack? Everyone lowered their heads and slightly reviewed the contents of that round. Images of memories flashed by, and the scene of the human Emperor of the Dragon Nation confronting the Red Butterfly crossed everyone's mind like a walk in the park. Hiss. He really didn't seem to walk in reverse much. He seems to just slap the board down and stand straight across the board looking at the regulation. Yes, his props seem to suck out bright and early like that. The novelist in the ring thought about it too. People just seem to observe the regulation sucking book brightly after they cover the board. In his vision of the game, he himself played so cool. Oh, 0. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and you talk about me, do you? The novelist met the striker who kept talking about himself. You slammed a ball over and ate a cut yourself instead? Chenku was happily watching them bickering from the sidelines, and he didn't rush back to his own consciousness, but rather listened to a few people bickering from the sidelines. Okay, you guys stop fighting, Chenku softly comforted. Only anyone could hear the laughter in his voice that was hard to hide. With those words, the 4 survivalists instantly disappeared from the ring. They were just really too pissed off to react to the fact that regulation was still on the sidelines looking at them funny. Seeing that all 4 of them exited at the same time, Chenku silently sighed and returned to his consciousness as well. Looks like next time you'll have to be sneaky and not talk. The consciousness had just returned, and the Dragon Kingdom's team members all gathered around. Brother Chen, what is that operation? Don't you polish knives? How can you hit 2 slashes at once? And that through the wall. How did you get through it? The training room many preparation for the game players asked. From seeing Chen Ku played those operations, their hearts pricked and scratched. This is definitely not cheating. This is definitely the operation. Oh, you guys are asking about the flying drop blade. Ha! It comes down to knowing a setting. Unrubbing. There is a very brief stiffness when the regulation lands, and the stiffness then resets the time of the previous action. Swinging a blade before it hits the ground, the instant stiffness of the landing clears the wipe time, from which we can hit the second blade. Chapter 91. That wave really wasn't my fault. The falling knife is not only Red Butterfly, a supervisor, who can hit it by flying, but the rest of the supervisors can also hit the falling double knife by the height difference. It's hard to have a direct height difference location next to a chair, but there's one place on every map that has a very stable height difference and must brush chairs. Chen Ku explained to his own teammates. Basement. Ginger White spoke quickly, the map of the basement suddenly coming back to her mind. There was only one way into the basement, or a downward staircase, and as long as she stood on the can above the stairs and waited for the survivor to pass by, she could hit the double blade through the landing. The members of the Dragon Kingdom's preparation for the competition looked at Chen Ku and felt more and more that Chen Ku was very scary. How can you even think of something like removing a knife wipe by landing briefly stiff? As for flying through the wall, this we have to understand the mechanism of the Red Butterfly Shakti. Losing the butterfly vision will break the flight. So the distance as far away the butterfly enters the wall to lose the vision will break the flight. Too far away from the wall there is no way to fly through the wall, but when the distance is close, the butterfly will quickly disappear into the wall again, and there is no time to fly. So you need to be a little bit away from the wall, and follow the butterfly within 0.5 of the appearance of the ghost's head after it is thrown, and you will be able to realize the operation of penetrating the wall. Listening to Chen Ku's explanation, all of them frowned thoughtfully. Fortunately, there will be no more elimination of players now, and there will be an hour of joint hunting at night, so they can practice as much as possible. Zhongli watched as everyone fell into thought without speaking, and he waved his hand. What's all the gibberish about? Let it go. Don't worry too much. Hey, now that there would be no elimination of contestants, he could let go of the game for good. This setup of not eliminating contestants makes him happier than everyone else. It's totally adding to his tolerance. Wang Jiyu looked at Chen Ku in front of him, and now that the players are not eliminated, is there any value for himself in this team? In the past, he was prepared to sacrifice for Chen Ku when necessary. Now, Chen Ku and all of them will not be sacrificed, and at most, they will lose a little bit of points at the end of the game. Score only. With Chen Ku's strength, must not lose too much. Even if he loses, he'll be able to fight back given another chance. In that case, the team is perfectly capable of replacing a more powerful candidate. Unlike the other contestants who were thinking, he slumped in his chair, his eyes full of despondency. Did you not understand it either? Zhongli reached out and poked him in the shoulder. It's too complicated for him to talk about. Don't want to learn. Zhongli waved his hand. All he needed to know was that defense supervision hit the double blade from the top down. No need to think about more. Wang Ziyu didn't answer Zhongli's words. Come on, let's go eat. They're still yakking away about who knows what. Here we go. Zhongli pointed to their squad training room and took Wang Jiyu's shoulder as he walked towards the front. Elderly had already prepared the meal, and they had been waiting for Chen Ku to come back. Today's 3 matches had already been played, and Zhongli rubbed his hands together. He was still kind of looking forward to the joint hunt in the evening. 2 supervisors and 8 survivors? How do you do that? Will Chen Ku be targeted for doubles? Chen Ku glanced at Zhongli who had left as well as Wang Jiyu. Alright, that's pretty much it. These things still need to be comprehended by everyone in sparring. Saying that he patted Jiang Bai's shoulder. Let's go. Time to eat. As soon as he entered the training room, Wang Jiyu sat on one side and glanced at them with some loss without speaking. Really? Gibberish, can you speak a little bit that the 2 of us can understand? He said and patted Wang Jiyu's shoulder. Chen Ku glanced at Wang Jiyu and thought about what Elderly had told him. Okay, let's make it simple. What should we do if we are matched with a survivalist at night? When the time comes, both of us will pick the philanthropist, and then Wang Jiyu will still pick a little girl to hang on me to protect me. Chen Ku quickly distributed the lineup. Ha, I'll go with the philanthropist too. And the bellhop goes with the little girl? No, he picks the striker. Chen Ku hammed and hawed. I don't want anyone to protect me. Jiang Bai slapped the table. It shouldn't be necessary. Chen Ku wanted to laugh when he thought about what he was going to do at night. In his previous life, he watched the philanthropist joint hunting of the brother of the game. Is really learned a lot of things, especially the basement cheat regulation fall down the point, is really 100 times. How about you, guys? Wang Jiyu still wanted to say something, but was pinched by Chen Ko upper and lower mouth skin. Well, hush, words that are not conducive to unity should not be spoken. Wang Jiyu looked at his captured mouth and froze slightly, then obediently nodded. Oh, he tried to say something, his mouth pinched and unable to speak. This kind of behavior of yours, everyone dislikes it. Again like this in the future let you repair 5 machines alone. Chen Ko frowned. How can this kid not read everyone's meaning? Oh, Wang Jiyu shook his head in a hurry. Okay, then you'll have to repair the 5 stations in the future. Chen Ko took a deep breath and released his hand. Wang Jiyu was released from his mouth and panted heavily as he pointed at the rice on the table. I mean if you don't eat, the food will get cold. Chen Ko awkwardly coughed lightly twice, so what he had to say was this that. Wang Jiyu held the bowl, half of his face buried in it. Does what you just said still count? 1 person to repair 5 machines. Wang Jiyu buried his head. What kind of divine welfare is this? Which one I gave you anyway? Zhong Li's eyes flashed with delight. There was actually someone else soliciting the job of repairing the machine. Wang Jiyu lowered his head and shaved his rice. If that's the case, it seems to be pretty good. He really enjoyed fixing the machine. Settle down and fix the machine. Repairing the machine in front of supervision. While the discussion was raging on this side of the dragon training room, McCann had called the 4 contestants to heal. Inside the war room, the 4 sat at the front of the room, with the rest of the players in the back. On the big screen in front of him was a replay of the game that had just been played. They focused on replaying Red Butterfly's maneuver of flying through the wall and landing a double slash and flash to hit shock. What are your thoughts? Now, what's the explanation for your blunder? McCann grimaced. He hadn't been on the field. He'd just watched the video, although no one had even played an action like that before. However, he thought that these players should be prepared for these maneuvers of the Dragon Red Butterfly. How did that hit? You guys? That's how fast he woke up from his vertigo. It's not my fault. This wall can fly over? It's not my fault. No. What the hell is going on with Double Dagger? That wave really wasn't my fault. Flash to hit shock, this who would have thought? It's so far away. Chapter 92, if you're good, go ahead. The screen was still replaying the edited clip of the 4 men getting hit with the knife, and they were going over and over what the segment was because of to eat the knife. There was a brief silence after the 4 finished that dump, then they looked at each other. At the moment when those gazes met, the grudges accumulated within the previous match were like light smoke swept away by a gust of wind, all of them dissipating at this moment. There was a kind of sympathetic understanding in their eyes, and after the failure of this matchup, they had turned into each other as people who truly understood each other's pain. If they really want to use one word to describe the Red Butterfly of the Dragon Kingdom, they only want to say evil. It's really very evil. McCann's harshly accountable voice kept ringing in his ears, a voice that was like a heavy hammer, constantly echoing in the war room. The 4 of them looked at each other with a look that said, brothers, I understand you. This you guys can make so many excuses? A dish is a dish. A dish is an original sin. He was so furious that his face turned red and the veins on his forehead flared up, although the operation played by the other party was indeed a bit beyond their expectations. In his opinion, this was not a reason for their failure, especially that flash shock. Everyone knows about flash, and everyone knows that seekers who eat a knife while interacting with an action will be fear-shocked. Doesn't the combination of the two tell us anything? The 4 listened quietly, their hearts filled with bitterness. Followed by McKeon is still angrily pounding the long table. They turned their heads to look at McKeon, eyes full of aggravation said, boss, the other party is really evil. That Red Butterfly. It's really weird. Do you guys think that Emperor Slaughter of the Dragon Kingdom has really discovered some bugs that aren't known to anyone? All the operation feeling can be explained. Hit 2 slashes in a row, this is always no way to wash, right? McCann snorted as he listened to the speculations of the 4. If in the past you say he is looking for people is psychedelic, to say that he looked for a bug straight after the target is too magical. This point to say everyone recognized that his operation has a problem. After all, no one believes that luck will always be in his favor. Direct find these things with luck simply cannot be explained. But now, if he dares to openly play such an operation while stabilizing the winning game, then it means that there is not the slightest problem with this operation. McCann hummed lightly. There were some things that one could know the principle clearly if they tried it themselves. If there's a problem, there's not even a need for everyone to speak. The Lord of the Manor will naturally punish him. Several people were dumbfounded by McCann's dislike, but they didn't know what to say. It just seems that McCann is a spring commander with no practice, only theory, because now they're looking at the replay of the game and their thoughts are clear. But that's no reason for him to blame everyone. It's not the first time they've been on the field. Every time they've been on the field before, who hasn't risked life and death to try to break the game? This time, again, they didn't swing for the fences. They didn't know why, but their thoughts were really clear when they watched the video replay, and there was a sense of realization. While in the inning, it was true that the brain was so buzzed from the beating that he lost the ability to think at all. Ha! McCann laughed out softly, with endless mockery. We're all in the same matchup, and the other team is able to have all this understanding of the red butterfly, and there's nothing you guys can do to prevent it? Boss, if you really can't go on a joint hunt at night, don't you just go up and try it yourself? Yeah, it's not like there's any points deducted for the joint hunt, and if you win you can even earn a little back, so if you really think it's easy, then go up there and try it yourself, one of them said boldly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, hoping that McCann would understand their difficulties. Yeah, if you're matched with the Dragon Kingdom on the opposite side, wouldn't you just beat it yourself and be done with it? The four also now wondered if the cause was in themselves or not. Or is the opponent really so powerful that they can't fight it? They expected McCann to experience the despair of being overwhelmed for himself, perhaps the only way to truly understand what they were feeling at this time. McCann's hand paused in its slap on the table at being spoken to in this way by several people. He frowned slightly, a little intent. Yeah, it's not even going to be eliminated now. Wouldn't it be the same if you were on your own? He pondered in his heart that he was going to participate in a joint hunt, which could be different from an ordinary match, and even if he lost, he wouldn't lose any points. There are no direct point penalties for victory or defeat, but it is possible to redeem points for the same number of games x10 based on the number of wins in an hour. If he could win, then this group of unruly players wouldn't be displeased with him in the future. They'll realize that they're not just people who point fingers behind their backs. They're just as capable of taking control on the field. When he reached this point, a flicker of determination flashed in McCann's eyes as he took a deep breath, a cloudy breath escaping his nostrils. All right. Then I'll go across to him in the joint later and show you guys that I understand. For as long as McCann had managed the team, it was safe to say that he had watched the most games against each other. Countless days and nights, he stayed in front of the screen, analyzing every player's operation, every change in the situation. It's also the person who has the most contact with the players in Eagle Country. He has the same responsibilities as Lee Duchesne, managing the players while developing tactics for the players in the preparation phase. He had always thought he had a deep understanding of the game. And now it was time to prove himself. Just like that red butterfly operation. He couldn't understand it, but all he was missing was an opportunity to experiment. With that thought in mind, he picked up Eagle Country's hand sign, straightened up slightly, and spoke straight into the ring. Gentlemen, for the joint hunt at night, can you give me face and let me pair up with the players from the Dragon Kingdom? McCann's statement on the public channel on behalf of the Eagle Kingdom quickly drew the attention of the crowd. The name McCann with the Eagle Nation IP was prominent on the ring's public screen. The name McCann is not new to many people. The kingdoms were preparing for the nightly joint hunt, and this was the first one to come forward and say they wanted to match up against the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as he saw that it was Mackin who was talking about wanting to have another fight with the Dragon player, he immediately guessed the reason. Everyone knew he was pissed off at his own players. It was the first time that even they, the bystanders, had seen a situation where two full statuses couldn't save a single person. Reed's son also saw McCann's words, and saw that his opponent was going to be in the ring, and he glanced at the pop-up with some loss. At this time Chen Ku and others have come out from the squad training room, saw the pop-up words, Chen Ku elbow against Li Lao's arm. Want to also go up to play a little? No need. Elder Li shook his head. If possible. Later. For now. He continues to find every opportunity to play rare, especially after not being eliminated. Going on the field by yourself doesn't make much of a difference at all. He looked at the Macon who had placed the battle post and responded quickly. How would you like to be matched across from us? Chapter 93, he doesn't see himself as a rival, or as a human being. McCann saw this and glanced back at his equally confused crew. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. That's knowledge of the mechanics. As long as the Dragon Kingdom matches first, and then two more countries match at the same time, then we can choose whether to participate or not depending on the situation for the remaining one position. Mackin raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of smugness. Alright, in that case, count me in for the one country that matches early. Zahir of the Bear Country stood up violently, his tall body casting long shadows in the light. He'd been itching for a long time, and was worried about finding an opportunity to drill with the Dragon Squad. Now, this is a rare opportunity. Whether they become teammates or opponents, playing against the Dragon Squad is a great learning opportunity. The other one. I'll do it. Sakura Nation Kojiro followed suit. He had already decided that it didn't matter if he and Dragon Nation were on the same side or not. Their own internal choices are all in the other camp, opposite of the Dragon Kingdom. The corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Couldn't you play him if you were in the same survivalist camp as him? Li Dicheng stared intently at the screen. And when he saw that Sakura Nation Kojiro had indicated that he wanted to match together, his brows furrowed involuntarily, and his two eyebrows looked like two tangled twists. His eyes revealed a hint of sharpness as he saw right through Kojiro's mind that was hidden beneath his words. That mind is as repulsive as a poisonous aura flickering in the darkness. In their plan, Chenko was planning to take Zhang Bai and Wang Jiyu to sneak ghosts, while Zhong Li was to learn OB techniques and gain valuable experience through actual combat. In this case, the other survivor is responsible for the cryptograph. Once the props on them were depleted, sooner or later they would be caught by the regulators and it would only be a matter of time before they fell to the ground. Once the props on your body are depleted, sooner or later you will fall to the ground. Chen Ku himself said, all the props and means that the survivor has, essentially is for teammates to fight for the time to repair the machine. As long as you can continue to slow down the speed of their own collapse, that is considered a success. Being able to sneak through is naturally remarkable, but doing your best to hold off the regulator and create opportunities for your teammates is equally commendable. So when he saw that Little Day was planning to match them all together, a nameless fire welled up in his heart, and he was really upset. It doesn't matter. It's really not possible for Wang Jiyu to fix the machine himself. Chen Ke did not care. It's okay for Wang Jiyu to go and fix the machine by himself. Matchmaking matchup camps are randomized, which they have no way of deciding. Really? Li Dicheng looked at Chen Ke suspiciously. That's too regulation. He couldn't even begin to think about how one seeker was going to hold two supervisors. Why not? Even if there is no slip through will not be eliminated. Well, Chen Ke he smile. If it is successful, that Jianghu will be all belong to my legend. After hearing Chen Ke's words, Li Dicheng suddenly came to a realization. Failure is not shameful. Even if Chen Ke fails and falls to the ground, then everyone will feel that it is deserved, because in everyone's opinion, a person absolutely cannot resist the simultaneous pursuit of two supervision. But if it works, he shuddered to think how strong a psychological pressure this event would put on the nations. In the future matchups, all the regulators were afraid that they wouldn't even have the heart to fight once they thought of the scene where he slipped and exploded two regulators. Can you really do it on your own when two supervisors can't beat you? This will be psychological warfare at its finest. If you win, you are invincible, and if you lose, you won't be criticized by anyone. Li Dicheng looked at the three countries that had already confirmed their participation in the match and were all waiting for Longwa's reply. He simply replied back with two words. Yes. The word yes seemed so breezy here, as if the other side wasn't taking the matchup seriously. Then will your country's Emperor of Man or Emperor of Slaughter be on the field? McCann frowned. If the opponent's Emperor of Slaughter or Emperor of Man didn't come on, this agreed upon simultaneous match would be meaningless at all. Naturally, Li Dicheng clenched his fists tightly as he felt his blood boiling. He really wanted to shout out. This breezy and powerful stance, this feeling of being in control of the whole situation, was really too good. Be at ease with your heart and ignore everything. Cool. Is this what it feels like when a lion looks down on an ant? Kojiro, either you focus on your fight or you get the hell out of here and don't disrupt my normal game. McCann said this to his little brother Sakura Goku. He was there to demonstrate to his own team this time, and didn't want to achieve an ignominious victory because of Sakura Nation. Don't worry, we'll be sure to play the game normally. Inside Sakura Nation's training room, Kojiro lowered his head to hide the gloom under his eyes. That's what they say, but who wouldn't be an actor? No need. Just have fun everyone. Li Dicheng replied indifferently. His words seemed ordinary, but they had an invisible dominance. At these words, Bear Country Zahir also drew a breath. This statement simply didn't put Sakura Nation in the eye. Dragon Nation's meaning is clear. I'm invincible. Feel free to do as you please. Some countries had wanted to join in the fun and were planning to match with them, but now that they saw the words of the Dragon Kingdom, they were instantly dissuaded. Each of the three countries had their own thoughts. Some wanted to get back their face. Some wanted to practice a little bit with the dragon players, and one if they were in the same camp as the dragon purely wanted to play the dragon. There's no point in going up by yourself in this kind of matchup. It's not as enjoyable as watching the battle. This kind of shura. Naturally, you have to watch the battle to see it. They all shuddered to think of the sparks that would rub off when three countries with their own agendas came together in one game. Inside the training room of the Eagle Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom team members looked at the blue and purple-faced McCann. One by one, they did not say anything. They knew McCann as a person, and now their lungs must be almost bursting with anger. Very well, I hope you guys can say the same at the end of the joint hunt. McCann grunted lightly. He hadn't expected that bastard Li Dicheng to be so dismissive of himself. I'm actually looking forward to becoming a supervisor myself and you guys becoming survivalists. You're survivalists. They have a little bit of strength, but your supervision, it's a real no-no. When these words came out, Li Dicheng's face became odd. When will this kid McCann realized that the master and the rookie in his mind are the same person. Doesn't it exist in his perception to regulate survivalist duelists? Feel free. Li Decheng continued to reply. Looking at those three light words, McCann really blew a gasket this time. He doesn't think of himself as an opponent. He doesn't think of himself as a human being. If he's supervised at night, he must give the dragon's survivor a dry scrapping. Definitely. If it is survival, waiting for him after a few times of actual combat sooner or later, he will give them a dry scrapping. He himself is just inexperienced for his first time on the field. Chapter 94. The last time I was this cheap, or the last time. The night was falling fast, and unlike the old days of frantically reviewing and watching replays in the training room, this time everyone was looking at the ring in the void. Raising his eyes, Rokoku was indeed the first to join the queue match, not flinching one bit from what had happened during the day. Just after joining the queue, the camp assigned to the Dragon Kingdom was displayed under the name of the Dragon Kingdom. Survivor, Sakura-kuni Kojiro followed suit as he was the second to join the queue to match, only to be assigned to go across the room, and Sakura-kuni frowned when he saw the word supervision. He didn't really want to be in the regulation camp, he preferred to be in the survival camp, on the same team as the dragons, joining forces with the other regulation to have an inside track. McCann's heart followed as he watched Sakura Nation assigned to the supervisory camp, which left his probability of being a supervisor at half. He wasn't upset about Sakura-kuni becoming his supervisory teammate. 1. Because in his opinion the other party's strength was okay, and secondly, and more mainly, Sakura Nation obeyed. The fact that he was on the same team as himself would also put an end to him inverting his camp in dragon survival and making others feel that his victory came in a dishonorable manner. Good. Now it's my turn. Zahir hammed and hawed while entering the queue. He's pretty happy in either camp. Having had a small deal with the Dragon Kingdom before, they had picked up a great bargain now that the players were no longer counted for elimination. Once upon a time, in order to survive, now it had become a matter of paying a little bit of points to find a strong person for a single practice session, which was a very cost-effective deal any way you looked at it. Before, they wanted the Dragon Kingdom to let at least one person go, but now it would be if the Dragon Kingdom captured them all. McCann looked nervously at Zahir, the latest to enter the queue. What camp he was assigned to had a direct bearing on whether or not he would participate in this match. Survivor, after seeing this camp assignment, Zahir had some mixed feelings. He wanted to be on the same team as the dragons, but also on the opposite side of the dragons. Okay, my turn. A gleeful look flashed under McCann's eyes as he figured out what regulation he was using. He's going to use a deer head. There have been state regs that have used the deer head character in the past, and it's safe to say that that hook works very well, and as long as you see a survivalist, you can pretty much just hook them over, and as long as you see a survivalist, that survivalist is basically out of the picture. Still need to play with the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom across the board? Doesn't exist. A hook over. He'll have to come over and sit for himself through the window. As for that clip, in McCann's eyes, Deerhead was perfect for the role, except for the trap. Previously, you couldn't find anyone to give the Deerhead hooker an advantage that he couldn't use. Being able to look at tinnitus now, as well as survivalists like Rokoku who regulate slithering ghosts straight on, the hook can be very useful. Instead, it's this trap thing. In the eyes of the regulation of all countries seem very chicken, because this looks like a trap, and cannot be active, but only let the survivalist passively step on the top of the clip. They've tried placing it in a certain position and waiting for the seeker to take the bait, but it's hard to get the seeker to act in the position they envisioned, whether it's a large map or a small one. It's hard to clip a guy after maybe a lot of clips placed throughout an inning. Others have thought about hanging the person after they find them, placing a clamp next to the chair, and leaving the chair themselves to seduce the survivalist into coming to the rescue and letting him or her have a foot in the door. However, after hooking up the survivalist to the chair, I realized that you can't even place a trap next to a chair that already has a survivalist hooked up. Some people have also tried putting traps next to the chair before hanging the person. Who knows that after hanging the person, all the traps next to the original chair will be cleared by the system. Apparently, this system also knows what a buggy thing it is to place a trap next to a hanging person's chair. But not this time. McCann grunted softly. 8 seekers in all. The same map. Twice as many as before. It's going to pinch someone anyhow. Within the rules of the joint hunt, there is no replacement of maps. Only a restriction that the joint hunt can only be held within a few maps. Memories of Leo. Lakeview Village. Moon River Park. Yongmyeon Township. Even the regulation is limited. And things like Joseph and the Dream Witch, the best of the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Kings, can't be used. At the sight of this rule, they really had a feeling of great joy. Without such a powerful regulation, how can you dragon regulation fight? Players from each country have a few minutes to prepare and assign their teams to play on the field. Don't have a psychological burden. Two supervisors? We just get caught and no one will say anything. Li Laosheng was afraid that Chen could put too much pressure on himself, and persuaded from the side. He knows that the pressure of this game is huge, especially Chen Ku. As the core character, the psychological pressure he endured may be unimaginable to ordinary people. Don't worry, I'll come down to carry the knife when it's appropriate, Wang Jiyu said to Li Dicheng, signaling that he would properly protect Chen Ku. I really have one thing. Chen Ku scratched his head again in embarrassment. Previously, only the fireworks were redeemed along with the taunting action, which was imperfect for the philanthropist. He also wanted charities, dance, shout, lie down. Philanthropist's provocation is a possessed turn around and make a face and slap his ass move. And dancing is a constant rhythm that allows you to run while holding your hands over your block and scrunching your neck, which lying on the ground is even more batch, said lying on the ground, but for the philanthropist is not lying on the ground, but lying on the ground pouting buttocks swaying from side to side, and the mouth will also send out a hee strange laugh. Shouting, on the other hand, can be done by epileptically swinging your hands and yelling as you run. You say. Elderly took a deep breath as he looked at Chen Ku, his eyes filled with love. Chen Ku seldom made requests with him, except for the last time he exchanged taunt and burning flame. It is thought that Chen Ku slips two ghosts, also has a strong psychological pressure. I don't know what he was trying to say this time, probably something to make people understand before the game. After all, in the old days, that's what everyone did before they went on the field, telling everyone they would try their best and hoping they would understand if they failed. Chen Ku created an undefeated myth. Psychological pressure is normal. The corners of Li Lao's mouth continued to rise. Chen Ku the stupid boy must not know that everyone never blamed him, even if he failed. I want to change 3 more philanthropist actions. Chen Ku heatedly laughed. The corners of Li Dicheng's mouth that had just been raised instantly froze as he saw the coy and shy smile on Chen Ku's face again. So familiar. The last time I was this cheap or the last time? He couldn't help but have a bad feeling floating in his heart. What exactly did this kid want to do? Long ago to open the permission for you. In the future want to exchange anything. Do not need to ask for instructions. Li Dicheng squarely said. These points are all hit by Chen Ku. From -200 to +110. Spend a little bit of points only. Are all he deserves. Chapter 95. You mean, you picked 2 philanthropists? McCann actually knew very well that he couldn't win against anyone in the Dragon Kingdom in the border gaming department. That man King, in particular, could be perfect in terms of board zone gaming. Since you can't game it, you don't game it. All he has to do is dare to stand across the board, book-sucking or otherwise, and take him away with a straight hook of his own. The character of Deerhead was practically tailor-made to restrain someone like the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Emperor was great, but having seen so many matches himself, he wasn't bad either. He had wanted to use Red Butterfly as well, and he had even pondered why Chen Ku had struck 2 slashes. He noticed that Chen Ku hadn't usually hit the 2-blade maneuver in the chase, and only hit the 2-blade maneuver when he landed after the Red Butterfly flew into the sky. He pondered if there was a connection, but he didn't say so. He had to play this maneuver himself later to show his players that indeed it was just that you guys weren't observing hard enough. You couldn't do it. He didn't pick Red Butterfly for this joint hunt. Red Butterfly throws out butterflies to be picked up by the Seeker's note will break the flight. This game is too many Seekers. He can't put the method of limiting himself into the hands of others. In this game, he had one main target. If the butterflies are picked up by other Seekers pouring about, this is a real addition to the chaos. Chasing with butterflies is really awesome, but too many Seekers can be a pain. So he ended up with, well, a deer head. Next, you will watch and learn. He looked at his own team and grunted coldly, and after reporting that he was ready, his consciousness quickly ascended to the top of the ring. McCann didn't see that all the players in the training room looked at him with sympathetic faces after Eagle Nation drew supervisory status. Against the Dragon Kingdom, there are 2 match results, regulatory and survival. If Rokoku is supervising this game and McCann is assigned to survival, he'll just be called a vegetable if he doesn't play well. When supervising no one would call him a dish, but he was facing off against the Dragon Survivor and everyone would just say he was miserable. This is really tragic. McCann hasn't really been in the ring against the game, and he only gets angry when he sees people getting slammed on the boards. The only way to feel what real blood pressure is to actually go up there and get smashed twice. He only had to be smashed once to know what that feeling of lust tasted like. McCann is in the ring by now, and he slowly sits down in the large chair that oversees it, which gives off an icy aura. He rested one hand on the arm of the chair, feeling the cold touch, and a complex emotion grew in his heart. McCann quickly settled on his choice, Deerhead. Across from him, there was an empty chair that belonged to Sakura Nation. The regulation on the top changed rapidly, as if the man sitting there was inwardly hesitating, as if he didn't know what he should use in this round. A flicker of disdain flashed under McCann's eyes. Now it seemed that the other party was really pulling his leg. However, he quickly relieved himself again. In his opinion, the victory or defeat of this round was not really important, and the number of people he caught was not crucial. As long as you can knock that person down and hang them flying, the round is considered a success. This is a victory on a spiritual level, not a realistic one. Instead of Kojiro getting in the ring, Sakura no Kuni is a supervising player for Sakura no Kuni. He looked at this map of Lakeview Village, the shadows under his eyes obscure. The blind girl's big ship slipped 5 units, which really psyched him up. What role do you choose for yourself? He saw McCann pick the head of the deer, and after some thought he went with the red butterfly he knew best. And if the opposite side was still using the blind lady intending to use that position in the hole to jam the vision, he could also use the red butterfly in the flying sky to poke his head out from the position on the deck of the big ship to see if the Dragon Kingdom's survivor was actually up there or not, and if he was still using the static step to jam the vision tactic. McCann watched as his opponent chose red butterfly and nodded imperceptibly. Red butterfly is a character that is capable of everything except a shorter sword. Red butterfly glanced towards McCann's position. He had wanted to use the fisherwoman, but he was really afraid of pitting McCann here with the fisherwoman. If he pits McCann, maybe Kojiro will let himself be cut up as soon as the match is over. It's like when someone says that Red Butterfly's hometown is Youngmian Town and Fisherwoman's hometown is Lakeview Village. But in the town of eternal sleep, Red Butterfly was blown up by the Dragon Kingdom's survivalists. He was really afraid of getting ate up by the opposite survivor in Lakeview Village with the fisherwoman. It would be really hard for him to take McCann's wrath going out like that. Both of them looked at the same time at the long table belonging to the survivalists. That originally small table had now turned into a table long enough to accommodate 8 people. It is not known who the seekers are, but the seekers have the symbols of each country on their heads. Looking to the 4 survivors with the Dragon Nation logo, their casting was puzzling. 2 philanthropists, a striker, a little girl? The selection of survivors in Bear Country is much more normal. A lawyer and a cheerleader, a mercenary and a doctor, a philanthropist? It took a few seconds for McCann to even recall what the character was. Is that the character who keeps shining a flashlight? Dragon Nation picked 2 more? What's the point of this character? Most of all, how was the philanthropist from the Dragon Kingdom different from the philanthropists they had seen before? The previous philanthropist was all tan, wearing an open-necked white shirt over a brown cardigan. Now this philanthropist in the Dragon Kingdom is wearing a Santa hat, red nose, and a red and green. It's funny how it looks. What's this? The casting of Dragon Nation was also seen by the audience. Like McCann, their eyes were filled with confusion. Hiss, philanthropist. What? Are you scared? What kind of bird character is this? I'm not afraid of the philanthropist. I'm afraid of the Dragon Emperor taking out the philanthropist so that when he plays for effect, everyone will realize that they just didn't play before. Yeah, every time Rokoku comes up with a character that no one is familiar with and doesn't care about, it means you're going to be screwed in this round. But what's the point of a philanthropist anyway? Pick 2? Actually, I'm even more confused as to why the philanthropist's prop is a flashlight. It doesn't fit the character's name at all. Chenku has already prepared. He does not know whether the joint hunting over here is also the same as in the previous life. Can open the microphone to talk. We'll see when it starts. He quickly got ready, and the philanthropist that Ginger White had chosen sat next to him. Chenko asked everyone to meet at the big boat at the first time. Chenko was secretive and strange from before the joint hunt began. The Bear Nation team watched as the Dragon Nation's choices were made, and the Bear Nation crowd began recording the Dragon Nation's character choices from the moment they were cast. From the beginning, they were learning. The 2 philanthropists were already confused when they showed up. How is everyone supposed to learn from this? Chapter 96. If I were a DJ, would you love me? McCann looked at the philanthropist from the Dragon Kingdom, and for some reason, his blood pressure came right up at the sight of the clown with the Santa hat appearance. He didn't even need to guess. He knew that the philanthropist was definitely the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. The only question is who is the real human emperor? The 2 philanthropists. Ha! Macon let out a low laugh that was full of sarcasm. This must be a tactic played by the Dragon Kingdom to try and get another philanthropist to cloud regulatory judgment, to draw fire for the human emperor. McCann's taut spirit slightly relaxed. Facing the Dragon Kingdom human emperor, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't tense, that he wasn't afraid. But seeing that the original human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was also so afraid of himself, his heart relaxed a little. It turned out that the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was not omnipotent. The final countdown to the match begins. As the preparations slowly darken and the crowd grows nervous, everyone also guessed the intention of the Dragon Kingdom. The obvious 2 philanthropists blurred regulatory judgment of the method of the polished emperor. Many viewers from other countries also began to mock. So the human emperor can be afraid too? I thought it was strong? When these words came out, The people of the Dragon Kingdom were furious. Isn't it normal to use tactics? How is it a sign of fear in the eyes of other countries? Trying to fight 2 against 1. You really have the nerve to say we're afraid? Is it wrong that we just want to be fair? The crowd didn't think Dragon Nation was wrong with this tactic. Li Dicheng looked at his own family was said to be stifled audience. He could not help but sneer. If these people knew Chinko had exchanged something before the match, surely would not say so. Everyone did not notice that the Dragon Kingdom lost 3 points. Also, Dragonland has always been growing and winning, and people no longer care how many points Dragonland has, because they are now no longer part of the endangered soon-to-be eliminated population. Li Dicheng took his hand and spoke as the commander of the Dragon Kingdom. I hope everyone will continue to laugh out loud later. Everyone can be completely hardened and always believe in the human emperor, he said to everyone, though he didn't specify who. And those who saw the string of words discerned straight away what he was talking about. The first sentence is about others. The second is about comforting oneself. At this time, Chenko has already stood in the center field human emperor machine. One of the Bear Country runners was born not far from him, and he caught a glimpse of the Christmas-hatted philanthropist, and ran toward him with joy. Whether this is a real human emperor or not, come over and post it first. Although this philanthropist looked odd and made people want to laugh, he was a character used by the Emperor of Man. It's all being videotaped outside, and when he gets home he's going to save the video of the scene, print out every frame, and post it on the wall. These are all group photos. Chenko looked at the lawyer beside him, and he hurriedly ran over to first stand close to Chenko for a few seconds, and then took out the map and looked at it for 2 seconds. Immediately after that, he made a movement forward, and he distinguished between 2 directions and pointed. The survivor uses the action forward, and his or her character extends a finger in one direction. He did it twice, pointing to 2 locations, one near the boat at midfield and one at the lake. Chenko watched his movements and immediately cried and laughed. He could see at a glance that Bear Country, the lawyer, was pointing him to something, to 2 regulatory positions. This kid, it's kind of funny. After doing this, Chenko also tried to see if he could talk to people nearby, concentrate on deciphering. The Emperor of Man. Okay, I'll fix the cryptograph. The lawyer squealed out in excitement. He hadn't expected the human emperor to speak to him. Not true. How to be able to talk within the game. After Chenka simply said that, he ran towards the location of the large ship. The lawyer had just watched Chenka run away when he saw the deer head on one side coming towards him, and the heartbeat inside his chest grew louder and louder. A bite. He ran towards the side, ready to attract targets for the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, preventing deer head from going after the other side. In this way, the regulation of the dragon will definitely remember itself. But the next second, he heard a cover pop from a short distance away. That deer head that had come over from the lake towards him also turned his head towards the human emperor without hesitation and stopped chasing after himself. Looking at Deerhead's purposeful look, the lawyer from Bear Country felt secure for the first time. Unprecedented security. After Chinko clapped his hands, he saw the deer head behind him chasing after him. He didn't hesitate to run towards the big ship. Just as he entered the entrance under the big ship, he saw the downward claustrophobic basement in front of him. Chenko did not hesitate to run toward the second floor, and the deer head behind him kept following. McCann had just come from the lake when he saw the 2 men standing next to the midfield cipher. The 2 men stood together, meeting only briefly before dispersing. He hadn't meant to go after the lawyer. His only target from start to finish was the philanthropist in the Christmas hat. Still, he leaned a few steps toward the lawyer and fled as soon as he was near him. Seeing this, McCann then let out a light laugh. Only such as ran away in fear at the sight of regulation were survivalists of the highest standard. But he only took a step toward the lawyer when the sound of a clapboard bursting into points came from behind him. The philanthropist's intentions are clear. You're ignoring him. You're coming at me. He wasn't sure if the one in front of him was the human emperor at first, but at this point, he was all but certain. This one is. McCann followed without hesitation. But the other man ran towards the interior of the large ship with a flip of the board, and with the obstacles in the way here, he didn't make an easy hook, but just followed in its wake at a quick pace. Soon the philanthropist was out of sight. Macon followed into the large ship. This was no blind girl. He didn't believe the other man could fool himself with the same quiet steps. At the same time that one doesn't know the other's location, the other likewise doesn't know one's location. Only after he followed Chen Ke from the stairs to the second floor, he saw something strange on the deck. He could guarantee that this thing hadn't even been seen before. From the outside, it looks more like a phone booth that appeared in the Middle Ages. Macon frowned. A phone booth? What's with the phone booths? He ignored the phone booth next to him and quickly followed behind Shinko, and before he got close, he heard singing coming from the front. Not the sound effects of the system within the game, but more like the sound of a real person singing. Would you love me if I were DJ? What the hell? Wang Jiyu has listened to Chen Ke's words, and the big ship will make peace. He was the third man to follow behind to the big ship, and he followed Deerhead up the stairs to the second deck with him. He has long seen the Deerhead chasing people in front of him, not only not afraid, but also very anxious to go to Chen Ke's side, wanting to attach himself to him. Even Wang Jiyu didn't realize that his fear of regulation was gone. Chapter 97. It's all empty. Wang Jiyu's feet had just stepped onto the somewhat shabby deck, and his gaze was attracted as if by a magnet, and like Deerhead, he instantly saw the telephone booth that had appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of the stairs. The light of day in Lakeview Village has always been dim and unseen. The phone booth looked as if it had been yanked hard from another time and place in the dull light. Wang Jiyu frowned slightly, and before he had time to think deeply about what the purpose of this strange thing that suddenly appeared on the map was, his eyes subconsciously swept towards the side. There was a huge fishing boat on the edge of Lakeview Village, long since worn out and stranded on the shore. There is a hole at the second floor deck through which you can drop down to the first floor. Such second floor breaches are similar on other maps, and the second floors of Sacred Heart Hospital and Forever Sleep have many holes falling to the first floor. At first, everyone only thought that this was a trap laid out for the survivor, but after Chen Ke used the blind girl's quiet step to use this hole to cleverly slip the jacks to burst, everyone realized that the terrain and the map are all means that the survivor can use. And now, Wang Jiyu rubbed his eyes as he looked towards the one man and one butcher who kept circling around the cave entrance. It's not what you guys are doing. Deerhead was close behind, and Charity in front of him even stopped and waited for him every now and then, watching him strike his blade and then run a step forward to close the distance, allowing Deerhead to miss with a slash. Chen Ke was still using that dancing movement of the philanthropist as he runs. He runs while covering his hands tightly in front of his body. At the same time, his scrawny neck keeps shrinking inward. His head follows the slight shake. The whole body seems to be installed with special springs, and it moves in rhythm with a kind of marvelous rhythm. There was also a real-life singing voice in my ear. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? He instantly recognized that this was Chen Ke's voice. Just how is it that you can suddenly communicate within the game? So, can the supervisor hear Chen Ke's voice? Wang Jiyu did not dwell too much. He always remembered that the character he came here for was possessing Chen Ke. After hanging on to Chen Ke, he will have a lot of time to think. Only to see him run to the vicinity of Chen Ke, the little girl's figure turned into a shadow, and in an instant, a floating little girl doll appeared next to Chen Ke's head. McCann naturally heard Chen Ke's voice. From the moment he approached Chen Ke, he had been able to hear singing coming from the front. He can speak some Chinese and knows what words Chen Ke is singing, but he can't understand what it means at all. It seems like it's just a piece of music with no substance, just very magical to listen to. You cannot communicate and speak within a normal game match, only through in-game quick messages. He was also puzzled as to why the other was able to speak. How come you can talk all of a sudden? McCann was still thinking when he heard another male voice coming from the front. His eyes focused on the little girl next to Charity's head, and it was obvious that it was the little girl who had just asked that question. Didn't the rules say that visitors within a certain distance can use area voice communication? Chen Ke gave him the rules of the joint hunt. The people over here only know the survivor and regulator camps, not realizing that to the lord of the manor, they are just visitors to the manor. The words dawned on McCann then. This rule he had seen at first, but hadn't pondered what it meant that visitors could use area voice communication. That regulation can talk too? Wang Jiyu turned his viewpoint to the lanky Deerhead. He was clad in a worn and rough leather cloak. His arms were as thick as two massive tree trunks, and in his hands he clutched the iconic chains. Probably doesn't want to talk. Chen Ke spoke thoughtfully. Not talking is also one of the hallmarks of Red Wing, and a real defense breaker is not a big argument. McCann listened to them chatting as if no one else was there, and instantly laughed in exasperation as he raised his own chain and began aiming it at the philanthropist at the other end of the cave. Need skills? Wang Jiyu asked nervously, feeling that bouncing the Deerhead away at this point would keep Chen Ke safe. No need. Chen Ke shook his head. The Deerhead's hook. As long as you pay attention to the direction he's facing, it's still pretty good to hide in a big open space. As soon as Chen Ke's words left his mouth, McCann saw Charity stop where she was and start covering her block and shrinking her neck to dance again. For some reason, every time he saw Charity do this comical dance, a nameless fire would rise in his head. Good chance. Seeing the philanthropist dance in place, he made a direct and decisive hook. But who knew that the moment that hook had just been thrown out, Charity just took a few steps towards the side. The hook retracted empty, a hook that drew all the air directly around Charity, just not suffocating her. This is all empty. McCann hadn't thought much of the empty hook, but he really broke his defenses when he heard the little girl speak. Charity said this and he admitted it, as it was something Charity dodged by walking away. But what gives you the right to say that about a pendant? Ah ha ha. McCann didn't wait for Chenku's words. He saw Chenku lying on his back at the entrance of the hole, his back to himself, bucking his ass up and rocking it from side to side against him. There were also strange cries in his ears belonging to Charity. This action of lying on the ground and shaking with her ass in a weird cocked position, coupled with that little girl's question just now, directly made Deerhead lose his mind. Ah! He raised the weapon in his hand and headed for Charity's ass. The blood went to his head, and he thought he had grazed the edge and stepped on the deck. But instead, before he could swing his blade, he had landed on his feet and dropped to the first floor. Ha! Fell. The moment Macon fell, he also heard the little girl's voice, the accent tinged with incredulous amazement. What are you mocking? Chenku watched the Deerhead fall to the first floor, knowing that the other side will come up soon. He grabbed the time to climb to the side of the phone booth and bought a remote control. This position is Gaming Brother's favorite doll spot, placing the doll in the hole and the inner wall against the inside, controlling the doll to crouch and bury its head into the wall. The map of Lakeview Village is dimly colored and the dolls are off-white, so if you don't look closely, it's hard to spot a doll stuck there. Both the Regulator and the Survivor in Persona 5 are considered a solid unit, and the models don't overlap when standing together. Survivors can also protect their teammates and slow down their pursuit through a series of maneuvers such as jamming doors. At this point the doll was crouching there, also a unit. The road is narrow, and the individual survivalist is petite enough to pass from this position when dolls are available. But for a regulation whose individual form is larger than a survivalist, there is only one result of a stuckfoot falling down a flight of stairs. Chapter 98 I'm a midnight DJ, feel my music. McCann had just dropped down to the first floor when he saw another philanthropist with a Christmas hat, and the other stood in the hole in the first floor of the big ship, and seemed to have just come this way. One look at this philanthropist and he was certain that this person was not the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Own the target. It's upstairs. It's the pouting guy upstairs who taunts himself. He ignored the philanthropist and turned toward the second floor. Jiangbai froze and looked at the Deerhead in front of him. The other party didn't even take a shot at himself? She was very sure that she and Chenku were both wearing the exact same skin. Standing together was definitely the same as twins, and no one could recognize them. Is this Deerhead so sure he isn't? Deerhead turned toward the second floor. He did not know why he would be so sure. Maybe to see the first floor of the philanthropist. Realized that he was missing a chi. The feeling was subtle, like the prey was missing its soul. Sure enough, as soon as he ascended to the second floor, he saw that familiar figure. Charity stood a short distance ahead and began to shrink and dance to herself again. Again that music with a very strange rhythm came to his ears. Or was it sung by the man himself? There's not a day in 365 when you can take a vacation. Put on your monitor headphones, I'm the biggest party tonight. I'm a midnight DJ. Feel my music. Happy times are not to be wasted. The first moment he saw this philanthropist, he knew that the philanthropist on the first floor was something short of the philanthropist on the second floor. That's the kind of asterisk that comes out of your bones. It was a provocation to an opponent, a maddening tease. Seeing the craning-necked dancing philanthropist, the other looked at him for a moment as he came over, and then made a quick run around the hole. Macon took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger that had been building up inside him for so long. His clenched fists, knuckles white from the exertion, kept admonishing himself in his mind to keep an even keel before he followed closely behind Charity. Before he went on, he was a little confused as to why they all said he'd be pissed off if he used supervision against Dragon Survivor, and he hadn't even been slammed on the board yet this time. Then he saw the philanthropist waiting for himself on the forward deck, lying on his pouting ass. Ah ha 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 ha. There was also a steady stream of guttural grunts coming from the character of Charity herself in his ears, which were like sharp needles that kept stabbing at his nerves. Wang Jiu, on the other hand, hung on tightly to Chenku, his eyes wide and staring straight at the Deerhead behind him as it passed through the trail where the doll was stuck. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and his mind was both nervous and expectant. Chenku was still lying on the ground and shaking his ass, with no intention of avoiding it at all. Sure enough, in the very next second, he saw the Deerhead's massive figure suddenly lurch to the side, and like a collapsing hill, it fell straight down towards the bottom. Ha! Wang Jiu couldn't help but let out a gasp. Even though Chenku had just explained the principles to him, when he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt incredulous. How regulation that used to make people feel intimidated now feels a bit dodgy. Ginger White had just walked up to the second floor when he saw the Deerhead that had fallen woefully through the hole. She looked with some disbelief at the Chenku, who was lying on his back and wiggling his pouting ass in front of her. Chenku, what the hell did you do? Their perspective has always been locked in this area of Chenku, although it is a god's perspective. But this close observation allows them to watch the situation on this side more clearly. They heard Chinka singing and also heard Chinka saying that people within the area were able to communicate by voice. Naturally also saw Chinka set up a doll placed in the channel that card regulatory foot scene. If I was, I'd be red warm by now. This doll is also too shady. Is Deerhead and Eagle Nation McCann up there? The commander went up and fought like this? I never thought philanthropists could be so cheap. You're wrong about one thing. It's not the philanthropists who are cheap. I think it's the people. Inside the Eagle Nation training room, the Eagle Nation players looked at each other, the knots in their throats rolling as they continued to dry swallow, knowing what they knew about McCann. Now McCann was really pissed off. If maybe before McCann was playing the master shutterbug and not talking to the survivalist, now he was definitely pissed off and pretending he didn't hear Charity singing. Pretend you can't hear me. They have long said don't underestimate the human emperor of the dragon country. There's no telling what this one will crumble into when Macon returns, but this was also going to be, so that Macon would come back and not hold them accountable again for not being able to move. His birthplace was far away, one south and one north of the big ship. Red Butterfly had wanted to grab a few regular Bear Country seekers first, but after realizing that after so many seconds there was no news of Charity's midsword, he decided to go over and check it out for himself as well. He thought it through, giving McCann a chance to show off first, and if the other man could catch Charity, then he'd go along with it and pat him on the back for being so good. If he couldn't catch them, then he himself would follow them and grind down the arrogance of the Dragon Kingdom seekers. On his way to the big ship, he also saw the striker not far away, and the other was also on his way to the big ship. Glancing at the striker, he didn't hurry. He knew that he would definitely be able to find the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom if he followed the vanguard. At this time, Chenka looked at Zhang Bai, who had already come to the second floor, and he hemmed and hawed, bringing Zhang Bai to stand on the side of the cave entrance. You've equipped yourself with all the in-bureau maneuvers you were told to equip, haven't you? Zhang Bai heard Chenka speak, first stunned, but still quickly wait will say loaded. You come over here and stand here. I'll lose 1, 2, 3 and we'll use the get-up dance together. Chenka's dancing refers to the action of covering the block and shrinking the neck. Ginger White answered obediently. She had come in a hurry and hadn't used the maneuver. 3, 2, 1. Deerhead came up the stairs and saw the two men standing on the side of the hole in that deck, dressed in identical Christmas red and green color schemes, red Santa hats, and a little bit of red on their noses. At this point the two philanthropists are doing the same dance with the same movements, the same frequency, a familiar song in my ears. We only sleep and open our eyes whenever night falls. Bring my Apple LV bag to carry on my left. I'm a midnight DJ. Feel my music. Happy times are not to be wasted. If I'm the DJ, will you love me? He raised the hook in his hand, and the two philanthropists in front of him coincidentally spread out toward the sides. The hook hit the air right between the two men and was quickly retracted. A hook once again came up empty, and McCann's hands were already shaking. He watched as the two philanthropists ran after each other, one after the other, and began circling around that deck-breaking hole again. It just wasn't as hard to tell who the two philanthropists were as everyone suspected before the opening round. Just a quick glance shows the difference between the two. One has a little girl attached to her and the other doesn't. Chapter 99. How can they be like this? McCann watched as they began to circle with themselves again, and began to follow again. He didn't realize that he had gotten his foot stuck the last time he landed. He just assumed he had missed before falling down that narrow passage. Or perhaps the philanthropist in front of him, who kept pouting and dancing, had lost his mind a little too much to observe the tiny grayish-white object. There's no mechanic character in this game, and no one would expect someone to buy a mechanic doll and put it there. Only this time he followed in pursuit, and the philanthropist in front of him, with the little girl attached to him, suddenly flashed a flashlight at him. The other philanthropist saw this and turned his flashlight on him as well. He saw a shining halo progress appear above his panel, and a silence progress. A yellow and a white progress bar quickly filled up, and he saw his skills blocked, and his entire body lost its vision, and what he saw was a golden aura piercing his eyes. Thud! A muffled sound. McCann's heart stuttered as he knew he had landed on the first floor again. At this point he stood in the cabin under the hole in the first floor, looking up the stairs on either side of the large ship, and began to become confused and overwhelmed. At the same time he also felt himself cold and hot, sweating all over his body, dizziness, numbness in his hands and feet. He felt his whole body shaking. Them! How could they? McCann stood still for a moment as he saw the striker who had entered the big ship through a hole in the front. The other man froze for a second when he saw him standing here, but the striker didn't hesitate, holding the ball and charging towards him, head-butting him. He looked at the striker in front of him as he covered his head for a brief moment of dizziness before coming to his senses and quickly running over towards the stairs and quickly up them. After he had run off some distance, McCann's dear head recovered from the stun. He looked at the staircase that went upward. not daring to go back up for a moment. While all four of the Dragon Kingdom Seekers are gathered above deck, McCann flinches a bit. Chenko did not use the flashlight at first, until the other side of the second time from here over about to be Doll's stuck feet. He began to take out the flashlight. It is said that things don't come back to haunt you, and the doll card foot trick, supervised off a few times, will react to the position being catty. But if a flashlight is shown in the middle, he'll think he fell because he was stunned, not because he got his foot stuck in a doll. Zhongli had just gone upstairs when he saw Zhang Bai's voice continuously coming from the front. No, I don't want it. What don't? He looked suspiciously at the three men in front of him. I'll use the rising dance at most. I'm not using that lying on the ground position. Zhang Bai still expressed his refusal. The action was as hell, and she was really embarrassed to get down on the floor and wiggle her pouty ass around in front of so many people. It's just philanthropic ass though. Shake it. It's fun. Chenko was beside the good guidance. Just now he is given the task of singing to Wang Jiyu. In the future, he will be hung on Chenko as a speaker. No. Zhang Bai still expressed his refusal. It was hard for her to express to others how she felt when she saw Chenko wiggling his pouty ass as soon as she just went upstairs. It only felt that Chenko's image of being that kind of expert in her mind collapsed in an instant. For why I have no action Zhongli listened to the leap of faith. Yes, I've redeemed it for you before too. I want the pouty ass one. Belle was disgruntled, feeling a little more pouty. What about you try this one of yours first? Chenko said. Zhongli half-heartedly used the action that Chenko had told him to equip before the match, only to see the striker instantly lie on his back, cross his legs, and raise his index finger to the front. Ahem. This one seems to be pretty good too. Seeing that crazy unbounded lying ground and the index finger raised to the sky, Zhongli stated that he took back his words. The gesture was more to his liking. Why isn't Deerhead coming up yet? Zhongli eagerly tried to find Deerhead to try his moves, but realized that Deerhead never came up the stairs, maybe afraid to fall down again. Zhang Bai eyes afterglow skimmed the narrow passage side of the squatting doll, but anyone who does not have a thorough grasp of the role and the rules of the game would not have imagined that there is actually bought a mechanics remote control to control the doll squatting there. The phone booth next to it is the very way to buy these props. Survivors can earn points by breaking the cipher machine and by sneaking up on ghosts. There are few points for breaking the cipher machine and many points for sneaking up on ghosts. And Chen Ku is to take advantage of the Deerhead downstairs. Bought a remote control doll squatting there. All of this was unknown to Deerhead. Deerhead stood on the first floor. He was really in a bit of a bind right now. But then he saw the red butterfly following behind the striker. The moment he saw Red Butterfly, his restless heart instantly settled down. He didn't talk to Red Butterfly much. Was he going to tell the other side that he was being infinitely teased by the dragon survivor constantly falling down the hole? It's just that now that he has Red Butterfly, he has more confidence in his heart to go upstairs. It certainly wasn't a double play, after all. Red Butterfly was here to go after the striker, not the philanthropist. They just happened to be gathered together, and we all didn't have the same goal in mind. Red Butterfly followed Deerhead's side up the stairs, not figuring out why Macon was standing here. He hadn't seen any board smashes since the matchup. This means that Deerhead has not been slammed on the board from the start. That's too strong. Facing the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Surprisingly, not a single board was smashed. Everyone knows that the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is nothing short of a board-smashing maniac. McCann hadn't been smashed a bit up to this point, and although he hadn't been captured, it was a sign of strength that the Dragon Emperor had failed to gamble in the boarding area. Deerhead standing here must have gotten his defense broken by his opponent's static steps and just didn't find anyone. So now that they're here themselves, all they have to do is stand one upstairs and one downstairs, and Longbo's supervision will still be able to tease everyone at a quiet pace? Thinking of this, Red Butterfly became even more pleased. With his back to the tree, he felt more and more that it was too good for them to lean on the tree of the Eagle Kingdom. As soon as he and Deerhead went up the stairs, he heard the sound of a gibbering group of people talking in his ear. How was the scene not what he thought it would be? He assumed that the survivalists must have taken a quiet step to hide, but then he realized that the three were just standing there, and there was a little girl turned doll possessing one of the philanthropists. The two philanthropists were there covering their blocks and shrinking their necks and dancing, and the striker was lying on the ground with his legs crossed and his index finger to the sky. There was also a very strange piece of music in my ears. If I were a DJ, will you love me? Will you love me? Will you love me? Looking at the scene in front of him, and then at the motionless Deerhead in front of him. There's no quiet step to hide it. Just as he was thinking about it, two flashlights came on, one on him and one on Deerhead. There was also a striker that held the ball and charged towards the Deerhead. Chapter 100 now for the real sneaky ghosts. The planks on the deck were so old that the creak of decay seemed to be heard as you stepped on them. The striker came crashing headlong, the force of that powerful impact causing Deerhead's heavy body to wobble slightly, and the ship was already small enough that the stun from the short ball impact wasn't very long. But it would have been a different story if someone had been able to renew the stun. Deerhead covered his head, and though his stun move was nearing its end, the illuminated stun and silence progress bars on the panel were growing rapidly. Soon, before he could move, an intense white light enveloped all of his vision. Charity's skill is like this. Using a flashlight to shine on the front of the regulator for 2s will incapacitate it, and shining it in any direction for 1s will cause the regulator to enter a state of silence. And the state of silence can't be used to use skills. However, the regulator can improve his or her ability to adapt to light after each incapacitation. Illumination time will gradually increase by up to 2.5s for Halo and 1.25s for silence. If they were on a normal day, this little increase in illumination stun time from regulation might have allowed them to use that 2.5s to take down Charity. But here, there are strikers. The striker on the far side swooshed over with the ball in his arms, and he could hear the wind of the pole in his ears before he was even awake. McCann's heart stuttered, and sure enough, he had just regained his vision on his side, and before the struggle was over, the striker slammed his head into his arms again. Sure enough, this side had just pulled the ball on itself when Charity, not far away, raised the damn flashlight he was holding. McCann was shivering with anger. His teeth clenched, but there was not the slightest way to make any movement. The skill he brought in this game was patroller, or the dog in everyone's mouth, and he had thought of taking a bite out of that human emperor before closing in and taking it down with a knife. Who knew that by now? He couldn't even let the dog out. Red Butterfly shivered as she watched the flood of flashlight white light ahead from a short distance away. He couldn't help but swallow at the sight of Macon's motionless form. The first time you're stunned by the light is quick, and once you've felt that dazzling white, blinding vision once, you don't want anyone to experience it a second time. The three seekers stood on the outer edge of that deck hole, and he thought about it and decided to head towards the inner side of that hole. All he had to do was circle around and stand in a different direction from Deerhead so that he could be in a pack position against the seeker in front of him. The light from the two flashlights will also spread out, so there might be a chance. As long as they broke up this formation of theirs, they might be able to find a way to take the knife. And then Brother Deerhead would thank himself. Deerhead was once again knocked unconscious by the striker at this point, and he saw Red Butterfly heading toward the other end of the deck. Watching his movements, Deerhead let out a slight sigh of relief. So it seemed that this Red Butterfly of Sakura Nation wasn't really dragging his feet, and the other party was understanding. The three men in front of them stood solidly together, two flashlights just shining. No one could get close. There was another striker poised, who kept his eyes on himself even though he had been bumping the deer's head, and Red Butterfly knew that as soon as he tried to get close to them, the other man would go from bumping the deer's head to bumping himself. He was standing in the same direction as Deerhead, and all the striker had to do was turn a corner and his head would be on top of his own. If the two men were standing in different directions, the striker would surely be in a dilemma left and right, he thought, heading toward the inside of the deck hole. Sure enough, a hole away, he felt the light was not as intense, and while it still grew the silent progress, the halo progress was no longer growing. He headed over toward the cave entrance. Deerhead was content to fly watching Red Butterfly head towards the other end before being illuminated once again. That's good. As long as the two stood apart in different directions, they could always find a break in the three people in front of them. They say triangles have solidity, but those three were too solid. Recovering from his dizziness once more, he looked to the other side of the deck. That's two flashlights out of the way now, isn't it? Only when he looked toward the other side, the spot that should have belonged to where Red Butterfly was standing was empty. What about people? A bad feeling flashed through Deerhead's mind as he looked to the hole in the deck that led to the first floor. That loser, he couldn't have fallen off, could he? A foot slipped and fell on the first floor of the Red Butterfly. The whole person is confused. He looked at his current standing position, as if it is the position he just entered the big ship when he saw the Deerhead stood. At that point he was still wondering why Deerhead was standing here. The Deerhead wouldn't have fallen off then too, would it? The audience always knew there was a doll squatting there, right from the start. At the sight of Red Butterfly attempting to reach the opposite side of the room, it was as if they had a premonition of what was to come. As expected, seeing Red Butterfly land on the first floor in one step, the people who were watching the matchmaking competition looked at each other with very strange faces. Why does this scene look so funny and want to laugh? Fine, I'll remember this point. The human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is truly a talent. How did this come to mind? Suddenly I wanted to go up there and try it out, and I always felt like it would be okay if I did. It's hot to watch and my hands are on fire. I'm down to half of my props. Jiang Bai looked at the props he had consumed. The flashlight was a durability consuming prop that would decrease in durability every time it was illuminated. Zhou Li chimed in. Although it was cool to keep creating regulation, his props were about to be used up. It's fine. I just spent a lot of time slipping ghost holds, so I'll go out and find a pavilion where I can buy props and replenish my consumption. Combined hunt is different from the normal mode in that the survivor can have 2 handhelds. Wang Jiyu will go with them too. Remember to bring me magic wands when you come back. Deerhead did a straight double take as he listened to them discussing prop consumption like nobody's business in front of him. He knew that all of the survivors' props were limited, and the only reason he was here now, obediently taking a beating, was because he had been waiting for the moment when the philanthropist's props in front of him were depleted. A survivalist without props is no different than a fish on a chopping block. Now that he heard Chen Ku and the others discussing tactics brightly, he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. These guys really don't have themselves in their sights. Can you also use the props that other people buy? Zhong Li's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Yeah, you can earn points for deciphering and sneaking up on ghosts. And those survivalists out there who are deciphering the cryptographs have probably saved up a lot of points as well. Zhong Li's eyes lit up. In this way, apart from buying the balls himself, he could also get the survivalists who had deciphered the cryptographs to buy a lot of balls for him. This mode is really cool. What about you? Can you do it yourself? Jiang Bai asked worriedly, knowing that there were 2 supervisors over here. They were definitely going to die to catch Chen Koa. Now is the time to really sneak up on ghosts. Chen Ko took the initiative to release the little girl from her possession. Chapter 101 This is the real reverse. Was lifted down. Wang Jiyu stood next to the little girl holding a doll crooked head looking at Chen Ko. Mouth is a sultry male voice. You really don't want me to sing as a speaker? He had only heard a little bit of this song and was not very familiar with it, but after hearing Chen Ko sing it once, he had been able to sing it in its entirety. You go to buy a magic wand and flashlight. Buy and come back. Chen Ko looked to the little girl. The little girl obedient miles. Even if the mouth is a rough male voice said the old man is also watery born. Also very obedient it. Deerhead just watched as the 3 people in front of him just said goodbye to Chen Ko and fell through the hole in the deck. He didn't have the slightest intention of pursuing. He was waiting for these few people to leave, definitely not scared. He just wanted a fair fight with the human emperor. Red Butterfly came up the stairs on the inside of the large ship at that moment. As soon as he arrived, he saw the trio leave in unison, leaving Charity standing there. Oi, line up those who want to challenge. One by one. Chen Ko looked towards the 2 and said provocatively before jumping down from the hole in that deck. Deerhead grimaced and looked toward the jumping Chen Ko. He admitted that he did lose his mind a bit earlier, and he looked to the hole next to him. How could he have fallen through this hole twice? Even Red Butterfly fell with him? There has been regulation to big ships before, but whoever it was able to pass through here perfectly. Why did you fall on your own? Chen Ko only jumped to the first floor in an instant. He saw a small grayish-white thing on the deck on the inside of that hole. This is? He didn't rush to go after the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom because he knew that even if he didn't go down, the other party would still come up to find him, and he wouldn't be able to run far at all. There's no rush at all. Walking in, he then realized that the little grayish-white thing looked a lot like a mechanic's doll, crouching there putting his head down against the wall and blending in with the environment. The fiber optics in Lakeview Village were already dim. He really didn't see what this thing was just now. He didn't bother to hit the doll, but headed across the street. He was stunned for the second time, and he couldn't tell if he had fallen because of a mistake or not. He walked toward the opposite side, and halfway there his body took a tilt toward the cave entrance and fell. Thud! A muffled grunt sounded, and Deerhead landed directly on the first floor. Looking at this familiar spot, this familiar location on the first floor, Deerhead's hand shook as he held the chain. He was literally teased twice by a mechanic doll. Just where did the mechanic come from? Red Butterfly looked at the grayish-white object suspiciously and raised the fan in her hand towards it. As soon as the blow landed, the grayish-white doll disappeared with limp limbs on the ground. Chen Ko looked at his disappearing remote control and immediately knew that it was the red butterfly upstairs that had knocked the doll off. Like Deerhead, a similar confusion flashed under his eyes. What's the mechanic's doll doing here? The audience couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the doll being knocked out of the way. Finally found it. If I never found it, I really don't know how many times I would have to be teased by this doll. I shudder to think how they felt after realizing they had been dropped by a stuck foot. My blood pressure rises just looking at it, let alone inside the bureau. MD, who said the philanthropist is weak? This philanthropist is too strong. I want to laugh when I think of the former survivalists turning on their flashlights to light the way. This is the real use of flashlights. The dolls have been knocked out. Now what's he going to do? To supervision. I only heard him say one thing, and now it's the real sneaky ghost. Yeah, those weren't exactly ghost slipping just now. Just a few tidbits of using props to trick the supervisor into carting feet to land on the first floor. It's a little bit of a prop-on-prop match with the striker bumping the ball and flashlighting the halo hit. The large ship has 2 windows in the cabin. No matter what the map, such windows abound. Survivors can rely on these windows to better hold off regulators. Deerhead followed behind Shenku. He had heard his own player mention once before he came here that the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was likely to have his viewpoint locked on the supervision all the time when he was sneaking ghosts, and did not look at the road ahead. He hadn't even cared before, only found it ridiculous. How can you escape without looking at the road? But now that he saw that Charity had been walking backwards with a flashlight held up to him, he understood what it meant to actually walk backwards. The white light shone on himself and his skills were quickly blocked. He wanted to get out of the hook but didn't have any way to do so, and could only watch Chenko flip over that window in one flip. He didn't leave after he rolled over the window, but watched himself right across from it. Seeing this, Macon's blood pressure went up another degree. He was about to roll over the window and follow when that damn flashlight went up again. The silence progress bar builds up quickly, and the shining halo progress follows suit. Just after finishing the window flipping maneuver, the blinding white light came immediately after. Red Butterfly had just landed when he saw the scene of Deerhead going through the window and getting stunned, and with a thump in his heart, he chased after him from his position at the mouthful of doors. He saw the philanthropist look at him, and instead of panicking and running away like the other survivors, he cowering with his hands over his neck and began to run and dance at the same time. Chenka sat in the action running toward the second floor from the stairs on the inside of the big ship, looking at the Red Butterfly following behind him without a care in the world. He did notice that Deerhead didn't follow, but waited for him to drop in the hole on the first floor. After seeing this scene, Chenka laughed softly and did not put the Deerhead on the heart. Observing whether the supervision is counterwinding has been the basic skills of the survivalist. He began to hum softly again. He couldn't help but hum this music as soon as he played the character, as soon as he used the action. It's like in my previous life when I played bartender I would automatically sing la 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 la. Lonely people sing sad songs. You can't help but sing a little every time you play a different character. Can't help it. Can't help it a little bit. Red Butterfly had just caught up when he heard the demonic music coming from the front, and he wondered at first why the survivalists could talk, when Macon hadn't said a word. He was going to listen to the command, and he was going to play whatever McCann said. Now, Red Butterfly sucked in a breath, glad she hadn't said anything where the Seekers would have known she could hear them. That action with that behavior is just in. Instead of regulating talking and communicating with your own teammates, you should be a master of closed mic. Otherwise, the early good words to discuss tactics, the late mentality is broken after the individual does not say a word, which is seen really will be laughed at. Red Butterfly was at the front of the line, and right in front of her, she kept singing If I Were a DJ, Would You Love Me? Survivors move at a slower speed than regulation, and if they are pursued on level ground, the survivor is going to get hit sooner or later. The Dragon Nation's human emperor has also utilized various board area windows in his previous matchups to draw. He saw Charity running toward the hole and shortened as if to jump. Red Butterfly didn't hesitate to follow and jump down the hole. He was bound to take the philanthropist down this time. Only he landed on the first floor and saw no sign of Charity. Chenko stood next to the hole. Just now he made a lying down and pouting posture, directly let the Red Butterfly think that he jumped down. Deerhead left and right and did not wait for the fall of the philanthropist. He was ready to wait for Chenko down to give him a knife. Above the Red Butterfly, below himself, how are you going to hide? Just looking at the Red Butterfly that had fallen a floor, he really could not hold it in a bit. Dolls you didn't fight? Tricked down by Cardfoot again? Chapter 102, I'm such a genius. The Red Butterfly on the first floor had been standing dumbfounded since it fell. Deerhead didn't hold back and struck at him. As a fellow supervisor, the outgoing blade doesn't do damage to teammates, and this one hits right through the air and looks a bit like a slap in the face to Red Butterfly. McCann's lungs are about to explode at this point. Can you kill a teammate or not? Can it? This hook ate Red Butterfly. Thinking about it, Deerhead had realized that he simply couldn't count on anyone but himself. He sighed and suddenly remembered his trap. He looked at the hole in the ground and instantly seemed to realize something. Why should he rely on this Red Butterfly to force people down? Since he wanted to keep a lookout here, placing a clip at the entrance of this hole would allow Charity to capture him directly once he jumped down. It's so smart on its own. He glanced at where Red Butterfly was standing and walked over to him, and with a click he placed the clip on the ground. There is a special sound effect for the Deerhead to place the clip, and players in the vicinity can hear the sound. Chenko was slightly stunned. He almost thought that this Deerhead wouldn't be able to use a clip. Hearing only a voice, he ran to the window on one side and saw the empty ground below him, and he immediately knew where the clip was. The one that wasn't put in the window must have been below the hole in the deck of the big ship. Is it hard to guess something like that? Putting clips under the hole and behind the window has been the most basic Deerhead operation. A high-end Deerhead will place his clips long ago and wait for his prey to step into the trap he has carefully laid out for him. Chenka stood at the window and watched the Deerhead rushing up the stairs, and when he was halfway up, Chenka did not hesitate and tumbled down directly from the window. Deerhead's hook can only hook straight line. Staircase. This position has a height difference. He is out of the hook. There is no way to hook to the window side of the Chenku. Deerhead watched Chenka flip down from the guardrail next to the big boat, slightly stunned. He then simply did not know that this guardrail was able to be overturned. Fifth personality in many windows and the environment into one. The regular window is okay to recognize, but like Lakeview Village big boat window and Kryberg Racecourse, some windows and the environment fusion is very appropriate. Not particularly familiar with the map of the people. Simply do not know that this side of the window can be overturned. Aside from that, there's another map that makes very few appearances. White Sands Street Asylum. A map where regulation can't find chairs in it, and seekers can't find motors in it. Even if the survivor is knocked down, there's a good chance he'll swing down before supervision finds the chair. This is one of those maps where survivors would be crazy here, and regulation is not normal here. Deerhead watched as Chenka jumped down to the first floor. He didn't rush to follow. He looked towards the side of that hole, wanting to see if that grayish-white doll was still there. At a glance, the doll had disappeared. Knocked off? Or did the philanthropist move it? It was unlikely to be moved, and he was more inclined to say that Red Butterfly had knocked it off. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Red Butterfly in his heart. He should have just accidentally scratched off the knife out to hit that thing. Just fight it off. This mistake of getting his foot stuck in a mechanic's doll was one he really didn't want to make a second time. Following through the window and chasing after him, he did have a glimpse of the boarded-up philanthropist running up towards the second floor, still choosing to circle the big ship with himself. Macon grunted softly. He knew this would be the outcome. The human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom didn't seem to want to interfere with the survivor cultivation machine outside by himself, but it didn't matter. He wasn't after a win in this matchup. A win would only redeem 10 points. His goal this time around was simply to get this man into custody. Having just rolled over the window and landed on it, he seemed to think of something and placed another trap where he had just landed. Seeing the clips under the deck, and under the window, he felt more and more that he was a genius. With only 2 clips to open the game, a third trap has been renewed as time passes, and the Deerhead's trap limit is 3. He hadn't been able to use it, and by now there was 1 left after using 2. New traps are accumulating again, and looking at this cumulative progress, there's no way to accumulate them for a while. He followed Chenka toward that longboard toward running. Chenka heard the second sound of placing a clip. He had been looking at the position of the deer's head, and naturally saw the clip he had placed under the window. Enlightened, Chenka took a look at the second floor. Not going or not going. There's a basement to slip into on the first floor. After the flywheel tops off the shelves on the first floor later, you can still go up to the second floor, or have Wang Jiyu come over and remove the clamps. Deerhead followed closely behind, and Red Butterfly came out of the cabin. Naturally he saw that shelf on the floor, and the clip at the window outside. He really wanted to say 2 words. Genius. People used to struggle with the fact that Deerhead clips were simply not available for survivalists to step on voluntarily, because everyone was hiding so tightly. Now that I think about it, the traps are all for survivalists like Rokoku who like to sneak up on ghosts. The clip was put in, and it just nullified him at this point. Thinking that just now the other party lent a downward movement to deceive himself, he jumped down. If then he knew that there was a clip down here, then he would not have to jump down in a hurry. Spectators saw the Deerhead's clip and saw Chenka continue to run down that long board toward the second floor of the big ship. Everyone couldn't help but follow the tension. Is the Emperor of Man unaware of the clip placed on the deer's head? The thought of him stepping on it later gives me heartburn. Rush me. Rush me. Rush me to death. Don't go up there. There's a trap down there. Just as they didn't know that a blind woman tapping her staff could be heard as a voice, neither did everyone now react to the fact that the sound of a deer's head placing a clip could also be heard. Many of Supervision's skill sound effects are audible and allow the survivor to respond in a timely manner. Deerhead followed with old-fashioned gusto, and Red Butterfly's eyes glistened as he watched the Deerhead that was going up the stairs. He did not follow, and he particularly wanted to see the philanthropist's foot fall and step on the trap. It's like the other guy tricked himself into landing on an empty foot. Instead of following after Charity, he headed for the stairs on the inside of the large ship. Wait for him to come over and go upstairs yourself. It was the only way to force Charity to fall down that hole. He should also know that he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. He stood waiting at the inner staircase, not hurrying up the stairs, just to wait for Charity to come by and drive him like a sheep to where he wanted him to go. Teasing. Yes, it's teasing. Chapter 103 Regulation itself will game itself. Chenka looked toward the deer head that followed him up the stairs, and he followed the long board to the point where he was about to go up the stairs, and then fell directly from one side toward the bottom. Deerhead watched his prey about to be driven to the second floor by himself, and saw him actually jump down the longboard. No! Why don't you follow the rules? Deerhead jumped down after him. and again saw the philanthropist running toward the longboard, as if he were going to run to the second floor again. Deerhead felt like his head was going to explode. That's it. Again. Use an object, an obstacle, to flip around and slip yourself. He dropped down after him to continue his pursuit of Charity, and as he saw the distance closing in, he was just about to make the hook when Charity took out his flashlight again and shone it at himself. Deerhead twisted and turned, and though his skills were quickly blocked, he wouldn't be stunned as long as he didn't look directly into the flashlight's light. The philanthropist in front of him headed down the longboard ramp toward the second floor. He had been walking backwards, and seeing him on the verge of the edge, Deerhead's heart leapt with joy, and he lurched, dropping a step ahead of him right to the ground. And Charity, up there, was standing on that long slope watching him. Chenko really wanted to laugh. He just did have the intention to trick the other party, but Chenko didn't even have the time to make a move. That Deerhead himself jumped down the edge of the long slope planks, jumped down to the first floor. What's that saying? There's no need to game it at all. Regulation will game itself. There's no need to anticipate supervision's flash. He'll empty himself. Now Chenko stood on top of the long slope planks, and the Deerhead stood on the ground, and the two were just one on top of the other, looking at each other. Maken wanted to bury his head in the dirt now in shame. How did you fall off yourself? He especially wanted to die at the thought of the group outside seeing him clumsily fall on his own. But what could be done about it? All he could do was take a deep breath and continue toward the long slope of wooden planks. Bang dash, another sound of a cipher machine breaking open came to his ears. He glanced at the panel information. By now, 3 units have been deciphered. There are 11 cryptographs in total in the United Hunt, and the Seeker needs to break 7 of them to get to the gate. Had it been in a normal matchup, the Seeker would have started to decipher the 4th and 5th stations by now. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked over his head at Charity, and all he could think was that his opponent's holding maneuver was pretty brainless. You can consume so much of your own time just by mindlessly circling around a large ship and yourself, mindlessly circling around a hole, mindlessly shining with a flashlight. Zhongli has already found a few members of the Bear Country who broke the cipher machine, and asked them to repair the machine to save the score so far. He ran most of the map, and after looking for several people to chat briefly he has already settled that those people are responsible for buying flashlights and magic wands for Chenku, also settled on a guy to buy himself a ball. He still puts Chenku at the top of his list, thinking that Chenku will be in greater demand. The little girl has arrived close. Wang Jiyu stood not far from the first floor. He looked at Chenku upstairs. He carried the magic wand and ran over. Seeing Chenku on the plank, he didn't approach for the time being. He knew Chenku would message him if he needed to. He stood not far away, and he was also able to better watch Chenku slipping ghosts from a third-party perspective. Jiangbai also repurchased herself a flashlight and a magic wand and ran over. She and the little girl stood together and looked at Chenku on that long slope. They had just left and hadn't seen the Deerhead put the clip in, so they didn't go over to remove it now. This time the Deerhead has made up his mind. Cannot see Chenku jump down himself is absolutely not going to jump down. He doesn't want to be a clown anymore. With that thought, he ran straight toward the long slope. Chenku in the front is still standing in that position, not moving. The Deerhead was getting closer and closer to Chenku, and when he saw that he was going to be very close to Chenku, he saw that Chenku's body was short. That's the opportunity. He followed and fell toward the ground beneath the planks. While he was at it, he also wanted to experiment with his suspicions about Red Butterfly, and whether only Red Butterfly could hit the double blade on the landing, or whether any regulation could hit the double blade on the landing. Only when he landed on the first floor, he was only answered with a dull thunk dash. There was no philanthropist in sight, and the sound of wiping knives did not come to his ears. The blade he swung just hit the air with a cracking sound. Charity was still standing on the long slope, and as he looked toward the top, he saw only the sprawled ass that hadn't had time to retract halfway to the ground. Red Butterfly had been waiting inside, waiting for Charity to come up the stairs as a way of presenting a pack, but he had waited a long time without seeing Deerhead or Charity. But the tinnitus had been there the whole time, and it wasn't like he'd gone far, and he'd only intended to come out to check it out. Just saw the scene where Deerhead was tricked into jumping down the longboard ramp by Charity's pouty ass from the ragged opening in the cabin. Red Butterfly immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. MD. This is all maneuvering. He had thought that he was already stupider than if he had been tricked, and that he would be laughed at by the crowd when he went out. Now seeing that Deerhead had followed suit and been tricked by such a maneuver, the restless heart calmed down instantly. As long as it's not your own dish, it's nice to have company. Not far away, Wang Jiyu and Jiangbai looked straight at this scene, and their mouths unconsciously called out. Deerhead's hands had begun to shake, and he felt his blood pressure rising. He had been toyed with countless times on this long slope alone. I was thinking of driving Chenku to step on that clip, but I didn't think that I would play with myself like this before driving Chenku over. he also saw the red butterfly that came out of the cabin. As much as he locked eyes with the red butterfly, that red butterfly directly turned his back and pretended not to see it. At this moment, he seemed to understand why red butterfly would still fall through that hole in the second floor deck even though she had obviously hit the doll and wouldn't get her feet stuck. He turns the corner and goes uphill. This time, he definitely wouldn't be fooled again. Thinking of this, he had just closed in when he saw Chinka jump toward the first floor. This time the other party jumped very decisively, and did not try to deceive him again. After Chinka jumped down to the first floor, he ran towards Wang Jiyu's position. Wang Jiyu also knew what was going on and placed the magic wand on the ground. Chinka picked up the 3 magic wands, and Wang Jiyu quickly possessed him. If I was DJ, would you love me? Would you love me? This time, without the need for Chinka to remind him, Wang Jiyu himself had already pulled out his voice and sang. Chinka continued to run toward the inside of the big ship. The deer had a hook toward the other side. Chinka watched him raise his hand action, immediately sent a message. The little girl immediately released his book page. The deer head was bounced off, and the hook went into the CD, so he could only watch Chinka run into the big boat. Thinking of the clip he had placed, he grinned and placed another trap in the hatch on the first floor. And this time, he was going to catch a turtle in a jar. Chapter 104, How can removing clips and such be faster than stepping on them? Entering the big boat, Chinka heard the sound of placing clips again, and when he turned around, he saw the deer head that had just bent down to place the clips. There was only one deer head left, but now one has been renewed. He glanced at another opening in the cabin and suddenly had a realization. If you clip yourself enough, you can seal it all off. Then this philanthropist can't go anywhere he wants, and there's no way to escape. For a moment, Macon seemed to realize a lot. He seemed to understand a little bit about how the deer head should be used. This trap also doesn't need to be placed in a certain location waiting for the survivalist to step on it. It just needs to block the path he must take. It's just a cabin. Can a philanthropist keep slipping himself in? He just couldn't get out if he wanted to. At this time, McCann has forgotten. Even if he hit the philanthropist after a knife, he can still take advantage of the impact to accelerate away. As long as one escaped from this closed space, it will still be difficult to catch him outside. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of being able to beat Chinku. After all, the others hadn't even gotten a slash, and hitting a slash on your own was already considered good progress. Red Butterfly watched the philanthropist enter the cabin. Red Butterfly rushed to gather around him. He just didn't come out of the knife to force the philanthropist up to the second floor. Especially that pit. He didn't believe that he would be tricked down twice more with the same trick because of the philanthropist pouting his ass off. The thought of hitting him while he was pouting, him taking the hit and jumping off the deck and getting caught in a clip right after, and then landing a second hit after himself. Just the thought of this scene made the red butterfly deer head for an orgasm to follow. Combined hunts. The seeker has to take 3 stabs before he falls to the ground. If you give a cut before he pouts, then by the time he pouts on the second floor using the same tactics, you're not fooled into giving him another cut at that point, and then another one when you land and get pinned. Lightspeed triple slash. Thinking about this, the deer-head red butterfly's breathing followed. This human emperor would either not eat the knife, or he would eat 3 knives in a row. He would literally laugh at the thought of his opponent using the same deception after the second floor. By now they felt that they had thoroughly understood the human emperor. The means are indeed many and indeed difficult to catch. Again, McCann felt that his biggest flaw was that he was too confident. Looking at the philanthropist in front of him, he really wanted to say, "Your confidence is your biggest flaw." The red butterfly is closer to Chen-ku, a butterfly thrown on the other side. He is a little complacent, and for a moment forgot that Chen-ku has always turned back to reverse and walk. Chen-ku flashlight shone on the red butterfly and ran toward the location of the second floor. He paused as the red butterfly skill was quickly blocked. Red butterfly shifted from side to side, not wanting to be blinded by the light of the flashlight directly in front of her. Just his swaying from side to side gave Chen-ku a good chance to get up the stairs. Seeing Chen-ku up the stairs, red butterfly's heart flashed with a sneer, and Deerhead, who had just finished placing the clamps, couldn't help but smile. He placed another trap at the other cabin exit, and didn't rush to pursue it. It's entirely possible to spend a tiny bit of time sealing off the exit with a clamp than spending time chasing people. The sound of a click rang out, and Chen-ku instantly knew what had happened. He wasn't able to see where the deer head clips were placed from his position, but it was nothing more than a series of locations such as placing them next to the exit and window panels. Jiang Bai just planned to follow Chen-ku up the stairs. She was originally here to learn to sneak ghosts. The moment the sound of traps rang out, she saw the traps placed at the few exits directly in front of her. The black iron texture of the trap was the same as Chen-ku's doll, and it was not conspicuous in the dimly lit map of Lakeview Village. Seeing these clips, Jiang Bai immediately reacted that these clips were sealing the road. Previously, Regulators and survivalists might not have realized the usefulness of these props, because no one had ever slipped a ghost before, and now being slipped so much more or less pushes a person to his or her potential. A cornered deer head will also ponder alternative uses for props. Jiangbai looked at the deer head that stood below the hole in the first floor deck waiting for Chenku to fall down, sneaked over and began to remove the clamps on the cabin opening at the long slope board. She crouched down and fought to dismantle it, and the striker in the distance ran over at that moment. He saw Ginger White, who was removing clips on one side, and another trap in the hatchway of the other ship, this one blocking the way for the survivalists to get out of here. Not far outside this trap was another trap, placed on the flat ground outside the big boat. This position, looking up, he saw at a glance the window at the railing on the second floor of the big ship, which was exactly where the window was located. There is also a hole in the bow on the first floor that leads out. I just don't know if there are any clamps placed there. These two supervision is really to block Chenku inside the big ship. MD. Zhongli was instantly enlightened and immediately ran under that clip at the window to dismantle it with Jiangbai. Deerhead was watching directly below the hole in the first floor deck, a position where he could see at a glance the striker who was removing the trap he had placed under the window. Jiangbai was in the position of another cabin exit, a position that was blocked from view by wooden planks and he couldn't see a bit. The moment he saw Zhongli removing the clamps, Deerhead went straight to Red Eye. He's going to come and dismantle the traps he's so hard to set up for himself? He saw Zhongli, and Zhongli saw him. Zhongli didn't dodge or avoid at all, continuing to dismantle the clip on the ground. McCann was outright furious as he swung his own chain in his hand, trying to hook the striker over there. Zhongli naturally saw the chains he swung. It's too slow. It's really too slow to remove the clips. Thinking of this, Zhongli directly stomped on the clip in front of him, saw the striker who was hit by the trap and he was pulling his feet over and over trying to break free from the trap. I'll let you step on the clip. He swung the hook straight out of his hand and hooked the striker over as soon as he could. A hook over and the striker landed right back in the clip placed in front of him. For a moment, Macon seemed to have a realization. He seems to understand the proper use of a deer head. If you stand back a bit and hook the striker yourself, so that after hitting him with a slash, he runs forward and still steps on the clip on his side, instead of consuming two traps without a single slash, as was the case now. A knife struck, and the trap on the ground disappeared with it. The striker in front didn't hesitate either, stepping toward the trap that blocked the way at the hatchway. Click. Again, the sound of a trap hit. The first thought that came to McCann's mind when he saw his opponent step on the clip was in anger that the clip had been consumed. Stepping on and off is still not the same, regardless of the other party's reason. The moment he stepped on the clip, he felt very good in his heart. It's just cool to be in the middle of the clip. He took a stab at the striker. Zhongli was no stranger to holding onto the ball and charging out. Seeing the three clips that disappeared behind him, Jiangbai had only just finished removing that trap. Zhongli laughed. Removing clips and all that, how can it be faster than stepping? Chapter 105. This is the real magician. Chen Kuben was still thinking about waiting to get out of the cabin when the flywheel top a clip, or step on the clip to eat a knife to leave. Deer head clips are still annoying at times. Putting in interaction points is also something that makes it hard for the seeker. Click, 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 click. He was still going up the stairs while shining his flashlight on the red butterfly behind him when he heard 4 clicks from behind him. The sound was very familiar to him, the sound of a deer head trap being cleared away. The same sound effect that hit the survivalist. What the hell? 4 clips gone at once? The striker's blood bar was directly missing 2 frames. How does he do that? 2/3 blood eating 4 clips? McCann, at that moment, also heard the sound effects that kept coming from his ears. No, why 4? He took 2 more steps toward the other end and saw directly the philanthropist who had just removed the clamps and gotten up from the ground. He hadn't thought anything of it when he saw his clips being consumed by the strikers, but now that he saw all 4 of them gone, he'd really break his defense. Deer heads are 40 seconds a clip, and now the new ones have not been renewed, and the previously placed ones have disappeared. At this point he was hating why he had been slipped by Charity for so long in the first place and hadn't reacted to the fact that he could have put in a clip to seal his path. Props don't grow up indefinitely when they reach their limit. They stop accumulating if they are not used. But he thought only briefly, and his body froze again. Because Chen Kuta now, it seems that there is no use of any scene interaction. Before doing the most, is on the second floor. The striker pulls the ball and hits himself, and he shines a flashlight on himself. Just control yourself in place for almost a minute. MD. Why the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Thud. A dark shadow crossed his eyes as something fell through a hole in the deck. He was thinking in place when he heard something hit the ground. Chen Ku jumped down? He looked to his side and came face to face with the red butterfly that had landed from above. This time McCann finally couldn't hold it in. He had wanted to pretend he didn't know he could open the mic. After all, any tactics the survivalists had were discussed to their face. Pretending not to know was also a tactic. The red butterfly was now seen falling down the hole again. How many times do you have to be fooled by the same hole? Where's the brain? Why are you falling down again? Ask if you have any brains. McCann's voice had an uncontrollable anger in it, and you could even hear the trembling of his vocal cords from the rise in blood pressure. I don't know really don't know Red butterfly also confused. He really don't know how he fell down. He is very disadvantageous. Chenko did not pout in the hole this time, and did not put doll's card feet at that intersection again. He just fell off somehow. I feel that road regulation walk is just going to fall off. Red butterfly spoke cautiously. That position should just not allow regulation to pass. Fart. McCann couldn't contain it any longer. No regulation had ever been seen to get stuck down this hole before, and it wasn't until the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom practiced the art of foot jamming and deception that they frequently jumped down from the hole so much. Red butterfly didn't know what was happening, but Wang Ziyu saw it very clearly. The spectators outside also saw it very clearly. They saw Chenko running towards the front with red butterfly, and after running through the hole, used the magic wand and ran back to crouch at the spot where the doll was placed. The effect of the magic wand is called magic deduction. Magic interpretation creates an illusion in place and conceals himself for twos. During the concealment period, fear shock is triggered when he is harmed by the regulator's normal attacks and some skills, and the illusion created by the magic wand will reveal its location to all survivors for 15s after being attacked by the regulator. Only a magician using a magic wand will not trigger fear shock. By now the brains of the spectators watching the game were in orgasm. They never knew they could see such a wonderful operation. This is the real magician. What kind of clowns were those in the old days who used magic wands to get away with cheating regulation? I can't imagine what it will be like when Rokoko plays a magician. Is this the kind of operation a human being can come up with? If there's nothing left to jam your feet into, make something to jam your feet into. You can really learn a lot from watching the Dragon Kingdom matchups. Originally, the audience saw the Dragon Emperor's teammates come over to remove the clip for him has been quite surprised, and now see Chenko with a magic wand trick once again trick the supervision to fall into the hole. Cannot help but crazy scream. The Dragon Kingdom has such experts and such teammates. That's a perfect team. After the red butterfly fell on the first floor, Chenko hurriedly climbed up to that phone booth to buy something. It's the same thing to put it on the ground first and pick it up when you need it. Seeing the red butterflies fall, instead of the philanthropist falling, Deerhead had gotten it. Something like a trap couldn't restrict that human emperor at all. He realized what a stupid thing he had done, leaving the pursuit of the Dragon Emperor to other supervision. He's putting too much faith in the intelligence of others. Thinking of this, he walked down that staircase towards the upper floors, with Red Butterfly following behind without saying a word. Red Butterfly was really holding back now, and he was pretty sure that he just hadn't made any mistakes in his operation, but it just fell off the top. Deerhead had just reached the stairway when he saw the philanthropist standing at the top of the stairs, and the moment the others saw him, he ran toward the other side of the deck. There's that trick again. Ha! One doesn't fall for it again. It's just another doll placed or pouting or some trick to trick one into falling. Or maybe it's two tricks at once. The most irritating thing was that the philanthropist in front of him never stopped his dancing. He kept doing that dance move without getting tired of it. The earthy DJ song kept coming to my ears as well. The more I hear about it, the more I get annoyed. How can anyone bring their own BGM? Only this time he came upstairs and didn't see any dolls or anyone pouting. The philanthropist in front of him was the one who ran towards the other side of the big ship, being quite sure that there were no traps here. Behind him, Red Butterfly didn't say anything. Red Butterfly only felt that this scene was déjà vu. She had just fallen down like this herself. He didn't remind Deerhead of the twist in this though. They licked each other, but sometimes yes, they still needed to prove their innocence. It's really not about yourself here. Deerhead grunted as he made sure there was absolutely no problem here. He walked straight toward the front. Red Butterfly followed. Knock knock. Two landing sounds sounded at the same time, and Deerhead fell through the hole in the deck to the first floor. He just felt his blood rushing up. How could that be? How could this location not go away? Red Butterfly didn't say anything in the back, but anyone who was there knew what he wanted to say. See, I knew it. Chapter 106. The present stoicism is only to learn more techniques. By now, McCann's entire being had become confused, for he heard the sound of the motor breaking up again. 5 cipher machines were deciphered, and so far he hadn't even gotten a single cut from Charity. If it is placed in the unusual game, this time Chenka's teammates will have gone to break the door. Chenka threw the phone booth to replenish props, but delayed to see the Red Butterfly and also the Deerhead to come. He was puzzled to follow the jump from the hole. One landed right in the middle of the two supervisors. At the location of the exit of the big ship, Zhongli and also Jiang Bai stood there along with him. Zhongli's residual blood status had been replenished and returned to full blood again. Behind them was a Boulder Bear Country survivalist. Their other teammate was fixing the machine and didn't dare delay any progress on the cipher. And he too had finished fixing his own cipher and came over to this side of the big ship to join in the fun. As soon as he came over, he saw the scene where Chinka jumped from the hole in the deck to the middle of the two supervisors. Previously, he had only seen the operation of the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom in the ring, and at that time, he felt that it was a million times more magical, clearly supervising the nearness, but there was no way to take a knife from him. Now it's all in your face and you still can't hit it? Stryker was still coming together to supervise, scratching the back of his head, as if he didn't understand why they had fallen from the second floor again. Dear Head is already very tired of heart, especially the little girl hanging on Chenka's body, the same as the portable speaker. Sounds too noisy. The philanthropist danced, the little girl sang, the whole thing sang together, and I felt my blood pressure come up just seeing him. He was quite sure that the path was the one that regulation could take, and that it would not normally be possible to fall off at all. The first couple times it was fine, there was a doll there, and now that it had fallen off once again, he was really kind of lost. Is it true that regulation at that location can't go away? Right now, all he wants to do is finish this round quickly and go home to watch the replay. Looking at Charity, who had landed between himself and Red Butterfly, before McCann could make a move. Red Butterfly struck, giving the first cut. A knife fell, and while Red Butterfly began to rub the knife and lick the blood, Charity showed no signs of running away. Seeing this scene, Dear Head's anger immediately went to his head. He didn't want to chase anymore. He was tired, and with this philanthropist's maneuvering, he felt like he'd already learned it. He didn't think he was being teased. He thought he just didn't know how to respond to it because it was his first time going through this kind of gaming. Looking at the philanthropist in front of him, the other ate a slash and then just cocked his head and looked at himself without fleeing. He raised the weapon in his own hand and struck again at Charity. In the combined hunt, the survivor has to eat 3 slashes before falling to the ground. At this point Charity can only take one last hit. The fire of his heart, which had been extinguished, flared up again. By now, he didn't care if the other side was giving away points. He just wanted Charity to know that hubris had to pay the price of hubris, since the other guy is going to deliver. Just knock him out. Sure enough, after taking a slash, Charity ran towards the basement location, as if she was running low on blood and panicked a bit during her escape. The little girl had fallen off him, and now that Charity was alone, this was the perfect opportunity. McCann contemplated the basement, which was a dead end. The two of them, he and Red Butterfly, could keep Charity inside no matter what. Dear Head and Red Butterfly turned at the same time and ran after Charity towards the basement. Shenko hit accelerated into the basement. Dear Head and Red Butterfly followed closely. Shenko corner into the basement. Looking at the chair in front, stuck in the corner of the blind spot of vision, immediately used a magic wand to run toward the back. After using the magic wand, the seeker becomes invisible for 2 seconds, leaving a shadow of himself in place. He had just used this move to stealthily go over and crouch at the doll's location. Supervision could only see the remnants of him left in front of him, not that he ran back and crouched there. As soon as Dear Head and Red Butterfly rounded the corner, they saw the charitable man standing motionless behind the corner, his eyelids peeled back, his ass puckered against them, and a strange grunt escaping his lips. Dear Head grunted coldly and struck down with his blade. Put. The slash didn't have a substantial touch, and the response hit felt more like it was hitting cotton, dull and empty. Sure enough, the slash fell, and Charity didn't crouch where she was, still bucking and provoking. Seeing this, the Red Butterfly at her side followed with a falling blade. Both knives struck the philanthropist, only this time, they clearly saw that the philanthropist standing there motionless turned into a fading bubble, his figure gradually dissipating into black smoke. The two were only slightly disoriented before they reacted to the fact that the philanthropist, who had just used a magic wand. The spectators outside watched the match with rapt attention, and when they saw Chenko running into the basement, everyone was thinking how he was going to find a way to stay alive in a basement with only one exit and 2 supervisors in pursuit. But now, Chenko gave them a perfect answer. Seeing the stealthy Chenku and the 2 supervisors rubbing shoulders, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom could no longer help but stand up as a whole. This is the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. It was just a perfect tease of 2 regulation using a magic wand. Do doubles work? Blackie speaks. The viewers from several other countries had already said nothing, watching the pop-up screen with the Dragon Country IP go collectively crazy. Taking 2 cuts is giving you a chance and showing tolerance. If we don't deliver those 2 slashes, Dear Head and Red Butterfly will really give up, right? Now, I'm about to show you 100 uses of a magic wand. He hasn't run away. He's still showing. Watching the 2 supervisors take turns hitting those 2 shadows before coming to their senses. Many of the nation's seekers frowned down, secretly pondering the strength of the magician's role. Today's Dragon Country's human emperor really gave them a hard lesson. Not a lesson in supervision, of course, but for them survivalists who are out watching the game. There are 2 regulators in this game, but what if there was only one? Pick a philanthropist and then a striker. A bump and a shine. Bump stun plus shine stun. It's a brainless hold until the props are depleted, giving your teammates better space to fix their machines. Having learned the philanthropist and the striker, they now feel they have learned the magician. If board district gaming wasn't a good lesson before, now, using a magic wand to cheat regulation, this is a really good lesson. A magic wand around a corner. Even the basement can be escaped. By now, they just want to say, your moves we learned. When I use the same moves your Emperor of Slaughter, how are you going to fight? The survivalist contestants from those other countries didn't say anything as they watched the Dragon Nation's audience going wild. Ha! Doesn't matter. Holding back now is just a way to learn more skills. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Chapter 107. Our understanding is above you. There was a lot of skill displayed by Chinku in this round, but the Dragon Nation crowd didn't take it to heart. In the past, when they saw Blind Girl 1695, they were also worried about what to do if this technology was learned by other countries. But after seeing the Cebu umbrella directly past the face, everyone has woken up. The Dragon Kingdom is not at all afraid of you learning. Our understanding is above yours. Chenka stood at the stairway and waited for a long time, and it was a long time before he saw the red light coming out from the corner of the basement. The expressions of the characters within the game would not change, but at this moment, they looked at the red butterflies coming out of the basement one after the other, and then saw the philanthropist standing and waiting at the stairway, and it was funny how they looked. It was really a bit confusing for a while as to who was being regulated. Seeing the philanthropist on top, Christmas hat red and green tights, Deerhead took a deep breath. The opponent only has 1 frame of blood left. Just one more hit and he'll be taken down. Red Butterfly followed him, and if he hadn't had Deerhead with him, he would have really wanted to escape. He really didn't want to match up against Rikoku. It was horrible. Those that were caught by the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom Slaughter were, at best, seconds away from falling and then getting into their chairs, followed by a secret sulk in their chairs. But it's those who capture the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom who will be endlessly tortured. Charity followed the side of the basement toward another spot, and Deerhead followed close behind as he saw Charity around the corner above the basement, toward the wall. What's he gonna do? 2 regulation one before the other. Charity just crouched in place, and the 2 of them took the little 90-degree corner and once again both landed in the basement. The same incident happened again and the audience was outright dumbfounded. No, buddy. Same trick. Dragon Kingdom Human Emperor. The more the old tricks are used, the newer they become. Matchmaking supervision. The same moves get redder and redder the more you eat them. The blood pressure is really coming up. How can you be fooled by that? I've now wondered if the 2 regulators share the same brain. Human Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. It's still the same old trick. Jiang Bai and Zhongli and the other survivalist from the Bear Country were watching from their position at the window. Shenke had just come up from the basement when Zhongli possessed himself to hang on to him again. They were beside themselves to see how Chenka slipped the ghost, because by now, the 2 supervisors had no intention of hitting them. These 2 regulations have been a perfect rendition of what it means to have a progressively fuzzy consciousness with a progressively clearer goal. The 3 of them stared blankly at each other. Chenku was in the big ship and hardly ever went out. This trick Zhongli and Jiang Bai have seen many times. Just when Chenku used it again in the basement on the ground corner, they really think that supervision must not be possible to fall for it again. Seeing the 2 regulation fall, they really felt they had underestimated regulation. The Bear Country One Seeker's eyes widened. He hadn't gone out since he knew that the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was inside the big ship. The space on the big ship is not too big or too small. He's fooled regulation many times before by using a blind girl and using various static step-go footprint maneuvers here and there. Now he used a philanthropist, with another maneuver, to slip through 2 regulators in the big ship. For a while, even the audience wondered if he had to be charitable when he used this technique. This maneuver of his should be available to any survivalist, right? Can a player come out and explain? Is it true that you must be charitable if you want to slip ghosts like that? I think relying on his methods would achieve that with any survivalist. He also used a magic wand. Couldn't he have used a magician? Looking at the questions of the audience in the pop-up screen, the players of various countries also followed the thought. Yes, can't we use other characters? Could it be that the character of the philanthropist has some different trait? Thinking about it, they hadn't come up with a single result. Do you guys think it could be because of that dance move of Charity's and the taunting gesture? A text floated across the pop-up. It wasn't sent by a contestant, but by a regular viewer. When these words came out, the crowd then reacted to look at the redemption store. If people have clarity, It seems like the Seekers do move differently. The same name for the move, but they do it differently. The opponent chose the philanthropist as if it was really because of the philanthropist's moves. In very much. There were some heart attacks from players from various countries who were trying to find ways to lower the regulatory hate value. Now that they won't be eliminating players afterward, they're also more likely to want to give their teammates the lion's share of ghost slipping. Watch as the Dragon Emperor variously provokes supervision to keep him from getting to his teammates. They really wanted to ask if anyone really likes sneaking ghosts. The nation's players were silent as they watched the philanthropist lead the regulation up to the deck again. Looking at that familiar hole in the deck, this time even Wang Jiyu, who was hanging on Shen Ku, could not tense up. Wang Jiyu really wanted to ask, still coming to this trick? Really not treating supervision as a human being. The red light was just a few paces behind the philanthropist, and Wang Jiyu hung on to Chen Ku, and this time he couldn't even sing. He saw the philanthropist, who had run to the front of the cave, use the last magic wand on his body again, and after using it, the philanthropist's form became transparent and turned his head back to crouch where he had just placed the doll. Wang Jiyu froze. Still coming? Sure enough, in the very next second, he saw the two supervisors fall to the first floor in unison with their stuck feet. Deerhead had fainted at the sight of the philanthropist, who stood bleeding. He sobered instantly as another fall from above took place. MD, there's a ghost. There's really a ghost here. Up to now, neither of them had ever stepped out of the big ship. Two supervisors, and there was not a thing to be done about charity here. Deerhead chose to surrender immediately. Red Butterfly, who was behind him, also quickly chose to agree. Phew, Red Butterfly sneaked a sigh of relief. He had long ago not wanted to fight. It was too suffocating. If Deerhead hadn't been McCann, he would have left Charity's house long ago to go after the others. MD, this McCann is a stubborn bastard. You don't know what it's like until you've suffered a little. Of course, that's not something he'll say. Before the Bear Nation Seeker could react, it was already showing the Seeker victory. Consciousness faded, and when it returned again, McCann saw that he was on the raised platform after the match. Boss, we've fought great. Charity is too shady. After Red Butterfly consoled him with these words, he quickly left the ring. This matchup is so choked up. Without a glance, McCann looked straight at the philanthropic figment on the long table. How did you win all of a sudden? The other three survivors from the Bear Country were a bit overwhelmed. How did supervision suddenly surrender? None of their cryptographs have been repaired yet. Regulation is really a bit dull, said the Dragon Seeker quickly, who had watched a cut of the philanthropist slipping ghosts. He was really convinced. Is it so easy to sneak up on ghosts? How to feel like you can do the same? Shivering all over, McCann controls himself from retaliating and exits the ring straight away. After returning to the real world, his body was still trembling uncontrollably and his eyes were red. Who are the Bear Country Seekers to call themselves dull? Chapter 108, Done For, New Survival Night Online? Inside the Eagle Nation training room, Eagle Nation's team looked at McCann, who had returned to reality, and the crowd didn't speak, just looked at each other, because this time, it's really pure manipulative teasing. Coach, you're not to blame for this, it's Charity who's too shady. Yeah, I really don't know how they researched so many weird tricks in the Dragon Kingdom. I don't blame us for losing. We fought too brightly to have defended against these underhanded tricks. Listening to the comforting words of the team around him, McCann took a deep breath and shook his head. That long slope and the basement really were kind of a boondoggle, and it was my loss. But I have also gotten a new piece of information. And that is that hole in the deck of the big ship that regulation can't get through. This was something that even McCann was puzzled about. He was pretty sure that regulation had definitely been able to get through in this position before. That's something that our seekers will be able to put to use in the future when they're in Lakeview Village. But now, the various mechanics of this fifth personality are like a game with various mechanics and settings in the matchups. Then naturally dark changes and updates will exist. It was only their fault that they hadn't sought confirmation from the Lord of the Manor before the opening. Or they wouldn't have made such a mistake at all. Rokoku should have been unaware that that location regulation was impassable in the beginning as well. So the doll was placed over there. The latter may be because the red butterfly fell down from there. Only for the Dragon Emperor to realize that the place is regulated not to pass through. It was also a priority for others to notice such small details before they themselves fell from that position twice. Without a doll stuck to their feet, he decided not to mention his failure in the matchup, and just repeatedly told his players that they could utilize the same move in the future. Inside the Eagle Nation training room, the many members of the team stared at McCann in disbelief. The words that came to their mouths re-stifled. They assumed that McCann would react to the same trick on the second floor deck after realizing that his opponent was carrying a magic wand. It wasn't until now, hearing McCann speak, that they realized that McCann had no idea that he had been played with a magic wand all 3 times. Teach, Coach. Someone behind one of the players made a dark effort to push him up a step, and he stumbled over his shoulder to look at McCann. Teach. Coach. We have video. The players still haven't been able to get the truth out. McCann looked at the other man with a raised eyebrow, feeling no need to watch the video replay at all, because he already knows how he misses. It's nothing more than a magic wand, getting down and pouting, or cornering to cheat a high/low landing. The map of the fifth personality is such that once the height difference is landed, more or less a small detour has to be made to return, delaying some time. You know very well how you were cheated, and you know very well for what maneuver you were cheated. He looked to the crowd shrinking behind the player and saw the hands behind him that kept pushing and yelling. Is there some detail that you didn't see? With that in mind, he looked to one side of the multimedia screen and opened the document where they had saved the replay. In the video, everything was still normal at first, and he saw that red butterfly did knock off the doll. Further back, he saw the red butterflies fall down because the other man was on the ground pouting. From an onlooker's perspective, the image was so hilarious that he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly as a smile surged through his heart and he almost laughed out loud. But the next thing he knew, the smile on his face froze and his laughter came to an abrupt end, because he saw the other guy on the second floor with a magic wand. That location regulation has always been passable. The only reason it's not passable is because of a magic wand. He takes his eyes off the screen and looks to the ring. The survivalists haven't left yet, and the Bear Country survivalists are still up there cheering. The survivalist who saw the basement scam and the matchmaking game was constantly lamenting the wonders of that scam to his teammates, his voice high. I'm telling you guys, you don't even realize how topsy-turvy that squat sheet jump by the basement was. Make sure you watch the replay when you get back. Playback? There must have been a lot more interesting things in the replay that I didn't see. You guys really don't understand the shock of seeing it with your own eyes. This is far beyond what replay can top. The Bear Country seeker who was constantly sending out words glanced at the pop-up with disdain. Playback? The replay is as good as watching it live? Chenko was also a little embarrassed by his blowing, which in the previous life is almost the basic operation of some high-level survivors, but here by this group of newcomers as a miracle. He scratched his head and was about to retreat from the ring with his teammates when suddenly, an ethereal yet dull voice came to his ears. The voice seemed to come from another world, carrying a mysterious power that caused his body to tremble slightly, and an inexplicable feeling of nervousness surged through his heart. Effective immediately, a new survivalist has been added, the Knight. The Knight can predict the next two actions of the nearest supervisor within 13 meters for the next 8 seconds, and each time the prediction is correct, the supervisor will be tactically restrained and invigorated to receive a 40% movement speed bonus for 2 seconds. Skills: when a regulator's intent to initiate a skill, other than switching targets, staging, canceling, or adjusting skills, is predicted, it will block the skill and prevent it from being used for the next 6 seconds. Knights can resonate with the honor of a survivor hooked up to the carnival chair within 8 meters, and a survivor in the carnival chair can break free from the carnival chair after being resonated with it. Hearing this news, Chenku has been dumbfounded. He found out the first time he got into the ring, there is no role of a knight over here. At first he was puzzled. Knight didn't have it? So the new characters that came out after that wouldn't have it either? Now it seems that it's not a no, but it will be in a slow rollout. Upon hearing this news, the people who had wanted to continue reviewing the wonderful maneuvers played by the Dragon Nation's human emperor instantly exploded. Knight? That strong? Guess the skill of the regulator. And a good guess will place tactical constraints on the regulator? No. Regardless of what the tactical constraints are for now, the most common character used by most butchers on their side is the Jack. It doesn't make sense. I have one attack and no skills, so you're asking me to guess Jack Pounce or Pounce or Pounce? It's finished. Playing against the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom would have been a total loss in gaming, and now there's a knight. Isn't this letting others go against the grain? Lord of the Manor, do you guess if Jack is a punt or a skill release? Boys, doesn't anyone want to what to do with two knights? You guess the skill and I'll guess the flat A. Human emperor, do you feel the knight is strong? Chenko was about to get out of the ring when he saw a pop-up asking about him, thinking about how effective the knight was on the field in his previous life. It wasn't a T0 level seeker character. He shook his head. Average. Chapter 109, you actually want to bring listening. Hearing the word average, many players showed bitterness in their eyes. This character was already very strong in everyone's opinion. You think it's average because you know what kind of fart people are getting ready to let out as soon as they raise their hands. But if the Dragon Kingdom comes to be the butcher, and the survivor from another country comes to use the knight, can anyone really guess what the butcher is going to do next? Maurice the Gallic chicken grunts as he sneers at the top of the ring. York's passing was an upset in his mind. He loved such gifted players, and it's fair to say that many of the Gallic chicken's victories were once brought about by York. If only he hadn't been so impulsive at the time. If only York hadn't been so impulsive at the time. The corner of Morris' mouth was bitter. And he kept thinking in his mind that if York hadn't been so impulsive at that time, and waited until the new system came out now, he would have had enough opportunities to counteract the Emperor of the Dragon Nation. Watching Macon all but slip like a dog, eating the same routine over and over again countless times, he wondered if only York was there. "I will avenge my brother's death." Behind Morris, a cold voice rang out. Maurice turned around and saw a man who was a little leaner than York. If there was more cockiness in York, there was a hint of loneliness in this man. He was 2 years younger than York, and was York's own brother. Ira. Because the players used to be eliminated, these younger juniors were seriously prepared to learn and stayed on until the last batch was eliminated. A situation that exists in all countries. "Can I go up and play against him the next time Dragon Nation matches to supervision?" Eller asked cautiously, now that losing the match wouldn't eliminate any more players, but it would still reduce the points. Maurice looked at Ale next to him, his broad palm slapping against his somewhat curly, shaggy hair. "Go on." Maurice didn't have the slightest intention of stopping Eller. It's hard to find a player to counteract dragon regulation and survival right now. They were still weak, and all they could do nowadays was to rely on hatred to keep closing the gap between them and their enemies. Chenku had gotten down from the ring by now. He was recalling the voice he had just heard. If the night would be on, wouldn't the hustle be too? Before Chenku crossed over, he only saw some demo animations about hustling and did not have the timing to operate over. "I've heard that hustle is the acrobat's regulator form, which can only be described as a supermodel just by the demos of the major anchors. In the words of countless seekers from previous lives, that is, when hustle comes online, I will learn how to sneak red butterfly in opera. With all the regulation that's coming online now, one more supermodel than the other, especially with opera and Shadow of Time. Most seekers simply don't know how to sneak around." Thinking of the hustle and bustle, Chenko remembered acrobatics, and the survivalists over here hadn't used acrobatics a few times. Because a character like an acrobat has skills that seem strange to them. Acrobatics throw out balls that are used to slow down regulated movement, slow down interactions, and block skills. Previously they did not understand why the ball was used to influence regulation. How can these balls be used to influence regulation? This is because the ball isn't meaningfully thrown at regulation, but rather jumps forward a distance and throws bursts as it does so. After seeing the dragon survivor slip into regulation, they then came to the realization that many roles were not unworkable, but that they wouldn't be able to use them. They preferred the role of the blind lawyer as opposed to the survivalists who acted out their skill props on supervision. This is because character skills are more direct in this aspect of avoiding regulation. Chenka has already played 3 full innings of low bowling today, and he is even more looking forward to what tomorrow's treasures can be opened. He wanted so much more. "I just don't know if that jumbo can be opened with a bit of a qualifier other than a mole skin." Chenka didn't go back up after he retreated from the ring, and his other 3 teammates instead started matching on their own, learning to sneak ghosts. Elderly looked at the ring. Because of Chenka's influence, coupled with the fact that winning or losing the joint hunt would not affect the points, most of the survivors in the ring would take the initiative to look for supervision and try to sneak ghosts. The first thing that thumped in the hearts of the nation's regulators when they saw the seekers who came over to them. Those images of the Dragon Kingdom seekers holding back regulation are still fresh in my mind. Their greatest fear now is that survivalists from other countries have also learned the essence. Chenka lifted a stool and sat next to Li Lao, who watched the match between the other countries in the ring without looking away. There are a few countries that have elected the same lineup as Dragon Nation, survivalists plus strikers, but not every state matched to Lakeview Village. On either map, though, 2 philanthropists can be seen holding up flashlights to find regulation, and strikers pulling balls far and wide. The country's regulating hearts first shuddered, thinking that they would be miserable as well, but soon they realized that being illuminated by a flashlight, mainly because of blocked skills, was not that simple to be stunned. As soon as he turned his body and turned his head sideways, not facing the flashlight's light directly, the progress of that haloing receded backward. Looking at the philanthropist that kept dangling in front of his go, a couple of supervisors instantly laughed. "Do you really think you are also the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Take a flashlight and shine it right here." Looking to one side of the philanthropist, he turned around with a direct stored blade and hit the philanthropist in the face. A slap was delivered and the philanthropist who was holding a raised flashlight was instantly confused. "That's not true. This isn't the same storyline as the one in Dragonland." Li Lao saw those philanthropists after eating a knife, quickly caught up by the supervision to eat a second knife. The follow-up is even more in the pursuit of quickly fell to the ground. What he had been worried about all along, worried that the playing style Chenka demonstrated would be learned by others. Now, he picked up a glass of water off to the side and took a big gulp into his mouth. "Chenku, are knights really weak?" He wanted to ask if it was average, but then he felt that the average in Chenka's mouth was no different from weak. He couldn't help but let out a laugh as he sipped his water. Since when did an old man like him who had never been on the field have the right to call a seeker character weak? However, he quickly threw this idea down. Because he could be so arrogant. All because of the confidence that Chenko gave everyone. Not really, it's still pretty strong. And it does hold a lot of time if you guess right. What about Jack? Li Lao asked suspiciously. Here Jack is definitely a most special character. The other regulation more or less can use skills. Only Jack can only swing claws to attack. Can you call a fog blade a skill? Guess what Jack did next that wasn't 100%? Take a listen. Elderly jerked his head around to look at Chenko. Once he was questioning Chenko's surprising lack of listening. By now, Chenko really has to bring listening. Chapter 110, huh? What's a garden healer spell dance combo, In the slightly dim but cozy lounge, the light sprinkled softly in every corner, reflecting Li's face full of gratification. He locked his eyes on Chenko. The more he looked at Chenko, the more he felt that Chenko was like a treasure that had not yet been fully explored. And every new discovery was like finding a bright pearl in the treasure, shining with a surprising light. He couldn't help but picture the future tournament in his mind. And the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose at the thought of the ecstatic look on the faces of the players from the other countries afterward as they selected their knights full of joy, thinking that they had won. And then seeing Jack. After all, Jack only had one attack pattern. And in their minds, wasn't guessing Jack's attack pattern something that was easy and nearly 100% doable? Bringing insertion eyes and other skills are not convenient for chasing because the CD time of all these skills are too long. The best use of this, instead, became listening. There was no lifting motion, no warning. Chenko's skills are also enough to make up for some of the shortcomings on Jack's panel. After so many games, Li Lao was no longer the same person who was ignorant of the fifth personality. He had been able to tell the strengths and weaknesses of some of the regulators and survivalists with his experience and observations. His heart was filled with the feeling that once he accepted the setting of slipping ghosts to see tinnitus, countries could never go back. No longer will it be the same as before. Watching players from various countries brainlessly choose lawyers and blind women for brainless repair machines. The more you think about the once team, the more childish and inefficient you feel. While the two of them were chatting idly, the sound of light footsteps came from beside Elderly. He turned his head to look, only to see a few others slowly approaching. Their heads were lowered, their footsteps were slightly slow, and their faces wore a coy look as they slowly came to Chenko's side. And that tense atmosphere condensed in the air. Brother Ku, the one in the lead, scratched the back of his head. His hands trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to speak. Wanting to say something. What's going on? He eyed the men carefully and thought they looked a little familiar. Soon, he reacted to the fact that these people were not members of one of the squads in the Dragon Survivor team, but rather the captains elected by the individual teams themselves. Chenko seldom communicated with them other than sharing his daily experiences, and now saw the crowd standing in front of him with a hint of helplessness. Scribe, if there's no way we can level up our ghost slipping in a short period of time, can we have some team role combinations to make up for that shortcoming? We also want to help. We also want to become stronger. The other captain raised his head and looked earnestly into Chenko's eyes, his eyes firm and blazing. Chenko froze, then reacted instantly. Everyone wants to be on the field too, and everyone wants to get stronger. Anyway, the 3 daily jumbos aren't restricted to only being available if you're up there yourself, and there are enough points now to get people up there to learn and practice. In this quiet and somewhat depressing space, the air seemed to freeze, and all eyes were focused on Chenko. As for the combination issue they mentioned, Chenko slightly frowned and fell into deep thought. Really, after a little thought, he realized there were quite a few combinations he could come up with. Personality 5 has all shapes and sizes of survivors, each of them with unique skills and traits. These seekers are like differently shaped keys that, when combined in a specific way, can strike an unexpected fit. The most famous of them all would definitely have to be the Garden Doctor Spell Dance Group. Even if you can't put together this complete combination, a single healing spell alone can be uniquely useful. Even not having a healing spell and adopting a system with 3 shakes to beat the gardener is a viable strategy. Different characters can work with different talents to produce very different results. Chenko just raised his head and saw countless pairs of hopeful eyes, and even Elderly next to him was looking at him with bated breath, waiting for his answer. Yes, let's go with the easiest one, then, and use the Garden Healer Spell Dance combo. Seeing the crowd looking at him, Chenko briefly told everyone about the theory of the Garden Medicine Spell Dance combination. With a double-drawn healing spell system, plus a dancer's support system, the music boxes all over the place can't catch anyone at all. And then finally with a gardener to demolish the chair OB. You can't catch, you can't hang, you can't bleed out, and you end up watching the survivalist run in 4. Hearing Chenko's words, several captains immediately stared in disbelief. They had thought that Chen Ku would say that he would go back and think about it and give everyone an answer afterward. I didn't realize that the other guy just looked down and thought a little bit, and then gave everyone a combination. The only thing that matters is, don't all come to the group. Make sure someone fixes the cryptograph. Chen Ku has seen a lot of playing system in his previous life, and in the end, they all turned into 4 people playing group. By the end of the fight, all 5 men had hit their heads and the regulation had fought its way out of the fire, and the seeker had given up on winning. The end result would just be the survivalist being bled out and grabbed 4 times, and the regulation would feel like they lost something even if they won. Ha! Is this combination really that strong? The crowd had frozen. What kind of system was this? Individually, the 4 seekers were recognizable to them by name, but mixed together, they couldn't really think of how it would work. Most of all, they hadn't seen Chen Ku use this combination, nor had they seen Chen Ku use one of the survivors. Try it. The combination is a combination. Also need everyone a certain degree of proficiency. Chen Ku knows. This combination is not simply put a few characters together on the line. It needs a certain tacit understanding between the players. Just like a precision machine, each part must be perfectly coordinated in order to function properly. This tacit understanding was gradually cultivated in countless training and actual battles, and could not be formed overnight. Even if you fail once, it's nothing. I'm not very good at sneaking around ghosts. Can I go and hold them as well? Upon hearing Chen Ku's affirmative words, a hint of heart flashed in one man's eyes, and he opened his mouth to ask with some hesitation. His voice was not loud, but it was extraordinarily clear in the quiet. It was like 2 deer fighting in his heart, eager to try new tactics on the one hand, but on the other hand worried that he was not capable enough and was dragging everyone down. They were only doubting their own inability to do so, and they did not have the slightest doubt about what Chen Ku said. After all, Chen Ku can use 2 skills to mindlessly draw with just a philanthropist and a striker. Tell you what, for the next game, one of you will put up 1 person, and we'll put together 4 to go up and try it out. Chen Ku looked at the few captains. Several of the captains looked at each other in disbelief, and then the 3 of them scowled and raised their own hands. They have always wanted to be on the same team as Chen Ku, but Chen Ku already has teammates. This is a rare opportunity to be on the same team as Chen Ku. They didn't dare to raise their hands for fear of dragging Chen Ku behind, because Chen Ku said, this game he does not sneak ghosts. Everyone to sneak. He wants to cool repair 5 machines. Chapter 111. What's the difference between a doctor who opens the door to war and a ticket taker? Overnight, while the joint hunt was going on, the nations tried countless maneuvers of the philanthropist crouching to cheat a jump on the deck of a large ship jamming their feet. The result you get is that operation looks easy and it's hard to replicate. When they watched the games between the dragon and other countries, they always felt that the regulation was so done that they couldn't wait to give them 2 tubes of insulin to save their lives. But after his turn he realized that the pseudo-person is not the regulation. The pseudo-person is himself. Sugarman isn't regulation either, as his own operation is much more down-home. Even the magic wand turning back to crouch and jamming his feet is cracked. Perhaps it was because of watching that philanthropic game in the Dragon, where regulation saw the shadows in front of him there on the deck, and when he passed that spot in the hole, he would strike first, whether or not there was a crouching shadow. And because of this, for the first time, the survivors in stealth knew that there was another way to be shocked by fear besides taking a hit interactively. Survivors in the combined hunt are hit 3 times before they fall to the ground, but 1 fear shock is 2 slashes of damage. Until the first day of the joint hunt came to an end, the survivors and also the regulators of the countries were a bit lost. The seeker resented that he couldn't play the same operation, and regulated but regretted that there would be countless seekers in the matchup who would find themselves trying to sneak up on them. But none of them could be the same as the human emperor of the Dragon Nation, giving everyone an experience of the ultimate operation. They wanted to spar with the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, but their opponent, for some reason, never took the field again. Listening to Rukoku, his teammates also broke up into other squads and went into matchmaking solo practice. As for the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer, when they saw those survivalists clamoring for a fight against the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer, they wanted to laugh. You guys can't even slip through the ordinary regulation, and you still want to slip through the Emperor Slayer? You want to laugh? Taking advantage of his teammates to go to single practice, Chen Ku spoke to the 3 squad leaders about what they need to know about the Garden Doctor spell dance combination. And this game, regardless of whether it's the gardener or the doctor spell, needs to be played in a group to cooperate with the team, and only Sister Lisa, the dancer, can go to the beauty of the machine to fix it after placing the octave box to assist her. Even if the supervisor stomps the box, it's fine. The props are supposed to be used as a service to the survivor to sneak up on the ghosts, and it takes a few seconds for the supervisor to stomp on the props, which is long enough for the survivor to pull a point or for the doctor to give a shot to his or her own. Listening to Chen Ku's statement, The 3 squad leaders were a little apprehensive, because Chinka said that what he had to do after that was to place the octave assist for his teammates, and then went to repair the machine, and the heavy responsibility of sneaking ghosts was handed over to them. Looking at the apprehensive expressions of several people, he heard the slithering ghost seem a bit embarrassed. They are not afraid of sneaking ghosts, just because they feel pressurized because they are in a game with Chenku, a feeling of being supervised by a teacher to complete homework, but they also know that this is the only way to be 200% effective. Chenku's teammates just came back and saw Chenku discussing tactics with other teams, and briefly asked before realizing that Chenku had sent a superb holding lineup to everyone. How do you get the ciphers out and drag them to 4 runs when your teammates are down too fast and there aren't enough ciphers? That fierce? The 3 teammates instantly widened their eyes flashing with a mixture of surprise and doubt. If you're going to win when you take a combo like that out, why don't you take that combo out all the time? If this is learned by someone else, isn't that not good? Someone in the training room said worriedly. In his opinion, if this valuable routine is taught to others in order to experience a 1-game win, then they would rather not use it and would rather honestly skate ghosts and work hard on the basics. The moment these words came out, those few squad leaders instantly woke up like a dream. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? If that's the case, you might as well get your feet wet and work on the basics and win on your own. Shortcuts are the kind of things that feel incredibly wonderful when you take them yourself, but can turn into a nightmare once they're in the hands of a competitor. Nowadays, all countries are frantically analyzing dragons' playing style and learning dragons' routines like hungry wolves. Just like a technique like the blind girl's silent steps, which had only been used by the Dragon Kingdom in the previous game, a country had already used it in a similar fashion in the next game, and had won just as well. So, they had to be careful. Once they use this formation, those in other countries will surely learn it quickly. Since there is a set, there is a way to restrain it. Chenka looked to the side of the tactics panel, which was used to develop tactics in the training room. Only after Chenka went on the field, the tactics panel has been somewhat deserted. The panel, at this point, is plastered with the avatars of the 4 seekers of the Garden Doctor's spell dance. There was also text written out in grease pencil underneath, labeling what each survivalist needed to do. Chenka found a gray-haired supervisor's avatar in the corner and pasted it on top of the Garden Healer spell dance combo avatar. Who's this? When this avatar came out, part of the crowd froze and didn't recognize who this was. Doctor? Ginger White was the first to speak, except that there was still confusion under her eyes that hadn't dissipated. There's no way to hang anyone from the role of the Doctor. To this day, people don't understand how the Doctor, as a character, is going to eliminate people. Now Chenko has gone so far as to paste the Doctor's avatar on it. Those who can't hang don't hang. But how is the Doctor going to eliminate people? Wang Jiyu was also a bit puzzled. Bleed it out. Fall down and bleed to death. 3 times down. That's 3 times in the chair. And it's straight up gone. Only after Chenko finished speaking did the crowd come to a realization. They then say why someone tried the Doctor once before and never managed to hang anyone until the end of the game, when he crashed and died and still hadn't figured out why. So the character just doesn't hang people. Whether it's regulation or survivalists, there are ways to find restraint. It's a 1v4 asymmetric competition, so it's kind of informationally fair that regulation can see what role the survivalist picks. Supervision is perfectly capable of determining its own choices based on the lineup of seekers. He's going to play the gardener's system. He's going to play the healer's spell. He's going to play the super heroic OB combo, and we're going to use the Doctor. When Chenko finished speaking, the crowd's breathing had become rapid. Sure enough, they knew that once Chenko came up with this lineup, this role, he must have thought about how to restrain it. At the thought of a nation of seekers following afterward to learn the Garden Doctor spell dance combo, and then Chenko pulls out a handful of PhDs, they shudder to think how ridiculous the chair-removing gardener will be. But what if, and I mean what if the regulation we encounter is the Doctor? Then you have to sneak up. Just find a way to sneak into the open door battle. What's the difference between a doctor who opens doors to war and a gate conductor? Chapter 112. You can always trust the Garden Doctor spell dance. If you come across the figure of the Red Church, remember to push the dangerous wall. Chenka seemed to have thought of something, which was still a trope he had learned from watching others in his previous life. If you can't really sneak around, use a doll to push a critical wall. You can jam your progress ahead of time. Wait until the last bit. Then come over and stand behind the wall, letting the doll push the wall down so that you fall underneath it. The dangerous wall knocking down a survivalist is not the same as when the Doctor knocks down a survivalist. The dangerous wall knockout seeker does not increase the Doctor's exclusive elimination progress in the same way that the Doctor's knockout does. By the time Chenko finished his method, the eyes of the people looking at him began to change. This guy is too fierce, isn't he? 1 step forward and 100 steps back? Is there a combo for when people want to sneak ghosts with bad basics? And he comes up with a combo right away. When people questioned what to do if this combination was learned by other countries, he immediately came up with a way to restrain it. Everyone thinks about what to do in case they meet the doctor and can't slip away. And he comes up with another little trick for escaping inside the Red Chapel. MD, how does it feel like he's always in the atmosphere? The next morning, this time Chen could just arrived at the training room. He saw a treasure box placed on the training room desktop. In fact, yesterday the jumbo also arrived very early. It's only that the upper side was studying it before sending it late. Now that I know what will be opened inside, I will directly hand it over to you today. Li Dichang looked at the treasure expectantly. Quite a few seekers also turned their gazes to look over. And people still didn't understand what this skin did. That philanthropist's skin seemed to only add a little bit of taunting effect. Other than that there was nothing. Except for Chen Ku, they didn't care about these things. Just curious what this thing will open up. Chen Ku looked at the treasures in front of him and a gaze flashed in his eyes. He thumped over to the washroom and took the hand sanitizer and washed and re-washed both hands. Smelling his own hands, with ebony and rose kind of cold and heavy scent. The whole thing felt like burning incense in a temple. Only after doing this did he walk over to the jumbo. At this point the match has begun. By now, countries have discovered that the Dragon Kingdom has specialized survival squads, and the teammates of the Dragon Kingdom's human emperors are all fixed. They followed suit and made a similar combination, gathering all the strongest members of the team together and assigning positions as well as responsibilities. The pop-ups had unknown countries regulating clamoring for a chance to touch base with the Dragon Nation's human emperor squad. The human emperor is not on the field today. Rest. Li Dichang looked to the pop-up screen, those shouting words. Just a joint hunt. Those regulation feel that they have understood the Dragon Kingdom human emperor. Want to come and touch it. Chen Ku is still going to be on the field today. This is also Chen Ku's intention. Today he is an ordinary machine repairer. Without slipping, ghosts look no different from ordinary survivalists. It's the same effect as not being on the field. He wanted to give those three squad leaders a bit of room to play, so that supervision wouldn't be too scrupulous in their choice of opening captures. And it would be easier for them to play the garden healer spell dance combo technique. Seeing Li Dichang's words, the country's regulation instantly exploded. Although Li Dichang said rest, everyone directly interpreted it as you guys are weak and don't want to fight you. Simply too crazy. Other than the human emperor, do you Dragon Kingdom have someone who can take it out? A random team combination? Watch me directly dry scrap you guys. Laughing to death. It's really true that the human emperor can't tell north from south after leading everyone to win a few games. Brothers, it's time to come and give the Dragon Nation some intensity. Looking at the words of the pop-up screen, the faces of the three squad leaders who were about to join Chen Ku in the arena darkened into blackness. These people really wanted to grab and explode them to prove that the Dragon Kingdom was nothing without an Emperor of Man. When he thought of this, he also thought of the new combination that Chen Ku had brought out to them. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud and look at Chen Ku's eyes with a trace of gratitude. This time, they're going to prove to everyone. Us? Let's see who crumbles first in this one. This time I really fixed the machine. If all three of you are down, if you can save it, if you can't I'll run the cellar. Chen Ku spread his hands. He will naturally try to keep the tie if he can. And he doesn't want to lose points if he can. Good. The three of them took a deep breath. All three of them had their own team members. Once again, Dragon Nation entered the match. This time looking to their players before they had to take the field. Don't worry. I'll learn this time. Especially the captain who is responsible for playing the gardener. He has heard Chen Ku say that the medical spell can be taken out and played alone. And the gardener system can likewise be taken out and played alone. As long as he was able to comprehend the essence of the gardener's system, then his squad would be able to keep eating that system. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom enter the match, several countries that wanted to crash entered the match at the same time. They were really trying to up the Dragon Kingdom's survivor team. Really want to tell the world that there is no human emperor and this is just an ordinary squad. There's really no human emperor? In the middle of the match, the three squad leaders saw another pop up. This text makes their somewhat apprehensive hearts calm down. The more afraid of Chen Ku by people, the more they don't want Chen Ku to go up, the more they have to work hard. The more they feared Chen Ku and the more they feared the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, the more they had to prove themselves. Even with a normal survivalist squad, you guys can't up. If the country that matches this time loses, I hope that after the fight everyone says in a big voice after the game, I'm weak. A squad leader didn't hold back and spoke at the pop-up. No problem. Immediately after these words, several countries responded. In the same way that you guys are weak I hope you say after the game, we're nothing without the Emperor of Men. Seeing this, the three squad leaders froze for a second. Good. Chen Ku responded on the public screen. The three squad leaders didn't dare to look at Chen Ku, because it was their provocation to go out. And in the end, they might have to let Chen Ku cover for them again. You can always trust the garden doctor spell dance. This lineup is literally living the whole family. All four of us, and we all make it out of the manor alive. After hearing Chenku's affirmative words, the three took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Chenku continued to look at his treasures. He hadn't even had time to open them just now, and he didn't know what would come out of one. The hand had just touched on it when a dazzling golden light blossomed inside the training room. You're up. Chenku looked at the blossoming golden light. No matter what was opened, he was worth it. The first thing Chenku went to do was to check out the skin collection of the Dragon Kingdom. He felt like he couldn't breathe when he saw that red and black color scheme. Are you really so European yourself? Amamiya Lotus. Chapter 113, What's wrong with me being an emperor over here? By now, Chenku has been very sure that this treasure is to be able to open some very resident skins. The main thing is that the linkage skin can also be opened. This point Chenku is really unexpected. But yeah, that's the only way I've seen to get a jumbo so far. And if even that jumbo can only be opened resident, there's going to be a lot of skins that are unobtainable. In this way, Chenku cannot help but think of some of the skin of the international service. To know that the skin of the Death Note series has not been online until he crossed the national service. Glancing at Amamiya Run, this is the skin of an acrobat. But it was the pre-awakening form. Black school uniform cut to fit, hair a deep black, slightly messy but not too stylish. A few strands of hair falling in front of her forehead, a simple black book bag over her shoulder, and somewhat thick black framed glasses. The awakened form is for the strange pirate costume. Although currently did not see how the soul of resistance is obtained, but Chenku blind guess is after obtaining the skin to match the game to obtain the soul of resistance. The people around Chenku were clenching their fists in place after seeing him open the jumbo, and the screams and shouts were hidden deep in their hearts. The crowd couldn't help but wonder why he was so fond of a skin that didn't add any attributes to the game. Chenku also do not know how to answer this question. To say that the pain of the previous life forever big bailout? Then this is absolutely impossible. The experience of the nonce he could never tell anyone in his life. Since this time 2 hair gold, then he is the Yup. It's all Europa from here on out. As for what the skin actually does, Chenku wants to ask. No, what is the sense of oppression? Players who have felt the sense of oppression know that sometimes just seeing a few skins, blood pressure comes up and the nerves of the game are directly taut. It doesn't matter if it's a human king or a slaughter king. It's like when Prophet White is taken out. His teammates are at ease, regardless of the outcome of the matchup. At least the momentum has been raised in the opening round. The 3 squad leaders looked at the pop-up screen, those clamoring words, and glanced at that, try to hold back not to let themselves scream out of the Chenku. They really want to say, stop mocking. People really do not look at what you say. He is still immersed in the joy that belongs to himself alone, cannot be extricated. Match made. 4 large letters lit up under the name of Dragon Nation. And at the same time, Hippo Nation saw their matched opponent and stood straight up in place. The pop-up crowd in Hippo Nation started cheering as well. They were the first nation to take on the Dragon Nation's non-human Imperial squad. Hippo Nation isn't very strong overall, and the points have been consistently negative. After mixing it up all night last night with a joint hunt, I managed to make a little bit of points upwards, but the scores are still not correct. To say that the score does not represent the strength, but also match to supervise or survive a certain amount of luck in it. But now, a few days down the line, the scores are also proving strength in some sense. The overall strength of the Hippo state is roughly in the middle tier. Quite a few countries had gathered their eyes towards them, as most of them had won against the Hippo Nation's team. The survivalists on the field of a country can represent the strength of a country in a large sense, and that's how they consider the level of a country. Here, only Rukoku was that accident. Now, they also wanted to know, this accident in the Dragon Kingdom, apart from the human emperor and also the Emperor of Slaughter, did the other people in the Dragon Kingdom also have such a level? Thinking of this, they gathered their eyes on the Dragon Nation team. This time, the matching result for the Dragon Kingdom is still the survivor. Since Dragon's victory, the spell of consecutive matches to regulation has been broken. It seems as if the estate owner wants them to show more hitting as well. Are you going to use acrobatics? One of the 3 squad leaders asked. Chenku and them said that the gardener and also the medical spells can be carried out separately to fight the system. So it seems that if Chenku wants to use acrobats, it does not look like it will not work. No need. Chenku shook his head. Although he would have loved to use Amamiya Lotus for a while, he would still put the team's needs first at a time like this. Since you're teaching someone to play the system, you need to show it thoroughly. And, if he did use acrobatics, he simply couldn't resist a little to slip the ghost. Let's go. Chenku looked at the 3 people who were ready beside him. The 3 squad leaders took a deep breath and followed behind Chenku. The 3 had just closed their eyes and responded to the ring's readiness, when their consciousness had appeared above the ring. Wang Jiyu and the others stayed on the inside of the training room. They looked at Chenku on the stage, and Jiangbai reached out his finger and poked one of the team members in front of him, which was a member of the rest of the Dragon Nation squad. What is the perspective of the bystander? Chen K. Who slips ghosts? The teammate she poked tensed a bit and looked to the seeker in the ring who had chosen the dancer, an admiration that had been etched into his heart flashing in his eyes. It was awesome. So awesome that I wanted to watch him fix the machine this round even though I knew he wasn't going to skate the ghost. Hearing his words, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's there to see in repairing a machine? It's so boring. Zhongli didn't care. He preferred to go against regulation. Only Wang Jiyu on the side didn't say anything. He had always felt that his talent was a bit mediocre compared to the other two teammates. If there were 3 people on the team who understood the feelings of the other squad of survivors better, he thought it had to be himself. When he had just heard people say that they wanted to see Chinko repairing the machine, he very much thought the same as they did. Pure Fixer would like to see it too. At this point in time, Rokoku has determined his choice. Dancer, Gardener, Doctor, Spell. The 4 roles had just been chosen, and confusion surfaced in the eyes of the audience outside. Because before, even the Human Emperor's team would have a role like a lawyer, and at that time they wondered if lawyers were an indispensable role. It should be that even the Emperor of Man wants to know about regulatory movements. But now, the new squad from the Dragon Kingdom has completely eschewed the role of lawyers, opting for a very soft-looking combination. Yes, it was only when everyone reacted back that they reacted to why they came over to why they had the idea. Because the Dragon Kingdom's Human Emperor squad also features characters that look as safe as the striker. Because the Emperor of Man was inside, it made people feel safe even if the Emperor of Man chose a prisoner who looked soft and powerless. Now, looking at the 4 female character seekers in the ring, they kind of wondered what kind of power could be contained within the bodies of these 4 characters. Supervision at this point looked down at the 4 characters and was even more overwhelmed. The map for this one was their familiar Sacred Heart Hospital. It's not strange, it's familiar. He envisioned that the Dragon State would choose the striker, would choose the prisoner, would choose the novelist. All that he had envisioned, but not that the other side would elect these 4 seekers. What about yourself? What do you choose for yourself? He's lost. Chapter 114 Young Hermits Battle Medical Spells. The audience was dumbfounded as they watched Supervision take a long time to settle on his role, because they, too, don't know what kind of supervision to elect in the face of this lineup of Longhua. What kind of lineup is this for the Dragon Kingdom? I have to say, to be able to confuse regulation is a success. When in doubt, go straight to Red Butterfly. Sure enough, detached from the Human Emperor, they are nothing. What kind of hook 8 did they choose? A few of the men in the ring are in the middle of a match and can't see the pop-ups to talk, but they've settled on their lineups early on. It's probably because it was determined so quickly that regulation instead never defined its role. After a few moments, Hippo Nation's superintendent took a deep breath and finalized his choice. Hermit. The hermit character doesn't come on much, and people didn't understand it before so they rarely picked it. But in the last 2 days, because it won't weed out the dead, there are countries that are starting to try other regulations, trying to learn to understand a regulation that no one understood before. Because the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom's slaughter is recognized for relying on people not knowing about a particular regulation and hitting a very strong information gap. The fight is that people don't know anything. For the past 2 days, they've been desperately trying to figure out if there are any other regulations they don't understand. They struggled to understand the regulation, for their own use and to counteract the Emperor Slayer of the Dragon Kingdom, the Hermit character. 2. They discovered yesterday. After electrifying the motors, all seekers who decipher the code machine being electrified will have an electrical charge attached to them, and the Hermit only has to hit one of the seekers for all the others to be attacked. Share the damage done to the survivor. He didn't know exactly what the opposite side was trying to do, but right now he didn't want to understand, and since he couldn't figure it out, he'd fight together. Just hit one and all of them have to get hurt for me. Just grab one of the weak ones and hit them so hard, all of them have to go down for me. The main thing is that the Hermit can open the map and can look at the distribution of ciphers in the game. The previous supervisor couldn't find anyone, so he had to watch the survivalists leave the property and stay on the property himself. There was no way to bring back this kind of information. And after using cryptos for the past 2 days and discovering that they could look at the cryptograph distribution, they realized how buggy this was. How much less everyone would have suffered if they had been able to bring back the information about the Hermit before entering the game. The Hermit linked 5 cryptographs at the first opportunity. As you know, there is also usually a crypto machine near the supervised birth point, and there will be no survivors next to this one. The regulator has another minor talent to choose from called blocking. Blocked, at the start of the game, the furthest cipher machine from you will enter an undecipherable state for 40s. This allowed his Hermit opening to connect to the other 5 cipher machines. Next come across another seeker who voluntarily steps up and slips himself. Give him a layer of electricity, after which you can torture the seeker team hard. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the Hermit's skills. If only people had known about the hermit's role. 2 charges can directly fix the survivalist in place for 2s. With this 2s, are you still afraid that the human emperor will give himself a slip to explode? TMD straight to your fix. Let's see if you can still sneak around. After you open the rank, you will even have an extra skill. Reappearance, the hermit places his intention on the electromagnetic sphere at the top of the scepter, which will briefly rise into the air, allowing him to fire the sphere at the target, and the hermit himself will instantly move to that point and release a magnetic field once. This character is a hell of a lot stronger than the jack they were using before. The countries are saddened when they think about what a hard life they once had. The audience watched him pick a hermit and their expressions became rich with emotion, because people are realizing that after not eliminating deaths, the understanding of regulation and also the survivors in each country is rattling up. If they had encountered this team elected by the Dragon Kingdom, they wouldn't necessarily have been able to react to the role of the hermit in the first place. If you want them to be on the field, they'll mostly still go with Red Butterfly. Chenku entered the game. He first found a place to let the obstacle block, preventing the supervision from seeing himself, and then he was forced to sneak ghosts. Take cover and see which way the regulation comes from before you go out to fix the machine. Or look at your teammate's position and go ahead and place a box assist depending on the situation. He's positioned himself very accurately for this round, which is to fix the machine and not fight the group. After all, the national cipher doesn't open itself. BZZZZZ. Chenku was still observing when a sound connecting the electric field rang in his ears. A purple link appeared before his eyes, connecting to this cipher machine in front of him. Chenku immediately dumbfounded. Not, buddy, you choose hermit ah? The viewers thought they picked the lawyer to pop some regulatory movement for his teammates. But no, he did it purely because he was giving Wang Jiyu a hiding. Most regulation doesn't require a teammate to pop the point, and you can watch the field in the opening round to know what the other team is picking. For example, the old man's game would be the same as Joseph's, with a console that looks like a camera. The Joker's game starts off with parts all over the place, and the fisherwoman's game with perspective to see that glowing harpoon thrown out. But now, Chenku's shocked mouth is hard to close. Dude, a hermit? If you are playing other combinations, Chenku will still feel that he is a good choice for this hermit. But now see the juvenile hermit battle garden Dr. Spelldance. It's okay D. It's okay D. It's okay da. Healing spells are a necessary part of growing up as a young hermit. He's going to be a lot more mature after this fight. Regulator in my neighborhood. The doctor sent the first message. Of course it wasn't a coincidence that he took it upon himself to go to the hermit and ask for a fight. The hermit also nonchalantly chose to go after the one that ran close to him with a bang. Chenku saw an electrode hit the doctor directly. He sucked in a breath. Sho chased the doctor. Ha? Next to or next to the invincible ruins? It's over. He guaranteed that after this game this hermit would want to vomit at the sight of a healing spell. Chenku's birth point is at the goddess statue, and the doctor's signaling location is at the cabin. Chenku first touched the cipher near him to get himself charged up as well. Spelljammer and Gardener also quickly began repairing their machines, their bodies following suit as they lit up with charges of the same color. The hermit smiled. Good, all charged up. Next, just a little torture doctoring will wear out the other 3. Chenku took a deep breath. In fact, the hermit hit the medical spell first. Chasing the doctor is not wrong, and can even be said to be a very good choice. The best thing would be to not connect power to the cryptograph in the opening and just power up the doctor. The hermit's scepter has the power of the pitch black eye and deals 1/2x damage per pulse attack. The doctor had to zap himself 3 times during the hole to get back up. However, this result would have been different if the opening round had been connected to electricity. Chapter 115, Finding the Perpetual Motion Machine. The doctor was the first to step forward to slip the ghost, and the moment he saw the hermit a flicker of fear rose in his eyes. The hermit, a character that was analyzed and dissected only yesterday, attached a charge to the seeker after a power streak, and didn't let several other seekers share the damage evenly with each slash. The doctor he used in this game. Chenku also said that he should look for every opportunity to find a way to give himself a needle and give himself a healing art when he is sneaking ghosts. As long as he is zapped with blood once, then he will go from the original 2 cuts to the ground, to 3 cuts. If he could find a way to stick himself with more needles on the way to sneak up on the ghost, his collapse would be delayed even further backward. He had never played against the character of the hermit. The moment he saw the hermit, his heart was a little sad and guilty, because he can put his form together with an injury to himself, but he's going to drag his teammates down with him. For a moment, he wondered if he should switch spells to sneak up on the ghosts and come and status heal his teammates himself. The doctor will be able to heal a bit faster than the other seekers touching status, and will also be able to treat some of the more minor injuries. He stood inside the cabin, looking out at the hermit who was walking unhurriedly toward him. The character of the hermit just seems to give off a light as a daisy vibe. It was rather fortunate that the basement wasn't in the cabin, or he would have had to find a way to get out of the place anyway. The hermit outside saw him from a distance and raised the staff in his own hand. Looking at the board area of the cabin, dropped a red charge. He didn't throw it at the doctor, but toward the interaction point. Seeing the red charge on the ground in front of him, the doctor blushed hard. There were just 3 exits from the cabin: a board, a window, and a door. The hermit was coming from the very spot where the door had been, and he was running toward the door panel, already too late to choose to go through the window. The 3 survivors outside had red electrodes on them, and on top of that, a 40s countdown had appeared on the status bar of the survivors. Survivors can't switch their electrodes until the countdown is over. In the Hermit Bureau, the survivor can switch the electrodes on him, her every once in a while. If the electrodes are the same color as the electrodes on the seeker who is slithering, they will share the damage for the slithering seeker when he or she takes damage. But if they are not the same color as the seeker who is slithering, he or she takes the damage himself or herself when that seeker is in hand. The hermit could no longer hold back his laughter at the sight of all 4 of them tinted with the same color charge. That's it. Torture. Torture hard. To beat 1 man to torture 4 men. To beat 1 man to injure 4 men. I really don't know where to find such a good thing. Instead of choosing to get off the board, the doctor quickly ran towards the location of the ruins. The hermit stood inside the cabin and swung his staff hard at the board in front of him. 2 knives swung out, and only then did he feel something was wrong. A sound so held back in the back? In that case, it's just head iron over board. A blade swung out and his body followed, drilling out of the boarding area. He wasn't smashed, nor did he feel the staff hit anyone. Turning his view, he saw the location of the ruins to which a set of red footprints led. The moment he came out, he also saw the last of the doctor burrowing into the rubble. Hermit, some face black. He really was PTSD by the Emperor of the Dragon Nation. Where are the unusual seekers so much dare to game with the regulation? This doctor didn't even dare to game the slamming boards and went straight into the rubble. The doctor didn't go far, but hid behind a wall to watch the hermit's movements. Slipping ghosts is about holding back, not getting rid of regulation. Watching the hermit's delay in catching up, he knew immediately that the hermit must be gaming in the boarding area of the cabin. Sure enough, Chen Ku was right. Not gaming is the best gaming. There is no need to guess what regulation is trying to do because regulation plays with itself. Just before he could be happy for long, the supervision from inside the cabin had caught up with him. The hermit looked ahead at the doctor waiting for him and raised his hand to fly out an electric charge that reflected right in his sure path. The doctor's face hardened as the charge was sent almost in passing, hitting him directly as he passed the location. A blue charge hit the doctor and he was instantly stunned in place. The hermit in the back quickly catching up and slashing at the doctor in front of him who had fallen into a brief coma. The doctor looked at his instantly missing roughly 1/6 of his stats, and took a hit to accelerate directly towards the back of the border in front of him. The hermit wiping his blade was not the slowest, but it wasn't the fastest either. The 3/5 of rubbing the knife is enough for the doctor to run behind the plate in front of him and stab himself hard. The doctor usually conditions a shot to recover 0.25. He thought it would take a long time for him to tie it up, but with a shot behind the board he realized that it was so fast. 1/6. Almost instantly, zaps itself full. He saw the hermit who had finished polishing his sword and was coming toward him again. Ha! You're almost back to full strength after your opponent's knife wipes? This stayed zipped up a lot quicker than one would expect. Isn't he looking for death by chasing himself? Chenko was fixing the machine and was forced to let go and share the same damage when the doctor was injured. He had always placed a music box on the bottom of his feet to speed up his progress in fixing the machine. Looking at the progress of the cipher machine in his hand at a little over 10%, he nodded. The progress of this cipher machine was not bad at all. The progress of the Hermit Bureau's cipher machine was already slow, and as the prisoner's teacher, his skills had the same effect as the prisoner's. That's forming circuits to transmit deciphering progress. Now the seeker looks like he's working on one machine, but he's actually working on 5 machines as well. When a seeker deciphers a linked cipher, 50% of the deciphering progress is retained at the home station, and 35% of the progress is transmitted evenly distributed among the other linked ciphers. Transmission loses the remaining 15% of the cryptograph's progress. When the escape door is energized, the hermit can also connect to the escape door's circuitry to produce the same effect. He didn't go over there for a while, but continued to fix the machine, and as soon as he looked up the doctor zapped all over it. Shenka sighed heavily. I really don't know how the hermit will feel when he sees such a doctor. The hermit was also confused at this point. He was reveling in the fact that he'd hit the doctor, and he really wanted to laugh when he saw a couple of the other survivors taking damage at the same time. Looks like you guys in Dragonland still don't know enough about regulation. Ha! Wasn't expecting to use a hermit, was he? The opening game is still banning that Hook 8 Red Butterfly in Joker. Watch me use straight up this time. Only he looked again at the doctor, who was in as good a shape as ever, and could not see the slightest hint of having been stabbed. If he hadn't seen that the three survivalist statuses had all followed suit and reduced by a fraction, he would have suspected that the slash he had just made was a hallucination. Zapping yourself to replenish your status? He laughed. What's the point of replenishing your status when you can beat the doctor all by yourself? Does it feel good to be alive on your own when 3 of your teammates are down because of you? Seeing the doctor, he felt like he'd found perpetual motion. Chapter 116 Medical Spell Combination concludes contract. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 4 cuts. The doctor's center blade was fast. The doctor himself was still in good shape, but couldn't stop himself. Who was his teammate was already missing half of his form. After 4 cuts, Chenku's condition is no longer good. Chenku put down the cipher machine in his own hand, picked up the music box on the ground, and ran toward the ruins. It wasn't far past his position, and the other two were not far from fixing their machines. The doctor had been circling the ruins and the diet, and I have to say that the ruins were really good. At first he ate a few slashes in a row, but the further back he went, the better he got at it. This is probably the proficiency that Chenku was talking about. He didn't have the idea of leaving the ruins, just that after seeing 3 of his teammates greatly disabled, a little bit of shame was unconsciously born in the bottom of his heart. Chenku ran toward the ruins. Did not continue to repair their own this cipher machine? Change to the ruins next to the one that was connected to the electricity to repair is the same. The progress will be transmitted to each other. Their own only a little bit of that one. Transmission. The cipher machine themselves open. He was mostly going to go find the other seekers to replenish their status now, and put the music box over there in the meantime. Hermit game apportionment of damage is the inevitable result. Playing the hermit game cannot be rushed. The survivor in the repair machine, but also need to timely find teammates to replenish the status. Otherwise, there will really be a situation where one person slips the ghost and the whole group is crippled. The gardener hadn't been far away, and with the doctor skulking ghosts around the ruins, he jumped straight down from the hospital and demolished all the chairs near the ruins. Spells also have 4 extra layers of monkeys on him because of the charge on his body, and the doctor takes 4 cuts. Instead of fixing the machine again, he was going to go over and help the doctor, and in the meantime, find a chance to make a contract with him. That's what spellcasters can do. Spell blessing, a spellcaster who heals a spellcaster or a survivor who was healed by a spellcaster gains the spellcaster's blessing. The blessings granted by a spell statue are not replaceable or overlapping, so the spellcaster and the survivor who has been blessed will not be blessed by another spell statue. Regulators who damage a sheltered survivor likewise stack the spellstalker's spell-like warding effect. After that, whenever the doctor takes a hit, the spell works just as well to increase the 8 spell image. 3 slashes down, the hermit became anxious, although the other few survivors' statuses became greatly crippled, because the others are crippled, but the doctor is still as fit and healthy as before. He wouldn't know how long it would take to knock out the doctor. Seeing the doctor in front of him, he blessedly didn't give the doctor any more red power. This time he struck over a blue charge, out of place with the colors on the other 3 seekers. Seeing the hermit put a different charge on the doctor, Chenku smiled. The hermit finally reacted. If he hadn't connected the electricity in the opening round, or if he had charged the doctor with a different color in the opening round, and the doctor's teammates had no way to share the damage, then the doctor's unskilled ghost skimming skills would have been on the ground by now. Where else would you find a corner to zap yourself when you have a chance to eat a knife like this? The doctor feels more and more skilled in ghost slipping, and the hermit feels more and more knowledgeable about the role of the hermit. He watched the moment the doctor in front of him was about to roll out the window, and a charge of a different color flew straight through to pin the doctor in place. A slash hit, and as he watched the doctor's blood level, which was momentarily a little over half full, he realized in a flash of clarity, if you don't charge the doctor or give him a different charge, give another cut and the doctor will fall to the ground. Just as the doctor was eating the knife, Chenku was already in position. Before the hermit could see the dancer's silhouette, he saw that the entire ruin was covered by one ice blue formation after another. The icy blue ground kept bouncing with various waves of sound. The first thing he recognized it as was the dancer's octave. He had been puzzled when the role of the dancer had been chosen. If all the survivor skills here had an obvious role to play, then the dancer's octave had a really small role to play in his opinion, because of the range. In addition to that, supervised walking on the range of the octave doesn't see a significant effect. 3 icy blue slow octaves cover the entire ruin perfectly. The doctor who was slipping the ghost saw the box on the ground, and that somewhat nervous heart was instantly comforted. He had just eaten a complete slash attack from the hermit, and was anxious as he looked at the majority of his blood that was missing. But the sight of the octave box on the floor made him become reassured again, because he knew that Chenku was coming over to assist as they had previously said they would play. The hermit couldn't help but grunt at the sight of the red electricity on the dancer's body, and although he didn't know the purpose of the box he had placed it in, he wasn't going to bother with that box. he felt that that box was a bait. He just need to step on it. Maybe in a turn of the head the doctor's blood was stuck all over again, and the efforts made in front of him were directly wasted. Seeing the doctor running away around the corner in front of him, a bolt of electricity hit him just in time. Only this time it hit red power. Pro rising again. He flew right into the doctor's face with a preemptive strike to the doctor's position. The crowd instantly cheered as they watched Hermit land. The Hermit is too strong too. Another slash. All four are crippled. I'll see how they fight after that. I told you that after leaving the human emperor, they are nothing. Do the octaves placed by the dancers work? I don't see the point of this lineup until now. The audience was puzzled because up to this point, they hadn't seen any use for it. That gardener was tearing down chairs right out of the gate, and Spellcraft was dutifully fixing the machine, but only for a little while before running all the way over half the map. Rather, the dancer had been good and had been working on her machine until just now, when she came over to place her octave. They are really not seeing what this team of survivalists is doing. The ground was still pounding with icy blue waves of sound, and the doctor took advantage of this battered acceleration to start circling the ruins again. Just as he turned the corner, he saw the spell standing in front of him crouching on the ground. He didn't hesitate to start healing directly on the spell. The doctor's uneasy heart settled again at the sight of the healing progress that had been jammed into the spell. Sure enough, everyone was following the original plan. Spells can be contracted to them whether they are healing someone else or being healed. The healing status on Spellbinder was just a hair short of the last of it, and the gardener had already jammed a full healing progression for him, so all he had to do was touch it, and he'd be able to make a good pact with Spellbinder. The dancer and the gardener had begun to touch each other's state. By now, their matchups were really starting. The Hermit struck again. Only this time, he felt it. His progress in wiping the blade was, in an instant, much slower. In the blink of an eye, he saw the spell's already crippled state instantly restored. The doctor also began to stick himself with needles in plain sight at the front window. Chapter 117 Hook 8. How do you climb so fast? So wild? A surge of anger surged through the Hermit's heart, and that anger rolled within his chest. Are they all so out of touch now? He whispered through gritted teeth, a hint of fear in his voice from being caught out of control by the situation. Before, this doctor was careful when he stuck the needle, like a frightened rabbit, always hiding and hiding, afraid of being discovered by him. Now lancing a needle in front of your face? It was just a wall away, but this was a position where two of his charges could go over and just immobilize it. However, he didn't use the skill directly because even if he controlled the doctor in this position, the opponent would quickly remove the stun. He frowned at the spell next to him. What was the other doing here? Underground icy blue sound waves were pulsing, and the blue music box rendered the entire ruin in a dreamy color. He knew that it was the dancers coming. What about the gardener? He looked around suspiciously and didn't see the gardener. However, the dancer's status had just returned from bloody to healthy, which meant that the gardener was replenishing the dancer's status. The Hermit's hand froze with his staff and his feet stopped moving forward. It clearly felt like the doctor was about to fall to the ground, but at that moment he had a very strange feeling. It's strange. What are they doing here if they're not fixing the cryptograph? Shouldn't they be waiting for themselves to take the doctor down, then come to the rescue, then find a way to take the doctor down themselves, then hang and fly, and then figure out how to take down the others next? Isn't this a normal rhythm? Why did it feel like the group of survivalists yelling this as our egg were converging around themselves the moment the doctor was about to fall to the ground? The Hermit looked at the doctor over there, and was about to go over there stiffly to continue his own rhythm of pursuit, when at that moment, he turned his head violently, and saw a spellcaster suddenly appear beside him, and that spellcaster's raised hand flashed with a dazzling purple spell light. That purple spell light was like a mysterious nebula, spreading out in a circle towards the surroundings, instantly enveloping him in its entirety. The Hermit raised his own hand and pressed it to his forehead. This is the skill of the spell. Ape Spell Statue. The spellcaster carries a spell statue with him, which can be used to expend one layer of the spell statue's guardian effect, using the statue to curse the nearest regulator within a certain range, briefly paralyzing it for once. When Spell Image Guardian reaches 3 tiers, it can detonate Spell Image Guardian, consuming 3 tiers of guardian effects to paralyze the regulator for 4s. In a flash of purple light, the spellcaster beside him was gone, and the doctor, who had come so close to collapsing to the ground, was recovering his status quickly. It was the first time that a spellcaster in the Dragon Kingdom had been this close to regulation, and he had heard Shinko had seen what a spellcaster had to do to get an ape spell statue. There are 3 ways to get a spell statue, either by getting it over time within a certain range around the supervisor, or by the supervisor dealing damage to the spellcaster that also immediately adds a layer of monkey. Third, when a seeker who has made a pact with a spellcaster is harmed, it likewise stacks the spellcaster's Spell Image Guardian for the spellcaster. The The spell statue had a cap of 5 tiers in total, so he had just used 3 tiers without hesitation, giving the doctor plenty of time to get his own health healed up. Before the start of the game, Shenku had said that no matter whether he slipped the ghost or the doctor slipped the ghost, let them find a chance to heal each other halfway through the game, or the doctor zapped his own status, and when he was a hair short, let the spellcaster come over and touch it for good, because that's the only way to make a contract with the doctor in the pursuit. At first, when he saw that the hermit was able to have the seeker spread damage for the one being pursued, he was distressed because everyone was in poor shape, and he was worried that it would affect the tactics later on, but it wasn't until he saw his growing spell statue from spreading the damage that he was dumbfounded. This point Shenku also sister said, does the Hermit Bureau still have this perk? He was all ready to eat the blade in order to increase his spell image, as consistently keeping a distance near the regulation to build up his spell image felt a little bit like he couldn't do it. But now, with so many spell statues racked up just by taking a small amount of damage, he couldn't even begin to tell you how much fun he was having. Looking to the hermit next to him, as long as he electrified the seeker then he could add a layer of monkeys himself to whichever seeker he hit. Is so cool? He looked over to the hermit there, the other man still obsessed with going after the doctor. The hermit had a heart attack when he saw the doctor, who had already maxed out his own status by taking this effort. It's still as good as it was when we first met, after all the hard work of chasing it down. He was chasing the doctor in front of him, and with the spell following him in the back, he didn't seem to be going anywhere, and now, even the gardener's state was touched up, with only a small wound on his body. Seeing this scene, the hermit only felt like his chest was being pressed down by a huge stone, and he became even more infarcted. His face turned iron blue, and a flame of anger burned in his eyes. He raised the staff in his hand and appeared to be aiming at the doctor's position, but his gaze stayed on the spellcaster, his eyes revealing a complex mixture of anger, helplessness, and a hint of fear that the situation was getting out of hand. Pa-dash! A blue bolt of electricity landed directly on one side of the spell, immobilizing it. The hermit sneered. Now that the doctor had no electricity on him, and the dancer and gardener were hiding somewhere touching their status, only this spell was a wreck. The first moment he was fixed, he went straight over and struck at the spell. The spell that was already in a greatly crippled state took the blow and fell straight to his knees. I'm sorry, I missed. Spellbinding hurriedly sent a signal to his teammates, then quickly crawled towards the corner position. All of them brought the flywheel effect with them before they entered the game, and on the way to the gift of the flywheel effect, there is a little gift that seekers call the triple crawl. Indomitable, increase self-healing speed by 10% / 15% / 20%, on the ground, and increase movement speed by 30% / 60% / 90% on the ground. The talents they carry are all flywheels and big hearts, and only Chenka's dancers come with fighting big hearts. On top of that, the crowd had another little talent in common. The 3 shakes. Tying on a balloon increases the struggle speed by up to 20%. With these 2 little gifts, and the healing spell gardener system, it can be hard for regulation to hang on to people. The hermit wiped his blade in the blue circle of octaves once more, and this time, it was obvious to him that he was wiping his blade at a frighteningly slow pace. They were in the ruins, and for the first time, he had the idea of wanting to go and stomp the octaves out, but the location of these octaves was placed in its tricky position, not knowing in which corner of the wall it was, and it would take him longer to find it if he went looking for it now. It's annoying. The hermit was annoyed, now that he had mentally retracted his earlier thoughts of finding the dancer useless. That's a nasty slowdown. Chapter 118, Why are you tearing down my chair again? When he finished wiping his blade, he swept his gaze and saw that the spellcaster beside him had now crawled out like an agile lizard for a long distance. The figure moved quickly through the shadows of the ruins, moving in a slightly lumbering but desperate attempt to crawl toward the corner. The hermit's face was black at this point. What is this? Climbing so fast? He followed after Spellbinder's location, and the other crawled straight toward the corner, not even looking at him. The hermit was still focusing on the octave as he pursued, thinking that he would have to stomp on this octave when he had the chance. The main thing now is to get the spell hooked up. Shenku was still at ease repairing the cipher machine. This round he is very clear about his position, is to repair the machine. When his teammates are really on the chair and need rescuing, he brings his wrestling to the table and goes to fetch people off. The gardener followed, looking in the direction of the spellcaster. The chairs over here he had secretly removed all of them back when the spell had slipped the ghost earlier. Now wherever the spell fell was fine, but he had to pay attention to which chair the diet was going to hang the spell on, and wait until the hermit had picked the chair up before he renewed his shield and went to remove the chair again. The doctor, meanwhile, was beside him, and took the opportunity to treat the imperceptible injuries on the gardener's body. Spellscream climbed quickly, and by the time the hermit caught up with him, he saw that he had moved away from the chair. The spellcaster couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the sight. He wondered if the gardener had removed all the chairs on this side, and struggled to climb out just to give his teammates a chance. Shenka told them that the situation in the game is changing rapidly. There is no way to exchange accurate information in the game, so they all have to be treated as teammates did not do to cope with it, so as to give their teammates the opportunity to make the whole thing finished better. It's possible that while climbing, the supervisor will see a closer chair and lead the survivalist to hang on to another one. If you're in a corner like Lakeview Village Forever Sleep, where there's just one chair nearby, then the regulation is just to remove one. But if it were any other mini-map, there would still be too many chairs to choose from in one area. The spectators outside sighed as they saw the spellcaster struggling to crawl toward the corner. Sure enough, without the human emperor on the team, everyone just misses a lot. The spellcaster is just trying to delay getting on the chair. I guess, a little bit of climbing farther is a little bit. It's just a little delay. Is it useful? This lineup just isn't strong enough. If only there was a striker here. Laughing my ass off. Spells can have the same use as strikers. To stun regulation to free teammates. What's the difference between a spell that's down now and a striker that's down? The only person on the team who could save his teammates from the balloon is now down. What can this team do after that? No self-preservation. No self-preservation. Looking at the pop-up comments, all of the players from the Dragon Kingdom who weren't on the court didn't say anything. They looked to the doctor and the gardener who were ready to go, knowing full well that the real game was only now beginning. The spellcaster crawls hard, but the hermit still catches up with him. The hermit led him towards the nearest chair. The chairs on this side of the ruins were still densely spread out. The spellcaster had struggled to climb far enough, but there was still a chair not far nearby. He was held in the hermit's hand, struggling frantically as the hermit's body deviated from its trajectory on its way to lead the man to the chair. This is the result of the struggles of the survivor, who, by struggling on the balloon, is able to influence slightly the direction of the regulation. The hermit grimaced as he felt the swaying of the balloon rope in his hand. He knew that the Dragon Kingdom squad without the human emperor was nothing more than that, only just as he had led the man near the chair. He saw the chair of revelry, which had been dismantled from its frame, holding the balloon for a few moments as he stood next to the chair. He saw that the chair had been dismantled from its frame. It's a gardener's skill. Crafty craftsman, carry a toolbox with you to destroy the carnival chair in the scene. The hermit froze, and he looked to another chair not far away. That chair wasn't far, he thought, leading the man back towards the side. All along the way, the balloon in his hand was still struggling. He had just gotten near the chair, and before he had a chance to see if the chair was broken or good, the spellcaster in his hand fell to the floor. The spellcaster laughed, and sure enough struggled down. Everything about this matchup is going according to what Shinka said before the match. Overseeing the traction balloon, then seeing a broken chair. The first time he chooses to switch chairs, and when he gets to the second chair before he gets shaken down by them, the spellcaster quickly ran towards the inside of the ruins, not realizing that two more charges of a different color were hitting behind him, holding him directly in place. The first was a ball of electricity and the second was a rearing to fall directly on him. But this time, the first one to hit him was no longer a red charge, but a blue one. He was tainted with a layer of blue electrodes, a different color than the ones on his teammates. The spellcaster fell from the balloon, and his status had changed from his previous major disability to half-blooded. Even so, it's still a state where a supervised hit is a slash and you're down for the count. Shenka did not cut the electricity for him to share the idea of damage. There is a gardener and a doctor over there. The hermit cannot hang. He just needs the comfort of fixing the machine now. The hermit landed quickly beside the spellcaster and swung his staff in his hand again. The stunned spellcaster inevitably fell to the ground in a straight slash. The fallen spellcaster continued to struggle forward. Next to him was a chair. The hermit looked at the chair and after realizing it was reparable, he reached down and picked up the demolished chair, then righted it. He frowned at the spellcaster struggling to crawl toward the corner, and then at the chair he was holding. Can you climb this far just by holding a chair? The spell in front of him crawled into the ruins, and around a corner he was out of sight. The hermit quickly followed, and this time, he caught a glimpse of an octave box in the corner. Pale blue sound waves kept spreading out from the music box. Looking at the spellcaster that kept crawling towards the front, the hermit took 2 steps over to stomp the box off. A music box had been stomped off, and there were still light blue sound waves in the rubble spreading out from who knows where in both corners. With one less box, the blue color in the ruins was no longer as intense. He didn't take the time to look for the other 2 boxes. At this point his strategy was to step on it if he saw it, and forget about it if he didn't. Quickly catching up with the spellcaster who had crawled to the wall, he led him straight up from the ground. Bang dash, a popping sound came unexpectedly from behind him, and the chair that had just been repaired was, once again, dismantled. Chapter 119, Chasing Gardeners. He looked behind him in the direction of the bursting point, surrounded by broken walls, a jumble of shattered stones and rotting boards. There was no cipher machine there, only a chair that he had only just righted and repaired. Tear down again, the hermit roared in his mind, feeling his face burn a little by now, as he held the spellcaster tightly, the hand, knuckles white from exertion, like an iron vice, towards the chair behind him. There was no way around it. This side of the ruins, only this chair was the closest. A little farther chair. Hermit's mind floated to the scene of that wretchedness just now, and a little farther chair walked past the people shook down. His only hope was this chair. The boards of the ruins behind him had all been tapped off just as the spellcaster slipped away from the ghosts, and now he had no worries about being slammed against the boards, and at this point he waded through the ruins with some rare peace of mind, leading the spellcaster on his way back. Looking at the access road in front of him, the doctor stood at this intersection, blocking the road with his physical body. The hermit frowned. The spellcaster was still struggling in his hands, the violent struggle distracting the hermit somewhat. With just a little wobble, the body had shifted its position a little to the side. He struggled to right himself. The detour through the ruins would require an extra leg of travel and he didn't want to waste that time. If he was shaken down by this spellcaster again, he would really red warm. The hermit attempted to walk through the gap next to the doctor, only to find that the doctor, though he looked small and scrawny in size, was right in the middle of the road, unable to walk through left or right. MD. It's annoying. He took a stab at the doctor. A knife struck, and the doctor in front of him aided and turned his head and ran without a moment's pause. Looking at the doctor's greatly crippled state, the hermit did not feel happy, as he felt the spellcaster in his hand wobble even more violently, as if it might break free from his grasp at any moment. After shooing the doctor away, he led Spellbinder successfully to the chair. Looking at the chair that fell apart and collapsed, the hermit breathed a soft sigh of relief, that tense look easing a little, thankfully coming through. He set the spellcaster down in place and reached out to pick up the falling apart chair of revelry and reinstall it. Only, in the process of holding up his chair, he inadvertently looked up, only to see a scene that drove him crazy. He saw the spellcaster beside him, crawling towards the distance with all his might, and the doctor, too, was not far away with a syringe to lance his own blood. Watching the scene, he felt inexplicably annoyed in the bottom of his heart. It's really annoying. It was only a matter of holding up a chair, and the spellcaster crawled away again. The doctor also took advantage of this and finished treating himself. The spellcaster hadn't climbed far. It was just that this was not enough time for him to climb too far. The hermit turned back to the spellcaster, and just as he did so, he turned around to see a little girl with a yellow knitted hat standing next to a chair for 2 seconds, and then a transparent shield of light enveloping the entire person appeared on her. She crouched down next to the chair with her shield and struggled to dismantle it. The hermit frowned, leading the spellcaster to strike the top edge of that shield with his blade. Click dash, the guardian shield shattered in response, and the freshly repaired chair fell apart once more. He was about to lower the spellcaster back down to the support chair when he felt an unexplained wave of dizziness and the spell in his hand had struggled down. The moment it fell from the hermit's hands, Spellbinder didn't hesitate to run towards the distance. The hermit looked at the chair behind him and then at the gardener next to him. By now, he finally knew what the combination had to offer. As long as that gardener is there, he or she is not going to be able to hang on to anyone. There was a shield on the opponent, and as long as the shield was there, carrying and eating a slash could also remove the chair. At the moment, not only did the hermit see what the group was doing, but the audience outside saw what the group was doing as well. Asterisk 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 against all odds. I take back what I said before. This combo is awesome. This person can't hang on a bit at all. It's still a priority to deal with this gardener. If we don't deal with this gardener then we won't get a good chair. How did the Dragon Kingdom research this kind of tawdry routine? If I were a hermit I'd be red warm by now. The dancer has 2 ears and is only interested in fixing the cryptograph. Really, the dancer was like invisible, all alone there, beautifully fixing her machine. Who said this lineup doesn't work? This lineup can be so damn good. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, everyone looked at the hermit who was trying so hard to hang someone and couldn't, and their faces had turned red with excitement. They know that this lineup has never been on the field or shown. That is to say, before taking the field today, this lineup can play into what kind of effect. Our only rely on Shen Ku and the brain deduction. Before this beatdown actually began, their only thought was how could anyone even deduce the steps step by step. It's like, he's already beaten will this survivalist combo a million times. It didn't take long for the spellcaster to slip the ghost, although the progress of the Hermit Bureau ciphers was inherently slow, but just put it in the usual matchup, and the spellcaster goes down fast. By now, it looks like one machine isn't on, but the audience can see that it's a big legacy all over the place now, so to speak. because of the cipher machine progress being transmitted. And the spellcaster, who was down at the start, didn't get to the chair once. This time, the hermit let the spellcaster crawl away. He didn't bother with the spellcaster again. He knew that what he had to do at this point was to knock the gardener down, and only if he did that would he be able to hang the man. The gardener was in good shape as she began to run towards the ruins, doing her best to start slipping ghosts. This side of the board is gone, but the dancer's slowdown music box hasn't been stomped out yet, and can provide a big boost to its ghost slipping, even if it's eating knives here, slowing down the supervision for a lot of knife wiping time. All he had to do now was give his teammates time to get the doctor to touch up the spell so he could OB on the sidelines. Watching the hermit chase after him didn't scare him at all, because before the game, Chen Ke told them, after supervision realizes that there's a gardener and he's not going to be able to hang on to anyone, he'll target the gardener, abandoning the survivalist he was chasing earlier. Now, then, is the time for the healing spell combo to come out of the bowler. As long as the healing spell is there, the hermit won't be able to hold the gardener up. The audience was relieved to see supervision start chasing the gardener. It wasn't too late to switch chases. As long as they hung onto someone, then it was all in time. It's still slow for a dancer to fix her own machine. After all, one person fixes 5 machines. But only the players in the dragon training room knew that it was all the same as what Chen Ke said. Does chasing the gardener help? Chapter 120, I really want to punch this garden Dr. Curse dance to death. Gardener was still in good shape and still held hermit for a long time with various window flipping holds. Each of them had flywheels, but none of them used them to flywheel top knives, just to slightly distance themselves from regulation. Plus there's no way to dodge the hermit's knife with a flywheel. And the hermit mostly relies on the double charge to hold people in place before coming for the knife. It is possible to use the flywheel top power, but Chen Ke did not give them a particularly detailed explanation of things, and they cannot think of such content for the time being. A lot of it comes down to gaining experience on your own in the matchups. By now the doctor and also the spellcaster had their statuses back up, and the gardener had taken the first cut. He did think about renewing his shield to resist a slash midway through, but standing still for twos was killing him. At this point he is not aware of the inheritance shield. He just thinks that standing still for twos is a bit too long. This is the gardener's ability, Guardian, by virtue of a past memory. The gardener gains a damage resist effect once during the opening 50 seconds of the game, which disappears after being attacked by a regulator or at the end of its duration. 20 seconds after the damage resistance disappears, he can gain the damage resistance effect again for 5 seconds by standing in place for 2 seconds to reminisce. Actions such as repairing the machine and moving will not trigger the effect. Each successful recall causes the next available recall to be delayed by another 10 seconds. The hermit didn't dare electrify that gardener this time. Previously, he thought that the ability to power up was just too wonderful, being able to resist damage together as a team and eat knives together as a team. Right now, he thought the ability was as good as. What a brain fart to pick out a hermit when you have a doctor spell on the opposite side of the room. The hermit knows that this is a result of not knowing the cast of characters. If he had known this was going to happen before the game, he never would have pulled out the hermit character. The hermit chased after the gardener in front of him and watched as the girl with the woven straw hat on her head and the green overalls stumbled off into the distance. He couldn't help but think of Emperor 2 of the Dragon Kingdom. If he were to fight this kind of situation, would he be as clueless as himself? Would he have considered dealing with the gardener first the first time he couldn't hang on to a survivalist? If Chen Ke wanted Chen Ke to know what he was thinking right now, Chen Ke would definitely laugh. When it came to the garden doctor spell dance combo, he wouldn't even think about whether or not he could hang on to it. He'd just carry his backpack on his back. He didn't electrify the gardener because he really didn't dare. With a doctor next to him ready to heal the rest of his teammates, this apportioning of his damage did nothing but slow down his own knockdown. Another charge was cupped in his hand, immobilizing the gardener in front of him. A knife strike went straight down. He was finally relieved to see the gardener fall to his knees. Looked at the panel. 3 undeciphered cipher machines. Seller refreshed. Luckily, it was an outcome he could live with. The gardener was also struggling to climb towards the window. Seeing him struggling so hard, the hermit wanted to laugh. There was still a second person to be found in this team to dismantle the chair. Was it useful to climb over? But only the seeker himself knew that by now the spell had long since felt behind the wall in response to the signal sent by the gardener. He was separated from the hermit gardener only by a window. The spellcaster watched the hermit's status firmly, and the moment the gardener's status turned into a balloon, he put a layer of monkeys directly to electrocute him down. The hermit only felt a tingle throughout his body, and then the gardener dropped to the ground. After he landed, he took a tumble to the front window and ran for it. The audience was wondering what Spelljammer was trying to do when they saw him crouching secretly in the back, but after seeing the purple spell light blossoming from the spellcaster's hand, everyone came to a realization. Asterisk 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 it's red. It's really red. If I were a hermit I'd go straight to red. Not to mention, I'm having a heart attack just watching the battle. So what do you guys say we should play this game? Catch the spell gardener demolishing the chair. Catch the gardener spell to electrocute him down. Do we catch the doctor dancer? Catching doctor dancers that's not being electrocuted and having chairs removed again? Then don't hang. Knock everyone down. Don't hang. If the seeker has not risen up by himself, then he will bleed to death behind him. I have a feeling it's not that simple. The audience was silenced and stopped speaking. Only this time, the gazes towards the Dragon Kingdom began to become complicated. All of them were thinking of giving the Dragon Kingdom a bit of credit when they heard the Dragon Kingdom say that the human emperor wasn't going to be on the stage, to let the Dragon Kingdom know that they are nothing without the human emperor. But now, at the sight of the played-out hermit, everyone shut up. They couldn't help but think, if they were on the field, could they really solve this problem properly? The answer you get is that you can't. The first time they couldn't hang on to a survivalist, they were already starting to get red, not to mention the fact that now, having managed to catch the gardener, the other was electrocuted. All this time, hermit's knockouts have been fast-paced, but just no one is getting to the chair. The hermit was really pissed off this time. He flew straight up, a blue lightning switching electrode plus a reappearance, and landed directly beside the gardener with precision. It could have been because he was so angry. Or it could have been that knockout after knockout in this round had made him even more hermit proficient by quite a bit. At least now, he was able to skillfully hit his target with his rearing. Spellbinder took a quick step to catch up. At this point, the gardener is still half-blooded from being electrocuted, and will still fall to the ground from eating a slash. The gardener didn't run far though. He demolished all the chairs on this side of the room, knowing that the only way to maximize this tactic was to be on this side of the room. It didn't matter if they were down, as long as they continued to fight. The hermit still had no way to put anyone up, knocked down with a single blow. The hermit wiped his blade and watched the gardener crawl towards the distance. He saw Spellbinder running around himself not far away, keeping a safe distance from himself. He was just about to hold someone when Spellbinder ran towards him, looking like he would electrocute him if you dared to hold him. He went after the spell waving his staff to drive the spell away. He didn't expect to knock the full-blooded spellcaster down, just drive him away. But just as he dispatched the spellcaster, the doctor came running out of nowhere and tried to touch up the gardener on the ground. He turned back to try and hit the doctor, and the other man ran away again quickly, the spell behind him coming after him again quickly. The hermit was in a dilemma, not going to hold the gardener, and the other man was still crawling fast towards the corner. He thought for a split second of the scene where the spell had just struggled away from his hand. His face instantly turned ugly as he looked over to the spellcaster who was trying to stop him. And he went straight over to the spellcaster with 2 bolts of electricity to immobilize him and give him a slash. He was slightly relieved to see the bloodied spellcaster run away. What a hook 8 lineup this is. I wish I could punch this garden doctor curse dance to death. Chapter 121, he wanted to vomit when he saw these 4 seekers. The spell ran away, and the doctor didn't dare touch the gardener forcefully. If he continued to heal, he was likely to be hit with a fear shock. Only he had just moved towards the gardener to pick the man up when the spell ran again. The hermit, fearing that he would electrocute the man again, this time put him down before the spellcaster could get close enough. Sure enough, the spell saw him put the man down and rushed away again, afraid of being attacked himself. Seeing him run away, the hermit breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't going to go back to the ruins, he was going to go to the farther chair, and this time he had just the right opportunity, as the gardener himself was crawling towards that corner. Doing the math on the distance this way, it looks like the other chair is going to be closer. The chair was still removed, but he could find an opportunity to right it before hanging the gardener up, one that a bloodied spellcaster wouldn't dare approach. He led the gardener towards another chair while avoiding the spellcaster. He knew that as soon as he put his man down, the spellcaster would run away. The spellcaster was bloodied, and as soon as he put his man down and went over to him and gave him a slash, he would go down with him. After seeing the hermit put the man down once more, Spellbinder ran directly behind him, not continuing OB. The doctor behind him also began to replenish his status. Both of them knew that the hermit couldn't hang on to anyone. It was only until this time that they realized Whiteshanka said that the very existence of the OB position was a deterrent. Being around a supervisor is a game where the supervisor will bet on you to put skills and then put the person down. But the OB position doesn't have to be a skill to control the supervisor. Just being next to it and letting the supervisor put the person down is an OB in itself. For time and again the seeker was put down, and when he took him up again, the seeker was able to struggle down by himself. In the balloon holding state, even if the survivor doesn't struggle the entire time, holding it up and then putting it down for the 4th time will simply break free. Then if you struggle from holding the balloon, it takes 16 seconds to struggle down, faster for the striker. So you can count in your mind when you hold it up. And if it's not close to the chair in 10 seconds, you can just put it down and bleed it out. If it takes more than 12 seconds to put it down, it will just be struggled off. This time their entire team had brought 3 levels of will to survive. And the hermits now had no chance of hanging on to the gardeners again. The hermit's hanging heart finally dropped when he saw the spellcaster run away to get treatment from a doctor. He thought that all these survivalists were not afraid of death, and had been OB next to him, in a manner that he would die to protect his teammates. Now that he had eaten a knife and ran away, he thought that the other party was really not afraid, but that thought disappeared as he tried to pick up the gardener once more. Taking hold of the gardener again, that familiar feeling of imbalance returned, and his body swayed from side to side as the gardener in his hands quickly struggled to the ground. At the first moment of landing, that gardener ran towards the location of the ruins regardless. The hermit was broken at this point. He realized then that it wasn't that he was so good at chasing, it was that the group of seekers had already agreed that they could take a hit. They could fall to the ground, but they were going to fall in the corner no matter what. Bang! The sound of another successful cipher machine being broken came to his ears, and another cipher machine was broken. The hermit's face was getting harder and harder to see. The later it got, the faster it would be to break the cipher machine. Now he was looking at the 3 survivors in front of him and really didn't know what to do. If we don't arrest these 3, do we arrest the dancers? He felt a huge headache at the thought of catching the dancer and then having to replicate the previous step of not being able to hang on to someone. What a ing lineup of dead people. Is one's only hope to open the door to war? The hermit looked at the 3 survivalists in front of him. The other man saw that he didn't come over, and the doctor even started treating the gardener right in front of him. Grass. Is it really just a matter of waiting for the open door war? He thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like the only way to go. Himself this time with a knife cut. Wait until the open door war that spell still dare to come OB. Simply cannot eat their own knife. With that in mind, he still hadn't given up on the chase, and he was still aiming for the gardener. Removing chairs, this is something he really can't stand. He still had a way to deal with all the electricity of the spell, only by putting down the survivor. But there was really no way to refrain from this one of removing the chair. To hang someone up, you have to go to the chair. Now he was even more helpless as to how the group was shaking so fast. Used to use regulation. Feel hang other seekers, are not shaking so fast Even he could tell that none of the survivalists were very good individually, and couldn't sneak ghosts for very long. Rokoku was right. The Emperor of Man really wasn't on. Just at the first glance against the group of seekers, he could see the disparity. The group of seekers were still afraid of him, and gaming was a bit intimidating, and slinking ghosts were a bit panicky. There was absolutely no bold confidence like that of the human Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. Just watching those matchups of the human Emperor and the regulatory board area facing off against each other, that aura alone really makes it hard to tell who's the regulator. Especially that game of Novelist versus Red Butterfly, holding the book to the bottom of the board, plainly telling Red Butterfly, if you dare to come over I will dare to change places. In that moment, only those of them who were watching the battle realized how demonic that Novelist was. But now, the seekers across from him were clearly not at a very high level, and it was clear that each of the ghost sneaking seekers was falling to the ground frequently. But he just couldn't hang on. He couldn't hang on. He walked quickly over to the doctor, who hurriedly let go of touching the gardener's hand and ran away. See, that's how timid they are. That's how you still can't hang with people on your own. Who the hell researched this lineup? Is that what those survivalists in Longwoy are up to every day when they're not doing their proper business? When the next time your own country uses Survivor and Dragon Country uses regulation, I'm going to you up with the same lineup. When you Dragon Kingdom put out such a disgusting lineup, didn't you ever think that someone else would do it to you? The hermit just found this round very disgusting, so disgusting that he now wanted to vomit at the sight of these 4 seekers. Bang! Another cipher machine broken. The hermit saw this and hastily clicked on his map. When he saw that the last one only had about 15% of its progress left, he straight away did a double take. How come the last one only had so little left? He reconnected the cipher a bit, trying to slow down the dancers deciphering a bit. He would have to knock down the gardener one more time anyhow before the deciphering was complete. It was the only way to get the spellcaster who tried to come over to OB with a slash after the cipher was lit. Looking at the support skills he had on him, he hadn't had a chance to use them for an entire game. Because the knockdown was substantial, it caused him to forget that he was carrying flash. It caused him to remain unused. Seeing the gardener in front of him who was about to run away, he directly went forward with a flash. Pa dash. Seeing the gardener fall to the ground, he finally drew a satisfied breath. At this time Chen-ku also began to send his teammates their deciphering progress. The cipher machine is 90% deciphered. Chapter 122 Pressing the cipher machine now. Seeing the deciphering progress sent by Chen-ku, the 2 who were OB were instantly stunned, because they in the game before the start, and Chen-ku chat. Chenka said he because in the deciphering cipher machine, so will not know the scene situation. If the last teammate down cipher machine deciphering progress left little situation, you can choose to touch the teammates. Try to delay the deciphering time to avoid teammates on the hanging, while there is still the option to save a teammate after they are on the chair and then turn it back on. In that case, the chair progress will increase and the chances of a supervised flip to keep the tie will also increase. It's like a delicate balancing game, where the slightest mistake can result in a total loss. All of them carry the gift of flashbacks, which is often referred to as a big heart. With little progress left on the cipher, it's entirely possible to eat the supervisor's knife and have the supervisor wipe it to buy your teammates time to break the cipher. Now that the decipherment has been accelerated, the cipher machine decipherment progresses quickly, and in just a little bit of time, the cipher machine will turn on. On the other hand, the hermit was staring intently at the survivalists in front of him. He hadn't checked the map, didn't know about the remaining condition of the cryptographs, and just assumed that the group of survivalists were up to their old tricks to stop him from hanging the fallen gardener up on the chair. He's really pissed off and goes to rush the spellcaster that doctor will take the opportunity to heal the gardener. The hermit was really annoyed. Since you're down on the ground you can honestly yes get on the chair and then go to hell off. What's the deal with all this pestering around here? For some reason, the hermit already had a hint of a bad premonition in his heart at this time, and that feeling was like a dark cloud that quietly enveloped his heart. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't really say what was going to happen, because he always felt that the group of seekers were crazier than before. Before he went to hold the down survivor, the other would find a way for him to put the person down. But now, the two survivalists behaved in a completely different way. They seemed to have an unprecedented determination, and did not want him to take the fallen gardener up in any way, like two ferocious beasts guarding their cubs. This change made the hermit's uneasiness grow stronger in his heart, and his footsteps became a little heavy. The doctor was still treating the fallen gardener, oblivious to his proximity. The hermit's eyes widened and his feet couldn't help but pause as he froze in place as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. His eyes that were originally filled with anger were now mixed with a trace of disbelief. This doctor is crazy? His gaze was locked on the doctor in front of him, and it was as if he was trying to see through him. He just couldn't understand that he had gotten so close. Yet this doctor had no intention of trying to avoid it at all. He knew clearly that as long as he swung this knife over, with the current distance, the doctor wouldn't be able to dodge in time and would directly eat the knife. The consequence of that would be that the doctor would be in danger as well, which seemed to him such a foolish act and completely out of character. However, he searched in a panic and was surprised to find no interaction cues for holding people. His frown deepened, annoyance and doubt mingling in his mind. He gazed at the doctor in front of him, and realized that the other man had deftly prevented him from leading the man up by the very act of treating the survivalist. Why? He took a stab at the doctor, and outside the arena, the spectators were all a bit dumbfounded by this scene. This was the first time this had happened. In previous matches, no matter what the regulation was, whenever their teammates ended up in danger, the survivors would always choose to drop them from treatment and save their own lives. People have never seen this before, that they would rather be down themselves than touch their teammates up. It was the first time that the hermit had come to heal and the doctor hadn't given up on the treatment. No, is this crazy for the Dragon Kingdom's survivalists? What's going on? You'd rather eat a knife than touch someone up? Is that gardener that important? Why are they sworn to protect this gardener? What's the point of this type of play? The atmosphere in the arena was as tense as a bowstring about to snap, and the spectators all stretched their necks, their eyes glaring like bronze bells. The audience was puzzled, and so was the hermit. Dragon Kingdom survivor, what the hell are you doing? Are eggs between partners so important? The hermit, who was in the middle of the battle, had even more confusion in his mind, like a raging tide, hitting him in wave after wave. He couldn't figure out what this doctor was calculating. Did he really not want to die? Only the knife he had raised high in the air had just made a move when the doctor, as if he had expected it, instantly let go of his hand. Immediately after, poof sound, the doctor ate the knife solidly, the body slightly shaken. But before the hermit reacted, the doctor did not hesitate to continue to touch the gardener, who fell to his knees on the ground. The doctor was also nervous as hell at this point. His heart was beating as fast as a drum, each stroke hitting his chest as if it were about to burst out. His eyes were dead set on the hermit's raised hand movements, not daring to let up for a moment. Survivors who are attacked while healing a teammate are similarly hit with fear shock. If he's not hit with shock, he can strong touch twice. If he's hit with fear shock, he can only strong touch once. While touching people, he watched the progress of the cipher machine decipherment sent by Chen Ku. Just the hermit rushed. Hesitation, hesitation, hesitation. Out of the knife of this point of time, Chen Ku sent the deciphering progress has become 97%. Seeing this statistic, the doctor breathed a slight sigh of relief that the gardener's healing progress was only a little bit off. but their goal hadn't been to touch the gardener up, but just to stop the hermit from holding him up. It's not cost-effective to let the hermit hold up the gardener and then spell before handing over a tier of monkeys or 3, a tier of monkeys is only a 1 stun, and you might just electrocute someone and the supervillain stun is over. 3 layers of monkeys used the same uneconomical. They also have to delay time for Chinko to point the door. Despite deciphering 5 cipher machines, they still cannot relax their vigilance. The hermit has 3 5s of blade wipe time, which is already equivalent to the stun time of a triple monkey. That's why it's also a good idea to use knife rubbing to stall for time. Chen Ku and them said that since they had brought a big heart, they would use it when they could at the final turn on, because once the last cipher machine is deciphered, this talent is considered null and void. There will be 5s of movement acceleration, but it's only 5s. Having just touched the fallen gardener to his feet, the hermit wiped his blade and was finished, his anger rising as he looked at the gardener who stood in front of him before he had a chance to run away. Does it work to touch it? Can you run by touching it up? He struck directly at the reunited gardener and doctor, and whoever he hit, one of them fell to the ground. But whether they were doctors or gardeners, they were now clear about one thing. Chenko's cipher machine has been pressed. Chapter 123. So why can't the cryptograph open itself? Without any hesitation, the hermit slashed at the survivalist in front of him. The moment he saw him swing the knife, the staff had just landed on himself when the doctor sent a message. Concentrate on deciphering. As soon as this news came out, Chenku also put his hand back on the cipher machine. He didn't just turn it on, because his teammates' signals were one thing, and he himself had to keep an eye on his teammates' blood status at all times. Unlike in Sneaky Ghost where they look for a chance to get off the board and send it out to focus on deciphering, the 3 of them are clearly around the hermit, and if they're not careful and turn it on early, they could easily press a one-shot chop on their teammates. The crowd had been watching what was going on in the match, and they hadn't kept their eyes on the dancer. All they had been looking at were the 3 survivalists. These 3 were playing such a great match that it made them forget that there was a dancer fixing the machine in this matchup. They had also seen the progress of the cryptograph decipherment sent by the dancer, only no one had taken this progress to heart. Until now, there had never been a survivor team that had properly utilized the return to light talent. Before Chenko's survival squad, our Chenko casually find a chance to call away. After all, he brought a double bullet flywheel. Teammates are also full status. Simply cannot see, back to the light, this talent on the survivalist gain. So it has been until later that survival squads from various countries learn the dragon's fighting style, and also learn at most one fight for their lives, while the rest of the minor talents are still picked and carried by themselves. Flywheels are even more intimidating to carry, as most of them are used to catch up. On the contrary, some countries have begun to try to learn to carry double ammunition, only that they are still at the stage of figuring it out, and do not put this talent to good use, often failing to achieve the desired results in actual combat. In this moment so tense that one's heartbeat seemed to stop, the entire scene of the match seemed to have been pressed on the slow play button, and all eyes were tightly focused on that one spot. The hermit's face was grim, his eyes full of rage, the staff in his hand wrapped in his anger and unwillingness, and he ruthlessly swung out that decisive slash, and just after the blade fell, striking with precision the doctor who had fought to the death to touch the gardener up, a miraculous scene occurred, only to see the doctor's originally standing body shake violently, instantly taking on the appearance of falling to the ground. The transformation of that state was so fast that it was almost too late for people to react, but immediately afterward, before his body actually fell down, it was as if he had been injected with a mysterious power, and quickly stood up again, and that fallen state even disappeared like a dream bubble, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous semi-healthy appearance. Spellcasting and Gardner's stats also go straight back to full. Obviously, these 3 people seem to have planned this in advance, and all their movements were so well coordinated and tightly connected. The 3 ran towards the ruins behind them in a flash. There's also the deceleration octabox over here, which also aids in holding them back. The octave that shimmered with a ghostly blue light enveloped the entire ruin. At this moment, both the hermit and the audience felt that familiar tense, exciting and heart-wrenching feeling come out all at once. The hermit brought up his staff, but could only stand helplessly. The 5 seconds of knife rubbing seemed to have become so long that every second felt like an ordeal. Let him watch as the 3 survivalists accelerated one by one right into the rubble to hide. When he had managed to finish wiping the knife, all that was left in front of him was the large, bright red footprints all over the ground, which stung in the dull light, as if they were a silent mockery of him. The hermit was dumbfounded. Ha! He brought it in place, the 3 seekers in front of him having disappeared. Where are the people? He remembers hitting it. It's a real knife rubbing all the way around. The question is, where are the people? The audience was also confused, as the dancer over there ran towards the side of the small door, where his last cipher machine would have been chosen to break near the small door. in order to make it easier to open the door at the end. Seeing the dancer reach out and poke her finger repeatedly at the escape door's combination lock, the audience realized the 5 ciphers have been deciphered and the dancer is in the process of finalizing the decipherment. Once the gate is open, then the survivalist's path to life is considered open. What happened? How is it that the doctor who fell to the ground in a flash rose directly in place? I don't understand it and I didn't read it. Is there a big one to explain it? Can a team of survivalists without a country explain this to everyone? Seeing the questions from the audience, the survivor squads from various countries also looked at each other, because they didn't know what was happening either. It felt vaguely like some kind of gift, but couldn't quite put my finger on what it was. It seems like it's a flashback? A national seeker replied weakly on the public screen. This is because there are a total of 4 major trunks of talent branches for both regulators and survivors, and there are many smaller branches near the 4 major trunks. The Dragon Kingdom has, by now, shown you how to use the 3 main trunks. He'd been wondering what the last great gift would do, and now, he swallowed hard. He seemed to see what effect it was having. Returning to the light. The word is as effective as he is. Returning to the light. As soon as this statement was made, seekers from various countries also began to recall the effects of this talent, just as they thought. Returning light. When the escape door is energized, it immediately restores half of the fear value and increases sprint speed by 50% for 5 seconds. A fallen survivor can also instantly regain half of their status. The audience instantly laughed out loud when they saw this talent description. This is the gap. You guys are still thinking about what others have used when they were able to use this talent perfectly. I seem to recall that the dancer has been posting her progress in deciphering the cryptograph. So they ended up strong groping just to stall for time for the deciphering to be completed? Hiss. Fine thinking. I'd rather have it in my own hands, but I also want to stall out time for my teammates and keep them alive. I saw the discipline and quality of the team, and every matchup of the Dragon Survivor Squad was pleasing to the eye. The audience, after figuring out what the strong touch does, just feels good. Very good. While the survivalist squads from various countries were still pulling their punches on who was going to sneak up on the ghosts, the Dragon Kingdom had already been able to have 3 survivors step forward and take on the responsibility of sneaking up on the ghosts. When people were saying that only human emperors could stand up in the Dragon Kingdom, they stood up 3 of them in one breath. Is that a dancer who can't stand up for herself? That's the dancer who has to fix the machine. If the cryptograph can open itself, you will perhaps see the 4 survivors of the Dragon Kingdom fighting together in a group. So why can't the cryptograph open itself? Chapter 124, Life and Death. Come on? The hermit didn't realize that the match was being discussed outside, and at that moment, he only felt his face burning. Very hot. He felt like his hands were shaking so wildly that he couldn't even hold his weapon. Looking at the 3 survivors cowering in the rubble, he felt suffocation for the first time in a survivor. These 3 weren't individually strong, but they just made it very difficult for him. This combination was simply born. Shenka sent his teammates the progress of the gate's decipherment, and he didn't rush to leave, and the 3 teammates were slowly leaning toward the side of the small gate. The hermit followed them, having no idea who he was going to catch. The hermit's red, rampant eyes also represented the talent he carried. Retention. He looked at the 3 survivalists and just felt an overwhelming headache. Is this a matter of retaining or not retaining? It was the fact that even if he knocked down the survivalist, there was no way he could hang him up on the chair. All 3 were running towards the small gate, and through the rubble, the hermit had seen the open gate, and the dancer standing next to it. He had only seen the dancer once, and now he was seeing him a second time. The whole game the dancer was deciphering the cryptographs and there was no time to bother with her. It's annoying. Can't you honestly get into a chair when you're down? The 3 of them spread out and ran towards the location of the gate, not too far apart. The hermit Ariamancy rose and flew directly towards the location of the gate. His goal was the gate, blocking the doorway. No one would be able to pass through the gate. The Reamancy was faster than the survivalists could run, and with just one Reamancy, the hermit was blocking the gate straight ahead, with the dancer just inside it, and the 3 survivalists outside in the form of the Dr. Gardner spell. He didn't dare to strike out at the dancers inside. He just had enough of rubbing his knife. An outgoing knife here might just send the dancer flying out towards the depths of the exit, and the survivors outside would be able to use the time he spent wiping his knife to rush towards the inside. Hitting the dancer didn't work at all. The dancers in the solo did not disturb him in any way. That much relieved him. He was aiming for the 3 men outside. He brought a knife chop, and he aimed to leave one behind. And what he was going to fight was the spell. As long as he hit the spell, he could hopefully keep it behind. If you knocked down the others, you might actually get electrocuted by the spell and then run away. He raised his eyes to the chair not far from the door of the cabin, and the sight of the chair of revelry, which was falling apart, made his eyes instantly black. You mean, even this chair was removed, right? He looked to the gardener not far away. You mean, from the beginning you never fixed the machine? Have you just been taking the neighborhood chairs down? The gardener took a deep breath as he looked at the hermit not too far away and snapped back to his ability. Follow me. After sending a signal to his teammates, he directly thought back in place to renew his shield, and the hermit didn't dare to come over, so he could only watch as a light shield shrouded out from the gardener's body. The gardener took the lead and charged forward, followed closely by Spellcraft. The two men shielded the doctor, and all three ran toward the gate at the same time. The sight of this combination made the audience huff and puff. With these three overlapping, the hermit really wasn't sure he could hit the target he wanted to hit. The doctor also looked at his only life-saving skill, the flywheel. It was his only ability to save his life. There was only the spell, silently sending his teammates the number of monkeys he had. The doctor had been carrying the knife, and he'd always had monkeys on him that hadn't been used up. Seeing each of the three pinch their skills and run towards themselves, Chen Ku would smile. He stopped looking back and ran deeper towards the gate. Looks like you can't use up that wrestling life of your own. I'm leaving first. After Chen Ku sent a message, he disappeared from the escape port and could only see the remnants of the dancer getting farther and farther away from the escape port. The hermit raised his own staff, and as long as he didn't hit the gardener, it was considered a success. Only just as he raised his hand, the spellcaster followed suit, and purple spelllight rippled out from his hand in all directions. Hermit covered his head and fell into a 4's-long stun. Click dash just as he entered. The shield on the gardener's body cracked itself into a bubble. The doctor also took a flywheel forward. Spellcraft followed suit and surrendered his flywheel. Entering the gate, the trio finally breathed a sigh of relief, because by the time they got here, even if the hermit made another stab, they'd be able to crawl out if they got hit with a knife. I'm leaving first. I'm leaving first. I'm leaving first. The three of them sent one last message at the same time and ran out of the small door escape opening together. Looking at those last few messages, the audience just felt like they couldn't let go for a long time. Earlier they had mocked the antique dealer for getting into the chair and sending a "I'll go first" to the mercenary. Seeing this message at that time and seeing the Dragon Survivor Squad send out this message at this time were completely different feelings. Back then it just seemed that both antique dealers and mercenaries were just like pseudo-humans. But now seeing the messages sent out collectively by the Dragon Kingdom Survival Squad, those four "I'm leaving first," as if they were all conveying the same meaning. Brothers, we left alive. The hermit watched those four figures leaving the manor in turn, and his entire being turned a bit forlorn. He quickly exits the match back into the ring after the match. Looking at the four survivors in front of him, he clenched his own fists, and despite having lowered the volume, the audience could still hear him breaking defense. I'll kill all four of you with one punch. What the hell? I'm so grassed up. After cursing he exits the ring straight back to Hippo Nation. The four survivors of the Dragon Nation in the ring looked at each other and smiled. Those three squad leaders looked at Chunka's gaze as full of gratitude. This is the first time they did not let Chunka stand out to slip the ghost, and outsiders have no way to say that this is relying on the human emperor to get the victory. The audience shut up and didn't say anything because what the hermit said was what they wanted to say. What is Rukoku doing every day? What's with all the research? Ha, it's just an unimpressive trick. A player from the Sakura country immediately scoffed out. This kind of lineup, even if you're on your own, you'll be fine, okay? Invent this disgusting lineup and taste the pain of this lineup yourself next time. The dragon survivor on the field seemed to have thought of something as he frowned at the supervisor who had exited the game. Everyone remembers what they said before the game, don't they? His eyes were full of provocation. For it wasn't just the Hippo Nation that had made a bet with them in the first place. The Sakura Nation player's breath caught in his throat immediately as he looked to the other silent nations. No wonder everyone was silent. Bastard, you're the one who's out in the open again. He looked at the aggressive Dragon Kingdom Seeker on the stage and immediately replied, I'm weak, but you guys aren't strong either. Looking at his last provocative words, Chen Ku sneered. Next game, life and death. Come? He vaguely remembers a new rule that allows for a life and death game to be agreed upon with a country after the survivor can't be eliminated. The loser is eliminated dead. Chapter 125, What qualifications do you have to answer for Emperor 2? Hearing Chen Ku's words, the crowd was stunned. The Sakura Nation player who had just been gushing and full of confidence also seemed to have his throat strangled at the moment, and all of a sudden lost his voice. Just standing there quietly with his brows slightly furrowed, he looked toward the Chunka who had just said that he wanted to play a life and death game. A life and death game? Is this man telling the truth? You know, since the elimination of the harsh rule of eliminating contestants was removed, the atmosphere of the entire arena was like being unshackled, becoming active and bold all of a sudden. People are free of worries and have dared to try many operations that they did not even think of before. Whimsical ideas that once existed only in the mind can now be practiced with no fear at the cost of points, especially after it was confirmed that the players wouldn't be eliminated in the last few games. The players let loose and started to delve deeper into those once baffling regulator characters, like hermits and the like, digging into their characteristics a little bit and exploring all kinds of possible ways to play. At the same time, the development of the survivor character has not been left behind, constantly trying different skill combinations and tactical combinations, trying to find more wonderful tricks to overcome the enemy. Although the matchup is lost, if you don't ban any characters, it's a 20-point loss. If it's a tie, that's more like a point. All countries seem to have reached a tacit agreement at the same time not to ban any roles and to learn them at minimal cost. But they didn't negotiate a draw, because only by winning or losing would countries put their best foot forward to learn to sneak up on ghosts as well as catch people. At first, when everyone saw the extra rule of the Life and Death Bureau that popped up, everyone didn't take it too seriously. They just swept it up in disbelief and put it behind them. This is the only matchup where players can be eliminated, and two agreed-upon countries can make their own matchups, with the number of matchups not added to the number of daily matchups. One of the life and death eliminations, with customization of the stakes in the game. Every experienced player today is a very rare and valuable asset, and with everyone accumulating different experience, it would be a great shame to lose any of them. Each individual has an irreplaceable role for the whole team. No one ever thought to start a life and death game, and no one ever thought anyone would start a life and death game, because it's so hard not to be eliminated. No one wants to go back and live as a primitive again. There are also a number of national regulatory and survival teams that consider themselves to have grown to understand the game. It's only a matter of time before we overtake Dragon Nation. You guys, playing survivalists? The Sakura Nation player didn't respond positively to Chunko's suggestion of this matter of life and death, but instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a sneer as his gaze glanced back and forth at their combination. Anyone can see that this combination is simply unbeatable. Taking that combo and hitting regulation, he couldn't imagine regulation would be alive. That's naturally not true. Chenku laughed. Since you feel strong, then you guys fight for survival. His tone was flat, yet it carried an unquestionable firmness. Let's fight regulation. Chenku was still in the ring, a shadow of the dancer looming over his body. The shadows were somewhat illusory in the light, yet there was a different kind of mystery. Watching the dancer on the stage open her mouth to speak, the contestants from Sakura Nation were amused. Does your Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slaughter know you're out there causing trouble for him? The weakest presence in this matchup is the dancer, who just comes over halfway through and puts her octave down. And after that, she's been deciphering the cipher machine, beautifully invisible. I didn't see him in the open door battle, and I didn't see him in the matchup. It's safe to say he wasn't useful at all for the entire inning. Isn't the job of deciphering the cipher machine alone a matter of having the hands to do it? By the time he got to the post-game provocation stage, he stepped up to the plate instead. The Sakura Nation player was really pissed off and laughed. Someone who had little presence on the field was now the first one to stand up and accept someone else's provocation. Does Emperor 2 of the Dragon Kingdom know you're out there seeking enemies for him like this? Does he have a trick up his sleeve to deal with this combination? Maybe Emperor 2 himself still doesn't know how to play this lineup, but you're the first one to take it all down for him, so you're really enthusiastic. You have not avoided being too confident in Emperor 2, and you even made an appointment for Emperor 2 for the life and death game. Hearing this news, he directly snorted and looked at the dancer in the ring. So, the life and death game is your Emperor 2 on the ring? Natural. Chenku nodded in response. After the survivor went on stage, the audience could only see the code name of the Dragon Kingdom, and it would not reflect the individual. It seemed to him that he had no problem answering for himself to answer for the war. The three squad leaders behind Chenku also did not say anything, because this formation is what Chenku taught them off. Chenku had already figured out how to deal with it when he took the Jingbu blind girl out. This garden medicine spell dance combo was taken out, and Chenku surely knows how to fight. They don't worry about it at all. Okay. As for the Life and Death Bureau, there is not the slightest problem in their view. What makes a strong person strong is that he has the ability to surpass ordinary people. If Chenku couldn't even handle a garden doctor spell dance, he wouldn't deserve to be called the Emperor of Slaughter. That Sakura Nation player also did not agree to engage just because Chenku promised to do so, and he looked to Kojiro, who was sitting at the front of the training room, and the other man simply nodded at him. Promise him. Kojiro sneered. They had a lot of elite players nowadays. As the Dragon Survivor squad was on the field playing the Garden Doctor spell dance combo, they also observed a lot of details. They observed Spellbinding Remnant being healed by the gardener, but instead of touching the progress bar full, the gardener left it a little until the doctor came over and healed the last bit of the progress bar. At first, they didn't know what the operation was for, but later, after seeing that the doctor's beating spells also added a layer of the ape spell image, They felt as if they understood. Kojiro sneered as Rokoku faced off on the stage and they analyzed it. The conclusion reached is that this combination of survivors in the Dragon Kingdom is simply unbeatable. They were even puzzled by the fact that the dragon could shake it down so quickly, but soon it was also analyzed why. The dragon survivor they had brought 3 layers of will to survive with them. After knowing the principles of these operations of Rokoku, it becomes easier to analyze this matchup. They found the Dragon Kingdom invincible under the system of the Dr. Spell Gardener, couldn't hang the chair at all, and there was enough for one person to work on the machine outside. The 4 of you go on the field and use this lineup to fight the Dragon Kingdom's supervision. Kojiro pointed his finger to the player who had just picked words with the Dragon Kingdom dancer. You guys just have one goal this time. To let Emperor Slaughter of the Dragon Kingdom die. Chapter 126, carrying a backpack on his back. Alright, we promise, but we just have one request. We want Emperor Slaughter on the field or the match will be nullified. The Sakura Nation player quickly added. No problem. Chenko nodded in response. Seeing that he agreed, the Sakura Nation player couldn't wait to establish a battle contract for a life and death game in the void, not giving the Dragon Nation any more room to explain. He knew deep down that he hadn't even bothered to ask if you were qualified to come and promise to fight for the Dragon Kingdom. What he wanted was to rush the duck to the shelf. As long as the war contract was established, then the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor would have to go on even if he didn't want to. The audience fell silent, watching as the contract in the ring was quickly signed with the names of the Dragon Nation as well as the Sakura Nation. Both sides also selected camps. Sakura Nation, Survivor. Dragon Kingdom, the Regulators. The War Pact began a 10-minute countdown to readiness as soon as the pact was successful. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom signing a life and death match with the Sakura Kingdom, many countries were silently watching the outcome of this matchup. In their position, they wanted the Dragon Kingdom to have one less strong person, no matter if that strong person was the human emperor or the emperor slayer. As it stands, there is very little hope of getting the human emperor to die. Just by virtue of the fact that he's all alone, he's been able to sneak regulation into the red warmth of broken defenses. They even carefully analyzed the previous times that the Dragon Emperor went up to the chair, and the result they got was that the human emperor he did it on purpose. He could have dodged it, but he got in the chair anyway. He would have voluntarily fallen into a floor chair before the rule of death had been lifted. Not to mention that the death rule has now been removed. At first these nations wondered why, only to come to the very scary thought that he was using his own life to sharpen his ability to rescue his teammates. They say stress makes you grow. The 3 teammates of the Emperor of Man are really growing up fast. So for now, the dragon is too strong. The human emperor was even more terrifying. A person who dared to use his own life as a bet. They really couldn't muster the slightest thought of eliminating him. Now that there was no hope of eliminating the human emperor, it would now be possible to eliminate the Emperor of Slaughter by using a lineup of living whole families invented by the Dragon Kingdom itself. This is the most hopeful they've ever been. After all, this time the life and death game was proposed by the Dragon Kingdom itself, and it would be difficult to have this kind of opportunity again in the future. They have also thought about the way to fight, and they have come to the conclusion that there is no way to fight. There is no way to fight at all. This lineup is unbeatable once you pull it out. What do you do in case your opponent bans the doctor spell? A pop-up flashed a question to that effect. They all see those 2 very important people in this system. Banning what else to fight the system? Sakura-kuni saw the question and instantly burst out laughing. Kojiro replied teasingly. I don't know if Rokoku was too cocky and didn't look at the battle contract in detail. On the top I added a condition that no banning of any character is allowed in that game. He had thought that Longwo would still borrow this clause for both sides to tug at it a bit, but he hadn't thought that the other side would sign it straight away. The audience is also dumbfounded. This is totally underhanded. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom dared to take on this war contract must have been based on the condition of being able to ban characters. By default, they were all able to ban the picks, but I just didn't expect Sakura Nation to play such a trick. At this point the war pact was already established and there was no possibility of changing it. The audience's breath became shortened at the thought that the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor of Slaughter would be tortured to death by the self-developed survivalist combo. It was always the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom that tormented others, and now it was finally someone else's turn to torment the Slaughter Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. I ordered lobster again. Come back early. Zhongli pulled out his ears and said with disinterest, just moments before he had ordered food for the evening from the cook. Are there any other characters besides the doctor who can deal with the healing spell? Ginger White spoke up in some confusion. Cat people, waxers, whatever. Even if we were to ban it, we wouldn't be able to. Chenku raised his own hand when he finished speaking. Dragon Kingdom Chenku is ready. This combination of medical spells had appeared too many times in the previous life, and it could be said that all kinds of supervision had been tortured, and various countermeasures had appeared one after another. After Chenku finished speaking, He came above the ring, leaving Jiang Bai in a daze in place. She had always known that Chen Ke had a way of restraining medical spells from hitting her, but she hadn't thought for a moment about who the cat person was. Is there a Catman character? Who's the cat person? Wang Jiyu was also confused for a moment. He was under the impression that there was no regulation with the surname cat at all. Oh, isn't that the regulation with the long neck that throws out cats to bite people? Zhongli didn't really remember the name of the regulation either, but when Chen Ke said Catman, the first thing he thought of was the regulation with the long neck and a cat standing forever on his shoulder. Ha! Apostle and ah! Jiang Bai immediately reacted as soon as he heard him say long neck with a cat on his shoulder. Thinking about it a little, it did seem like there was no second regulation that could be called that other than Apostle An. Good. What an image of a name. Regulation obviously all represent terror, can bring endless fear, but why in Chen Ku mouth? This regulation sounds instead a little cute? Chen Ku had already arrived at the ring by now. Sure enough, the 4 players from Sakura Nation had already chosen their lineup. The first time they got in the ring they chose the Garden Healer spell dance. They made a note to fight the dragon's regulation with a lineup invented by the dragon. The viewers saw Sakura Nation's maneuvering, and although they had expected it, they still felt choked up. Is that really Emperor Slaughter up here? I wouldn't think it's their problem if the Dragon Kingdom cheated this time and sent other supervisors onto the field. It's the Sakura Kingdom that made the first move on the war contract. I don't think so. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't even bother to change, and they're confident in their Emperor Slayer. The question is how to fight it. This lineup makes me sick just looking at it. Okay? And it doesn't even feel like it needs any ghost skating skills. It just won't let you get on the chair. It's just a crawl. The audience are looking at the dark cramped room belonging to the regulation of the big chair. At this time, gray and black big chair suddenly appeared on a tall and sturdy regulation, just sitting on that big chair, as if a towering black iron tower. The wide black robe on his body looked like it was woven from the thick fog of the endless black night. The texture was thick and rough. With his every move, the black robe fluttered and tumbled wantonly, as if there were countless ghosts and demons struggling and dancing in it. Every swing brought up an eerie wind, which made people couldn't help but shiver. Behind his back, he carried a huge, strangely shaped container, which was covered with pipes of various thicknesses, and those pipes were as intricately intertwined as slithering and crawling vipers. There seemed to be some kind of dark red liquid flowing inside, and that liquid flickered eerily from time to time, as if the blood of a demon was slowly flowing, emitting a pungent odor of decay. Who chose Dr. Chapter 127, Why don't you talk about martial virtues? Chen Ke's choice is not known to the survivalists, and only the spectators outside the arena can see it. The doctor makes very few appearances, and even in the last few days of trying, people rarely pick the doctor. Chen Ke looked at his auxiliary skills, and he brought an auxiliary skill that came out later in his previous life and required a bit of proficiency. Move the line. Want someone to fix the machine? There's no way he's going to give a chance for someone to fix the machine. Seeing that Supervision had chosen the doctor, the spectators outside were beyond certain that this one-up was Emperor Slaughter. As expected, the Dragon Kingdom agreed to a war pact, so they really don't care to play those little games with the Sakura Kingdom. When people said that Emperor 2 would be on the stage, they must have sent Emperor 2 on the stage. There was now a consensus that whenever the one on the field was supervising the use of a strange character that no one was familiar with, it had to be Emperor Slaughter on the field. And the map for this game, Red Church. The first thing the 4 survivors that boarded the stage did was look around for the presence of cameras. To be honest, Dragon Kingdom Emperor Slayer's Joseph was still a nightmare in their hearts, having only appeared once, but fighting like a god. Later on, there were also countries that tried the role of Joseph. Taking pictures was learned, as was playing mirror images. The only thing that I haven't learned is that, like Chen Ku, I cut 4 mirrors directly in the opening. They also couldn't do what Chen Ku did to precisely teleport a certain motor. Couldn't do it straight out of the mirror image and strike a fearful shock to the seeker. The only way to realize how hard a thing it is to try it. They felt that it was hard to find the images of the survivalists in the mirror image, and they really didn't know how the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor managed to assassinate them with precision. It can be said that the one they fear the most in this game is Joseph, because up to now, it's hard for them to attribute Chen Ke's opening look at the mirror image and the assassination hit coming out of the mirror image to luck. But they couldn't find anything new to say other than luck. What else could it be but luck to come out of a mirror image and pinpoint a survivalist who was fixing his machine? Those who tried Joseph's also tried blind guessing, but let's not talk about it. Once in a while it really did give them a successful assassination or two. The 4 were slightly relieved to see that there were no cameras at the closer point. As in Dragon's last game, the dancer fixes the machine and the other 3 hold the ghost. What they were planning on doing was picking a spot in one of the 4 corners of the map to sneak a ghost into, and as long as they fell in the corner, that Supervision wouldn't be able to hang on anyway. The first thing they did after realizing there were no cameras was to send a signal to prepare to assemble. The dancers, on the other hand, look to see where they are and come over midway through to place the music box at a suitable opportunity. Only just as the three had gathered at the graveyard, they saw a large, tall man with gray hair in the distance, carrying a backpack, walking towards the three of them. Who is this? It was just too late to even think about it before they saw the flamboyant white-haired regulator with a sprint coming directly towards them. A sprint, 2 sprints, so fast. Before he could look away, he saw that the doctor had come to the near point. Isn't the supervisor not allowed to hang people? What's he doing picking this supervisor? Wait, can't hang people? It was as if the three assembled survivalists could hear one of their own swallowing. While they don't understand how the doctor is supposed to fight if he can't hang people yet, it's definitely not good news that he can't hang people. This means the gardener character is completely wasted. The three seekers were in disarray, looking at the doctor who was charging towards them, and for a moment they simply didn't know who should stand out and sneak up on the ghost. The doctor opens with only one skill, sprint. Sprinting forward for a distance. Can't change direction when sprinting. Sprinting skill recharges every 10s and stores up to 5 times, but there's no time limit on using it, and it's entirely possible to just finish sprinting and pick up another sprint. The 2 healer spells looked at the gardener at the same time, and now there was no doubt that he was the one best suited to sneak up on the ghosts. Carrying a shield on his body in the opening round can resist a slash, and on top of that, he's completely wasted in this round, and it's entirely up to him to test the depths of this doctor. At this point the audience seems to be bright enough to know the implications of King Tut's election of Dr. ******. This regulation seems like you can't hang people. I don't know how you're going to eliminate the survivalists if you can't hang people, but you don't need the chair feature to just scrap the gardener. Worthy of being Emperor Slaughter. While everyone is still thinking about how to fight, he has already searched for a way to restrain it. Then the next time I play garden healer spell dance I'll just ban the doctor. No character has a second trait that can't hang anyone except the doctor. Yeah, it can be banned. Ha, I've got a trick up my sleeve. Next time I use Blind Girl I'll just ban his host Umbrella. You guys are so shady. Bear Country Zahir looked at the pop-ups without saying a word. They were all talking about what roles to ban. Talking about what regulation to ban when you use XX. He looked to the doctor on the field. Had the other side really not thought of that? Did the opponent really not expect the character to be banned? With a maximum of 2 seekers and 2 supervisors banned in a game, he couldn't believe that Dragon Kingdom couldn't come up with a third kill after the doctor was banned. Zahir lowered his head slightly, looking to the few seekers around him who were participating in the joint hunt with the Dragon Kingdom. In that round, do you guys really feel that the human emperor didn't do his best? Yeah, it's probably because McCann's too weak to force his hand. All I saw in that round was him teasing the 2 regulators. I didn't see the 2 regulators beating him to a pulp. The Bear Country Seeker side. He simply couldn't describe the scene where his opponent tapped out and called the regulation away. Nor could he forget the time he went to the big ship and saw him swimmingly tricking the 2 regulators into falling into the basement. It wasn't even his full strength. Zahir took a deep breath. Yeah, there was no way they could force out the full power of the Dragon Kingdom. It's like right now, if there are actually 2 banners, if it happens to ban the doctor and another supervisor who can play that combo, can Longwo pull out a third option? Chenku did not go after the gardener. His target was the doctor. The doctor was very close to the trio at this point, and the gardener stepped forward with a symbolic tap on the board to declare war. Only Chenku did not look at him, but chased after the doctor who was hiding in the corner. Seeing the gardener clap, Chenku directly laughed. Doing what? Does patting yourself on the back mean you have to chase you? He was only tapping to pop the point to tell nearby regulation who didn't know where the seeker was where he was. Tapping to pop the point, not to declare war. After 5 sprints, Chenku's doctor had entered the surge state. He saw the doctor who was running towards the back of the board and slashed towards him with a sprinting jump splash. The doctor looked at the doctor who was coming straight at him and was instantly dumbfounded. It's not like you're slipping ghosts on your own. The gardener has clapped. Why don't you talk about martial arts? Chapter 128, this is what it means to beat a doctor. Looking toward the doctor who had fled in panic, Chenku hit him directly with a jumping chop. At once the half-blooded doctor was a bit overwhelmed. Anxiously, he hid behind the graveyard and lowered the boards to isolate himself from the doctor. At this point the spell next to him was also a bit overwhelmed as he looked at the doctor in front of him, wanting to protect the doctor for a bit, and like Rokoku when he was protecting his teammates, he stayed next to him with the purple power in his hand held high to get him out of trouble when his teammates were in danger. But he didn't have an ape spell statue on him, and the ape spell statue progress bar was still slowly building up. The spellcaster was relieved to see the progress bar building up. He hadn't used a spellcaster. He had only heard the appropriate points from his teammates who had. Ape spell statues can grow slowly as long as they are within a certain distance of the regulation. This was something that pleased him, because this ape spell statue wasn't like the prophet novelist or whatever. The ape spell statue didn't need to look directly at the regulation or always look back to observe it. It could grow slowly just by being around the regulation. Just the little bit of time between the doctor coming over and chasing him down. He's already built up a layer. Seeing this, he let out a sudden sigh of relief. As long as he was accumulating, it was good. As long as he was accumulating, it was a chance. The gardener had long since run off in a daze when he realized the doctor wasn't after him after going down the board. He was just over on the red carpet deciphering the cryptographs. And in his mind he was glad the doctor hadn't come after him, and sad that he'd had a hard time playing a system with his teammates, and now the system wasn't going to work again. Chenka looked at the doctor behind the board, and the other party was holding a needle on himself. He's working hard to make up form. The doctor was very anxious at this time, because he felt that the time he was treating became so slow. Seeing Dr. Longboy give himself a needle, he clearly felt fast. The supervisory knife had just wiped it and his status was already replenished. How is it that in your own hands, your status is so slow to replenish? Chenka smiled and looked at the doctor playing status in the back. He had brought a small talent with him this time in order to deal with this medical spell. Avalanche, the time it takes for a seeker hit by a normal attack to next heal itself from injuries, not including self-healing from falling down, or to be healed by others is increased by 15% / 20% / 25%. The fight is a torture. Looking at the board in front of him, the long knife in his hand tapped on the board and shattered this board directly. The doctor was still sticking needles in the back, and he didn't expect to be able to stick much, just half a tube of blood up. Only then, with 3/4 of his blood, was he able to carry the doctor one more time. If he found the opportunity to zap the blood twice more later, he would be able to resist the doctor's slash one more time. When he saw the dragon country using the doctor, he only felt that the other party was healing extremely fast. Just blinking, the state had been restored. How come you're so slow to get to yourself? Click dash. The board that separated him from the doctor cracked in response in a flash. The doctor, whose status hadn't hit full strength, was scared and flew off the handle for a moment. This board, does it break so fast? He looked at his progress bar, which was still a third short, and simply let go and ran towards the board not far away. Only when he reached the next board would he have more chance of survival, and no one ever gave him the word that Dr. Shatterboard was so fast. Spellbinding next to him was also a bit dumbfounded. He was still thinking about what it would take to make a contract with the doctor when he saw that board in front of him shatter. At this point, he only had one tier of monkey on him, and the second tier was still a little ways off before he could accumulate it. But there was no way to accumulate a big 3-tiered monkey in any case. Looking towards the doctor who was making a dash towards him, he hurried to follow him. Now, the only way he could buy the doctor a bit of a chance was to go and stop him. Seeing the doctor who had jumped and split, he instantly handed over a layer of the ape spell image. Just didn't see the doctor's movements interrupted. How could it not work? He remembered that the Dragon Emperor had interrupted the Joker's pulse with the prisoner's electricity as well. How come it doesn't work for you? Only to see the doctor, who had just covered down the boards and hid in the back to continue sticking needles in, knocked straight to the ground by a jumping chop from the doctor. The doctor's jumping cleave can jump low buildings as well as thin walls. Walls higher than a head above the doctor can't be jumped over. That board that was down wasn't shattered either, as he did a jumping splash right over the board and hit the doctor in the back. The doctor had been thinking that no matter how fast the doctor shattered the boards, if he hit another half frame of status, then he could resist one more slash. He just didn't expect one of Doc's jump splits to go right over the board either. Chenka looked at the spell in the distance. He just did not see the wrong words. That spellcaster handed over a layer of monkeys, right? He vaguely saw a purple spell light flash around him as he jumped and slashed. Chenka couldn't help but feel that this is the significance of choosing a doctor. The doctor's kinetic impact sprints forward along a straight line for a distance. Hitting a survivor will execute the upturn skill and deal damage. Hitting an obstacle or reaching the maximum distance will end the upturn skill. Using the skill increases the load by 10 points. Energy surge status, this skill cannot be interrupted by the seeker. And during the brief upswing the skill can be used again to apply a jumping slash in the direction of the camera, hitting the seeker for damage. During energy surge, the doctor's jumping cleave cannot be interrupted by control skills. And during the energy surge state, the doctor is immune to control during normal attacks. With another slash, knocking the doctor down on the ground, he left the doctor alone and charged towards the spell next to him. Graveyards are inherently straight terrain, and if there's no boarded up area next to them for the survivor to duck through, it's difficult for the survivor to circumvent the doctor's sprint here. It didn't take much guessing to realize that the doctor behind him was struggling to heal himself, but Chenka didn't care about him and continued to pursue the spell. Spellbinder's brain was already buzzing, and he was even wondering if he hadn't just electrocuted the doctor with his ape spell statue. Looking at the doctor who was charging towards him, he was directly hit by a dash. How can an ape spell statue not work? He looked at the remaining layer of the ape spell image on his body and immediately chose to use it. Chenka's side was still polishing his sword when he saw a purple spell light flash by. Ha! Monkey on rubbing? Chenka really didn't hold back his desire to laugh. The wipe time for a doctor's dash hit on a survivor is 20% slower than a normal wipe, and the spellcaster's layer of monkeys will only control for once. Scrubbing his blade to an abrupt halt, he looked forward to the spell and sprinted. The spellcaster who hadn't had a chance to run away from him falling to the ground with a crash. At this point, even the audience was completely confused when they saw this scene. All they saw was the doctor coming over. 4 dashes in quick succession, and the doctor and spellbinder fell to the ground one after the other. The spell used a layer of monkey after being hit with the knife, and as you can clearly see, it was this layer of monkey that lifted the rubbing of the knife for the doctor straight away. This spell is really human. I just blinked and he fell to the ground. Chapter 129 Dead Man Spell Second Pouring So Fast? Duong. A dull bell rang out in the red chapel, and the gardener who was fixing the machine on the red carpet froze. By now, they had heard this bell many times on the property. Every time this bell rings, it means a teammate is down. He looked to the fallen doctor and felt nothing but desolation. Obviously, before the match, everyone was still looking smug, wanting to give the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter King a bit of a hard time. They were even now thinking of utilizing this lineup developed by the Dragon Kingdom to ruthlessly teach the Dragon Kingdom Emperor Slayer a lesson. Have you yourselves suffered from this lineup of living whole families when you invented it? Do you guys have a way to deal with this lineup? Even at the start of the match, they had made a rendezvous point, where they planned to replicate that match in Dragon Kingdom. The bell rang and the doctor fell in response. Click dash, a shattering sound came to his ears, seeing the transparent shield that protected him on the surface of his body shatter. At the sight of this protective shield ruptured, the gardener only felt empty in his heart, and always felt that much of his sense of security was lost. He struggled to decipher the cipher machine in front of him, and all he could do at this point was try to fix it. He thought, before the match began, that he could be like the gardener in the Dragon Kingdom, who opens the game by dismantling the chairs and then tortures the regulation to the point of no return. But no one had told him that the other would choose the doctor. It was just a wobble, and he saw the spell half-blooded. The half-blood didn't last long, and almost just the next second, he saw spellbinding instantly fall to the ground. The gardener just sighed helplessly after hearing the bell. There's no way around it. This is a regulation none of them have ever encountered before, and they can't even think of a way to counteract it. He then saw spellbinding bloodied. In the next second, spellbinder was seen falling to the ground. The gardener was dumbfounded. Hook 8. You're a hypocrite, aren't you? The doctor was stabbed, but the time between the stabbing and the fall could still be counted on his fingers in seconds. The 2 center cuts were short, but at least they gave time for a sigh of relief. Dead man spell, I just blinked and before my eyelids even lifted. You were on the ground? The gardener really wanted to smack the cryptograph in front of him. What had happened? The dancer was the one who was confused. He had let go of his hand that was fixing the crypto machine when the doctor had fallen to the ground, and was going to come over and place the decelerating music box beautifully before he went back to fixing the machine beautifully. In the meantime, let's see how his teammates battle to regulate and torture Emperor 2 to death. He was halfway through his run when he saw 2 of his teammates instantly fall to the ground. It's not. What happened? He didn't stop himself, continuing to run towards the graveyard's location, going to drop off the music box himself and finish his mission. Regardless of any mistakes his teammates made, the team still brought the triple crawl, and the gardener must have been holding it over there as well, renewing the shield and removing the chair when the supervisor came over. It's okay, even if their teammates are down, they still have a chance, as long as teammates keep climbing. There's no way for supervision to hang on to people, and there's a solution for teammates even if they miss. Chenka's side had just finished knocking down the spell and wiping the knife when he saw his ears light up. He'd been watching the cipher machine shake. The dancers had been fixing the machine at midcourt, and the gardener who'd run off hadn't gone far, fixing it right where the red carpet was. The cipher machine in the red church at midfield stopped shaking as the doctor fell to the ground. Chenka wiped the long knife in his hand, and it looked like the dancer had come over to place the music box. These guys really don't use their brains. Do they fight how the Dragon Kingdom fights? Don't you have any ideas of your own? Seeing that he had reached 90% of his energy, Chenka didn't choose to skill rush, but instead leveled out towards the location where the dancer had come over. There is no way to use energy conversion to control the doctor's energy for the time being, as it's not open to second order yet. The dancer came over to put on the music box, and he didn't think regulation would shift the goalposts to come after him. At this point the regulation must be fixing the chairs and agonizing over how to hook up the survivalist? Feeling the heartbeat, he didn't take it seriously, because to go over and place an octave is to get close to regulation, and how normal it is to have a heartbeat. Only just as he approached the graveyard, he saw a figure like a tower of iron, dragging a long sword right towards him. No? Who is this? What kind of regulation is this? Why didn't he go hang people? Why did he come straight to him? Where's the gardener? How come there's no chair removal around here? Reacting to the fact that that doctor was in pursuit herself, the dancer instantly turned her head and ran. Chenka looked at the energy bar that had automatically lowered a little bit, and ran towards the dancer in a direct sprint. The doctor's sprints accumulate every tens, which is still fast, and it's almost as if the last sprint ran out and a new one had accumulated not long after the end of the knife wipe. Before the dancer could get far, she was hit directly by 2 sprints. Chenka did not continue to pursue after crippling him, as he saw the fallen doctor behind him, who took the opportunity to turn in his self-healing to get up from the ground. He turned his head towards the doctor behind him. The dancer would be better off crippled first. Unsurprisingly, at this point, the doctor wouldn't even have time to stick himself with a needle, and he would be the first to go and touch up the spellcaster who had collapsed a short distance away. The doctor did think so, and he had been afraid to get up after his efforts to self-heal were complete, waiting until his heartbeat had disappeared before hurrying to turn in his self-healing. The doctor's heart was a little glad to see the dancer being pursued. It seems that there are downsides to the DR. Not being able to hang people. Not being able to hang anyone meant that there was nothing for him to do by waiting here, and he had no choice but to go after the other seekers. The map is huge, and going after the others gives them a chance to get up. The doctor hurriedly got up and quickly ran towards the fallen spell. The spellcaster's self-healing progress bar was also almost pressed to full capacity. When he saw the doctor get up, he hurriedly stopped his self-healing and waited for the doctor to come over and touch himself up. Self-heal can only be used once in a matchup, so naturally you need to save what you can. There are teammates around who are not supervising the situation. Then you can take the lead and let your teammates touch themselves up. By now, the spellcaster felt like he was starting to understand the game. Learn something about the game of matchmaking. The doctor's side had just touched the spellcaster up from the ground and was in the middle of treating himself with a needle when he saw a purple mood light up in his chest. The expanding heartbeat grew louder, signaling that regulation was fast approaching. The graveyard was all low walls, and as he hid behind a wall and staked his claim, he saw the doctor coming toward them from a distance, gray hair and carrying a huge bag. Now that he saw that figure like an iron mountain, he only felt a great headache. To this day he can't figure out how on earth the doctor, a supervisor who can't hang a chair, is going to eliminate the survivalists. Chapter 130 Precision Shift. Terrifying as hell. The doctor looked over to this side of the border area and cried. The topography of the cemetery is supposed to be straight ahead, and the boards on this side have been pretty much undercut. The question is, what can you do even if you have a board? He had never seen a board shatter so quickly supervised, and it was almost an instant before the board at his heels cracked in response. The boards had never been used to separate the seekers from the regulation, and he had never seen a regulation outside of Red Butterfly able to cross the barrier to dislike the seekers directly behind it. The spellcaster saw the doctor from a distance and had crouched down to cower in the corner. He looked over at the doctor who was heading straight for the doctor, crouching and jamming his vision towards the distance. Now he could only hurry to find a gardener or dancer to replenish his status. The dancer's status needs him to make up for it as well. Chenka saw the two scatter, but his target was not the spell, but the doctor who was trying so hard to escape. Sprint! The doctor rushed to flip the board to the other side. Chipboard! The doctor looked back at the board behind him that shattered with a single tap, and without looking back ran towards the interior of the Red Chapel, because only there is a window. The boards can be broken, but the window you have to flip, right? The doctor stumbled a little on his feet, and ran very badly. Chenka saw that he did not flip the board to accelerate after also laughed. Really is all learned from the Dragon Country. Even the talent is also. Since there were no window bombs, there was no way for the doctor to pull away. Sprint! The doctor only felt his heartbeat getting louder as he sighed sadly. They have a combination that doesn't play to their advantage at all. Bang! Chenka looked in the direction of the red carpet, and the gardener's cipher machine had already been deciphered. Chenka saw the scene also could not help but sigh. This cipher machine is still so fast. There were no new ciphers shaking on the field, and with the gardener fixing the machine again, he instantly decided that Spellbinder and Dancer were replenishing each other's status. The spell that escaped from the graveyard's location couldn't have gotten too far, and both sides wanted to replenish their status quickly, which was to converge towards the location of the small gate. Chenka looked at the doctor in front of him, and a sprinting jumping chop directly knocked him down. The doctor just collapsed on the path to the church window, halfway through his fallen blood bar by now. Above the blood bar, there is another line of blood. The doctor looked at his state and sensed something was wrong. Yeah, the doctor can't hang a chair and eliminate people, so how is he supposed to eliminate survivalists? Looking to the doctor beside him, who was polishing his knife, The doctor just knelt at his feet. He was no longer healing himself now. The doctor didn't move a muscle. He was ready to see who the doctor was planning to go to next, and then take the opportunity to go to his teammates and get them to touch themselves up. Without hesitation, Chen could directly release to move toward the location of the small door cipher machine. The congregation only heard an electric current zipping from inside the church, and then two light doors with flashes of electricity appeared. The two seekers who were touching each other's statuses at the small door also saw the removal device beside them, as well as another door on the far side of the map. What's this? The doctor looked at the doctor, who stood beside him, only to see the other man take a step into the shifting device. Moving, select a location up to 60 m away in the scene, and after a short delay create a moving device in the same place and at the selected location, and the supervisor can move between the devices. The device will be damaged for hours after 2 removals have been performed, and there is a 30s use interval between each removal and a device duration of 30s. Chenka's figure on this side had just disappeared, and the spells and dancers over there who were touching the state saw a tall, terrifying figure come out of the moving device around them. What? The two men were in a cold sweat of fear, and the doctor didn't hesitate to make a dash for them. Spellbinder, who had just rejoined the dancer, had his scalp numb at this point. Shift as a secondary skill they also knew. There were people who used it once. It's just that this move requires you to pick your own location and pick your own distance, so you can't do precise placement at all. A precise pitch like this one in front of you is simply not possible. He's open for business. Grass. The spectators who were watching the game clenched their fists even more and stood up in place. If once upon a time they felt that everything about Emperor Slaughter was based on luck, everything was based on everyone's unfamiliarity with regulation, then now seeing this hand of precisely placed shifting, everyone could feel the pressure that was as big as a mountain. Many of the country's survivalists could even feel the cold sweat on the corners of their foreheads, and the cold sweat on their backs was dripping continuously down their spines. It's horrible. Well, it's just not human. How did he know those two were touching the state there? Perception of the situation on the field of play, I guess, as a way to judge the position. The audience was silenced. Never had they felt that the human emperor was the most terrifying one. Now that they saw this precisely placed removal, they only felt that Emperor Slaughter was even more oozing than the human emperor. The spellcaster had just let go of touching the dancer's hand when the doctor kept sprinting and slashing towards him. It was only a matter of moments before the spellcaster, who hadn't been able to run away, fell to the ground in response. The spellcaster looked at the 8-spell image he had managed to accumulate as a result of his contract with the doctor's downfall, which had also been depleted by now. This time, he was 100% sure that when his opponent was charging and jumping and slashing, there was no way for his own 8-spell statue to interrupt his movements, and that's a point he froze and paid 2 downs to know. The spellcaster fell to the ground, and Chenka did not choose to go after the dancer. He simply glanced in the direction the dancer had run off in and turned toward the shifting device behind him. The removal device will only exist for 30s, and if you finish chasing the dancer, the device will most likely disappear, and the doctor over there will be touched up by the gardener. The gardener who was finishing up his machine on the red carpet was hiding not far away and saw the doctor frantically messaging, "I need help." The first instant he saw the doctor disappear, he rushed over to touch the doctor. The doctor had no more self-healing. The two were touching the state. Looking at each other, both sides could see the helplessness in the bottom of the other's eyes. Good thing the doctor left. Now he had a chance to get up. Moving past the doctor instantly knocked down the spell, and the doctor bowed his head without another word. He anxiously watched the progress bar of the gardener healing himself. Almost there. Almost there. There was a sound of electricity in the air. The doctor's heart stopped a beat. The gardener looked up suddenly at the door to the removal device. Only the huge, black iron figure stepped out from within the shifting device. A sprint hit the gardener directly in the face, and he ran off into the distance without a word, not looking at the doctor on the ground again. The doctor just looked at his rising blood bar. Bleeding to death myself. Chapter 131, A Game of Life and Death. The cellar is their only chance of survival. The doctor's rapidly rising blood bar made him become fearful for no reason. It wasn't that he hadn't been down before. It was just that he had never had his blood level rise so quickly after falling to the ground. Since when does the blood bar go up so fast when you're down? The doctor didn't pay any attention to him, but turned his head to pursue the gardener who had run away. The other guy just left him on the ground and didn't care. "I need help." The doctor sent frantic messages, hoping that spellbinder over there and the dancer would hurry over and touch herself. But the two didn't seem to have any intention of coming over. There goes the regulator. The doctor was tempted to send a message to his teammates to tell them that supervision had left his side, but every time he sent a message, there was a CD of a few seconds after which a second SMS could not be sent until the CD was over. The blood bar was rising rapidly, and he saw his gradually rising blood bar on the panel finally missing that 2/3 of the bloodline. So fast. It's really fast. the dancer over there, who had just run away, hid behind the building, and after seeing the doctor hit and leave, made sure that the shifting device was destroyed before she dared to cautiously run over and heal the spellcaster sprawled on the ground. Healing progress 12%. The dancer sent a progress meant to tell her teammates that she was healing the spellcaster and that they were still there. They saw the message sent by the doctor. The other side needed help, but they looked at their half-crippled state. Spells down. Themselves half-blooded. The doctor not far away chasing the gardener. Weren't they purely giving it away by going over there in this state? Even if you want to touch him, you have to wait until you're in good shape to touch him, right? They didn't send anything except the one message about the progress of the treatment. The doctor had just used his shift with such precision that it took everyone's breath away. They didn't even know what to do. Everyone used to think that Emperor Joseph the Slayer's ability to accurately assassinate from the mirror image in that game was due to that unspeakable luck. But this time, using shift they realized that it wasn't luck at all. It was the pair's horrible sense of smell for survivalists. Fix the machine? The result of fixing the machine would most likely be being pinpointed by the doctor. And with the strength of the other side, you simply can't hide as long as you know you've been found. What to do? After thinking that this was a life and death situation, the dancer didn't even say a word. The spectators outside the arena were all looking at that doctor, watching his gradually rising blood bar. I seem to see how the doctor is going to eliminate people. The doctor can't hang chairs. It really seems to be all about bloodletting. How did the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor react so quickly? Immediately identifying a restrained character. Isn't it his intuition that's the most terrifying? If I hadn't used shift, I really wouldn't have known that shift could throw so accurately. The sound of the zippy electric current and the door of the shifting device appearing near the spell gave me goosebumps. The audience watched as the dancers were struggling to heal the fallen spell, while the doctor fell to the ground unattended. Shenku over there chased straight toward the gardener. Looking at the skills that are about to overflow, Shenku immediately used an energy conversion. When the doctor's energy load reaches 100, the doctor enters an overload state, reducing his movement speed by 8% and preventing him from using all skills for 14ths. The doctor needs to try to keep his status above 50 points and below 100 points, to be able to hit more maneuvers. Quickly chasing after the gardener running ahead of him, he ran straight towards the center push, his heartbeat having spiked to 180 mph. Looking at the doctor behind him, he really had a mouthful to say. Someone please tell him how the doctor should go about slipping. All he could think of at the moment was to get to a complex terrain that would restrain his sprint, and center push seemed to him to be an ideal position. Other than that, it's the terrain over near the wicket. It was just that Spellbinder and Dancer were healing over there, and he was too far away to run towards them. At the same time, he also saw the doctor's gradually rising blood bar. The spellcasters and the dancer who were touching each other's statuses also saw the doctor's gradually overflowing blood bar at that moment. 3, 2, 1. Several people were constantly looking at the gradually overflowing blood bar in their minds, and they were silently chanting the countdown in their hearts. There have only been a very few bloodletting sessions in the 5th-person matchup so far. Mostly, they can't find the down survivor, and the survivor has no way to get up after losing their self-healing, so they have to just hide and try to fight for a chance of survival. Only the bloodletting in the Rokoku game was deliberate, but even in that game, that prophet and the lawyer were on the ground for a long time before they were eliminated. This time looking at the rapidly rising blood bar, so fast that they didn't even realize it was elimination. But how it looks today, how it looks like it was eliminated after it fell to the ground and bled out. The doctor watched as the last stack of gray and white on the status bar was overflowing with blood, and he took a deep breath and looked helplessly out onto the field. Everything in front of him was gradually becoming gray, and his consciousness was fading. In the next second, the doctor disappeared into thin air where he was, and the status bar belonging to the doctor turned into an off-white X. It's really elimination. Is that even how the doctor came to eliminate the survivalists? The gardener, who had run ahead, saw the disappearing doctor, and his whole body shivered, and was accidentally struck by the doctor's sprint. He looked at the half-blood he was missing and used the hit to accelerate into the center push. In the distance, he could see the doctor standing the greatsword in front of him, his fingers gently brushing over the blade. A few seconds later, the iron-like figure continued to walk towards him. The gardener stood still as a flashback progress bar appeared below him, and he quickly moved himself to his feet, stopping himself from renewing his shield. Looking at that light shield, he seemed to have thought of something. Wait for the doctor to come over and renew the shield, and you can dodge resist to slash yourself no matter what. When he fell to the ground, the doctor would surely go after Spellbinder and also Dancer, so that there would be a chance that he could get up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, going so far as to see the temporary collapse as a relief, because as soon as he's down, the doctor will surely go after his own teammates. He remembered that the doctor and also Spellcraft had both gone down once, so surely that downfall was nothing. All have a chance to get back on their feet. Glancing at the ciphers not far away, he wanted to see how much progress was left on the nearest one, but at the sight of the 0 progress ciphers he couldn't help but laugh a little. Yeah, they converged on the opening game ready to break down the chairs for the group and didn't fix the machine at all. The only legacy machine at this point should be right in the middle of the field. It's the one left over from the dancers earlier. The doctor can't hang anyone, and as soon as he can get this one fixed, there will be a cellar on that field. It's life and death. The cellar is their only chance of survival. Chapter 132, Waiting for your teammates to go to their deaths. You start your own cellar program. Gardner looked at the 2 teammates who were patching up their statuses, which were still sending their healing progress after the doctor's elimination. The doctor was charging towards himself again after he finished rubbing his knife. He kept his head down and shifted his feet from side to side to keep his flashback shield from renewing itself. After the Gardner's shield renewed, it could only exist for 5s, and if it did not receive a supervisory attack in the middle of the process, then the shield would naturally break. He was ready to renew his shield to resist another blow from the doctor when it mattered. As for the latter, the Gardner's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the doctor in front of him. If it was still the same as before and the elimination rules had not been cancelled, then even if he was eliminated to death this time, he would still be willing in his heart. He could even be brave enough to step up and stall for his teammates and get a reputation for that as well. But it's different now. The matchups are now no longer eliminated. There will be no survival elimination now. He had managed to figure out a little bit of the character skills, and he could easily see a bright future. He was not willing to die here on his own. At the thought, the Gardner took a deep breath. If he fell to the ground on this, then he would definitely die before the dancer. Spellbinding was not enough to worry about. He had noticed the line of blood just before spellbinding was touched up. One more knockout and he would likely be eliminated outright. It's this dancer, on the contrary, who will have to find a way to eliminate herself behind him. For the first time, he wished his teammate had died sooner. He also had to catch up on fixing the remaining cipher machine. The cellar will only appear if this station is repaired and opened. At this point the other 2 in the group were unaware that the Gardner had opened his cellar program. The 2 were healing each other, and after touching the spellcaster up, he was continuing to heal him. The 2 were going to finish healing the spellcaster before continuing to touch the dancer. After seeing the doctor eliminated at the bloodline overflow, it became clear to them that the one who would be eliminated next was Spellbinder. Only by healing his condition would he be able to resist one more slash. But the dancer's mind was a little confused as she treated him. What is the point of therapy? What is the point of resisting an extra cut? They will eventually die on the estate. The Gardner's eyes were closed, and he was already mentally calculating how the doctor would act. After knocking himself out, the doctor goes after Spellbinder and dancer. There was a high probability that he would choose to go after the spell and knock it down before going after the dancer, and be able to get up himself while he had the chance. And if he burned a little time chasing the dancer, it would be enough time for him to finish fixing the ciphers in the center field. By the time he'd finished deciphering the remaining bit of progress, the dancer should be about due to fall to the ground. The doctor won't be idle after the dancer's fall, he'll choose to come back to himself. As soon as he came for himself again, then he would have no choice but to fall to the ground again, this time with no self-rising, and soon his blood would run dry and he would be eliminated. Then when the dancers got up, he was able to eat his layout instead and figure out how to find the open cellar. Why? It's obvious that you want to live. Looking to one side of the prop box, he took a deep breath. Since the toolbox on your own is useless, then he could only hope to feel out a prop that would help him. Get up, touch the props and fix the machine. The Gardner breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. He's got one chance, one last chance. Chenka naturally did not know his small mind. He looked at the short wall of the center push. The bottom of his eyes flashed a strange light. It's time for this group of seekers to get a dose of D's big jumping splits through walls. Think you're okay because you're hiding behind a wall? The Gardner looked at the doctor who was coming over as he carefully replaced his cover. In any case, he wanted to delay his teammates a little bit. After all, if they stalled long enough, maybe those 2 teammates could actually fix the cellar after they were healed. Then after that it's every man for himself who can find the cellar and who can get out of it alive at the end of the day. The Gardner moved his steps little by little from side to side, constantly controlling the recall shield to keep it from coming out. He saw the red light penetrating through the wall shining in his face. Next to the boarded up area, he hid behind the boards. Through the board area, he saw the red light standing hesitantly at the mouth of the board for a moment. The Gardner in this position could even see the doctor who was standing behind the board. Come on, I'll smash it if you cross the board. The Gardner took a deep breath, knowing his only chance was to smash the board. Just in the twinkling of an eye, he saw the doctor standing in front of the board turn away, and the red light disappeared with him. People, gone? Before the Gardner could react, He heard the strong wind of a hunting rush in his ears, followed by a figure leaping high into the air, directly through the low wall, and slashing at him. Ha! The audience all stared in awe at the sight of this jumping split. I thought he'd gone off. And then you told me he came straight over with a jumping splat. Mass drop. How did this operation hit? I want to laugh when I think about how someone once said that Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer was just a weakling who relied on people unfamiliar with the character to score points. That shifting hand alone is something they can't even learn from. You guys can't laugh again in a real life and death game. In the Dragon Kingdom training room, although everyone knows Chen Ke's strength, they still worry about him. Everyone held their breath momentarily in shock at the sight of that precise move, because it can't be learned at all. How sharp of a sense does it take to place it precisely in the face of a survivalist? When Chen Ke used the soul of the host umbrella, the most he could do was to pass the umbrella to the vicinity of the cipher machine. Inside the training room, the people who saw the hand moving couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. And only after a long time did a person carefully open his mouth. If the person isn't near the cipher machine, can he also pass the parachute to the person who is in the state of touching? It should be. It's a good thing someone so powerful is on our side. If I were a player from another country, I'd just ban his soul of the host umbrella. The CD for moving around can be so much more than passing the umbrella. After the move, everyone has been praising Chen Ke's keen perception. As he quipped, he saw the doctor jump high on his back with his huge traveling bag and cleave directly onto the gardener behind the wall. Ha! It's not a brotherhood. Didn't see it. The crowd in the training room jerked to their feet. What had just happened? Well, they just got distracted. Really didn't see it. The gardener answered to the bottom. Chen Ke did not hesitate to turn his head and run toward the small door nearby. It hadn't been long since the spell had just been touched up, and those two should still be over there. During the rush, the spell's status had changed to health. The gardener saw the departing doctor and didn't rush to message his teammates, nor did he tell them that supervision had moved the goalposts. So please keep an eye on your surroundings. He struggles to heal himself, and the audience can't see the resentment in his eyes and the desire to live. The gardener glanced at the box at center thrust and then at the cipher machine not far away. This chest was the hope of his cellar plan. Chapter 133. He didn't believe the doctor could resist the temptation of half-blood. Chen Ke's side had just left the fallen gardener, so he dragged the long, cold, flickering knife through the eerie aisles of the red church. The long knife rubbed against the ground, making a creepy bared sound. Meanwhile, on the other side of the church, the spellcaster was trying to heal the dancer. However, it was only an instant before his keen senses caught a faintly fading heartbeat. The sound of that heartbeat was like the drumbeat of death, beating on his heart one by one, making his face turn white in an instant. He unconsciously loosened his grip, all but ignoring the dancer who was down to the last bit of healing progress to heal. With a flash of terror and determination in his eyes, he turned his head and ran. The dancer froze slightly, and naturally he felt the faint heartbeat, but it also meant that the doctor was still a little ways away. The progress bar of healing was down to the last point, and it was clear that he was able to touch himself up and heal. The dancer continued to send a signal. I need help. Come on. His eyes were filled with longing and anxiety. How he wished the spellcaster would come back and touch up that last bit of progress for himself before he left. But what he didn't expect was for the spellcaster to run as fast as he could without looking back. The spellcaster running away stopped in a panic immediately after passing a wall. He tried to calm himself down. Then Shizuku carefully ducked behind the wall, changing his position with Shizuku to hide himself in a secluded spot. His body was pressed against the wall, not daring to breathe, his eyes locked on the direction the doctor might be coming from. As long as he didn't miss his footprints, he was sure the doctor wouldn't necessarily be able to find him so easily, despite being within earshot. It's a matter of life and death. The cellar was the only hope of staying alive, and if he appeared next to the doctor, he would naturally be the first to be eliminated. The reason why he didn't touch the dancer well was also on purpose. He needed the half-blooded dancer to draw fire for himself. He didn't believe the doctor could resist the lure of half-blood. Let's just say the doctor came at a good time. The doctor just happened to come over, and he just happened to let go. The spellcaster's eyes looked grimly at the dancer on the other end. The other party didn't seem to be reacting to the dangerous situation at hand and was still trying to find her way to where she was. Get out of here! Spellcaster. He knew better than anyone how dangerous his current situation was. He was already on the ground for the second time, and he could feel that his blood bar was about to be full, and the rising bloodline was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He was even suspecting that 3 times down he'd just go straight to heaven, instead of still struggling to crawl on the ground and wait for his teammates to touch him up like he usually did. Vaguely, he felt as if he was getting clarity. The doctor eliminating people seems to be the same as hanging chairs. Survivors are eliminated after 3 trips to the chair without passing the halfway mark. So the doctor can't hang people. Is it the same thing that knocks people out after knocking them down 3 times? If that's the case, Him falling to the ground again could really be straight up death. The thought flashed through his mind, causing his body to resist trembling slightly. If so, the spellcaster's eyes grew even more somber as he silently calculated in his mind that it would have to wait until the gardener and the dancer went to their deaths first. His eyes went to center field where the red chapel was, where there was still a big legacy machine for the dancers. He knew that he would have to find a way to get over there and crack that legacy machine open. The gardener and also the dancer don't always realize what's going on in the cellar, and most likely don't realize at all that there's still a cipher machine left to be deciphered before the cellar can be opened. The dancer just froze in place, as if she had been cast under a spell, her eyes full of bewilderment and helplessness. He jerked his head up, and only then did he see that the doctor was like a black lightning bolt, wrapped in a chilling aura, rapidly rushing towards him. The tall, eerie figure looked more and more terrifying in the dimness. It wasn't until the doctor was so close that the dancer woke up as if from a dream and scrambled to get away. The dancer covered her chest and stumbled. That was fast. No wonder the spellcaster ran so fast. It was only a matter of moments before the doctor came to himself. The dancer stumbled toward the front, and he looked at the music box he was carrying, wanting nothing more than a chance to put it down. Without looking at the pursuing doctor behind him, he just felt the red light behind him getting more and more intense, and looking at his flywheel, he rushed straight into a flywheel. A sprint, with the acceleration effect of the flywheel, dodged safely into the board area, just off the board. He couldn't even catch his breath before quickly bending down, reaching for his own octave, and then setting the decelerating octave down in place without hesitation. Shenka came behind the board with a sprint, and the long knife in his hand was just raised in preparation for shattering the board in front of him when he saw a blue-colored light spreading out from in front of him. Ice and snow. Put. After setting the octave down, the dancer's uneasy heart paused a little, though it was unknown just how much the slowing octave slowed down regulation, which was the only thing he could do right now. As he escaped, he had the location of the spellbinder in his head and didn't want to lure the doctor that way. As he ran, he kept an eye on his surroundings, running as far as he could in the opposite direction from the spellcaster, trying to lure this danger away from him alone, even if there was only the slightest possibility of buying more life for his teammates. The spellcaster saw that the fallen gardener had risen from the ground. He took a deep breath and continued to crouch in the corner, a position where he could still feel a faint heartbeat. He pressed himself against the wall, carefully ducking toward the barrier by the small door. Unsurprisingly, the dancer wouldn't last long at all, and once the dancer fell to the ground, the doctor would soon find himself based on the tinnitus, looking around the entire red church. For a moment he couldn't find a safe place to stay. Concentrate on deciphering. He sent a signal to the gardener to go and decipher that cipher machine as soon as possible. The gardener is rummaging through the treasure chest next to him, and now he wants a needle, or one of the other things, hoping to touch the props that gave him the silver lining. Seeing the signal from the spellcaster, he didn't pay any attention to it and just grunted coldly. The dancer would soon be on the ground. It was obvious to anyone, whether or not the dancer had realized such a thing as going to the cellar. The gardener could see that the spellcaster had anyway. Otherwise then he wouldn't have said the words to concentrate on deciphering this. The cellar? The gardener took a deep breath and tried to soothe his somewhat anxious heart. He didn't try to decipher the cipher machine. There are now 3 other people on the field, and once the cryptographs are broken, then supervision will also know that there is someone on this side. That cipher machine looks like hope, but it's actually bait. The best thing to do is for the spellcaster to decipher the cryptograph and find the seller himself. Chapter 134. Who treated you? After secretly planning everything in his mind, he looked at the box in front of him. Only a remote control appeared in his own hand, replacing the original toolbox. Controlling the remote control, with a slight sound of mechanical operation, on the ground in front of him, an off-white doll stood up in situ, without a trace of clothing covering its body. Its bare head was exposed without any modification, and it did not have any expression, just like a soulless puppet. It just stood straight in front of him, those empty eyes staring dully from side to side. Perhaps because he was pushed, for a moment he had many more uses for the doll in his head. Perhaps because he was pushed by the situation. For a while, all sorts of usefulness about this doll actually flooded into his mind like a spring. At first, he had thought of controlling the doll towards the cipher machine, thinking of letting it do the unfinished work of deciphering in his place. But the moment the thought first came to him, he suddenly realized with surprise that he seemed to be able to heal himself by controlling this doll of the mechanic. Immediately after that, the moment he took control of the doll, the marvelous feeling hit him, and his perspective was like an out-of-body experience, and he instantly shifted to the mechanic doll. Presented to him at the moment was the hunched-over, already bloodied gardener, who looked in a terrible state, as frail as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Sure enough it can. Seeing his gradually rising healing progress, the gardener's words of cheer overflowed into his throat. Concentrate on deciphering. Seeing the spellcaster send himself another signal, he grunted. Who cares? Now that he had the doll, he could say that he was able to control the mechanic's doll to decipher the cipher machine on his own, without the need for a spell at all. The doll's durability was depleting, but that progress was still enough to decipher the remaining bit of the Great Legacy. The spellcaster was still sneaking towards the Red Chapel, the cipher machine, and was going to finish deciphering it no matter what. The way things were going on the field right now, there was no time for him to open a new cipher machine. He was so anxious that he kept sending messages to the gardener, trying to remind the other party to seize the time to break the cipher machine, but he did not see any message back from the other party about the break. MD. This time, a nameless fire surged in his heart. Am I the only one who realizes that this game is a game of life and death? Was it only his own realization that deciphering this cryptograph would open the cellar? The spellcaster just felt his liver ache with anger. But on second thought, there was an upside to this. As long as neither of the two men realized that there was such a thing as a cellar in Sengoku, he was the one with the best hope of going down the cellar. Just make sure you don't get knocked out. His furrowed brow stretched a little at the thought. The dancer didn't stay where he was after putting down the box. He hurried to the back of the next boarding area, the wind whistling in his ears along the way as if it was all urging him to pick up the pace. Just as soon as he got to the place, he put down a new deceleration box one after another, and that one octave box landed on the ground with a quick glow of ghostly blue. Before this, the dancer also felt that she had a limited number of music boxes, only 3 in total, and that it would really be a waste if they were stepped on. Before playing this combo, he was still thinking about how he could maximize the effect of the octavo by placing it in a very tricky position, just like in that Dragon Kingdom matchup. But now, with his life on the line, where did he care so much? As soon as he could, he put the octave down, expecting only to give himself some hope in this slightly more complicated terrain. Chenka looked at the dancer placing the decelerating octave and couldn't help but sigh. In the eyes of the onlookers, the dancer's boxes seem to be just constantly spreading sound waves, as if they can't see much practical effect. But Chenka's heart is clear. These seemingly insignificant octave boxes will have a deceleration effect on the regulator. In the deceleration of octave boxes, whether it's rubbing the knife or moving speed, will be affected. This decelerating octave is especially useful for survivors who are used to being in certain specific areas, such as mindlessly circling long windows in large rooms. Under the effect of the slowing octave box, whether the regulator is moving, dismantling the box, or stepping on the board will be slowed down, leaving the survivor with a lot of chances. And Persona 5 itself is a game that requires a race to the bottom. Every second of the matchup has to be utilized in any way possible. Just a few extra seconds of rubbing the knife might have affected the outcome of the game. The dancer has already taken down all the boards in this area, and even with the octave effect, it's hard to hold the doctor here for long. Although Chen-ku was chasing the dancer, he had also been looking at the state of the cipher machine on the field. He didn't see the new cipher begin to shake, which meant that the spell that had run away and the gardener hadn't begun to break it. But just as he did so, he suddenly saw that the gardener's state had returned to health. Chen-ku could not help but raise his eyebrows, his heart filled with surprise. He was secretly calculating in his heart that he had found the dancer at the location of the small door, and the dancer at this time had only just touched the spellcaster. Even if the spellcaster ran towards the fallen gardener who had been pushed to the ground in the center, he should have just gotten over there in that amount of time, and there was no way he could touch up the fallen gardener, much less heal the half-blooded gardener back to health. The only other possibilities when you do this math are that the gardener touched himself a needle, or touched a mechanic's doll to touch his blood. Chen-ku frowned. Touching the needle is still good. If you touch the mechanic doll, put in the center field card tinnitus will be a very troublesome thing. This map of the Red Chapel, which is square and quite well laid out, would be very disruptive to supervisory rows of tinnitus if you put a doll hidden in every corner of the center field. The spellcaster, at that moment, had just circled around and, with a deft hand, rolled over the window and finally touched the cipher machine that was at the center of the Red Chapel. The progress of deciphering this cipher machine has reached 75%, and it won't take much time to finish deciphering it. However, although he had no idea what the gardener was doing, he had his own little plan in mind for a long time. He also had no intention of saving the gardener at all. He always felt that half-blood would be more attractive than full-blood. By the time the dancer was down, a half-blooded gardener would be more attractive than a full-blooded one like himself. In just an instant, he saw the gardener's status suddenly become healthy, and his bloodied status instantly became full. The spellcaster's hand freezes a bit as he breaks the cipher. How? Aren't the dancers holding the regulation? How did that gardener get treated? Chapter 135 I Need Help. The spellcaster's face became very ugly, his brows tightly furrowed into a pimple, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He racked his brain, but he just couldn't figure out exactly who had treated the gardener. going over all the possibilities in his mind, but never finding a reasonable answer. Moreover, he couldn't have guessed that the gardener had actually gone and touched the chest. After all, in his limited knowledge of the game, healing was mostly left to his teammates, and the rest of them, except for the doctor, couldn't touch themselves at all. Of course, that's where his lesser experience in the game comes in. With just a glance, Chenku could see that the gardener had secretly touched the box. After all, he had experienced too many similar scenes in this game in his previous life. In his previous life, he had encountered many strikers who touched boxes, and there were even strikers who would purposely bring their talents up to the third tier of healers because they were always touching needles. After all, they always send out a "I'm stuck" at OB. Then after bumping the regulation and failing to eat the knife, you will go back to where you put the needle down, pick it up, and stab yourself. Healer, the speed of self-healing from injuries and healing others is increased by 15% / 20% / 25%. Without a healer, touching a needle can only stab yourself once, and a little more than halfway through the second time, the endurance of the syringe is used up. But if you bring a healer, you can zap yourself twice. It's the equivalent of being able to take 2 slashes and not have your teammates take the time to heal themselves. It allows teammates to fix their machines better and themselves to OB better. So seeing the gardener patch up his form without his teammates, Chenku instantly knew what he had done. The gardener took control of the mechanic's doll towards center field. The doll's movements were slightly mechanical, moving step by step in the direction of its target, and just as it missed its head there in center field, it caught sight of the spellcaster, who was engrossed in fixing his machine. Seeing this, the gardener hurriedly and carefully took control of the mechanic's doll and quietly crouched behind a pillar not far away. Dolls do not consume durability when they are sitting still. The durability of the remote is consumed only when you use the control doll to act. He was calculating in his mind that if Dr. Midway came over to pursue the spellcaster, he could take this opportunity to control the doll to decipher that cryptograph. Watching the gardener in action, the audience had been confused, because in their opinion, at this point, the gardener should go fix the machine and control the mechanic's doll along with it. Only then would they have a chance to finish deciphering the cipher machine and pursue the chance of survival. No! What's he doing hiding there? Doll squatting there without fixing the machine? The gardener himself doesn't fix the machine. You can see he's gone to touch the next box. In this situation, is it useful to touch the box? What's the point of touching the case when you're not fighting to fix the machine? The audience doesn't understand because they feel that deciphering the cipher machine is the only hope. The dancer over there is really trying hard to hold the doctor back. The only way for the two to live up to their teammates' efforts is to fix their machines. However, at this time, the audience simply did not know that the spellcaster on the field, as well as the gardener, had already been harboring their own small thoughts, and they had long quietly opened their cellar escape plan, playing a life and death game when the life and death rule had already been cancelled. They were really upset. The prescribed lineup, the plan that was agreed upon before the game, was also crushed to pieces after seeing Dr. The dancer didn't last long as he braced himself and escaped to death short. When you get to this side, no matter what position you go towards, it's a left or right. He could only hope that the doctor in front of him would pat himself on the back and find another opportunity to turn away, or see him sprint for a split second and change positions in a heartbeat yourself. He had used up all the boards on this side, and the more the dancer thought about it, the harder she felt. This game is a game of life and death. Are you and your teammates going to be accounted for here? Chenku looked at the dancer in front of him and raised the large sword in his own hand high. The dancer stared blankly at the doctor in front of him as he saw a gradually spreading red mark appear on his face. There was no way for him to dodge in this position, and all he could do was stare blankly at the doctor in front of him. Chenku instantly laughed when he saw that he didn't dodge the action, and the survivalist in this position couldn't turn the point at all. The doctor's stored heavy strike. If it is stored for more than half the time, the knockback will be accompanied by 1 damage effect from this normal attack, and the use of the skill increases the load by 20 points. A clap, and the dancer instantly fell to her knees. Seeing him fall to the ground, Chenku did not hesitate to turn his head away. Just by turning around, he noticed that the cipher at center field was shaking like crazy. Through a thin wall, far away, before he had entered the Red Chapel, he saw through the aisle of the Red Chapel the spellcaster who was fixing his machine in midfield. Upon seeing the spellcaster, Chenku was slightly stunned. He had thought it was the gardener who was here to fix the machine. Another look around across the building didn't show any other ciphers shaking. What kind of airplane is the gardener on? Trying to sneak over and touch this dancer? Chenku thought as he charged towards the spellraiser. Cipher machine decryption progress 84%. The spellcaster's face instantly turned green as he looked at the doctor who was charging towards him. He glanced at the cryptograph in his hand, with 16% progress remaining. With just a glance, he made the decision that since he couldn't leave from here, no one else would be able to either. Without any hesitation, He simply let go of his hand and tumbled toward the window. The gardener was rummaging through another chest. Only the new one didn't touch any useful props. Looking at a needle in his hand and the remote at the bottom of his foot, he picked it back up. Just after picking it up and transforming the view to the doll's side, he saw the doctor charging towards the spellcaster with his sword. The spellcaster didn't hesitate. A flywheel rushed straight towards the window. He didn't have any idea of flywheeling the top blade at all. Nowadays, he would rather do nothing than make a mistake or take a risk. Shenka looked at the spellcaster who was running towards the window in the flywheel, and then looked at the distance between himself and the spell. That's still a long way off, and it's a position where even if he doesn't turn in his flywheel, he'll be able to get past the window safely. The gardener controlled his doll to hide behind a pillar and kept moving his position. After seeing the doctor follow the spellcaster out, he then took control of the doll and came out, continuing to work on the cipher machine that he had just been working on. As for himself, he crouched in a hidden corner. I need help. The dancer is self-medicating. After realizing that the doctor had begun to pursue the spellbinder, he began to seek the gardener to come and touch himself up. The gardener saw that message and ignored it. He himself was no longer self-healing, but the dancer still had it. Chapter 136, The mind's eye is used to count teammates. The gardener couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he watched the rising progress of the decipherment, and his whole body stood up. As he prepared to follow the map and follow the spellcaster a little bit to find the location of the cellar, that cryptograph was down to the last bit of progress, and it would only take a few seconds for the doll to decipher it. The spellcaster had just rolled through this window when he felt his heartbeat grow stronger, and as he turned his head he saw the doctor following behind him. He had bitterness in his heart that he simply couldn't say. Now he regretted very much why he had come to play the game of life and death. Why did he think that he could win against Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer with the same lineup? He wanted to laugh at the thought that those people outside felt that the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor still relied on using regulation that people were unfamiliar with in order to win. Only by being in the matchup yourself and being that survivor could you feel the horror of Emperor Slaughter. He didn't feel like scolding the doctor, or the gardener, or even the dancer in this round. Hey! Looking at the front window, he quickly ran towards it. It's just so slow, really slow. The more he was chased by the supervision, the more he felt that the survivalist's movement speed was very slow. Luckily, though, his hand had touched the window, and most of his body had flipped over. It's so nice to be alive a little longer. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of a large knife slashing the ground came from behind him again, and the sharp sound of dragging the knife seemed to burst the entire eardrum. Started sprinting again. The spellcaster was thinking about this when he saw the numbers above his head change unexpectedly. Number of unbroken codes 3. The cellar has been refreshed. 3. The cellar has been refreshed? At the sight of the writing, the spellcaster froze for a moment. He realized instantly that the gardener had been nearby when he had broken the cipher machine. The gardener was seeing himself being chased away by the supervision before he came out and took over the remaining ciphers. The blistering wind hunted behind him. The doctor, who came sprinting right after him, did a jumping chop right over the window and onto the spellcaster whose body had just flipped over it. At this moment, it was the spellcaster's turn to be confused. You can jump over this? What kind of counterintuitive mechanism is this? The spellcaster looked at the monkey on his back and very decisively handed over 3 levels. He climbed back up the window he had just turned over, this time to check back at the Red Church, where he was to lead the supervision to the gardener. He had thought he was the only one who had noticed the cryptographs on the field, the only one who had the cellar plan. But it wasn't until the gardener immediately took over that last bit of motor remaining after he left that he instantly understood. You're not the only one who wants to go down the cellar. Go! I'll take the cellar. The spellcaster sent a message meant to tell the dancer what the gardener was planning to do. He is the one who both wants the dancer to see and sees the gardener's vicious side. You go down the cellar? The dancer was a little dumbfounded to see this message, but it was only an instant before he reacted. It turned out that before the two had been secretly planning for each other, both were counting on each other. Both were thinking about their escape from the cellar. The gardener grimaced as he felt his character's breath catch. He was calm, though, and at that moment there was a cipher machine right beside him, and he instantly put his hand on it to keep it deciphered. If you don't break the code for a long time, crows will gather on your body and continually explode to tell the supervisor where you are. It's something all of them survivalists know at the beginning of their lives. The character's breathing becomes rapid, which is often the preparatory state for exploding crows. Just touching the motor relieves this state a lot. He didn't touch that motor in the center field. The doll had a little durability left after the deciphering was done, and he hid the doll once again, picked up the pin on the floor and didn't ask for that controller again. After relieving himself of his rapid state of breathing, the gardener began to follow the map in search of the cellar. He would have been near the center push, only to turn his head and run towards the big push, and just as he approached he saw the crimson, conspicuous cellar in the ground near the cipher machine. For once, the gardener just felt it was God's will. All providence is on his side, and the heavens are going to walk the cellar by themselves. There was a cipher machine next to it, and he could still touch it every now and then to make sure he didn't get a crow on him. The spellcaster had just come back to the red chapel through the window and had seen no sign of the gardener. But the cipher machine, the center field, was indeed in a state of having been deciphered. That means the other side did come here. In a moment of reflection, the dancer who had been in the end stood up, and it couldn't have been the dancer who had come over to break it. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the dancer's position. He didn't know where the gardener was now, but the dancer got up, and it's possible that the gardener touched it up. Regardless, as long as the supervision was drawn to his teammates, he had a hope of staying alive. What if the regulation changes the chase? Chenka followed closely behind, cursing, just now cursing that window flip. His own movement is still a little slow. If he had been a bit faster, he might have been able to just hit him with a shock and eliminate his spellcaster. At this point he followed the spellcaster through the red chapel to where the dancer had fallen earlier. Chenku was instantly dumbfounded. It's rare for someone to sneak a ghost towards a teammate. Once on this side, he also saw two straggling footprints. Although the high wall blocked the realization, the audience was also a bit on the edge of their seats, as they all saw the spellcaster's intentions. He's just intentionally bringing it towards his teammates. It's hard to bandage these three people from Sakura Nation. Don't you dare think of a pair of games with 3 men alive and 800 minds, all thinking of going to the cellar themselves. I'm afraid I'll let the gardener go this time. This kid is straight up dog luck to find it so quickly. It's a good thing the doctor is dead. Wouldn't there be more hard eyes in this game if the doctor hadn't died? They're the ones who called out. They're the ones who moved towards wanting to fight Emperor Slaughter. And they're the ones who ended up counting on their teammates to want to go to the cellar by themselves. Emperor Slaughter surely doesn't know that the mind's eye of these survivors is used to count on their teammates. Chenka followed the footprints of the spellcaster and chased after him, and the other party ran right towards the location of the small door cellar opening. Chenka followed behind in silence. It's just the right spot, and you can go over there yourself to line up whether the cellar is over there or not. He didn't lose the spellcaster. And looking at the spell that turned over the wall, Chenka put the spell that was ready to electrocute him to the ground with a single slash of his stored blade. The already bloodied spellcaster instantly fell to the ground for the third time. It has been envisioned many times that 3 downs in the doctor's innings is not an elimination. After seeing the spellcaster disappear instantly and the panel turn into an off-white smiley face, they were then certain that the doctor couldn't hang anyone, and that 3 knockdowns would eliminate the survivor. Chapter 137, Go. I'll take the cellar. The rubbing of the knife ended, and Chen Ku turned to leave. There are 2 other possibilities left for the cellar if there is no cellar in the small door cellar opening. One is outside the cemetery and one is inside the big push. The dancer hid inside the graveyard, looking at the instantly eliminated spellcaster, and his heart flushed with bitterness, though it had just been learned that the spellcaster was planning to go to the cellar, and even the gardener who was hiding somewhere was planning to go to the cellar. He was annoyed that these 2 were counting on him, but he still couldn't help but feel sad when he saw the spellcaster eliminated from death. Chenka walked back down the original path, and as he approached center field, he felt his ears ringing. He moved slightly away from the red church and the ringing in his ears instantly disappeared. 2 sprints straight to the outside of the cemetery. He saw that there was no cellar outside, but the tinnitus came back on. Seeing this, he had determined that the dancers were in the graveyard and the center field was the doll, and the gardener. Unsurprisingly, the other party had already found the cellar and was waiting at the mouth of it at this time. The cellar of the Red Chapel is very obvious and the best to find. Chenka's behavior was not understood by the rest of the audience, but the teammates in the dragon training room did. He's really scary. A person in the corner couldn't help but sigh as he watched the match in the ring, because they saw very clearly that when Chenka knocked down the spellcaster, he glanced towards the location of the small door cellar opening on the map of the red church that he had drawn for them earlier. They could see the gardener's doll hidden in center field, ducking behind the wall near the side where the dancer had fallen. And while Chenka's tentative shifting of his feet appeared to be wandering from side to side, it was likely that he had already determined that the ear splitting was coming from inside the red church, and as he looked toward the outside of the cemetery, he was even more certain that the cellar opening was not outside the cemetery. That last glance was even more deeply meaningful. The audience did not understand, but they were clear that the direction that Chenka was facing at the end was exactly where the cellar at the big push was located. With just one glance, he decided to continue his pursuit of the dancer at the gravesite. It would be better for him to go after the gardener at this time, right? A man spoke cautiously, trying to surmise Chenka's intentions. That's what I thought. After the dancer is eliminated, the gardener can go to the cellar, and after the doctor knocks down the seeker bleeds faster than he normally bleeds, so the dancer will be eliminated soon. The dancer is also 2 down. And the gardener is also 2 down. The doctor can't hang people, so he's likely to watch the survivalist leave through the cellar after he falls to the ground. You guys are right. I feel the same way. Jiang Bai sat next to Wang Jiyu, and Zhongli still had that look of not worrying about anything. In his opinion, as long as Chen Ku is fine, it doesn't matter how many other survivors can survive. But Chen Ku took a look at the location of the big push. A perplexity flashed under Jiang Bai's eyes. Since he looked in that direction and at that location, he still decided to go after the dancer. He definitely has his own ideas. Jiang Bai spoke with conviction. The CD used for the shift line is 100s. It's long, but the CD for shifting was reset just now during the pursuit of the 3 survivors separately. The graveyard slab was used up long ago in the chase for the doctor. At this point, the dancer was hiding inside and he was positioned in the far corner. He knew that regulation could use his ears to find people, but he just took the chance that he was in the far corner of the room and probably wouldn't be within range of regulation's ears. It was just a fluke after all. The heartbeat inside his chest grew more and more deafening. He crouched quietly in the corner, half his head already hidden inside the tombstone of the cemetery. Observe yourself in this position. It felt as if his body and his environment had somewhat subtly blended together. Maybe there's no way to see yourself. The dancer didn't move a muscle, burying her head down. Chenka quickly came over and really didn't see the dancer who had stuck her head inside the tombstone for the first time. The other man was dressed in the old costume of a dancer, making the somewhat conspicuous pink dress a little gray and stained. Pink is delicate. In his previous life, Chenko ranked the survivalists he saw. All of them were as black as they could wear. Match were scantily clad. Ranked whatever is inconspicuous. Although he didn't see the dancer for the first time, the red dot on Chenko's radar lit up. It's a habit developed by playing Joseph. The survivors inside the mirrors are black and white and gray, and sometimes it's easy to miss a survivor crouching in a corner or burying their head in the side of a board. To find them accurately, you have to watch the little red dot on the radar all the time. Until Chen Ku approached, the dancer remained motionless. The audience was also instantly numb. He wouldn't be betting on the regulation not being able to see, would he? This cure also drools. Hit the descending wisdom. Stopped. He stopped. The audience screamed as they watched Shinka stop beside the dancer. But he didn't make a move with his knife in the first place. Just what the audience said. Played descending wisdom. But then it had to be fought. It's life and death. Or life and death with the Sakura country. If it is a life and death game with other countries, maybe Chenka can really release this dancer. Chenka sighed and gently swung the large sword in his hand. The dancer who was hiding in the corner and still kept chanting about regulating the invisible self was directly knocked to the ground by a knife. Still seeing, he turned to look at the doctor behind him, but the other man made no stop for him, only to see the doctor walk some distance toward the front. Zip, zip, zip. There was a fierce sound of electricity in his ears. Duong. 2 doors appeared out of nowhere. A door was just around the heel, and a door appeared near the big push. The gardener, who was touching click after click, was completely confused when he saw the door appear around him. No, man, is it really that accurate? He had just been snickering that the spellcaster was down, the dancer was down, and it was his turn to walk the cellar next. A turn of the head saw the shifting device appear in his face. Not buddy, how do you find your own Is intuition that scary? The crowd in the Dragon Kingdom training room couldn't help but stand up. They knew it. Chenka must have his own solution. It's not right. The dancer and the gardener are the same number of knockouts. It's just that along with the time it's also the dancer who was eliminated first. As long as the gardener lies on the cellar mouth, he will always wait until the cellar opens before elimination. Wang Jiyu opened his mouth in doubt. Sure enough, looking out onto the field, the gardener was reckless. Just stood at the top of the cellar staring at the doctor who had come. His intentions are quite obvious. I'm just going to go down the cellar. What can you do about it? Chenka hit the knife. The gardener did not move, and even set off fireworks. If the gardener could talk now, he would be roaring with all his might. I'm just going to go down the cellar. The rubbing of the knife ended, and Chenka struck again. The dancer's elimination progress is rising rapidly, and the gardener falls to the ground 2 cuts later. Seeing that the dancer would be eliminated before himself, the gardener couldn't help but laugh out loud even as he fell to his knees. Go! I'll take the cellar. He also sent a text message. This message he was not showing to the dancer, but to the doctor. He knew the doctor would be able to live and watch the replay when he got out. The other party will be able to see that they sent this SMS once they look at the replay. Chen Ku smiled. Seeing that the dancer's elimination progress was about to overflow, he raised the large knife in his hand and plunged it straight into the cellar opening. Frequency change. The doctor can interact with the cellar to change the location of the cellar refresh. After the frequency change starts, the doctor cannot actively interrupt the interaction to reveal his location to the seeker. and the seeker can continue to see the new cellar location for Phis after the frequency change finishes. Chapter 138 Stupid. Do you think your opponent only has one move? Gardner was now lying on his back at the top of the cellar, which was still tightly boarded up, and he was waiting for his teammate, Dancer, to make a quick elimination. The cellar will not open until there is only one survivor left. Seeing the doctor thrust the great knife in his hand into the mouth of the cellar, an unsettling premonition surfaced in his mind. This doctor, what is he going to do to the cellar? The nerves that were already taut were now even more taut, like a bowstring that was about to snap. The audience, too, was stunned by the suddenness of the scene, and they could not help but rise to their feet and turn their eyes to the ring above the dome, all of them watching the doctor's movements with rapt attention. It was only a matter of seconds before everyone saw the cellar beneath the gardener disappear. Over by the graveyard, there is an extra sparkling area. In the viewer's perspective, it was able to see that it was a shifted cellar opening. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and the entire arena instantly fell into a short dead silence. Cellar location changed. It was still the first regulation they had seen that could change the location of the cellar. The gardener watched in disbelief as the dark red cellar beneath him disappeared, and when he looked up, he saw that outside the graveyard where the dancer had been, the cellar shifted to that side. The dancer was also confused at this point. He was slumped in the corner and he had stopped struggling the moment he fell to the ground. A blankness flashed in his eyes as he saw the cellar opening appear out of nowhere not far away. Little by little, that bright red line of blood didn't go over the top of his head, and just like the rising tide of the sea, it quickly filled up the entire status bar in its entirety. The dancer didn't even have time to struggle over to look at the cellar opening before her entire body disappeared as if swallowed by the darkness. Squeak! The gardener looked away from the suddenly opened cellar. A spark of hope instantly lit up in his eyes, and he kept telling himself in his mind, there is still a chance. It would have been just as well if they didn't know where the cellar was, but now they were able to see it. So if they tried hard enough, they could climb over it. The position wasn't far away, and he still had blood and a chance. Tried crawling a few times. This crawling, he was surprised to find that his crawling speed became very fast. That speed was simply more than twice as fast as usual. I don't know why it climbed so fast, but it was God's will. Providence wanted him to climb out. Chen Ku, however, walked slowly and unhurriedly beside the gardener, his face with a kind of winning composure, and raised a salute with one hand. He was just next to the gardener, walking leisurely as he set the ceremonial flowers on fire. Bang! Bang! From the big push to the cemetery. He wasn't worried about the gardener climbing over. Survivors knocked down by the doctor fall down and crawl 100% faster, but when all survivors are down, the fall down elimination speed is increased by 300%. The two cellars were located so far apart that there was no possibility of climbing over them. Watch as the gardener struggles to crawl toward the front while the doctor sets off fireworks right next to him. Chen could just walk so unhurriedly, watching the gardener's futile struggle, as if enjoying a show that had long been destined to end. The audience watched the scene in stunned silence. The more I think about the fact that the gardener was also setting off fireworks before he fell to the ground, the more it looks like a joke. 1 round, 2 shifts. Such horrible battle instincts? MD, this is even more terrifying than the human emperor. It's just like a ghost. While the red chapel is not a big map, the first move is fine. The two will run to each other, then find a suitable place to touch the blood. That cipher machine at the little door location is the best option. There's a board and a window over there. But what's up with the second move? I feel like the gardener could be anywhere. This is the gap between you and Emperor Slaughter. Do you think? Could it be that he knows where the cellar is? How is it possible? The cellar only opened when he was chasing the spellcaster. He didn't even go over to the big push. It's impossible for him to know this cellar refresh location. That's right. This should be something that can only be attributed to his battle instincts. When the players in the Dragon Kingdom training room saw the words of the pop-up screen, especially when someone guessed that Chen Kun knew the location of the cellar, all of them couldn't help but thump in their hearts. Because this person really guessed right. Chen Kun just knew the refresh location of the cellar. He didn't know exactly where the brush was, but he had eliminated the other 2 spots during the chase. Inside the training room, everyone looked at the various tactical instructions on the blackboard, as well as the various terrain sketches drawn by Chen Ku. Each map is labeled with the location where the cellar will refresh. Before, a part of the population did not take the matter to heart, although they did not say so. In their opinion, memorizing maps and such is not necessary at all. Survivors are able to see where the cipher machine is located. Just go along for the ride. And there are hints as to where the gate is located after you break the 5 cryptographs. Just go with the cues and be done with it. As far as memorizing all the window hole slab area cellar points? Now, seeing Chen Ku's precise casting of the shifting device on the cellar, they came to their senses. Necessary. Really necessary. Chen Ku looked at the gardener beside him. and the other party had stopped crawling at this time. The bloodline was rising too fast, and he was too far from the cellar opening of the graveyard to have any hope. Not a shred of hope. He shifted his perspective to look at the doctor beside him, who smelled of decay and gloom, with coldness and ferocity and violence written all over his expressionless face. Looking at the fireworks in his hands, the gardener then realized how ridiculous he had been, eating his knife in place to provoke the fireworks. Kojiro's clenched fists looked at the ring, his eyes somber, watching the gardener's bloodline quickly overflow the status bar, and looking at the vanishing gardener. The doctor also disappeared from the map. Kojiro took a deep breath as he thought about it and dialed McCann's number. What next, my lord? For dead survivalists, he didn't take it seriously at all, because in his opinion, there will be no elimination of players now, and there are as many of these seekers as there are people to be had, and with a little time, they can be cultivated more often. Their purpose this time was only to eliminate Emperor Slaughter of the Dragon Kingdom, only to fail, find his weakness, think of a way in the future, find the right moment, and continue about the life and death game. McCann's voice was icy cold, permeated with a piercing chill. This Emperor Slaughter's fight was also appalling. The more he didn't want to let this person live. There is simply no way to find a way to target it today, only to follow up and look for another opportunity. Why don't we continue the appointment, and get a little bit of a hiccup in the terms while they're getting carried away? Kojiro's voice was lowered. He still felt that the combination of the garden doctor mantra dance was invincible. It just happened to be restrained. Stupid. Do you think they'll only have one restraint? Chapter 139, Too Good to Be True. It's the little girl and the mortician. We're saved. McCann cursed angrily. He could figure out with his toes that Dragon Nation had definitely prepared more than 2 sets of ways to target them in response to a certain lineup. Only an idiot like Kojiro thinks that if he bans Dr. Rococo Slaughter King he'll be at the mercy of anyone. After unceremoniously hanging up the phone, he looked at where the ring was and the top supervision had left. It's not an everyday game. It's a private match between 2 countries that have made an appointment. After the game, Chenku also returned to the training room. A group of team members quickly crowded up, each carrying tea and various food in their hands. Boss, Shift's hit is too accurate. I'm already screaming. Okay? Boss, can you teach us how to sneak ghosts? I don't want to learn the philanthropist kind. I've been working hard on memorizing the various point windows. Boss, give me a chance. The surrounding people sound warm. Chenko, embarrassed, scratched his head. This if put in the previous life of the player circle. Our base just. Boss, are there any other sets? A member of the team opened his mouth a little embarrassed and asked. They were afraid that they would disturb Chenko's rest in this way, but in their hearts they wanted to learn more. The healing spell system they learned, and the gardener counts as a separate system they can understand. But if spells are banned and gardeners are banned again, they have no way to beat the system. And after Chenko has collected and used the doctor, they always feel that others will know how to restrain it. It's also unlikely that everyone will become a master ghost slitherer in a short period of time, and they'd like to have a little more time to progress if they can. There is. Chenka spoke without hesitation. This time, it was the turn of the teammates in the training room to grow their mouths in shock. The question was asked casually, and even if Chenka said no, they would not be disappointed. They would just find a way to work hard on the basics and practice the operation. But you really did? With Persona 5, there's more to the appeal than just holding and chasing. He's got a million systems and fits. If the hold is a little worse, try using the little girl with the mortician. When Chenka's words fell, the whole team instantly entered a state of confusion. This time on the garden doctor spell dance is not the same. Not a system of 4 people. This time Chenka said 2 people. The little girl and the mortician. These 2 characters who are not even close to each other. The role of the little girl, as they knew it, was to possess their teammates and provide them with a bit of secondary help. The little girl can create a memory synchronization with nearby teammates. In the possessed state, the little girl will follow her teammates as they move and interact with each other. And in the synchronized state, her teammates have a 70% increase in their deciphering speed, a 15% increase in their speed across board windows, and a 30% increase in their speed of placing boards and rescuing teammates in the chair of carnival. Can a teammate of such a supportive nature really play with the mortician? How do you fight? Hanging on to the mortician and then the 2 of them slipping ghosts together? Looking at the puzzled eyes of those players around him, Chenko couldn't help but laugh. By now you must have realized that switching hangs is a very losing thing for regulation. Survivor attrition is the first step in the fight to win. Chasing a new seeker leads to a new seeker prop hold, a new seeker on the chair, and a new number of up hangs with the elimination progress bar, which disrupts the original rhythm. It's normal to be unable to skate, and it's normal to die bailing on a teammate who hangs a fly. But what if it's a case of little girls slipping away, so that regulation can't find the little girl on the upper hanging fly? When Chenko finished speaking, the people around him were dumbfounded. Can't find it? How could it be that you can't find it? Because the supervisor wants to target the upper hang-flying seeker. The rest of the seekers are having a hard time bailing them out, and trying to use the carry knife to borrow the supervisor's rubbing knife to pull away from the body is difficult, because regulation has its own goals. Even so, at the end of the blade rubbing, there is a mad dash to catch up with the fleeing up-hanging fly. Fighting for your life will only keep this person from falling to the ground for 20s. Not being able to find it is simply not an option. The mortician, if he records a portrait of the little girl, places the coffin as far as possible from the chair. The little girl also teleported her other teammates first thing after the return was over. And that was enough to pull off a lot of distance. Chen-ko sighed. The people of this world only used the mortician once and discarded it, no longer used. It seems pointless to them to return to life instantly after going to the chair, rather than stalling for their teammates in the chair. After all, after the mortician chooses to return to life, the supervision can see where the coffin is located. Spend some time to catch up. If the coffin and the chair is close, basically immediately after the return to life will be caught by the supervision to knock down. The time between those intervals might as well have been an honest day in the chair. Just because no one uses it doesn't mean the character isn't strong. Morticians, like priests, are big map rogues, and priests, in particular, are almost never out on the various maps. Just hearing Chen-ko speak, the group of Dragon Kingdom players instantly numb, looking at Chen-ko's eyes filled with oddities. If you also want to raise the ceiling of this system, you can also add a painter as a teammate. Ha! The team was instantly confused. What the hell is another painter? Is there a connection between painters and burials or something? The bloodline starts in the center for all survivors after they hang on for the second time, even if they've returned to life with a coffin. Only painters are special bloodline calculators. At this time, even Zhongli, who didn't care about the system, looked at Chen-ko with a somewhat odd gaze. Not buddy, how do you come up with so many tawdry schemes? At this point, the countries were still wondering what to do if Dragon Nation used the Garden Doctor spell dance again, and the daily matchups of the other countries in the ring continued. Only this time everyone no longer chose not to ban or haphazardly ban characters just to eat a little bit more points as they did before. At this point, as soon as supervision hit the stage, everyone could see that the other team would simply ban Spellslinger as well as Gardener. Survivors also automatically ban the Doctor. Ban people results in the moment they come out. The field of seekers and regulators cannot help but laugh. Yes, this is the kind of system that no one is going to beat. No one is going to win with this system. The Dragon Nation's team members looked at the role ban selection on the stage, and everyone's eyes turned odd. This ban, is it really enough? Boys, you've got something to eat? Without bothering about what the Dragon Nation's players were thinking, Chen-ko was just wondering about one thing. The ban selection rolls are out. No constituency? He looked at Li Dichang next to him. Elder Li, can I borrow a hand? I want to ask the manor owner a question. Yes, but what do you want to ask? Elder Li looked at Chen-ko suspiciously. Nowadays he didn't believe that there was anyone else with stronger cognition than Chen-ko. What else is wrong with him? Chapter 140, Grandpa Nyo's favorite tutu. Li Lao's hand then did not hesitate. He straight-handed the hand to Chen-ko's hand. He was just puzzled. This game there are still things Chen-ko does not understand? Chen-ko felt the cold temperature of the metal of the hand sign. Using the hand sign can choose to ask questions publicly and privately. If Sakura Nation asked about ban rolls before it was private, trying to report Dragon Nation for hanging was a public challenge with a hand. Chen-ko held it in the palm of his hand, and he didn't have any major problems, so he didn't choose to make it public. The questions and results of the inquiry are also visible only to the dragon players. I have to ask, can't you pick a district? A shadow appeared in front of Chen-ko, hidden in the darkness. The shade paused for just a moment as the question was asked. The crowd then heard a cold, emotionless voice coming from the shadows. When the first country's points have reached 300, the constituency and human slaughter leaderboards are opened. Can autonomously choose to supervise or survive? This was also the point where Chen-ko was puzzled. Autonomous selection of matches will be enabled when the list is opened. After answering the question, the shadow in front of Chen-ko also disappeared. Reed Cheng has been confused. What constituency? What manslaughter ranking? Only Chen-ko nodded thoughtfully. And it was true. What is a constituency? The crowd looked over their shoulders at Chen-ko, their eyes filled with doubt. Hasn't everyone realized that their birth points, while random, are relatively fixed? Different seekers will not be born in the same location. Regulation, too, no matter how it is born, will not stand at the same time as the seeker. Since the birth point is divided into zones, doesn't that also mean that we can pick our own zones to determine our positions, leaving the positions that are better for sneaking ghosts a bit better to supervise our teammates who want to make the first catch? After Chen-ko finished, the surrounding players looked at each other. Don't you just arrest whoever you come across? Who do we have to arrest? Generally speaking, it's a matter of catching the fixer bit or the cipher machine will break faster than expected. But there will be exceptions, such as seeing the save bit and being able to think about whether or not you want to smother him for a fight for your life. Fighting for your life only works if you save someone. Being saved doesn't work. And once saved, regulation also chooses to target it until it hangs flying. And fighting life doesn't even get a chance to use it. This is not a buffet for regulation. Before, I had to rely on tinnitus to find it. But now I just have to go according to the spots and I'm done. A person in the distance couldn't help but exclaim that this was a survivalist's nightmare. Chunko did not move and glanced at him. And he seemed to think of something and immediately closed his mouth. He thought of Chunko's godly and godly game of Joseph. As if he didn't need to pick a point, he could clearly know the birth location of the survivalist. Although he didn't know the principle and felt unable to learn it in a short period of time, he just knew that Chenko had always known the survivor points and had always eaten at the buffet. It should be fair. Chenko took a deep breath. If nothing else, the regulatory picks will come after the seeker. But there is no way to see the seeker who specifically picked what location until the picks are finalized. Only when you are sure can you see the respective selection point. There's a big element of gaming going on here. Everyone looked at Chunko without saying anything. They simply could not appreciate the gaming component of this. The points in Dragonland are going up like crazy every day nowadays. And last night I made 30 points on a joint hunt. The points itself went from 110 to 140. After earning another 60 points after that game of the Garden Doctor spell dance before the game of life and death, the dragons are now at 200 points. Very close to 300 points. According to Chenko's character, he is sure to play all 3 innings every day. In that case, it ends today, and the selection process will open tomorrow. The crowd unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Once the opening of the selection of points, gaming and whatnot they do not feel. But if the dragon country is regulated, Chenko will be from secretly eating buffet, become explicitly know the location of all people, and eat buffet in a big way. I'm afraid that would have to scare the piss out of that group of survivalists. What a horror story of the century. But that's good news for regulation in other countries. Because of this they may not be in the vicinity of Chenko after picking a spot. Catching other survivors may be a chance to win. Next game. Get ready. Elder Lee was already in the middle of another match. In the ring, the matchup countries have been determined. Dragon Kingdom's camp this time has also been determined. Survivalist. Chenko nodded. He was pondering whether he wanted to show the team members of the Dragon Kingdom the system of the little girl and the mortician. Seeing him pondering, Jiangbai immediately called out to him. We said we'd use Grandpa Nyo's. And we said we'd use Grandpa Nyo to teach us how to sneak ghosts. She and Zhongli had been waiting for a long time, standing around watching the skittering ghosts, still not as direct as the little girl possessed to follow, and not learning enough to go deeper. But there were 2 of them again, and Wang Jiyu was often possessed to watch, so this time he was excluded for the time being to let him fix the machine. Chenko finally decided to use Grandpa Nyo. A little girl is attached to her body and another is lifted on her shoulders. This allows one person to bring 2 people along to sneak ghosts. Okay, but in case you take a slash it's the same as exploding equipment. Chenko muttered in a small voice. He wanted to laugh at the thought that in case he got a regulatory hit and 2 fell off his body. Grandpa Bull can only flip windows and not boards when resisting people, so it will greatly reduce the sneak ghost cap. What? Jiangbai didn't hear what he said clearly. He said something about exploding equipment or something? Didn't get it. Zhongli spread his hands. Anyway, Chenku always said some strange words. When the time came, he would understand. This time the match to the country Chenku is not unfamiliar. Kangaroo Country. Previously, as with Dragon State, it had been matched to regulation and kept deducting points. It's a good thing they lasted until the joint hunt and got lucky last night, slamming up a lot of points. At this point, the Kangaroo Nation fainted as they watched themselves matched to the Dragon Nation. Only the commander of Kangaroo Nation weakly asked on the public screen, "Can we not ban characters?" He asked in a very humble way. They had struggled to hit a little bit of points back, and now they were trying to hit a full one as well. I didn't expect to meet Rikoku in the second game. There was no hope of winning. How so unlucky? Li Lao looked at Chunku. Chenku just slightly pondered and then opened his mouth. Okay, the team can also go on a joint hunt in the evening to practice alone. And regardless, the leaderboards and constituencies will be open tomorrow. It doesn't matter if I make a little less points by not banning a character in this game today. After seeing the affirmative reply from the Dragon Kingdom, the stone on the hearts of the Kangaroo Kingdom's crowd gently dropped. But then seeing the words that Li Dicheng continued to send out, they couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Full pursuit. No surrender. I was thinking of giving away a game, but now I'm asking for full pursuit? Chasing after the human emperor? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I'll do it, since I won't be eliminated. It's part of the learning curve. He was ready for the big board. But this one, yum, love it. Chapter 141, Don't You Come to Beat Me Up. Having figured that out, he went into the game this time with a sense of anticipation. After all, there weren't many chances to have the opportunity to accumulate experience by gaming against the human emperor, although he didn't know why the human emperor wanted him to go all out, but it was exactly the matchup he wanted. Both sides do not offend each other and do their best to finish the round. Thinking about it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose a little, so that he would be able to choose a character he had practiced so hard for so long. He's been practicing spiders hard since the non-elimination. Not only is it possible to spew out spider silk to make a web in front of you to slow down the movement speed of the survivor, but you will also have a period of accelerated sprinting when you pass through the web yourself. In the recent game, he also mastered a small trick, that is, on the way to the survivalist over to rescue sprayed with spider silk. That survivalist in the rescue interaction slowed down. It is easy to hit the shock. In addition to this, 60 energy can be utilized in situ to wrap the seeker in a cocoon, eliminating them in place. This also prevents spreading out the hanging chairs to prevent other seekers from stealing them after taking down 2 of them. He'd been feeling his spider proficiency growing lately, just in time to find a master to teach him. He also wondered how long the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom would be able to slip himself by. What is the level of your own spiders? Exactly. Going into the match, neither side made any bans. Just looked at the map and the Kangaroo Nation supervisor frowned. Leo's Memories. It's a very similar map to Arsenal, with the same 2 iconic buildings, a factory and a log cabin, except that Leo's Memory Factory was larger and emptier than the Arsenal, with the same 3 windows, but also 3 doors and the addition of stairs up to the 2nd floor, which was connected to the outside. Oftentimes, Rio's Memories were also what they called an ice factory, as there was always a buildup of snow on the buildings and light snowflakes drifting through the air. The environment is decorated with Christmas trees, Christmas boxes, colored lights and other decorations to make the whole map look very tasteful. What makes it even more of a crying shame is that in this map, both regulators and seekers can throw snowballs towards each other. At first there were people who thought that this snowball was a prop with a damaged nature, but it wasn't until after trying it that I realized that the snowball would just simply be thrown for fun, and wouldn't do any damage to survival or regulation. As he was thinking about the map, the 4 survivors in front of him, almost instantly, finalized their lineup: cowboy, striker, little girl, lawyer, a familiar front man, a familiar lawyer, and a familiar little girl. The only difference is that the previous novelist has become a cowboy. Unsurprisingly, this person was the human emperor. Seeing this, Spider was unconsciously a bit pleased that he was able to recognize the human emperor as well. So does one go to war with the human emperor, or does one arrest people normally as one sees fit? Thinking about it, he had gotten into the game. It only took a moment for him to finalize his thoughts on the game. That's not catching the human king, since it's been decided to go all out. Catching other people is the matchup plan. Just entered the scene. The eyes is a Snow White, ears and tinkling music. Just listen to the music, and let a person feel that this place carries in countless sadness. Entering the match, Bell sent a quick signal to his teammates to report his position. Just a quick turn of his head and he saw that oncoming red light. He is very close to the birth point of regulation. Looking at the regulation of that low body, Zhongli's brain was also a bit confused. What is this? But he wasn't afraid, and tapped the board directly in front of him, and then he saw the spider looking in his direction. The board taps and the spider jumps straight up in shock. Looking to the striker standing not far from the boards, he was a little afraid to step forward. This clapboard wouldn't be the Emperor of Man, would it? He remembered that the striker in the human emperor's team belonged to another person. He hadn't thought about catching the human emperor in the opening round. The audience couldn't help but look at each other as they watched the spider move. This spider was in a mood they knew all too well at this point. It's embarrassing and I'm shocked. I don't understand. Is the human emperor using a striker this game? How does it look so unlike it? I feel like the cowboy is the one. Who but the Emperor of Man would use these infrequently used survivalists? They've asked Kangaroo Nation to go all out in this game, so I assume they want their own players to skate well on ghosts as well, so that's why they're tapping in? Spider was really kind of freaked out when he saw the front clapperboard. Opening heard the popping point rise in his ears as the board dropped down, and he felt a couple of his spider legs fall off in shock. Chase? He looked at the striker in front of him, and he was really a little bit scared of this kind of opening clap. The human king he expected wasn't a striker. After seeing the spiders, Zhongli had already made plans to sneak away from the ghosts, and by now Jiang Bai and Chen Ku had already found the nearest cryptograph and started repairing the machine. Wang Jiyu just glanced at the map himself and the butcher very far after. He looked for a cipher machine to start. He didn't even have to open the map to look at it. This is the matchup with Chen Ku. It's steady and reassuring. Zhongli momentarily anxious Chen Ku's words. Do not rush when slipping ghosts. See clearly to supervise the action and then carry out their own actions is also too late. He stared at the spider, and the other man stayed right where he was. Just for a moment, he reacted. Spider saw himself clapping and recognized the wrong person. He recognized himself as Chen Ku. I'm not Chen Ku. Come and get me instead. Buzz 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 buzz. Spider was still contemplating whether or not he wanted to start scratching at the indistinguishable striker of this clabbered when he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Not far away, the striker transformed into a speeding wind and came barreling toward him, holding the ball and slamming it headfirst into his face. Bang! Spider bowed his head and fell into a prolonged stupor. He froze and looked at the striker in front of him. Dude, just say bump. The striker woke up from his presence after a brief moment of dizziness, then swung his hands and fists as hard as he could, crossed his legs and jumped. Lifted his right foot, lifted his left foot. Yay! A set of dance moves went by, but Spider recognized instead that the striker in front of him wasn't the human emperor at all. The human emperor danced and taunted, but definitely not like this. Seeing the human emperor would always give people a feeling of exasperation, with blood pressure spiking and cerebral hemorrhage coming out as if they were pissed off. But looking at the striker in front of him, he could visualize what he felt. He had a feeling that the striker in front of him had a bit of a missing brainstem. There's a kind of beauty without brains. Strange. I can actually recognize it myself. Chapter 142, No. Why is there tinnitus? Shenku didn't know what was happening over there yet, and he only saw the striker send a message. Regulator is near me. It looks like Bell is going to try to slip the ghost. Shenku also did not rush over. Let him try to slip a little. Eat the knife and then go over to save people. Or fall to the ground and then go over is also okay. Zhongli raised an eyebrow at the spider in front of him. He hummed softly in a voice he could hear, always angry this time. Right? Come and arrest yourself if you are angry. Don't go and arrest Shenku. Spider sent a sigh of relief instead as he recognized that the man in front of him was not a human queen. He snapped out of his dizziness and went straight after the striker on his heels. Looking at the narrow terrain, and the striker who was farther away, he put a layer of cobwebs directly towards his heels. The moment he passed through the spider web, he felt his movement speed instantly accelerate. When the striker in front of him wasn't paying attention, he set up another layer of spider silk directly behind the striker and quickly followed him. Zhongli looked at the violently expanding red light behind him and turned his field of vision towards his back, only to see that the spider had already arrived behind him, and looking at his movements, it seemed that he was about to raise his sharp claws in his hands in the next second. With the ball in his arms, Bell took a running start towards the front, pulling himself away from Spider only. Sure enough, as soon as the ball was pulled away, he seemed to be able to hear the crack of sharp claws slicing through the air behind him. Spider empty knife now. He ran to the front of the border area taking a small breather, looking behind him at the spiders, a glimmer of sobriety crossing his eyes. At first he was reluctant to pull the ball to sneak ghosts, and after realizing that a forwards ball can be bumped and regulated, he kind of gave up on pulling distance with the ball to sneak ghosts. But Chen Ko and he said, no matter pulling the ball to crash or pulling the ball to run away, it is to delay the deciphering time for his teammates. As long as it accomplishes its purpose, then the ball is a good one. Don't skimp on your props. He only has his value if you use that prop. Spider was just about to raise his hand when he heard a buzzing sound coming from the striker in front of him, clutching the ball and running away towards the far side of the field. Somewhat annoyed, he placed another layer of cobwebs towards the channel in front of him and quickly followed the striker's position. The striker took a small breather after each pull, and that's what John Lee struggled with the most. Without that pause, he felt the striker roll could have been stronger. The spiders behind them are fast, and while there aren't a lot of spiders in the early stages, racking a few layers to play through to catch up to the front runners is still easy. Taking advantage of Striker's lowered head to catch his breath, Kangaroo Nation supervisor slashes right into Striker's body. It was just that his body stopped right in the middle of the board, and after one slash, Zhongli didn't rush away, but looked behind him at the spider who was wiping his blade, watched his blade wiping motion, and slapped the board in front of him down instantly when the motion was about to end. Survivor slams board and hits regulator. Seeing this news, Chen Ku was somewhat relieved, because he could see that it was Zhongli who ate the knife before tapping it, and there was some time in between. It also meant that Zhongli had utilized the slash to the maximum. Chen Ku looked at the cipher machine in front of him. 50%. Just by pulling the ball. Bell has also skated quite a bit of time. If they hold out a little longer and take another cut, that's basically 2.5 or 3 units, which is a good start for the survivalist. I need help. Come on. Thinking of this, Chen Ku sent a signal. After seeing this message from afar, Zhang Bai immediately selected the cowboy as the target of his teleportation. Spider, who was chasing the front runners, just suddenly heard an ethereal sound in his ear. And then he saw through the map the little girl sitting down in place in the distance holding the doll in her hands. The little girl's form was disappearing fast. Doing what? Spider's mind tightened. Why did seekers always start moving at inexplicable times? After Jiangbai teleported to Chen Ko's side, he directly possessed Chen Ko's body, and the two began to merge to repair the machine. Spider also saw the status belonging to Cowboy change, and on the status bar, a graphic of a little girl appeared underneath the status belonging to Cowboy. The little girl's state has changed in the same way. Now with experience they could also see that the little girl had chosen to possess the Cowboy at this time. Watching this maneuver, the audience was instantly puzzled. What kind of fight is this in the Dragon Kingdom? Striker eat knife, shouldn't this be teleporting the striker to assist the striker? Why would it teleport a Cowboy repair machine? Wrong pass, right? It's possible that you just want a quick fix. The audience was three-eyed and two-eyed, but Chen Ko loosened the cipher machine in his hand. Come and make up the cipher machine. After sending a signal to Wang Jiyu, he brought the little girl closer towards the position ahead. Wang Jiyu's heart instantly tightened as he looked at the message sent by Chen Ku. It's starting. Their tactics began. The hearts of the audience were clenched at this point, for they saw the cowboys begin to approach toward the front. I told you that the human emperor wouldn't do nothing. Take the little girl, water spirit, and off you go, ha. It's over. The end of regulation is coming. Take the opportunity to hone yourself, Spider. Spider was unaware that the cowboy had begun to close in on his position, and simply pursued the target in front of him in earnest. He'd met a lot of survivalists before today, and most of them were stingy with the props they had on them. Especially some prop-consuming survivalists will pinch their props tightly. Only this striker, even though he had eaten his own slash, he would not hesitate to use his props to pull away for a distance whenever he sensed danger. Is this the quality and discipline of a Dragon Kingdom survivalist? Spider felt like he had realized something. Bang dash, the sound of a cipher machine breaking through came to his ear, and he raised his eyes in that direction. Not surprisingly, the cipher machine, which had just been deciphered, belonged to a lawyer. That cowboy and the little girl should be where the other cipher machines are. It was only a glance, and he withdrew his own gaze, because the striker was close at hand. Looking at the striker in front of him, he prepared to take him by surprise. Blinking, Vanguard had been controlling the distance for just an instant when he heard a clatter in his ears, followed by a golden light appearing behind him. The spider's sharp claws came instantly and knocked him straight down. Chen Kun naturally heard the sound of the regulatory flash, and he immediately froze. Nice guy, and forced a regulatory flash out. So that's a pretty complete fall for the striker. Spider couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he knocked the striker down, glancing at the status of the cipher machines, only one of which was currently open. Just this scene was enough to satisfy him. Even if the cowboy and the little girl didn't have much progress left on their ciphers, at least they were the ones who had only deciphered one when they knocked people down themselves. Having just picked up the striker on the ground, he instantly sensed something was wrong. No, why the tinnitus? Shoo! The hand that was struggling was instantly empty, only to see the balloon forward disappear in an instant. Where are the people? Chapter 143, Those who play with spiders are simple. The striker's heart went cold as he watched himself fall to the ground with only one machine on, because Chenka said that the standard is almost 3 units. 1 down. That means he's too weak. He needs more practice. They didn't have a gardener in this innings, but the striker struggled all the way through when he was supervising the holding up of the balloon. Only just saw himself in the supervisor's hand, and the next second he found himself appearing on Chenka's back. Ah! Zhongli instantly screamed out. He had just gotten very frustrated inside, feeling that he had fallen down too quickly and delayed his teammates. Chenka said that he would come over to save him, but he didn't know when Chenka would come to save himself. At the sight of himself appearing from the spider's hands on Chenka's back, he simply couldn't restrain his heart from wanting to shout madly. Marriage! The crowd was also instantly on their feet, looking at the striker who was being resisted by the cowboy on his back. Just now the supervision didn't know what was happening, but they saw it very clearly. Cowboy had gotten near the front just a short while ago, and he had been hiding behind barriers, letting buildings get in his way. It wasn't until Spider took the lead that he stepped out from behind the barrier and swung the whip in his hand. Fast and furious, he hooked the striker and fought against his back. After resisting it on his back, he didn't put the striker down either, but always resisted it on his back. Spider over there, who was looking around for the striker, also saw the cowboy carrying the striker next to him. The two seekers overlapped and looked a little bloated, and if you look closely, you can see a little girl hanging from the cowboy's body. No, what are they doing? Spider was confused, but continued to chase towards the cowboy. Is this some kind of tawdry scheme they have going on? Wasn't the striker already down? What's the point of holding on? The players from various countries are all numb. No, I could understand a little bit of the last garden healer's spell dance, but I can't understand this one at all. That hook he came out with was really powerful. But can't a cowboy let go after he's hooked someone? Anybodies who have used cowboys tell us about being able to put people down? It's okay. I used it once. I can put it down. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, looking at the constantly arguing survivalists, the many team members held their laughter not knowing what to say at all. It's hard to say to them. 1 toe 2. Never seen it before? It's their drag family combo technique. It's a whole new set. Spider followed the cowboy and watched as he skillfully ran toward the front of the boardwalk. Watching the cowboy stop behind the board, Spider just felt his head spin. Watching the battle, he could feel the regulatory pressure when he saw the human emperor step behind the board. Now that it was finally his turn to be on the opposite side of the board, he really wanted to say, "It's really scary." Head for the back of the board. Who the hell is regulating that? At this point the cowboy had one over his shoulder and another hanging off his body. But the more it is, the more it can give unspeakable pressure. Especially now, with a man on his shoulders. It's too breezy. Spider patted himself on the chest, frantically pumping himself up for not just getting slammed on the board. Still, he stayed careful not to go over the board. Watching him draw his knife there from a long distance away, Chenku instantly smiled. Sometimes, it's not always necessary to smash the board. When the other man drew his knife, he quickly covered the board down and then continued toward the back. The little girl hanging on Chenku, as well as the striker being resisted on his back, all saw the scene clearly. All along, in their impression, Chenku was fond of smashing boards. If gaming is not possible, then he will choose not to slam it, rather than just putting the board down like this and blocking the way to regulation. One word for it is greed, and will game a board back and forth with a board until that board can be utilized to its fullest value. And now, Chenku seems to be demonstrating little by little some of the basics of slipping ghosts, and if he can't get it right, he just covers the board. Don't gamble for the sake of gaming. Spider was confused at this point. He was all set to game at this board for a long time and didn't expect his opponent to just cover. With that thought, he quickly stomped the board off in front of him. Watching Chenku quickly drilled into the cabin, he looked toward the cabin and realized that there were no footprints inside the cabin, and the other party should still be hiding behind the wooden planks. Chenku's side has been sticking to the wall toward the window, and that Spider is still gaming the board area to draw a knife. He pumped and pumped until he saw the cowboy walk to the window on his back and flip right out. Seeing this scene, Spider's face darkened into blackness. He could already tell that this cowboy seemed to be carrying someone on him because it was inconvenient to boogie and cover the board. Thinking about it, Spider felt like he understood the role of the cowboy. Chenku flipped out of the board and then ran towards the big room. He didn't retrace any of the paths the spiders had taken, and he looked back all the way to the spiders behind him. Midway through, he twisted off a lot of the other side's protruding spiders. This spider is fond of dropping a layer of cobwebs on its way forward and then rubbing that layer to speed up. Even the doorway to the cabin now had a layer of cobwebs. If you return to go around the cabin again and eat a layer of cobwebs, that's not necessary. Rounding into the front side of the plate area, Chenku still didn't have any hesitation to cover the plate down. The more he did, the more Spider felt that he, a cowboy on his back, was inconvenient for covered gaming. If that's the case, don't blame yourself for having an iron head. Just now Chenku covered down is a short board. This board do not need to step on simple around a little to chase past. He had just tried to circle around when he saw Chenku put down the striker on his back and then ran towards the interior of the large room. Spider froze and looked at the striker at the bottom of his feet as he fell to his knees and kept spinning in circles. He then glanced at the cowboy at the entrance to the big room, and all four eyes looked at each other, all confused. "Ha, don't you want him?" Puzzled, he led the striker up from the ground. For once, he finally saw how the cowboy had taken the man out of his hands. He saw the other man wave the hook and rope in the palm of his hand, and then with a slight hook, the cowboy he had just picked up went to his back, carrying away the striker. Chenku continued to run towards the front of the boards again. This has pulled a lot of distance back and forth. Watching Chenku's operation, the audience couldn't help but laugh. The King of Men never abandons his teammates, even when he slips half a map behind his back. Holy, I'm struggling to sneak ghosts by myself, and he's sneaking this far on his back. Why did you have to sneak ghosts with your teammates like that, when it was obvious that your teammates could have gone to the repair machine? If I'm not mistaken, my teammates should be learning to sneak ghosts. Two people are hanging out. Looking at the board in front of him, Spider sneered. This is his chance to take the knife. He already knew that the cowboy wasn't going to bash him, and probably would have run around the big house by now. Only just over the board. The one next to it came crashing down head-on. Survivor slams board and hits regulator. Chenku looked at the spider that was hit by a board and couldn't help but heave a laugh. Sure enough, the ones who play with spiders are simple. They simply cheat and take the bait. Not unlike the black-hearted deer heads. Chapter 144, What's the difference between this cut and the collapse of the Soviet Union? The audience all sighed as the board slammed down. And looking at the cowboy who was dragging his family around, everyone was really kind of at a loss for words for a while. Shoulder to shoulder and still smashing the board. This and see the sand monk with the tang monk easily dissolved the 9,981 difficulties. What is the difference? A board slammed down. And Spider felt like he'd woken up a century later. The code machine lit up one during the chase. Just as he had just been stunned. The cipher machine lit up another one. It was clear that it had just felt like the cipher machine had only deciphered one. And in just a split second's time, 3 of them had already been deciphered. Chenka carried the striker for a short distance until he saw the spider stepping on the board. And then he continued to run toward the front with his men. This board in the large room is a mandatory treadmill, with no other access around it, and the high walls of the factory obstructing the supervisory view. If you don't step on this board to get around the road to catch a seeker, you basically won't be able to see any of the seeker's footprints anymore after you've gone around the road. The cost of switching catches in this game is huge, and in the case of newcomers who don't go down in seconds, regulation is faced with brand new props, and brand new survivor states. Any regulation that wants to advance to the next level, one of the first things you have to master is rhythm. Knockout rhythm, up-hanging rhythm, every second is up for grabs. At that moment Spider looked at the sight that was obscured by the high wall, and he stomped his foot on the boards of the large room. The board cracked in response to the click. As soon as he turned his head he saw the cowboy waiting for him just around the corner a short distance away. Seeing the cowboy, the camel country Spider started to get a headache again. He looked at his flash in disbelief. The flash could go through walls, and the cowboy liked to watch for movement while waiting for supervision. While one cannot see him, he cannot see himself. If you don't step on the board and sneak up to the same side of the wall position and just flash him, can't you just hit the cowboy? He thought as he followed. Because his flash CD wasn't good. And the one he just had was just his fantasy. But his flash was about to get better. 20 seconds to go. It would only take 20 seconds for him to find the right opportunity to give that cowboy a slice. Looking at the cowboy in the distance, he tried to spit a spider silk to wrap it around him and slow down his interaction a bit. And he's open ranked now. There's still half a slash of damage for one spit hit. Following the cowboy, he aimed grimly in the cowboy's direction. Chenka kept looking back at the spiders behind him. And the moment he saw a cloud of white floral cobwebs spraying toward him, he twisted slightly toward the side. The cobwebs sprayed over the tops of the buildings next to them and instantly scattered and disappeared. The little girl and the striker were hanging on Chenka's shoulders, and both of them were always looking at the spiders from their perspective, occasionally looking ahead. This wasn't the first time the two of them had seen Chenka hiding from the spider. The image of Leo's memories is a bit disturbing to the perception of the pure white environment. The mostly identical buildings on the road also make it hard to remember. But up to now, they haven't seen Chenka stuck his foot against the wall or anything. Being able to skillfully dodge the spider's silk also meant that he had been watching the spider walk. The audience has had a hard time watching this scene. Reversing is just a basic operation. To be honest, right now I don't even know who is stronger between the human emperor and the slaughter emperor. Do you guys think they communicate privately about how to game? Either of them is lasagna, right? I prejudge the prejudgment, you prejudge the prejudgment, I prejudge? Lasagna really wants to laugh, but would really like to see the two of them pair off someday. It would be very exciting. Now when they see the twisting of heads to avoid hooks and whatnot, they just want to say to everyone, sit down. It's all. Being a supervisor, his movement speed had gradually pushed the cowboys closer. Seeing the cowboy crossing the board in front of him, Spider sneered, and for once he wasn't going to gamble with the other guy. It's a straight up flash slash. Chenka was also calculating the spider's flash in his mind, and now counting the time is almost up. Cowboys can sneak ghosts on their backs, but there's no way to flip a board or use a prop, not even a flywheel, and the whole thing isn't much different than a blank slate. It's not unusual for a ghost to slip and not move. At that moment the spider dodged forward with a flash, raising its sharp claws to strike the cowboy directly in the body. Just for a moment, everyone saw two people instantly fall off of Chenko, a striker who fell to the ground, and a little girl who quickly ran away after landing. Although it has been known that Chenko brought two people, but after eating the knife this kind of scene with the explosion of equipment still led a person a little taut. It was pretty showy, but I didn't hold back the laughter. What's the difference between this cut and the collapse of the Soviet Union? It felt like killing a pelican all the time and exploding a lot of stuff out of his stomach. It's really hard to learn just this handful of cowboys carrying people around half the map. Hey, I have a plan. You can't pick the same character in normal mode, but you can in joint hunt. You guys say pick two little girls, cowboys carry one, and possess each of the two teammates. Who uses cowboys but the Emperor of Men? Good question. The pop-up viewers only found the scene a bit funny, but if they had to choose, They wouldn't dare to pick the cowboy. They couldn't slip through the cracks. Do you really think everyone has the power? The cowboy ate the knife and quickly ran away. He stood not far away and didn't leave. At this point Spider looked at the striker on the ground and wondered for a moment if he should hold him up. Because the spell for the Garden Doctor spell dance combo was still around not too long ago, the group had studied it a little bit after that matchup. After more than 2 pull-ups, you basically can't hook up anymore. He's already held up the striker twice. The position was a little way from the chair, and it was no surprise that by holding the striker up, he would be able to swing himself down before reaching the chair. But chasing cowboys? He looked at the cowboy in front of him, his bloodied body office hunched over, looking very weak. It looks like a delicious cupcake any way you look at it, but is it really a cupcake? Spider turned his head to see where the little girl was, only to see the other man just behind him looking straight at him with a leap of faith. Even though he knew that this little girl was definitely not the human emperor, Spider still couldn't help himself a little bit when he looked at her like she was jumping out of her skin. Is one really that weak? If you can't sanction the emperor, you can't sanction you? Jiang Bai had been holding back for a long time, and she hadn't used her pages while she was on top of Chen Ku. The pages have long been stocked with one and used. Little girls using props when cowboys resist people will cause cowboys to put people down because of the force of the pop-off. In this game, Zhongli had already tried slipping ghosts, only she hadn't really tried it yet. Chapter 145, You've got crows coming out of your damn body. Chen Ku saw that the spider did not come to chase himself, quickly ran over to touch the front. And now the fourth progress of the cipher machine is still a little short of a complete whole machine. Spider also gave up chasing the two and instead turned his head to the little girl next to him. He had thoroughly seen that he was a chaperone in this round. He thought about using the human emperor to refine his skills, but he didn't realize that the human emperor was also thinking about using him to work on his teammates. Then the best thing he could do right now was to go after the little girl. That's what everyone is happy about. Seeing him follow him over, Jiang Bai made a turn and tumbled towards the window of the big room at the back. She's got double ammo and a prop on her. She was just going to be in this big room, going around the other side brainlessly. After flipping the window and taking advantage of the acceleration to run straight towards the second floor, Spider followed by flipping the window and following her. Now that it's switched to chasing the others, the psychological pressure on Spider has become less intense. Chen Ku quickly touched up Zhongli, then looked for a nearby cryptograph. His previous crippled machine, Wang Ziyu, had already gone and patched it up, and now all that was missing was a complete cipher machine. Even though he was practicing his role in this game, he was practicing it as a normal matchup. Instead of fixing the machine, Zhongli just stood next to Chen Ku and danced over and over again. Cowboy's hand had been resting on top of the cryptograph, and he'd looked up at Zhongli glance after glance as the other man danced right next to him, with no intention of fixing the machine. Fortunately, the game cannot speak. If it can speak, Zhongli is afraid to have been able to hear Chen Ku's curses. You're sick, aren't you? All Zhongli knew was that he wasn't sick. He just got a little too excited. Few characters since Striker have given him such a strong sense of security as Striker. He didn't even feel this great when he used a hitter before. He wanted to learn cowboys now, and then one day in the future, he would be able to fish him out of a balloon and skate half the map on his back, just like Chen Ku did today. How is the cowboy character so handsome? Chen Ku looked at Zhongli, who kept dancing next to him, and paid no more attention. This guy is really out of his mind. Bang! In the distance came another sound of a cipher machine that had finished deciphering, and Wang Ziyu opened the map, wanting to see where Chen Ku and the others were located. He saw the little girl slipping ghosts, the cowboy fixing the machine, and by the cowboy's side the dancing striker? What the hell? Isn't this kind of dance move a dance for regulatory provocation? He just glanced at the map and learned about Chen Ku's location, then ran over at a fast pace. Ginger White ran around the big room twice, and she felt like she already knew a little bit about how to sneak ghosts. She didn't continue around on the second lap, because she had 2 layers of spider silk wrapped around her body. It felt like she was moving much slower, to the point where her body was wrapped in spider silk. Following the wind of her run with the wind, she understood why Chen Ku hadn't even turned around to utilize a building all the way around this game. She felt as if she understood, and didn't understand the regulation and different ways of sneaking ghosts. A supervisor like the spider deerhead that will set up spiders and place traps in place. Then you need to get out of the area where they are placing the traps. When 3 layers of spider silk were wrapped around his body, Jiang Bai already felt himself to be very heavy, and every step felt like there were millions of pounds of something dragging him down. After eating the knife, the negative statuses on her body would disappear, and the spider silk stacked up to 3 layers. She looked at the spider silks not far away and stumbled towards the ones in front of her. She recalled what Chen Ku had said, that there was a limit to the survivor's props, and although the supervisor's props had no limit, most of them took time to accumulate. She'd probably gotten some of that from watching other people's games over the past few days. Whether it was wax for wax statues or spider silk or deer head clips, it was all part of a consumable item. Like the pages of a little girl's book, it takes time to slowly build up. Spiders walk the road are covered with spider silk. She now turned back and slipped backward, able to see all the way Chenko walked the road are spider silk. Each time the spider was about to approach the little girl, it was pushed away by a page. It had been annoying as hell, but seeing the little girl running back made him happy again. Because this was the way he came, the road was littered with cobwebs, and by rubbing him an acceleration, he could speed right over and arrest the little girl. Sure enough, this is the difference between a human emperor and an ordinary survivor. When a human emperor sees a spider web, he chooses not to go the way he came, but this little girl went and ripped out all those spider webs instead. Spider smiled from ear to ear for just a moment as he slowly sensed something was wrong. No, it's not right. He realized that the little girl was running specifically towards where his spider web was. Nope, she did it on purpose. The spider looked at the little girl who was already close at hand, her tiny body entangled in spider webs, and she moved very slowly down the board. Spider looked at the little girl at his heels and gave her a tentative slash. Sure enough, only to see the cobwebs on the little girl's body instantly disappear. And then she took the opportunity to eat the knife to accelerate and turn her head to run in the other direction, looking at the disappearing spider web, and the little girl who had lifted the spider web debuff. The spider froze. No, that wasn't my plan. It's a knife fight, and I feel like I've lost money. The lawyer had run over to round with Chenko, and he looked at the striker dancing next to him, and Chenko who was deciphering the cipher machine. Wang Jiyu spread his hands at the striker and scratched the back of his head in a puzzled manner. Bell just glanced at the lawyer beside himself. Humph. You know a dare. You have no idea what it means to feel safe. No idea what it means to have that hook come over and feel like your wedding dress is on automatically. The lawyer followed and joined the crack team, next to the striker who was still dancing one way or the other. He looked at Chenko who was repairing the machine without moving his eyes. How he felt that the team was getting more and more strange. With the lawyer on board, the progress of the cipher machine added up even faster. And although the cowboy and the mail seeker combined would have slowed down, this was already the last cipher machine, and the deciphering acceleration had already been turned on, so this last bit of slowing down was completely unnecessary to pay attention to. Together with the lawyers, the last cipher machine was quickly pressed into service. Pressing the cipher, after the message was sent, Jiang Bai, who was slipping away from the ghost, also breathed a sigh of relief. It also means that she can look for a chance to call it off after taking a slash, or after a cover. Stalling isn't necessarily about getting better at sneaking ghosts on your own. It's about regulating and stalling your support skills. A board was covered down, and Ginger White sent a quick signal as well. Concentrate on deciphering. The lawyer quickly tapped the crypto machine open, and he glanced at the striker beside him again. You've got crow coming out of your ing body. Chapter 146, Opening for a photo shoot. Will you? By the time the lawyer presses, the cowboy has run to post the door. Seeing the 4 words concentrate on deciphering, Wang Jiyu was afraid of slowing down for a second, and he quickly tapped the cipher away, then looked to his side to see the crows rising from the striker's body. Not buddy, how long has it been since you've touched a cryptograph? The striker's head was encircled by 3 ravens, black and swirling around his head. No, why is it so noisy? Spider was going to continue to pursue the little girl, but then the beeping and popping started in his ears and didn't stop for a moment. No, who is it? How can you explode points so often? He turned his head over and saw the shadow of the 3 ravens entwined. It was just a matter of shaking my head, and the little girl in front of me was already hiding somewhere. Jiang Bai had taken advantage of the gap in which the spider had just twisted its head and had ducked behind a low building. The little girl was already small enough that it was hard to see her even when she was standing behind the cipher machine, not to mention the spider's viewpoint, which was already low. It was only a matter of time before he realized that the little girl on his heels had disappeared. Chen Ke was opening the door, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. The location of the cellar, which he had just looked at, was not near the little girl. Regulate carries a slash, and with just 1 slash she'll be down for the count. Spider searched left and right for the little girl, but there was no sign of her. Looked through the neighborhood and didn't see a single shadow. No, where is everybody? Just now they were all still there? Did it sneak out? He looked at the tinnitus icon on his panel, and it was clear that the tinnitus was still there, but he just couldn't find the person. Did it run toward the gate? Spider kept counting, and it seemed to him that survivalists were going to find a way to get through the gate. He tried taking a few steps towards the doorway where the forward burst was located at the other gate, but he wasn't sure if there was a seeker on point at this gate either. The tinnitus disappeared instantly as he traveled some distance laterally toward the location of the tinnitus. Puzzled, he took a few more steps toward the vertical, and again no tinnitus appeared. At this moment he immediately reacted to the fact that the little girl was still stuck in that area just now. Just by turning his head, he saw a little girl sitting crouched on the ground, hugging her doll as fast as burning paper disappearing into thin air. Going over again. All I could see was the disappearing remnants of the little girl and the tinnitus that had disappeared in place. Mercy, the little girl doesn't want to be alone in a nightmare. So she can designate a teammate who can move freely and teleport to that teammate's side. Little girls cannot designate teammates for teleportation when they are in the regulator's sphere radius. As the teleportation disappears, the regulator is able to see where the little girl was before she teleported. Chenka looked at the one in front of him that appeared in place a little girl, immediately smiled. Never went out just waiting for this moment. With a head full of crows as well, Zhongli pulled the last ball far enough to drain all the remaining props and charged towards the gate. The four of them left through the gate as best they could, leaving Spider to look at what turned out to be a darker and darker map. Back in the ring again. The Kangaroo Nation Spider looks gratefully at the four survivalists in front of him. Thank you Human Emperor for your mercy. He knew that if the Human Emperor wanted to smash himself, it would definitely be more than just a board. Just being tricked into smashing a board made him feel his blood pressure rise. And he couldn't even begin to think about what it would be like for those other matchups where the regulation was smashed. He did learn a lot today, just from that little girl alone. That is, if one ends up chasing the little girl, one should never let her out of the range of one's fear. Otherwise it will really be a basket case. You're welcome, we're all practicing, and you're a good opponent. Chen Ku responded with a smile. Zhang Bai, Zhongli and the others nodded. Indeed, this spider was one of the stronger regulators they had encountered recently. Just following the spider web to accelerate over with a slash put a lot of pressure on people. Human Emperor, is there another doubt I can ask? You say. According to our analysis, the reason why Joseph was able to find someone so quickly in the game of Emperor Slaughter was because he brought the gift of quenching. And in the opening game he kept waiting. Once you've memorized the locations of all the survivors, go into the mirror and start hitting the mirror. I'd like to ask how this situation would be broken if it were you? Spider's voice was pleading and the audience could hear it clearly. Yeah. We'd like to know that, too. Now all the regulation they've used, the only thing Joseph really can't use is that he can't understand that anyone can really find people in the mirror world. Occasionally they could find it, but once the mirroring was over, they had a hard time finding the downseeker. You mean 50s of quenching, plus 60s of mirroring time? If I really encountered a quench flow, I'd have finished repairing my 3 units long ago. Looking at Chen Ka said the breezy look. The audience also some do not know what to say. What if it's not quenched? In case it's not a quench then won't you be able to fix it? No. Wait a minute. It's not a quench, he doesn't have a way to find the person inside the mirror image. Black and white color mirrors. Everything is one color. It's hard to see things. Isn't it harder to find people? I've repaired 3 machines with quenching, and I can't find anyone without quenching. 3 repair machines finished, leaving just 2. If you find a way to save one, it's an open door fight, or at the very least, a draw, or if it's in the role of fighting for your life, you might even be able to contend for a win. It turns out that ban quenching is so weak. Everyone cried and laughed. So Joseph, whom they had feared for so long, sounded so manageable? In an instant, the many survivors only felt enlightened. Just that everyone's gaze toward Chen Ku was a bit odd. Does your family's emperor too know that you just told the others about the solution to his problem? You guys don't have a grudge, do you? Many national commanders looked at Chen Ku's shadow, and if they didn't know that they wouldn't be eliminating players right now, they really suspected that Chen Ku was deliberately trying to slaughter the emperor for elimination. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. You can't be compatible with 2 emperors in a squad either. It is impossible for 2 people from one country to compete. So now it's all about the 2. And who fails first? Whoever fails first is weaker. The only way to be king is to go on a winning streak. They looked at the shadow of Chen Ku, but could not help but laugh lightly. Do not look at the surface of the dragon country victory bright and shiny. In fact, there is also a struggle within the dragon. After saying this, Chen Ku exited the ring. The 3 teammates followed suit. As soon as he gets out of the ring, Wang Ji, you can't hold it in. Just tell them the solution? Chen Ku didn't have the courtesy to slap him directly on the back of his head. Quenching is one way to teach you to fight. Now I'm going to teach you another. What? Opening photo op. Will you? Chapter 147. Hardening can't hit Joseph, but it can hit the blind girl. During this time, some people have already begun to imitate Chen Ku's Joseph. But they all ended in failure. Because they follow Chen Ku's playing style, they saw the quenching residual image enter the mirror image after the opening 50s. It's a lot of work just to cut through the full 4, and the final teleport sneak attack will still pounce. It will pounce right on one of the ciphers that has already been deciphered, and go out with a slash that gets you nothing. And with the character of Joseph, they try to flat out chase, but the character's flat out chase is terrible. Each character has their own skills, and that must be what you need to bring your skills into play in order to maximize your character's strength. What's the difference between that and whiteboard regulation if you're just playing flat-out pursuit? But the best thing about Joseph that makes you feel better is that his slash is 1.5x damage. Even half-blooded mercenaries had no way to save someone from death. They now realized that only the doctor was more restrained against Joseph, as that extra 0.5x damage could only be healed by the doctor. In fact, when he saw this conclusion at first, Chen Ku was scoffing. This is the reason why the group over here is inexperienced in real-life combat and has a lack of understanding of the characters. In addition to doctors, there are bartenders, psychologists, and perfumers with perfumes that go back on that 5 damage. The most controversial today is Joseph. Everyone had now recognized the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer, but not Joseph, because it's almost impossible to find people in the mirror image if you don't wait for a quench. If you wait for quenching, by the time you've finished hacking through the mirror points one by one as you memorize them, the survivor's 3 cipher machines will have long since been deciphered. It doesn't matter even if you get downed. Rather downed is even better because then you can still get people to touch each other's statuses. Even as long as you hang the chair and don't get picked up by Joseph, then it's fine even if you're on the chair. They had already counted the time, and if Joseph wanted to cut through all of the mirrors, there was a good chance that none of them would be able to hang on. If you want to double hang, you'll have to cut up to 2 and have the 2 mirrors very close together to hang both. Emperor Slaughter is suddenly awesome, but that's only based on the premise that people didn't know Joseph as a character before. Now that the participants won't be eliminated, the experience is getting richer and richer, and everyone, even if they won't use Joseph so much as the Emperor of Slaughter in the Dragon Kingdom, still won't have any problem understanding the basic mechanism, based on what they've learned recently. Double hanging would be the ultimate. The hangman wants to hit for a gain, and that also involves picking up the fallen man and hanging him up on the chair. But anytime you don't hang up a chair and let that survivalist recharge his status, it's a big loss to the pace of regulation. On top of that, once the edge quench lights up, it means that the seeker will be able to decipher the cipher machine in front of him, her no matter what. There will be no tinnitus from falling to the ground, and that means there is no tinnitus to aid in the search for the survivor. Even with tinnitus, the supervision will most likely be attracted to the undown seeker, and it will be hard to find the down seeker. The main thing is that the cryptograph progress backs up when the mirroring ends. The opening photo shoot, unless 2 people grab a cipher machine together, then there's basically no way to decipher and finish one. However, when the opening photo is taken and the quench lights up, it lights up the current position of the survivor, and there is no way to show the position in the mirror image at the beginning. According to the crowd's analysis, the reason why the Dragon Kingdom was able to beat Joseph so godlike was most likely because it relied on Emperor II's massive consciousness for support. On top of that, it's expensive for outsiders to practice to learn Joseph. After recognizing this fact, no one used Joseph anymore. This seems to have become an unanswerable proposition. Wait for the quench. The cryptograph is broken. Don't wait for the quench. Then you won't find the survivor. There were also survivors who ran up to their faces while they waited for a quench, but none of them were able to get at them, because once you hit someone, the quench breaks right through. Hardened, opening 50s. If presence is not gained by any other means than Zhang Mania, display the outlines of all seekers for 5s. Facing downturns and cold feet may be God's way of hardening you. People have discovered the downside of Joseph's use of quenching, but they have also discovered the benefits of bringing this one little talent with other supervision. Since this is just a minor talent on the way to the retention branch, only 5 points are needed to unlock it. By now, people are already trying to bring a dog or flash, and when they encounter more controls, they will also try to bring a golden body to be free of controls. After discovering quenching, it was realized that this move could be used against those static step flow blind girls. In a matchup with a blind girl, it's really not worth it to bring in an eye for a blind girl. The little talent of quenching breaks it right down. Basically, when you see a blind girl on the opposite side of the room, the supervisor on this side of the room will put a quench on his minor talent. This one little talent alone directly knocks those silent step stream blind girls back, and with a flash on it, you can basically face a wonky blind girl and knock her down pretty easily. Hearing Chen Ku's question, the eyes of his teammates in the training room went straight. The time cost of quenching is just too great. Ciphers decipher quickly without interference. How should I cut a mirror image without quenching? They knew that Chen Ku would watch the cipher machine shake, but there was no way to open the steps without cutting the mirror image, and there was no way to use the skill to come out of the mirror image to assassinate. If only from the photo next to the ciphers, but there are only 1 or 2 ciphers in the entire bureau that are positioned right next to the photo. Not cutting the mirror image? Someone spoke up in confusion. Chop ah, this is the importance of memorizing the point. Chen Ku looked around at the team members who had a serious face. For a moment, The only sound that could be heard in the training room was the sound of everyone drawing a breath backwards. Points this thing, Chenko has said more than once, but none of them have put it in the heart. But people do also find out that their birth point, if it's on a map, is basically a few fixed refresh locations. Does that quench flow mean we can't fight? Someone asked with difficulty. The quench stream just doesn't work in the case of the opening ciphers being repaired straight away. Ah, now you guys think quenching doesn't work because no one opens the game to take pictures. After they've been photoshopped and beaten a few times in the opening rounds, the next time they see a camera, they'll crouch mushrooms on their own. And after crouching for a dozen or so seconds to see that you're never going to be able to take a picture, they'll go ahead and try to fix the camera. That way, there's no way for the cipher machine to finish deciphering. If I don't bring a quench, can I pretend that I brought a quench and then just take a picture after I see the cryptograph start to shake? Jiang Bai pondered. Was this the third way of playing besides the opening photo and quenching? Congratulations, you've learned to snatch. Chapter 148 Adventurer Debut. Hide and Seek with Emperor 2. The Dragon Kingdom had entered the third match of the day, and everyone kept swallowing their saliva to look at that match result. Whether a survivalist or a regulator appears, they are happy to see it. Because now, in addition to the opening photo op, there's another thing they want to see. That is the knight. Many of the regulators who can guess the hand-raising maneuver, after seeing the knight, avoid picking regulators who can easily raise their hands to be seen, especially Jack. A lot of these regulation are Jack's players. At one time they only knew Jack and Red Butterfly, and now it's hard to learn any other regulation. The thought of being on the field and having to carry the result of winning or losing points makes it hard to go ahead and make an attempt to practice your character in an official matchup. Unless it was a joint hunt at night, they dared to be a little bolder to learn something new. And while no points were deducted, no points were added for failure. At one time they only had the opportunity to use Jack and had the most experience with him. Ban characters these days, they simply can't ban enough. And they hate combos like Garden Dr. Spell Dance more than they do putting knights out. The survivor's side was also very cunning, banning two of the more commonly used regulators and putting Jack out every time. He was certain that that nation across the street would only use Jacks, so they'd pull out a handful of knights. Sometimes, they really want to use this move on Dragon Kingdom Emperor Slayer, trying to ban a couple of Slayer characters to see that he can only use Jack. But on second thought, Emperor Slaughter's character pool was much deeper than they thought, and no matter what they ban, the other party would pull out another unexpected regulation. The matchmaking matches under the Dragon Kingdom's name were flickering, and after a few moments, a camp was finally locked in. Regulator. Across the street from the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation had a hard look on its face. Why yourself again? Hundreds of countries. Everyone is only matched once. How many times have you done this yourself? McCann looked to the small group of survivalists on his side, the lead four already clenching their fists nervously. What are we using this round? The Garden Doctor Spell Dance? What a joke. Have you even forgotten how the last Garden Doctor Spell Dance got busted? Then wouldn't it be better if we just banned his doctor? A small voice muttered from the corner. Well, there's no need for a garden healer spell dance. Macon took a deep breath and rejected the idea. The other side must have some other restraining character. There's no need for us to force his hand at all. Something like being used as a textbook happens once and that's enough. McCann grunted lightly. He had had enough of being used as a textbook video to be analyzed and studied by various countries. The lineup for this one. McCann pondered for a moment, then spoke. Air Force, Gardener, Little Girl, Adventurer. With this lineup, it's just not going to work, and we'll still be able to keep the tie. McCann sneered, which was what they had recently discovered on the joint hunt. People have used adventurers before, and while they can be narrowed down, the corrective range of an adventurer is just too small. Two indicators appear on the adventurer, one red and one yellow. At first, some people followed the red pointer and ended up running straight into the regulator's face. Then they followed the yellow indicator and realized they could dig for treasure. While it is possible to dodge regulation, various interactions require getting bigger to move. And digging for treasure is about popping points, which makes it easy to attract regulatory attention. A lot of adventurers used to die digging for treasure bursts. But now, they have also discovered the advantages of adventurers. Crouching towards that is really invisible to anyone. As long as he figured out how to finish deciphering the 5 cryptographs, then he could tap 2 separate doors with the little girl. Supervision, as long as he's in the vicinity of the adventurers, can stay crouched and wait for the little girl to tap the doors and leave, then shrink and sneak out of the cellar himself. The little girl can also teleport the adventurer last if the supervision goes away from the adventurer. It's safe to say that no matter how Dragon fights this time around, they're already planning to keep things even. Bao Ping. Bao Ping counts as one of his failures, doesn't it? McCann wanted to laugh at the thought. For a 100% win rate for catch Emperor Slayer like Rokoku, Even running away with one would be considered a failure on his part, right? The thought of him not being able to find an adventurer the entire game made Maken want to laugh. With 2 cipher machines, it's possible to decipher it all anyway. That way, the adventurers can sneak away to the cellar anyway. Hey, we probably shouldn't go after Bao Ping either. Just running one would be his undoing. As Maken finished speaking, the 4 members of the survivors around him rubbed their hands together and looked eager to try. As long as they weren't asked to defeat Emperor Slaughter, but rather to find a way to escape one, they wanted to say that this was really fine. The gardener removing the chair stalls him, and that shot from the Air Force crashes him for 5 seconds straight. A second to stall is a second. As long as they can decipher the 2 cipher machines, then the adventurer is able to sneak away to the cellar. Seeing that the disheveled look was no longer on his own player's face, Maken couldn't help but laugh softly. That's the thing. Just change the goal and it will rekindle everyone's motivation. I'm not asking you to win, but it's not too much to ask to escape, right? They had failed, but would forever be the first in the history of Emperor Slaughter to escape. Doesn't 3 grabs count as a failure for this kind of Emperor Slayer? It's just like the Survivor Squad in the Dragon Kingdom, where you really get caught dead with one, and the last 3 run away. And people think that the squad isn't so invincible, so what role do we ban? The survival squad members looked at Maken in confusion. Doctor. A red butterfly in addition to the doctor. Maken hesitated for a moment. They'd only picked the gardener in 1 round, and they couldn't have the gardener wasted if they wanted to stall. The character of Red Butterfly played a little too godlike in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer. That flying through walls maneuver has been experimented with by many, but none of them have been hit. However, some people have found out as a result that Red Butterfly's falling double blades are really not a bug and can be replicated by the average person. That seems to be a mechanism? What if he banned the gardener? Someone worried. He's not going to ban the gardener. Maken sneered. But whenever you pay a little attention to him and analyze him, you know that he, as a person, likes ban priests as well as prophets. Priest. The survivor squad snapped their eyes to Maken. They had just wondered why Maken hadn't picked the priest, a character they had recently discovered to be really strong. Though the CD of a large hole is infinitely long, the very fact that it allows the seeker to traverse across space is a point of pull that no other seeker can match. Small hole supervision can follow through, but it will briefly stun. They had just wondered why Maken wouldn't let them choose a priest, and now they remembered. Yeah, this Emperor Slayer of the Dragon Kingdom loves ban priests as well as prophets. Chapter 149, still playing Hardening in what era? Maken sat there, tilting his head slightly, a look of confidence on his face, secretly feeling in his heart that he had already figured out Emperor 2's mind. Maken felt like he already knew the Emperor of Slaughter pretty well, and that his opponent wouldn't ban the gardener because the man must have multiple ways of restraining the gardener. Still, the role of the prophet is rarely used today, for no other reason than the fact that the character wants more props. He needs to walk in reverse, just like the novelist. And the role requires more proficiency than a novelist. Novelists can only accumulate 1 prop at a time, but seers can accumulate up to 5 service birds. A service bird can resist damage once, and the service bird will continue to guard for 8s. Again, the more powerful you are, the more obvious the flaws become. And everyone can see what Emperor 2 ban prophet means. Perhaps he saw how powerful the character of the prophet was long before everyone else did. Then every time we saw Emperor 2 ban the prophet, everyone wanted to laugh. Do you think we can hit the cap that the prophet deserves? Just the step of backing up and sucking up birds has stuck countless people. And then there's the labor. The more birds you suck, the 10% reduction in the speed of the prophet's own board window interactions when the servant bird wards off damage for a teammate or yourself. The Eagle Kingdom was also pondering whether to find a player to specialize in learning about the prophet. After all, a character that was so highly regarded by the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor Slayer should have a high ceiling. But again, the cost of this exercise is great. The same amount of practice time can be better spent on another character. Thinking of this, Makan's heart was vaguely proud again. Proud not that he had guessed what Emperor Slaughter wanted to ban, but proud that Emperor Slaughter still chose to ban the prophet in the face of them. Does this mean that he approves of himself in his heart? Does Emperor 2 think that an expert capable of interpreting the prophet can also appear in the Eagle Kingdom? He, however, did not think that Chin could ban character just for a little more points. Just as Makan's thoughts are racing, the Eagle Nation survivalists have made their way to the ring. Enter the matchup and look at the map for this game. Unlike the Arsenal Sacred Heart Hospital ones that appear often, this map doesn't appear as often. Chinatown. Eagle Country's survival squad skillfully banned the Doctor and also the Red Butterfly characters. At this point everyone's eyes were on Emperor 2. In fact, not only Makan, but even the audience could instantly think of what Emperor 2 would ban. Sure enough, the sight of those skillful tutu hoods gave the crowd a look of determination. The ban rolls ended, and the Eagle Nation squad chose their roles in the first instant. These are roles that have been decided before the matchup, and there is no way for them to know the supervisory choices at the role selection stage, so it might as well have been elected earlier. Seeing the choice of Eagle Country, the audience saw the gardener and the adventurer at once. Good lord! This time they're just hitting the gardener's system right. Hitting the one that can't hang plus one that can't be found. Little girl plus adventurer. Who uses it? 2 people disappear in one game. I'm just asking how regulation is going to find it? Laughing to death. Just find a random grass and crouch. I can feel the tinnitus but can't see anyone. I just want to ask, how is Emperor 2 going to fight? Well, the main event is a torture. It's so cool, I don't know why, but I want to laugh when I see that Emperor 2 will not be able to find anyone too. Inserting eyes can't even illuminate the adventurer. This game is over. McCann was outside, his fingers gently shaking a goblet, the blood-red liquor swirling gently inside. He looked at the big chair in the ring that belonged to Emperor Slaughter. The character on it hadn't been determined yet. It was just a black mist sitting on the chair. The characters are not fleshed out until Emperor 2 has chosen something to play. This time, they play the Yang. He believed that Chen Ku would be able to read their intentions in choosing the adventurer and the little girl and the gardener. In just an instant, the regulation that oversees that big chair materializes. Photographer, Joseph. It's not. McCann's fingers unconsciously loosened and the goblet in his hand slid to the floor. Bright red liquor spilled all over the floor as he looked in shock at the regulatory figure in the ring. He'd tried countless regulations, tried to think of what the other side would come up with again that no one was skilled at or mastered. Even he thought about his opponent pulling out the Witch of Dreams yet again. The only thing that didn't occur to me was that the other side would take out Joseph again. How could it be Joseph? The audience began to clamor as well. With quenching, those 3 ciphers are directly deciphered, after which the photographic skill enters the CD, and when the CD turns good again, the new ciphers are also deciphered. How could it be Joseph? Still quenching? I'll just fix it when I see the camera in the opening. Again against Eagle Country, then using Joseph. Was it intentional or accidental to give the opponent a forehand and backhand education on purpose? Right? Looks like it to me. McCann's eyes clouded over as he looked straight at the figure in the ring. Twice Joseph. The other guy definitely did it on purpose. Forehand and backhand instruction? This time, even Joseph. He didn't think it would work. So Joseph can find the adventurers? Want to laugh. Adventurer with a little girl a shrinking sneak meticulously. Joseph will never find. Even if this matchup didn't end, no matter how long it took, they'd be spending time with him like this. The survivalist squad on the field still doesn't know what's going on. Their side had just finalized their preparations when the screen quickly clouded over. This means that supervised casting is also very quick, and almost as soon as they finalize their roles, the other side finalizes their choices. Entering the match, Chenka saw the camera a few steps away from him. The former prosperity of this place has been like a cloud of smoke, and now only a piece of silence and desolation remains. Rows and rows of big red lanterns are still hanging high, but they can't dispel the sadness that follows the shadows, and in the dim light, they cast a piece of shadow, making the whole street look eerie and weird. Buildings full of ancient style and charm are arranged in a staggered manner, each highlighting the traditional flavor of the Orient. On the streets, red oil paper umbrellas are tied in the air, mirroring the red lanterns. Survivalists at various birth points also caught a glimpse of the camera not far away. The 4 people's backs were suddenly cold, and they only felt the cold wind and creepy bones. But then the uneasy heart settled down quickly. Still playing Quench Flow, Joseph? Scared less. Fix the machine directly. Just as they were running towards the cipher machine to fix it, a bubble appeared around them instantly. The world shuddered for a split second, and the status bar became 2-tiered. And Chen Ku, over there, took out a picture from the camera and followed that mirror world. Taking a step into it, the 4 survivors of the Eagle Kingdom looked at the cipher machine in front of them. So they still repair the machine on now? What the hell is an opening photo op? Chapter 150, hanging people in the last few seconds is theft prevention. An opening photo op and the crowd outside the arena instantly rose to their feet. They looked at the field to supervise with unbelief in their eyes. No dude, you're the one who taught everyone to play Quenched, Joseph. And now you're telling everyone that you don't look at Quenched. And you're taking pictures of your opening? Don't see quenching? It's not what you're doing. They watched as Chenka walked straight toward a road, followed by a precise slash on the mirror image of the little girl standing in the middle of the road. People are tempted to say that it's a coincidence. It really is a coincidence. Chenka held up the mirror image lying on the ground. The world in the mirror is black and white. Even the head of the red oil paper umbrella and the red lanterns on the street have turned into a deep gray. He took the little girl and continued toward the spot he remembered. And just after turning a corner, everyone saw the gardener standing in the middle of the road. Only this time Chenka did not cut 2 knives. He only gave a knife and then continued toward the next point. The countdown of the status bar belonging to the world in the phase was dropping a little bit, until that light gray color reached the bottom of the status bar, which represented the end of the mirror world. 2 mirror images were hacked and half the time had passed. The little girl was not going to pay attention to Chen-ko. He looked for a nearby cipher machine to decipher, and thought that even if it would go back to the progress, it would be as much as could be repaired. When he fell to the ground, he casually found a corner to lie down. He did not believe that Chen-ko could find himself. You know, there's no ringing in the ears when you're down. But seeing the second gardener get a slash in the face, he kind of didn't fall apart. With a figure this big, he was lucky to find himself. It was only a matter of holding himself up for a few seconds before he hacked his way to the gardener. So lucky? The little girl sighed helplessly, but she could only blame the gardener for being born too close to her. The opening is photographed, and there's no way for the mirror image to hide if it's close. Seeing this, there was some clarity for the spectators outside the arena. Wouldn't it have been better to start the game with a little hiding? There's still a few seconds between the opening and the photo. Enough time to find cover and crouch down without standing in the street in plain sight. So that's the marvelous thing about opening photos. You don't even have time to duck. Not enough. The only downside is that you have to take your chances. In case wandering around and not finding anyone beckons a laugh. The audience felt that Chen-ko was relying on luck, as he did come out and walk straight away to see the little girl and the gardener. Sometimes you have to feel that this game requires a certain amount of luck in addition to gaming. Until he saw that Chen-ko had only slashed the gardener once, the people present all said that they were marvelous. Because with just one slash, the gardener's blood becomes a quarter less after the mirror time has settled. This way the seeker has no way of treating him at all. Next time you meet him outside, all it takes is a knife to the gardener and you're down for the count. Although the gardener can also paint a shield. Luck aside, Emperor Slaughter's awareness of controlling blood with this slash is incomparable to anyone else. Isn't it bad to hang two? 2 down might be able to pick one up by luck? He was already so lucky. What if I can't pick it up? In case you can't pick it up, both of you can find a way to touch up your status. It would be perfect if I could find a survivalist to slash and hang before I find one. Now that the contestants are not eliminated, the audience is gradually understanding the skills and also the characteristics of many characters. They say the best are the best, and sometimes even the contestants have to look for the answers they want in the pop-ups. Everyone saw in an instant the shrewdness of the maneuver of hitting a slash to control blood. Just before the crowd could fully emote, they saw that Chen-ko, who had just turned a street, had already walked up to the adventurers. When another slash hit the adventurer, that's when everyone sensed something was wrong. If the first 2 mirrors are lucky on a straight path, the adventurer's mirror definitely isn't. Joseph wasn't following the map and lining it up one by one either. It was more like he had a purpose and a direction to find the adventurers. It was still just a slash. And then he took the little girl by the hand and headed for a chair off to the side. With the last of the mirroring time left, he quickly hung the little girl on a nearby chair. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, the players watching this scene sucked in a breath of cold air. That's the point of memorizing the points in Chen-ko's mouth. Straight line chopping. That's really cool. Looking at the shocked words of the pop-ups, they could all feel each other's surprise, because they would be shocked by this even if they knew the principle of Chen-ko's search. It's one thing to say it and another to actually do it. While the others were still lining up people based on tinnitus, Chen-ko had already cut 3 in the mirror image. The main reason everyone is talking about Joseph's difficulty in finding people in the mirror world is because the mirror image of the seeker in the mirror doesn't count as tinnitus. So as long as the seeker is in a hidden location, it's easy to overlook them at a glance in that black and white world of phases. For in this world of phases, only Joseph is the only color. After hooking up the little girl's mirror image, they watched as Chen-ko raised his hand to a cipher machine. In the mirror world, Joseph pointed at a cipher machine in that gray world, and a shifting device just appeared in Chen-ko's hand. Not Buddy. Inside the Dragon Kingdom training room, the crowd was breathing heavily, because the Bureau's seekers don't know it, but the God's view sees it very clearly. Outside the mirror world, that Air Force is fixing the plane, and the little girl was right next to him, seemingly just waiting for the Sagittarius world to fall to the ground and receive treatment. The crowd watched the scene with amusement as the little girl, knowing that the progress of her cipher machine would go back, just teleported over. In his opinion, the Air Force was the only one not getting stabbed, and the Air Force was the only one that was the safest here. Finding the Air Force on his own to touch the blood, Joseph was not always able to find himself. Instead, he would certainly go looking around where he ate the knife himself in the first place. Now, he felt more and more that the character of the little girl was very delicately designed, and the point of teleportation from a distance alone was Joseph's great nemesis. The Air Force looked at the 3 knife-eating teammates and sighed in disbelief. That's real luck. Who would have thought that Joseph would come out of his birthplace and meet 3 people? But fortunately, the one who fell to the ground was the little girl, and the other party could teleport to his side. And when the mirroring ended, the little girl fell to the ground. He could touch him up at the first opportunity. Watching the little girl hang onto the chair in the final seconds, the 4 survivors on the field had a look of determination. They tried Joseph in other countries in a matchup and found that if they took advantage of a supervisor's inattention, they could also drill into the mirror to save their teammates' mirror. This way teammates can avoid going down and breaking Joseph's rhythm directly. Seeing that Emperor 2 had been holding the little girl, everyone knew immediately that he was going to wait for the last few seconds before hanging up. This is the only way to prevent theft. Chapter 151. Ever eaten a triple berserk? Joseph's rubbing knife. They didn't think that Emperor 2 couldn't hang the little girl. There was no way that Emperor 2 couldn't even do the basic defense against stealing. Hanging people in the last few seconds is normal. The Air Force looked at the cipher machine in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The little girl had teleported over too late, and even with the two of them working together behind the scenes, there was still about 15% of progress left to decipher it. It would have been nice to come earlier so that I might have finished grabbing this crypto machine. Feeling the world shake like a bubble, the Air Force couldn't help but sigh as he watched the progress of the cryptograph instantly recede in front of him. I'm sure it can't be fixed. Just before he could finish exclaiming about the cipher, he jerked to the heartbeat that stormed up inside his chest. Looking at the indifferently appearing figure of Joseph beside him, he instantly collapsed to the ground. Fear shock. He didn't let go even when the mirroring time was over in order to fix a little more of the cryptograph. In his mind, letting go wasn't even necessary. Just keep deciphering. Joseph at his side raised his sword-wielding arm slightly, the long and bony fingers gripping the hilt tightly. The movement of his arm carrying a smooth yet mechanical beauty. With his arm raised, he began to wipe the blade, his movements unhurried, yet with an undeniable decisiveness. Looking at the fallen Air Force around him and the little girl lying on the side, Chen-ku couldn't help but smile. What a surprise this is. He had meant to come over to assassinate the Air Force, and hadn't even expected the little girl to be in the neighborhood. The adventurer and the airman were still thinking about where Joseph would appear after the mirroring was over, and the two were looking around for fear that Joseph would appear in their faces. The Air Force fell to the ground in response just as the mirror world ended. Looking at the cipher machine that had backed up its progress in front of him, and at the fallen airman, the two instantly felt like the sky was falling, because they know that little girls are all around the Air Force. Regulator in my neighborhood. The Air Force helplessly sent a message as he looked up in horror at Joseph beside him. This guy, he's really scary. Why did you find yourself? The audience could no longer help but stand up and watch. What had just happened was like a dream. They saw Chen-ku cast his shifting device towards that side, and then took a step into it. The mirror world settled just in time, the silvery white meteor shuttling between the two removal devices, and when he appeared at the other end, the mirror world had just ended. The cipher machine in front of him was clearly empty, but Chen-ku still launched his knife at that nothingness. The two bubbly worlds overlapped as the little girl fell to the ground beside him in response. The Air Force was also knocked to the ground by a slash from Joseph of the Mirror Settlement. This is a ghost. This Air Force is afraid of falling to the ground without understanding how they fell. Cold knowledge. Everyone was already defending against teleportation. I didn't expect to end up not defending against it. When he used Joseph, I'm sure all 4 people on the field were mentally guarding against the sound of teleportation going off. And it didn't occur to me that I didn't hear the teleportation until the mirror image had settled. The pop-up was right. The 4 guys on the field had been defending against teleportation when they realized it was Joseph. It's safe to say a few of them have the sound of teleportation in their bones. The defense is his teleportation of Joseph. Chen-ku looked to the chair next to him and turned his head to hold the Air Force up and hang it up. The chairs on this side are not far apart. Just a few steps to hang the little girl all together. The adventurers over there and also the gardener couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. How to fight now? Why is the Air Force on the ground? They saw it clearly. The mirror image of the Air Force hasn't changed at all. In the game, the two also have no way to communicate. The 2 chairs are not far from each other, and Chen-ku was in a position that is fully capable of guarding the 2 chairs. Chen-ku glanced at the direction in which the cipher machine was shaking. Then he took a general look at the location and realized that the one belonging to the gardener had stopped shaking. The gardener knows he has a tough task ahead of him, and he needs to save 2 people now to save the situation. And there was no way for him to get to the card half save. The only way was to save the airman, get him to come down and fire a shot, and then take advantage of the time to quickly save the little girl not far away himself. It's the only way they can break out of this rut. The adventurer didn't have the heart to go to the rescue, and the gardener didn't have the heart to let him, because they all knew that the adventurer's primary task was to hide well, decipher the cryptograph, and then find a way to shrink away the seller. It's not important to win this round. It's important that the adventurers must escape. The adventurer's mirror image eating a slash was already more than they expected, which meant that if the adventurer found the seller, In case he was discovered, he would fall to the ground with just one slash, which was not the same as eating 2 slashes in his full state. The gardener thought for a moment and quickly ran toward the location of the chair. Only he ran that way, and before he got close, he saw the lighted heartbeat. He ran toward Joseph, who ran toward him. Chenka looked at the gardener who came over and couldn't help but smile. 3 Berserk Josephs wiping their knives at speed is no mean feat. Berserk, when a survivor is placed on the chair of Carnival, increase your own attack recovery speed by 15% /20% /25%. Chenka left a footprint next to the chair, and then walked toward the position where the gardener came over. This position to make a block back to the card back can also be next to the chair. All the crowd could see was a string of pale blue footprints left in Joseph's wake, dark blue and deep. The gardener who was straight with Joseph blushed hard. He realized that the only way he could get over there to save the Air Force was to surrender his shield. After standing in place for a few moments, a transparent shield of protection appeared on the gardener's body, and he ran against it towards Joseph. He thought it through, and if Joseph hit himself, then he could take the time to wipe his blade on his shield and run to his chair. If he doesn't fight, then he can run over the top of the shield to try and make the save himself. Just get the Air Force down and let him shoot. That's the chance. Chenka smiled and looked at the gardener in front of him, and without any hesitation, he directly slashed. The recall shield protects for 6 seconds, and 6 seconds is enough time for him to run to the chair and save the person. Chenka lightly waved the rubbing knife and looked at the gardener in front of him, the photo in his hand rotating. The gardener had just run to the chair and was relieved to see Joseph still behind him. Owning this line of thought is right. The photo kept spinning and jumping in Chenka's hand, and when he let go, the gardener was groveling in an attempt to free the Air Force. Fear shock. Large, bright red letters appeared on the gardener's panel, and the gardener, who had fallen to his knees, looked at Joseph, who had appeared precipitously at his side, with a hard look on his face. How did it come about? Chapter 152. Both victory and defeat are rare and valuable assets. The gardener knew that Joseph was able to return the cards, and the ghostly blue footprints were next to the chair, a faint blue color under Joseph's feet with each step. He just didn't anticipate his opponent being able to return his cards so quickly. At this point, his first thought was, "Don't you polish knives?" At this point in the viewer's perspective as well, they saw Joseph's hand just flick on the blade, and then began to return the cards. The photograph jumped and spun in his hand. The distance between them wasn't that long. It was just a matter of the gardener running to the chair, and in just a split second, he appeared next to it. The gardener, who was about to become a digger, completely tensed up and fell to the ground with a single slash. He looked at Joseph beside him, whose fingers gently grazed the blade, and compared to the other supervisors he had almost twice as much time for this one as he did for the other ones. No, the Joseph who wiped his knife before wasn't that fast, was he? The adventurers over there who were digging for treasure to figure out how to decipher it saw the fallen gardener and their hearts went cold. Looking at his fallen teammates, and the 2 men in the chair, he broke down a little. Not a single cryptograph had been repaired since the opening. He couldn't help the thought that surfaced in his mind. Going to save the day? Just as soon as the thought rose, he dismissed it. It was a little too late for him to get over there in his position, and he might end up having to rescue the gardener who had just gone up to hang. He was only 3/4 of the way through his condition, and if he went to save the gardener, without the ability to defend himself, he wouldn't be able to eat a single slash unless he cheated the supervision to hit the chair. He asked himself that he didn't have the level to gamble with Emperor 2, and it's not like they're aiming for a win this inning, in escaping one person to go to the cellar, or use the adventurers and play hide and seek with Joseph. The shrunken adventurer is so small and tiny that almost no one can find him or her once they find a crevice in a building to hide in, especially between the gaps in some of the panels, just enough to bury your whole body in. Even if you can't find the cellar, what does it matter if you can't walk to it? Either Joseph surrendered or they just kept on spending. With that thought in mind, he began to continue deciphering the cipher machine in front of him. There was still a little bit left in the progress of the cipher machine, and he was able to use his pages to finish deciphering it. So far in the opening game, he's only dug up 1 book page. The remaining pages were too far apart, and the cipher pages of each treasure spot could be deciphered by a total of 50% of the progress of the cipher machine, and a total of 3 pages could be dug out in one game, which meant that even if he dug out all the pages, he would need to decipher 50% of the cipher machine in order to open the cellar in the event his teammates didn't have a cipher machine to decipher. Chenka held the person on the ground up. He looked at the distant cipher machine is still shaking. Immediately knew that this adventurer is not coming to rescue. By this time, it was too late to come back over and save the airman who had been hanging on earlier and the little girl. Chenka led the gardener in the direction of the adventurer, hanging the gardener smoothly on a chair by the side of the road. The crowd looked out onto the field the moment gardener went up to hang. 5 cipher machines remain unbroken. Even though they already knew how powerful Emperor Slaughter was, they still couldn't laugh a bit at the sight of the trio hanging 5 cryptographs unbroken on them. Because finding people along the way is just too accurate. The first 2 mirrors can really be described as coincidence and luck, but the third mirror image isn't. And walking towards the third mirror image is no different than being premeditated. So is the fourth removal. Can we say that the previous teleportation was a coincidence? And this removal is a coincidence? Even before the mirror image ended, he was already preparing his blade. That slash at the end of the mirror image hit right on top of the airman fixing the machine. It's not a coincidence at all. Watching the progress reach 50%, the adventurer quickly uses the cipher machine pages he dug up as soon as he opened the game. Looking at his upper-hung teammates, he could only secretly say sorry. Chenka looked toward the deciphered cipher machine, hung up the gardener and then walked straight toward that side. The adventurer over there, too, had a premonition, and he knew that once his cipher machine had been deciphered, supervision would be the first to find his way around this one as well. Looking for his trail, the adventurer had shrunk himself by now and was hiding behind a building down the street. Sure enough, it didn't take long to hide before he saw a cool figure in the distance, the photo in his hand constantly jumping and spinning towards him. Just approaching this side of the neighborhood, Chenka perceived a ranged tinnitus. The adventurer hid well, crouching just behind a streetlight on the street. He could guarantee that this position was absolutely invisible to Joseph. That's the lesson learned from using the blind girl. Just hide behind the building and change your position at all times according to the supervising alignment. Circling around this utility pole. That regulation really doesn't always know where you're hiding. The audience couldn't help but gulp as well. The adventurer was really too small, and they could tell at a glance that the adventurer was preparing to bottom switch the blind girl. Happy, Emperor Slaughter won't be tortured into surrendering in the end, right? He's the bottom cut inserting eyes and there's no way for the adventurer to find them. That said, the Emperor of Slaughter must know this knowledge. There's no way to find an adventurer by inserting eyes. Torture. Torture me hard. Longwa training room. Li Dicheng face full of indignation color. He anxiously walked around the training room. He can accept Shinko failure. Can also accept Shinko was 3 or 4 runs. In his view, both victory and defeat are a rare and valuable experience. But the only thing he couldn't accept was his opponent resorting to such insults. Just don't fix the machine. Don't fight to win. Don't think about running away. Just think about spending time with you. Shameless, Li Dicheng shouted openly at the pop-up in anger. How can you call it shameless? It's not something you often put on your lips, victory or defeat. It's a rare and valuable asset. So now this hiding, isn't it an experience? Macken saw Li Dicheng speak and bared a large flower of teeth in a giggle. That's what he wanted to see, was to see his opponent break defense. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses this round. There are some things that are as good as they are bad. What if it's the lesson we taught him this time that taught him how to line up adventurers later? Oof. McCann felt himself humming lightly with pleasure already. Even if Queen Butcher Noodle knew how to find an adventurer. So what? He would always remember that he once had an adventurer that he couldn't find in any way. And that adventurer would be a blot on his history. Ha ha. Chenka kept squeezing the cards and released his hand again to cancel. For no other reason than purely because it's a cool move. Having come this way, he didn't expect to find the adventurers with the naked eye. Shrinking adventurers are hard to find. But not Joseph. Joseph was able to position himself back on the cards. After roughly lining up the location of the tinnitus, Chenka's body violently turned a direction to aim at a building. There was another electric light pole in front of his position. Chapter 153, Adventurer's Undercard Cut Blind Girl. Watching Joseph suddenly turn to himself, the adventurer behind the electric light pole only felt cold sweat break out. He stood back motionless, making sure that the tiny lamp-based sub would cover his body. Everyone followed and held their breath, watching Chenko approaching towards that electric light. The adventurer in the back just felt his whole body shaking as he still tried to avoid Joseph's position, using the base of the tiny light pole to hide himself. Until Chenko walked past the lamppost, the adventurer's gripped heart only then let go. Phew, so close. As he watched Chenko turn on himself, he really kind of couldn't help but turn and run. But he was also pretty sure that there was absolutely no trace of himself in the other party's field of vision. Although Chenko brushed past the electric light pole, his vision was swept across this pole. Walking inside the building in front of him, he looked down the corners and crevices all next to each other. Every dark and shadowy spot he carefully lined up and did not see the shadow that crouched and meticulously rose. The tense hearts of the audience relaxed as they watched him go to line the inside of the building. I told you, what kind of person would be so godly, even if the various intuitions in front of him to find someone? If this time he can still look directly at the adventurers, I really doubt that he's open. Can't say it's playing out right now? Maybe the next second he turns his head and cuts toward the light pole where the adventurers are. Do you guys think the adventurers should run away while he goes indoors to look for them? I have a feeling it's better not to run. The smaller the obstacle, the less attention it will get. It's best to be right here. And the Emperor of Slaughter surely wouldn't have imagined that just an electric light pole would be a leaf out of the sky. I want to laugh at the thought that even Emperor Slaughter would be tortured into surrendering. When I came back and looked at the saved replay, the sky was falling. Joseph's card return CD isn't that long. Only tens. Remnant phase of time. Joseph will record traces of the past 15ths when he moves. Long press the skill to return to where he was in the past based on the length of time. And Joseph's return card can be positioned. As soon as it's released, then the direction his view is facing is where the nearest survivalist is. Even a fallen survivor can be located with a return card to find their position. Often used by Emperor Butcher to pick up corpses or find survivors who have survived. Of course, there are ways of restraining the positioning of the return cards. If Joseph is closest to the survivalist in the chair, then his return will be directly in front of the chair. If there is a mechanic's doll in the closest position to him, then the direction he returns the card directly to will also be a mechanic's doll. Generally, in order to protect a teammate who is down in a distant touch state, many seekers will step up and come near Joseph specifically, jamming his return positioning so that he can't accurately find his teammate's location. Chenka looked at the CD that had just turned around and once again used return card. Tinnitus is nearby, but still can't find anyone. He sighed. If his opponent really wasn't going to win, he was going to have real trouble finding someone, because these people don't want anything. Not a victory or a walk to the cellar. Just figure to keep spending time with you here. With a jump of the photograph in his hand, Joseph jerked his head back as he looked behind himself. The empty street with nothing to hide his figure from view. There's only that electric light pole. In the cool, the adventurer hid behind an electric light pole and couldn't help but hum softly as he watched the strange runes written on yellow paper hanging from an acacia tree in the distance. The atmosphere of mystery and desolation was on full display within this Chinatown. At first he was in a real hurry when he saw Joseph coming toward him. But seeing him brush past him, the adventurer smiled. Confidence. Just another prop for adventurers. I bet you didn't see me there. Watching Chenka looking inside the lion building for a few seconds, Li Decheng couldn't help but sigh. He hoped that Chenka wouldn't take the bull by the horns and keep spending time like this with that adventurer. Chenka walked out of the lion building and looked at the two large statues at the entrance. He fixed his eyes on the statue for only a moment before taking his eyes off of it, because it wasn't these two statues that were directly in front of them just after returning to the cards. And there was absolutely no possibility of the adventurer hiding behind this statue. The adventurer watched as Chenka came out from within the lion's building. This time he wasn't rushed and nervous. He just moved himself carefully, and just as he had just done with Joseph's position, used this pedestal to shield himself. He didn't think it was Chenka who saw him, or that he knew he was in this direction. The range of tinnitus is a whole piece. Chenka is nothing more than feeling that no one inside intends to come out and look for a different place. He had just brushed past this light pole without even noticing himself. There is absolutely no chance of that happening now either. Chenka looked at the light pole in the center of the field of vision, and did not think that this adventurer undercuts the blind woman who falsely shook her hand. The audience watched him head back and a glint of anticipation flashed in their eyes. They seemed to be able to imagine that next the Emperor of Slaughter would scour the surroundings around this electric light pole, and would even look for some gaps to slash haphazardly, fantasizing that his slash would hit the adventurers who had shrunk to hide in the gaps. Look for the collapse and then come out to see the placement. Even Emperor Slaughter would collapse, right? McCann watched as Joseph turned back, having been unable to resist continuing to exchange words with Lee Deacon at the pop-up. You see, that's a valuable lesson. Only if he learned his lesson this time. Next time he'll ban adventurers, won't ban any seer priests. Mackin laughed as he posted a pop-up. The thought of Emperor Slaughter banning adventurers in the future would make everyone tense up. Elder Lee, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Chenku must have a way. Jiang Bai looked at Li Decheng's angry white face and patted his back to comfort him. Yeah, Chenka said there's also some kind of pendant diameter theorem that can line up people. And even though I didn't understand the string he gabbled about, it should be possible to find it. Zhongli also spoke up from the side. They just didn't worry about it. That's right. Chenka said, what is middle school math knowledge? Yeah, he'll be able to find it. Don't worry. Jiang Bai patted Elderly on the back. And only then did his shaking body with anger stop. Really? Really? You don't believe us yet? You don't believe Chenko? Jiang Bai cried a little. After hearing the assurances of Chenko's three teammates, Li Lao immediately responded to McKeon's words with a stiff upper lip. Yeah, after learning a lesson this time, next time you guys will know not to pick a character like an adventurer to meddle up. It's useless. Although he hadn't found anyone yet, it didn't affect Li Decheng's ability to start outputting. Ha! Look at this old man Li from Dragon Kingdom. He's still talking tough at this hour. McCann pointed at the pop-up text with a disdainful smile on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 154, Buddy. Gue. Right? No sooner had McCann finished speaking than a shriek came out of his side, for they saw that Joseph, who had come over here without making a single cut, make his first cut at that electric light pole. With a spin of his body, the sharp blade energy struck directly at the adventurer hiding behind the electric light pole. The adventurer's tiny body quickly grew larger and fell to his knees right next to the light pole. Have you exposed yourself? He remembered that he was hiding very well. There was absolutely no way the other party could have seen him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's training room, several members of the tournament preparation team directly exclaimed in shock. They had thought that Chen Ku would be able to find the adventurers. They hadn't expected it to be so fast. Most of all, Chen Ku has not made a knife all the way, and this is the first time he has made a knife. If you don't make a cut, you're bound to hit. For once, even their own people couldn't help but wonder. Man, Gue right? Li Decheng's mouth was open. He looked at Chen Ku in the ring. He had just hardened himself and screamed back. He did not expect Chen Ku to cut people down in the next second. Right, just told. Don't pick adventurers to live next time. Same as the joke. It may be bullying to ordinary regulation, but sorry, our regulation is not ordinary. Li Decheng violently drank the water from the water cup in his hand in one go, feeling the cool liquid pouring down his throat into his stomach. He only felt a full body relief. In one word, awesome. McCann jerked to his feet as he looked at the fallen adventurer and jerked his head to the team members in the training room around him. McCann had just gotten a little carried away and hadn't noticed if the adventurer had just blundered. As he pulled the team member beside him, his eyes rounded with anger. Did the adventurer just miss? Mackin tried his best to suppress his anger, but his voice was already shaking. He had instructed that long ago. An adventurer should never make a mistake, even though it was just a pillar. The adventurer wanted to tease the Emperor of Slaughter by relying on it. No. The team member who was grabbed by McCann's collar unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now McCann did not look at the ring, but they watched very clearly. The adventurer really did not miss. He's not right. This Joseph is not right. The team member who was being held by McCann's collar couldn't help but speak up. He really didn't think this Joseph was right. He's just acting when he goes inside the lion building. In fact, he might have already known where the adventurers are. He just acted it out. That team member spoke more and more forcefully. This was a person who could tell that Joseph just wasn't right. They put up with cutting 2 mirrors at first. Cutting the third one, they really can't help it. It's also too amazing to end up moving next to a cipher machine. Commander, think about it. It's not Joseph who's wrong. It's this man, who was wrong to begin with. He also cut 3 people when he started with Joseph and ended up teleporting one. In the back he used the doctor and moved right into people's faces. But everyone could project the trajectory of the action in that game, which everyone put up with. So let's just say he was bold and dared to guess and fight. But this time, it's so different. The third mirror image started to look off, and the fourth removal was even more inexplicable. He was obviously looking for someone inside the Lions building, and suddenly he came out because he had lined up the inside of the Lions building, and then he thought there was no one there. So he came out and just cut down the light poles? He's acting a little too fake. Listening to the words of his crew, McCann came to his senses. Yeah, everyone used to attribute his terror to his intuition. But what if it wasn't intuition? What if this is the person who has the problem? It wasn't clear if he had found some kind of bug that allowed him to see the movements of everyone in the bureau, but the Manor Master certainly didn't want to see such a disruptive balance emerge. Sure, is there really something wrong with him? McCann calmed himself and his voice trailed off. Boss, we just watched all the replays of this game, and from the third mirror he was off. He wasn't looking around when he cut someone. He looked like he had a target on his back. Moving the fourth one is not right either. It's just a shame we realized it too late. The team member took a deep breath and spoke with great certainty. It was only because Emperor 2 was blown up to be too mysterious in the past, and even when he played some bizarre maneuver, everyone attributed it to his terrifying intuition. Now that I think about it, how can people be so amazing? Ha ha, McCann laughed. Yes, how could people be so amazing? He raised his hand and once again faced the Lord of the Manor directly. Lord of the Manor, I want to report it. Everyone sees McCann's figure appear in the ring, and he looks in the direction of where Dragon Nation is with a straight face and a look of disdain in his eyes. Reed Chang watched the ring as Chen Ku hung up the adventurer. He frowned at McCann. What was McCann reporting? Report what? A clear and cold voice came from within the manor, and everyone could hear that it was the manor owner's voice. I'm reporting this Joseph for maliciously exploiting matchmaking loopholes. He's destroying the balance of the matchmaking. A hint of smugness laced McCann's voice. At this point, Chen Ku had already returned to the ring. And at this point he had just come out when he heard McCann complaining about himself. The Lord of the Manor didn't reply, and seemed to be lining up any irregularities within this matchup. A few moments later, That cool voice sounded once again. According to the clearance, there were no violations. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's been off since he cut the third mirror image. And the fourth removal is even weirder. McCann shook his head outright. Something was either not lined up or it didn't exist. He must know some loophole. There's no difference between the characters within the matchup and being transparent in his vision. Lord of the Manor. Don't you think he's acting fake? Macon laughed softly. If there's no way to give us justice this time, I'd question the fairness and reasonableness of this matchup as well. From now on, I will refuse to participate in the matchups. McCann's strong voice continued. Explain again that the regulatory action is in accordance with the rules. The voice of the Lord of the Manor sounded again. And it's in line with the rules to just cut us adventurers at the end? He saw that? McCann was a bit tense. How was it in line with the rules? Again. Malicious report. Violation. 10 points deducted. I defy you. McCann really couldn't help himself. Want to hear an explanation? Chenka's voice rang out from the ring. What's your explanation? 300 points. 300 points, I'll give you an explanation. Chenka looked at the manor owner on the side. As long as the other party agreed, then this deal would stand. 300. McCann's heart jumped steeply. It wasn't a small amount. They only had 100 points left now. A direct deduction of 300 would make it minus 200. But seeing Chenka's voice that seemed to be laughing, McCann immediately understood that he could not explain it. He's just certain he can't afford to part with 300. He's swindling himself. Chapter 155, Publicizing the Results of a Contract? Macon looked to the Lord of the Manor, and the other man said nothing. There was only endless silence in the void. But in front of both parties there appeared a deed from the manor. It's the same format as the previous private treaty, except this time the treaty is for a rule. This rule Eagle Country is a two-way street, and no one other than the two parties to the agreement will know what the rules are that Shinku informed. All eyes coalesced on McCann. Would anyone really spend 300 points for a rule? Now that the Dragons' points are struggling to rise, the other country's points are not as easy to rise as they thought, and most of them are both sides are tacitly trying to tie. And 4 catches and 4 runs and whatnot are simply impractical. The 3 catches and 3 runs are more about luck. Countries are now in a very balanced state. In this balance, the country's scores also remain in a very delicate state. Even a subtle addition to the score for the whole day by the joint evening hunt. Seeing the agreement, McCann's face changed slightly. The Lord of the Manor didn't say anything. Did the other side really not utilize any bugs? He couldn't believe a bit of it. Could it be that the Lord of the Manor could not find him in such a breach of performance either? After all, in this matchup of the fifth personality, the operation and so on are secondary. It is testing some more things, like mindset, like gaming, or consciousness, or that esoteric intuition. If the answer is intuition or awareness, that means you lose. Macon took a deep breath as he looked at his opponent playfully. He didn't want to hear about intuition. We're all adults. Intuition and all that stuff. It's just bluffing, kids. Once the words came out, everyone could see that McCann blocked all of Chun-Ku's retreats in one sentence. Whether you're talking about awareness or intuition, it means they lose. Do you really want to bet? The crowd saw the figure of that Joseph in the ring. His opponent had not exited the ring at this point and was still on top of the high stage. He sat as gracefully and diffidently as before in the large, supervised chair, just a shadow of the unspeakable confidence that could be seen. In contrast, the antagonist, McCann, looks a little apprehensive. His face clouded as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Do you really want to bet? What if the other side can actually state rules that everyone can use except for the luck and awareness categories? He then raised his eyes to the man in the ring, and the eyes in the ring seemed to be looking at him as well. Who says it's not a game? Even if he hadn't gone to play against Emperor 2, he felt the pressure from Emperor 2 at this moment. This mental game is simply pulled full circle. The other side is just certain that you wouldn't dare. With that thought, Macon took a deep breath as he looked at the compact in the void in front of him, with an ink-style pen next to it. Gamble. McCann picked up a pen and quickly detailed a stipulation on it. He excludes a lot of factors related to consciousness and also the category of luck in the contract. This rule is written in great detail, and he only recognizes traits that belong to the character, or to the matchup, traits that can be exploited by everyone, not nebulous things like consciousness and luck. The contract has just been drawn up. Chenku also appeared in front of an identical contract. He can add the corresponding provisions on it or make changes. Chenku gave a cursory glance, then nodded. With the Lord of the Manor present, the other party did not dare to make a move on the deed. The opponent just eliminated a lot of distractions from the game. Chenku stretched out his hand and placed his palm on top of the contract, and a handprint instantly jumped on top of the contract. The deed was passed back just as it was presented, and as McCann looked at the handprint that was on it, he just looked incredulously at the man in the ring still sitting in the big supervisor's chair. It's been so long now, and it's still so stable? As long as one does not put one's handprint on it, the contract is not valid. The lord of the manor will not care about the behavior of the private contract, and can unilaterally break the contract or choose to continue it. Still gaming. It's that time of year. He's still gaming. This was the first time that McCann understood the sadness in the hearts of the seekers who played against the Emperor of Dragon Kingdom Slaughter. It's too stable. It's really too stable. At this time, he looked at Chun-Ku. His eyes were complicated, and the other party once again put the choice in his hands. Will the covenant continue, or will it end there? Seeing this scene, Macon couldn't help but want to laugh. He suddenly figured out why the other party had dared to make such a pact. Even if he lost, then he would be able to win back the 300 points he lost in just 3 or 4 days. But if one is afraid to continue the contract, then one has, in a sense, lost. Ha! Macon took a deep breath and placed his hand on top of the deed, his bright red handprint pressed into the spot that belonged to Eagle Country. The contract of falling handprints transformed into an invisible shackle in the void, locking the two countries firmly together, and the accounts of both sides deducted 300 points each to be stored by the void. After Chen-Ku announces the answer, the points will be sent to the winner's account. Going public? Chen-Ku looked down at McCann. With just one sentence, Macon's heart seemed to collapse away in an instant. With just one sentence, he had realized that the other party really didn't have any luck and still had the chi to find the adventurer purely and simply because of skill. Off the record, McCann looked to the ring with a hard look on his face. In an instant, a barrier appeared between the two, cutting off the sound between them. The principle is simple. Joseph's flashback, when released, has the perspective squarely on the position of the nearest one of the seekers. I backtracked twice, once to the Lions building and the second time to the electric light outside the Lions building. McCann just stood there frozen, his hands and feet cold, his throat felt like it was clogged with something and he couldn't say a word. He knows that this is absolutely true, because there is a contract that exists. Chen-Ku has no way to deceive. Once the follow-up of their own experiments do not come up with this result, the other party will be subjected to disciplinary action from the owner of the manor. He wouldn't kill himself for those 300 points. Aha! McCann just felt so drained that he was on the verge of collapsing to the floor. The audience couldn't see what was happening. Only a barrier enveloping the two. The two didn't spend much time inside the barrier. It was only a matter of seconds before the crowd saw the barrier unravel. In the next second, the points belonging to the Dragon Kingdom instantly soared from 220 to 520. McCann disappears from the ring. The pact didn't announce the final results, but looking at the points, everyone understood the final outcome. The Dragon Kingdom, winning. The Emperor of Slaughter, at the end, really didn't rely on any kind of horrible awareness and any kind of luck. They were really skilled at finding where the adventurers were. Chapter 156, deliberately stuck him with a return card. That mustn't be directly cool. McCann returned to the training room disoriented. No one in the training room spoke. Everyone just watched him carefully. No one blamed him. That operation by the Dragon Kingdom Slaughter Emperor was so much like something was wrong that even they couldn't figure out what it was for. He said he was relying on the return cards to locate the adventurers, and that the direction the return cards were facing was the direction of the nearest survivalist. McCann slumped in his seat. In one short sentence, the operation of Emperor Slaughter was explained. The crowd in the training room was silent, and after a few moments, they had a bitter smile on their faces. We can utilize this technique as well, right? McCann nodded. The 300 points bought was a trick that everyone could use. In this way, the operation can really be improved a lot, such as a return card to know the survival position when you are within earshot, or maybe a return sign to determine the location of the survivalist when there's no tinnitus around. Boss, this news is a bargain. We didn't choose to make it public, and people from other countries would have to spend more than 300 points to realize this little trick. Inside the training room, the more those tournament preparation players thought about it, the more excited they became. If it was preliminaries and still eliminating players, this tip would be worth countless points and lives. Boss, did he say that fallen survivors can also be found by going back to the cards without? He said yes. The view would be right on the nearest tinnitus subject. McCann looked at his own teammate, who kept his head down and didn't say another word. This is indeed a valuable tip. It's just a shame that the tip is Joseph. They had a very hard time just finding people in the mirror image, let alone relying on Joseph to play the same operation. Clang. Chen-Ku had already returned to the training room, and a sound of a bronze bell booming came from the void. The Dragon Kingdom points have reached 500, and we are now opening the character zone selection function, opening the survivor regulator list function, and opening the regulatory butcher cognitive score list. The voice resounded through the nations, and just a moment after the rules were announced, the nations saw the latest rules. The list this they don't care about. They mainly look at the constituency. Survivors can make an area selection after casting. The survivor can self-select the point where they want to be born. And supervision can be turned on after the survivor selects a point of their choice. Boss, the news we just bought is worth thousands of dollars. Inside the training room of the Eagle Kingdom, the team members who read this rule were trembling all over and their voices became impassioned. It used to be difficult to find someone in the mirror image with Joseph. And if you wait for a quench, there's a good chance the cryptograph will be repaired. But now, we're able to pick our districts. Just plan a route to hack through them one by one, based on the survivalist's constituency, and you're done. Even McCann was stunned by this statement. Yeah, people think the hardest thing is that there's no way to find the mirror image. But now that the district is chosen, as long as you pick the district, then your mirror image is here. And isn't it simple for me to open up and take a picture and find you? So, we get to learn Joseph. McCann looked at the players in the training room preparing for the game in surprise. Learn. Not only learn, but learn hard. Just the skill of positioning the cards back would have won us a lot of games. Meanwhile, the individual lists are explained. Starting today, there is no longer a limit on the number of daily matches. Just a consolidation of the matchmaking hours so that matches can be played from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The point system competition does not undergo any changes, but if you are on the list will be settled every 7 days, and the top 10 on the list will all receive different rewards based on their rankings, especially with the character perception score list, where hundreds of characters have their own perception score leaderboards. The Lord of the Manor seems to be encouraging people to do a better job of portraying a character. Everyone looked at the list and their eyes couldn't help but flick to those regulating. There's not a single person on any of the lists right now, and it looks like it's the matchups afterward that open up the rankings. I swept over the regulation. Most of the regulation here they felt the slaughter Emperor Metropolis. The countries were calculating which list they were going to fight for a place on. Just looking at it, many people's gazes leapt over their heads and placed themselves on the time Shadow Evie. Gazing at the regulation that floated haphazardly with a transparent shadow on her head, she had been making sounds of hissing pain, and those tentacled limbs on her head could flexibly stretch and bend, allowing her to freely weave in and out of various complicated terrains like an inscrutable black shadow. This regulation. People keep forgetting about this regulation, but now seeing it, it was suddenly realized that a human emperor's nemesis. Yes, nemesis. Natural restraint for a seeker like the human emperor who likes to look back and watch for supervision. Many countries have taken note of this regulation that has been neglected. Ivy has a heat value that increases by 4 erosion points per second when the survivor sees Ivy's face within 15 meters of Ivy. The survivor will move uncontrollably for 2.5 seconds after 100 points of erosion have been accumulated, and will slowly move towards Ivy for 2.5 seconds if the survivor is in Ivy's fear radius at that time. All this time, everyone was wondering how to deal with the human emperor. The other party had been observing the supervising every raised hand, every movement, all of which he had seen through and dodged. But what if there was a regulation that prevented him from seeing it? Now that we see the list, everyone then remembers that there really is a regulation that will explode if you look at it more than once. This is the natural nemesis of the human emperor. They wanted to laugh at the thought of the human emperor taking out a handful of novelists and a handful of prophets. This time, people don't give a look. Oh. Chenka looked at the rules that had just been notified, full of unconcern. This rule he had already known. Reed Cheng stood beside him and reached out his arm to poke him in the arm. Really tell McCann about the backcard locator thing? Just now Chunko has already given them the principle. This time it is not relying on any pendant theorem. Instead, it relies on Joseph's own skills to return cards, to determine where the survivalist is located. Yeah, it's not a big deal to talk about it. As everyone's knowledge gets deeper and deeper, it's normal to understand these things. Chen Ku didn't care. Wanting to hide it all the time was simply impossible. Instead of hiding it, it's a good deal to use it for 300 points, 60 points a game, all of which you'd have to play 5 full games to earn back. To his surprise, there is no longer a limit of 3 games per day. Once one score broke 300, it seemed that the Lord of the Manor was also acquiescing to the fact that everyone was familiar with the game, opening up various ranking constituency systems. Anything that takes time can become skillful. Don't you think that's what makes it fun? When he tries to return to his cards to find other seekers, you run to him and intentionally jam him with a return card. That must be straight up awesome. Chapter 157, Sneakily Learning AI Way. Targeting the Human Emperor. Chenku does not yet know that there are already a number of countries that are ready to use AI Way to teach him a lesson. He was still thinking now that since no one was in the habit of banning prophets, he'd like to try it out with a prophet once. Playing the prophet for a while is fun. Playing the prophet all the time is a straight up blast. Especially the face-to-face bird-sucking. All kinds of bird-sucking. The way the regulator knows what you're doing and can't stop it. The bag of regulatory redwarmers. Just rest today. and wait until tomorrow when the leaderboards should open. After Chenko went to rest, he also had to arrange for the rest of the team to try to learn about other survivors or supervision. Since there's no longer a limit on the number of daily matches, there are other leaderboards that they'd like to compete for. Can't rely on Chenko to win every game. If possible, they would like to one day Chenko can also sit in the training room, eat fruit and drink a small tea to watch their game. See their wonderful game moment for them to applaud and cheer. The match continued above the ring, and he saw a number of countries starting to use the Time Shadow Eevee character. But Li Dechang did not take it to heart and did not call Chenko over to see it, because these days, after not being eliminated from the roles, countries are trying to learn some cold raw tough roles as a way to hit the unexpected. With Ivy, it couldn't be more normal, and in his opinion, no matter what role they come up with, Chenko can find a way to deal with it. Ivy only. But as Li Dechang watched the match in the ring, he couldn't help but feel that the survivalists of various countries were learning really fast. Today there have been a number of seekers with double bounce flywheel talent that have slipped regulation. After Chenko demonstrated a few times, they can also slowly try to use the flywheel top knife. Will also play with teammates, will also try to come to the rescue after teammates on the chair, rather than with the same as before, directly sell their teammates for a draw. It could be said that since the Dragon Country's survival squad had demonstrated various kinds of coordination, the survivalists from other countries were slowly hitting their stride as well. Reed Chang quietly looked at the ring, not saying a word. He knows that Chenko will be analyzed by countries when he shows his strength, and learning is inevitable. Elder Li, it must be a good thing. Jiang Bai moved a chair and sat next to Li Dechang. She cupped her cheeks as she watched the match in the ring, and nowadays, she could read a lot more. It's good for them to learn these things. I can see that Chenku is lonely. Jiang Bai didn't know why he had such thoughts. She just felt that the other party had been unhappy after Chenku appeared and solved the points elimination dilemma. It's probably because it's too powerful to have an enemy. Elder Li smiled helplessly. Jiang Bai could see it, and so could he. He could even see that Chenku now wanted some more evenly matched opponents. Now that the points dilemma has also been resolved, countries are beginning to enter a phase of stabilization. Look at those guys, they seem to have thought of that too. They're practicing Ivy. Jiang Bai pointed at those supervising in the ring. It's just a shame that they practiced Ivy for Ivy's sake, and the Seekers they played against didn't share Chenku's fondness for turning back. He saw that the erosion on the Seekers had not increased, and that Ivy was not relying on erosion to get his knife, but rather on flat-out pursuit to get it. Jiang Bai couldn't help but want to laugh, because when Chenku spoke to them privately, he would always refer to these survivalists as purity. Chenku also gave them a summary of the purity treasure trove. Sneaking ghosts in your mind. He's not coming after me, he's coming after my teammates. And don't look back when you're slipping ghosts. Never game it. Regulation will lie to itself. Don't care about regulatory distances. Turn wherever you want. At that time the training room many preparatory players in the hearing Chenku summarized the treasure, but also shocked a word cannot say. Everyone feels that Chenku has installed surveillance in his head. How he thinks he said clearly. There was a time when someone said they accidentally fumbled in front of a supervisor, but as a result, they hit a maneuver that they felt could seal the deal. In Chenku's mouth it becomes flipping directly into the regulator's face, because he can't react at all. These people practicing AI way must want to cure Chenku. When Jiang Bai saw these countries practicing AI way, he immediately guessed their little minds. Then do you want to tell him? Recently do not choose the profit. Behind the game is still more. There is always a chance of it. Li Dechang's eyelids jumped. This group of people turned out to be really secretly targeting Chenku. Hey, don't you want to see his ceiling? Jiang Bai winked his eyelids at Li Dechang. Reed Chang leered at the cap. Yeah. He sometimes wondered where Chenku's ceiling was. With all these seekers and regulation these days, it seems like they can't let him show off his strengths, and he seems to be teaching his teammates more often than not. When he picks a profit, the other side then picks an Eevee. Wang Jiyu followed suit at some point. If there's really a problem, we'll ban AI way in the back. Wang Jiyu nodded his head seriously. If Chenku really didn't have a way to deal with AI way, then he could naturally ask AI way to go on ban himself. Failure is nothing. Losing is nothing. Jiang Bai spread her hands. She was not afraid of Chenku's failure. They all wanted Chenku to not be so stressed. Don't strain your nerves too much. At this time, Chenku was bathing in his room, and he was already looking forward to the next day's treasures. What will it open? He hadn't even used any of the Rain Palace Lotus he'd just opened yet, so it would be nice if he could open Prophet White, and he'd like some nice looking pendants if he could. The only thing that made him happy in this world was this jumbo. And although it was a lowly jumbo for 3 platoon games, what it opened was again a bit unexpected. After summarizing the daily match experience for his teammates, Chenku went to sleep again with anticipation. The next day just after waking up, he couldn't wait to run to the training room. Sure enough, A golden treasure sat in the middle of the hall. Elderly looked at Chun-Ku, who came over on time to report on the opening of the treasures, and did a double take. Yesterday, he also saw a pop-up asking how the Dragon Kingdom's human emperor and Emperor Slaughter usually trained, and what the Dragon Kingdom would reward him with. Elder Lee just wants to say that you may not believe it, and letting him open treasures every day is the biggest reward. Enter the lavatory and wash your hands, as you did yesterday, several more times. Both pairs of hands rubbed red before he dried his hands and ran over to Jumbo. Chenka's eyes were tightly closed, and his hands trembled as he touched the precious treasure. Ever since Jumbo came out with Amamiya Lotus, opening boxes is all a dream for him now. Make a wish. Chapter 158. I will try to learn to sneak red butterflies. Looking at the dazzling golden light of the treasure chest, Chen-Ku heatedly smiled. I'm really lucky to be golden again. The corners of his grin were about to let go, and the team around him were looking at him a little differently, because even when Chen-Ku won the match, they had never seen him so happy. What did you get this time? Everyone looked to the dragon's inventory, only to see an additional card deck surrounded by a gold border around it. Looking at the picture on the card, the first thing that caught his eye was a head of silver hair that was soft and shiny, with the roots of the hair shining with a silver-white glow in the dim light. The face was covered by a silver-white satin, but even so, it was still possible to feel the silver-white eye patch under the eyes as clear as a shallow turquoise lake, deep and quiet. At the bottom of the card, there is a simple, straightforward name, White. For a moment, the crowd froze as they watched along. No wonder Chen-Ku looked excited. They looked at the pure white figure, and their eyes were following the raw light. It's really pretty. Just in an instant, Chen-Ku made up his mind that no matter what happens in this game, he is going to have a good time with White. After breakfast, he'd been sitting in the training room, waiting for matchmaking time to open up. All night long, his teammates had been forming squads with other survivors and going off on their own to practice their ghost sneaking skills. Once 9 o'clock arrived, the matching channel officially began. Only this time, Li Lao realized that the matching was different from before. If anything, the camp choices of both sides were randomized in the previous matchmaking match. Then there is now a directional option to match regulation or survival. You can choose? Chen-Ku looked at this scene as also some surprise, but on second thought also figured out that the beginning of the random matching may be to let the countries more quickly skilled match mode, regardless of regulation or survival. The only way to understand the various mechanics of the side is to have actually been involved on that side. By now, because of the rising scores, the Lord of the Manor had also begun to default to the fact that everyone had become familiar with the mechanics of both camps. Matchmaking mode of your choice is now on as well. This round, is it to choose the survival camp? Elderly looked to Chun-Ku, and the other party quickly nodded, fearing that he was definitely slow. Chen-Ku's teammates have a little idea of their own at this point. Zhongli just came to Chen-Ku's side. This Jumbo, can we open the skin of the striker later? It should be possible. Chen-Ku nodded thoughtfully. Up to now, he hadn't found the pattern of the lottery. But since it's a lottery, it also means random. I want a Vanguard one. I don't know if there are any. Zhongli looked towards the prophet white skin inside the warehouse, his eyes filled with envy. Wang Jiyu didn't say anything. He just stood quietly beside Zhongli. The thing he played the most now was lawyer, especially after the leaderboards opened up, and he was actually having some thoughts about wanting a skin of his favorite character now. I did notice that the rules say that the list has an optional treasure chest after the weekly settlement ranking. Jiang Bai came over her head. There was a slight change between her nowadays and when Chen Ku saw her. Or rather, all the people in the dragon training room looked like they had changed a lot nowadays. The most obvious feature is that everyone looks less gloomy than before. The winning streak has brought about not only a change in mentality, but also in fighting spirit and heart. All day after day after day, all night yesterday on a joint hunt, they were meeting a character. Ivy. These regulatory ideas are a little too obvious. It is to want to target survivalists like Chen-Ku who like to look back at regulatory movements. For a while, the countries have just had some insights into ghost slipping since a little taught, have learned to turn back to slipping ghosts, and now there is a regulation that does not allow to look back. But really, you can't help but not look back. There are some things that become a habit when they are learned. Having control over the distance that separates them from themselves can give them a sense of security that they have never felt before. This allows you to go for bold maneuvers whether it's flipping a window or flipping a board, or watching the regulation out of the knife to hand over a flywheel. Before they had a chance to congratulate themselves on being able to slip a few ciphers by turning back, they now found another regulation that would not allow them to turn back. To this, all the seekers just want to say, luckily there are ban spots, but the downside is also quite obvious. Give one of these locations to the shadow of time and another regulation will inevitably be released. The level of regulation today is also rapidly increasing, as is the level of survivalists. All people want to say is that ban can't be done. Really, ban can't be done. 2 bans really isn't enough. A recent shadow of time that won't let you turn back has already blown the minds of survivalists who are just learning to turn back and sneak up on ghosts. And there are countries that have even learned another even more blistering role: the opera singer. Those who learn to pull points are pursued by opera singers, and those who learn to turn back are sanctioned by Ivy. In this regard, the survivalists from various countries were really helpless. They had always referred to Red Butterfly as the man or woman ghost, but now, they had found these 2 supervisors who were more like female ghosts than Red Butterfly. As soon as those 2 regulatory bans are done, then Red Butterfly will be released. Who would have thought that a phrase once directed at the Dragon Kingdom's Emperor of Slaughter, Joseph, and the Witch of Dreams would come true? I will attempt to learn to slip the Red Butterfly. But many of the seekers also knew that Ivy, the regulation, would be of little use to most of them, because unlike those seekers who have made a habit of turning back, most seekers really don't. And the reason why the regulation of these countries learns the role of Ivy, and we all know what they are for the sake of the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, and in order to target the one who likes to sneak ghosts in reverse. As soon as Ivy was out of the way, he was able to nullify the reverse sneak ghost he was so proud of. And they don't think the dragons will ban Ivy. What's a human emperor? The Emperor of Man is just able to deal with all sorts of regulation, not because he won't ban it. As long as Rokoku dares to ban Ivy, that also means he's afraid of the character. As long as he was afraid, then he was not a top human emperor in everyone's mind. Chenka's 3 teammates who were waiting for the results of the match looked at each other. And yesterday, when Chenka was not there, they had a discussion about this matter. To ban or not to ban Ivy? In the end, the unanimous result of the 3 was no ban. And this decision was not only made by elderly, but also by all the participants in the dragon training room. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. They are afraid that Chenku is constantly putting pressure on himself in the bottom of his heart. And failure is not something that is difficult to bear. Do outsiders' views and opinions matter? They were unanimous that it was unimportant. In their view, Chenku was a teammate, not the god who needs to shoulder and carry everything. It's okay to miss, and it's okay to fail. Chapter 159. Evie makes her appearance, ready to explode with the human emperor. Match made. In the ring, the status bar belonging to Dragon Nation changes. Survival Camp, Rokoku. Supervisory Camp, Cattle Country. Just moments later, the entire Bull Country training room rose to its feet. A group of blonde participants stared intently at a man in the corner who was really the best supervisor in their camp. He's been practicing hard on Ivy these days, too. In all the time that the dragons have been playing each other since they started, they've never gone up against the dragons. This is the first time I've been matched across the dragon. Oh, it's finally my turn. The blonde teenager in the corner gently squeezed towards his knuckles and slowly sat up from his chair. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the results of the matches in the ring. In fact, he wanted to laugh when he saw the countries calling the level of gaming of the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom a god, and he wanted to have a game with the other side. Even he practiced Ivy because he wanted to really gamble with his opponent. Yesterday his teammates asked him if it would be a bit contrived to use Ivy, even if the win over the human king didn't reflect the level of play. Winning this way is not recognized by the world. To that he would only say, ridiculous. What's gaming is gaming from the moment you pick a character. If you're afraid, then ban Ivy, and he'll recognize the success of his opponent's gaming. As for the opinions of outsiders, he didn't care. As long as he could win, it meant that he was indeed inferior to himself. In just an instant, he appeared in the ring. The Dragon Kingdom Seekers followed suit and appeared on the opposite side. Looking at the banners, Evie thought for a long time, and ended up banning the cheerleaders as well as the savages. He's been practicing Ivy for the past 2 days, and naturally he's been sanctioned. And he's really kind of over the top with just the cheerleaders alone pulling points. As for Chenka's previous use of colorful novelists, he is now even more eager to be elected by the opposite side. Chenka's side is still the same as usual. Teammates ban the Red Butterfly and Nightmare. In Wang Ziyu's words, that Nightmare he is really a little bit slipped. The past 2 days he went to match the joint by himself, encountered the Red Butterfly and the Nightmare. He is really a little bit overwhelmed, especially after being gazed upon by the Nightmare that was his life's nightmare. Seeing that the other side really didn't ban Ivy, Terran smiled. He knew that with the kind of conceited and arrogant person that the human emperor of the Dragon Kingdom was, even if he knew that all the countries were practicing Ivy, he wouldn't ban him. Seeing that his opponent didn't ban Evie, Terran knew that his pre-game gambit was correct. He watched as the seekers at the front of that long table quickly selected 4 characters, seemingly because of the leaderboards coming out. Today's seekers are choosing characters they know and understand, trying to use this to punch up the cognitive score and get yourself on top of the leaderboards. Lawyer, striker, mercenary, prophet. Seeing the 4 casting choices from the opposite side of the seekers, Taran couldn't help but smile. He just couldn't help but look at the prophet a little more as his eyes went to him. Is this really a prophet? A little too bright. By now, there have been many countries that have played all 3 games and have received the corresponding treasures. Only looking at the skins that the treasures have opened up. None of the countries have taken it to heart. Some skins look too bright for them to use in the matchup at all, because the bright color, which is out of place with the other seekers, looks more like a provocation to regulation once used. I remember yesterday a survivor used the doctor's angel of light that he had just drawn, and it was so brilliant that in the already dark and gloomy map, the white color was so dazzling that people couldn't help but notice him. Even trying to find a corner to hide in would be seen by the supervisor at a glance. The prophet in front of me is more of the same white color, and look even more eye-catching than the angel of light. Just seeing this skin, Taran couldn't help but snort, and he had a feeling that it was for this skin that the other party had chosen the prophet. Just pick the prophet? Did you know I'm using Ivy in this round? Thinking about it, Taran wondered if he should go through the process or just grunt lightly. Chenku looked at the ban roll that was different from the usual matchups, and for a moment he was also a bit stunned. Ban Lala and the Savages? Still a little short on butchers who are afraid of pulling point rolls. Ban spells, strikes, antique dealers, etc. Are generally afraid of OB's red butterflies, recorders, whatever. The ban pull points are usually Ivy, Yellow Jacket, etc. With just a little thought, Chenka guessed what kind of character was on the opposite side. The yellow coat is unlikely. The most likely is Ivy. The opponent probably chose Ivy this round in order to target the likes of himself, who likes to turn around and sneak up on ghosts. I'm afraid that the other side has already begun to revel in their election of the prophet. Chenku couldn't help but want to laugh. The prophet to Evie. It's just not convenient to turn around and suck the bird anymore. But a bird is already enough. The ability to protect teammates is still very strong. Even if it's used on their own, it's also capable of resisting the 3 knives. He was also now somewhat saddened by the fact that regulation and survivalists were growing up so fast these days. It shouldn't have been long since people started learning Ivy, and so soon they're already being kite by pulling point-based characters and then finding their way to the ban. At this moment, after the audience saw that the Dragon Survival Squad really didn't ban Evie, the crowd couldn't help but sigh a little. Is this the confidence of a human emperor? To be honest, it's a bit too conceited. And it would really be a fall from grace if I lost because of it. I think it's normal to lose, but if it's ego that's keeping him from banning Evie, then I'd say the loss was deserved. Doesn't anyone notice his skin? This white is too nice. What's the point of looking good? Isn't this a provocation? What's the difference between that and opening the game by slapping the board and slipping the ghost? Sure enough, he still can't change his problem of liking to sneak up on ghosts. Sit back and wait to dry waste the human emperor. If he can't even sneak past the human emperor, then Evie really deserves to be down in the ban seat. At the long table, Chenka's 3 teammates did not have any reaction, because they guessed that the opposite side must be the choice of AI Wei, and this ban even more verified their thoughts. They are not the same as Chenku, who saw the ban position of the seeker guessed. Instead, you guess and then validate your thoughts based on the seekers on the ban. Li Desheng walked out of the training room on a rare occasion at this time, and this was one of the rare times he went to meet the other senior members of the Dragon Kingdom. In the high-level conference room, Li Desheng looked grim. Only when he pushed open the door to the conference room, all he saw was the crowd crowding on the purchase store. Hey, old Li, just in time. Look at all the points now. Look at all these curtsies kind of action. Will he like it? I don't think I can. I have a feeling he likes to be provocative in nature. By all the dancing on it. The people in front of them chattered incessantly, and Li Desheng froze. He had thought that everyone would seriously analyze Chenku behavior. What's everyone doing? Chapter 160, he chose this place because he knows I'm here? When Li Desheng entered the door, the people inside just glanced at him, then continued to drop their eyes above the exchange store. Now they have a lot of points. So many that it's kind of dreamy. So much so that they wanted to give Chenku a little something and didn't know what to give. The most precious thing they have is points. And those points happen to be what Chenku has beaten back. Aside from reusing those points on Chenku, they couldn't think of how to reward it. I just wanted to come over and talk to you guys. Li Desheng looked at the way they were discussing the redemption store and didn't know how to open his mouth for a while. Say what? You said he should like these curtsies and stuff too, right? In front of Li Desheng, a person pointed to the curtsy movements of those host umbrella fisher women on the store. The more they look at these moves, the more they like them, and the selling price is not too expensive. 1 point per move. Once regarded as precious points to the present, in addition to the exchange of some of the country's needs of supplies and technology, they still decided to use in Chenku. He will definitely like it. He just likes these things that he can equip in the matchups. Li Desheng didn't need to look. He could imagine Chenku's ecstatic face when he saw these things. I just wanted to come this time to say that you guys shouldn't put pressure on the kids if you subsequently lose. Li Dicheng looked at the few people that had gathered in front of the redemption store and spoke earnestly. The moment these words came out, the few people who were discussing what to exchange instantly stopped moving. They turned their heads to look at Li Dicheng with somewhat odd expressions. What else did I say? Isn't it just a failure in the game? Isn't failure something that happens all the time? Failure is what happens throughout life. The few people who were discussing about redeeming the items in the store didn't care. They just patted Li Dicheng's shoulder. No one thought about it like that. And you guys shouldn't put pressure on those kids. Hearing this, Li Dicheng sat on his butt on the chair next to him and picked up the water on the table and gulped it down. Yeah, they must see it more clearly than they do. Looking to the ring, Chen Ku is now picking his spots. When the map of the selected points appeared, the audience instantly looked dumbfounded. It was the first time they'd seen survivalists still have supervised picks, and at this point the map of the Red Chapel was divided into 9 equal parts. There are 4 small survivalist-looking icons in the ring that are determining their position. They didn't hesitate long and quickly settled on their chosen spot. At this point the audience couldn't tell who had chosen which spot. They just saw that the 4 survivors from the Dragon Kingdom had quickly settled on their chosen spot. They occupied the center field red church and the small room above it, in addition to the cemetery and the red carpet. Standard L-shaped pick points. Unlike the Dragon Kingdom's quick selection of positions, Terran looked at the position in front of him and fell into deep thought. Which position do you have to pick in order to catch the human king? The audience sighed as they watched Supervision fail to finalize his position for a long time. Sure enough, counting on this supervisor to dry shatter the Dragon Kingdom survival squad is hopeless. Just in picking a spot this he's been thinking for quite a while. That said, is there anything to this location? I suppose it's a random choice. Wherever you want to be. That shouldn't be possible, should it? That's the question that's going through Terran's head at this point. Did they just pick them at random? After only a slight hesitation for so long, Terran chose the position of the small push with a firm gaze. He chose this place simply because there was a small talent on the branch leading to the bottom card called Sequestered, where the one cipher machine furthest away from itself at the start of the game would go into an undecipherable state for 40s. There's a clear tactical intent when Terran hangs himself here at Little Push. In doing so, he was able to utilize the talent, Sealing, to seal off the motor on the farthest diagonal. This can have a lot of benefits. During the subsequent chase, the survivor in the small room will have to make a turn point in the other direction, which will surely interfere with the survivor who graveyard to the ruins to repair his machine. There were only 2 choices for the graveyard survivors after they were blocked from the cryptographs. Either they could move up hard and decipher the cryptographs on the ruin side, but then they might be exposed to the regulator's vision and risk being chased. Either that, or they had to honestly stay put and patiently wait for their cryptograph to be unblocked. But that would undoubtedly waste valuable deciphering time and slow down the entire pace of the quest for survival. Whichever choice he made, the cipher machine would be jammed, which would buy himself a lot of time. Thinking about this, the corners of Terran's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Before choosing a spot, he was still a little apprehensive because he had never experienced it before and was afraid of making a mistake in his thinking after encountering it. But after actually encountering it, he realized that his thoughts were actually flowing. He was trying to open the game chasing the Prophet if he could this game, because if he chases others, the Prophet can still try to give the bird to protect his teammates. But if he chases the Prophet, he has no way to turn around, no way to observe. And giving props can only be done by feeling. Just as he had finalized his position, he saw the positions of the 4 seekers exposed. The one he looked at a glance was the Prophet. Because the Prophet was the closest survivor to him, the Prophet was in the small room next to him. Terran's heart tightened, because in this instant, he really had the feeling that he was being seen through. It was as if the other man knew he wanted to chase him, and knew where he would choose to be, and deliberately chose to be next to him. At this time, Chenku's 3 teammates did not speak, because Chenku has given everyone a few maps on how to choose the point of the situation. According to Chenku, if a survivor picks a corner, the regulation is likely to pick a diagonal position, because no regulation will resist the desire to block the cipher machine to interfere with the survivor's cipher machine. He chose the small room because he knew that the most likely birth point for regulation in their constituency was a small push. At this time Supervision really and Chenku said the same. 3 people are a little numb. They couldn't help but wonder if a person as calculated as Chenku really hadn't guessed that it was Ivy who was supervising this game. But even when he knew it was Ivy, did he still take out the Prophet? It was only a matter of moments before several people tuned into their talents. And after a moment of vapid consciousness, the 5 of them entered the game. Terran did his best to calm himself, and he was a little unconcerned at the moment if the Prophet had chosen to be next to him on purpose. Since you want to fight, then it's good to fight. The first moment Chenku was born in the small room, he ran to the back of the small room against the wall. At the same time, Evie, who had just launched the berth in the small room, released her soul body and moved quickly towards the location of the small room. Chapter 161, you have to look at Eevee's face before the erosion level goes up. This is Eevee's skill, and the ethereal will detach itself from the Eevee entity, and the control object will be switched to the soul body of the ethereal. Hiss ha dash. It was just the opening, and the four heard Eevee's trademark roar of releasing her spirit body. Survivors don't know what regulation is, but there is always a way to discern it in a game. Eevee releases her psychic body to let out a hiss that can be heard by the entire map of Seekers. Only just after the opening, Chenko heard the sound of Eevee releasing her spirit body from the air. At this time, in the audience's viewpoint, Chenko crouched behind the wall of the small room and took the initiative to walk towards Eevee's position. Just watching Chenko's movements, the audience was instantly confused. You'd have to say he heard the regulation being Ivy scared, right? And he moved closer towards the location of the little push Ivy proper. But you'd have to say he wasn't scared, right? And he was now crouched down, brushing up against Ivy's spirit body. Terran controlled his spirit body at that moment and quickly ran towards the location of the small room. Only just approaching this side, he felt the ringing in his ears. When he looked through the window toward the small room, he didn't see anyone in it. There was a ringing in the ears around him, but there was no sign of the prophet. It was just the fact that there was no one in sight that made Ivy instantly happy, because it also means that the prophet is afraid. You know that once upon a time, human emperors faced regulation with a bold pat on the back and then started slipping ghosts. It was the first time that the opener couldn't see where he went. After thinking this over, Eevee felt her whole body shivering with pleasure. Just a roar from Ivy makes the human emperor hide in fear? If I had known he was so afraid of Eevee, why would I have practiced any other character? Just people? Where's the prophet going? He looked around the area quickly and saw no sign of the prophet. No. Where are the people? He controlled his soul body to look around. But soon, he realized that the tinnitus had disappeared. It's not. Where are the people? My Lin this time a little taut. He is determined to come over to the small room to catch the prophet. First give the human emperor a little color. Did not expect to search here for a long time. Did not see the human emperor. Not only that, but the tinnitus went away with it. Did it run towards the location of the wicket? Terran was a bit frantic. By now he really kind of realized what it was like for those supervisors to not be able to catch the blind girl. Obviously there was still ringing in his ears all around him, but he just couldn't see anyone. Obviously look around and suddenly the tinnitus is gone. He tried controlling his soul body towards the location of the graveyard ruins, trying to look for the prophet's shadow. Soon the tinnitus came back on. Running pretty fast. The corner of Terran's mouth hooked up an evil smile. Is it useful to run faster? Eevee is still different from normal regulation. Her soul body, like a witch's own, is invisible. Only later did everyone realize why the game in which Emperor 2 used the Witch of Dreams. The survivor saw his body and still didn't go. And the answer was that the survivor couldn't see the Witch of Dreams body at all. Unseen, even if his ability to hide was excellent, he would inevitably be exposed to the supervisory view below. Only when he turned his head, he saw that it wasn't the prophet standing next to the cipher machine that had begun to make a ticking noise. No. Where are the prophets? Terran had been blindsided. He's kind of been looking for most of the map, and there's no sign of the prophet, who's obviously all white, but there's not even a shadow of white to be seen right now. In front of him, on the other hand, was a striker who looked like he would be hard to mess with. He doesn't even want to grab a striker if he can help it. It's not that he can't catch it, it's that he's not willing to. It was clear that the person controlling it was a soul body, and it was clear that the other person couldn't even see them, but they still eluded their pursuit. He's not happy about it. At this time, Chenko controlled his perspective and did not look at Ivy's face, but dodged the red light and stood at the back of Ivy. He just stood behind Eevee, quietly sucking on the bird. Seekers staring at Ivy's face will grow erosion degrees, but staring at Ivy's back won't. Hearing that roar, Chenko knew that he had released his soul body to search for himself. As soon as he started crouching behind the small room, he knew that this Eevee wasn't controlling the soul body to move in sync with the main body when he sensed the absence of a heartbeat. Don't blame yourself for coming to suck the bird if the body doesn't move. Zhongli had been quietly cultivating his machine when he suddenly felt his perspective become dark and the range of his field of vision was rapidly shrinking. At that moment, he was puzzled. Chenko chose next to AI Wei, just to sneak ghosts, and now this AI Wei controlled the spirit body to find himself? You don't arrest Chenko's? Wasn't he right next to you? But this doubt of his was only momentary before he felt the darkness that had enveloped him leave and his perspective open up. Eevee left quickly. He glanced towards the center field position and saw the mercenary there. If nothing else, that spot on the red carpet is where the lawyers are. Just seeing the pic, Ivy was a little confused, because he really felt like he was being seen through. The location on the red carpet side was too empty for many of the survivors to be over there, but they still gave this farthest location to the lawyers, seemingly determining that it was the farthest from the regulation. And with the prophet so that the person who attracted the most hatred from the regulation was next to the regulation as well. The lawyers could break this cryptograph as fast as they could, without any interference. After circling this way and that, Ivy still hadn't seen any sign of the prophet. He looked quizzically at the location of the small room, where he remembered the tinnitus appearing at the end. Is the prophet here? Just hid over there and didn't notice yourself? The control of the soul body re-entered this side of the small room and did not perceive the presence of the tinnitus. At this point he gets ringing in his ears near center field, and near the graveyard ruins, but in both locations, there was no sign of the prophet. The audience had exploded when they saw the scene. They saw the prophet standing motionless behind Ivy, and saw Ivy's transparent and void soul body wandering around trying to locate the prophet. He'd been around the map long enough to see the striker without the option of intimidating and possessing, and the mercenary in midfield without the option of going over. The lawyer at the red carpet location was again too far away, and he seemed to guess that the prophet was near the small room, but he just approached it without feeling the tinnitus and left again. No, buddy, how about you come a little closer to your own essence? If you don't know, ask, is this how prophets play? How it felt like the prophet was like a leech in his place, sucking the bird hard on Evie's back. Didn't we see that Evie would raise the erosion degree? Why isn't his erosion degree going up at all? You have to look at Evie's face to raise the erosion degree. How many birds are these? Chapter 162, remaining number of mistletoe birds 5. How many birds? That's the one answer everyone cares about. Looking towards the prophet who stood motionless behind Evie, the audience couldn't help but swallow hard. This Evie's soul body went out to look for someone, and the main body is here not moving at all. What's the difference between that and the servant bird ninjutsu? Not only was the audience confused, but Chenka's 3 teammates were also confused, with the exception of the striker, who felt like he'd encountered Ivy's soul body once halfway through. The other two just felt like it had been ages and ages since the opening, long enough to be 2/3 of the way through the cipher machine in their own hands, and even closer to deciphering the one in the lawyer's hand. To this day, the prophet still hasn't gotten a single hit. This is not the most exaggerated. The most exaggerated is the prophet on the body is a little erosion degree did not rise. It is said that purity slips ghosts. Chenka's prophet is also so pure? Looking at his gradually becoming more and more service birds, Chen Kuxingxing sent a message to his teammates with a handheld object. Remaining number of service birds 4. Together with a bird owned by the prophet himself, he had already sucked up 3 at this point in the opening game. As soon as this news came out, the 3 of them jerked their heads up to look at where Chenka was. You mean, you hit Ivy and sucked 3 birds? You mean after sucking 3 birds Ivy hasn't taken a cut? No bro, where did you get the bird? How do you suck it? At this point, Chenka's 3 teammates are already numb. They can't wait for this game to end immediately, and they really want to go out and look at the replay to see how the prophet sucked 3 birds out of Ivy's body. Bang! Still struggling to find Chenka's location. Abby heard the sound of the cipher machine breaking through in his ears, and he jerked his head around to look at the location of the red carpet. Have you been looking for yourself for so long? But the problem is that there are only mercenaries and strikers here, right? Did the prophet take advantage of this time to run away toward the lawyer's position? But that's impossible. How can a prophet run so fast? He looked at the striker not far away and knew he couldn't go on like this. Luckily, Striker's cipher machine was slow to break, and now he would have to start by giving Striker a cut first, and just hope that if he started now, it would not be too late. He ran up to the Striker's viewpoint directly across from him and terrorized the Striker's face. Just looking at the degree of erosion that hadn't grown, Evie froze. Where are you looking? All the Striker had to say in response was that he was looking at the wall, but Avi couldn't think about it at this point. Without the intimidation succeeding, he only teleported over to find a way to get the knife. In just an instant, he teleported to the Striker without hesitation. Looking at the Striker in front of him, Taran kind of wanted to laugh. He'd been trying to find the prophet all game, and hadn't realized how well his opponent was hiding. It didn't matter though. The prophet's dodge was considered a success on his part, and when he got out he'd be sure to laugh loudly in the ring at how cowardly this prophet had been. Just hearing Evie's roar, and finding a way to hide out of sight, Evie teleported away, and Shenka looked at the 4 birds that had just finished sucking, and smiled contentedly. The sign of being possessed appeared on the Striker's status bar, and he instantly let go of his hand that was deciphering the cipher machine and ran towards the distance. Facing Ivy, he couldn't even entertain the thought of pulling the ball and hitting Ivy, because as soon as the perspective looks back, the erosion is rising rapidly. Pulling the ball and hitting Ivy, when the erosion level is full, will forcefully interrupt the pulling motion and then waste the ball. Zhongli really don't understand. How on earth did Chen Ke suck the bird? He always tried to turn back, trying to see if he could find a chance to bump into Evie, but as soon as he did, the erosion was rising. Evie followed him at his heels. Inseparable. Either bump it before the erosion level rises? But why did Chenka's erosion not go up at all? 23% progress in deciphering the cipher machine. In the time it took for Ivy to chase himself, Chenka had already begun to repair his machine in May. After posting his deciphering progress, he waited until the speech CD was over, and then sent his teammates a bit of his service bird count. Remaining number of service birds 5. Chenka's 3 teammates have been numb. How did he do it? Chenku has been paying attention to Zhongli's rising degree of erosion, and he always feels that this kid has been looking at supervision and has other ideas. In the next second, Chenka stopped deciphering the cipher machine and began to observe the front runners with the service bird. Sure enough, seemingly sensing his frequent turnarounds as well, Evie watched the red arrow at the bottom of the striker's foot squarely in his face for a split second, and let out a growl at him. His the striker's already high level of erosion rose rapidly, and he bowed in confusion in Ivy's direction. Watching Evie raise her hand, a service bird instantly appeared on the striker's body encircling his left and right. Sharp bird calls rang through the manor, and Evie watched as the green protective shield that had momentarily appeared on the striker's status bar was dispersed by himself. The prophet's bird delivered. Seeing the bird made Evie a little lost and a little grateful. He was happy that the prophet was afraid of himself by avoiding him, and he was lost that the bird had made this successful attempt at intimidation a non-starter for him. The cut ended and the striker had turned his head towards the far side to pull the ball and run away. Honest. Really honest this time. He wondered why Chinku was able to suck so many birds when he himself exploded with one more look at Evie. At this time, Evie didn't know what was happening. The cooldown of parasitizing as survivalists was 48. At this time, he was no longer able to parasitize the striker. Pulling the ball and running away from the striker made it difficult for him to pursue, and he looked to the mercenary at midfield who had just finished breaking the cipher machine. Control Soul Body quickly goes over and runs to the front of the mercenary. Hiss-ha dash. With a roar, the mercenary had gained an additional 40 erosion degrees on his body, and then the Soul Body boarded the mercenary as he followed him in pursuit. Chenka looked at the boarded mercenaries and couldn't help but sigh. He really has endless worries. Terran has practiced Ivy for a long time, and knows how to board up intimidation to take a knife as the fastest. In just an instant, the mercenary watched as Evie teleported to her side. He tried to pop the gauntlet, but there was still some distance against the wall. Looking at the gradually approaching Evie, Jiangbai only felt like he was going to be finished. She could even feel Evie's raised hand and the red light that had been plastered to her face. But the next second, a fluorescent green protective shield appeared on the mercenary's status bar, and the service birds surrounded the mercenary. A knife fell, and Evie looked at the mercenary whose gauntlet popped far away, his entire body having fallen into a state of confusion. He remembered that mercenaries weren't like that, right? Can anyone tell him if this prophet's skin opens with 2 birds? If that's the case, isn't the skin bug a bit too strong? The end of the blade rubbing ended with Ivy standing still, a little overwhelmed as he stood in the center of the field. Why? The audience looked at the health of the 4 people, already numb. This Evie this round is afraid to play in despair. The boarding CD is 48 seconds, but the seer has 5 birds.